Chapter 1. Awakening Consciousness. At this moment, Chen Yuange found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. The dilapidated house before him bore no resemblance to the high-tech environment he had once known. Where was he? Shouldn't he be aboard the spacecraft Discovery? Could it be that he had somehow entered a virtual reality game? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. With his current perception, he was certain this was not a digital realm. The principles behind virtual reality technology involve translating data into frequencies that the human brain can comprehend. However, this process is inherently limited. While theoretically, one might replicate the real world in its entirety, in practice, such perfection remains unattainable. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Yuange and his family were enjoying dinner. He had returned late from a delivery earlier that afternoon, prompting the family to wait until dusk to eat together. Suddenly, the securely locked door to the backyard swung open, revealing a slender man of short stature. Upon seeing Chen Yuange's family in the kitchen, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes before quickly vanishing. Two more individuals entered, adeptly closing the door behind them, following in the wake of the first man. "Brother, I never imagined you would keep this from me for so long. After 16 years, we meet again." As the trio stepped into the kitchen, Chen Yuange stood momentarily stunned. He was about to question their identity when confusion washed over him, compelling him to scrutinize their faces more closely. "Who are you? Is that you, Lao-san?" "Indeed, it is I. It's rare that you still remember your brother. Today, I have come to visit, and surely you understand my purpose?" Chen Yuange's gaze fell upon the firearms clutched by the two men behind, prompting him to instinctively protect his wife and daughter. "Don't shout. What are you playing at, Su Lao-san? After 16 years, you greet me with threats? We could sit down and share a drink instead." Chen Yuange gently placed a hand on his adopted daughter Chen Yan's arm, saying, "Yin, take your brother and go to old Li's house at the east end of the road and fetch some roasted goose." "Dad," Chen Yin gasped, about to protest that there was no place selling roasted goose at the east end when she caught the sharpness in Chen Yuange's gaze and suddenly understood, pulling her bewildered brother aside. "Don't waste your breath. You would do best to hand over that item. Once I have it, I will leave." Chen Yuange fought to suppress his desperate thoughts. After years of peace, he was no longer the agile, gun-toting rogue he once was. As his elder brother, how could he not understand Su Lao-san's temperament? Once, when his family had fallen into ruin, he had been forced into a life of crime, and Su Shan, his third brother, was known for his capriciousness and ruthless nature. Now, with his family seemingly facing inevitable doom, he pleaded, "Third brother, for the sake of our long-standing brotherhood, I am willing to give you the item. Please spare my son. You know he's been simple-minded since childhood, unaware of anything." Su Lao-san observed the tears streaming down Chen Yuange's face, feeling a pang of nostalgia. At over 40, he was balding and portly, his face bearing little resemblance to the man Chen Yuange once knew. Years ago, upon hearing that his elder brother's family perished in a fire, Su Lao-san had shed a few crocodile tears himself. Such is the marvel of fate. He had unexpectedly encountered Chen Yuange in Chinatown, a place he had inhabited for over a decade without realizing it. The thought that the fabled item could grant immense power ignited a fervor within Su Lao-san. "If you are willing to hand over that item, I will spare your son's life." With a gesture, he signaled one of his men, who seized the bewildered youth and dragged him to Su Lao-san's side. Su Lao-san placed a hand on the young man's broad shoulder, a sudden thought striking him. This lad is tall and strong, yet he lacks any wit. At that moment, one of Su Lao-san's underlings pressed the barrel of a gun against the youth's lower back. In the face of impending doom, Chen Yuange's consciousness awakened. Realizing he was not ensnared in a virtual game, he surveyed his surroundings and found the information flooding his senses was overwhelmingly intricate. It was as if the world he beheld had grown more vivid. Could this be the legendary seventh sense? Instinctively, Chen Yuange recognized it as the elusive capability humanity had long sought. But why? How had he inexplicably acquired this remarkable seventh sense? As questions swirled in his mind, a torrent of memories surged through him. There is great terror in the realm between life and death. Chen Yuange's spirit nearly succumbed to the abyss of darkness. It turned out that while aboard the Discovery, a moment of profound alarm had resonated deep within him, enveloping his mind in unfathomable dread. In that instant, He had fought valiantly, his consciousness leaping to attain the seventh sense, only to be subsequently engulfed by an overwhelming void. In truth, he had perished during the exploration, yet the essence of the seventh sense remained indomitable, allowing him to be reborn in 1935. Perhaps due to the temporal displacement, his consciousness had suffered significant damage, leaving him in a stupor for 18 years. Once his awareness revived, it took merely a second for Chen Yuange to grasp the continuity of his existence. There were no further ambushers lurking outside the courtyard, just these three individuals. True to the nature of the seventh sense, despite his untrained physique, he could now command the energy coursing through him, achieving perfect mastery over his body. With a swift motion, he grasped, spun, and vanished from sight as if through teleportation. Su Lao suddenly felt the emptiness beneath his palm. A man seasoned by years of peril instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. "Don't move." Su Lao froze, sensing the cold barrel of the gun pressed against the back of his head. Though his right hand rested on the grip of his weapon, he dared not make a move. "Who are you?" Chen Yuange demanded, brandishing a gun against Su Lao's head while aiming another at his two subordinates. Only now did the henchman react, exclaiming in shock, "Who are you? Why do you ask? I've been right here in this room." The three men stood bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable turn of events. Meanwhile, Chen Yuange, along with his wife and daughter, stared in astonishment at the sudden shift in dynamics. The two women cried out in excitement. Yuange, Chen Yuange quickly regained his composure, restraining the two impulsive individuals. "Stay calm. Let's see how this unfolds." Gradually, they settled down, gazing at the spirited yet somewhat unfamiliar figure of Chen Yuange. Chen Yuange, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Chen Yuange's reminder. "Dad, stop daydreaming and bring over some ropes." Oh. Chen Yuange hesitated for a moment, as if awakening from a dream, before turning to head to the storage room. In his haste, he knocked over a chair, revealing the turmoil within him. "You're not Chen Yuange. Who on earth are you?" Su Lao-san could not believe that the agile and elusive young man before him was indeed Chen Yuange. Just days prior, upon hearing Chen Yuange's name, he had confirmed the identity of Chen Yuange's family multiple times. The foolish son of the Chen family was notorious in the vicinity. Everyone was well aware of him. Moreover, Su Lao-san was familiar with Chen Yuange's childhood circumstances. How could a clumsy chicken transform into a duck? A fool become so formidable? Had he been pretending all along in front of outsiders? Yet, it seemed that Chen Lauda and his wife were equally oblivious. Had he truly feigned being a simpleton for 18 years? Was he unwell? Chapter 2. Recalling Memories. Chen Yuange returned from the storage room with ropes, and the three men, sensing the futility of resistance, complied and allowed themselves to be bound. The two subordinates, now pleading for mercy, had shed their earlier demeanor of cold ruthlessness. Chen Yuange, growing impatient, barked silence. "Speak another word, and I shall end you both." Only then did they cease their pleas, though their eyes remained filled with desperation. Su Lao seethed with anger, wishing to curse. Those who typically boasted of their ruthlessness now resembled frightened shrimp. It was a disgrace. He felt utterly humiliated before Wang Lauda. They say one may lose the person but not the face. He had lost both. Chen Yuange, without hesitation, stuffed rags into the mouths of the three captives, and alongside his wife and daughter, dragged Chen Yuange into the front room, their expressions a mix of excitement as they felt him over. Li Qianru, weeping, implored, "Son, do you recognize your mother?" "Little brother, look at me, I am your sister." Li Qianru smacked Chen Yan on the back of her head, exasperated by her sister's antics. "Dad, Mom's sister." Chen Yuange greeted them with a smile, his heart swelling with warmth. Due to severe cognitive impairment, he had spent most of his life in a haze, only capable of the basic functions of eating and using the restroom, akin to a vegetative state, far beneath even the level of a simpleton. While a simpleton may possess diminished intellect, at least they can speak and recognize others. He had not uttered a word in over a decade, entirely reliant on Li Qianru and Chen Yan, who tirelessly cared for him. They had devotedly bathed him and dressed him for years without ever expressing disdain for their foolish son. Chen Yuange inhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Reflecting on the future, since the mid-21st century, When controllable nuclear fusion was successfully commercialized, China had entered an era of limitless energy. Coupled with advanced artificial intelligence, by the end of the century, China's productivity reached unprecedented heights, resulting in an abundance of material wealth. With such abundance, the gap between rich and poor had been eradicated, leading to a seismic shift in social dynamics. With the pressure of survival lifted, even the family unit, a cornerstone of society for millennia, had nearly vanished. Most individuals pursued self-fulfillment, focusing solely on their own happiness, leading to a decline in family formation and child-rearing. To counteract the declining birth rate, the government mandated citizens to bear children, with the state assuming responsibility for those unwilling to raise them. Although Chen Yuange was aware of his biological parents, they had shown little desire to care for him, resulting in his childhood spent in an orphanage. Though he lacked for nothing and enjoyed numerous playmates, and the state provided a comprehensive higher education, he had never experienced the unwavering affection of a family. Unexpectedly, he found warmth in a familial bond from 200 years ago, fulfilling a deep-seated yearning within his soul. However, the presence of unwelcome guests lying in the kitchen reminded him that this was not the time for familial conversations. With a serious expression, Chen Yuange emanated an air of lethal determination. He was eager to confront Su Lao-san. Was today's incident a personal misstep, or was he acting under orders? Bang! 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 Chen Yuange kicked him fiercely, causing Su Lao-san to double over in pain, emitting a muffled groan. Ripping the rag from Su Lao-san's mouth, he gasped for air and spat out blood. "Boss, you've beaten me." It was a moment of folly, a lapse of judgment. "For the sake of our past camaraderie, please let me go. Boss, back in the day, I faced danger alongside you. I have shielded you from harm." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuange delivered another sharp kick. "Damn it. Speaking of camaraderie, Su Lao-san, I know exactly what you are. You are a wolf, quick to turn on your own. I showed you compassion, but you clearly had other thoughts." Chen Yuange's gaze bore into Su Lao-san, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul. After a suffocating silence, Su Lao-san struggled to his feet. Today's situation was quite troublesome. Su Lao-san still had his subordinates, and who knew how many more were lurking in the shadows? Chen Yuange rubbed his smooth scalp in frustration. Should he simply kill him? He had lost the fire of his youth. Now he was just a man wishing for a peaceful life. Yet, releasing him was not an option. Doing so would invite endless trouble. Perhaps he could reach out to old Zhang for mediation, but doing so would compromise the secrecy of his own affairs. Even if he handed Su Lao-san over, no one would believe he was clean. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Yuange recalled the years of peace he had enjoyed, now disrupted by Su Lao-san's meddling, fueling his ire. "Brother, if you present that item to the leader, I assure you a bright future awaits." Seeing Chen Yuange's indecision, Su Lao-san sensed an opportunity. Perhaps with a little more persuasion, he could sway him. Ignoring Su Lao-san's temptations, Chen Yuange stuffed the rag back into his mouth and began to gather his belongings, contemplating the possibility of eliminating Su Lao-san and denying any involvement. "Qianru, you and Xiaoyan go upstairs and pack our things. We are leaving tonight." Li Qianru hesitated, grasping Chen Yuange, who was about to speak, and the mother and daughter silently ascended the stairs to gather their things. Chen Yuange, armed with a shovel, entered the storage room, pushed aside a shelf in the corner, and forcefully lifted a piece of iron from the ground. Beginning to dig, the three of them busily dug and tidied up their belongings, oblivious to Chen Yuange, who, in their entrenched perceptions, was still the simpleton incapable of any task. Chen Yuange quickly discerned their intentions. They were preparing to flee. What was this? Did he awaken in the 20th century only to have to escape on his very first day? Perhaps it was better to converse with Su Lao-san and see what revelations might emerge from his lips. "Yuange, you've grown into such a fine young man. I remember when I used to change your diapers." Chen Yuange hesitated, as a fragment of memory from when he was just 1 year old surfaced. Indeed, the power of his sixth sense is remarkable. In this world, everything emits radiation. Even the brainwaves of humans are a form of electromagnetic wave. Chen Yuange believed that as long as he concentrated, he could extract memories from the minds of others. While engaging Su Lao-san in light conversation, he observed his eyes intently. Moments later, "Oh, you can go die." As Su Lao-san rambled on about Chen Yuange's childhood, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. After Chen Yuange pressed a foot against Su Lao-san's chest, he, with the horrified gazes of the other two upon him, proceeded to do the same to them. Su Lao-san thud. Chen Yuange wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of age. In his youth, digging a hole was a breeze, swift and effortless. Yet today, after merely a few digs, he was already panting heavily. Wiping his hands on his trousers, he resolved to continue digging, regretting having buried it so deeply all those years ago. Chapter 3. Handling loose ends. Chen Yuange entered the storage room and abruptly seized Chen Yuange, who was laboriously digging a hole. "Father, cease your efforts. I have already eliminated Su Lao-san and his associates." The shovel clattered from Chen Yuange's grasp and fell to the ground. "What did you say?" His expression transformed with shock as he hurried to the kitchen, where he beheld 3 motionless figures sprawled on the floor. Trembling, he extended his fingers to check for breath beneath Su Lao-san's nose. They were truly lifeless. All 3 had perished. What sort of calamity was this? He resolved to flee, intending first to secure his family before returning under the cover of night to dispose of Su Lao-san and his crew. What was happening? His son had blood on his hands. Chen Yuange stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, but with quick reflexes, Chen Yuange steadied him. Alas, one cannot force fate. It is all a matter of destiny. Chen Yuange lamented the capriciousness of fortune. In his youth, his family had fallen into disarray, driven by bravado. He had taken to a life of banditry, claiming numerous lives, albeit those of ne'er-do-wells, and he had always felt justified in his actions. However, after the birth of his son, who turned out to be mentally impaired, he feared that he was suffering the consequences of his past misdeeds. How else could he explain his son's condition? When he had desired to father another child, fate dealt him a cruel blow, and he was rendered incapable of carrying on his lineage. After enduring a series of misfortunes, he had a moment of clarity. Recognizing the dire state of affairs in Hua country, he had orchestrated a false death to escape, bringing his wife and child across the ocean to settle in Chinatown. Today, he had thought himself blessed by his ancestors, believing that the Chen lineage would not be extinguished, that his son had finally awakened. Yet, was this not an omen of further retribution, with his son now stained with blood? Observing the weakened Chen Yuange, he understood the importance of respecting the privacy of family and friends, refraining from probing into their memories. However, he believed that enemies were undeserving of such rights. His ability to read people surpassed that of the average individual, and he deftly broached the topic that piqued Chen Yuange's interest most. "Come, father. Sit down and listen to me." Chen Yuange imparted crucial information. Su Lao-san was now affiliated with the Hongmen branch in New York, but he also held a concealed identity as a minor leader in the S.H.I.E.L.D. gang. This individual had a storied past, having once served the Guangdong army. When he sensed the tides turning against him, he gathered his belongings and fled to Chinatown, where he integrated himself into the Hongmen. Goodness gracious, a servant to 3 surnames indeed, Chen Yuange mused. It is no surprise that Lao-san, a man driven by greed and lust, would have such a background. Chen Yuange clicked his tongue, recalling the S.H.I.E.L.D. gang, which he vaguely remembered hearing about during his previous life in the underworld. The crux of the matter was that Su Lao-san had merely passed by his shop the day before, inadvertently overhearing his name, which led him to recognize his identity. It is no wonder that Chen Yuange now sports a receding hairline, a protruding belly, and a visage that reflects the indulgences of life. Su Lao-san has resided in New York for several years, frequently visiting Chinatown, yet he failed to recognize Chen Yuange even when passing by the Chen family grocery store. Initially, Su Lao-san had intended to abduct Chen Yuange, employing coercion to extract valuables from him. However, before the kidnapping could commence, he learned that the Chen family was dining late that evening, seizing the opportunity to launch a forceful robbery instead. This endeavor was solely Su Lao-san's personal initiative. Aside from 2 loyal accomplices, he did not disclose his plans to anyone else. Even with these 2 subordinates, he intended to eliminate them afterward to cover his tracks. Years ago, prior to feigning his own death, Chen Yuange discreetly liquidated all his assets, converting them into large yellow croakers, which he subsequently deposited in a Citibank account. He concealed the deposit slip within the soles of his shoes. Upon arriving in New York, his family purchased a modest 2-story building in Chinatown. The building, occupying an area of 150 square meters, boasted a backyard, with the front half of the ground floor designated as a grocery store. Finally, Chen Yuange felt a sense of relief. His family would not have to leave. He exhaled deeply, raised his cup, and gulped down a glass of water, convinced that the ordeal had passed. However, something felt amiss. Yuange, how is it that you know so much in such a short span? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Chen Yuange suddenly realized that after merely scratching the surface, how could Chen Yuange possess such knowledge? He had previously engaged in interrogations himself. Even if Su Laosan was a coward, what could possibly be revealed in less than half an hour? Rest assured, Dad. Everything I said is true. Chen Yuange, after some contemplation, revealed secrets known only to him and Su Laosan from 20 years ago. How could this be possible? Chen Yuange gasped in astonishment. These matters were known only to a select few. Could it be that his son was possessed by some entity? Perhaps I acted impulsively. I merely tested my seventh sense, and it seems to have startled you. Dad, actually, I've spent these 18 years learning celestial arts from deities. Deities? Chen Yuange shivered at the mention. He grasped Chen Yuange's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Is this true, son? Do you possess magical abilities?" "What? Magic? I don't think I do. I can read memories and perform hypnosis, I suppose." Chen Yuange replied, admitting his limitations, claiming he was too inept and had been cast down by the deities. Nevertheless, his instincts suggested that if he continued to develop his seventh sense, he might unlock the so-called magical abilities. Upon hearing that Chen Yuange did not possess magic, Chen Yuange appeared quite disheartened. Chen Yuange, however, sensed that his father's inquiries about his magical prowess held some ulterior motive. "Indeed, father. Let us inform mother that there is no need to prepare any belongings. We must hasten to relay this news to her." The two ascended the stairs, taking considerable time to pacify the two women. In the kitchen lay 3 lifeless bodies, yet Chen Yuange appeared unfazed, suggesting they whip up a few dishes and indulge in a drink to celebrate Chen Yuange's newfound clarity. She even went so far as to prod the corpses, concluding that their texture was akin to that of pork. This infuriated Li Qianru, who felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her wayward offspring. Chen Yuange promptly restrained his mother, recognizing that his sister, despite her somewhat brash demeanor, was at least unperturbed by the presence of the deceased, a silver lining in a grim situation. Reflecting on Chen Yuange, it was recalled that years ago, when Chen Yuange journeyed south with his wife and children, they passed through a mountain village where they encountered a 3- or 4-year-old girl. Her mother had succumbed to illness, yet the child steadfastly remained by her side. They were deeply moved by the child's resilience, prompting Chen Yuange to contemplate who would care for his own son in his old age. He arranged for the girl's mother to be laid to rest and adopted her, naming her Chen Yuange, with the intention of having her look after Chen Yuange in his later years. To this end, Chen Yuange imparted many skills to her, hopeful that she would be capable of caring for her brother. It was evident that they had chosen wisely, for she was indeed a person of deep affection and loyalty. Having hastily tidied the kitchen, the father and son awaited until the late hours of the night. They bundled the 3 corpses in burlap sacks and loaded them onto a tricycle in the backyard. Chen Yuange, endowed with robust stamina, pedaled the tricycle, skillfully evading all prying eyes. Eventually, they arrived at the banks of the Hudson River, where they filled the sacks with stones. With a splash, Su Laosan and his gang were consigned to an unmarked grave. Chapter 4. The aftermath. Once the father and son had swiftly disposed of the bodies, they tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter, returning home in silence. The following day, adhering to her long-standing routine, Li Qianru cheerfully rose to prepare a sumptuous breakfast, as though the events of the previous night had never transpired. Her son had gained insight, and her joy was boundless. Fortunately, Su Laosan and his gang had perished without a sound, leaving no trace of bloodshed. Later, the father and son covered the corpses with a waterproof tarp in the yard, mitigating any discomfort for the family. During breakfast, Chen Yuange explained the delicate situation, dissuading Chen Yuange from igniting firecrackers at the entrance to celebrate his awakening. It was prudent to keep the matter under wraps for the time being. With the demise of Su Laosan's gang, he was a familiar face in Chinatown. Albeit a minor figure in the Hongman, nonetheless, he oversaw a lucrative commercial street, and his sudden absence would inevitably stir unrest. Thus, it was imperative for the family to maintain a low profile until the uproar subsided. Consequently, Chen Yuange continued to sit expressionless behind the cash register in the shop, as he always did. During his periods of consciousness, he would sit daily behind the cash register of his own store, both for the convenience of caring for his family and in accordance with the doctor's advice. This narrative traces back to when Chen Yuange first arrived in New York. After the birth of Chen Yuange, he neither smiled nor cried. While typical infants would begin to speak and walk by their first birthday, he exhibited no such developments. Save for an extraordinary appetite, Chen Yuange consulted numerous esteemed physicians, but they were all at a loss. Eventually, a doctor who had returned from studying abroad, recognizing Chen's affluence, suggested that he take his child to New York to see his mentor, a prominent medical figure at New York University, who might be able to cure him. At that time, Chen Yuange believed he had done all he could for Chen Yuange and resolved to have another child with Li Qianru, though he would never abandon Yuange. When Yuange was just over a year old, Chen Yuange became embroiled in a brawl over a night of revelry, resulting in a severe injury. Once he recovered, a shocking realization dawned upon him. He seemed to have lost his ability to procreate. After exhausting all avenues in the city's establishments and consuming countless tonics, a month later, Chen Yuange despaired to discover that he was unable to father any more children. It was then that he recalled the advice of the doctor who had suggested a trip to New York, a thought that ignited within him like wildfire. Determined, he surreptitiously liquidated his assets, staged his own death, and departed with his wife and child from their homeland. The journey was fraught with adversity, yet his extensive experience in navigating the world allowed them to arrive safely in New York. He purchased a modest building in Chinatown, establishing a grocery store, and would intermittently take his son to seek the renowned physician at New York University. After 3 arduous years, nearly depleting his savings, Chen Yuange finally resigned himself to fate, and the family began to live a stable life. The esteemed physician ultimately advised him to expose his son to different voices daily, suggesting that constant linguistic stimulation might lead to an unexpected miracle. In Chinatown, Su Laosan managed a bustling commercial street, located some distance from Chen's grocery store. Had it been the street in front of Chen's establishment, he likely would have recognized Chen Yuange immediately. Due to the lucrative nature of his jurisdiction, Chen's disappearance would undoubtedly incite chaos among the gangs. Despite the formidable presence of the Hongmen, it had numerous rivals. And in such a vast and lucrative area as Chinatown, countless factions were vying for influence. Chen Yuange had become a figure of notoriety in Chinatown, known to all the locals as the son afflicted with mental incapacity. Chen Yuange considered the ramifications of celebrating with firecrackers. If such festivities were to provoke the on-edge gang members, what chaos might ensue? This analysis resonated with Chen Yuange, who felt proud of his son's cunning and bravery, undoubtedly a testament to his celestial tutelage. Once the Hongmen has arranged for someone to fill the role of the spokesperson for that street, we will celebrate in due time. Li Qianru and Chen Yuange observed that both father and son had made their decisions and thus restrained their own eagerness, acquiescing to their plans. Before they realized it, a month had slipped by, and the calendar had turned to August 1st. The ceiling fan in the shop whirred as it circulated the air. Chen Yuange carried a plate of freshly cut watermelon from the kitchen. "Dad, it's time for watermelon. Lunch will be ready shortly." Chen Yuange, clad in shorts, lounged in a rocking chair beneath the fan, drowsily responding. Under the sweltering heat of the midsummer sun, there were scarcely any customers to be seen, and he was on the verge of dozing off. "Ah, chilled watermelon is indeed refreshing." Suddenly, Chen Yuange exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing here talking?" Chen Yuange jolted awake and quickly turned to look. "It's nothing. I heard that the spokesperson for that street has been decided, and the gang members have ceased their disturbances." Chen Yuange waved his hand. He had been attentively monitoring the activities around the street lately, after Su Laosan and his group had been fed to the fishes. A few days later, numerous gang members emerged on the streets, searching for Su Laosan's crew. Some claimed Su Laosan had absconded with the money from the haul, while others suggested he had been dealt with by the Python gang. Chen Yuange had overheard all this, attributing it to a little magic he had learned from the celestial beings, which he explained to his family. "In other words, from this day forth, my son can finally lead a normal life. And you can start working too." "Huh." Both father and son immediately turned their attention to Chen Yuange. "What did you just say?" With wide eyes, she slapped Chen Yuange on the shoulder and then pulled him up, speaking earnestly. "Look at this strapping young man, standing at 1.88 meters. If he doesn't work, does he expect to eat rice for free? That's a valid point." Chen Yuange scrutinized his son. He often rode a tricycle to deliver goods, and his son's physique suited such work well. Due to a lingering illness from his youth, he was unable to perform heavy labor. Sometimes, when he had too many deliveries, he had to make 2 trips. Although Chen Yin was an adopted daughter, after several years, the couple had come to regard her as their own, showering her with love and even allowing her to attend high school. Therefore, Chen Yuan would never let her go out on deliveries. What if someone took advantage of her? Chen Yin, compassionate and loyal, cared deeply for her brother. After graduating high school, she continued to manage the shop and look after him. In their childhood, if any child called Chen Yuange a fool, she would readily defend him. Dinner is ready. Yan, hurry over to get the dishes. Li Qianru's voice called from the kitchen, prompting the 3 to rush about, gathering the tableware and dishes. The recliner was moved to the corner, and a small folding table was set up. So, does this mean the storm has passed? Upon receiving a positive response, Li Qianru clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Thank heavens. May the heavens continue to bless us." Tears of joy welled up in the eyes of both mother and daughter. While Chen Yuan patted his son's shoulder, a silent understanding passing between them. "Bring out the wine. Today is a day of celebration, and I intend to indulge." Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan planned to openly consume half a bottle of wine, casting a furtive glance at his wife. Phew, she did not object. After a hearty meal, Chen Yuan let out a satisfied belch. "My son, I have worked hard for this family legacy, and at last, there is someone to carry it on. The Chen family's flame shall continue." He declared that the shop would henceforth be entrusted to his son and Yanzi. The couple exchanged glances, and Li Qianru playfully kicked Chen Yuan's calf. "What nonsense. There is plenty of time ahead." At that moment, the boisterous Chen Yan also let out a belch. "Hey, little brother, why not forego university? The men of the Chen family must not be underestimated." "Oh, that makes sense." Chen Yuan suddenly felt partially sober. He realized that allowing Chen Yan, a daughter he had raised, to attend high school was no small feat in this era, and he understood the profound significance of education. Chapter 5. Some changes. Chen Yan would propose that Chen Yuange attend university during dinner, a notion that had subtly taken root over the past month. Ever since his consciousness had been restored, his first thought was to move out of the bedroom. Their 2-story house featured a first floor of 75 square meters, with a shop area of 35 square meters, a 15 square meter storage room in the middle, followed by a 5 square meter bathroom, and the remaining 20 square meters serving as a combined kitchen and dining area. The second floor mirrored this layout, with the main bedroom, living room, bathroom, and secondary bedroom arranged from south to north. However, a dilemma arose. There were only 2 bedrooms in the house. In the past, when he was in a daze, the siblings had shared a room, sleeping in a bunk bed. Yet, ever since his consciousness returned, an awkwardness had emerged between them. Chen Yuan and his wife seemed oblivious to the situation, saying nothing. Chen Yuange could surmise their thoughts. Chen Yan likely had forgotten many childhood events. However, Chen Yuange remembered every detail of his memories since birth, as if he could peruse his life like a film. When Chen Yuan decided to adopt Chen Yan, he had once told Li Qianru that this child would one day be a childhood bride for their son. Yet, after a few years of raising her, they had come to treat Chen Yan as their own daughter. Now, even though Chen Yuange had regained his faculties, their stance on the relationship between the siblings remained ambiguous. Neither advocated nor opposed, allowing fate to take its course. Thus, Chen Yuange felt somewhat awkward in the presence of his sister, as if the term child bride were hovering above her head. Chen Yan, too, experienced a degree of discomfort. Ideologically, Chen Yuange was, in truth, a stranger to her, given that the siblings had not communicated for over a decade. Moreover, during this period, they had intentionally kept Chen Yuange's recovery a secret from others, leading to minimal interaction within the household after dark, with their voices scarcely rising above a whisper. Consequently, Chen Yan remained unfamiliar with Chen Yuange's perspectives. He had his eyes set on the storage room on the first floor, which, with a bit of tidying up, could accommodate a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. However, the storage room had never been inhabited. If he were to propose moving in, he would first need to arrange it suitably to persuade his family. To bolster his argument, he felt the need to transform his image, presenting himself not only as enlightened but also as a learned scholar. One night, he unearthed his middle school homework from a box under the bed, perusing it with utmost seriousness. This action immediately captured Chen Yan's attention. "Little brother, are you sure you understand the math assignments?" she inquired, casting a glance at her own dismal math work, engulfed by a dread of mathematics. Yet, hadn't Chen Yuange never attended school? Wang Yin suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Huh, little brother, you are quite naive. Do you dare to look at your sister's math assignments? I bet you can't even distinguish between the correct and incorrect answers. She laughed. Today, let this heroine enlighten you on what it means to be a math queen. Impossible, Chen Yuange muttered under her breath, shaking her head in disbelief. Heaven must be blind. How can someone who has never been to school solve math problems? She scoffed, reflecting on her own struggles as a student and the few correct answers she managed to guess on her tests. Who gave you the audacity to teach me? After that encounter, in the days that followed, Chen Yuange found herself repeatedly taken aback, as Chen Yuange surprisingly mastered all the knowledge contained within the middle school textbooks. To prove his proficiency, he requested a set of test papers, and upon checking his answers, he astonishingly achieved a perfect score. Fueled by a bit of liquid courage, Chen Yuange announced this shocking news that left the couple agape with astonishment. He must pursue his studies. It seems our family is destined to produce a scholar. The couple's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, followed by tears of joy. Once, her great-grandfather had achieved the status of a successful candidate. Yet the descendants had failed to replicate such honor, with none having even passed the preliminary examinations. Chen Yuange recalled his father's aspirations for him. An overwhelming sense of shame washing over him. In his youth, he had been impetuous, ultimately leading him down a path of lawlessness, engaging in perilous endeavors. Well, it's August now. I shall invest some money, and next month you will enroll in the 12th grade, allowing you to enter university the following year. However, an additional year of high school was not part of Chen Yuange's plans. In this era, the knowledge imparted in secondary schools, in his view, is akin to that of a first grader in elementary school. The thought of returning to primary education is utterly unbearable for him. Father, have you forgotten that Uncle Jean can lend a hand? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuange smacked his thigh in realization. Indeed, for all these years, he had been diligently running his shop in Chinatown without causing much trouble, and now that his eldest nephew was preparing to enter university, it was high time for him to step in. Yes, with old Zhang's connections, he could indeed facilitate this. Years ago, when their family was just establishing themselves in Chinatown, Chen Yuange once took Chen Yuange to the hospital for a checkup. They lost track of time, and, as night fell, he grew anxious about the safety of Li Qianru and her daughter at home. Hurrying back through the dark, he heard cries for help ahead. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, he saw an Asian individual surrounded by several aggressive individuals. At first, Chen Yuange had no intention of intervening. After all, he was accompanied by his 4-year-old son. He contemplated turning back, but the assailants noticed him and were intent on preventing his escape. Chen Yuange had earned his place in the underworld through his exceptional marksmanship. It was this very skill that had allowed him to lead his family to a new life in a foreign land, establishing their home in Chinatown. A few gunshots rang out, and the knives wielded by the assailants clattered to the ground. In their moment of confusion, the Asian man, displaying remarkable agility, managed to flee a distance of 2 miles on his bicycle. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the individual he had rescued was named Zhang Yuda, and intriguingly, both their names contained the character Yu, suggesting a notable connection. That very night, Zhang Yuda, quite brazenly, took refuge in Chen Yuange's home. It later came to light that he was the son of the vice president of the Chinese Merchants Association. He had been ensnared by a betrayal, having been drugged and subsequently found himself in a compromising situation with his 5th aunt. Terrified upon regaining consciousness, he fled his home, leading to his predicament. Zhang Yuda shamelessly stayed with Chen Yuange for a week until he learned that his father had calmed down, at which point he returned home. Fortunate that his earlier indiscretion had not led to more severe consequences. Back then, old Zhang was merely a young master, naive and timid. However, given his current status as vice president of the association, one can only imagine that his acquaintances are not faring particularly well nowadays. Are you familiar with autism? This was the excuse Chen Yuange contemplated using to explain his condition to the outside world, indicating that his transformation into a genius was not without reason. While he could mislead his family into believing that he had been studying under divine tutelage, it would be more prudent to assert to others that he was simply autistic. Having always been a genius, albeit one who was once withdrawn. The concept of autism was first proposed in 1943 by Professor Leo Kanner, an expert from Johns Hopkins University. In this era, autism remains a condition not fully understood or recognized by society, with only a handful in the medical community truly comprehending it. In response to future inquiries regarding his remarkable talents, one need not question further. The answer lies in his autism. Alas, This circumstance may indeed serve a greater good, as it brings attention to the countless individuals afflicted by autism, potentially ameliorating their plight. Chen Yuange and his companions readily embraced this rationale, for autism sounds far more palatable than fool. Chapter 6. Transforming the feng shui fortuitously. The heavens bestowed favorable weather. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, alleviating some of the summer heat. Chen Yuange gazed at his reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress his disdain. Previously, it was Chen Yin who had cut his hair, using a bowl as a guide, simply trimming the hair that exceeded its rim without consideration for his appearance. Tuning into the magnetic field, he employed a newly developed ability of his, allowing his right hand to sweep over his head. Electromagnetic perming, transforming one's hairstyle at will. From this day forward, I shall be the most formidable trend-setting hairstylist in Chinatown. Adorned with a pair of clear glasses to subtly mask his overly bright gaze, he hoped to draw less attention. With a snap and a crackle, Chen Yuange ignited a string of firecrackers at the doorway, instantly capturing the attention of the neighborhood. What business do we have with firecrackers at such an ordinary time? Curiosity piqued, neighbors approached, only to be greeted by the sight of the young man beside Chen Yuange. What a spirited young gentleman. Whose son is he? The gazes of the onlookers flitted between Chen Yuange and the youth. Surely, this must be Chen Yuange's progeny. Could it be that he is indeed his blood? His previous son, known for sitting behind the counter with a bowl cut and a perpetually blank expression, was hardly recognizable in this new light. So their once foolish son has recovered. They say this condition, labeled autism, was first proposed by a professor. News spread rapidly, and a steady stream of visitors arrived, drawn by curiosity, with many extending their congratulations. August marked the summer vacation for schools, and the boys of Chinatown remained blissfully unaware that they were about to lose their beloved goddess. Numerous young girls gathered, stealing glances at Chen Yuange, their giggles echoing through the air. The aunties, in particular, seemed quite taken with him, their eyes almost devouring the young man whole. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuange proclaimed the following evening a celebratory banquet at Fuminlu, honoring Chen Yuange's rebirth, and invited friends and family to join in the festivities. As night fell, Zhang Yudo arrived, partook in a meal, and departed shortly thereafter. The next morning, Li Qianru and Chun Yin, brimming with enthusiasm, urged the father and son duo to accompany them on a shopping excursion. Fortunately, Chen Yuange's stamina was lacking, and as this era lacked the super shopping plazas of the future, the two women did not unleash their full shopping prowess. In this era, the general populace exhibits a relatively conservative demeanor, with women's clothing in stores displaying limited styles and a dearth of vibrant colors. For instance, the collars of dresses still feature the classic turn-down style, resembling a man's shirt with a skirt attached beneath. Upon seeing this ubiquitous design on the streets, Chen Yuange found it utterly unappealing. As he leisurely observed the surrounding scenery, this marked his inaugural experience of daylight exploration in this time period. Thanks to the fortunes amassed during the war and the rapid advancement of science and technology, America was on the cusp of its golden age, characterized by soaring economic growth that persisted until the collapse of the Bretton Woods system in the 1970s. During this period, the dollar truly lived up to its name, boasting a robust value and formidable purchasing power. In America, ordinary middle-class households were equipped with automobiles, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, telephones, and modern plumbing. Such a standard of living would not be fully realized in China until the 21st century. Moreover, these middle-class families comprised over 80% of the American population, elucidating the allure that the nation held for many across the globe. In Su Laosan's recollections, Chen Yuange recalled how he often extolled the virtues of the land of freedom. America. Oh, the land of freedom? Who would believe that? After a successful shopping expedition, the family procured suitable clothing, and Chen Yuange also solicited some funds from Chen Yuange to purchase a single bed, a table, and a wardrobe. Last night, he had expressed his desire to move into the storage room on the first floor, a proposition that Chen Yuange vehemently opposed. The storage room lacked windows and was not intended for habitation. Certainly, in Chinatown, many families of modest means would consider such a room a significant improvement over cramped basement quarters. Chen Yuange pondered how their daughter would react if their son were to reside in the storage space. Although Chen Yuange appeared carefree, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. She possessed the delicate sensibilities typical of young women. Chen Yuange contemplated borrowing a sum from old Zhang to purchase a small villa instead. Previously, He had lacked the motivation to earn more. But given his friendship with Zhang Yude, he believed that even a modest financial boost would suffice. However, he had been preoccupied with the question of who would inherit his estate. There were undoubtedly those who secretly harbored resentment towards him, eyeing his family's wealth. And they had been encouraging their own offspring to pursue Chen Yuange, calculating that once he and his wife had passed, they would reap both wealth and advantage. As for Chen Yuange, the seemingly simple-minded brother-in-law, he was merely tolerated. After the family returned home from their shopping, the mother and daughter set about preparing lunch. Chen Yuange was busy in the storage room when the furniture he had purchased from the store arrived. With his strength, he managed to set everything up in just half an hour. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. This should be convincing enough for them. After the family finished their lunch and cleared the dishes, he called out, "Come and see the room I've organized." To their astonishment, the mother and daughter exclaimed, "How did it change so much?" They had been preoccupied in the kitchen, ensuring the door to the hallway remained closed to prevent smoke from entering the shop. And the noise from the exhaust fan had masked any sounds coming from the storage room. "I understand now. I'll go upstairs for my things." Chen Yan's face turned pale, realizing that Chen Yuange, being the biological son, deserved better than a mere storage room, while she, as an adopted daughter, should remain there. Li Qianru looked at her, tears welling up in her eyes, her brows furrowing in anger. "Chen Yuange, what are you trying to do?" Chen Yuan stood at the back, observing quietly, merely exchanging a glance that seemed to say, "Son, brace yourself. Don't be upset. Take a closer look. Do you sense anything different?" Chen Yuange's gentle voice calmed the two women as they examined the room more closely. In front of them, the storage room was neatly arranged on one side, with a small space separated by a thick curtain containing only a bed, a small desk, and a wardrobe. The more they looked, the more surprised they became. Although the area was small, it surprisingly felt neither cramped nor oppressive. "Hey, the air here doesn't smell musty anymore, and there's no dust. What is going on?" Chen Yuan was the first to notice the peculiar change. "Son, what happened here?" Li Qianru and the others also recognized the room's special characteristics. All eyes turned to Chen Yuange, awaiting his explanation. "This is the effect of feng shui, Dad. You know about feng shui, right? You can arrange feng shui? Did a celestial being teach you? Something like that." Chapter 7. The essence of feng shui. Chen Yuan, coming from a scholarly background, had some understanding of feng shui and had even read texts on burial rites. He considered himself unfortunate. In his youth, after only a few years of schooling, the Qing dynasty fell, rendering his education seemingly futile. Chen Yuan's grandfather had once been a successful scholar, and the family had known prosperity. By the time of Chen Yuan's birth, they were barely managing as small landowners, able to fill their bellies, but eating rice at every meal was a challenge, let alone having meat, which was a luxury only to be dreamt of. As a child, Chen Yuan's greatest dream was to enjoy a life of daily meat and abundance. But to have meat, one needed wealth. The opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. One day, while resting in a tea house in the city, the young Chen Yuan inadvertently overheard a scholar recount tales of extraordinary individuals in the rivers and lakes who gazed upon the heavens and the earth, uncovering grand tombs in the deep mountains and acquiring countless treasures of gold and silver. This revelation profoundly impacted the youthful heart of Chen Yuan, instilling in him the notion that understanding feng shui would lead to great wealth. He recalled that among the books passed down from his grandfather, there was a text on burial rites, which he had perused for many years, ultimately grasping only a superficial understanding. As the world grew increasingly harsh and survival became a challenge, he reluctantly turned to a life of banditry, relying on his literacy and quick wit. Under the tutelage of a certain master, he learned the art of discerning the nuances of the earth and became embroiled in grave-robbing activities. He also honed his marksmanship to the point where he could hit a target from 100 paces, earning the nickname Sky Hawk among his peers. Years later, he had formed his own band, establishing himself as a leader. However, the master he had initially followed was merely a second-rate practitioner, skilled only in observation but lacking the ability to arrange, leaving Chen Yuan without any substantial knowledge of feng shui. Since ancient times, China has held a tradition that equates death with life, where the powerful and affluent sought to carry the comforts of the living world into their tombs, hoping to ensure that their descendants would enjoy positions of high rank and unending wealth. With such demand came the emergence of the practice of yin-yang and feng shui. Naturally, Chen Yuan struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the feng shui arrangement before him, and in his frustration, he cast an exasperated glance at his son. "You little rascal. Don't make things difficult for me." Chen Yuange, undeterred, elucidated the concepts in terms they could grasp. "In this room, I have arranged the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, setting up a feng shui configuration to harness the energy of heaven and earth." The family nodded in vague understanding, marveling at the idea of such celestial energy. "Dear sister, the room on the 2nd floor is meant for you. How can you stay here? This is my space," Chen Yuange insisted. "Rest assured, as a man, I have ample yang energy. This place suits me best for sleeping. I am going to university next month, and this is merely a place to rest." After considerable persuasion, Li Qianru and Chun Yin reluctantly agreed to let him occupy the space. At its core, feng shui is an application of magnetic fields. The changes induced by fluctuations in these fields are, in essence, what the ancients referred to as qi. During this period, Chen Yuange became engrossed in testing his 7th sense. On a microscopic level, he could observe matter at the molecular scale, while delving into atomic observation might require the development of an 8th sense. Currently, he possessed the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and control molecular motion, enabling him to masquerade as a sorcerer without issue. If he were to delve into atoms, or even electrons, could he not then master the fundamental force of electromagnetism? It is certain that the ancient masters of feng shui, who established their own schools of thought, possessed remarkably acute perceptions. Whether they had a 6th sense remains uncertain, yet they undoubtedly could discern fluctuations in magnetic fields. The earliest practitioners of feng shui likely possessed an innate ability to observe atmospheric energies, which they refined and codified into the theories of feng shui through extensive practice. Subsequently, in order to enable the layperson to grasp the principles of feng shui, these masters devised the compass, allowing even those lacking innate observational talents to engage with the energies through this tool. As for Chen Yuange, his inability to adeptly wield the compass renders him incapable of mastering feng shui. When arranging the room, Chen Yuange judiciously utilized the available space, employing clever placements to create an illusion of expansiveness in a seemingly confined area. He further delineated a small magnetic field with the strategic use of plants and flowers, merely to appease Chen Yuange and others, while the fundamental issue lay with Chen Yuange himself. "Wherever I establish my domain, there shall be peace and joy," he declared as he set about arranging his home. Indeed, his family's curiosity was piqued, and they followed him upstairs, eager to witness his transformative display. "Wait, son. Perhaps you should refrain from moving anything," his parents interjected. Just moments ago, a mere adjustment in the arrangement of furniture in their room had prompted their admonition. "It feels unsettling to me. I can't shake the feeling that I've misplaced something," they expressed. Chen Yuange paused, suddenly enlightened by their words. Chen Yuange and his family had inhabited this small building for 16 years, and the placement of every item had been meticulously established through years of habitation. While the arrangement might not have been pristine and space utilization was not maximized, the essence of home life rested in catering to their established routines. His attempts to impose changes could inadvertently disrupt their psychological comfort, adversely affecting their well-being. Unless one is moving into a new home, where the design anticipates future living requirements from the outset, adjustments made to an old residence, provided it is well ventilated, clean, waterproof, and warm, should be minimal. Sighing, Chen Yuange contemplated a possibility. Should he acquire a new home in the future, his parents might resist relocating. After all, they had lived in Chinatown for over a decade, accustomed to the rhythms of shopkeeping by day and mahjong by night, and would surely find it difficult to part from this life. With a quiet resignation, Chen Yuange restored the room's layout to its original state. Later, as he attended to the family shop downstairs, he noticed Chen Yin felt somewhat disoriented by the day's changes and retreated to the bedroom alone. "My dear, we must strive to earn more in the future. Our children will marry, and we must prepare a new home for them," he remarked. "Indeed, look at old Zhou. His daughter-in-law incessantly bickers with her mother-in-law, day in and day out. His son has been married for merely a year, yet it seems old Zhou has aged a decade or more, utterly vexed." The couple exchanged glances. Although their favored daughter-in-law is Chen Yin, what if Chen Yuange encounters someone more appealing outside? If Chen Yin also finds her own ideal partner, it would necessitate 2 separate households, an arduous endeavor. At this moment, Li Qianru found herself troubled. Her son appeared quite handsome and seemed to possess considerable talent, surely attracting many young ladies in the future. She wouldn't mind having several daughters-in-law, as long as she could hold a plump grandson. listening to Li Qianru's murmurs. Chen Yuan remained as calm as a still lake, hearing nothing at all. As long as the Chen family's lineage continues to thrive in this foreign land, he would eventually have the honor of meeting his ancestors. Chapter 8. Parallel worlds. The afternoon swiftly passed. The family adorned themselves splendidly, donning the new outfits purchased that morning, and headed out to Fumanlu. As the hosts of the banquet, they needed to arrive early to greet the guests at the entrance. Soon, visitors began to arrive. Even from a few meters away, their voices carried. Congratulations, congratulations, old Chen. In just 2 months, you shall embrace your grandchild. Haha, no rush. You will have your grandchild too. Hello, Uncle Lu, Brother Lu. Indeed, your nephew is quite the handsome young man. Those who survive great trials are destined for blessings. Too kind, too kind. Please, come upstairs. Chen Yuange greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor, an amusing scene that felt like something out of a television drama. Little did he know, today he would experience it firsthand. His gracious and poised behavior brought much honor to Chen Yuan, who felt a deep sense of contentment. The guests were all neighbors residing nearby, and they arrived promptly. At that moment, a car slowly approached. The Zhang family had arrived. Zhang Yuda, with his right arm linked to a woman elegantly clad in a qipao, lightly adorned with makeup and her hair elegantly styled, was followed by a petite young lady in a beige dress. Yuange, this is your aunt, and this is Sister Xinlan. Hello, Uncle Zhang, Aunt, and Sister Xinlan. Zhang Xinlan possessed enchanting, expressive eyes. After stepping out of the car, her gaze boldly settled upon Chen Yuange's face. This Chen Yuange is so tall and possesses such charisma. The two families exchanged pleasantries, making their way upstairs with Zhang Yuda. As the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, accompanied by Boss Lu of Fumanlu, escorting them to the private room, the banquet commenced formally. Held in honor of Chen Yuange's overcoming his autism. The individuals present were familiar neighbors and friends, and today they decided to keep things light, with both adults and children in attendance, avoiding the usual excessive drinking. The focus of the gathering was entirely on Chen Yuange, with conversations revolving around him. His gracious toasts and articulate demeanor dispelled any lingering doubts about his health. It appeared his illness had truly subsided. The women and children enjoyed the food, while the local imbibers, hoping to indulge further, found themselves firmly curtailed by their wives. The dishes served were indeed distinctive in flavor, though they paled in comparison to the culinary delights of the 22nd century. This was not a matter of the chef's skill, but rather the quality of the ingredients, which had been cultivated over generations. How could the ingredients of this era possibly rival those of the future? In the 22nd century, Huahua had long been a place of pristine landscapes, with ingredient quality far surpassing that of contemporary America. Furthermore, environmental consciousness had not yet become a prevailing global ideology. During this time, the average citizen in Western countries often encountered subpar food quality. It was not until the mid-20th century, following a series of shocking environmental disasters, that these developed nations began to prioritize ecological preservation. Having capitalized on their early advantages, Huahua would suffer greatly in the decades to come, enduring significant hardships. As everyone exchanged greetings, Chen Yuange savored the dishes while his thoughts wandered to the history lessons he had once studied in school, realizing that the past seemed rather incongruent. As the evening lights flickered on, the atmosphere in the private room grew jubilant, though it also signified a noticeable dent in Chen Yuan's finances. Nonetheless, his son's impressive performance kept a smile plastered on his face. At that moment, someone exited the room to use the restroom. Damn those yellow-skinned monkeys. Hurry up with the drinks. Damn it, hurry. A harsh voice echoed from outside, causing Chen Yuange to narrow his eyes. Quietly, he set down the broken chopsticks. As the attention of the guests shifted towards the commotion outside, the waiter promptly shut the door, but the lively ambience of the gathering had dissipated, leaving the older attendees looking somewhat unwell. Chen Yuan exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuda. Dear neighbors, thank you all for your support today. Chen Yuange's future journey will require the nurturing of all you elders. Now let us raise our glasses. Everyone toasted and drank, subsequently making their exit. When only the Chen and Zhang families remained in the room, Boss Lu from Fumanlu entered. Chairman Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the disruption caused by these foreigners today. Xiaozhou, please offer Boss Chen a 10% discount. Boss Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. Old Lu, let it go. We are all in the business of making a living, and it is not easy for you either. Zhang Yuda, with a hint of melancholy. gently patted Boss Lu on the shoulder. Alas, how unfortunate it is that a few oblivious rascals have chosen to wreak havoc in Chinatown, disturbing your peace. Do not worry. Lao Lu, handle the situation as you see fit. I am merely a businessman, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, we are all businessmen. Harmony brings prosperity, Boss Lu replied. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, for his corpulent frame made him prone to perspiration even in the air-conditioned room. With children present, Boss Lu almost let slip a word earlier, prompting a subtle admonition from Zhang Yude. As they exited, Chen Yuange's ears perked up, catching Boss Lu's stern voice. Go, Samanada. Once those foreign gentlemen have finished their meal, dispose of them quietly and cleanly. TSK, how fierce Boss Lu is, Chen Yuange thought, shaking his head slightly, suspecting this display was intended for Zhang Yude's observation. The vibrant lights of Chinatown illuminated the night, as many took leisurely strolls after dinner. Mother and sister ventured into a nearby clothing store, while the father and son stood by the roadside, watching them enter. Son, do not take it to heart. Those foreign gentlemen we saw earlier, with their broken limbs, must have returned from a defeat in the Far East and are now venting their frustrations upon us. Chen Yuange cautioned, feeling it necessary to prepare his son, for the issue of racial discrimination among those foreigners was quite severe. Chen Yuange longed to interject, Father, you are mistaken. Boss Lu has already dealt with those ruffians. These foreigners, who dared to bully our tributary state in the Far East, claiming to bring them the air of freedom. How absurd. Chen Yuange gestured animatedly, lowering his voice slightly, conscious of their surroundings. If it were not for that chaos instigated by that so-called Manchu, such a small nation as the Eastern Islands would not dare to challenge our celestial empire. Chen Yuange echoed his father's sentiments, his thoughts drifting far away. This world was undeniably different from his past. Had he traversed time and found himself in a parallel universe? His very existence seemed to validate the theory of parallel universes. The Huagua in this world appeared to be quite formidable, despite internal strife. It had never lost a war externally and remained the suzerain of all nations in the Far East. Yet, that eastern island continued to flirt with America, a habit they could never seem to shake. Recently, having suffered a defeat, they took their frustrations out on us Chinese. Do not wander aimlessly at night, understand? Yes, I understand. Such was a father's concern for his son. The two did not delve deeper into this topic. It was not suitable to continue such discussions amidst the bustling street. Chen Yuange's gaze turned westward, silently wishing well for his compatriots in the parallel world. Chapter 9. The test at 8:30 in the morning, Zhang Yude's vehicle was already parked at the backyard entrance. Chen and his father, both impeccably dressed, embarked on their journey. I had already arranged with David to head directly to New York University today, as long as the individuals he introduces endorse him. Coupled with our 2 letters of recommendation, the gates of NYU will be wide open for him. Zhang Yude, seated in the back, jovially patted Chen Yuange on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. No need for thanks. The key lies in your outstanding grades. Without that, I wouldn't have the confidence to seek favors on your behalf. In truth, you are a source of pride for me. Chen Yuange chuckled heartily, brimming with pride as a father whose son is achieving great things. Just 2 days prior, Zhang Yude had taken Chen Yuange to Yueying Middle School, where they sought the counsel of several teachers. Together, they devised a challenging examination, which Chen Yuange completed in merely 2 hours. In truth, he merely glanced at the paper, and the answers flowed effortlessly. Ultimately, aside from losing a few points for the subjective nature of his writing, he nearly secured a perfect score. The teachers were astounded by his remarkable performance and were eager to have him stay for an additional year of high school, a proposal he gracefully declined. He expressed his desire to enroll at NYU next month, assuring them that should he fail to impress the mathematics professor there, he would dutifully return to complete a year of high school. Zhang Yude contemplated this notion. It seemed feasible. They decided to focus not on university admissions at first, but rather on Chen Yuange's achievements and his wish to seek guidance from a reputable professor. In that case, a mere introduction from David would suffice. Concerned that the young man might become overconfident due to his dazzling high school results, Zhang Yude thought it prudent to expose him to the reality that there are always those more accomplished than oneself. A little setback now could prepare him for the challenges of the world ahead. After a private discussion with Chen Yuange, the 2 middle-aged men shared a knowing chuckle. Chen Yuange, perceptive to their intentions, thought to himself, "Ah, the folly of mortals." This time, he was armed with a proof of the Poincare conjecture. It is noteworthy that until the advent of the Internet era, the 7 great conjectures in mathematics were scarcely known among the general populace, and even then, few could claim familiarity with them. Today, he intended to utilize the proof of the Poincare conjecture to gain entry into New York University. Attending university a year early would signify his coming of age, thereby granting him greater autonomy and ease in future endeavors. The influence of being a university student often surpasses that of a high school student, particularly within a world-renowned institution like NYU, where such status often carries an invisible advantage. Many are unaware that while Americans outwardly dismiss the old European aristocracy, there remains an inherent admiration for the noble systems of the old continent. Although overt aristocracy may be absent in America, the identities conferred by private universities serve as a preparatory reserve for American nobility. The sedan sped towards New York University, swiftly arriving at the mathematics department's office building. After half an hour of waiting in the parking lot, the car of State Senator David finally arrived. David, a quintessential Caucasian figure, was tall and robust, embodying the archetype of American politicians, which instills a sense of reliability among voters. Much like actors, those who are most adored are invariably those who possess both beauty and a melodious voice. Hello, David. Good morning. Jean Yuta and David exchanged hearty embraces, revealing their amicable rapport. It was evident that their relationship was strong. Otherwise, a distinguished state senator would not personally come to introduce a professor when a mere phone call would suffice. David, a state senator from New York, was known for his moderate political views. Although Jean Yuta was of Chinese descent, he adeptly navigated the American political landscape. Each year, he contributed a sum of political donations to David and also rallied votes for him through the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. With such mutual interests coupled with personal friendship, their relationship flourished naturally. David, this is my good friend Chen Yuange, and this is his son Chen Yuange. Hello, gentlemen. Good day, Mr. David. After exchanging pleasantries downstairs, they proceeded towards the office building, soon arriving at the door of an office on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock. Come in. Ah, dear Louis, long time no see. David, my time is precious. If you dare to waste it, I will report you to Harley. Ha, Harley will forgive me. David responded with a victorious and gracious laugh. There's gossip. Chen Yuange chimed in from behind, seemingly witnessing Louis's silent, defeated outcry. Professor Louis held his breath, thinking to himself that if he could overpower David, he would have long since given him a black eye. What is so special about this face? Yet, Harley seems to favor it. I possess a brilliant mind. Why does she not choose me? Oh, how superficial women are. Come now, this young talent is the star of today. Let us hand over the stage to him. David did not afford Louis a moment to speak, gesturing for Chen Yuange to come forward. Hello, Professor Louis. I am Chen Yuange, but you may call me Louis. Here is a fragment of my proof regarding the Poincare conjecture. With an air of calm, Chen Yuange retrieved a stack of papers from his backpack. What did you say? Young man, confidence is a commendable trait, but arrogance deserves scorn. Louis was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. He had encountered many such young individuals who believed they held the keys to the universe's truths. Were it not for David's influence, he would have readily dismissed Chen Yuange. Well, I suppose I shall take a casual glance at it, if only to refresh my spirits. Louis casually took the manuscript and began to peruse it. After reading a page, his expression grew serious, as if he recognized the meticulousness of the reasoning. Half an hour passed, and he picked up a pen, leaning over the table and tirelessly calculating. The others had already consumed 2 cups of coffee, glancing at Louis, who was engrossed in his computations, and at Chen Yuange, who was reading in front of the bookshelf. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold, was it? At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Louis's forehead, and he was too absorbed to wipe them away. It seemed as though he struggled to comprehend the material. After much inner turmoil, he picked up the phone and called for assistance. Before long, 7 or 8 individuals rushed in. They immediately spotted the manuscript on the table and pounced on the pages like hungry wolves. Stop. Let us look at this together. David stared in bewilderment at the now chaotic office. Chen Yuange, exuding his father's authoritative presence, directly inquired, Son, what is your conjecture about the Poincare conjecture state? Well, to put it simply, a closed 3-dimensional manifold is a 3-dimensional space without boundaries. Simply connected means that any closed curve within this space can continuously shrink to a point. In essence, if every closed curve in a closed 3-dimensional space can contract to a point, then that space must indeed be a 3-dimensional sphere. What did you just say? The three bewildered students felt overwhelmed by the onslaught of information. Chapter 10. The lecture begins. David and the others had already consumed 2 pots of coffee. Lewis, how long are you going to keep this up? David exclaimed, pulling the engrossed Professor Lewis away from his calculations. He had his own matters to attend to and had initially thought he would merely enjoy a cup of coffee while subtly undermining Chen Yuange. Lewis, interrupted, felt his face flush with frustration but managed to suppress his irritation. You all should head back. We need a few days to verify this. Chen Yuange set down his book, leaving behind the manuscript as they exited the office together. As for the manuscript, it was not very detailed, and he had only left half of it. They would surely remember to seek him out later. As they walked, each person wore a subtle expression. David was somewhat astonished. Having witnessed the emergence of a genius today, as a seasoned politician, he keenly sensed an opportunity to craft a narrative. Chen Yuange could serve as a shining example of the American dream, a minority, a second-generation immigrant, who once faced illness yet stood resilient. His image was commendable, a perfect role model. It was under the great light of freedom that such a talent emerged, and he merely provided a trivial bit of guidance along this young man's path in life. Zhang, Lewis is an exceptional young man. His brilliance should not be overshadowed. Zhang Yude discerned the subtleties of the situation and took the initiative to agree to the matter at hand. Chen Yuange responded with a pristine smile, exclaiming, I truly did not notice anything amiss. I simply do not comprehend. The three bid farewell to David, and as the vehicle roared to life, Zhang Yude briefly elucidated his intentions. It was only then that Chen Yuange, somewhat belatedly, recognized the city's charm, exclaiming, City dwellers truly know how to enjoy life. I long to return to the countryside to cultivate the land. Chen Yuange remained noncommittal. He genuinely found this concept perplexing, being merely an 18-year-old engrossed in his studies. Learning brought him immense joy. Uncle Zhang, you may decide. I trust that your intentions are for my benefit. Very well, let us deliberate further upon our return. Yuange, should your research gain the approval of Professor Lewis and his colleagues, David will make certain arrangements for a special interview. The underlying message was clear. If Professor Lewis and his peers ultimately deemed Chen Yuange's manuscript lacking in value, this matter would be rendered moot. Upon hearing about the interview, Chen Yuange grew somewhat restless, feeling as though being featured in the newspaper would leave him exposed, akin to standing naked amidst a crowd. Instinctively, he protested, Old Zhang, perhaps we should forego the interview. Chen Yuange understood his father's apprehensions. As an ordinary citizen, one might relish the prospect of others being featured in the news, yet feel an innate aversion to their own potential exposure. Father, it is I who will be in the spotlight, not you. Zhang Yude erupted in laughter. Old Chen, with your appearance, wouldn't that be a disgrace for Chinatown? Chen Yuange rubbed his forehead and glanced at his burgeoning belly, retorting, Oh please. When I saved you back in the day, I was quite the handsome figure, wasn't I? Had it not been for your influence, I would not have ended up like this. How utterly shameless. Upon returning home, Chen Yuange elucidated the nuances of the situation to his father. This interview was, in fact, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Congressman David merely perceived him as a valuable asset, making an early investment. For himself, he would gain connections and recognition, facilitating future endeavors. Chen Yuange grasped this concept, recalling that in his younger days, should he encounter a capable individual, even if he could not draw them into his circle, he would still seek to forge a friendship. Chen Yuange reassured him that being featured in the newspaper was of little consequence. In the academic realm, one would not grace the front page unless they achieved something monumental, such as winning the Nobel Prize, and even then, only if they were of Asian descent would the paper grant them such honor. However, mathematical accomplishments were often too esoteric, distant from the general populace's interests, who were perpetually more captivated by celebrity gossip. Should he be featured, the entirety of his segment would likely not exceed 100 words, with the bulk dedicated to Congressman David's political viewpoints. After all, he merely sought a moment in the limelight. Father, consider this. You read the newspaper daily. Can you recall any scientists? Let me think. I do know one, that Playboy Howard. Playboy? Indeed, it is he. The infamous Playboy, it seems, has entangled himself with nearly all the cover girls. Chen Yuange, filled with indignation, vehemently condemned such behavior. Look, aside from the salacious gossip, who is concerned with mathematicians proving the Poincare conjecture? 3 days later. Ring, ring. Hello, this is Lewis. Could you please connect me to Mr. Lewis? They've certainly lost their minds by now. "Greetings, Professor. This is Lewis. How may I assist you?" Upon recognizing Chen Yuange's voice, the tone on the line brimmed with urgency and hoarseness. "Mr. Lewis, could you kindly make your way to my office?" "Certainly. I shall head there immediately." The tool has finally arrived. Once these mathematicians are conquered, they will rally in his support. Such a tool must be cherished. In the future, when he steps out, a throng of supporters will cheer him on, and others will regard him as a formidable figure in the realm. "Father, I shall make a trip to New York University and return by noon." Mounting his bicycle, he leisurely pedaled the short distance, arriving at Lewis's office in a mere 10 minutes. Knocking softly, he found the door ajar, and upon peering inside, he observed a crowd of over 10 individuals. Fortunately, the professor's office was spacious enough to accommodate them all. "Lewis, you have finally arrived. Quickly, elucidate the derivation of this equation," they clamored. The moment they discerned the principal had arrived, the office was soon filled with a cacophony of voices, rendering it nearly impossible to decipher any single conversation. "Stop!" Chen Yuange's voice, though not loud, effortlessly quelled the tumult, plunging the room into silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak. We must relocate. I require a large blackboard. Any suggestions? Let us proceed to the public office. It is spacious enough." The group exited, making their way to the public office. It was still summer vacation, and the campus was relatively quiet. Otherwise, their commotion would undoubtedly attract attention. Nevertheless, their ranks swelled from a mere 10 to over 20 individuals along the way. Within the mathematics department, both faculty and students share an insatiable curiosity for mathematics. Those who are passionate about the subject, even during breaks, prefer to linger at the university, immersed in the vast ocean of mathematical knowledge. Today, his arrival was impromptu, and with the current scarcity of attendees, it was certain that word would spread, drawing even more individuals tomorrow. In the public office, Chen Yuange stood before the blackboard, chalk in hand, diligently writing out the derivation while engaging in animated discourse. Among the 20 or so individuals present, there were renowned mathematicians, as well as young lecturers and students, who occasionally raised their hands to pose questions. Each person held a notebook, diligently transcribing every word articulated by Chen Yuange. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours slipped by, and it had already become noon. "All right, everyone. Let's call it a day," he announced, observing the evident fatigue on their faces. "I will return tomorrow morning at 8 to continue our discussion." Class dismissed. Chapter 11. Appointment as Associate Professor at 7:50 in the morning, Chen Yuange entered the office, where a considerable number of mathematics students had gathered. These students were the pride of their professors, eager to attend the lecture and witness the genius capable of proving the Poincare conjecture. Upon Chen's arrival, a stir rippled through the crowd. He appeared remarkably youthful, likely younger than any of them, strikingly handsome, and undoubtedly a prodigy. How unfair of the heavens! Fortunately, the beauties of the engineering college were absent, alleviating their concerns. With no introductory remarks or warm-up, he seamlessly continued from where he had left off the previous day. 3 hours later, without any delay, Chen Yuange concluded the session and set off home for a meal. Professors Lewis and a middle-aged man hastily called him over, leading him into an office. As they approached the entrance, Chen noticed a small brass plaque that read Office of the Dean. "Lewis, this is Dean Professor Chris." He was introduced. "Hello, Professor Chris." "Hello, Lewis." The three took their seats. The office was devoid of any other personnel, as Dean Chris had not brought his assistant, indicating the forthcoming conversation was of a private nature. "Lewis, a talented young man like you is most welcome at New York University," Professor Lewis proclaimed with certainty, convinced that Chen Yuange would readily accept their invitation to join the institution. For days prior, they should have sought him out first, which suggested that Chen had a favorable impression of New York University. As for his background, the connections at New York University had already conducted a thorough investigation that very evening. What David had pondered, they too could easily deduce. "We wish to appoint you as an associate professor in the college." "What?" Chen instinctively straightened his posture, incredulously processing the fact that New York University was offering him the position of associate professor. This was utterly unexpected. What was initially intended as a mere stepping stone had yielded an astonishing opportunity. It seemed that his recent lectures had revealed his true capabilities. With a wealth of theoretical knowledge and the ability to elucidate complex concepts, he was more than qualified for the role of associate professor. Had he been a decade older, they surely would have offered him a full professorship. These thoughts flitted through his mind, yet Chen Yuange remained composed and promptly accepted the offer. New York University is a delightful institution, and I wholeheartedly concur. The two professors exchanged glances, sealing the moment, affirming that the honor of proving the Poincaré conjecture rightfully belonged to NYU. Professor Chris, with a beaming smile, rose to extend his hand, shaking with the equally standing Chen Yuange. Lewis, today is Tuesday. Over the next couple of days, I will have my assistant, Rooney, assist you with the necessary formalities. We will host a presentation for you next week. All right, I have no objections. Just inform me once everything is arranged. Professor Chris picked up the phone. Rooney, come here for a moment. Rooney, this is Mr. Lewis. Over the next few days, you will guide him through the procedures. It was now midday, and Chen Yuange headed home for lunch, having arranged to meet Rooney the following morning to complete the formalities. At the dining table, after announcing his appointment as an associate professor, his family was momentarily stunned. After a while, Chen Yuan, as if in a trance, mumbled to himself, "What a meteoric rise." Chen Yuan let out a sharp scream. Having grown accustomed to sleeping alone over the past few days, she had begun to bond with her seemingly all-knowing brother. "Little brother, did you just say you became a professor? An associate one? In any case, you can surely help me attend NYU, right?" Li Qianru, thrilled for her son's new position, playfully tapped her daughter on the forehead with her chopsticks. "Don't cause trouble for your brother." "Oh," Chen Yuange rubbed his chopsticks together. "It's not impossible. They are indeed in need of my assistance at this time, and such a modest request would surely be accommodated by the university. For someone without connections, this would be a daunting challenge. However, for him, who essentially is a connection himself, it was a trivial task. Ultimately, while American universities value academic performance, they place even greater importance on recommendation letters. And Chen Yuange, at this moment, was more than qualified to write one. This was akin to the ancient practice of official letters in China, a mere slip of paper, yet a coveted item for the common folk. "Little brother, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." "No, sister, I am not jesting. You can confidently pursue your ambitions. Now, what do you wish to study? Is it true? Can I actually make a request?" Chen Yuan hesitated, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "I want to study drama performance." Li Qianru paused, astonished. "What did you say? Drama performance?" "Yes, the kind that allows one to act in films or perform on Broadway." Chen Yuan turned her head away, unable to meet her mother's fiery gaze. "What nonsense are you dreaming of? Isn't that just being an actor?" "Old Chen, say something." "Mother," Chen Yuange quickly interjected, "rest assured. My sister can certainly make more friends and broaden her horizons. Besides, with me around, who would dare bully her at school? It's a miracle if she doesn't retaliate." "What did you say?" Chen Yuan slammed her hand on the table, ready to argue, but was ruthlessly silenced by Li Qianru. "It is a good thing for your sister to attend university. She is still young, just like her female classmates who are already married with children." In the past 2 years, Chen Yuan had seen less of her friends due to her commitment to caring for Chen Yuange, as they too had to attend to their husbands and children, severing most of their ties with her. "Mother, the household is not busy anymore. You and father merely manage the shop and play cards. Can you bear to have my sister retire early at home?" Li Qianru raised her brows in indignation. "Nonsense. How could I allow my daughter to languish like that? She must go to school. After all, New York University is close to home. I must tell both of you. If you do not return home for dinner, do not expect to enter this door." Li Qianru perceived the deep yearning in her daughter's eyes and, softening, finally acquiesced. "Yea, thank you, mother." Li Qianru shot her a glare, then helplessly patted her on the back. Chen Yuan, noticing the tension had subsided, chuckled. "Well, now I shall show them. Count the families in Chinatown. Who among them has a university professor?" "I do, and he is my son." Chen Yuange hastily finished his meal and excused himself, as the three began discussing the banquet arrangements. "I'll call Uncle Zhang. I need to inform him about this." Half an hour later, the exuberant Zhang Yuda strode in, his voice preceding him. "Old Chen, you lucky rascal, blessed with such an accomplished son." Upon seeing Chen Yuange, he approached with a beaming smile. "This lad is quite the catch, a fine specimen. Let's observe him for a year or so. If he maintains his health and proves his character, he could be a suitable candidate for a son-in-law." Zhang Yuda considered the matter with satisfaction, knowing his daughter, Xinlan, would likely not be averse to such a young man. He cherished her deeply, not desiring immense wealth for her, but simply a life of peace and joy. Now that Chen Yuange had become an associate professor, he possessed the means to provide a respectable life for a young woman, while also being unlikely to become embroiled in disputes. a fitting choice for a son-in-law. Zhang Yude reflected on the marriages of his two daughters, which had been entirely beyond their control and fraught with unhappiness, a truth that pained him deeply. Although he himself had entered into a marriage of convenience, he and his wife managed to harmonize. Now, with the authority to make decisions, he vowed never to allow his daughter to tread the same path. Truly, the saying goes, a scholar's absence of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. For you have given us an immense surprise. Chapter 12. The differences in the world at this moment. Zhang Yude could hardly contain the excitement surging within him. Chen Yuange was someone he had watched grow up since childhood. Although the younger Chen Yuange had once been considered simple-minded, he was nonetheless a figure of his youth. Given his rapport with Chen Yuan, Zhang Yude felt genuinely elated for his old friend's accomplishments. Li Qianru had gone to the kitchen to slice a watermelon and beckoned Zhang Yude to sit down and enjoy it. On this sultry summer day, with the sun at its zenith, he had emerged from his vehicle and traversed a mere few steps to the house, yet he was already drenched in sweat. Taking a bite of the watermelon while relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioning was blissful. The group gathered around a small square table to indulge in the watermelon and converse about Chen Yuange's recent appointment as an associate professor. "Dad, please keep this under wraps for now. My paperwork isn't finalized yet," Yuange remarked. His words rang true. It was a prudent sentiment. Until the paperwork was complete, the matter remained unsettled. Of course, New York University was more anxious than they were. It seemed they wished to solidify Yuange's status before the public became aware, thus allowing them to claim the honor without contest. Zhang Yude quickly devoured a piece of watermelon, then reached for another. "I'll speak with David about this. He owes me a favor now," he said. "Nephew, I'm benefiting from your good fortune this time. It's fine. Without Uncle Zhang's introduction, I wouldn't even have crossed the threshold of the professor's office. It's rare to find someone stumbling upon a temple while carrying a pig's head. Indeed, my young friend, your eloquence may very well elevate your rank among the candidates." Zhang Yude joyfully savored another slice of the delicious watermelon. It was exceptionally sweet. Though David was unaware of the significance of the manuscript Chen Yuange had brought, he would undoubtedly acknowledge this favor from New York University. If handled wisely, David could cultivate numerous valuable connections from this opportunity. As a prestigious institution, New York University had long been a breeding ground for societal elites, producing many prominent figures. David himself was an alumnus and now stood as an esteemed member of the university's community. Having received such a benefit, he owed Zhang Yude a debt of gratitude. Zhang Yude took another bite of the watermelon, marveling at its sweetness. This could potentially mean that David might triumph in next year's congressional elections. If that were to happen, might the presidency of the Chinese Merchants Association also be within reach? Contemplating such possibilities, Zhang Yude found himself breathing a little heavier. Chen Yuange shot him a puzzled glance, noticing his flushed complexion and labored breathing. "Have you eaten too much watermelon?" Zhang Yude quickly regained his composure. His thoughts were merely optimistic speculations. After all, early that morning, Chen Yuange had taken Chen Yin directly to New York University to complete his onboarding paperwork, while also attending to Chen Yan's enrollment procedures. Upon encountering Rooney, Chen Yuange articulated his requests, and after a discussion with Dean Chris, Chen Yin became a student at New York University. Even after returning home, Chen Yin felt somewhat disoriented, pondering if she had truly become a student in the Performing Arts Department of NYU. "Dear brother, why do I feel so unsettled?" Chen Yin mused. "You say NYU is so challenging to get into, yet here I am." Beside her, Li Qianru chuckled and playfully slapped the back of her head. "Why must you be so ridiculous? If I say go, you go. Without your brother, you are merely fated to tend the shop." "Ah, indeed. Fear not, dear brother. I shall introduce you to the most beautiful girls in the Performing Arts Department." Chen Yuange felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, thinking, "No, thank you. The Performing Arts Department is a treacherous place." He regretted letting his sister venture into such a vibrant realm. With a serious tone, he advised, "Sister, should you wish to make films in the future and find yourself in need of investment or roles, you know where to find me." "Understood, understood," Chen Yin replied nonchalantly, seemingly lost in fantasies of the silver screen. Observing his family's obliviousness, Chen Yuange decided to let it be. After all, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. By Friday, the paperwork was finally completed. Chen Yuange was relatively unscathed, while Rooney and Chen Yin were utterly exhausted from running around in the sweltering heat. Only those who have experienced it know the discomfort of such weather. On Saturday, in the physics department of the Institute of Technology, Chen Yuange, having recently acquired the title of associate professor, smoothly entered the laboratory. His purpose for this visit was to verify a perplexity he had been contemplating for the past fortnight. At that moment, he was examining a specimen through an electron microscope. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze from the lens, pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation. As I suspected, the atomic models of all elements in the air do not align with what I learned in elementary school. They are entirely inconsistent. Chen Yuange, in his quest to understand the technological advancements of this world, was unexpectedly enlightened to discover that a decade prior, a man named Howard, a renowned American inventor and billionaire, had showcased an anti-gravity vehicle at an exhibition. As he delved deeper, he realized that the technological level of this world was astonishingly advanced. Thus, today he found himself in the physics department's laboratory, where he discovered that the electron microscope could now observe atomic nuclei. Over the course of the following day, Chen Yuange meticulously examined every element in the lab, noting the distinct models of atomic nuclei. It was baffling. On a macroscopic level, in terms of molecular states, substances like water, soil, and iron appeared no different from his previous impressions. Chen Yuange concealed this perplexity within himself, returning home with a composed demeanor. After dinner, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and recollected the day he had dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D and his gang. The vivid images replayed in his mind. He was certain he had seen their souls at that moment, albeit they vanished in the blink of an eye. His consciousness had just begun to restore itself, still shaken by the temporal and spatial upheaval, which prevented him from delving deeper into the authenticity of S.H.I.E.L.D's soul. Now, he could affirm that the microscopic realm of this world diverged greatly from his understanding, making the existence of souls a distinct possibility. However, the manner of their disappearance was indeed peculiar. Chapter 13. Observing genes. The phenomenon of the soul ignited a profound curiosity within Chen Yuange. To validate his thoughts, he quietly ventured into a prominent hospital in New York City at midnight. Upon entering the intensive care unit, he instinctively held his breath at the sight within one of the rooms. There were 3 beds, each occupied by comatose patients. The slow rise and fall of their oxygen machines revealed the dire state of their bodies. In the innermost bed lay an elderly man with white hair. From his perspective, he could see that half of this man's soul had already emerged, with the other half still tethered within his body. Chen Yuange quickly discerned that the man's soul was departing at an exceedingly slow pace. The sight of this unconscious soul profoundly shook him. At the current rate, it would likely be fully detached by tomorrow night, marking the moment of his death. Silently, Chen Yuange exited the room and continued to observe other patients. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous instances of souls detaching, all belonging to patients who were nearing death. Eventually, in one room, he witnessed a soul completely leave its body. However, before he could engage with this soul, it vanished before his eyes in an instant. Chen Yuange looked up at the ceiling, sensing the clouds above, then lowered his gaze to the floor, penetrating 1,000 meters beneath. Yet, he found nothing. The soul neither ascended nor descended, simply dissipating into nothingness in front of him. He could assert with utmost certainty that the earlier scene resembled that of S.H.I.E.L.D and his companions, when the soul departed the body without any change in position, vanishing from that very spot as if teleported. Chen Yuange, undeterred, lingered in the ward until the late hours of the night, and at last, he witnessed 2 souls fully departing from their corporeal forms. Yet, he remained unable to ascertain whether the souls had dissipated or simply teleported. Now, he was entirely convinced. If souls indeed existed, could there not also be realms of heaven and hell? Contemplating this possibility stirred something within Chen Yuange. Previously, he had tested his abilities with a pistol, discovering that he could effortlessly halt bullets using magnetic fields. As for more formidable weapons, he had yet to find a suitable means or venue for testing, but he recalled a night spent in a warehouse, where he levitated steel ingots weighing up to 15 tons with his magnetic prowess. After that experiment, he had rushed to the riverbank to fish, ravenously consuming 20 kilograms of grilled fish. It was during that trial that he realized his physical form constrained the manifestation of his 7th sense. The limitations of mortal flesh were indeed apparent. Even with the extraordinary power he had once deemed unimaginable, he felt that if heaven or hell truly existed, such strength would be inconsequential against them. At this moment, Chen Yuange soared through the skies, a miniature tornado swirling in his palm, created by the magnetic manipulation of air. As the tornado spun faster, Air particles collided at high speeds, becoming ionized, and soon a miniature plasma materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the tornado and plasma dissipated into nothingness. Then, a small water sphere materialized in his palm, which in the blink of an eye transformed into a fireball, burning fiercely before reverting back to the water sphere, repeating this process several times. This was merely the result of ionization, wherein water molecules were split into oxygen and hydrogen atoms, the hydrogen igniting and recombining with oxygen to form water anew. Wind, fire, electricity, these seemingly magnificent powers did not satisfy Chen Yuange. To him, these transformations were akin to a sorcerer's craft, bound by incantation. Time, wind, fire, and electricity did not simply manifest out of thin air. He pondered whether demons and angels feared lightning. Surely they must. With a slight squint, he acknowledged that he could currently control matter at the molecular level, but had not yet reached the atomic scale. If he were to delve deeper, penetrating the atomic nucleus to manipulate electrons, would he not then possess boundless energy, perhaps even the ability to create at will? Such a feat would be nothing short of legendary. How he longed to capture a demon and test his abilities. Chen Yuange hurried to the riverbank, indulging in another feast of grilled fish before returning home. Alas, the fish from the river were laden with heavy metals. Fortunately, he could use magnetic fields to isolate these toxins, or he would inevitably succumb to heavy metal poisoning. Indeed, as for his current physique, as long as the toxin does not react instantaneously, he can expel it from his system. Should he one day gain the ability to manipulate atoms, it is likely that no poison could harm him. Upon quietly returning home and lying in bed, a thought crossed his mind. Once the conference concludes, it would be time to earn some money. Relying on grilled fish for sustenance is hardly a viable plan. In the morning, Chen Yuange rose energetically, refreshed and ready to wash up, for he had plans to visit the physics department that day. After enjoying breakfast, he bid farewell to his family and sped off on his bicycle, swiftly arriving at the physics department. Upon verification of his temporary credentials, Chen Yuange entered the laboratory he had visited the previous day. Today, he intended to examine his genetic map and compare it with the one etched in his memory. As for the DNA molecular structure, which pertains to the molecular level, he could observe it himself. Indeed, humanity in this world also possesses a double helix structure. This double helix configuration was anticipated, given that the appearance of humans in both worlds bears considerable resemblance. Were it not for his seventh sense, which allows him to peruse memories like flipping through a film, he would not have been able to make this comparison. The intricacies contained within the genetic map far exceed those of the atomic model. After placing a sample of his skin cells into the apparatus, Chen Yuange took a deep breath and gradually leaned closer to the eyepiece. The morning passed, with his gaze fixed on the electron microscope. Fortunately, he could circulate his vital energy throughout his body, engaging in beneficial micro-level exercises. Otherwise, his legs would have long since succumbed to numbness. Alas, as I suspected, this body, while superficially resembling that of the original world, appears to present a more complex genetic map at the genetic level. What peculiarities are these? After eradicating his cellular sample and tidying up the experimental equipment, Chen Yuange exited the laboratory and closed the door behind him, pushing his bicycle through the lush campus. A furrow formed upon his brow. He now perceived that his recent caution was indeed warranted. This world seemed to harbor depths far beyond the ordinary. Not only could mythological beings exist here, but even extraterrestrial entities might be present. Previously, he had intercepted electromagnetic signals transmitted from space to Earth, initially believing them to be satellite signals. Just days ago, he received another signal. Intrigued, he endeavored to decrypt it. Fortunately, having gained greater insight into the essence of this world and made significant strides in mathematics, he was able to unravel the encrypted information. Upon completion, he discovered it was an image transmitted from the moon, as a segment of the perspective distinctly appeared to be observed from lunar terrain. It seems no nation on Earth has ventured to the moon of late. These myriad questions plagued his mind, yet for now, he could only conceal them within, with hopes of exploring them one by one when the opportunity arises. Chapter 14. An encounter with Howard. The series of observations over the weekend, whether pertaining to inorganic or organic substances, and even to the existence of souls, has profoundly broadened Chen Yuange's horizons. The confirmation of extraterrestrial life is particularly astonishing. After all, in his previous life, he spent his final days exploring the vastness beyond our solar system. Little did he know that in this world, even before departing from Earth. He would come to know of the existence of aliens, residing remarkably close on the moon above. Unlike his former world, where not a single trace of cosmic visitors was found throughout the solar system, these discoveries are momentous. Chen Yuange chooses to keep these revelations close to his heart, believing that there must exist circles within this world that are privy to such secrets, though he has yet to encounter them. He resolves to start with an associate professor from New York University. Surely, even the most clandestine circles intersect with the academic realm. What intriguing encounters might he find at the upcoming conference in a few days? In the mathematics department of New York University, Associate Professor Louis Chun has allegedly solved the century's most perplexing problem, the Poincare conjecture. This electrifying news reverberates through the global academic community within an hour. Yet, who is Louis Chun? His name appears unfamiliar within the mathematical fraternity, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Curiosity about this individual mounts, and eventually, it becomes evident that no one possesses substantial information about him. Even those within the mathematics department at NYU can only muster a superficial understanding of his background. Louis Chun is described as an 18-year-old Asian youth. A young lecturer at NYU comments on why someone with such potential does not pursue stardom, but rather competes for their academic position. The scientific community already has a flamboyant figure like Howard Stark. Now, they are confronted with the emergence of Louis Chun. NYU announces a conference on the Poincare conjecture scheduled for Wednesday, with only a few days remaining. Consequently, mathematicians from around the globe scramble to book flights to New York University. The tumultuous currents within the academic world do not disrupt Chen Yuange's life. After spending 2 days in the laboratory, he retreats to his home, where he teaches his sister, Chen Yan, some performance skills. After all, he was once a leading figure in his elementary school's drama club. Various acting methods leave Chen Yan in awe. Dear sister, what I am imparting is the ultimate secret of an actor. Once you master this, the throne of the best actress will be within your grasp. Really? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Adjusting her glasses, she retorts, those pretentious Oscar-rigid traditionalists would never let an Asian win the Best Actress award. Unless I pay for it. In the administrative building of the Polytechnic Institute, the top-floor conference hall is currently bustling with the presence of renowned mathematicians from around the globe. Chen Yuange, impeccably dressed, strides purposefully towards the scene. At the entrance of the first-floor lobby, dozens of reporters surround a man sporting a meticulously groomed mustache. A multitude of microphones jostle for position before him. Mr. Stark, it has come to our attention that you have recently parted ways with Hollywood actress Ilya. Are you currently single? Mr. Stark, we have received information from an anonymous source alleging that you have refused to pay child support for your illegitimate child. Is this true? From a distance, Chen Yuange observes the slight quiver of the man's mustache. Ahem, this gentleman from the Horn Daily. I must decline your tabloid interview. This ostentatiously dressed individual is none other than the inventor and tycoon Howard Stark. What brings him here? Chen Yuange muses, glancing at Howard with curiosity, wondering why the reporters only seem to be inquiring about gossip. As Howard passes by the throng, he spots Chen Yuange and whispers something to his bodyguard. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stark is here to attend Mr. Louis Chen's presentation today and is unable to grant any interviews. The bodyguard, in collaboration with campus security, blocks the reporters, facilitating Howard Stark's entry into the administrative building. I protest. We have the right to freedom of the press. Apologies, but today we can only allow media personnel with passes to enter. The bodyguard forms a line, steadfastly guarding the entrance against the paparazzi. The head of security wipes the sweat from his brow, exhaling with relief. The heat is unbearable, were it not for Mr. Stark's presence. This academic conference would likely attract only a handful of intern reporters from major media outlets. After all, who among the general public would care about such a dry academic report? As Chen Yuange walks ahead, he feels someone hastily approaching from behind, likely Mr. Stark himself. In the elevator, Howard sizes up the tall young man before him and cannot help but acknowledge that, standing side by side, the women would scarcely glance in his direction. Thankfully, he is a wealthy man. Regaining his confidence, Howard extends his hand towards Chen Yuange, and they briefly shake. Young man, you are quite an impressive fellow. Would you be interested in working for me? Chen Yuange looks down at him. Mr. Stark, I am aware of your reputation. May I ask, is it true that you have not provided child support for your illegitimate child? Howard's expression stiffens. This sharp-tongued young lad has jeopardized his friendship with the illustrious Howard Stark. The elevator ascends smoothly, soon arriving at the top-floor conference hall. Howard steps out first, followed closely by his bodyguard. After Chen Yuange and the others exited, they leisurely made their way out of the elevator. This Howard fellow was rather proud and arrogant. His first words were an attempt to recruit Chen Yuange. It was evident to Chen that this man genuinely sought to enlist him, yet he also harbored intentions to overshadow Chen's brilliance. Perceiving such subtle motives, Chen cleverly alluded to his illegitimate child status. Of course, he was confident that this arrogant individual had no such offspring. Upon entering the lecture hall, Dean Chris briefly introduced Chen Yuange, implying in his remarks that he was now one of their own at New York University, and naturally, the honor belonged to them as well. The assembly of mathematicians below expressed astonishment at Chen's youth, while simultaneously casting disparaging glances at Dean Chris. This old fellow truly was a cunning badger. Who among them did not know that it was this young man who had sought them out? Wasn't it the proximity to the young man's home that made New York University an appealing choice? Otherwise, how could they have seized this opportunity? In truth, Dean Chris felt the weight of his own plight. In recent days, he had been mocked openly and covertly by old friends and rivals alike. Louis Chen is not your disciple, so why the arrogance? He wished to take Chen Yuange under his wing. But the nature of mathematics is such that it is entirely reliant on talent, and none in their department were worthy of being this young man's mentor. Otherwise, why would they have allowed Chen to assume the role of associate professor? Wouldn't it have been more advantageous to take him as a disciple? Chapter 15. Unwelcome Guests in Chinatown. Chen Yuange's bicycle deftly navigated through the throngs of pedestrians. Look, that must be Chen Yuan's son. What incense has their family burned that they produced a professor? What is there to be proud of? It's merely an associate position. Those who once looked down upon Chen Yuan spat derisively, claiming that even a fool could become a professor. Surely there were ulterior motives at play. And if anyone were to take on such a role, it ought to be a child from their own family. Short-sighted and narrow-minded. Do they think American universities operate as charitable institutions that bestow professorships upon just anyone? Someone directly confronted the envious middle-aged woman from earlier, attempting to elevate themselves by belittling others, oblivious to the shortcomings of their own offspring, who would only bring shame upon themselves. In truth, many were feeling as sour as if they had bitten into a lemon. They all operated businesses along the street, and Chen Yuan had once been at the bottom. Yet now he was no longer among them. Have you heard? Chen Yuan is hosting a banquet at Fu Manlu again. Look at how accomplished his family is. Huh. It seems you weren't invited to the feast, were you? Such gossip spread like wildfire since the conclusion of the lecture. Where Howard Stark had mentioned him a few times in the newspaper, reporters flocked to Chinatown for interviews, and soon the neighbors were all in the know. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to announce that Fu Manlu would host a banquet this Sunday, causing some individuals' mental states to unravel. There are always those who cannot abide others thriving beyond their own means. At the outset, Chen Yuange was quite displeased, choosing to pretend he had not overheard the murmurs behind him. If he were to resort to violence against those individuals, he would undoubtedly transform into a deranged killer. As he walked along, he encountered friendly neighbors whose cheerful greetings echoed in the air, the aroma of sizzling dishes wafting through the streets, suffusing the atmosphere with the warmth of human connection. This vibrant, affectionate world he cherished seemed to have vanished, a casualty of technological advancement that had brought both gains and losses. He relished this bustling, lively ambience. By mid-August, the evening breeze brushed against him, offering a hint of coolness. Chen Yuange parked his bicycle in the courtyard and took a deep breath. Ah, that scent, the delightful fragrance of fish stew. His mother, attentive as ever, had been making it regularly since his recovery, having discovered his fondness for it. Today, I'm concocting a pot of spicy crayfish. Ha, this is my innovative dish, he declared, heading straight for the kitchen, eager to showcase his culinary skills. In truth, the Americans also consume crayfish, albeit prepared in their characteristically simplistic and blunt fashion. The Anglo-Saxon culinary style, often lacking in finesse, remains consistent across the board, and one should not harbor overly high expectations for their gastronomy. Chen Yuan had diligently followed Chen Yuange's instructions from the previous day, scrubbing the crayfish clean and deveining them. Chen Yuange had promised that if the dish did not meet expectations, he would acquiesce to any reasonable request from Chen Yuan, which is why she had spent 2 hours in the kitchen preparing the crustaceans. As he entered, Chen Yuan extended her hands, adorned with several band-aids, a testament to her painful encounters with the sharp pincers of the crayfish. Brother, that's a full 10 pounds of crayfish. If you fail to make it palatable today, fear not. Once prepared, I assure you will be delighted, Chen Yuange replied, silently mourning his sister's injured fingers as he donned an apron. He retrieved the cast-iron wok he had purchased the day before, the kind typically found in restaurants, along with a large ladle, and prepared the ingredients. Heating oil in the wok, he began to sauté the ingredients, and soon, an irresistible aroma enveloped the kitchen, permeating even the exhaust fan's efforts to contain it. The scent was truly intoxicating. The entire family stood behind Chen Yuange, watching him deftly stir and toss, his movements effortlessly graceful. Chen Yuange realized she had lost the bet. The clothes and cosmetics she had desired were now out of reach. Yet, she felt she had not truly lost, for soon she would indulge in a feast. At that moment, Chen Yuange added 5 pounds of crayfish to the wok, followed by a splash of beer, covering it with a lid to let it simmer. He prepared another batch, intending to create garlic crayfish with the remaining 5 pounds, for the two flavors would complement each other beautifully. After a 15-minute wait, the enticing aroma filled the air, awakening their appetites. All right, it's time to serve. With a delightful splash, the contents were poured into 2 large basins. A family gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, sipping chilled beer and savoring the aromatic crayfish. This truly epitomized the culinary delights of a summer evening. My taste buds are tingling. Considering that the two women were not particularly fond of spicy food, Chen Yuange prepared a milder version. Yet Chen Yuange still found herself overwhelmed by the heat, continuing to indulge voraciously. Chen Yuange relished the feast, although he was forbidden from consuming white liquor. The beer sufficed to satisfy his cravings, particularly as the crayfish were simply delectable. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the back door. Everyone turned their gaze towards it. Today, the shop had closed early for the sake of enjoying crayfish. So who could it be? Chen Yuange leisurely peeled a crayfish, while outside stood a family of 3, including a plump woman, the very one he had overheard on his way back, the one who harbored jealousy. With a rather audacious demeanor, she dared to approach his home, likely with some ulterior motive, as they carried 2 bags of fruit. Upon realizing they were calling him, Chen Yuange rose to open the door. "Oh, Manager May. What brings you here?" The plump woman, Manager May, wobbled as she stood, the flesh on her face jiggling. "Haha, Mr. Chen, we have come to congratulate you. Your son, Chen Yuange, has become a distinguished professor, and we, your neighbors, feel honored." As Manager May entered, her 2 companions followed suit. Chen Yuange was taken aback and whispered to Chen Yuange, "How curious. She has never thought highly of us. Why is she bringing fruit today?" Li Qianru, noticing the commotion, felt compelled to greet them. Manager May's eyes lit up upon spotting Chen Yuange, her boisterous voice echoing through the courtyard. "Oh dear, I didn't realize you were having dinner. I hope we're not interrupting." She casually placed the fruit on the dining table, her nostrils flaring at the enticing aroma of the crayfish. Realizing they were indeed intruding, the family exchanged knowing glances, all thinking the same. Her intentions were far from sincere. Manager May boldly reached for a crayfish from the basin, expertly peeling it. Disgusted, Chen Yuange set down the crayfish he was handling, feeling as though it had been tainted. "Mr. Chen, how do you prepare your crayfish? They are quite delicious." Chen Yuange's expression twitched. He adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face, but remained curious about this woman's true intentions. Chapter 16. I cannot solve this problem having finished 1 crayfish. Manager May seemed unsatisfied and reached for another, beckoning her husband and son to join her. Thankfully, they retained a modicum of decorum and refrained from taking the crayfish themselves, as her husband, Chen Yuange, firmly held her back. "Enough eating, let us get down to business." Mr. May, reluctant to cease his task, washed his hands in the courtyard's pond without any formality. "Xiao Chen, the aunt has come today to congratulate you on becoming a distinguished professor. She has brought some fruit," he announced. Chen Yuange glanced at the assortment on the table: apples, oranges, all rather stale, likely leftovers from home. Mr. May then seized his son Chen Yuange, declaring, "This is my son Chen Yuange. He is 15 and will enter the 12th grade at Yueying Middle School next month. My son is a prodigy, destined to be a scientist." Chen Yuange remained seated, adjusting his glasses, calmly interrupting, "What do you wish to convey?" Mr. Qian, slightly irritated by the interruption, continued, "My son has excelled academically since childhood, advancing to the 12th grade at just 15. Xiao Chen, surely you can write a recommendation letter? He should be admitted to New York University." Observing the acne-faced Chen Yuange, Chen Yuange couldn't help but find amusement in the boy's audacity. What kind of misplaced confidence did he possess to believe he could supplant him? Does he think he is Xiangyu? At that moment, Chen Yin could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Hey, Mr. Mei, our families aren't acquainted. So why should we assist your son?" Chen Yuan seemingly reprimanded, "Xiaoyan, what nonsense are you speaking? While we may not be familiar with Mr. Mei, all guests deserve respect. How can you speak so?" A glance was exchanged, and the girl was encouraged to persist. The expressions of Mr. Mei's family stiffened. As he noticed the neighbors peering in from the gate, he proclaimed loudly, "What a thing to say! We have been neighbors for years, all of us Chinese. Supporting one another is essential, is it not? Besides, it's merely a recommendation letter." Xiaochen could easily write a few lines. Upon hearing this, Li Qianru's brows furrowed in indignation, ready to unleash her verbal prowess. Neighbor old Zhou, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Mr. Mei, with such meager offerings, how dare you come asking for favors? Is this how one seeks assistance?" The onlookers began to enter the courtyard, echoing, "Indeed. Who doesn't he know you, Mr. Mei? Is frugal? Those fruits must be past their prime." With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the crowd, Mr. Mei retorted, "What nonsense! This is a small token of sincere goodwill. Besides, my Qinggong excels academically. If you do not assist, are you not neglecting your own kin?" Mr. Mei was acutely aware of the lack of rapport between their families, yet she leaned heavily on the notion of kinship, suggesting that refusal to help was akin to envy of one's compatriots. Chen Yuange observed the silent Qian father and son, clearly sharing this sentiment. He sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, one must not expect harmony from those who are not of the same ilk. "Stand up and applaud. Since your son has performed admirably, Boss Mei, I see no reason not to recommend him. Indeed, we must cherish our own talents." Chen Yin was extremely anxious, wishing to silence her younger brother. How could one acquiesce to such unreasonable demands from such despicable individuals? Chen Yulin observed his son with confidence, motioning for his wife and daughter to remain silent and watch how Chen Yuange would respond. A stir arose among the crowd in the courtyard. As many began to feel intrigued, it seemed that their own children were also excelling in their studies. Perhaps they too had a chance? All eyes turned to Chen Yuange, who calmly stated, "Truth is like genuine gold, unafraid of the furnace. The quality of one's grades can be determined through examination." Boss Mei's face lit up with joy, and he immediately inquired, "Examination? My son excels at that. Will you be able to discuss it?" Qian Qinggong raised his chin slightly and replied haughtily, "As long as it pertains to high school knowledge, I have mastered it." Chen Yuange was somewhat surprised by this young boy's cleverness, as he had swiftly narrowed down the scope of the examination content. "However, dear youth, how naive. In that case, I shall prepare a set of mathematics, physics, and chemistry papers tonight. Should you achieve a score above 90, I will write you a letter of recommendation." "What do you say?" Boss Mei interrupted his son, questioning, "Young Chun, how can we be certain that the papers you set are legitimate?" "That is simple. You may invite a middle school teacher to verify them in person tomorrow." "Very well, it is settled." The Mei family departed, satisfied with the agreement, while the onlookers, seeing there was no further excitement, returned home to dine. Once the gate was closed, the family began to tidy the table, discarding even the 2 bags of fruit into the trash, deeming them contaminated and unsightly. Li Qianru, washing the dishes, anxiously asked, "Yuange, are you confident? If that little rascal from the Mei family succeeds, our family will be in for a turbulent time." Li Qianru's concerns were not unfounded. The Chen family was not affluent, and with Chen Yuange suddenly becoming an associate professor, some individuals' ambitions began to stir. They realized that a new pathway to prestigious universities had emerged, one with a relatively low threshold, and they felt it prudent to explore it. "Mother, there is no need for worry. The papers I set will require true geniuses to achieve above 90. Such talents are already snatched away by the universities before I have the chance to recommend them." The family understood. Indeed, if a true genius were to arise, why not extend the courtesy? The key was to decline those mediocre individuals who were overly self-satisfied. Early the next morning, a multitude gathered at the Chun family's grocery store to witness the spectacle. In the backyard, teachers from Yueying Middle School examined the papers prepared by Chen Yuange, and after reviewing the answers, they cast a peculiar glance at him. This set of mathematics, physics, and chemistry examination papers does not exceed the prescribed syllabus. Rather, it comprises comprehensive questions. Within a single paper, there are 10 short answer questions, each of which thoroughly assesses knowledge across the domains of mathematics, chemistry, and physics. At the secondary school level, Only a true prodigy who has mastered the high school curriculum can arrive at the correct answers. Everyone is aware of Chen Yuange's capabilities. He is merely a student with impressive memory and a degree of comprehension, standing out among his peers as an examination-oriented talent. Once the teachers confirmed the integrity of the examination papers, they announced the commencement of the test. Chen Yuange confidently received the paper and tackled the first question, which was rather simple. The second question presented some difficulty, while the third question consumed half an hour of his time. In a state of agitation, he anxiously tugged at his hair, and Boss May at the entrance sensed something was amiss. She hesitated to enter, mindful of the esteemed elder from Chinatown present. Any display of unruliness on her part could jeopardize her business in the community. No, I cannot solve this question, Chen Yuange exclaimed in despair, snapping his pencil in frustration. Chapter 17. A sudden explosion of emotion. His desperate cry echoed within and beyond the confines of the room, causing onlookers to exchange bewildered glances. Did he just say he can't solve it? Someone stifled a laugh. Boss May could no longer contain herself and rushed to Chen Yuange, grasping him and shouting, "Son, how can you not solve it? Don't bring shame upon me." She then turned to glare at Chen Yuange. "Chen Yuange, there is something wrong with your examination paper. My son often scores full marks, so it must be your questions that are flawed." At that moment, an elderly man, the retired principal of Yueying High School, struck the floor with his cane and admonished, "Mei Ying, what are you doing? This is not a place for your antics." Boss May pouted slightly. "Zhou Lao? I'm merely concerned for my son." Zhou Lao snorted and turned to a teacher from Yueying High School. "Xiao Wei, go see what is troubling this child." Teacher Wei approached Chen Yuange and gently inquired, "Chen Yuange, are you able to complete the examination paper?" After calling his name twice, Chen Yuange finally regained his senses, lifting his head to meet Teacher Wei's gaze with a look of bewilderment. I can't do it." "Are you certain?" Boss May, anxious and distressed, dared not speak further with Zhou Lao present. Teacher Wei picked up the examination paper, while Chen Yuange, his face flushed, stood behind Mei Ying, his confidence severely shaken. Observing this, Chen Yuange felt a pang of sympathy. It would indeed be a pity if this experience crushed the spirit of a young man and led him to despair. What a misfortune to have such parents. Meanwhile, Teacher Wei brought the examination paper to Zhou Lao, who reviewed it, followed by Chen Yuange and several other teachers. "I hereby announce that Chen Yuange's score for this assessment is 43 points. What? Impossible. My son achieving full marks is as effortless as eating or drinking," Mr. May exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at several teachers, though he ultimately refrained from voicing his anger. Instead, he dragged the disheartened Chen Yuange away, retreating in humiliation. "Mr. May, how did Xiao Qian perform?" another inquired. "Indeed, we are all quite concerned about your son. As seasoned merchants, we possess a keen eye and can easily discern that Chen Yuange's test results were less than stellar. Under normal circumstances, one would offer words of comfort. But this family is rather insufferable, stingy, always seeking petty advantages, and prone to slander. Today, it seems, is an opportune moment to strike at a fallen adversary, and none would miss such a chance." Old Zhou and the teachers emerged, shaking their heads. "You must keep Xiao Qian's recent scores confidential. The little one possesses talent, and it is essential to protect him," Old Zhou said gently, his tone infectious. Chen Yuange couldn't help but admire him. No wonder the elder held such high esteem. He was a true patriarch. "Mr. Chen, you have cultivated outstanding talents for our Chinatown," Old Zhou continued. "Yuange, young people must temper their pride and impatience, striving for even greater achievements." Old Zhou graciously declined an invitation to stay for lunch and departed with several teachers from Chen's general store. As the crowd dispersed, the excitement faded, and everyone began to take their leave. Chen Yuange prepared to escort Old Zhou and the others when he suddenly sensed a significant magnetic disturbance 100 meters away. His attention was drawn to a figure in the distance. Was that Chen Yuange? Ms. May was berating her son for his lack of merit, while Chen Yuange walked with his head down behind her. Yet, Chen Yuange noticed that his physique had transformed dramatically. He had grown 5 centimeters taller, and his muscles appeared more pronounced. What could be happening? Intrigued by this unusual change, Chen Yuange abandoned his intention to accompany Old Zhou and instead followed Chen Yuange at a distance. This intense magnetic fluctuation suggested that Chen Yuange was absorbing energy. How could this be? In Chen Yuange's perception, Chen Yuange's body resembled a sponge, absorbing an unknown source of energy. He glimpsed an unfamiliar space, akin to a seething ocean of energy, through which energy flowed into Chen Yuange's body via a strand-like channel. It was likely this energy that was transforming Chen Yuange's physique. Just as Chen Yuange was about to delve deeper into this mysterious space, he felt the connection severed. He paused, then looked again at Chen Yuange, a sudden realization washing over him. Chen Yuange's body had reached its limit and could absorb no more energy. Enough. This is infuriating. Chen Yuange's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with rage. In the fleeting span of a mere minute, he was engulfed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being, akin to being relentlessly shattered by a hammer, only to be hastily reassembled with glue. Yet, an unknown formidable force restrained him, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. At long last, the torment subsided, and amidst Mei Ying's incessant lamentations, he erupted with a thunderous roar, swiftly fleeing before the pedestrians on the street could comprehend the situation. "You little brat, if you have the audacity, don't come back for a meal. You won't starve." Mei Ying, momentarily taken aback, immediately bellowed even louder at Chen Yuange's retreating figure. The surrounding merchants, witnessing the familial quarrel, merely observed the spectacle without intervening. Only Chen Yuange trailed at a distance behind Chen Yuange, continually assessing his transformations. His speed was commendable, approximately 10 meters per second. After 10 minutes, his stamina proved impressive as he maintained a sprinting pace for 100 meters. By this time, Chen Yuange had reached Central Park, halting in a secluded grove, relentlessly striking a massive tree. Thud, thud, thud. Why? I was bullied at school, and now I cannot solve the exam questions. I refuse to accept this. The tree emitted groans under the strain, its bark shedding where struck, a testament to Chen Yuange's remarkable strength. "Hey, young man, have you gone berserk?" A frenzied Chen Yuange paused, bloodied fists at his side, and turned to face the source of the voice. "What on earth is this shadowy figure before me?" Chen Yuange instinctively gazed skyward. It was daytime, so this dark entity could not possibly be a ghost. "Are you human or specter?" Chen Yuange's expression stiffened as he regarded the trembling Chen Yuange. "Will this little brat even speak? I am merely a shadow." His form refracted the surrounding light, rendering him a shadowy figure in the eyes of others. His regenerative capabilities were impressive. The wounds on his hands had already healed. And Chen Yuange noted the state of his fists. In a flash, he appeared before Chen Yuange, delivering a punch aimed at his face. Finally reacting, Chen Yuange hurriedly raised his arms to block the blow, bending low to narrowly avoid the weighty strike. Chen Yuange remained still, delivering punch after punch until, after a while, he vanished from sight again as Chen Yuange remained oblivious. Flailing his arms in desperation, Chen Yuange realized that the shadowy figure had indeed been there, leaving only the tingling sensation in his arms to affirm the encounter. A ghost. Chapter 18. Anomalous genes after all. Chen Yuange was merely a 15-year-old boy who had yet to recognize his own transformation. In a state of fright, he hastily oriented himself and sprinted towards Chinatown. A few minutes later, Chen Yuange arrived at the physics department's experimental building, returning to the same laboratory as before. After 2 hours, he finally exhaled deeply. Having uncovered a notably active gene, he could only ascertain that Chen Yuange's bodily mutation was related to this gene. Reflecting on the morning's events, he recalled the entire process from Chen Yuange's testing to his mutation on the street, noting the absence of any suspicious radioactive substances. Could it truly be that intense emotional fluctuations were the cause? According to Chen Yuange's recollections, the moment before the mutation, his emotional state reached a critical threshold. He endured a triple blow of self-doubt, ridicule from passers-by, and rebuke from family, leading to a breakdown of rationality in that instant, eliminating all other possibilities. It seemed that the severe emotional upheaval triggered drastic hormonal changes in his body, which aligned with the heightened activity of that anomalous gene. Chen Yuange wore a peculiar expression. The source of this change was still rooted in his own actions. Currently utilizing New York University's laboratory, he realized that the communal facilities were not suitable for his continued research. He deemed it time to establish his own private laboratory, even if it were modest in size. It would allow him the freedom to conduct his experiments without constraints. The plan to secure his first substantial funding needed to commence. As for Chen Yuange, the young man's strength was approximately 1 ton, with physical endurance and recovery tenfold that of an average person, Otherwise, he bore no remarkable traits that could cause significant destruction. At most, he might break some household items, and any notion of him becoming arrogant was unfounded, especially after being taught a lesson in Central Park. Regarding the possibility of future mutations, Chen Yuange felt it unlikely. Based on his recent observations, the level of activity of the anomalous gene indicated that a subsequent mutation would result in genetic collapse. Chen Yuange had a peculiar intuition, sensing that this gene seemed to have been introduced later. Since he did not possess this gene within himself, he resolved to conduct thorough testing on a cohort once he had access to his own equipment, allowing for comparative sampling to ascertain whether it had been artificially introduced. Following the conclusion of the conference, the mathematicians who had traveled from afar gradually returned to their homes, each expressing high hopes for Chen Yuange, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The Field's medal would likely be his in 3 years. The school assigned him a private office, and in the afternoon, he brought his family to visit. Taking the opportunity to capture some photographs, Chen Yuange and his spouse decided that once the photos were developed, they would frame them, adorning their home wall for others to admire. "Dad, should our family go out for a bit of fun? Why on earth would we go out for leisure?" Chen Yuange replied, handing his father a small box. "Where did you get all this money?" Chen Yuange exclaimed, startled, as his hands trembled. His assets amounted to over $100,000, primarily in fixed assets, and the sudden sight of such a large sum of cash left him momentarily dazed. Chen Yuange elucidated that the box of dollars was a modest fortune amassed by Su Laosan over the years through diligent transactions, intended as a nest egg for his retirement. This revelation stemmed from a memory of Su Laosan, as he had retrieved the box from a bank vault in New York. The bank's vault service operated solely on the unique codes assigned to each vault. Anyone possessing the code and the corresponding password could access the contents within. Just days prior, he had altered his appearance to that of a Caucasian man and successfully accessed the vault to procure the small box. Although Su Laosan possessed 2 properties, Chen Yuange exhibited no desire to engage with them, as selling real estate could be cumbersome and might attract unwanted attention. After hearing the explanation, Chen Yuange opened his mouth, attempting to assert his paternal authority by admonishing, "Can you not be so reckless?" His son was quite the prodigy. He thought to himself that his feeble paternal authority seemed insufficient in the face of such brilliance. "Very well, keep the money for yourself. You will need it for your future wife. By the way, remember to report a lesser amount to your mother." Chen Yuange rubbed his hands together, reached into the box for a handful of cash, then promptly returned it. "Son, I wish to discuss something with you. You see, a man must possess a certain fortitude. Otherwise, he cannot stand tall." Chen Yuange paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Dad, what are you trying to say?" "Oh, I forgot. You have yet to marry and do not know the intricacies involved. Essentially, you must provide support for me when the time comes. It is tough for your father." Understanding dawned upon Chen Yuange. His father merely sought some pocket money. "That's a trivial matter. Feel free to ask whenever you need." Chen Yuange sighed in relief, initially fearing a more serious issue, only to discover that his father was in need of funds. Let us not digress. How about we take a family trip to Las Vegas for some relaxation? We have lived in America for so many years without truly enjoying ourselves, haven't we? Why did you suddenly think of that? If we are to have fun, why choose Las Vegas? It is a city of gambling, and gambling is a perilous pursuit. Countless individuals have lost everything to it. Over the years, he had witnessed too many families destroyed by the scourge of gambling, no matter how vast their fortunes. They could not withstand the devastation, and the tales of ruin sent chills down his spine. "Dad, you saw the trivial matters with the Money family this morning. A few days away for our family would allow the troubled to regain their composure." Chen Yuange found this reasoning compelling, being neighbors. A short getaway could indeed provide them with respite from the scrutiny. "I ask you, Father, now that we have this $100,000, what is your first intention?" "To purchase land." "Ah, it seems this desire is ingrained in our Chinese heritage. I, too, wish to acquire land." Chen Yuange paused, contemplating the cash within the box. "To acquire land, I desire to purchase a substantial parcel. However, our federal tax officials seem to believe that our financial sources are rather transparent." At that moment, Chen Yuange comprehended his son's intentions, his expression clouded with worry. How much would the money dwindle if we took a trip to Las Vegas? Perhaps we should consult Uncle Zhang for assistance in laundering some funds. Chen Yuange's heart ached profoundly, realizing that from $100,000, only 30 or 40,000 would be left visible, money intended to be passed down through generations. Chen Yuange merely smiled in silence, producing an unopened deck of playing cards and offering it to his father. I am a mathematician. Indeed, New York University has even invited you to be a professor. What is the matter? Do you know how to play blackjack? He gestured for his father to open the cards, and the two sat opposite each other, with Chen Yuange as the dealer, engaging in a game of blackjack. 10 minutes passed. Son, have you employed some sort of sorcery? Are you cheating? Chen Yuange's face was filled with existential skepticism, doubting that his son could win so decisively as the dealer. It's not sorcery, Dad. You're overthinking it. It's all calculated. I don't believe it. I have little education. Don't deceive me. Let me put it this way. There are only a few cards in blackjack, and it can indeed be calculated. It's just us here today. There's no need to deceive you, right? Chen Yuange reluctantly accepted this explanation, but inquired further. So, mathematicians like you can calculate it all? Exactly, anyone can. Chen Yuange suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Did this imply that mathematicians could amass great wealth in casinos? Chen Yuange candidly informed him that aside from himself, no one else could. Theoretically, the only game where one could mathematically win against the dealer was blackjack. For a mathematician to succeed in a casino at blackjack, he must utilize a calculator for assistance. The casino personnel are not foolish. Would they not notice a calculator in hand? Moreover, during the 1950s, there were no handheld calculators due to the absence of miniaturized transistor chips. In today's world, there are very few mathematicians who possess both a grasp of probability and formidable mental calculation skills. This was his plan. He aimed to leave the impression that his initial fortune was acquired through his mathematical prowess. Chapter 19. Las Vegas with Chen Yuange's capabilities, even relying solely on mental calculations. The cards dealt in blackjack were entirely transparent to him. For him, the information of the universe could be deciphered. How trivial was a mere card game? To him, the casino was nothing more than an automated teller machine. However, considering the various peculiarities of this world, what if the casino had preventive measures in place? Earning money through legitimate means was something he had plenty of strategies to achieve. For instance, by adopting a more leisurely approach, given his level of knowledge, he could easily concoct various inventions and amass a considerable number of patents to license to large corporations, resulting in a substantial influx of dollars. Alternatively, should he ever gain mastery over atomic manipulation, he could directly extract gold from the magma layers. For it is well known that most of the Earth's gold resides in the core, with humanity having merely scratched the surface in its extraction endeavors. These methods either lead one to become a hapless prey or leave one uncertain of their eventual utility. The only sure path is to secure an initial fortune at the casino, establish a company, and leverage the multitude of technologies at hand to create an oligopoly. The duality of the carrot and the stick has always been a prevailing truth in this world. During dinner, Chen Yuange announced that the family would be embarking on a trip to Las Vegas the following day, with two objectives: to evade scrutiny and to gather wealth. I must tell you, frequent visits to Las Vegas reveal a culinary paradise where one can savor delicacies from around the globe, witness artistic performances from various cultures, and venture into the surrounding desert. Sister, surely you've never encountered a desert? Shaking their heads, they confirmed their inexperience with such landscapes, with the exception of Chen Yuange, who certainly could not claim to have seen one in the previous world. Chen Yuange then presented an irresistible argument for his mother and sister. It is a shopping paradise. With school starting next month, they surely needed to purchase something. The mother and daughter were instantly swayed. For them, the purpose of the trip was shopping. Whether they earned money or not was of little consequence. Seizing the moment, the next day, the family of four appeared at the airport, each pulling a suitcase and wearing hats. A camera hung around Chen Yuange's neck as he assumed the role of the official photographer for this trip. He surveyed the waiting area with keen interest, though his mind was occupied with thoughts of the lax security measures that seemed to resemble a sieve. What if someone were to bring a bomb? In his recollection, American planes were frequently hijacked by extremists or faced explosions or crashes. The Americans seemed to revel in depicting such scenarios in films, blowing up planes and the White House. What else had they not destroyed? This led him to believe that, throughout the 20th century, American planes were often victims of such calamities. On this occasion, they had purchased business class tickets. Chen Yuange had initially wished for first class, but the family vehemently opposed, deeming it too ostentatious. Thus, he settled for business class. It was their first flight, and the excitement kept them awake early in the morning, arriving at the airport 3 hours before check-in. With time to spare, they turned to a game of cards. A straight. A royal flush. Frustrated, Chen Yuange slammed his cards onto the table. What use was memorizing his hand if luck was the true arbiter of the game? Even with the greatest skill, a handful of mismatched cards was of little value. Of course, he could manipulate the deck to reveal his desired cards, but playing with family rendered such tactics unnecessary. Everything relied on chance. However, today, his fortune was evidently lacking, as his face bore an array of sticky notes. Amidst the myriad of notes plastered around, Chen Yuange posed a profound inquiry. What about your cooperation? You must ensure my admission into the first-tier tournament. Why do you consistently showcase lesser competitors? Chen Yuange merely offered a glance. Do you still wish to triumph over these two? Are you not concerned about your future supply of spirits? At long last, they boarded the aircraft. By some divine intervention, Chen Yuange conducted a thorough inspection of the plane. No explosives nor terrorists in sight. Observing the cramped and rudimentary cabin, with 4 hours left in their journey, he found himself yearning for the comforts of a smart terminal, though it was the virtual canine companions from his games that he missed even more. Despite being confined to single-player masterpieces aboard the spacecraft, he still derived considerable joy from the experience. He could continuously break his own records, engaging in spirited competition with the ship's rudimentary AI, a nostalgia that felt as vivid as yesterday. Las Vegas, we have arrived. They hailed a taxi, heading straight to their pre-booked hotel. After resting for the afternoon, the family enjoyed dinner, freshened up, and donned their attire, guided by a hotel staff member to the casino within the establishment. Upon entering, a cacophony of sounds inundated their senses. The interior was a stark contrast to the outside world, teeming with gamblers ensnared in their vices, alongside visitors from across America and even Europe. Damn it, I've lost again. The crowd comprised individuals of all ages and appearances, showcasing the full spectrum of humanity. Despite being well prepared, everyone was still taken aback by the spectacle before them. Only Chen Yuange remained composed, exchanging $5,000 for chips and generously distributing 500 chips to each of them. Let us proceed and enjoy ourselves. Unfazed by the surrounding atmosphere, the carefully orchestrated lighting and music designed for the average patron felt as gentle as a spring breeze to him. At that moment, a few alluring bunny girls sauntered by. PFF, just a bunch of shameless women. Li Qianru pinched Chen Yuange's waist. Aren't they stunning? I remain unperturbed, my dear wife. Am I truly that kind of man? Chen Yuange noted his sister's gaze lingering on the long legs of the bunny girls, pondering her thoughts. They continued their revelry. Regardless of the games played, Chen Yuange observed without offering critique, relishing in the autonomy that gambling provided, the exhilarating sensation of money swiftly dissipating, and of course, winning would only amplify the joy. The previous night, Chen Yuange had meticulously deconstructed the casino's strategies for them. He took on the role of the dealer, allowing them to play alongside him, elucidating the intricacies of how the house profits in a thorough manner. With this preventative insight, Chen Yuange and the others approached the gambling tables with a fortified mindset, now viewing the gamblers with a sympathetic perspective. The casino, an eternal realm where the house invariably profits, sees each gambler either winning their funds from another or being lured by the enticing bait offered by the house, compelling them to relinquish even more. Alas, how unfortunate that the little ball did not land on 8. Li Qianru sighed, giving Chen Yuange a gentle nudge. In that round, their collective chips were entirely depleted. However, they were not overly troubled by the outcome, for the real excitement lay ahead. Chen Yuange took the two women shopping, while Chen Yuange headed directly to the blackjack tables. After a few small wins and losses, he decided to walk away after securing $50,000, a sum that would hardly attract the casino's attention. He exchanged his chips and deposited the money into the casino's bank, retaining only $3,000 in cash for the next establishment. Over the course of the following 5 days, the family indulged in shopping, attending performances, savoring gourmet meals, and even ventured out to the desert for some sand dune surfing. By nightfall, after a hearty meal, Chen Yuange and the others would retire to rest, while Chen Yuange spent each evening traversing various casinos. Each visit was swift and decisive. Once he won $50,000, he would leave without hesitation. By the end of those 5 nights, Chen Yuange had successfully amassed $1,500,000. The first significant fortune was now his. Chapter 20. Buying a car. Finally home, the family disembarked from the car, burdened with bags of all sizes, drawing the attention of neighbors who heard the commotion. Old Chen, It seems your family had quite the enjoyable week away, returning with all these treasures. When they returned, their belongings had multiplied more than threefold compared to when they left. They had to call for 2 taxis to transport everything, a testament to how mother and daughter had unleashed years of suppressed desires during their shopping spree. Here, these are the candies we bought on the way back. Take them to your grandson to try. As they opened the gate to the backyard, the siblings first carried their luggage upstairs while Chen Yuange went to unlock the shop's door. Soon, the surrounding neighbors learned of the Chen family's return after a week away. Many came to visit, and the couple warmly welcomed their guests, handing out small gifts with heartfelt appreciation. The gestures, though modest, were laden with goodwill, and everyone joyfully accepted the tokens. Before long, the shop was abuzz with chatter as small stools were brought out, and slices of watermelon were served while they admired the photos Li Qianru had brought back. Witnessing Chen Yuange's promising future, the couple felt it was essential to foster connections now, lest they miss opportunities in the future. They shared the scenic views captured in the photographs, basking in the sounds of admiration. Oh, how delightful! The couple felt the weariness of their travels vanish into thin air. For at least a week to come, they would undoubtedly be the focal point of conversation at the mahjong table. Early the next morning at 6 o'clock, Li Qianru, as was her custom, descended to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. Ah, what is that delightful aroma? Who is making egg pancakes? Upon entering the kitchen, she beheld Chen Yuange, who, with his left hand holding a pan, effortlessly flipped a golden pancake. Mom, you're up. The last pancake will be ready shortly. There's red date porridge in the pot, and the pancakes are already fried. Do try and see how I fared. Delicious. I shall go call your father and the others. Li Qianru wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, touched by her son's filial piety. Before long, the family gathered around the dining table, slurping the porridge and savoring the fragrant egg pancakes, accompanied by slices of pickled radish and cold cucumber salad, feeling that their appetites had finally revived. Goodness! Nothing compares to homemade porridge. For the past half-month, it has been nothing but sausages and steaks or hamburgers and salads, either fried or greasy. My stomach simply cannot endure it. Chen Yuange contentedly patted her belly, feeling rejuvenated. At that moment, Chen Yuange placed a check on the table. Dad, this is $30,000 for you and Mom. Additionally, I plan to purchase a farm where we can cultivate grains and vegetables and raise chickens, pigs, and sheep, ensuring that we have ample food at home. Chen Yuange took the check, examining it thoroughly, feeling its texture, and casting a wistful glance at Chen Yuange before reluctantly handing it to Li Qianru. Upon hearing that Chen Yuange intended to buy a farm, he spoke with a lump in his throat. Before your grandfather passed, he grasped my hand and told me that the ancestral land was lost under his guardianship, and he felt he had failed our ancestors. He urged me to acquire land to leave for future generations. Father, behold, today your grandson has fulfilled this wish. Both mother and daughter were moved to tears, while Chen Yuange sighed and gently patted his father's back. After a prolonged moment, everyone's emotions finally settled. Which piece of land are you considering? Do you have a target in mind? Chen Yuange, with only slightly reddened eyes, returned to normalcy. Where do you think would be best? I believe Nassau County on Long Island is quite favorable. It's nearby, no more than an hour's drive. The scenery is beautiful, and the air quality is excellent. Many doctors, lawyers, university professors, and corporate executives reside there, ensuring quality education, healthcare, and public safety. Chen Yuange also recognized the promising future of Long Island, a favored locale for numerous luminaries, noted for its pristine environment. All right, have Uncle Zhang find a real estate agent, and we shall all go to take a look. Thus, the plan was set, and Chen Yuange produced another check, handing it to Li Qianru. Mom, please keep this check for $50,000. Use it for any small expenses at home. Li Qianru joyfully accepted the check, while Chen Yuange's gaze grew even more melancholic. With 2 cars, the farm will soon be established, and having vehicles will certainly make things more convenient. Chen Yuange was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a thrill in his heart. How impressive it was to own a car. Every time he saw Zhang Yude driving by, he couldn't help but feel envious. Chen Yuange swallowed a piece of bread and raised her hand, exclaiming, "But none of us can drive. If you can't drive, then learn. It's quite simple. I will teach you, and I guarantee you will master it in 3 days." The 3 of them looked at him, incredulous. Now that you've learned, what else is there that you cannot do? After finishing breakfast, Chen Yuange pulled his sister upstairs. Sister, take this, but do not let Mom see it. He quietly handed Chen Yuange a check. Upon inspecting it, She was astonished to find it was for $10,000, nearly dropping it in shock. Lowering her voice, she said urgently, "Little brother, this is far too much. I only need 100 for spending money." "What kind of talk is that? Take it. If you refuse, I shall give it to Mom instead." All right. I am truly astonished. You have become quite the wealthy individual. Why should I be polite?" In a swift motion, the check vanished from Chen Yuange's hand, a speed that was truly remarkable. "Let us go. It's time to buy a car." With a call, the entire family immediately set off towards the dealership. By noon, a brand new sedan and a sparkling new convertible coupe were parked at the back gate. The family spent the entire morning browsing through the dealership, with Chen Yuange and his wife selecting a conventional Ford sedan, while Chen Yuange opted for a sporty two-seater convertible. Chen Yuange teased, "Little brother, your car is bound to attract attention on the street." Chen Yuange wished to retort that his car was secured to the earth by a magnetic force. If anyone could still drive it away, that would be quite a feat. He accepted it nonetheless. Before long, the neighbors learned that the Chen family had purchased 2 cars. Recently, news of the Chen family had been buzzing, and everyone had grown accustomed to it, quickly accepting the car purchase. They were all long-time neighbors. Chen Yuange had run his store for over a decade, and having saved some money over the years, purchasing a car was not a monumental event. However, many secretly grumbled, feeling it was merely a display of ostentation. In the following days, Chen Yuange took his family out to practice driving during the day and study traffic regulations at night. America is a nation of automobiles, and the driving test is remarkably simple. The written and practical tests were easily passed, and the whole family promptly received their licenses. Chapter 21. The school year begins. After obtaining their licenses, apart from Chen Yuange, the family would take the car out for leisurely drives whenever they had the time. Of course, Chen Yuange always accompanied them in the passenger seat, as they were all novice drivers, including 2 female drivers. He needed to help them familiarize themselves with the vehicle and the road conditions while also braking in the car. It seemed that the novelty of the new car would not wear off anytime soon. In fact, Chen Yuange was still considered a minor in the United States. Faced with this reality, Chen Yuange found himself at a loss, prompting him to devise a means to assume the identity of a New York University student, solely for the sake of convenience. However, his plan exceeded expectations, transforming him from a mere student into an associate professor. Nevertheless, his age presented a tangible obstacle. After much deliberation, the academy decided against assigning him students, permitting him instead to focus on research for the time being, deferring the matter of student supervision for a couple of years. This arrangement suited Chen Yuange perfectly, granting him a greater sense of freedom. On September 5th, a Saturday, Chen Yuange drove his convertible with Chen Yuange seated in the passenger seat, while Chen Yuange followed closely behind in a sedan. The entire family had come out that day, taking 2 cars to accompany her to orientation, ostensibly to make a grand show of support. Asian students were in short supply at American universities, and the United States was notorious for its severe racial discrimination. In America, the only way to transcend such prejudice was through wealth. Today's mission was to convey to the art school's students that Chen Yuange not only had a renowned associate professor brother, but also a measure of affluence, signaling that she was not someone to be easily trifled with. In America, one must conduct affairs loudly while living modestly, allowing one's strengths to be visible. The prevailing mindset among many Chinese is one of humility, yet this can lead Americans to perceive them as easy targets, an attitude that is ill-suited for the West. Being understated while possessing capability can result in unwarranted vulnerability, and even if one later regains their footing, the initial loss remains irretrievable. This contrasts sharply with the norms in China, where modesty is regarded as a virtue. In order to ensure his sister's smooth transition into university life, Chen Yuange exerted considerable effort. He even enlisted the help of Zhang Yuda's wife to conduct an intensive week-long training session for Chen Yuange, primarily to cultivate her basic sense of fashion and prevent her from being ridiculed as unsophisticated. Upon arriving at the college, numerous parents were seen delivering their children, unloading a myriad of bags from their trunks. The sky-blue convertible came to a gentle halt, drawing the gaze of many young women who were captivated by the tall, well-dressed Chen Yuange. "Oh, a handsome, wealthy guy. I wish I could get his number," the girls whispered among themselves. And had it not been for the radiant and poised Chen Yuange in the passenger seat, some might have approached him for contact information. Likewise, many young men were equally drawn to Chen Yuange, only to have their hearts sink at the sight of Chen Yuange, realizing that their goddess was already taken. At that moment, Chen Yin began to suspect her brother's intentions. Did he purchase this car not merely for the sake of his sister, but to attract the attention of beautiful students? Brother, there are plenty of attractive girls around here, right? Look at how their eyes are practically glued to you. Aren't you the least bit tempted? Sister, you know well enough that while these foreign girls may look appealing from a distance, they have their fair share of quirks and strong sense. Chen Yuange lowered his voice to express his dissatisfaction, relieved that he and his companion conversed in Mandarin. Otherwise, the young ladies present might have taken offense. He typically suppresses his senses. Otherwise, he could hardly endure the world around him. Yet, even in this restrained state, his perceptions remain remarkably acute, rendering it nearly impossible for him to overlook the physical imperfections of those around him. This phenomenon often afflicts individuals with a medical background, as their education informs them of the invisible microorganisms and dust that pervade the air and cling to the human body. Although these entities are imperceptible to the naked eye, their minds conjure vivid images of them, having observed such details through microscopes. Over time, many in the medical profession develop an erroneous belief that others are inherently unclean. Initially, during his first few days, Chen Yuange experienced frequent bouts of nausea. However, his ability to perceive at the molecular level allowed him to grasp the essence of the world, ultimately freeing him from such psychological constraints. This aligns with what Buddhism refers to as the obstruction of insight. With a renewed sense of purpose, he proceeded to report for duty. Following the directional signs, he entered the office building, where a steady stream of individuals were coming and going. "Hi, Louis." In the corridor of the office building, several staff members and teachers greeted Chen Yuange warmly. These individuals had met him back in August when Dr. Chris's assistant, Rooney, accompanied them to complete Chen Yan's administrative paperwork. The impression left by the 18-year-old associate professor was profound, and upon encountering him again, they eagerly exchanged pleasantries. This interaction aligned perfectly with Chen Yuange's intent. Once his reporting procedures were finalized and he departed for the mathematics department, the students present would undoubtedly inquire about his background. They would soon discover that Chen Yin has a distinguished younger brother, a connection potent enough to intimidate lesser individuals. After 2 months of cohabitation, the amiable and loyal nature of his sister fostered a joyful relationship between the siblings. Moreover, Chen Yan's innate inclination to protect the vulnerable and champion justice would surely attract a circle of female companions within the academy, and naturally, Chen Yuange aspired to be the reliable support she could lean on. Having achieved his objective, he departed with a sense of relief. Although the academy had not assigned him any students, it was essential for the department's students to recognize his visage. After all, he was now considered one of the department's prominent figures. His name and mathematical prowess were widely acknowledged, and despite the photographs displayed in the lobby of the office building, he still preferred to visit the campus when time allowed. After parking his car, he made his way towards the elevator, as a meeting awaited him, during which the academy would outline various work arrangements. Upon entering the conference room, he found many attendees already present and quickly located a seat in the corner. Had it not been for the impending meeting, the professors would have forcibly dragged him into their offices, bombarding him with a myriad of inquiries. Were it not for the respect for privacy, he might have suspected Dean Chris of conferring privately with these professors, deliberately preventing him from mentoring students. As a mere repository of knowledge, he pondered whether they could wield him more conveniently. He suddenly contemplated dedicating 2 days a week to imparting a few lectures to students, allowing him to clock in for merely 2 days each week before swiftly departing thereafter. Before long, everyone had assembled, and Chen Yuange resorted to the supreme art of the classroom, feigning sleep with his eyes wide open, until Dean Chris called out, "Louis," at which point Chen Yuange discreetly stirred from his pretense. Utilizing his authority as dean, Professor Chris, under the pretext of assigning tasks to a new employee, whisked away the knowledge repository, leading to a chorus of exasperated gestures from the professors. Chapter 22. Acquiring a farm at long last, noon arrived, prompting Chen Yuange to declare that it was time for lunch, hastily exiting the office to escape his fate as a knowledge repository, while also picking up Chen Yin on the way. The proximity of the school to their home was indeed convenient. It took merely 5 minutes to drive back. In the following days, the orientation activities at New York University were in full swing, and Chen Yin, with her vivacious personality, began to make a mark within her department. Meanwhile, Chen Yuange found himself increasingly summoned by professors to serve as their knowledge repository, and the students in the department no longer regarded him as one of their own. As for Chen Yuange and his wife, they initially found it somewhat unsettling to have the house to themselves during the day, but after a few days, they gradually acclimated to this new way of life, recognizing that their children were destined to soar. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. The family set off in their Ford sedan, with Zhang Yude leading the way, having arranged to meet with a real estate agent to view a farm. Half an hour later, the two vehicles arrived in Nassau County, situated in the central region of Long Island. Long Island is a peninsula that stretches east to west and is broad from north to south. The southern shore features parks and numerous pristine beaches, ideal for surfing during this season. The western area, closer to Manhattan, is characterized by manufacturing industries. Today, however, they had ventured to the agricultural heart of Nassau County in central Long Island. Old Chun, I had no idea you were so discreet. Your wealth is quite substantial, Zhang Yude remarked as he stepped out of the car, jesting with Chen Yuange. The latter merely smiled in silence. Even Zhang Yude, as long as he refrained from asking, would not elicit the origins of this fortune from him. This money had come too easily to stir envy, and it was best kept confidential. To this end, Chen Yuange solemnly advised Li Qianru and Chun Yin to maintain utmost discretion. Even during future tax declarations, the Federal Revenue Service would only ascertain that the money was won at a casino, yet they would remain oblivious to the manner in which it was acquired. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, extending his hand from a distance. President Zhang, welcome, welcome. Zhang Yude grasped the hand extended towards him, shaking it briefly before letting go. Come, Lao Li, allow me to introduce you to my dear brother, Chen Yuange. Today he is the buyer, and I merely play the role of an accompanying figure. Lao Li's smile widened, and he quickly extended his hand, the two clasping each other's hands. I have long admired you. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Mr. Chun, you truly possess an extraordinary presence. The others stifled their laughter. For Chen Yuange's balding head and protruding belly hardly exuded charm. Chen Yuange modestly smiled, recognizing Lao Li's keen perception, as he could see the grace of his youth. If the price were right today, he would finalize the deal. Lao Li then praised Li Qianru for her beauty and elegance, and Chun Yin for her youthful vibrance. When it was Chen Yuange's turn, Lao Li displayed even more enthusiasm, gripping Chen Yuange's hands tightly and shaking them fervently. You must be the illustrious Professor Chen from New York. It is evident that you are a promising talent. My child holds you in high regard. This flattery delighted Chen Yuange and the others. Lao Li, while somewhat sycophantic, was refreshingly candid. Chen Yuange discreetly withdrew his hand, pondering where Zhang Yude had found such an individual. A beacon of the Chinese community? Quite discerning indeed. He had thoroughly grasped their family dynamics, indicating meticulous preparation. His demeanor was humble, and with just a few words, he had already cultivated a favorable impression. Lao Li expertly maintained the balance, engaging in light conversation before declaring, "Please, follow me." As they passed through the farm gate, a wild yet lush landscape unfolded before their eyes. The fields, neglected and overgrown, evoked a sense of sorrow in Chen Yuange and the others. The crops had thrived splendidly. This Charlie farm spans 260 acres, yet only 15 acres have been cultivated, growing staple crops such as wheat, corn, and potatoes, along with a vegetable garden and an orchard. Lao Li explained as he guided them through the farm's produce. A river coursed diagonally through the property, significantly facilitating irrigation. Nods of approval were exchanged. This was excellent, ensuring ample irrigation and domestic water supply. Chen Yuange recalled the fierce conflicts over irrigation in rural areas during his youth, where such disputes often resulted in casualties each year. After crossing a small bridge over the river, they arrived at the living quarters of the farm. Before them stood a quaint two-story building, encompassing 200 square meters, providing ample living space. Upon entering and exploring, they noted that the building and its furnishings were crafted from fine timber, impeccably maintained. However, a thin layer of dust had accumulated within the small building, stirred by the breeze that swept in upon their entrance. Oldly, how is it that no one resides in this place? Here's the story. The previous owner of Charlie Farm was an individual named Old Charlie. 2 decades ago, he purchased this land and transformed it into a farm, which he named after himself. Last month, Charlie passed away in the hospital. His son, young Charlie, lives in Manhattan. However, he operates a factory and is looking to expand production, necessitating funds. Thus, he intends to list the farm for sale. After surveying the furnishings within the small building, Chen Yuange realized that old Charlie had lived here alone. It appeared that the elderly gentleman had long been a widower, and upon his demise, his son was eager to sell the farm that his father had meticulously cared for. It was no wonder that just over half a month after the old man's passing, the weeds in the fields had grown rampant, as the heir had no intention of managing it. Even the livestock in the stable and barn had vanished, indicating a strained relationship between old Charlie and his son. The family convened for a discussion and unanimously agreed that the farm was quite appealing. It was conveniently located alongside the highway, only half an hour's drive from the nearest shops. Moreover, the farm was well equipped and properly maintained. The entire estate was level, with a small river running through it. However, they decided it prudent to compare with other options, in case a better opportunity arose. Chen Yuange insisted on viewing additional properties, and Oldly drove them directly to the next location. After visiting 3 more farms, they found either remote locations, inadequate space, or substandard facilities. None compared favorably to Charlie Farm. As lunchtime approached, Chen Yuange noticed everyone sipping water. Chen Yuange and Zhang Yuda, both somewhat portly, were beginning to huff and puff. Old Li, too, had goji berries steeping in his cup. Uncle Li, what is the asking price for Charlie Farm? A flat price of $400,000. All right, I will purchase it. Old Li gazed at Chen Yuange in astonishment. Who is making this decision? Zhang Yuda paused mid-sip, equally surprised, glancing over at the driver. Chen Yuange, however, remained unfazed, replying, "It's fine, Uncle Li. We will proceed as my son suggests, for 100,000. Hey, old Chen, shouldn't we negotiate this price?" Zhang Yuda interjected. Flustered, "You treat this like a market stall. You can't just buy without haggling. Even the vendors at the market take their time over a single cent. Uncle Zhang, let me ask you this." Chen Yuange turned to Old Li. "Is young Charlie in need of immediate funds?" Indeed, if young Charlie were pressed for cash, given that this farm is well equipped, has flat terrain, water resources, and convenient access, he would surely lower the price. I suspect it would sell within a day. Inform young Charlie that this price is acceptable, and I will pay in cash. Old Li, who had maintained a cheerful demeanor, momentarily displayed a look of astonishment. To produce $400,000 in cash at once, how deeply concealed the Chen family's resources are? Even Zhang Yuda was taken aback, though he soon reconciled himself to it. It was no wonder that in the past, whenever he proposed business ventures with Chen Yuange, he was invariably met with refusal. Chapter 23. The establishment of a secret laboratory. Zhang Yuda found himself at a loss regarding Chen Yuange's intentions and directly inquired, "You must be aware that this price is rather high. Why proceed with the purchase?" Chen Yuange adjusted his glasses and replied, "A cherished desire is priceless. I hold a particular fondness for this farm. The land's value will appreciate. Though it may seem steep now, it will not remain at this price for long. Uncle Zhang, my father intends to acquire this parcel as a family inheritance, not with the aim of reselling for profit. A slightly elevated price is inconsequential." Zhang Yuda paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ah, young lad, you possess the vigor of my youth. Indeed, if one is to buy, let it be the expensive." Chen Yuange's voice floated in, "Old Zhang, this is my son. What pride is there to take?" Laughter erupted among them, filling the air with merriment. "Uncle Li, I kindly ask you to convey to little Charlie that I shall not negotiate on the $40,000 price. However, I require him to send someone to clean up the farm within a week to facilitate our swift processing of the paperwork. I will initially pay 200,000, with the remaining 200,000 due a week later." Zhang Yuda observed attentively, noting that Chen Yuange was poised to take the helm of the Chen family. "Very well, old Chen, today marks a splendid occasion for you to expand your estate. I insist on a sumptuous lunch." "Not a problem, whatever you desire." Chen Yuange seized Old Li, who was about to leave, urging him to stay for lunch as his assistance would be needed henceforth. Old Li was indeed a reliable individual. The Charlie farm boasted ideal conditions with no troublesome property disputes. Once they assumed control, a simple renovation of the small building and the addition of furnishings, along with a name change for the entrance, would suffice for them to move in. While Zhang Yuda suggested a grand feast, the midday meal was rather modest. Once the farm officially transferred to Chen Yuange's name, they would extend an invitation to Zhang Yuda's family for a proper celebration. After the lunch, everyone returned to their respective homes. The following day, Old Li's call came through. Little Charlie had consented to the transaction. The father and son drove to a law firm on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where, in the presence of lawyers, they drafted a contract, verifying its accuracy before signing. Chen Yuange handed a check for $200,000 to little Charlie, and they exchanged a handshake. A pleasant collaboration. Once little Charlie departed, Chen Yuange presented Old Li with a check for $24,000, prompting a wince from Chen Yuan at the sight of such a sum. There was no alternative. This was the rightful commission owed to him, reflecting the standard rate for his services. Upon receiving the check, Old Li felt a wave of emotion. This was likely the swiftest and largest commission he had ever earned in his career. This single order is equivalent to his annual income. As a member of the Chinese community, he primarily conducts business in Chinatown. The deals he facilitates are generally below $50,000, yielding a commission of merely $1,000 or $2,000 each time. He had meticulously prepared for several days regarding the farm. Yet the resources at hand failed to attract interest, jeopardizing the deal. To his surprise, after only half a day of review yesterday, the order was secured. Mr. Chen, in the coming days, I will ensure all procedures are handled properly and monitor the farm's cleanup. In a week's time, you will witness a completely transformed farm. All right, Uncle Li is reliable. We can rest assured. On their way back, Old Li raised a question about what to rename the farm. Chen Yuan believed that as a professor, his son, being the most cultured, should be the one to choose the name. Chen Yuange, however, declined this request, asserting that since the farm was registered under his father's name, the naming should be his father's prerogative. Let us call it Qingshan Farm. My hometown lies at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. That shall be its name. Chen Yuan promptly declared the name of the farm. Chen Yuange glanced at his father in surprise, noticing that his eyes were slightly reddened, indicating a wave of nostalgia for his hometown. Had it not been for the absence of immediate family there, Chen Yuan might have contemplated returning. Old Li empathized, saying, my old home is in the Central Plains. During the war among warlords, my entire family perished in the chaos, leaving me as the sole survivor. I survived by tending cattle for a master. And after a long journey of begging, I eventually made my way to America. It has been over 30 years now. It was truly unexpected that Old Li, once a mere child of 10, alone and helpless, could achieve such success in America, having endured countless struggles for survival that are unimaginable to most. Brother, all of that is behind us, Chen Yuan said, patting Old Li on the shoulder, and they both shared a moment of heartfelt reflection. Old Li laughed heartily. It's all in the past. Now, I live without want. My wife is virtuous, and my children are filial. In remembering my departed family, I realize how fortunate I truly am. The lineage of the Li family has not ended with me. The two middle-aged men engaged in delightful conversation, and Chen Yuan insisted that Old Li join him for a drink. Just as they arrived home, Chen Yuan called out, Chanru, prepare a few dishes tonight. Old Li and I shall not return until we are intoxicated. Are you just eager to drink? Chen Yuange silently mourned for his father for 3 seconds, as he realized he would be calculating the cost tonight. In the following week, the family erupted with enthusiasm, diving headfirst into the fervent renovation of the farm. The two women were primarily responsible for upgrading the small building, planning to remodel the kitchen and bathroom, replace the aging wiring and plumbing throughout the structure, and repaint the entire building with tung oil. They also needed to purchase bedding, tableware, and all necessary household items. Chen Yuan constructed a modest chicken and pig farm, acquiring a few chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep for personal sustenance. Each evening, he discreetly evaded the gaze of others to clandestinely establish a laboratory. The original basement, merely laid with cement, was meticulously renovated by him. He procured various metallic materials and forged them into alloys, covering the floor with alloy panels while leaving a door. Beyond this entrance, he excavated a further 3 meters down, creating an additional 500 meters of space, entirely enveloped in 10-centimeter alloy sheets. This level was intended as his secret laboratory, kept hidden from his family for the time being. The entire underground area was simply divided into sections for the laboratory, storage, and energy zone. Water was drawn from the small river on the farm, and to address energy concerns, he constructed an isotopic nuclear battery the size of a refrigerator. Only by mastering advanced technology and molecular-level processing capabilities could Chen Yuange achieve what seemed unfathomable to ordinary people. As he gazed upon the laboratory he completed in 5 days, bright lights reflecting off the smooth alloy walls, he felt a sense of pride in his craftsmanship. Regarding the laboratory equipment, he intended to fabricate each piece by hand over the coming days rather than purchasing from the market. For now, His molecular-level processing ability allowed him to create microchips. And if necessary, he could expand the main unit to adequately manage a laboratory. Chapter 24. A willing assistant with the construction of the laboratory momentarily at a standstill. Chen Yuange decided it was time for a respite. After days filled with organizing the farm by day and building by night, he was on the verge of exhaustion. Such blessings were almost too much to bear. The September weather, with its oppressive autumn heat, was bothersome, and as Chen Yuange carried vegetables from the market, he planned to prepare a grand feast to reward his family. Oh, what is Chen Yuange doing over there? From several dozen meters away, he spotted Chen Yuange waiting at the back gate. The young man had removed his glasses and regained his confidence, having undergone a remarkable transformation in just half a month. Chen Yuange, what brings you to my doorstep? Lost in his reverie of vindication, Chen Yuange was startled by Chen Yuange's voice. I'm not doing anything. Oh, do you recognize me? Thanks to the activation of his unusual genes, he had grown taller, his physique had strengthened, his vision had returned to normal, and even the acne on his face had vanished. Since that day, he had sprinted back from Central Park and accidentally shattered his family's dishes. He had become convinced of his newfound strength. Remarkably, having been ruthlessly trampled by the sudden appearance of a dark figure, Chen Yuange had surprisingly avoided becoming egotistical, refraining from boasting about his transformation. During those days, the Chen family was preoccupied with the embarrassment of his testing failure, thus failing to notice his transformation. At the tender age of 15, he was in the midst of rapid physical development, and when the Chen family eventually observed his changes, they merely attributed them to the natural maturation of youth. After secretly testing his strength, Chen Yuange took great pleasure in teaching a lesson to the school bullies who often extorted his pocket money. He also garnered the admiration of the goddess of his class. To his surprise, he discovered that his memory and comprehension had significantly improved through diligent study of the textbook material. He felt invigorated, convinced of his capabilities. Today, he intended to challenge Chen Yuange once more, to assert that he was indeed a genius, and that Chen Yuange was merely an obstacle on his path to brilliance. However, upon their initial encounter, Chen Yuange immediately recognized him, leaving Chen Yuange momentarily stunned. Surely, his handsome appearance had spread among the female classmates throughout Chinatown. Chen Yuange proclaimed boldly, Chen Yuange, today I challenge you. Chen Yuange opened the gate, asking, what do you wish to challenge me with? If you present another set of problems like last time, I have already proven myself. I am the true genius. Chen Yuange chuckled softly, as he had intended to seek him out in due course. Since he had come to him today, he decided to test that hypothesis. Chen Yuange instinctively shivered, and Chen Yuange noted his reaction. Oh, so his sixth sense has sharpened as well. Excellent. I happen to have some spare test questions. Wait a moment while I retrieve them. Chen Yuange prepared himself for rejection, aiming to provoke and infuriate Chen Yuange with premeditated words. This script was not unfolding as expected. Wasn't he supposed to become enraged and refuse, only to be compelled to produce the test paper after my provocation? Chen Yuange felt as if the emotions he had cultivated throughout the day had dissipated into thin air, leaving him quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Chen Yuange produced the spare test paper left from the previous encounter, which he had originally set aside for another student. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuange's previous humiliating defeat had frightened off quite a few individuals, and now it was being utilized against him. Here you go, you may complete it in the courtyard. He handed the test paper to Chen Yuange, as he needed to prepare dinner and had no time to watch this lad solve problems. With renewed confidence, Chen Yuange accepted the test paper, determined to prove that he was still the genius he believed himself to be. The first question was straightforward. The second and third questions posed no challenge. The fourth question presented a bit of difficulty. The fifth question, however, was still manageable. Chen Yuange's confidence soared. Previously, he had faltered on the fifth question, ultimately scoring only 45 points. But today he was progressing with unwavering determination through all 5 questions. Finally, he reached the 6th question. Filled with ambition, he scrutinized it. 10 minutes passed. After performing calculations on scrap paper and wiping the sweat from his brow, he inscribed his answer. I shall not be defeated. Chen Yuange silently encouraged himself and continued to gaze at the 7th question, which he found somewhat perplexing. After a while, it seemed he could not solve it. Impossible. After all, I am a 1 in a million prodigy. How could I possibly fail at the 7th question? At that moment, Chen Yuange had already finished washing and chopping all the vegetables. Glancing at the time, It was nearly 5 o'clock, and his father would soon return. It was better to send that brat away first. Chen Yuange stared blankly at the test paper. He could not solve the 7th question and found himself equally stumped by the last 3. At this moment, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Drenched in sweat, yearning to surrender, yet pride held him back. Fortunately, he had come alone today. Apart from that detestable Chen Yuange, there should be no one else present. Right? Could it be that my subconscious has predicted my imminent failure once again? Chen Yuange could hardly believe such thoughts had crossed his mind. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Chen Yuange slammed his hand on the table and snatched away the test paper. Hey, what are you doing? I was working on that. Chen Yuange protested. Chen Yuange shot him a disdainful glance, saying, You're just putting on a show. You've barely scraped a score of 60. Enough. I'm going to cook now. You can go home for your meal. I haven't saved any food for you here. Initially taken aback, Chen Yuange soon erupted in anger, and upon hearing Chen Yuange's dismissive words, he exclaimed fervently, You said that. You didn't give me a chance to prove myself. Fine. I'll let you have your way today. You focus on your cooking. Chen Yuange narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself how stubborn this little brat was. With a mere 60 points, could an extraordinary genetic mutation really thicken one's skin? Hurry up and leave. You're a nuisance here. Chen Yuange felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly fled the courtyard, vowing never to return. The dinner that evening was sumptuous, and everyone enjoyed it heartily. As night fell, Chen Yuange, carrying the drowsy Chen Yuange, arrived at the banks of the Hudson River and unceremoniously dropped him onto the ground. Moments later, a large splash of water surged from the river, drenching Chen Yuange. Damn it! Who poured water on me? He jolted awake from his pleasant dreams, cursing vehemently. Where am I? How did I end up by the river? Under the dim moonlight, Chen Yuange gradually discerned his surroundings and instinctively wanted to scream, only to realize he was unable to move, fear flooding his eyes. After a while, he spotted a shadowy figure standing before him and found that he could move again. A ghost! Chen Yuange, feeling irked, flipped his right hand. Chen Yuange found himself spinning in midair, arms and legs splayed out like a star. A minute later, with his formidable digestive abilities, he lay on the riverbank, pallid and retching incessantly. Are you done yet, you little fool? Stop pretending in front of me. At first, the retching was genuine, but soon this fellow feigned it, attempting to escape, an endeavor that could not elude Chen Yuange's discerning gaze. Who are you really? We are affluent. I can offer you money. I beseech you, spare me. Chapter 25. The rapid master. A cold snort from Chen Yuange froze all the blood in Chen Yuange's body, intensifying his fear as he struggled to contain his tears while gazing at the person before him. I am the immortal of the infinite, soon to ascend to the celestial realm. I cannot bear to see my skills perish among mortals. I observe that your innate talent is exceptional. Indeed, a fine prospect worthy of inheriting my wisdom. Chen Yuange stared blankly, bewildered by the ornate language. All he comprehended were the words immortal. Yet, with such a dark and grim appearance, how could this possibly be an immortal? Surely, he must be a devil. Chen Yuange slapped his forehead in frustration. He had miscalculated. This lad was merely a second-generation immigrant, barely grasping conversational Mandarin, let alone classical Chinese. Cough, cough. I am the immortal of the infinite, and today I have decided to impart my celestial arts to you. Chen Yuange paused momentarily, instinctively questioning. You do not resemble an immortal. You are but an ordinary person, unable to fathom my might. With a shift in the magnetic field, Chen Yuange altered the spectrum of light. In that instant, it was as if a sun had risen before Chen Yuange, an overwhelming pressure compelling him to prostrate on the ground. I am blinded. That moment stretched infinitely, though it was but a fleeting instant. Chen Yuange contained these changes within a radius of 5 meters. Otherwise, if the sun were to rise over the Hudson River at night, New York would witness an uproar the following day. As the radiance faded, Chen Yuange, struck by inspiration, arose and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple. Yet, he soon realized he could not kneel further, his voice faltering. What a jest! How could Chen Yuange allow a mere tool to become his disciple? You have yet to pass my test. You are not qualified to be my disciple. Releasing Chen Yuange from his constraints, the lad excitedly pounded his chest. Whatever you say, I fear not the mountain of blades or the sea of flames. Spare me. I shall first teach you a set of boxing techniques. Only when you reach the required level may you become my official disciple. Chen Yuange's body involuntarily drifted forward as the immortal's palm struck his forehead with a sharp clap. Focus intently. I shall now bestow upon you my teachings. Chen Yuange found his body moving uncontrollably, swiftly dancing. Under the moon's zenith, upon the banks of the Hudson River, a youth leapt and crouched, surged and darted, limbs extending and contracting as if engaged in combat with an invisible foe. His blood coursed rapidly, muscles undulating, and bones creaking in response to the newfound vigor. Half an hour later, his body came to an abrupt halt, every pore wide open, enveloped in a thick mist of white vapor, a phenomenon resulting from intense physical exertion and the subsequent evaporation of sweat. He felt an exhilarating rush, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of weakness, realizing he had expended a considerable amount of energy. Catch! A porcelain vial was tossed his way, and he reached out to grasp it. Inside was a pill known as the pill of fasting, which, once consumed, would restore his vitality. Without hesitation, Chen Yuange uncorked the vial and poured the contents into his mouth. In a matter of moments, the emptiness in his stomach transformed into a sense of fulfillment, prompting him to marvel at the treasures possessed by immortals. Yet, Chen Yuange had no such pill to offer. Perhaps there were indeed immortals and such pills in existence, but he simply did not possess one. What he had provided was merely a concoction of protein, fatty acids, and vitamins, akin to compressed biscuits designed solely for energy replenishment. This concoction boasted a caloric value far superior to that of ordinary compressed biscuits, with the vial containing 300 grams, ample to restore this young man's strength. Otherwise, if he had presented actual compressed biscuits, his image as an immortal would surely be tarnished. 5 minutes later, Chen Yuange's hunger had finally dissipated. Very well. What I just transmitted to you was a set of Wuji boxing techniques. Now, demonstrate it to me. The so-called Wuji boxing was simply a fusion of Xingyi, Bagua, and Tai Chi combat frameworks, meticulously crafted by Chen Yuange. With his keen observational skills, after merely a few visits to the martial arts academy, the essence of the boxing techniques became immediately apparent to him. The boxing stances, through repetitive practice by an ordinary individual, allow the muscles to form a memory, enabling instinctive responses to attacks during combat. This is what is meant by the mind preceding the fist. But what is this mind? In essence, it refers to the electrical signals transmitted by the human nervous system. Practicing boxing is akin to creating a chip, establishing a fixed circuit of electrical signals within the body's nerves. Chen Yuange directly translated a set of boxing stances into data packets, which he then transmitted into the human body through an appropriately calibrated magnetic field frequency. While ordinary individuals might spend their lifetimes mastering boxing, he could enable someone to achieve proficiency in less than half an hour. It resembled the legendary initiation, allowing an ordinary person to transform into a master overnight. From that point on, as long as Chen Yuange continued to practice, he would retain mastery of the technique. After all, the muscle memory of the human body cannot be preserved indefinitely. Of course, for Chen Yuange, as long as he continued to update the data packets, he could ensure that the knowledge remained perpetually accessible. With instinctive reflexes, Chen Yuange assumed the boxing stance, and the scene from earlier replayed on the riverbank. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, but after a series of repetitions, his execution of the boxing technique became increasingly fluid. With each strike, sharp sounds resonated as Chen Yuange's boxing began to exhibit a remarkable vigor. Chen Yuange observed him unleash his full strength, nodding in satisfaction. Come, strike towards me. Let me see how well you have mastered it. Chen Yuange halted, regaining his stamina, feeling a mixture of fear and eagerness. After being enlightened by the formidable martial arts and engaging in practice, Chen Yuange was awestruck by the celestial being's enigmatic prowess, simultaneously filled with reverence and trepidation. Celestial being. I dare not, he exclaimed. If you wish to strike, do so. Do you truly believe your meager strength could harm me? Celestial being, please guide me. Chen Yuange nodded, acknowledging the boy's sensibility, as Chen Yuange launched a straight punch toward him. Chen Yuange effortlessly intercepted the blow, instructing, continue, do not cease. With a resounding series of impacts, Chen Yuange remained stationary while Chen Yuange circled around him, delivering punch after punch. Chen Yuange utilized this moment to observe the flow of Chen Yuange's vital energy. After several rounds, Chen Yuange, witnessing the celestial being's unwavering stance, felt his spirits weighing. initially believing he could provoke even a slight movement from Chen Yuange. However, as long as the celestial being did not call for a halt, he was compelled to persist. Feeling that he had gathered sufficient data, Chen Yuange deemed the evening's experiment a resounding success, and with a swift motion, he sent Qian Shenggong soaring through the air. "That will suffice for today?" Panting, he asked, "Celestial being, have I qualified? When will I pass the test?" "You performed admirably. As for the test, the secrets of heaven must remain undisclosed." Chen Yuange ascended, carrying Qian Shenggong into the sky, and soon they arrived at Chinatown, where he unceremoniously deposited him in the backyard of his home. A voice, imbued with a menacing aura, echoed in Qian Shenggong's mind. "I shall teach you martial arts. But should you dare to use them for nefarious purposes, I will render you powerless." Chapter 26. Residing on the farm, Qian Shenggong's riverbank adventure stirred no ripples. Akin to the waves of the vast sea, Chen Yuange's experimentation was predicated on Qian Shenggong's remarkable recovery abilities, tenfold that of an ordinary person, allowing him to endure the trials. Having subjected him to such exertions, Chen Yuange also imparted a genuine martial arts technique, ensuring that this young man would not one day miscalculate the force of his strikes and inadvertently cause harm. In a sense, he had aided Qian Shenggong, fulfilling his duty with utmost benevolence. The future of this young man was no longer of his concern. After a week of diligent construction, the farm was finally revitalized, and Chen Yuange cheerfully settled the final payment. As vehicles traversed the road, the sign for Qingshan Farm came into view from a distance. A car halted in front of the farm's small building, and today, Zhang Yuda's family had been invited. Upon stepping out, Zhang Xinlan hurried towards the small building, her voice carrying through the air. "Sister Yin, I have come to see your new home." "Ah, Uncle Chen, greetings." Upon seeing Chen Yuan emerge from within, Zhang Xinlan quickly paused to stand attentively, offering her respects to Chen Yuan. "Ah, here comes the delightful Xinlan, and Chen Yin is inside. I wonder what delectable dish she intends to prepare for me today. I shall go and see." Zhang Xinlan, like a graceful fawn, bounded towards the house with a lively gait. "Xinlan, slow down, you little rascal." Zhou Qingwei called out helplessly from behind, but Zhang Xinlan had already vanished from sight. "Qingwei, there are no outsiders here. Let the child play," he remarked. Zhou Qingwei cast a reproachful glance at him, exclaiming, "You know, our daughter is becoming increasingly mischievous. She hardly embodies the demeanor of a refined young lady anymore." Zhang Yuda struggled to find a response, but his eyes brightened upon seeing Chen Yuan approach. "Old Chen, take a look at what I've brought you." Upon noticing the box of liquor in the driver's hands, Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. After greeting Li Qingwei, he made his way directly to the box. "Haha, old Zhang, you truly understand me. A whole box of Guangyi Quan. How generous of you," he exclaimed. "I've been saving this liquor for 8 years. What exquisite dishes have you prepared for today?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan erupted into laughter, snatching the bottle from the driver and walking toward the house while saying, "Today, you are in for a treat. A master chef is at the helm. Surely not inferior to an imperial chef. This box of liquor won't be a disgrace." Zhang Yuda and his wife exchanged puzzled glances. "Old Chen, have you perhaps invited the head chef from Fumanlu? I believe they were once the imperial chefs of the Qing dynasty." Chen Yuan merely smiled in response, leading the way ahead. Upon entering, they found Li Qianru and Chen Yin setting the table, yet Xinlan was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Xinlan, who had always been a devoted admirer of Chen Yin, frequently visited her to play. It was strange today that this little fan was not following her sister Yin around. At that moment, sounds of astonishment emerged from the kitchen. "Incredible! Brother Yuange is truly remarkable." Zhang Yuda and his wife were momentarily bewildered. What had transpired? They had just been curious why Chen Yuange hadn't come out to greet them, as he was typically quite courteous. Zhang Yuda strode directly toward the kitchen, but when he reached the doorway, he froze in place. Zhou Qingwei, assisting with the tableware, turned to see Zhang Yuda standing motionless at the entrance and, unable to quell her curiosity, approached him. As she arrived at the kitchen door and peered inside, she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment, nearly gasping aloud. Before the stove, flames blazed fiercely, and the sound of rushing air echoed throughout the kitchen. Chen Yuange, clad in a white chef's robe, held a pan in his left hand and a spatula in his right, skillfully flipping the contents with fluid movements as if he were a seasoned chef who had immersed himself in the culinary arts for decades. "Am I seeing this correctly? Is that really Chen Yuange?" Zhou Qingwei's words were laden with skepticism. After all, she had encountered Chen Yuange only a handful of times and was convinced she must have been mistaken. Zhang Yude, stirred from his reverie, replied, "You are not mistaken. That is indeed Chen Yuange. Such a figure hardly resembles a university professor." At that moment, the wind's rustle abruptly ceased. For Chen Yuange had just plated the dishes and extinguished the stove. This robust cooking apparatus was something he had meticulously crafted. In this era, Chinese restaurant kitchens still relied on manual fans to stoke the flames. Had they seen this culinary marvel, they would undoubtedly covet it. Zhang Xinlan, eager to assist, lifted the platter only to be startled by the sight of her parents standing at the doorway, their expressions a blend of curiosity and bewilderment. "Ah!" Zhang Xinlan gasped. Her hands trembled, and internally she cried out, "Oh no!" Just then, a hand appeared beneath the platter, supporting it. In a split second, Chen Yuange adeptly caught it. Zhang Yude and his wife quickly regained their composure, while Zhou Qingwei hurried forward to take the dish from them. "Child, you are too careless," Zhang Xinlan chided herself, instinctively patting her chest. As Chen Yuange removed his chef's robe, he remarked, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhou, the dishes are ready. Let us proceed." With that, he turned and moved to a corner, lifting a large pot from the stove. Unfortunately, the Zhang family was so astonished by Chen Yuange's culinary prowess that they failed to notice he was handling the scorching pot with his bare hands. As everyone settled around the dining table in the living room, Li Qianru and Chun Yin lifted the cover from the dishes. Wow! White-cut chicken, old duck stew, soft-shelled long fish, braised lion's head meatballs, Wensi tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour cabbage, and spicy shredded potatoes. Zhang Xinlan announced each dish as if reading from a menu. Just then, Chen Yuange removed the lid from the pot, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Could it be? Is that Buddha jumps over the wall? Zhang Yude mused. Having caught a glimpse of the pot earlier, his suspicions piqued. "Here, Uncle Zhang. Do try my Buddha jumps over the wall," Chen Yuange offered, ladling a portion of soup into each person's small bowl to whet their appetites. Everyone raised their bowls, blew gently upon the contents, and took a sip. Instantly, a burst of rich flavor exploded in their mouths. After savoring a sip, Zhang Yude gave a thumbs up, utterly impressed, and exclaimed, "Extraordinary. Yuange, your culinary skills are exceptional. What do you think, old Zhang? Knowing your ancestry hails from Manan, my son specifically prepared this for you." Chen Yuange added with a smile. Zhang Yude nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, Yuange, how thoughtful of you. These dishes must be prepared for Qingwei, right?" Chen Yuange replied with a grin. "Precisely. I heard Aunt Zhou grew up in the Huayang water town, so I endeavored to replicate those flavors." "You are being modest. Your skills are truly remarkable." As the gathering unfolded, glasses clinked in a jubilant toast to the Chen family's new abode. The dishes were savored, and the wine flowed generously, when suddenly, Zhang Xinlan recollected something. "Yuan, I will be celebrating my birthday at the end of the month. Would you be so kind as to take charge of the kitchen?" The room erupted in laughter, and Zhou Qingwei playfully tapped her on the head. "Silly girl, do you really think your Yuan Gu, a university professor, would cook for you? I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart." Zhang Xinlan offered a timid defense, which only earned her a disapproving glare from Zhou Qingwei. In that moment, the Qingshan farm was suffused with merriment and laughter. Chapter 27. The company shall be named Umbrella. With matters at the farm settled, the next morning, Chen Yuange sought out Old Li, intent on establishing a company and requesting Old Li's assistance with the necessary formalities. At the municipal office, holding the application form, Chen Yuange pondered the company's name. After a brief deliberation, inspiration struck him. Let us name it Umbrella. What should the flagship product be? In this world, which demographic generates revenue most swiftly? It has always been women and children. Living in America, he noted that Caucasian women often suffer from three prevalent issues: body odor, excessive body hair, and rapid skin aging. Chen Yuange was appalled by this. He had endured 18 years of yearning. The reason for the prevalence of body odor among Caucasians lies in their genetics, which predisposes them to develop active sweat glands, compounded by their dietary habits that predominantly include meat and dairy, thus exacerbating sweat secretion. To mask the odor, they often resort to perfumes. However, for someone with a keen sense of smell like Chen Yuange, these scents were utterly peculiar, testing his olfactory endurance. Thus, with the intention of founding a company, he synthesized an active agent capable of swiftly breaking down the unsaturated fatty acids present in sweat effectively eliminating body odor. There existed a more permanent solution through surgical procedures or even genetic modification, but why should he pursue such a route when he could earn a lifetime's fortune gradually? Subsequently, he envisioned a range of products aimed at hair removal and combating skin aging, ultimately positioning himself as the most adored man among women worldwide. As for collecting human genetic data during product sales, this would serve the purpose of offering more sophisticated personalized services. Oldly, do you have any reliable lawyers and accountants in mind, preferably of Chinese descent? In the office, Chen Yuange inquired, seeking Oldly's assistance in connecting him with trustworthy individuals. Borrowing personnel from Zhang Yude was not an option. This was business after all. While familial connections could be advantageous, they were also challenging to manage, and he wished to keep personal relationships separate from his endeavors. Mr. Chen, I have 2 candidates in mind. When do you intend to meet them? Are they available today? I shall inquire. 5 minutes later, the individuals Mr. Li had arranged for were all available and arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The office door was knocked upon, and Mr. Li entered with 2 middle-aged gentlemen. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce lawyer Zhao Yunlong and accountant Lu Shiying. I trust you need no introduction to them. Honored to meet you. Professor Chen's reputation precedes him. I have long desired this encounter. Zhao Yunlong extended his hand to Wang Yuan, and they exchanged a firm handshake. Chen Yuange followed suit, greeting Lu Shiying as well. After Mr. Li made the introductions, he took his leave. As everyone settled down and engaged in polite conversation for a few minutes, Chen Yuange nodded silently, acknowledging that Mr. Li was indeed a reliable person, and the 2 individuals he introduced were of good character. Gentlemen, after our discussion, I have matters I would like to entrust to you. Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shiying exchanged glances, their eyes still reflecting surprise. During the earlier conversation, it became evident that Chen Yuange possessed considerable expertise in both legal and financial matters. They could only conclude that a genius is truly extraordinary. The 2 men readily agreed, and Chen Yuange proceeded to sign a contract of entrustment with them. He handed Zhao Yunlong the molecular formula materials for the decomposition activator of unsaturated fatty acids, instructing him to apply for a patent and acquire a small chemical factory. As for the financial management of the umbrella company, that task was temporarily assigned to Lu Shiying. Chen Yuange was keen to assess their capabilities. If they proved competent, he would consider hiring them as senior executives for the company. With the patent application now in process, even if the patent certificate had not yet been issued, the invention was already under protection. Zhao Yunlong was tasked with surveying suitable small factories on Changdao. It would take some time to secure the patent and purchase an appropriate chemical factory. Once he had given Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shiying their respective assignments, he checked the time, realizing it was just right to go to the school to pick up Chen Yan. As Chen Yuange drove, he retrieved a box from the storage compartment and handed it to Chen Yan. Sister, I have a gift for you. Curiously, Chen Yan accepted the box, opening it while asking, what is it? She lifted out a small bottle with a spray nozzle, examining the label attached to it. Rose, is this the perfume you concocted? Yes, there are 20 bottles here. How long will this last me? Besides, I hardly ever use perfume. Chen Yuange chuckled lightly, teasingly withholding details. That would be a shame. This perfume is particularly suited for those who perspire heavily, effectively neutralizing body odor. Chen Yan's casual demeanor momentarily faltered, her expression shifting as she processed his words, leading to a barrage of questions. What did you say? Neutralize body odor? Are you joking? Maintaining his composure, Chen Yuange continued to drive, gently brushing aside his sister's playful interjection. Mind your image. You must present yourself as a lady. Chen Yan suddenly remembered that everyone was still in the car. She obediently returned to her seat and shook the small bottle in her hand. So, this bottle is indeed the rose-scented one. Let me see. Jasmine, tulip, and lavender. Are there no other fragrances? Chen Yan picked up a small bottle labeled with tulip, lifted her collar, and sprayed a few puffs under her armpits before bending down to take a whiff. The scent is quite gentle, but there is still a hint of body odor lingering. Smack! Chen Yuange couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her on the back of the head. Use some common sense. You just sprayed it. Even if it works, it would take a minute. Effects aren't instant. If it weren't for Chen Yuange driving, Chen Yan would have been tempted to kick him. Taking deep breaths, she repeatedly reassured herself. After all, he is a professor. Fidgeting restlessly, she felt that this minute dragged on endlessly. Unable to resist any longer, Chen Yan bent down to sniff again. Oh, truly it's gone. Only a faint scent of tulip remains, and the body odor is no longer detectable. Chen Yuange inhaled a few more times, finally convinced that it was not just a peculiar scent masking the odor. Generally, when using perfume, the initial fragrance is overwhelming, but as one continues to smell, it often turns into a strange blend with body odor. This is wonderful. Brother, you are amazing. I will use this from now on. With this hot weather, this will eliminate the odor. Chen Yuange happily placed the small bottle back and closed the box, ensuring to keep it safe. Are you satisfied with the gift? Absolutely. It's splendid. Since you're pleased, could you do me a small favor? No problem. Is there a girl you have your eye on? Don't worry. I've got you covered. I'll help you set it up. Huh, do I need you to arrange that? Keep one bottle of this perfume for yourself. The rest is for your classmates to try. Chen Yuange's joyful expression faltered momentarily before she chuckled and said, I understand, I see. Who would have thought our esteemed professor is such a flirt? After patiently explaining, Chen Yuange assured him with a pat on her chest that she would execute the promotional task flawlessly, and from now on, Chen Yuange's perfume would be her responsibility. Rest assured, I'll take care of it all. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you want to eat? Really? I want. Chapter 28. Conversations on Mid-Autumn Night. With anticipation for the Mid-Autumn Feast, Chen Yuange happily headed to school, of course, with the perfume she received yesterday. Just before leaving, she casually asked, what is the name of this perfume? Muse perfume. Upon entering the classroom, a crisp voice rang out. Sarah, over here, over here. Chen Yuange spotted her good friend Hannah, her petite figure sitting in the 5th row, and hurriedly made her way over. Just as Professor Olivia stepped into the classroom after placing her bag down, the atmosphere shifted. She was renowned for her strict demeanor. The two students quickly halted their conversation, and Chen Yuange found herself stifled, unable to share her thoughts about the perfume, nearly choking on her words. The excitement of the previous night had robbed her of sleep, causing her to rise late and rush to class, leaving her drenched in the sweat of her hurried bicycle ride, feeling quite uncomfortable. Finally, as the bell signaling the end of class rang, Chen Yuange eagerly retrieved a box from her backpack and spritzed herself with a fragrance reminiscent of tulips. Hannah and the surrounding classmates watched in astonishment as Chen Yuange produced a bottle of perfume and boldly applied it. Sarah, did you rob a store? Hannah quipped, picking up a bottle from the box, a glass vessel as thick as her thumb, exuding a refined smoothness and elegance, only to be marred by a label that detracted from its allure. Jasmine, Hannah mused, scrutinizing the perfume. Was this a bespoke creation from a master perfumer? Students at New York University's School of Art typically hailed from affluent backgrounds. Hannah's parents were a doctor and a lawyer, both high earners. Thus she had experienced her fair share of custom fragrances. She held no doubts about Chen Yuange's ability to afford such luxuries. Hannah, this bottle is for you. You'll thank me once you try it, Chen Yuange declared, having finished her application. That's not appropriate. Custom fragrances are tailored to an individual's body chemistry. Surely it won't suit me? Several nearby girls nodded in agreement, all from wealthy families and familiar with bespoke perfumes. Chen Yuange, with a mysterious smile, responded, Are you certain? Come, take a whiff of my scent. Notice any changes? No way, your sweat odor is overwhelming. I must decline, Hannah protested, pushing Chen Yuange away, only to be playfully pulled into an embrace. Ugh, Sarah, you breast monster, let me go? Hannah struggled, but her petite frame was no match for Chen Yuange's strength, and soon her resistance waned. How peculiar. Hannah sniffed, bewildered. What was happening? The only scent lingering was the delicate fragrance of tulips. The perfumer was truly skilled, as the aroma was far from overpowering and quite pleasant. How can this be? Hannah finally discerned the pivotal detail. The faint tulip scent was all that remained, the odor of sweat having vanished without a trace. Sarah, this perfume, Hannah exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Haha, you've discovered the secret. Give it a try. You're in for a delightful surprise. A minute later, Hannah's voice rang out in astonishment. My goodness, this perfume actually neutralizes body odor. Instantly, a crowd of curious girls gathered around, and several close friends received a bottle from Chen Yuange, each eager to experience the enchanting surprise for themselves. Soon, a chorus of exclamations filled the classroom as everyone eagerly inquired about where to procure the exquisite perfume. Quiet. You may sample it first. Once it's gone, it's $3 a bottle from me. Chen Yuange had bestowed this benefit upon her, entrusting her with the trial sales at New York University, for which she would receive a commission of $1 per bottle. Naturally, there was a daily limit of 100 bottles, and with the factory yet to materialize, He had no interest in laboriously crafting them by hand. Last night, he had produced 10,000 bottles in one go, stashing them away in the basement for Chen Yuange to manage as she pleased. Today, in the dance department, Chen Yuange became the center of attention, as more than half the girls in her class surrounded her, affectionately calling her big sister, which incited palpable jealousy among her rivals. Chen Yuange rushed back at noon, skipping lunch, and took 100 bottles of perfume with her back to school. Furious, Li Qianru exclaimed that she should not return, although she had already delightedly begun using the special perfume her son had crafted for her. As for Zhou Qingwei and Zhang Xianlan's perfumes, Chen Yuange had not overlooked them either, specifically entrusting Zhang Yude to flatter his wife and daughter with the gifts. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival was to be celebrated on the farm, with Li Qianru, as the hostess, rightfully taking charge of the festivities. While Chen Yuange was basking in the admiration of her numerous admirers at school, the father and son found themselves at her beck and call, living in a foreign land. Simply gazing up at the bright full moon evoked the longing of wanderers for their hometown. On the lawn in front of the small building, the family gathered to admire the moon, savor mooncakes and fruit, while watching programs on a black and white television. Chen Yuange lifted his gaze to the luminous orb overhead, reminiscing about his 20th birthday, spent vacationing on the moon, a celestial body that was no longer the same as it once was. How wondrous fate can be. Slightly intoxicated, Chen Yuange produced a silver-white object the size of a lunchbox. Son, this is what Su Lao-san desired the other day. It is now entrusted to you. Chen Yuange reached out to receive it, recognizing the shape from Su Lao-san's memories, rumored to be a treasure of immortals. Son, this was obtained by your great-grandfather when he traveled to the capital for examinations, after rescuing someone on the river. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. All I know is that your great-grandfather and your grandfather used this before their passing. Chen Yuange, evidently recalling something unsettling, trembled as he recounted. That moment is etched in my memory. Your grandfather, before his death, shattered the elixir, and from a distance, I witnessed him transform into stone. Chen Yuange excitedly pushed aside the top of the silver-white object, revealing a box with 10 grooves, of which only 8 contained thumb-sized blue crystals. What sorcery is this elixir? He sighed, recalling his drinking session with Su Lao-san, lamenting the fates of your grandfather and others. In a fit of frustration, he had shown this object to Su Lao-san, unaware that this scoundrel had already set his sights on it. Chen Yuange felt a pang of regret. Fortunate it was that he was preparing to feign death to escape. Otherwise, his entire family might have fallen victim to Su Lao-san's schemes. Li Qianru only then comprehended the gravity of the situation, a wave of dread washing over her as she patted Chen Yuange's back in frustration. I warned you to drink less. For just a few ounces of that cat's urine, how much trouble have you stirred up? What nonsense. Can a man truly be called a man if he abstains from drink? Chen Yuange picked up the box, examining it with great curiosity. Its material and craftsmanship were rather intriguing, resembling a product of industrial design. This was indeed fascinating. It was obtained by his great-grandfather during his journey to the capital for the imperial examination, suggesting it possessed a history of at least 70 years. Whether it was crafted by celestial beings remained uncertain, though he entertained the notion that it might have been created by extraterrestrials. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed a 500-meter-long spacecraft lying still upon the moon. Although the ship was concealed by an energy shield, Chen Yuange could effortlessly see beyond it. The fact that the energy shield was still operational indicated that the spacecraft had a source of power. It seemed there were aliens active on Earth, though their methods of concealment were unknown. Chapter 29. Conversations on the Mid-Autumn Night 2. Setting aside thoughts of extraterrestrials, the box emitted no electromagnetic signals, confirming it to be a purely mundane object. Otherwise, the Chen family would have long been approached. Closing the lid, Chen Yuange produced 3 items, a belt and 2 bracelets. Dad, this belt is for you. Mom, sister, these bracelets are for you. Please choose one each. The 3 paused momentarily before reaching out to take the items. Oh my, these bracelets are exquisite. The mother and daughter each selected one, delighting in their beauty as they adorned their wrists and admired them. Crafted from precious metals, these creations drew inspiration from the masterpieces of his past life, employing intricate hollow techniques that were understated yet elegant. Their designs were minimalist, revealing a breathtaking beauty only upon close inspection. If they were too ostentatious, they would attract the attention of thieves, contradicting his original intent. Each of these 3 items possessed a unique electromagnetic signature, allowing him to pinpoint their location within a 300-kilometer radius. Even from the opposite side of the Earth, he could sense their vague positioning. The first product from Umbrella, the Muse perfume, was set to launch on a grand scale next month. With Chen Yuange distributing samples for trial today, it would not be long before someone harbored ulterior motives. Money can entice the heart. Some individuals, accustomed to opportunism, might indeed resort to nefarious schemes such as kidnapping family members. Ordinary people need not worry. His prepared partners, including Zhang Yude and David, could withstand the common threats. What truly alarmed him were the inexplicable individuals with extraordinary abilities or even magical talents who might emerge unexpectedly. Thus, he intended to devise a minimum level of security, ensuring that even in the event of a family abduction, he could swiftly locate and retrieve them. Chen Yuange and his wife, having reached an advanced age, and with Li Qianru having indulged in a bit of rice wine, retired early to their chamber. The two siblings remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. Chen Yuange, with a casual demeanor, inquired, "Sister, would you be interested in becoming a master?" Chen Yuange was taken aback, instinctively responding, "What kind of master? Brother, what are you talking about?" "A master who can traverse rooftops and wield firearms with divine precision." Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but she quickly waved her hand dismissively. "Really? Perhaps not. I am already of considerable age, my bones are set, and martial training is beyond me. Moreover, our father has taught me the basics." With a powerful whip kick, Chen Yuange demonstrated her prowess, gesturing. "What do you think, brother? Impressive, right?" Chen Yuange's eyes twitched. He beckoned with a hand, and from a nearby pile of timber, a log as thick as a thigh soared into the air, which he then kicked with a swift motion. Bang! The log shattered into splinters, scattering like confetti. That kick represents 18 years of training. Do you possess such skill? Goodness, have you reinforced your foot with iron? Chen Yuange instinctively reached for the elevated foot of Chen Yuange, but found it elusive. Wait a moment. You're only 18. How could you have 18 years of experience? Are you trying to deceive me? All right, just tell me, do you want to learn? I do. But is it difficult? Not at all, just one night. You jest. Chen Yuange chuckled. This is not negotiable. Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she found herself involuntarily engaging in martial arts. Do not overthink it. I am merely imparting knowledge. Chen Yan's expression turned blank. Then she began to breathe fire. She had nearly been frightened to death moments ago. Forgive me, sister. Endure a bit of hardship, and you shall become a master. Chen Yan's agile form darted back and forth along the riverbank. Meanwhile, Chen Yuange transmitted combat techniques and marksmanship data into her neural signals while infusing her body with various nutrients. 3 hours later, Chen Yuange finally realized she could move. What on earth did you do, you rascal Chen Yuange? Sister, it's 11 o'clock. Father and the others are asleep. You will awaken them. The scathing retort from Chen Yuange abruptly ceased as she stealthily glanced towards the bedroom window of the small building. Phew, the lights were out. Upon seeing Chen Yuange's cheerful visage, she quickly realized she had been deceived and was about to unleash another tirade when suddenly a dark object was thrown her way. Instinctively catching it, she recognized the familiar texture and swiftly pressed the trigger. Bang! Startled, Chen Yuange discovered she was holding a finely crafted matte black handgun, perfectly molded to fit her palm. This firearm is a semi-automatic pistol I specially designed for you, tailored to your grip, using 9mm ammunition. Now fire away. Chen Yuange tossed 3 table tennis balls, while Chen Yuange fired 3 shots, each hitting its mark. After a moment, Chen Yuange murmured, "Did I just hit all 3 table tennis balls? Am I really that skilled? Oh no, the gunfire will wake my parents." Fear not. The sound does not carry beyond 10 meters. Following Chen Yuange's guidance, Chen Yuange practiced combat techniques and marksmanship, her heart brimming with joy as she forgot the fright she had experienced earlier. After all, Chen Yuange would never harm her. She was now a veritable heroine. Take your time to explore on your own. Ponder well. I have left you resources on tracking, counter-tracking, and wilderness survival in your mind. Alas, I wonder how much you will comprehend. Chen Yuange thought to himself, bemused by the fact that his sister was a mathematical and scientific novice, uncertain of how much information she could truly grasp. At that moment, Chen Yuange felt quite fatigued. After all, those 3 hours had been physically demanding. Although her stamina had improved, the mental exhaustion still required rest. In the underground laboratory, Chen Yuange retrieved a box entrusted to him by Chen Yuange and took out a blue crystal. He gently squeezed it and examined it closely. It appeared to be a blue crystal enveloped in a layer of glass, sealed in a vacuum. After a moment's contemplation, he isolated a cubic space, allowing the blue crystal to float within it. With a soft crack, the glass encasing the blue crystal shattered. Within a second, the solid crystal transformed into a mist, enveloping the cubic isolation space. It reacts with the moisture in the air, turning into mist. This could petrify a person, an elixir? Chen Yuange mused, resting his chin on his hand. At that moment, a row of glass tubes flew out from the freezer. These were blood samples he had retrieved from the hospital. One tube of blood soared into the isolation space and, within a second, transformed into a lump of stone. Indeed, this was a gene activator. What nonsense about an elixir? It was merely a biotechnological product, likely crafted by extraterrestrials. This substance probably held no value for humanity, having exhausted all the blood samples. Only 5 tubes of the blue crystal remained. The results consistently indicated that the blood had turned to stone. Chen Yuange was compelled to halt the experiment, convinced that this substance was a gene activator meant solely for extraterrestrial use, not for humans. He sealed everything away, contemplating a future expedition to the moon. Chapter 30. The Zhang Mansion. The Chen family, elegantly attired in formal wear and carrying gift boxes, emerged from their vehicle. Today marked Zhang Xinlan's 16th birthday, and they had come to celebrate the occasion. Before them stood the Zhang Mansion, a grand edifice that, alongside its courtyard, spanned a considerable area of 1,000 square meters. The affluent society of New York had many residents in this vicinity. It is evident that Zhang Yude has indeed established a substantial enterprise, as this house is his personal property rather than a familial one. No wonder he harbors ambitions of becoming the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Li Qianru and Chen Yin are visiting such a place for the first time, although the two families share a close bond. Due to the need to care for Chen Yuange, only Chen Yuan would visit Zhang's residence annually, leaving the two women feeling somewhat apprehensive. Chen Yin quietly remarked, "Dad, given Zhang uncle's wealth, didn't you feel any pressure during your previous interactions with him?" Chen Yuan, perceiving their discomfort, chuckled heartily. "Old Zhang is simply a man of character. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to forge such a brotherly bond. Don't overthink it. Our family seeks nothing from him, and besides, my son is quite impressive as well." Observing Chen Yuange go ahead, standing tall and walking with a steady gait, they felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. As they strolled through the courtyard, clusters of elegantly attired individuals engaged in lively conversation on the verdant lawn, exuding the poised aura characteristic of high society. Following the servants, the family arrived at the entrance of the main building. Stepping through the grand doorway, they entered a spacious atrium, spanning 100 square meters. A slight glance upwards revealed a magnificent crystal chandelier, casting its brilliant glow. Chen Yin gasped, "How beautiful!" To which Chen Yuan muttered, "How ostentatious!" Zhang Xinlan, dressed in a delicate yellow dress with a hint of makeup, stood beneath the lights, her skin as fair as snow, radiating youth and beauty. At that moment, she obediently stood beside Zhang Yude, listening attentively to the adults' conversation with a charming smile. Chen Yin nudged Chen Yuange and whispered, "Xinlan's smile seems so insincere." "Well, that's to be expected. Children from affluent families often behave this way. Moreover, Zhang uncle has only one daughter, and the vast family estate will ultimately be hers to safeguard." Chen Yuange offered a brief explanation as they approached Zhang Yude. "Old Chen, you've arrived. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is David." "David." These two ladies are Louis's mother and sister. "Hello." They exchanged polite greetings, though familiarity was lacking, and the setting was not conducive to conversation. "Xinlan, take Aunt Li and Chen Yin to explore the house," Zhang Yude instructed. "All right, father." A flicker of excitement danced in Zhang Xinlan's eyes as she led Li Qianru and Chen Yin to admire the household's decor. Along the way, she greeted several friends and gracefully declined the advances of a few admirers, her steps radiating joy. As for Zhou Qingwei, she was preoccupied with entertaining the various ladies present. Who are those two? Why are they accompanying Chairman Zhang and Councilman David upstairs? Many in the hall kept a watchful eye on Zhang Yude's movements. "Oh, that bald fellow is a friend of the boss, named Chun Yuan, a mere street vendor from Chinatown." Zhang Jiaolao-san, Zhang Yuping, disdainfully pointed out Chun Yuan's identity, his tone brimming with contempt. "Alas, Zhang Lao-san, you spend your days lounging about on women's laps. This time, you've truly misjudged. Do you see that young man? He is merely 18 years of age and already an associate professor at New York University. I have heard that had he not been so young, he could easily hold the position of a full professor. His future far exceeds yours. Arrival of Zhang Laosan, Boss Ming, directly revealed Chen Yuange's status. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laosan was taken aback and quickly retorted, "So what if he's just a poor teacher? What is so remarkable about that?" Boss Ming, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh and pointed at Zhang Laosan. "A poor teacher? He has just purchased a 260-acre farm in Nassau County. Old Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? How do you know this so well?" Zhang Laosan shot back, "Coincidentally, I had my eye on that farm too. But the price of $400,000 was a bit steep, so I thought I'd wait. Who knew it would be snatched up by them?" Zhang Laosan, infuriated by Boss Ming's retort, felt his temper flare. However, being in the boss's home with numerous prominent figures from New York present, he dared not unleash his fury. Otherwise, he would certainly regret it. He sulked in a corner, his heart filled with resentment towards the Chen family, yet contemplating the boss's ruthless methods. A shiver ran through Zhang Laosan. "I, a magnanimous person, do not hold grudges against the petty. Just wait until I have the chance." Meanwhile, Zhang Xinlan's friends surrounded Chen Yan, chattering incessantly about Chen Yuange, which infuriated Zhang Xinlan to the point where she wished to kick them out of her home. As Chen Yuange walked along the corridor on the second floor, he glanced back downstairs. Boss Ming had indeed used me as a pawn, and that Zhang Laosan, clearly a man of vice, still harbors grievances against us? Chen Yuange's thoughts raced, and he made a mental note, adding them to the Umbrella-S blacklist of business adversaries. At this moment, they arrived at the study. As the four of them settled in, a servant brought in tea and pastries, and then a tall, slender Chinese man was ushered in by the servant. In the room, there were now 5 individuals. Zhang Yude, as the host, began to introduce the recently arrived middle-aged man. "Old Chen Yuange, this is Master Yu, the spokesperson for the Hongmen in New York. Honored to meet you both. I am Yuan. In the world of Jianghu, one gives face to another, so please call me Master Yu." "You are too kind, Master Yu." The initial introductions completed. Today's gathering was indeed proposed by Chen Yuange himself. In this era, channels are paramount. Zhang Yude's backing from the Huashang Association, David's family connections, and Master Yu's affiliations with the Hongmen all possess established trading and logistics companies. The 3 companies can not only exclusively distribute the Muse perfume, but also serve as guardians for the nascent Umbrella Corporation. As for the efficacy of the Muse perfume, everyone present today has witnessed it firsthand. David lamented, "Louis, how could you overlook the needs of gentlemen? I protest, this is sheer gender discrimination." "Haha, Uncle David. We are friends. Tomorrow I shall have someone deliver a men's version to you, so you need not secretly use your wife's fragrance." Chen Yuange jested, eliciting laughter from the men. "All right, Yuange, enough teasing David. Let us get to the point." Zhang Yude quickly interjected, while Chen Yuan was merely there to listen attentively. In the study of Zhang Mansion, Chen Yuange truly showcased his remarkable acumen, prompting Zhang Yude and the others to regard him with newfound respect. Prior to their arrival, David and Yuan harbored some ulterior motives, hoping to find an opportunity to win over this young talent for their own benefit, for such individuals are rare gems. However, after Chen Yuange completed his market analysis, not only did their ambitions extinguish, but they also became increasingly restless. Chen Yuange spoke with conviction, "Gentlemen, Muse perfume will become an essential item for every woman, and men will not be exempt. Can you fathom the potential consumer base?" He raised a finger. "Approximately 500 million. Do you realize how much that amounts to?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Each bottle contains 50 milliliters, sufficient for a week's use. Priced at $299. In just a few years, the annual sales of the perfume are projected to reach a staggering 80 billion. Now, can you guess the profit margin?" The 4 men were momentarily dumbfounded by Chen Yuange's retort. David, speechless, murmured, "My God, at least 10 billion. How much does a U.S. aircraft carrier cost? I must consult my family. I cannot possibly digest this alone." Yuan retrieved a handkerchief, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. "I need to discuss this with the elders at home." Zhang Yude extended a finger, murmuring calculations of the funds his family and business associates could muster. As for Chen Yuan, forgive him, he was rendered a mere wooden figure, aware only of the vast sums swirling before him. Chen Yuange calmly observed Zhang Yude and the others, who had lost their earlier composure. After a moment, he clapped his hands. "Do not rush, You can calculate leisurely tonight. Now, allow me to present an entertaining performance. All four pairs of eyes focused on Chen Yuange, bewildered that he still had the leisure for a show at such a moment. What could this be? With a flourish, Chen Yuange extended his left hand, revealing a water sphere the size of a fist. A slender thread extended from the apex of the water sphere, cascading toward the right hand, where a diminutive fireball materialized upon the palm. The fireball expanded relentlessly, while the water sphere diminished in size. Curiously, a thin line connected the two elements of fire and water. Ultimately, a cerulean fireball floated gracefully as the water sphere vanished entirely. Zhang Yude, David, and Yuan exchanged glances, and Zhang Yude spoke. Yuange, is this a spell? Chen Yuange clasped his hands together, extinguishing the fireball within his palm. What do you think of my little trick? Does it catch the attention of the esteemed gentleman? The trio once again glanced at one another, nodding in silent acknowledgement of an unspoken understanding. Zhang Yude continued, Today is Xinlan's birthday. We cannot afford to neglect the child, can we? Indeed, let us go. The banquet is about to commence, and I can hardly contain my anticipation for the culinary delights. David promptly rose, followed by the others, with only Chen Yuan trailing behind, somewhat oblivious. As dusk descended and the lights illuminated, all the guests gathered in the resplendent hall, each holding a glass of champagne. Zhang Yude, beaming with joy from the staircase, raised his glass and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. It is my beloved daughter's 16th birthday, and I have prepared exquisite wines, delectable dishes, and enchanting music for your enjoyment. May you relish this splendid evening. At that moment, Zhou Qingwei gracefully led Zhang Xinlan forward. One exuded regal elegance, while the other radiated youthful beauty, both adorned with a touch of makeup. They glided toward the center of attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering. Zhang Yude, filled with affection, gazed upon the two most significant women in his life, taking his daughter's hand as they approached the beautifully arranged birthday cake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The attendees gently clapped their hands, showering Zhang Xinlan with birthday blessings. Xinlan, make a wish. Zhang Xinlan closed her eyes and whispered, I hope that my grandparents, parents, uncles, aunts, and friends all enjoy good health and happiness. Such a child. Zhang Yude and his wife exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with joy. Indeed, she was a kind-hearted angel. After making her wish, Zhang Xinlan opened her eyes and, with a deep breath, extinguished the candles atop the cake. At that moment, a servant approached to slice the cake, marking the official commencement of the banquet. The banquet featured a buffet of cold dishes, yet few guests indulged in the food, as many simply raised their champagne flutes, seizing the opportunity to network. Soon, it was time for the gift-giving segment. The Chen family presented a set of exquisite jade jewelry, hand-carved by Chen Yuange himself, consisting of earrings, a Buddha pendant, a hairpin, and a bracelet. The intricate craftsmanship captivated Zhang Xinlan at once. Zhou Qingwei, moved by the imperial green jade, exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Yude. After years of marriage, the couple had developed a profound understanding, capable of communicating through mere glances. Zhang Yude gave a slight nod, reassuringly accepting the gift. The Chen family would soon ascend to prominence in New York. In addition to the exquisite set gifted to Zhang Xinlan, Chen Yuange presented unique sets to his mother and sister as well. Once the gifts were exchanged, the banquet concluded, and guests began to depart. In the depths of a mansion on Long Island, a portal manifested, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a wizard's robe. David, with utmost reverence, recounted the impressive feats of Chen Yuange, the ability to seamlessly manipulate the elements, with flames reaching temperatures of 6,000 degrees while maintaining perfect control over them, marked him as a master of arcane arts. Indeed, a figure deserving of respect. David felt a tinge of frustration. Merely a month ago, Chen Yuange was an unremarkable individual. He begrudgingly inquired, what if it is merely an illusion? The middle-aged man cast a significant glance at David, having already perceived the impression Chen Yuange had left within David's mind. In the chamber, an almost inaudible voice emerged. He is likely not a mutant or an extraordinary being. Truly, he is a formidable young man. A similar reaction unfolded for Zhang Yude and Yuan, as they encountered individuals who marveled at the prowess of this master. A harmonious blend of water and fire, worthy of being called a celestial expert. They unanimously concluded that Chen Yuange deserved to hold a quarter of the trade company's shares. As for Umbrella, That was the master's private domain. He had already been generous, and it was essential to show the utmost respect for his goodwill. Chen Yuange had deliberately showcased his abilities today to gauge whether there were any special figures behind these powers, with intimidation being merely a secondary objective. Since the night he wasted 3 blue crystals, coupled with the transformations he observed in Chen Yuange and the souls he glimpsed in the hospital, he speculated that there existed an underworld, a realm beneath the surface. Was it the inner world or the dark world? Otherwise, it was inexplicable how he could see an advanced spacecraft on the moon while others could not. With such advanced extraterrestrial technology present, why had they not claimed Earth? Was there someone safeguarding the planet in secrecy? Regarding his own abilities, Chen Yuange was confident in his capacity for self-preservation. Otherwise, it was likely someone would have sought him out by now. Could it be that they deemed the dollar unworthy? Did the underworld possess alternative currencies, akin to the spirit stones or magic stones spoken of in games? This possibility was not without merit, as he was indifferent to wealth. Chapter 32. The old man of Kunlun Zhang Yuda and his associates acted swiftly, within a single night of preparation. They arrived at the Umbrella office the following day with their team. Although Umbrella appeared modest at the moment, none of those present dared to underestimate the company. Within 6 months, New York would witness the emergence of yet another corporate giant. Before everyone stands a young man with a gentle smile, who is poised to become the youngest billionaire in North America, if not the entire world. Amidst a complex array of emotions, the group finalized all agreements within a mere half-day. Along the way, Chen Yuange discreetly mentioned to Zhang Yuda the incident involving Zhang Yuping and that businessman Meng from the previous day, to which Zhang Yuda responded with understanding. Are you two interested in joining Umbrella? Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shiying exchanged glances and promptly rose to express, Boss, it would be our honor. Very well. Umbrella shall not disappoint you, Chen Yuange replied, lightly tapping the table. Zhao Yunlong, you will serve as the chief executive officer. I have acquired your small law firm. Instruct your team to join me for legal affairs. Lu Shiying, you will take on the role of chief financial officer. And it is imperative that you cultivate your finance team. Expedite the establishment of the company's framework, and the factory must undergo swift renovations. As for the equipment, I will provide it shortly. Old Zhao, Old Lu, Umbrella will enable you to realize your life's value. Do not let me down. Understood, boss. They echoed. As Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shiying exited the office, they exchanged a glance in the corridor, both recognizing the same sentiment. The boss exuded an astonishing authority. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Yuange boarded Zhang Yuda's car, with Zhang at the wheel, heading toward Long Island. Gripping the steering wheel, Zhang appeared on the verge of speaking, casting furtive glances at Chen Yuange. Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak freely, Chen encouraged. Well, Yuange, I inquired with your father, and he mentioned that you spent the past 18 years honing your skills. Indeed, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge, Chen Yuange replied, suppressing a smile while responding earnestly to Zhang Yuda's inquiry. Uncle, who is the individual we are about to meet? Zhang pondered for a moment. He is a patron of our Chinese Business Association, though I am unsure of his name. We all refer to him as Elder Huang. I encountered him in my youth, and even now, he retains that youthful appearance despite his white hair. Chen Yuange did not expect to glean much information. He hoped that Elder Huang might clarify some of his confusions during their meeting. Half an hour later, they arrived at a garden, and Chen Yuange's eyes widened in delight. Nestled by mountains and water, with winding streams and lush greenery, it resembled an exquisite ink painting of a Jiangnan garden. To his surprise, such a pristine example of Jiangnan scenery could be found here. It appears my young friend has indeed experienced such beauty. May I inquire as to your esteemed mentor? In the courtyard stood a gentleman clad in a Tang suit, truly embodying the description given by Zhang Yuda, white-haired yet youthful. Were he to dye his hair black, one might easily believe he was in his 40s. At that moment, Chen Yuange's acting prowess flourished, and with a humble demeanor, he replied, I am unworthy of such praise. You are the esteemed elder, so please, call me Yuange. My esteemed master imparted his teachings through dreams, and I feel a deep sense of shame for I know so little of his past, scarcely recalling his visage. Having spoken thus, I gently wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes. The old man Huang, instinctively startled, nearly tugged at his beard, muttering that my words were effectively empty. If I had no desire to speak, I ought to remain silent, he remarked, addressing me as Little Fox. Zhang Yuda, seeing that the old man Huang had personally come to greet, deemed it inappropriate to remain for their ensuing conversation, and withdrew to await in the vehicle outside. Guests should always be welcomed, he thought. Old Huang invited Chen Yuange to sit in a shaded pavilion, boiling water to cleanse the tea utensils before adding the leaves and pouring in the bubbling water. His movements exuded a serene elegance. Please, he offered. Chen Yuange, with both hands, accepted the teacup and suddenly sensed an unending stream of energy emanating from it. The test had come swiftly, maintaining a composed demeanor. He lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. What delightful tea! It was initially bitter, yet yielded a lingering sweetness. Old Huang, with a calm facade, lifted his own cup, realizing that his magical essence had vanished like mud swallowed by the sea. This remarkable ability to wield power with such ease, how old could this young man be? Even if he had trained since birth, it could only amount to 18 years. Compared to him, Huang felt as if he had squandered 2 centuries of his life. How vexing genius can be. For a moment, Huang felt disheartened, reflecting on his own mediocre talents. Without fortunate opportunities, he might never attain the level of spiritual essence in this lifetime. It was precisely this realization that had driven him to leave Kunlun a century ago, seeking fortune in the new world. Before him sat a young man who truly possessed formidable prowess of spiritual essence. Huang's desire to meet Chen Yuange stemmed from a sense of dissatisfaction, a longing to witness the truth with his own eyes. Upon seeing him, it became clear that Chen Yuange was not merely an extraordinary being born of a powerful lineage. Some such beings possessed innate strength, capable of unleashing cataclysmic power once their bloodlines were activated. Yet, their lives were tragically short-lived, lasting but a mere century. Old sir, I have some questions I wish to pose. Are there many like us? Chen Yuange inquired. Well, it's difficult to quantify the number on Earth. Huang pondered momentarily before continuing. In Kunlun alone, there must be over 1,000 practitioners of magic, though individuals like us are exceedingly rare. Most are merely at the beginner's level, with an impassive demeanor. Chen Yuange pressed on. How many places like Kunlun exist in this world? Huang paused, astonished, and asked, You seem unaware of such common knowledge. Did your esteemed master not enlighten you? Could it be that what you just said is truly genuine? Chen Yuange earnestly nodded. Indeed, it is genuine. I never deceive. Suddenly, a thought struck Huang. Having cultivated Chen Yuange to the level of spiritual essence in just a few short years, he quickly silenced himself lest he speak ill of this remarkable individual. Indeed, since one has cultivated to the level of the primordial spirit, even a novice in the martial world would be unable to defeat him. Therefore, allow me to elucidate. We are known in the East as Qi practitioners, while in the West, they are referred to as mages. Qi practitioners, such as ourselves from Kunlun, inherit the teachings of the ancient celestial court. As for mages, they now trace their lineage to the Kamataj of the Himalayas, which is derived from the teachings of the Vetian Empire. Wait a moment. What has become of the legacy from the old continent? Fear not, it exists. It is embodied in the servants of that esteemed figure. Ah, the church. Chen Yuange inquired with a hint of malice. Could it be that the followers of Kamataj are under the church's influence? Do not speak carelessly. You have your master to protect you, and at my age, I wish to live a few more years. The old man trembled in fear, instinctively glancing around. The church is not so powerful. The old continent still harbors formidable forces such as the Dark Council, the 13 clans, the Wolf Broth, and the Witch's Secret Society. What about the new continent, then? Humph. They are merely those who could not survive in the old continent, fleeing here in desperation, a motley assortment of individuals. Chen Yuange regarded the old man with curiosity, who momentarily froze before realizing and dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. I am not implying that. Do not misconstrue my words. Chapter 33. The Old Man's Request. After the Old Man's extensive explanation, Chen Yuange began to form a preliminary understanding of the extraordinary realm. To boast a little, in this new continent, only the guardians of the Kamataj Temple in New York could rival me. And of course, you as well. Ah. Chen Yuange merely smiled, observing the old man continue his self-praise. The old man's expression turned serious as he rose and bowed to Chen Yuange, only to find himself unable to bend his waist. Chen Yuange stood up leisurely. Old man, what is this? You are a venerable elder. Are you trying to embarrass me? This old fellow is truly seasoned in the ways of the world. He speaks as if he desires nothing, yet now he is performing such a grand gesture. Surely he seeks something troublesome from me. The old man rose, and they both sat down again, now completely assured of Chen Yuange's strength. If earlier he had but a 10% confidence, it now surged to 100%. A being of the primordial spirit caliber would not covet his meager fortune. This much confidence he possessed. Yuange, I have a request to make. Chen Yuange remained silent, listening intently. The old man thought to himself, cunning little fox. He retrieved a white jade tablet from his bag and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Chen Yuange. This is a volume of the primordial void scripture, which I acquired during my travels in the central plains in the cave of a predecessor. It is a text that directly addresses the path to the primordial spirit. However, it does not align with my studies. Today, I bestow it upon you. Chen Yuange remained unmoved, though a surge of impulse to seize it and examine it coursed through him. The old man exhaled deeply and continued, I possess ordinary talents. If I do not encounter any fortuitous opportunities in this life, the primordial spirit shall remain beyond my grasp. Fortunately, it came to my attention that there exists a hidden burial ground for the Kunlun divine dragon in New York. Should I acquire the Dragon Ball, my spiritual essence may yet be revitalized. You have roamed New York for a century. Surely you have scoured this land thoroughly, yet to no avail. The old man, Huang, momentarily lost in thought, replied with a bitter sigh. Alas, mature dragons are of the essence level, even in their waning moments. They can create a concealed sanctuary for their interment. I had once believed that through the secret arts of Kunlun, I could sense the entrance to this hidden realm. Yet, I am left to ponder what calamity befell the dragon, preventing its return to Kunlun for eternal rest, rendering even the Kunlun secrets ineffective. Perhaps for the first time in many years, Huang inadvertently voiced his long-held suspicions. Old man, do you mean? You share the same realm as the dragon. I hope you can assist me in locating its burial site. I desire only the Dragon Ball. All else shall belong to you. Chen Yuange tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table, the rhythmic sound echoing in Huang's heart. Very well, I shall assist you, though I cannot promise when we shall find it. Fear not, I can afford to wait, even a century. How absurd, old man. I would never impose upon you such a lengthy wait. Chen Yuange chuckled softly, reaching for the jade tablet and tucking it into his pocket, eager to return and delve into the profound teachings inscribed within. Upon hearing Chen Yuange's agreement, Huang swiftly produced a palm-sized dragon scale and handed it over. This is a dragon scale. While not from that particular divine dragon, it is nonetheless related by blood. You may sense its essence through this scale. This old man, it seems, has been driven nearly to madness after a century of searching for the dragon's south resting place, exhibiting such urgency. Taking the scale, Chen Yuange stood up. Very well, I shall return to ponder this. Please, do not depart. Chen Yuange sought out Zhang Yuda's vehicle, heading straight to the Qingshan farm. Uncle, come in for a cup of tea. Thank you for today. No need, Yuange, I have a great deal on my plate. You should rest well. With the jade tablet in hand, Chen Yuange's seventh sense, now to be referred to as his spiritual essence, enveloped the tablet. Countless runes surged into his spiritual essence, and within a minute, he had perused the true scripture of the infinite void. The method of information transmission parallels that which he utilized with Chen Yan. It is no wonder that practitioners of qi and sorcerers discern and synthesize these runes through their comprehension of the world. Such tasks are beyond the capabilities of the academically challenged. Employing paper for information exchange is far too inefficient. Despite having absorbed the content of the jade tablet in merely a minute, had it been rendered in a factory-produced format, it would undoubtedly amount to billions of characters. These runes are the most stable spherical models, varying in size, yet even the smallest encapsulates a wealth of information. The average individual may find it utterly incomprehensible. Even if they manage to grasp a semblance of understanding, it could very well shatter their minds. Chen Yuange's primordial spirit continuously transformed in accordance with the runes. At this moment, he beheld the very dimension from which the energy was summoned during Qian Qinggong's anomalous transformation. A radiant sphere of energy coalesced in Chen Yuange's grasp. Drawn forth from that dimension, the genetic structure of Qian Qinggong's mutation was thus. Once the primordial spirit delineated this model, the properties of the energy in his hand shifted instantaneously. His body instinctively absorbed this energy. This altered energy possesses the capability to activate cells. It is no wonder Qian Qinggong experienced a remarkable enhancement in physical prowess within a mere minute. Regrettably, his genes have limitations. They can only undergo so much transformation before collapsing. Chen Yuange lamented the disintegration of the model he had constructed, noting its inherent flaws to rectify later. Indeed, Earth is under protection. As he gazed skyward, he finally beheld a different vista. A colossal golden canopy enveloped the planet, adorned with countless swirling runes. To the west lay a node. Was it the New York Temple of Kamartaj? The intensity of this canopy was not particularly high. It appeared to serve as a warning. His intuition urged caution against drawing excessive energy from certain dimensions, suggesting they were already claimed. Some dimensions posed a threat to Earth. After extracting considerable energy, Chen Yuange discerned that it was either highly corrosive or reeked of sulfur, even causing his primordial spirit to recoil in revulsion. Life forms resided within these dimensions. Should they manifest on Earth, they would be akin to humanoid biochemical bombs. Just as fuel is essential for the operation of combustion vehicles, dimensional energy serves as a potent source of combat power. In future encounters with such entities, severing their ties to their respective dimensions would render them as powerless as grasshoppers after the autumn harvest. The voidless true scripture encompasses an array of methods including laws, techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. Yet, what concerned Chen Yuange most was the growth of his primordial spirit, akin to how ordinary individuals require grains for sustenance. The development of his primordial spirit also necessitated nurturing. The most precious element within the scripture was an intricately detailed rune, which, upon careful examination, revealed its function as a means to absorb dimensional energy and transmute it into the nutrients required by the primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, the performance from the previous night yielded such monumental rewards. He must now diligently seek the resting place of the divine dragon. Otherwise, the voidless true scripture would prove too perilous to handle. Chapter 34. Inspecting the dragon scales after a night's passage. Chen Yuange's primordial spirit had finally been restructured according to the runes. Now, he could effortlessly suppress the version of himself from yesterday. He beheld countless new vistas, and the multitude of dimensions completely ignited his curiosity for exploration. It was precisely due to his insatiable curiosity that he became a scout for the exploration vessel in his previous life. Now, he sensed that his spiritual essence could scan the earth. However, he resolved not to proceed until he had a clearer understanding of the planet's circumstances. The strength of the old man Huang, when viewed on a global scale, could be considered of moderate level, and the information he possessed was undoubtedly incomplete. Chen Yuange could only ascertain his own positioning upon encountering those of the highest echelon. Alas, he remained unable to observe atoms. It seemed that the forces on a macro scale were indeed easier to amplify, especially now with the augmentation of dimensional energy. Yet, advancing in microscopic comprehension proved to be a formidable challenge. The distinction between observing molecules and atoms was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. This signified a transformation in energy levels. At present, he appeared capable of effortlessly transitioning among the elements of wind, fire, and lightning. In essence, however, wind was merely a manifestation of material movement, lightning represented the friction of matter, and fire was simply the result of his decomposition of water molecules into burning hydrogen. These were merely the arts of protection, not the path he sought. Even the insights within the true scripture of the wondrous void did not surpass his understanding of the world. Although the structures of those runes were exquisitely intricate and highly effective, given him a decade, he could equally discover their essence from nothing, only by observing atoms. And even delving deeper into the subatomic realm, could he gradually uncover the secrets of matter, time, and space, revealing all mysteries in due course. Destruction had always been far easier than creation. He was merely utilizing existing energies, which, while appearing formidable, offered no substantial aid to his future growth. As Old Man Huang remarked, some extraordinary individuals, upon awakening, wielded immense power capable of altering the very fabric of reality, since their strength derived from their bloodline genes. The vast majority of these extraordinary beings became enraptured by their inherited powers, comprehending only the superficiality of their abilities without grasping their underlying principles. In a century, they would merely be remnants of dust in the grave. Only by understanding the essence of all things could one master the art of transformation, where a single thought could birth or extinguish the cosmos, transcending the river of fate and standing upon the eternal shore. Let me examine the structure of the dragon scale. What is this? A metallic substance with life? Chen Yuange's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the dragon scale in his hand. Fascinating. This structure is slowly absorbing dimensional energy. An idea sparked within him. Based on this structure, he envisioned the creation of his anticipated armor. Gathering various raw materials in his hands, he began to disperse and recombine them. Before long, a silvery metal liquid materialized in his grasp. With a mere thought, he stretched the liquid into sheets of micron thickness. Flicking it with his finger, the crisp sound resonated around him. The defensive capability is sufficient to withstand the firepower of infantry, with the materials currently available. Achieving this is quite commendable. A silvery shard coalesced randomly into a sphere, spinning fluidly within the palm of his hand. Chen Yuange compared the dragon scale and the silvery metallic orb, and an intriguing possibility began to dawn upon him. Could the old man be deceiving me? No. Given his prowess, even if he were to fabricate tales, I would remain unconcerned. But what about those divine dragons of Kunlun? Would they not be intrigued by this dragon that, a millennium ago, chose to rest in a foreign land rather than return to Kunlun in its dying moments? Chen Yuange squeezed the dragon scale, closing his eyes. The warmth and suppleness of the scale perpetually evoked the sensation of life. Having absorbed the essence of the scale, he had already sensed the subterranean depths of New York, yet found no similar presence. No, my reasoning is askew. Something must have transpired before the dragon's demise. Likely a betrayal by its own kin, which would explain the secrecy surrounding its final resting place. The thought expanded further. From whom did this dragon scale originate? Could it possibly belong to the dragon that was ensnared at its burial site? Was it seeking to erase all traces of itself? Thus, it deliberately disseminated information, luring the old man into its trap. Are there others in pursuit of this burial ground? The puppet master behind it all probably never anticipated that the old man would encounter a spirit like me in New York. In this intricate play, the old man operates on the second level, the mastermind on the fifth, while I reside in the stratosphere. Chen Yuange extended his hand over the dragon scale, invoking the runes from the voidless primordial scripture, sealing the scale with precision. Casually, he cast it onto the table. As this item could not accompany him to the burial site, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the puppet master. From another perspective, if he were indeed the dying dragon, the only place suitable for concealment would be deep underground. The deeper the better. Furthermore, to sever numerous sensory connections, a sealed environment devoid of energy exchange with the outside world would indeed be difficult to locate. Chen Yuange directed his gaze downward. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, stop. Taking a deep breath, he discerned that the further down he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Not only did the resistance grow, but his instincts warned him of a lurking terror below. Previously, he had assumed that beneath lay only the mantle and the core of the planet. Yet it seems the unknown stretches far beyond that. Thus, the divine dragon must have leveraged this great terror to sever all perception. I knew it. Such benefits do not come easily, and the old man has handed me a hot potato. Chen Yuange, troubled, adjusted his glasses. Alas, he had already accepted the benefits bestowed upon him and had thoroughly exhausted them. It would be unwise to simply abandon this matter. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to uphold it. The old man Huang once remarked that he could wait a century, yet he is confident that in merely 50 years, he shall attain his goals. In that same pavilion, Chen Yuange sat facing him. Old sir, have you ever contemplated that this dragon scale may harbor secrets? The old man's face stiffened, nearly causing him to drop his teacup. Are you implying that I have fallen into a trap? It appears you are already aware. Sighed Chen. I am not foolish. The news arrived unexpectedly, and I was reluctant to believe it. However, after a century of searching, I simply could not restrain myself any longer. So you have drawn me into this predicament? Ah ha ha. The old man Huang nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. I harbor no such intentions. I am but a humble cultivator. How could I dare entertain such thoughts? Chen Yuange remained silent, fixated on the old man, observing the beads of sweat emerging on his forehead. After a considerable pause, he burst into laughter. Uncle Zhang once stated that you are benevolent. How could you deceive me? Indeed, indeed. Come, let us drink tea. The sunlight today is splendid, a perfect time for tea. Chapter 35. The active metal armor after his encounter with the old man Huang. Chen Yuange playfully startled him, then offered him a reassuring word. He would continue to seek the resting place for the deceased. Since he had accepted Huang's assistance, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances. However, the matter of the burial site would be put aside for now, to be revisited when he felt more assured. Presently, his priority was to implant armor for the safety of his family. Previously, his greatest concern had been their well-being. Following his meeting with Huang, he intended to visit David and the formidable individuals behind Master Yu. This was primarily to satisfy his curiosity regarding extraordinary beings and, secondly, to establish his presence. He sought to proclaim to the underworld of the New World that the Chen family from Chinatown was now to be regarded as taboo. Such a declaration, however, was intended solely for the upper echelons. All parties involved were respectable individuals, and they understood the implications without the need for public proclamation. It would be utterly absurd for Chen to brandish a loudspeaker in the streets of Chinatown, warning every street urchin not to provoke the Chen family. Such an act would obliterate the dignity of the powerful. Why should the influential display grandeur in their outings? Without a retinue of bodyguards, who would recognize their status? Could one expect the unrefined to discern the bespoke craftsmanship adorning a powerful figure? Even if adorned with jewels, the uninitiated might mistake them for mere imitations. Initially, he planned to have Master Yu circulate a message within the Hongmen, advising all street factions to refrain from antagonizing the Chen family. This was a course of action he resorted to due to his current lack of reliable personnel. Even if Umbrella were to recruit a security team in the future, one must not harbor excessively high expectations regarding their integrity. While money may purchase their lives, it cannot buy their loyalty. Only those nurtured with care from a young age can be deemed the most trustworthy within a large family. It seems I must establish an orphanage, conveniently. I shall assign my father and his associates to manage it, providing them with something to occupy their time instead of incessantly pressuring me for grandchildren. I now present to you a strengthened contingent of grandchildren, ample for your embrace. This matter must be expedited. Of course, I need to first equip them with biological armor. A precaution against stray bullets. Who among us is unaware of the gunfights in America? Freedom comes with the peril of unpredictable stray bullets. Moreover, I need not arrange a multitude of bodyguards for them. After all, who desires the constant presence of an entourage, which, while ostentatious, encroaches upon one's freedom and privacy? I am resolved to pursue this course of action, though my mother and sister will undoubtedly disapprove. They would prefer a life of modest comfort rather than this tumultuous existence. After dinner, Chen Yuange eagerly dashed into the woods south of the farm, consumed with her training in combat and marksmanship, lost in her dreams of being a chivalrous heroine. Naturally, she dared not share this endeavor with Li Qianru. Otherwise, the two siblings would surely face the fury of their irate mother. The traditional mindset of the older generation dictates that a young lady should aspire to be a proper lady, rather than brandishing weapons daily. How scandalous. Chen Yuange followed closely behind Chen Yuange when she suddenly turned, exclaiming, "Take this." Bang, bang. 3 minutes later, Chen Yuange, panting, complained, "Could you not show me a bit more leniency? Please, I have already been lenient with you. It wouldn't take me a second to defeat you." Chen Yuange retorted, "Come on, is the great master today feeling particularly generous, or is there some ulterior motive?" Chen Yuange hurriedly sprang to her feet, shamelessly approaching Chen Yuange, who disdainfully pressed her forehead down with his left hand while applying a silvery liquid from his pocket to her brow. "Ah, what on earth is this?" The silvery liquid rapidly enveloped Chen Yuange's face, causing her to scream in terror. Chen Yuange had spent 2 days matching the activated metal with Chen Yuange's cells, resulting in the earlier display. The silvery substance soon covered her entire body, and within a brief period, her skin returned to normal. Chen Yuange, flailing her arms, charged at him, exclaiming in a frenzy, "That was terrifying. What on earth did you just use on me? Rest assured, this is a suit of armor concealed beneath your skin. Why not test its efficacy? How do I do that? Do you see that stone? Strike it with your fist and see for yourself." Chen Yuange clenched her fists, casting a doubtful glance at Chen Yuange. "I may not be well versed, but are you attempting to deceive me? Should I truly give this a try?" Chen Yuange nodded, urging her to act swiftly. Hesitantly, Chen Yuange approached and struck the stone lightly. "Please, it's just after dinner. Exert some effort." She squeezed her eyes shut and, with a sharp cry, swung with all her might. Bang! After a moment, Chen Yuange opened her eyes, scrutinizing her fist from various angles, even daring to lick it. "Indeed, it is my fist. How can you be so unconcerned about the dirt?" Chen Yuange, observing this, could only shake his head in silent exasperation. "This armor can withstand infantry-level firepower. Now, go ahead and fire a shot at yourself. Are you jesting, brother? Do you harbor some grievance against your sister? Are you plotting my demise?" Chen Yuange adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. Very well, I shall shoot. I truly shall. Bang. Damn it, you tricked me. That hurt terribly. Chen Yuan rubbed her thigh incessantly, yet her face radiated joy. Chen Yuange could easily discern that she was likely lost in a dream of heroic valor once more. By the way, brother, does this armor cover my entire skin? What is it? Chen Yuan extended her pale arm, asserting, that simply won't do. If I can't even withstand a bullet, what will I do when I need injections at the hospital? They'll think I'm a monster. Can you create armor that can transform on its own? Chen Yuange was taken aback, responding with a stoic expression, ahem, why would you need injections? In the future, you'll find it challenging to fall ill. The armor would gradually absorb and convert dimensional energy, enhancing her physical strength over time. Although the daily increments would be modest, within 3 years, her physical capabilities would surpass those of Chen Yuange. With such energy nourishing her body, she would no longer fear common ailments. As for more severe conditions, the hospital may not be able to assist, and she would have to rely on her own strength. That night, Chen Yuange implanted armor into his parents. After testing the armor's resilience, Chen Yuan shyly inquired whether there was a way to restore his youth. Chen Yuange, reminded of his father's hidden health issues, assured him that he would regain his youth by the new year. They shared an unspoken understanding, father and son. As for his mother, Li Qianru, Chen Yuange took the opportunity to implant the armor while she slept, as her routine consisted of household chores, beauty treatments, and mahjong, leaving no need to inform her. Chapter 36, The Temple of New York. Within the dragon scales lies a crucial trace metal, one not found on Earth. Chen Yuange suspected it to be a product of the dimensional realm. It remains uncertain whether there is an opportunity to procure it from others. He has confirmed that, aside from the lower ranks, the upper echelon of extraordinary individuals does not utilize dollars. To them, it is merely a piece of paper, too rigid even for the most mundane of purposes. As for currencies such as spirit stones or magic stones, he was informed by the old man Huang that such items do not exist. The old man then presented several coins, all crafted from the rare metal known as S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, which is exclusive to the dimensional realm. In the old continent, this metal is referred to as URU magic gold. Various interpretations abound, yet they all denote the same substance. This metal can only be found at the cores of stars situated at tidal nodes of dimensional energy. For mid to lower tier extraordinary beings, acquiring such metal necessitates either servitude to powerful factions or enduring the arduous wait for a stellar explosion, scavenging the meager remnants it ejects. Given their capabilities, approaching a star would only result in their incineration. A spirit gold coin, with a higher proportion of S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, commands greater value. Spirit gold coins can serve as currency and can also be melted down for materials, thus fulfilling multiple roles, a true testament to their utility. As for the so-called spirit stones or magic stones, are they not merely spirit energy gems? Those have always been fragile and are typically fashioned into jewelry. How could they possibly circulate as currency? Does the extraordinary realm possess banks? The old man Huang, upon mentioning this, cursed vehemently, suspecting that those who operate banks, whether in the extraordinary realm or the mundane world, are all kin to Dracula. At this juncture, Huang furtively glanced around. Presently, there are only 2 banks on Earth. One is Kunlun Bank, which operates solely in the Far East without any branches. The other is Kamartaj Bank, boasting 3 branches, including one in New York. He once required precious spiritual materials to forge a magical artifact, and found himself short on spirit gold coins. Even gathering from friends proved insufficient. Completing tasks for meager earnings was too slow, so he reluctantly sought a loan from them. The terms of the loan stipulated that he must accept their employment for a period, tasked with inspecting and expelling various visitors from the outer dimensions who posed a threat or hostility to Earth. They truly regard borrowers as mere laborers. The plight of temporary workers is indeed dire. After recounting this, the former temporary worker cautiously returned the spirit gold coins to his bag. Chen Yuange watched eagerly as the coins were tucked away, pondering that as an esteemed elder, he should generously bestow a handful of spirit gold coins upon the ambitious youth. Alas, it appears he too is a miser. Yet, he currently possesses no spiritual materials to barter. Should he embark on a journey to the dimension himself to toil as a miner? The safe dimensional passages on Earth are controlled by a select few powerful factions, and at present, only Kamartaj offers access for a fee. It seems that without resorting to robbery, The only recourse is to undertake tasks at Kamartaj's temple in New York. The dragon scales, containing merely trace amounts of S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, exhibit astonishing strength in individual pieces. If he were to forge an entire suit of armor from this S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, it would be a matter of jest to consider the prospect of rendering nuclear devastation inconsequential. Allow me to calculate, with a density of 2 kilograms per cubic centimeter. To envelop my entire being, I would require at least 10 cubic decimeters, yielding a weight of 20 tons. By this reckoning, given that a standard spirit coin held by the old man weighs 100 grams, he would need to melt down 20 million spirit coins. Observing the old man's frugal demeanor, the thought of such a sum would surely terrify him. Yet, the mere contemplation of the future, wherein he could remain immune to nuclear annihilation, invigorated Chen Yuange with boundless enthusiasm. After dedicating 2 days to crafting the necessary equipment for the Umbrella Corporation's factory, Chen Yuange now stood before a wooden door. 177A, Brick Street, Manhattan. To his surprise, this location was adjacent to Chinatown, truly a grand secret hidden in plain sight. Passers-by seemed oblivious to Chen Yuange, as they continuously walked past him without a glance. This area was ensconced in an illusionary array, rendering it invisible to ordinary mortals. He inscribed a rune, a fundamental incantation imparted by the old man. Upon crossing the wooden door, he emerged into a hall. The space was modest. One might say it bore a resemblance to the banks of Wall Street. Within the hall, there were only a man and a woman, evidently fledgling mages, seated at a counter engrossed in their reading, with no inclination to rise and offer a greeting. Such a lack of service etiquette was disheartening. Although the population of the extraordinary realm had never been accurately tallied, it was estimated that globally, there were around 200,000, with North America hosting just over 10,000. This continent was a veritable desert of the extraordinary, with few significant legacies, most having fled from the old continent. The old man had informed him that the predominant inhabitants of North America's extraordinary realm were vampires, followed by werewolves, mutants, and witches. Of course, there were also numerous demon hunters, most of whom bore a mix of bloodline powers and primarily utilized gunpowder weaponry, with the presence of rune bullets and holy water bullets being regarded as commendable within the demon hunting profession. The source of their powers stemmed from their bloodlines, and the majority were illiterate in the ways of the extraordinary, with only a few having inherited knowledge or received instruction from a mentor. Many could not even recognize the basic runes or were entirely unfamiliar with them. The New York Temple rejected the extraordinary illiterates, which elucidated the scarcity of people in this realm. Moreover, these illiterates, despite their ignorance, often haphazardly combined runes from disparate systems, frequently summoning chaotic dimensional entities, particularly from the infernal realms. And then, nothing further transpired. This was also a frequent concern for the New York Temple, as such incidents were particularly rampant in North America, where Kamartaj lacked sufficient mages to contend with the incessant influx of dimensional visitors, leaving them overwhelmed. The various tasks publicly announced are merely trivial matters, with meager rewards. This is precisely why the old man Huang sought a loan from Kamartaj. Chen Yuange surveyed the hall, where runes adorned the walls, their ethereal glow dormant. Any individual bold enough to cause a disturbance here would be met with a swift and devastating response. "Hey there, young man, is this your first visit? May I inquire about your purpose?" The male mage closed the book in his hands, which Chen Yuange discerned to be a tome of magic. However, respecting the territory of others, he refrained from probing with his spirit, adhering to a modicum of decorum and thus missing the contents of the spellbook. "I've heard that tasks are posted here, and I wish to participate. Welcome. I am Maiken, and this is Evelyn. How shall we address you?" "Chen Yuange. But you may also call me Louis." "Greetings, Chen. If you wish to undertake a task, may I ask for your recommendation token?" Maiken pronounced his name with clarity, and Chen Yuange felt a sense of camaraderie. Since the local struggled with his name, he had chosen to adopt the more culturally fitting moniker of Louis. Presenting the token given to him by the old man Huang, he handed it to Maiken, who infused it with magical energy. After a brief flicker of light, it was returned to Chen Yuange. "Mr. Chen, you have passed the assessment." Chapter 37. The Guardian Daniel with a flourish of his right hand. Maiken summoned a fist-sized yellow halo beside him. He reached within and retrieved a badge, causing the halo to dissipate. Chen Yuange's eyes sparkled with intrigue, not letting slip a single detail. This must be the renowned suspended ring of Kamartaj, enabling an apprentice mage to utilize a spatial gateway. The ingenuity of its design is truly remarkable. He had long heard from the old man Huang that camouflage teleportation spells were exceptionally renowned for their convenience. And now he understood why. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yuange discerned the intricacies of the suspended ring. This trinket does not open space. Rather, it serves as an extension of the genuine artifact that can. He himself could traverse dimensions, albeit only after mastering the shifting spell within the voidless supreme scripture. However, such shifting requires coordinates. To shift, one must first locate, inscribe runes, input magical energy, and only then can the space be opened. In comparison, the suspended ring is indeed more user-friendly, requiring merely the input of magical energy and direct insertion of spatial coordinates, saving time and effort while ensuring safety. His current magical reserves are still limited, having practiced only for a few days. Thus, he could only shift up to 1,000 kilometers, exhausting his energy after 2 uses. Prior to acquiring the voidless supreme scripture, he possessed a spirit yet lacked the necessary magical power, which left him feeling drained after merely 3 minutes of exertion. Had it not been for the old man Huang, he would have remained oblivious to when he could resolve his predicament. It was as if he had been reborn, with both his spirit and body in their original forms. Otherwise, this body would have long since succumbed to the pressures of his spirit. Thus, despite the underlying complexities in the old man's request for him to locate the burial grounds of the divine dragon, he vowed to assist with unwavering dedication. Upon receiving the badge, Chen Yuange infused it with his magical energy, activating it, and discovered he could connect to the planetary early warning network. Mr. Chen, as long as you carry this badge, the network will promptly notify you of any dimensional rifts within 100 kilometers of your vicinity. If our team lacks the time to address them, they will be dispatched as tasks. Thank you for the explanation. It is no trouble. I am genuinely pleased to contribute to the safeguarding of the magical realm. Chen Yuange cast a thoughtful glance at Chen and the still-reading Evelyn. Perceiving that their cultivation methods were akin to hastily acquired techniques, reminiscent of military philosophy, all in service to the protection of this planet. If this were true, such individuals deserved his respect. As he activated the badge, he found himself linked to an illusory library, revealing a plethora of fascinating images of dimensional creatures. The grandeur of Camartage was palpable, as these images contained an abundance of extraordinary knowledge regarding the respective dimensional beings. However, unbeknownst to Chen Yuange, the illusory library operated under a concealed verification mechanism, wherein individuals of varying strengths would perceive images of differing tiers. At that moment, he was engrossed in exploring content related to the underworld. The depictions of demons and fiends contained eerie and terrifying arcane knowledge that could drive the unworthy to madness. Thus, it became clear that for those who held beliefs, their souls were guided to their deities upon death. Those devoid of faith were claimed by the inferno. No wonder those souls vanished as if teleported. To his dismay, Chen Yuange noted that the images of the underworld lords, such as Mephisto, were two-dimensional, lacking the vividness of the succubi. Amid the boundless starry sea beyond Earth, a figure sat cross-legged in the void, donned in a yellow hooded monk's robe, surrounded by a terrifying roar that reverberated around her, as the collision of dimensional energies stirred tremendous tides. As Chen Yuange activated the badge to view the imagery, her expression softened. "You've arrived. Daniel, a distinguished guest has graced the temple. Please attend to him." In the study on the second floor of the New York temple, a middle-aged Caucasian man, previously in meditative repose, opened his eyes in astonishment. A distinguished guest? The probing gaze did not escape the spiritual perception of Chen Yuange. Yet lacking any hostility, he chose to disregard it. Upon seeing Chen Yuange's badge, Daniel utilized his authority to discern the identity of this young man in the hall. How could this be? The illusory library is completely accessible to him. As a master of arcane arts, he possesses the ability to perceive all information. However, the esteemed mage's words indicate that he is here to receive on her behalf, suggesting that this young man is a formidable entity of equal standing with the supreme mage. Chen Yuange, it is indeed him. Whispers of a master of arcane arts emerging from Chinatown have circulated through the extraordinary circles of New York in recent days. Master Daniel. In the hall, Daniel emerged from the luminous portal, prompting Evelyn, nudged by Chen, to hastily set down her book. "Ah, your efforts are commendable." Daniel turned to regard the inquisitive Chen Yuange and performed a mage's salute. "Master Chen, I am Daniel Drum, guardian of the sanctuary, and the Supreme Mage sends her regards. What? The Supreme Mage? McKen and Evelyn were momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, Chen Yuange turned, a mischievous glint in his eye. Placing a finger to his lips, "Shoo, let us keep this discreet." The pair shuddered in surprise, nodding instinctively. Daniel shook his head in resignation. Was it the youthfulness of Master Chen that imbued him with such playful spirit? "Please, follow me." The two stepped into the portal, departing the hall. Once the portal vanished, it took a while for McKen and Evelyn to regain their composure. My goodness, I was so enraptured by the magic that I failed to notice such a dashing gentleman. Evelyn frantically adjusted her posture, her frustration palpable. My dear Evelyn, do you no longer hold affection for me? Go away. After a brief exchange of banter, they finally regained their composure, exchanging glances and taking deep breaths, a soft voice emerging. A master of arcane arts, yet so young. In the study, Chen Yuange curiously surveyed the room's decor, smiling as he remarked, "Your Kamatage mages are indeed impressive." Daniel, sensing that Chen Yuange had observed the performance of McKen and the others in the hall, spoke with pride. "Indeed. It is precisely because of such outstanding young individuals that we can better safeguard the earth. What would you like to drink? Coffee, black tea, or green tea? Perhaps you prefer cola." Suddenly, an empty cup flew into Chen Yuange's hand as he settled onto a nearby sofa. "I'll have a glass of Vita Soyo." "You don't have that? Then a Sprite will suffice." Daniel shook his head in exasperation and snapped his fingers, causing a cup to float up, filled to the brim with Sprite. "Ah, a delightful little spell. Master Chen, please, just call me Chen Yuange. Master sounds rather peculiar and makes me feel aged." How did the Supreme Mage know of my arrival? We are not acquainted, are we? Yet, Daniel replied inwardly, "Not necessarily. Perhaps you are already familiar with each other." Chapter 38. The task of the badge. Daniel did not directly address Chen Yuange's inquiry, but merely informed him that the Supreme Mage was currently off-world and unable to attend. However, she warmly welcomed Chen Yuange to visit Kamatage at any time. Chen Yuange felt some doubt. After all, he did not know this Supreme Sorcerer personally. Why was she so enthusiastic? "Please extend my gratitude to the Supreme Sorcerer for her kindness. If time permits, I will pay her a visit," he replied. After conversing with Daniel for a while, Daniel guided him through the temple, where hurried sorcerers occasionally passed by in the corridors. Upon seeing Daniel, they would greet him as Master, indicating Daniel's esteemed status. As they walked, they came across numerous glass cabinets, presumably containing magical artifacts. Was Kamatage truly so affluent? With so many formidable magical tools displayed in the corridors and exhibition halls, had they reached a level of abundance where everyone possessed such artifacts, akin to the hanging rings? Perhaps sensing his bewilderment, Daniel opened one of the glass cabinets beside him, retrieving a short staff and handing it to Chen Yuange. "This is the spell-casting weapon of Master Mephisto during his lifetime, known as the Mephisto Conjurer. Feel free to experience it." Upon receiving it, Chen Yuange examined the staff closely. It measured 50 centimeters in length and felt incredibly heavy, weighing at least 2 tons. Once infused with magical energy, it allowed the power to flow effortlessly through the staff. But then it ceased to respond further. After wielding it a few times, a gust of wind followed, and he returned it to Daniel. "Well, it seems quite suitable for smashing foes. It appears it holds no interest in you," Daniel commented. "All artifacts here are the legacies left by masters of past generations. To wield them, one must earn their recognition." He placed the staff back into the glass cabinet and continued. "The Mephisto Conjurer can adjust its length and thickness based on the size of a person's palm. When recognized, it feels like an extension of the wielder's arm. Indeed, you are correct. It is quite convenient for smashing monsters. It seems your sorcerers at Kamatage are close combat specialists. I noticed earlier that their movements are deliberate and agile. Clad them in leather armor, and one might easily mistake them for swordsmen." Daniel shrugged at this. "Chen, as you know, our magical energy is precious. Unless absolutely necessary, the most cost-effective method often involves smashing monsters. If the opponent lacks a physical form, do not hesitate to expend your magical energy." It appeared this was the established philosophy of Kamatage, forged through years of combat experience. In stark contrast to the old man Huang, whose motivation for practice was the pursuit of longevity, where combat merely served as a means of protection rather than an end goal. Indeed, Chen Yuange also sought longevity, even transcending the other shore. The spells practiced at Kamatage evidently prioritized efficiency, ease, and formidable power, as long as they maintained sufficient deterrence and peak martial prowess. Controlling the Earth's magical defense was a natural consequence in their hands. Chen Yuange gazed wistfully at the magical artifacts displayed in the glass cabinets, yearning to examine them closely. It seemed that the disparity in cultivation systems was the reason these artifacts refused to acknowledge him. At that moment, his enthusiasm for further exploration had waned. Daniel accompanied him downstairs, escorting him to the entrance. Master Daniel, was that esteemed Master Chen truly only 18 years of age? Evelyn inquired curiously, glancing at Daniel. While McKin nodded in agreement, sharing her intrigue. Indeed, Chen Yuange is merely 18. He appears to be quite approachable. You young folks would find common ground. So do engage with him. Having him in North America alleviates much of my burden, Daniel remarked before ascending the stairs. Evelyn hesitated, brushing her delicate face. Alas, I seem to be 6 years his senior. What should I do? McKin, unable to restrain himself, rolled his eyes at her words. Aware that such a gesture was typically associated with women. I recall now, he is our university's youngest mathematics professor. No wonder, genius is indeed genius. Both Evelyn and McKin, graduate students in the physics department at New York University, exchanged glances, realizing they had newfound motivation to connect with Professor Chen. Upon returning home, Chen Yuange became engrossed in the myriad illustrations within the illusory library, truly expanding his horizons. He felt an irresistible urge to grasp a few specimens for further study. Daniel subtly indicated that the Hell Lords, such as Mephisto, were actually ancient deities from primordial Earth, rather than native infernal entities. Through their formidable power, they had ascended to occupy distinct hellish dimensions. The deities of various pantheons were also ancient gods, each residing within their respective realms. The Camartage lineage traced back to the first supreme sorcerer, Agamotto, one of the trinity of S.H.I.E.L.D, the very source of all white magic. This was why Daniel, as a guardian of the sanctum, possessed knowledge of the ancient gods, for the Vishanti were ancient deities themselves, naturally preserving records of other ancient beings. However, the secrets of even older primordial gods were beyond Daniel's comprehension. Their knowledge contained boundless wisdom, existing as the most profound taboos. He suggested that if Chen Yuange was interested, he might seek out the supreme sorcerer for further enlightenment. Even when discussing the mysteries of the ancient gods, Daniel meticulously checked the sanctum's defensive array, wary of attracting their attention. The might of ancient gods is beyond the imagination of mortals. One must tread lightly when invoking their names, especially those of the demonic entities. Even the slightest focus from them could prove unbearable for humans. Chen Yuange expressed his deep gratitude for Daniel's counsel. Recognizing that the path of the extraordinary is laden with secrets, the more one knows, the greater the reverence it inspires. At present, his body remains merely mortal flesh. Although he has equipped himself with armor, as long as he cannot casually discuss nuclear annihilation, he will not find true security within himself. That night, a message unexpectedly reached Chen Yuange from his badge. After waiting several days, he finally received it. Curious, he discovered that the location was New York University, so close. Without alarming his family, he swiftly ascended into the sky, and moments later, he found himself hovering above the university. Below him lay the laboratory building, and the heavy scent of sulfur permeated the air. He wondered who among the bold was invoking something. Chen Yuange floated outside a third-floor window, where thick curtains could not obscure his gaze. Inside the room, Charlie had completed a ritual circle on the floor, and a strong metallic scent of blood filled the space. His hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt, and his clothes wrinkled, clearly indicating he had neglected personal hygiene for days. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, his fervent gaze could not be concealed. The previous weekend, he had found his experimental project stalled at a particular stage, with no progress in sight. In his moment of creative drought, Charlie sought inspiration from the passionate form of his wife, Ellie, who was his muse, the very source of his inspiration. Having freshened up at the staff dormitory of the school, he purchased a bouquet of roses along the way, intending to surprise Ellie. To keep the surprise intact, he opted for a taxi instead of driving home. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback to see Russell's car parked outside his home. Chapter 39. The pure love warrior strikes back. The depth of love can breed a fierce hatred. When Charlie brandished his shotgun and beheld Ellie entwined with Russell on their large bed, he fired a shot that shattered the headboard. He hesitated, reluctant to destroy Ellie's youthful and fiery body. His furious roar startled the illicit couple, and as the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed at them, witnessing their tearful pleas for mercy ignited a sense of vindictive pleasure within Charlie. Yet, the shotgun was positioned too close to Russell. Although retired, Russell's combat skills were still sharp, far surpassing those of a middle-aged man who had succumbed to university life. As Charlie wavered with the gun, Russell swiftly maneuvered, seizing the barrel and lifting it skyward, resulting in another deafening shot. Russell's hand was burned, but his strength eclipsed Charlie's, and he quickly wrested the shotgun away, turning it towards him. "Charlie, why resort to this? You could simply continue your experiments." Russell retreated slowly, picking up his pants from the floor. "NYPD, open the door." Charlie exhaled in relief, grateful for the frequent police patrols in his community. Russell swiftly ejected the bullet, wiped the fingerprints from the shotgun, and tossed the weapon back in front of Charlie. At that moment, the silhouette of the police appeared in the corridor on the second floor. Thus, upon returning from the police station, Charlie watched in disbelief as Ellie, carrying her luggage, climbed into Russell's car and departed from their home. Ignoring the whispered remarks from the neighbors, he retreated to his study and opened his safe, intent on hiring a hitman to eliminate the adulterous pair. In the corner of the safe lay a long wooden box, which Charlie, almost instinctively, opened. An ancient parchment scroll emerged before him, an item he had purchased for $500 at a private auction. The seller had claimed that the runes inscribed on the scroll could summon demons from hell. By signing a contract, one could harness the power of these fiends. As he recalled the contemptuous expressions of the illicit couple, the derision of the neighbors, the pity from the police, and the likelihood that even his colleagues were aware of his plight, Charlie felt a surge of vengeance. He yearned to crush their bones, ensuring they would forever repent their sins. As Chen Yuange stood outside the window, Charlie had already completed the incantation. From Chen's perspective, the runes of the summoning circle on the ground appeared to be a haphazard collection of various known symbols. If this man had not been blown away, it was likely due to the influence of the demon. The true catalyst was not the gruesome sacrifices, but a sapphire imbued with a faint magical essence. It was this gem's power that activated several runes, combined with Charlie's profound hatred, ultimately attracting the attention of a certain demon. The circle emanated a deep crimson glow, the ground rippling like water, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored tailcoat. He held a civilized staff and nodded in acknowledgement to Charlie. "Charlie, your wish has been received. Now, please sign this contract." Chen Yuange immediately discerned the true nature of this man. He was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, adorned with twisted ram's horns. His presence in the mortal realm seemed to bring him great delight. His triangular tail flickered silently, shattering the furniture behind him. His legs resembled those of a goat, and flames flickered in his eyes, burning in the void. Consumed by his desire for revenge, Charlie unhesitatingly accepted the parchment from the demon's hand and glanced at its content. The terms were entirely in his favor, stipulating that after aiding him in his vengeance, the demon would depart from the mortal realm, taking with it the wicked souls of Ellie and Russell, casting them into the eternal flames of hell. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlie seized the quill and inscribed his name. "Excellent, my friend. You have made a wise decision." The demon, Phillips, swiftly writhed and melded into Charlie's shadow. Had it not been for Chen Yuange's timely arrival, witnessing the unfolding events following the emergence of the demon Phillips, this Phillips would have concealed himself on Earth, lurking in the shadows of Charlie's essence. Only when he wielded his power did he reveal traces of his presence. This is the cunning nature of demons. They prefer to employ intellect. Were it an insipid beast or a less cerebral malevolent entity that arrived, it would be easily detected and vanquished. Under Phillips' guidance, Charlie adeptly navigated the spell formations within the laboratory and departed from that place. During this process, his physique gradually transformed. His abdomen receded, revealing rippling muscles. And in a mere span of time, he evolved into a veritable paragon of muscularity. All these transformations were duly noted by Chen Yuange. Such intriguing material. Though you have interrupted my repose, I must express my gratitude for this captivating spectacle before you ascend to the experimental platform. Chen Yuange refrained from immediate action. He had already comprehended the changes occurring within Charlie and duly recorded the task's progress within his badge to prevent any interference from the denizens of Camartage, which might disrupt his enjoyment of the show. Silently trailing behind, Charlie started his vehicle and departed from New York University. Throughout this entire episode, Chen Yuange was taken aback by the swiftness of Charlie's actions. It felt akin to an assassin meticulously erasing his traces. Truly, he was the most cunning and tenacious of demons, choosing not to utilize his powers unless absolutely necessary. Even Charlie's physical metamorphosis was an alteration wrought by Phillips, harnessing the forces of other dimensions, eschewing any powers associated with hell. To remain hidden among humans and harvest living souls, he exerted considerable effort. The more qualified the human, the more they reveled in their arrogance, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, and gluttony, qualities that were particularly favored by the demons. The extreme fluctuations of human emotions yield an astonishing power, which Phillips sought to harness through Charlie to identify and lure qualified individuals, tormenting them before ultimately reaping their despairing souls to gain that remarkable force. This endeavor was aimed at progressively enhancing their essence. Of course, such power had become obsolete for a hell lord like Mephisto. Yet it served as a delightful indulgence for him. Go forth, Charlie, seek out all the wayward women, find them, torment them. Only then shall you attain the ultimate peace of mind. Above, Chen Yuange remained speechless, for the pure-hearted warrior was indeed formidable. Charlie navigated the desolate streets with practiced ease. Devoid of pedestrians or vehicles, he swiftly arrived at an apartment building. Clad in a hooded sweatshirt and gloves, he promptly carried two individuals down the stairs. The two individuals are none other than Ellie and Russell, currently bound by sheets and gagged with cloth, unconscious and stuffed into the trunk of a car. Chapter 40. No sympathy worthy. This method appears quite adept. It seems that Phillips is a skilled practitioner. Charlie started the engine and drove towards the seaside. With a considerable distance still to cover, the vehicle could advance no further, prompting Charlie to halt and open the trunk, pulling out one person with ease. At this moment, he reveled in the strength of his physique, effortlessly lifting two adults. What a delightful sensation this was. The moonlight tonight is exquisite. In October's New York, a brisk wind swept across the sea, rustling the leaves in a symphony of sound. Where am I? Russell groggily opened his eyes, feeling a chill. He should be in his grand bed, embracing his lover, Ellie, Shun-Tihi. Splash. Charlie had thrown the two into the frigid sea, the icy water jolting Russell and Ellie awake. They thrashed desperately, fear gripping their hearts. Phillips savored the scent of their terror. How delightful it was. Unlike the souls in hell, who, after enduring countless torments, had become numbed and thoughtless. Where could one find mortal souls so vibrant, so delectable? Hell is above. I must savor this slowly, discreetly hiding among humans. It was not until the two were on the brink of drowning that Charlie reached in to pull them out, dragging them onto the gravel-strewn shore. Their bodies scraped against the stones, and they writhed in agony. Phew! The cloth gags were removed. Ah! Ellie screamed in terror and despair, while Russell, enduring the pain on his skin, scrutinized the man before him, trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Bang! Bang! Charlie relentlessly kicked Russell, hurling insults. "You son of a dog, you dare ask me who I am?" "Oh, Charlie, be gentle, don't ruin my meal." His fear is not yet sufficient. Charlie sat down, seizing Russell by the hair and lifting him to observe his twisted, anguished face. "Look, is this not my good assistant, Russell? What a state you've fallen into." "What?" Russell gasped, widening his eyes in disbelief as he assessed the robust man before him, recognizing that familiar Mediterranean visage. "Charlie, this cannot be. Wow, you actually recognized me. I must reward you for this." Charlie's fist crashed into Russell's eye socket, raining down blows until the face he loathed was rendered so unrecognizable that even his own mother would struggle to identify it. Suddenly, Ailey let out a piercing scream as her hair was yanked by Charlie, revealing Russell, whose visage resembled that of a pig's head. "No, stay away from me. Look, my Ailey, this is your Russell." "Charlie, is that truly you? Please, spare me." Russell groaned in agony, while Ailey pleaded in despair, and Charlie remained silent, the relentless waves crashing against the shore as the only witness. "My Ailey, you have lost me forever." Charlie's cold, harsh tone paralyzed Ailey, halting her pleas as she stared blankly at the transformed figure of Charlie. Regret, pain, despair. Yes, indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness to savor this exquisite soul. The voice of the devil, Phillips, echoed in Charlie's mind, advising him to be gentle lest he ruin his delectable feast. "Go to hell, Charlie, you wretched glutton. Your facade and class sicken me. Did you think I loved you? I only valued your wealth." Perhaps realizing the gravity of her fate, S.H.I.E.L.D abandoned all restraint. Unleashing a torrent of fury, her disheveled appearance rendering her grotesque, like a vengeful spirit. "I curse you, Charlie. You shall be eternally consumed by the fires of hell." The devil Phillips marveled, heaven above, what a magnificent delicacy this is. Unable to contain himself any longer, Charlie's shadow began to contort and elongate, stretching towards S.H.I.E.L.D and the others. With a series of sharp cracks, he declared, "What a splendid performance. As a reward, I shall allow you to linger. Perhaps a few more days on my operating table." The transformation of Charlie's shadow paused as Phillips noticed an Asian man descending slowly from the sky. "I cannot move." The weight of an immense presence bore down upon him, leaving him with only his thoughts to stir. "How unfortunate I am, on my very first day in this realm, to encounter such a terrifying human." "Esteemed sir, I extend my greetings," Phillips addressed. "I am the humble servant of the great Lord Mephisto. Do not delude yourself. What foolishness is this?" Chen Yuange's voice resonated in Phillips' consciousness, reminding him not to fall for this ruse. Should this creature seize the opportunity to utter Mephisto's name, Phillips could not fathom the consequences, but it could lead him to face the gaze of the ancient deity. Although the likelihood was slim, he must do everything to avoid it, for many newcomers treading the path of the extraordinary had met their demise in such bewildering ways. With a flourish, Chen Yuange unleashed a barrage of runes and reached into Charlie's shadow, extracting a doll the size of a palm, his means of sealing Phillips away to prevent his essence from contaminating the mortals. Should they behold the true form of the devil, they would be tainted by the aura of hell. Although Phillips is merely an inferior demon, he possesses a level of existence that surpasses that of humans. Charlie stood in stunned disbelief as his most formidable ally was effortlessly subdued, retreating in fear. Yet, upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Elias' face, a surge of fury ignited within him. Why do you seek to thwart me? Why? I have shown you mercy, allowing you to vent your anger. However, should you wish to take their lives, I must regretfully assert that, while none of you are virtuous, it would be best to leave matters to the authorities." Charlie, wielding the influence bestowed by his mentor, seduced the student Ellie, discarding his former wife and children. As for Ellie, she too succumbed to temptation in pursuit of indulgence. "How dare you, of such low character, consider yourself worthy to be my colleague, engaging in embezzlement within the project, abandoning your family, and pursuing youthful pleasures? Do you truly possess such a refined appetite?" Chen Yuange cast a glance at the battered Russell and the bruised Ellie. TSK. It would be better for you both to be dead. You are not deserving of sympathy." Chen Yuange extended his hand, binding the three individuals and erasing their memories of him and Phillips, lifting them into the air toward the New York Police Department. Bang! Detective Tom, on duty, suddenly discovered three individuals materializing on the floor, swiftly drawing his firearm and triggering the alarm. "Hey, Jimmy, I have explosive news here, $300. Damn it. I'm on my way. Tom, I'm buying that exclusive story, and if it's not sufficiently sensational, I'll make you regret it." Chapter 41. Charlie becomes notorious shock. A renowned professor, his female student, and male assistant. What has become of New York's pride, New York University? During the morning rush hour, countless New Yorkers emerged from their homes like worker ants, many clutching coffee in one hand and the New York Times in the other. Damn it. I knew my goddess was being sullied by those harlots. An obviously inexperienced young man furiously waved his newspaper. The surrounding middle-aged workers exchanged knowing smiles. "Young man, do not be disheartened. We have all endured this. Your goddess, how could she ever be interested in a penniless lad like you?" Jimmy had just received high praise from his editor, and this Christmas, he could afford a new car, leaving the old one for his son, who had long been eyeing it covetously. The Public Relations Department of New York University was in a state of frantic disarray. Unfortunately, the newspapers had already reached countless households, leaving them to devise a strategy for damage control or pray to God for an even greater story to overshadow this scandal. The most unfortunate news is that Charlie is no longer at the New York Police Department. The officers there stated that he was taken away by the FBI, leaving the Public Relations Department helpless in the matter. At the New York Police Department, a sharp-eyed African-American entered the office. "Detective, I am Agent Fury from the FBI. We are here to take Professor Charlie into our custody." Nick presented his credentials and handed over the transfer paperwork. After reviewing the documents, Detective Tom picked up the phone. "Chief, there are 3 FBI agents here. Hand him over to them." "Understood, Chief." After hanging up the phone, Detective Tom led the way, and they soon arrived at a solitary holding cell. Charlie was tightly bound, lying quietly on the floor. "This is Charlie. We've administered several doses of sedatives. It's hard to believe that, unless we repeatedly compared his photographs from younger days, this muscular man had, just last week, been a portly figure." Detective Tom instinctively touched his own ample belly, wondering how Charlie had managed to lose weight so dramatically in just a week. Unfortunately, despite numerous inquiries, the man remained utterly uncooperative. "All right, detective, please open the door. We are ready to take him." Fury entered to inspect Charlie, confirming his identity, after which 2 agents stepped forward, placing a hood over Charlie's head and escorting him from the dedicated elevator out of the New York Police Department. At the main entrance, a throng of reporters had gathered. Fury and his team drove Charlie to a military base. 3 hours later, in front of a one-way mirror, Fury stood beside a poised woman. "Director Carter, Charlie's test results have come in. He was neither enhanced by super serum, nor did he awaken any special abilities. According to our findings from his laboratory, it appears that some mysterious array was utilized on the lab floor." Director Carter, holding the test report, reviewed Charlie's background and the concluding assessment, noting a strong inclination towards anti-human behavior. "So, he lacks even recruitment value? Hand him over to the lab." Fury, "Understood. After work." Director Carter hurried home, immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of a rich vegetable soup. In the living room, her 2 children sat on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon. In the kitchen, a man donned an apron, sizzling steaks in a pan. Director Carter quietly approached him from behind, who turned to kiss her. "Peggy, the steaks will be ready shortly. Please take the kids to wash their hands." "All right. What's wrong? You seem a bit downcast." "Today, I encountered an enhanced individual, initially believing it to be yet another result of the serum I had relinquished in my youth. Alas, I should never have surrendered your serum, Steve." Unfazed, Steve placed the steak onto the plate, embraced her from behind, and bestowed a gentle kiss. "Peggy, this is not your fault. We both cherish this nation, do we not?" Peggy caressed Steve's face, unable to suppress a smile as she remarked, "Every time I gaze upon your face, it feels nothing short of miraculous." "Huh. Howard thought I had forgotten you. What can one do? Before that person brought me here, he bestowed upon me the eternal illusion technique, claiming that in this modern world, only the supreme sorcerer could see through it." Steve, with a hint of pride, pinched his cheek and playfully urged Peggy, "Go on, change your clothes. It's time to call the children for dinner." After their meal, the couple coaxed their 2 children to sleep. In the bedroom, Peggy lay on the bed, her smooth back exposed, relishing in her husband's attentive massage. Steve, your divine light is becoming increasingly adept. What can I say? When I was taught, they said this paladin technique is akin to a healer's divine light. It's rather commonplace." The conversation shifted to Charlie, with Peggy describing the appearance of the magical array. "That was the work of a sorcerer. Charlie must have summoned those infernal beings. His mind has succumbed to darkness and requires purification. I suspected it was something from the magical realm." Steve, sensing her thoughts, playfully swatted her rear. "Peggy, we agreed. Magic belongs to magic, technology to technology. We cannot alter history." "All right, I understand. I was merely pondering," she replied. "Steve, it's wonderful to have you back." In the underground level of Qingshan Farm, every corner had been fortified by Chen Yuange using arrays. He had also expanded the space with his formations. Each door opened into an independent microdimension. This spatial array was a revelation he had achieved after comprehending the true scripture of the primal void. Currently, the largest area he could create was a mere 100 square meters, limited by his insufficient magical energy. He could only expand such a space at once. Though modest in size, its independence was exceptional, allowing him to conduct the experiments he desired freely. Intense divine light coalesced in his hand into a long whip, striking Phillips repeatedly. Once the divine light dissipated, dazzling lightning surged forth, akin to flowing water, shaped into a whip that cracked down with a resounding snap. Chen Yuange, intrigued, poked Phillips's body. "Not bad. Your recovery ability is commendable." He materialized a scalpel in his hand, slicing open the devil's chest, extracting the heart with one hand while tracing magical runes in the air with the other, glancing once more at Phillips on the operating table. Indeed, it is a testament to the resilience of life. Phillips gazed in despair at the formidable man before him, perceiving an air of superiority reminiscent of the once-encountered sovereign of hell. His body appeared partially ethereal, with high-energy liquid coursing through his veins, radiating an intensity that rendered direct contact with humanity impossible. It is hardly surprising, given the stark differences in their existential environments. Chapter 42. A half-day excursion into dimensions. For the past few nights, Chen Yuange had dedicated himself entirely to the laboratory, meticulously dissecting Phillips. His findings were profound. The skeletal structure and organs within the devil's body were replete with runes, unveiling the secret of advanced life forms. He was subsequently reminded of Qian Qinggong's anomalous genes and instinctively sketched the structural diagram of that gene in the air. Enlarging and adjusting it, he realized, so that is it. These are indeed runes. Could it be that an extraordinary individual once graced the lineage of the Qian family? Chen Yuange shook his head, sensing an underlying discord. The gene structure appeared unnatural, akin to something artificially appended. He speculated that as his magical energy continued to circulate within him, the genes, nurtured by this energy, naturally transitioned into a runic structure. Yes, this is evolution. Practitioners actively pursue their evolution. Yet, the peculiar genes of Qian Qinggong struck him as distinctly non-human in origin. Indeed, this gene structure could not have evolved from human genes. It seemed to be a later amalgamation. To his surprise, he discovered a peer. After meticulously mapping all the runes on Phillips's body, he noted that many fundamental runes exhibited striking similarities in their energy absorption and transformation capabilities. How fortunate it would be to dissect a mage or a Qi practitioner now. Their bodies would surely contain systematic rune combinations. He believed that such comparisons would deepen his understanding of the essence of cultivation. Subsequently, he perused Phillips's memories, gaining a wealth of knowledge, though it bore little practical value. How fortunate that this individual had indeed encountered Mephisto. Thankfully, I had the foresight to obliterate that memory. Chen Yuange instinctively wiped away non-existent beads of cold sweat from his forehead. In the grand hall of the New York Temple, Chen Yuange presented the doll-like form of Phillips to McKen. This is the individual I apprehended during my task 2 days ago. Please ascertain whether it is he. McKen's badge emitted a radiant glow as it scanned the effigy. The essence matches. It is indeed him. Master Chen, here is your reward for the task, he said, presenting 100 spirit coins after opening a portal and depositing the doll within. Chen Yuange accepted the coins, then promptly handed them back to McKen. I wish to journey to the Supreme Dimension. McKen and Evelyn exchanged astonished glances, and after confirming his request, notified Daniel, acknowledging that they could not open the dimensional portal. Chen, it seems this is your first visit to the Supreme Dimension. May I inquire about your purpose here? I wish to acquire some URU magic gold. Daniel chuckled softly. Unfortunately, it is not yet time for the dimension's solar eruption. You may find it impossible to collect URU magic gold. However, should you require assistance, we do offer loans. Chen Yuange tentatively asked, I need 10 cubic decimeters. Daniel stumbled back in surprise, questioning, 10 cubic decimeters? Are you certain it's not 10 cubic centimeters? Young man, what on earth do you intend to do? It's a secret. I merely wish to validate a notion I have. Daniel shrugged sympathetically, saying, I, Taiji, do not possess such ample stock. You truly needn't take a loan. We can assist you with crowdfunding. By the way, are you still interested in visiting the Supreme Dimension? Of course, I've already paid. I shall consider it a journey. Daniel opened the portal to the dimension, and the two found themselves in a grand hall. After traversing the hall, they emerged onto an expansive terrace. Astonishing. Before Chen Yuange lay an immense fireball, so close that it was a star erupting with boundless energy. Golden flames, stretching thousands of kilometers, danced in waves, and an overwhelming pressure assailed them. Observing the terrace from all angles revealed a world engulfed in golden flames. We are currently on the surface of a star, Chen Yuange exclaimed, his expression shifting with astonishment. Is Taiji truly capable of constructing a hall on the surface of a star? The energy here is extraordinarily vibrant, and the energy levels are immensely high. The surface temperature of this star must exceed that of the sun on Earth. Chen Yuange extended his hand beyond the terrace's protective barrier, briefly touching the golden flames before retracting it. In that fleeting moment, he confirmed the temperature was a staggering 30,000 degrees. Daniel, with a tone of awe, remarked, Every time I behold such a sight, I am filled with wonder. When my teacher first brought me here, I gazed upon it for 3 days and nights. It is simply breathtaking. Chen Yuange nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such a close encounter with the star's flames was an unprecedented experience. His earlier thought of getting closer to the star in hopes of striking luck to acquire some URU magic gold now seemed foolish. Thankfully, he kept that thought to himself. Otherwise, Daniel would have laughed him to scorn. Observing how the bank monopolizes rare resources was quite impressive. Daniel, have you measured the mass of this star? Indeed, the Supreme Mage has measured it. This star's mass is approximately 1,000 times that of the Earth's sun. It appeared that mining was not a feasible endeavor. He could only patiently await the star's eruption cycle. Should one consider obtaining a loan from Camartage? However, judging by Daniel's demeanor just now, he certainly exudes the essence of those Wall Street vampires. If he were to secure a loan, it would likely entail signing away his very soul. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the tragic fate of temporary workers from his mind. So, is the grand hall beneath our feet also constructed by the Supreme Sorcerer? Whether true or not, Daniel detected Chen Yuange's probing inquiry. If this hall were indeed built by the Supreme Sorcerer, it would provide a rough estimation of her prowess. In fact, this is the handiwork of the original Supreme Sorcerer, Agamotto. His power is indeed earth-shattering. Chen Yuange felt a tinge of disappointment. Having failed to ascertain the limits of the contemporary Supreme Sorcerer's strength, he felt a sense of uncertainty, especially given that this enigmatic figure had taken an inexplicable interest in him and had extended an invitation to visit Camartage. Although her demeanor appeared amicable, he remained unaware of the underlying reasons for such friendliness. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow that enveloped the surroundings. Yet, upon confronting the sun directly, one realizes their own insignificance. The warmth dissipates, replaced by a stark sense of vulnerability. Presently, the Supreme Sorcerer appeared friendly, but the ambiguity surrounding her true capabilities left him feeling insecure. One thing was certain, she was undeniably stronger than him. By what margin? Was she so powerful that she could effortlessly crush him, or could he manage to escape her grasp? Though such thoughts might seem undignified, Chen Yuange possessed enough self-awareness to recognize his position. Even if they resided within the same realm, her magical prowess would undoubtedly far surpass his. After all, he had only been practicing for a few days, rendering his efforts but a mere drop in the ocean compared to her extensive experience. Even if the tiger is gentle, one should not willingly place oneself at the mercy of its jaws. Chapter 43. Umbrella Hospital. After reveling in the stellar wonders of the Supreme Dimension, Chen Yuange reluctantly departed. A towering edifice rises from the ground, yet he currently lacks a solid foundation. Old Huang has labored for nearly 2 centuries without achieving the primordial spirit. Could it be that his aptitude is truly lacking? Not at all. In his youth, Old Huang was once a top scholar, a seed of knowledge who emerged victorious amidst a sea of competitors. Such individuals possess exceptional intellect, courage, and fortune, all of which mark them as the elite of their era. Despite his nearly 200 years of arduous cultivation, every ounce of his magical energy refined to perfection, he still lingers at the threshold of the primordial spirit. Chen Yuange, on the other hand, possesses a primordial spirit, yet it was not cultivated through diligent effort from nothingness. Standing before the stars today, he comprehended the necessity of laying down a solid foundation. It was not yet the time for him to reach for the unattainable. Last week, Zhang Yuda, representing the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and Yu Shiyi, representing the Hongmen, along with David, representing Citibank, each invested $10 million into Chen Yuange's umbrella. Chen Yuange allocated 3% of the shares to each of the 3 companies, granting only dividend rights without voting rights, and prohibiting any dilution of shares through capital injection. Additionally, he appointed Daniel as a representative of Karmatech, entrusting him with 3% of the shares under the same conditions as the others, with Karmatech also investing $10 million. If one were to calculate based on the potential annual sales of Muse perfume, the actual value of Umbrella's 3% stake would far exceed $10 million. However, such an accounting would not accurately reflect the true worth of the intangible assets contributed by the various parties. Even so, Chen Yuange still retained 88% of Umbrella's equity, ensuring complete control. In the chairman's office of Umbrella, Executive President Zhao Yunlong, Chief Financial Officer Lu Shiying, and Chen Yuange were seated across from one another. A beautiful office clerk gracefully entered, placing a pot of red tea on the table, only to notice that the boss was sitting upright, his gaze not upon her, prompting her to leave the office with a hint of melancholy. "Boss, the factory equipment has been installed, and the engineers are currently debugging. We will commence trial production next Monday. Would you like to say a few words?" "No need. I despise such hollow formalities. By the way, ensure that production management at the factory is stringent. I loathe mandatory overtime without compensation. Anyone who enforces such practices shall be dismissed. Am I so impoverished that I cannot afford overtime pay? Zhao Yunlong paused momentarily, diligently noting the boss's words in his notebook. Ah, this comrade shows great awareness. Chen Yuange nodded in approval. Lao Lu, how much cash do we have on hand? There are $39,400,000, boss. Our cash reserves are substantial. Should we consider investing it? I have plans, Lao Zhao. You are to undertake several tasks. Purchase 3 plots of land. One will be designated for constructing the Umbrella headquarters. The sound of writing filled the air. One plot will be for building a comprehensive hospital, to be named Umbrella Hospital. Noted. The final plot will be for establishing a welfare institute to care for orphans, with aspirations to expand globally as funds permit. As an entrepreneur, one must give back to society. Such noble ideals, boss. Well done, comrades. Next week, I will provide you with the blueprints. The construction work will not be publicly tendered. Acquire a construction company, as future projects will contain confidential components unsuitable for external contractors. The three continued their meeting until 5 o'clock. All right, there is an endless array of tasks. Let us call it a day and spend more time with our families. In Chinatown, at the Chun family grocery store, the family was gathered for dinner. Mom, I have something to tell you. Son, do you have a girlfriend? My dear mother, I am only 18, still a minor. Humph. What of being 18? Look at old Zhou and old Hu. Their sons, who are of the same age as you, are already crawling all over the floor. Chen Yuange, lost in thought while listening to his mother's incessant chatter, noticed her thirst and casually handed her a bowl of soup. Mom, drink this. I mean to say, I plan to acquire 2 plots of land near Chinatown, one for building a hospital and the other for establishing a welfare home. My son, this is truly a commendable endeavor. I wholeheartedly support you in this. I want you to manage the welfare home. Li Qianru immediately shook her head in protest. Oh no, that won't do. I have never managed anyone before. Up until now, I've only taken care of the 3 of you. Chen Yuange patiently explained, Mother, consider this. Are there not instances of embezzlement or abuse in welfare homes? Such issues are rampant. With a heavy sigh, he added solemnly, I intend to fund the welfare home with my own money. I can't trust others. I don't mind if other enterprises falter, as I can always retrieve what has been misappropriated. However, if any discrepancies arise in the welfare home, it concerns the mental and physical well-being of the children. I must be vigilant. Li Qianru, contemplating these potential scenarios, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What should I do? Chen Yuange pointed to Chen Yuan beside him. Mother, you will play the compassionate role, ensuring the well-being of every child. If any of them are underfed, poorly clothed, or mistreated, inform my father. He will handle it. Chen Yuan feigned displeasure and slapped the table. So, I am to be the villain in this scenario? Li Qianru pinched him at his waist. What is your complaint? Would you prefer for me to take on that role? Feigning discomfort, Chen Yuan chuckled. How could that be? I wouldn't mind being the villain. Li Qianru released her grip and cast a disapproving glance at Chen Yuan. Stop pretending. I hardly exerted any force. Yanzi, you will assist me from now on. I knew it. I'm destined to be the one who does all the miscellaneous tasks. At this moment, Li Qianru's concern resurfaced. Son, do you have enough funds? You are buying land and constructing buildings. Welfare homes require substantial investment. I do not oppose your noble intentions, but you must act within your means. Poorly executed good deeds can turn into bad outcomes. Chen Yuan reassured her, don't worry, he has plenty of money. The upper echelons of New York society are all familiar with the illustrious name of Chen the Tycoon. Although Li Qianru had heard of the recent developments from Chen Yuan, she realized that the figures he mentioned were not those her son had disclosed. That night in the Zhang mansion study, although Chen Yuan had been present, he was unaware of the subsequent developments. He presumed that Chen Yuange was merely persuading others to invest. What of the 800 billion in sales figures? Surely, that is mere exaggeration. The annual profit is likely only a few $1 million at best. Nevertheless, even a few $1 million constitutes a substantial fortune, particularly when it accumulates annually. It is essential to recognize that the current price per square foot in Manhattan's Upper East Side is $300. Thus, what Chen Yuan conveyed to Li Qianru was that Chen Yuange might earn a few $1 million in a year. Chen Yuan contemplated that, should his son incur losses, it would not be the end of the world. As long as his grocery store and Qingshan farm remained operational, the family could continue to thrive. Chapter 44. The Heroine. Chen takes action for half a month. Chen Yuange was incessantly occupied with his family, company, school, and factory. During this period, Muse perfume, under a deluge of advertisements, was launched as scheduled. Upon its release, it was met with overwhelming enthusiasm, with many declaring it a savior of their lives. The umbrella corporation suddenly gained immense notoriety, drawing the attention of all the consortiums in the New World towards this burgeoning giant. After several rounds of tentative explorations, the industry tacitly accepted the entrance of this behemoth. The pivotal factor was that Umbrella's ventures did not infringe upon the core interests of other giants, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Zhao Yunlong selected numerous plots of land, and after Chen Yuange inspected each one, they ultimately decided on locations near Flushing. Zhao Yunlong proposed whether it was feasible to purchase existing buildings, hospitals, and welfare institutions for renovation. Chen Yuange compromised on his suggestion, deciding that the headquarters of Umbrella should still be constructed. Currently, his company had insufficient research personnel. Only he was dedicated to development, while the rest were administrative staff, all fitting into a single small building. The entire headquarters was envisioned with future expansion in mind. Regarding the welfare institution, it was more practical to rent an existing bankrupt factory, making simple renovations to ensure it was livable. Before the new welfare institution was completed, the factory would serve as a temporary solution. After all, the need to care for orphans, especially those with physical disabilities who have been abandoned, was urgent. They could not afford to wait. It is crucial to acknowledge that the most unfortunate among orphans are those physically challenged children, abandoned at the gates of welfare institutions due to the limitations of current medical technology. Many welfare institutions can only sustain their basic operations and cannot bear the exorbitant costs of treatment, finding themselves in a dilemma. Armed with advanced genetic technology, Chen Yuange could effortlessly heal those with congenital defects. He had a premonition that within a year, he would gather numerous intriguing genes. One wonders who was responsible for genetic modifications in humans. Was it sorcerers? Or perhaps extraterrestrials? It is possible, as many mythical creatures are rumored to have been engineered by sorcerers. In the nascent stages of human genetic theory, only these two categories of beings could accomplish such feats, regardless of who initiated the transformation. As long as a sufficient number of samples are collected, one can undoubtedly deduce the creator's thought process and the template employed. On Thursday, after the final class of the afternoon, Hannah picked up her backpack and followed closely behind Chen Yan. At this point, she had become Chen Yan's most ardent admirer at the Art Academy, alongside Zhang Xinlan, who was still in high school, forming a duo often referred to as the formidable companions of Sister Chen. Chen Yan, there's something I wish to ask of you. Speak, what is it? It's like this. My Aunt Ross adopted a baby girl from an orphanage a few years ago, naming her Sharon. As Sharon grew, her kind-hearted and charming nature captured the affection of Ross and her husband, and even Hannah's family found themselves enamored with the child, showering her with love. However, as Sharon matured, she began experiencing nightmares intermittently, often dreaming of a place called Silent Hill. This left her adoptive mother, Ross, in great distress. Despite consulting numerous psychologists and administering various sedatives, the issue remained unresolved. This year, the frequency of Sharon's nightmares has increased, prompting doctors to suggest her admission to a psychiatric hospital for long-term treatment, a proposal that Ross vehemently rejected. Chen Yan, my aunt wishes to take Sharon to Silent Hill to uncover the reasons behind her nightmares. I know you possess remarkable skills, and I would like to request your protection for us during this journey. Intrigued, Chen Yan inquired, so you plan to take Sharon to that Silent Hill? What about your uncle? Why is he not accompanying you? Hannah shook her head, expressing her frustration. Harrison has an urgent business trip. If it weren't for Sharon's call, I would have remained oblivious to this situation. Hannah then retrieved an old newspaper from her bag, dated 6 years prior, which reported that due to a coal mine fire, Silent Hill in Virginia had become uninhabitable for long-term residents. I contacted Uncle Jack, a detective with the New York Police Department, and he helped me look into Silent Hill. The place has been abandoned. Hannah was concerned about potential dangers lurking in the area, such as wild animals or even vagrants, which led her to recall Chen Yan's impressive combat skills. Ever since Chen Yuange had enhanced Chen Yan with combat capabilities and armor, she and her friends had taught many drunken troublemakers a lesson during their outings. Additionally, Hannah was aware of Chen Yan's exceptional marksmanship, capable of hitting any target with precision, and her remarkable strength, easily overpowering 3 burly men. There was even an occasion during a weekend excursion when she showcased her wilderness survival skills. With such a formidable protector, their expedition to Silent Hill seemed assured of success. During dinner that evening, Chen Yuange mentioned this matter, while Li Qianru expressed some concerns. Chen Yuange and his son were rather nonchalant about it. The following morning, Chen Yuange and Hannah drove to her aunt's house. "Hannah, what brings you here?" Ross, who was busy packing her belongings inside, was taken aback upon seeing Hannah and Chen Yuange. "Hannah, I must attend to some matters and will be away for a few days. You may return home for now and come back next week." "Aunt Rose, are you planning to take Sharon to Silent Hill?" "How do you know?" Hannah gestured, and Sharon, who had been hiding at the staircase, hurried down and leaped into Hannah's embrace. With her glossy black hair and delicate features, the 8-year-old resembled a porcelain doll, prompting Hannah to affectionately touzle her little head. "Sister Hannah, you finally arrived." Aunt Rose, somewhat resigned, set down what she was holding and approached, tenderly stroking Sharon's hair. "Darling, this is our affair. Why did you summon Sister Hannah?" "No, Mommy. That place is far too perilous. You mustn't go. If you are aware of the danger. Why did you bring Sister Hannah here?" Observing the escalating tension between mother and daughter, Hannah swiftly pulled in the quiet Chen Yuange from the side. "Please, don't argue. I have brought a companion. This is my good friend, Chen Yuange." "Hello, ladies." The two halted their impending dispute, their gazes shifting to Chen Yuange. She stood tall at an impressive 176 meters, with a well-proportioned figure and a radiant expression, exuding vitality. Aunt Rose shook her head and said, "Chen Yuange, thank you for coming. You and Hannah should return. I can manage alone." Without uttering a word, Chen Yuange kicked a nearby stool, sending it soaring through the air. Bang! The three of them gaped in astonishment as Chen Yuange's fist pierced through the stool, which now dangled limply from her wrist. "My goodness, Chen Yuange. I thought you were impressive, but you are truly remarkable." The three hurried over, inspecting Chen Yuange's unscathed fist, voicing their admiration. "Oh dear, my stool is broken." Chen Yuange sheepishly removed the stool, laughing. "Haha, I acted impulsively." Chapter 45. Departure to Silent Hill. After recovering from her shock, Aunt Rose posed another question. "What if we encounter vagrants or armed individuals in the mountains?" With a swift motion of her right arm, a matte black handgun appeared in Chen Yuange's grasp. With a flourish, the handgun disassembled into a pile of parts, only to be reassembled into a complete weapon. Another flick, and the handgun vanished. All of this transpired in a mere 10 seconds, leaving the trio in awe of her magical display. After a moment, clap, clap, clap. "Come on, applaud. How about that? Isn't Chen Yuange impressive?" Aunt Rose let out a long sigh, her body feeling slightly weakened as she sat down, taking a deep breath. "Your prowess has truly impressed me. Chen Yuange, thank you for your willingness to assist us." Chen Yuange chuckled lightly. "Hannah is my dear friend. This matter is trivial. However, I do have a request. Please, go ahead. Among the four of us, the three of you lack wilderness survival experience. Since I am responsible for our safety, I shall take the lead. All actions must adhere to my guidance." Ross pondered for a moment and readily acquiesced, recognizing that with a professional present, it was prudent to heed her counsel, particularly as she was assisting them without charge. Chen Yuange beamed as she stepped outside, returning with a large travel bag, which she placed on the ground with a thud. "Sister Chen Yuange, that bag must be quite heavy. What have you packed?" inquired the astute Sharon with curiosity. One by one, Chen Yuange retrieved an array of items: a waterproof sleeping bag, first aid supplies, vacuum-sealed food, a collapsible iron pot, and more. Hannah had already glimpsed the contents on their journey, leaving Ross and her daughter once again speechless. "Are you planning to survive in the wilderness long-term?" "We'll only be there for one night at most." It was at this moment that they noticed Chen Yuange and Hannah's attire, dressed in thermal jackets and high-top hiking boots. Chen Yuange deftly drew a tactical knife from her boot, brandishing it briefly before returning it to its sheath. "With all this gear, you won't be able to board a plane, will you?" "Not an issue. We drove here. And I have brought your belongings as well. I've checked the map, and it's a 6-hour drive. It's currently 9:30 a.m. We will set off immediately and expect to arrive at Silent Hill by 5 p.m. Chen Yuange's meticulous planning and organized arrangements earned the trust of Ross and her daughter. Once seated in the vehicle, Ross noticed another intriguing detail. The off-road vehicle operated nearly silently. There were no unpleasant rubber odors inside, and the seats were exceedingly comfortable. Ross speculated that Chen Yuange must come from a wealthy background, dispelling her last doubts. She was not here with ulterior motives, but purely to assist. Chen Yuange switched on the radio, and the rhythms of country rock reverberated through the cabin, momentarily creating an illusion of a family outing for the four of them. Ross's intuition was correct. This off-road vehicle was crafted by Chen Yuange himself. While its exterior resembled commercially available models, the interior was entirely unique. The chassis was made from a custom alloy, and even the glass could withstand the barrage of a heavy-caliber automatic weapon. The tires were constructed from a synthetic material akin to rubber, featuring solid, memory function capabilities that allowed for gradual self-repair. To remain inconspicuous, the energy system employed a hybrid of gasoline and electric power, as Ford had never manufactured an electric version of this model. The true energy source was a suitcase-sized isotopic nuclear battery, with enough power to sustain the vehicle effortlessly for a decade or more. Chen Yuange equipped his vehicle with an onboard computer. Although he could currently only manufacture microchips, his intention was not to enable autonomous driving. "Sister," he said, "this car has stored your fingerprints and voice prints. Just say open door, open door." Chen Yuange stood in astonishment as the driver's side door of the SUV swung open. A marvel of technology. After a thorough explanation, she realized that this was merely a manifestation of advanced science, nothing extraordinary. The SUV was equipped with an oxygen generation system, capable of continuously electrolyzing water to produce oxygen. As long as the isotope battery retained its charge, the vehicle could navigate underwater at a speed of 12 knots. Chen Yuange did not disclose these special features to Hannah and the others, as they were only to be utilized in emergencies. As for Chen Yuange's vehicle, it had been replaced with an identical one by Chen Yuange. Only his own sports car remained unchanged, as he felt no need for such protection himself. Listening to the radio, the four of them chatted and laughed as they journeyed towards Virginia. At noon, they passed through a bustling town and decided to stop for a meal at a family restaurant, indulging in the local cuisine. After their meal, they found a motel to enjoy a comfortable afternoon nap. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they set off again, with the three adults taking turns driving. Although Chen Yuange had the stamina to drive the entire distance without fatigue. However, Hannah and the others wished to contribute in any way they could, and thus the three took turns behind the wheel, partly because the SUV was so easy to handle that they all wanted a chance to drive. Around 5 o'clock, the SUV came to a slow stop. After exiting the vehicle, they discovered that the road ahead was blocked by barbed wire. "Oh, this road is closed. This is the only route on the map." The three adults left Sharon in the car while they examined the barbed wire. At that moment, the surface of the SUV began to shimmer with a subtle glow. "It looks like night is approaching. We should turn back and ask the locals in the town we just passed if there are alternative routes. Surely, many of them have migrated from here. It would be perfect timing for dinner, and we can explore at dawn," Chen Yuange suggested. Though Ross felt a twinge of anxiety, Hannah followed Chen Yuange's lead. The three adults climbed back into the vehicle and turned around towards the previous town. 5 minutes later, a vibrant town came into view. The SUV halted in front of a restaurant, and they all exited the vehicle. Suddenly, Sharon shrieked, clutching her head. "My head hurts so much, Mommy." Ross anxiously embraced her. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" "Hannah, please pass me the medicine from my bag." A police car was parked at the restaurant entrance, and a female officer clad in leather emerged. Upon hearing Sharon scream, she rushed over, her right hand poised on her holster. "What is going on here?" Chen Yuange instinctively tensed her body and cast a glance at her holster, noting that the female officer was wielding a Desert Eagle. Such a formidable woman. Chen Yuange immediately assessed the officer's capabilities, observing her firm and powerful stride, likely a veteran from the military. Her instinctive tactical movements were clearly not those of someone trained in a police academy. "Officer, this is my child. Her health is not well," Sharon interjected weakly. "Mommy, I feel unwell," the child murmured. Upon hearing Sharon's words, the female officer finally relaxed her grip. Chapter 46. The outskirts of Silent Hill. The officer now took note of their attire, particularly Chen Yuange's, which piqued her interest. However, after a brief appraisal, she lowered her guard, recognizing that while Chen Yuange was well-trained, she lacked any aura of ruthless resolve. This was the instinct of a warrior who had traversed through blood and fire. "I am Sybil, a police officer in this town. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," she introduced herself. "Officer Sybil, we would like to inquire about the way to Silent Hill. Are there any alternative routes?" Sybil looked surprised and replied, "Silent Hill? Why would you wish to go there?" She shook her head in disbelief. Silent Hill lies nestled within a valley, with access only from two ends. The coal mine there has been ablaze for years, leading the authorities to close the roads 8 years ago. Are you suggesting that the barbed wire we saw earlier is the only entrance? Sybil nodded gravely and cautioned them, given that you have a child, it would be wise to avoid that place. At this moment, Ross placed Sharon into the SUV, noticing that her headache had unexpectedly subsided. After a sigh of relief, he administered her medication, covered her with a blanket, and allowed her to recline in her seat. Chen Yuange and Hannah proceeded to the restaurant to secure 4 portions of food, and they all began their dinner in the vehicle. Sybil remained in her patrol car, refraining from starting the engine, her gaze fixed on the SUV. Ah, this vehicle? Sybil mused, intrigued by the SUV's distinctive features. How could one describe it? Exquisite. Though such a term seemed ill-suited for a rugged off-roader, yet it was the only word that captured the essence of the vehicle. The paint gleamed like a mirror, yet did not reflect light, and upon closing the doors, there were no visible seams. Sybil's curiosity was piqued, and she remained stationed for 15 minutes until Chen Yuange and the others finished their meal and drove toward the inn. As Sharon exited the vehicle, she clutched her head once more. Ross swiftly lifted her back into the car, offering her a cup of water. After a while, seeing that Sharon seemed to be free of pain, he prepared to let her out again. Sharon once again grasped her head, prompting Ross to lift her back into the vehicle, retrieving the water cup once more. Hannah continuously offered comfort as Chen Yuange recalled a matter of urgency. She quickly exited the vehicle, placing her hand upon the door, where she felt a subtle surge of energy. What could this be? Chen Yuange's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure, realizing they might be encountering the extraordinary events that Chen Yuange had mentioned. After pacing back and forth for a few moments, she returned to the car, started the engine, and departed from the town. Chen Yuange, should we seek a doctor in town? No, let us remain in the vehicle for the night. We must not leave. Sharon's condition is quite unsettling. But to spend the night in the car? Hannah glanced at the spacious interior of the SUV, pondering the discomfort of such an arrangement for an entire night. Upon reaching the barbed wire fence, Chen Yuange halted the vehicle, opened the door, and instructed, "Do not get out." She placed her hand on the door once more, noting the intensified energy fluctuations. At that moment, a police car approached and slowly came to a stop behind them, and Officer Sybil exited her vehicle. Officer Sybil, why have you been following us? You are taking a child into such a perilous area as Silent Hill. I suspect there may be child endangerment involved. Faced with such a diligent officer, Chen Yuange found herself at a loss for words and returned to the car, while Hannah and the others, having spotted Officer Sybil, also felt somewhat helpless. We shall stay here for the night and enter in the morning, Chen Yuange declared. She pressed a button beneath the steering wheel, and to Hannah's surprise, the seats began to elevate, reclining flat, while the lever beside the driver's seat sank down. My goodness, this resembles a bed, Hannah exclaimed. And even Sharon, who had been gripped by fear, momentarily forgot her trepidation, curiously exploring the space. The bed was an impressive width of nearly 6 feet and an astonishing length of 10 feet. Even with Officer Sybil included, there was ample room for resting. Come now. There is still time. Let us play cards. Chen Yuange cheerfully produced a deck of cards and began to shuffle them. For the time being, Hannah and the others set aside their concerns about Sharon and became engrossed in the game. Officer Sybil, listening to the radio, observed the SUV with growing boredom. Over an hour had passed without any sign of movement. It's that Asian woman. What is she up to? At that moment, Chen Yuange opened the door and approached the police car, prompting Officer Sybil to lower her window. Officer Sybil, would you care to join us for a game of cards? Pardon? Play cards? Officer Sybil was taken aback, unsure if she had heard correctly. Chen Yuange reiterated her invitation, and with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, Officer Sybil followed her to the front of the SUV, peering inside. Goodness, you wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. Hey, there's a child present. Oh, my apologies. I became overly excited. Once, Chen Yuange and her 2 companions were engrossed in a game of do di ju, while Sharon watched from the sidelines. After an hour, boredom began to set in. Suddenly, Chen Yuange had a brilliant idea. There was a police officer outside. The fact that she was willing to stay here for the sake of the children indicated her strong sense of justice, which Chen Yuange genuinely admired. Amidst the long, dark night, 5 women, 4 adults, and 1 child found themselves playing cards in the desolate wilderness. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? After a light supper, it was time to rest. Officer Sybil, unable to resist Chen Yuange's enthusiastic invitation, reluctantly agreed to sleep in the SUV. After 3 hours of playing cards, Sybil and Chen Yin discovered a mutual affinity, quickly becoming good friends, which allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to learn more about Sharon's situation. In the dead of night, while Hannah and the others slept soundly, Chen Yuange quietly exited the vehicle, with S.H.I.E.L.D. following closely behind. S.H.I.E.L.D., you should head back tomorrow. Don't involve yourself in this matter, Chen Yuange advised. Chen Yuange, have you discovered something? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired. Chen Yuange stomped her foot in frustration, fully aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not be easily dissuaded. Her earlier words were merely an expression of concern among friends. Honestly, I suspect this is an extraordinary event. Extraordinary event? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s voice rose in surprise, glancing anxiously at the SUV. Don't worry, they can't hear us. Chen Yuange, I must be involved in this matter. And I am a police officer. S.H.I.E.L.D. declared, her excitement palpable. Chen Yuange looked at her in astonishment. What has you so thrilled? Let me tell you. During my last mission in the military, our entire squad lost all memory of that task. We were scrutinized for a whole year, S.H.I.E.L.D. recounted indignantly, tapping the tree trunk in frustration. Ultimately, I had to retire and became a police officer in this town. Since then, I vowed to reclaim my lost memories. We speculated that we may have encountered an extraordinary event during that mission. S.H.I.E.L.D. grasped Chen Yuange's arm, her eyes alight with fervor. Chen Yuange, are you one of those extraordinary individuals? Do such events truly exist? I wouldn't say so. Not one. Chapter 47. Entering Silent Hill after much explanation. Chen Yuange finally convinced S.H.I.E.L.D. that she was not an extraordinary person. Her brother, Chen Yuange, was. Now that they had become good friends, she could inquire with Chen Yuange, who might have a solution. S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm only agreeing to ask him. Don't set your expectations too high. Don't worry. If your brother is willing to help, that's enough for me. If not, I'll be fine. At least my heart feels unburdened. S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed with relief, sitting at the front of the vehicle, staring vacantly at the waning moon in the night sky. The north wind howled through the trees lining the roadside, soothing her long-standing agitation. Take this knife, Chen Yuange said, unfastening the sheath from her shoe and handing it to S.H.I.E.L.D. I have her. S.H.I.E.L.D. patted the desert eagle at her waist and pushed Chen Yuange's hand aside. Are you certain you don't want to? She inquired. Chen Yuange teasingly drew her knife, brandishing it with a swift flourish. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mouth fell agape in astonishment as she noticed the police car's rearview mirror lying on the ground, its edges remarkably smooth, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She lunged forward but failed to seize it. She attempted again, but Chen Yuange deftly evaded her grasp. Testing me? The determination in their eyes ignited as they swiftly closed the distance, fists and feet clashing together. A minute later, stop, S.H.I.E.L.D. gasped, catching her breath. You're impressive. I concede. Hand me the knife. Chen Yuange passed her the blade, observing her adept familiarity with its dimensions and weight. Although the knife was twice as heavy as the average, tests had shown it sliced through stone as easily as if it were tofu. One could only surmise that this blade possessed extraordinary qualities, undoubtedly a gift from Chen Yuange's brother. Alas, such envy was futile. Tomorrow, we may encounter extraordinary beings, possibly endowed with supernatural abilities or magic. This knife could harm them, and we must safeguard Hannah and the others. What kinds are there? Chen Yuange queried, recalling her brother's words. In this new land, magical creatures include vampires, werewolves, and ghouls. Humans consist of witches, mages, and others. Beyond that, I'm not quite certain. After deliberating their plans for the following day, the pair quietly returned to the off-road vehicle and lay down. The night passed in silence, and by 8 in the morning, everyone had completed their morning routines. Chen Yuange and S.H.I.E.L.D. exchanged glances, while Sharon, having not left the vehicle since the previous night, seemed to be holding back, possibly due to a headache from fear, though she displayed no signs of discomfort. S.H.I.E.L.D. drew her knife and swiftly cut through the barbed wire, allowing the vehicle to enter directly. The journey was marked by an unsettling quiet, with everyone enveloped in tension. What is happening? The visibility on the road is poor. It seems to be snowing outside, S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked, rolling down the window and extending her hand. It's coal ash, she concluded. It appears the coal mine is still burning. No wonder the government has barred entry. Hannah, curious, opened her window to reach out, then quickly withdrew her hand, rubbing her palm. Indeed, it's coal ash. Hannah pondered aloud. So, it seems no one resides here anymore. What are we even searching for? Ross, cradling Sharon, gazed silently at the gray sky before finally speaking. I don't know either. Since Sharon's nightmares began, she remembers Silent Hill, the fire, and the hospital. S.H.I.E.L.D., reflecting on the police station's records, expressed her regret. We miscalculated. We should have returned to the station to investigate the coal mine fire from 8 years ago. Sharon's memories align with that incident. Chen Yuange came to a halt, and after a brief discussion, the group resolved to turn around and head to the police station for further information. Suddenly, the SUV screeched to a stop. To their astonishment, they beheld a dozen humanoid figures emerging just 10 meters ahead. These figures, twisting and contorting, approached the vehicle at an alarming speed, despite their seemingly slow movements. With a sickening hiss, these grotesque beings, ensnared in some kind of skin-like casing, erupted with blood from their chests, splattering the front of the SUV. The windshield was instantly obscured by the crimson deluge, prompting Hannah and her companions to scream and huddle together in terror, unable to gaze outside. With a resolute determination, Chen Yuange slammed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to vibrate with energy, propelling the blood away. With a series of violent thuds, the SUV collided with 5 of the monstrous figures, charging back along the path they had come. Just then, disaster nearly struck as the vehicle teetered perilously close to the edge of a cliff. Chen Yuange was drenched in cold sweat, as the front wheels hovered perilously within a meter of the abyss. Several individuals disembarked, their faces pale as they stared at the precipice. It was evident that someone was intent on preventing their escape. Alarmed, Chen Yuange swiftly turned around, grasping the already exited Sharon, whose expression was blank. Once she returned Sharon to the vehicle, the latter promptly closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Hannah clung desperately to Chen Yuange, her eyes brimming with tears as she asked, her voice trembling, "Chen Yuange, what are we to do? What was that creature?" Ross, too, wore a troubled expression, guilt weighing heavily upon her. Her stubbornness had endangered them all. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Chen Yuange shook her head, offering reassurance. "It's not your fault, Ross. You are a mother, and we all came here willingly, did we not? Let us get back in the vehicle. Hannah, you and Ross keep an eye on Sharon. We must uncover the truth behind this situation." They climbed back into the SUV and turned once more toward Silent Hill. Strangely, the dozen monstrous figures had vanished, along with the 5 that had been struck. This eerie absence suggested that an unseen force was determined not to let them leave. The vehicle continued its journey, passing a sign that ominously read, "Do you not know we are to judge the angels? Do you not know the faithful shall judge the world?" The sky loomed gray, an endless cascade of ash drifting down, and the only sound was the crunch of tires over gravel, which added to the oppressive silence of the town. "Where do we go next?" someone inquired. "The hospital. Sybil." The police officer quickly grasped the crux of the matter, recalling Ross's mention of Sharon's nightmares involving a hospital. "This way, I have a rough idea of the layout. The hospital lies in this direction." "Wait, is that a figure?" Chen Yuange and Sybil exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in unison. They were not mistaken. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Sharon. However, Sharon currently finds herself cradled in Ross's embrace, and they can ascertain that she remains in the vehicle. Ross and Hannah are vigilantly tending to Sharon, oblivious to the fleeting figure that just darted by. Chen Yuange, with a composed demeanor, discreetly follows the direction of the departing silhouette, harboring a strong intuition that this figure is leading them. The shadow appears intermittently, yet Chen Yuange maintains her pursuit. Soon realizing that the path indicated by the shadow aligns with the direction of the hospital pointed out by Sybil. Before long, the SUV arrives at a building, where a staircase, approximately 1.5 meters wide, descends ominously. Peering down, the view is both clear and murky, as if an invitation from the depths of hell itself. Chapter 48. Brother, help me. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Yuange and Sybil gaze at the staircase leading downward. The sensation is unsettling, resembling a trap. Should we descend? Sybil shakes her head, brandishing a desert eagle and a tactical knife, crossing her arms over her chest. Chen Yuange retrieves her handgun, gripping the handle tightly, and turns back to say, "Stay in the vehicle. We shall investigate." After securing the car door, she declares, "Vehicle locked." A faint clicking sound echoes. "What did you do?" "I have locked the car. It cannot be opened from within or without my command." No sooner has she spoken than a resounding air raid siren blares around them. The two swiftly position themselves back to back, apprehensively noticing the sky morphing rapidly from day to night in a mere second. "What on earth is happening? What should we do?" "I have no idea." "You don't know?" A profound silence ensues, until they hear a commotion against the car windows. It turns out Ross and the others have noticed the changes outside and are excitedly banging on the windows. "Turn on the headlights." The front and rear lights illuminate. casting light over a radius of several dozen meters. Chen Yuange gestures to Ross and the others, signaling them to remain calm, while she and S.H.I.E.L.D. switch on their flashlights, preparing to venture downwards for reconnaissance. Thud, thud. Something approaches, and the two swiftly direct their flashlights to the right, gasping in horror at the sight of an immense figure. At the corner of the alley stands a being towering at least 3.5 meters, bare-chested, dragging a broadsword, and adorned with a massive iron triangle above its neck. What on earth is that? A human? Is there such a height among humanity? S.H.I.E.L.D. swallows hard, pondering if it could be some sort of giant. The broadsword scrapes against the concrete, emitting a shower of sparks. Suddenly, the iron triangle accelerates, raising the broadsword and charging towards them with earth-shaking speed. My God, this creature is enormous and moves so swiftly. Well, of course, it has long legs. Fire. The two swiftly emptied a magazine. The bullets from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Desert Eagle struck the iron triangle's body, only to be caught by its skin. Only Chen Yuange's handgun created a series of bloody holes in him, even piercing through the iron triangle. Yes, keep shooting, kill him. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cheers gradually faded as both were astonished to discover that the wounds on each other's bodies were healing rapidly. S.H.I.E.L.D. groaned weakly. How do we fight this? Once the bullets are gone, what do I rely on? The knife in my hand. Chen Yuange, how many bullets did you bring? Only 100. Damn it. Didn't you bring anything with more punch? What are you talking about? Forget it. We can only fight it out. The iron triangle charged towards the off-road vehicle, and Ross and the others excitedly pounded on it. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded as the broadsword struck the roof of the vehicle, causing those inside to scream. S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed over, and although Chen Yuange was confident, her heart skipped a beat at that moment. The iron triangle was stunned. It hadn't dealt any damage, not even scratching the paint. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone stopped to look at the hammering iron triangle, the off-road vehicle standing unscathed. Your car is amazing, S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, her thumb raised in admiration, longing to possess such a vehicle. Realizing its futile efforts, the iron triangle swiftly shifted its focus towards Chen Yuange and the others. A fierce gust of wind from the knife came at them, and the two rolled away in disarray. The broadsword crashed down onto the cement, instantly creating a large pit as cracks spread in all directions. Cement shards splattered around, hitting the two. S.H.I.E.L.D. was immediately drenched in blood, her combat effectiveness having in an instant. Chen Yuange also let out a muffled groan. It hurt so much. So this guy is that strong? Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Yuange unleashed her potential, swiftly grabbing S.H.I.E.L.D. and zigzagging towards the other side of the vehicle. Open the door. Bang. The door swung open. Chen Yuange tossed S.H.I.E.L.D. inside, diving in like a swallow, and slammed the door shut behind her. Gasping for breath, they hurriedly applied pressure to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wounds and treated her injuries. Chen Yuange cut open the wound to remove the cement fragments, while Ross and the others assisted. All right. Your life is temporarily saved. What do we do now? We can't fight them, nor can we escape. S.H.I.E.L.D. panted heavily, truly feeling the overwhelming power of the foe. A crushing combat force. It was sheer luck that their team had only lost their mission memories back in the day. Chen Yuange's expression shifted with turmoil, but finally, she made up her mind and slammed her palm against the center console. Little brother, help us. Receiving the ultimate command, the activation commenced. Chen Yuange felt the peculiar gazes of everyone around her. Oh, the shame of losing face as the leader. The group stared at the central control panel as it flipped open, revealing a fist-sized mass of silvery liquid that began to undulate. From within this liquid, a diminutive figure, approximately 15 centimeters tall, floated inside the vehicle. He merely nudged his eyes. Sister, what have you encountered? His gaze shifted to Zybier, taking in the various injuries she had treated on her body, before finally resting on Sharon. Ah, how intriguing. Chen Yuange floated before Sharon, scrutinizing her closely. This child, she is in a spiritual state? The girl, curious, reached out her hand to touch the little figure, only to discover she could approach no closer than 10 centimeters from his form. Hey, Chen Yuange, is this your little brother? Zybier quipped, raising her eyebrows and whispering to Chen Yuange. In an instant, Chen Yuange appeared atop Zybier's head. Your injuries are severe. Your internal organs are ruptured. Allow me to administer treatment. Ah, it hurts. A minute later, Zybier lay in the vehicle, drenched in sweat and utterly drained, yet all her wounds had healed. Chen Yuange cast her a sympathetic glance. Have some decency, will you? Little brother, what exactly is happening here? Chen Yuange perched on her shoulder, as everyone sat upright, anxiously awaiting answers. In this brief half-hour, 4 adults and 1 child had been both astonished and frightened, eager to unravel the mystery of it all. At last, someone capable of resolving the matter had arrived, albeit in the form of a diminutive being. This little friend Sharon, she is not actually human. What? Except for Ross, who clutched Sharon tightly. The others instinctively recoiled, then awkwardly laughed. What are you so excited about? She is, in fact, a soul. Her current form is not a true physical body. Chen Yuange marveled at Sharon, recognizing that her soul had materialized. This girl was indeed a promising disciple. So, that is how it is. The three curiously pinched Sharon, and even Ross joined in, leaving the little girl bewildered as she gazed at the peculiar adults. Chapter 49. The origin of everything. Chen Yuange's gaze drifted outside the vehicle, penetrating the sky and revealing the basement, where a small girl bound in bandages lay upon a hospital bed. This world is a realm of the mind, not extensive, merely the size of a town, perfectly replicating the real world. The owner of this place had her sights set on Sharon. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, for they had all suspected that the root of everything lay with Sharon. Ross held the frightened Sharon tightly, her large eyes glistening with tears as her body trembled. Chen Yuange gazed with a heavy heart, scolding fiercely, "Who possesses such malice to inflict harm upon this child?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuange responded, "You would not wish to know? Let us proceed. This mental realm is their territory. We ought to extend our greetings." With a pointed finger, he touched Sharon's forehead, declaring, "I have sealed her consciousness. Thus she will remain unaffected." "Is that true?" Rose exclaimed, trembling with delight, struggling to believe the good news. "Indeed, my current strength is insufficient. I can only apply a temporary remedy." As the car door swung open automatically, Chen Yuange exited, followed by Chun Yin and Sybil. Just then, the triangular-headed assailant, furiously hacking at the off-road vehicle, redirected his blade towards Chun Yin and her companions. As the two women instinctively attempted to evade, they were astonished to see a diminutive figure, merely 15 centimeters tall, effortlessly catch the 3-meter-long sword with its tiny fingers. The stark contrast left onlookers awestruck. Sybil nudged Chen Yuange, saying, "Is this what he means by insufficient strength? Are you all under some misapprehension regarding power? Look at this little one. Being only 15 centimeters tall, it's quite natural for it to lack strength." Chuckling, the triangular-headed assailant attempted to retract his sword, only to find it seemingly glued in midair, unable to withdraw despite his utmost efforts. How pitiful! After adjusting his glasses, Chen Yuange spread his fingers, summoning a fierce wind. Earth-binding. The concrete ground shattered, and countless clods of earth leapt into the air, swiftly enveloping the triangular-headed figure. Ceiling. A golden light flickered across the soil, and the towering figure vanished, leaving behind a clay effigy, now at the same height as Chen Yuange. Chen Yin rushed over, picking up the effigy and marveling at its exquisite likeness. A perfect miniature of the triangular-headed brute. "Goodness, dear brother, you are truly formidable. How could you be unaware of your own brother's prowess?" Sybil gazed at Chen Yin in disbelief. "You are quite unreliable." "Oh, look, it's dawn." They all noticed they had returned to the dim, gray world. "Phew. At least this is more pleasant than that pitch-black realm. Little brother, when we arrived, why couldn't we find a way out? This is the shadow realm, a reflection of the real world, yet enclosed by someone. Thus, you cannot escape." Chen Yin pointed to the other 4 individuals, asking, "Can you not escort them out?" "No. I will not depart until Sharon's issue is resolved." Rose firmly clutched Sharon, unwilling to agree. Hannah hesitated, but seeing Rose's resolve, she chose to stay as well. Sybil, being a police officer, was even less inclined to leave. Courageous, yet utterly overestimating your own capabilities. Chen Yuange shook his head. He was currently a mere fragment of his former self, expending a significant portion of his magical reserves to escort them out. Given sufficient time, this avatar could gradually regain strength. However, his recent appearance in the realm of the mind had already alerted its sovereign. This matter required swift resolution. Communication had been established, and his true self was en route. The avatar of Chen Yuange gazed upward, aware that his primary self was approaching from New York. In the tangible world, the suffocating silence of Silent Hill was palpable, its structures ravaged by flames, reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. A portal of space opened, and Chen Yuange stood aloft in the sky, surveying the desolation around him, a realm devoid of life, where even the most resilient of rodents could not endure. Circle of light. Scenes from the past flitted before him, a vivid tapestry of bygone days. Over 3 centuries ago, this land was abundant with verdant grass and herds of cattle and sheep, revered as a sacred site by its indigenous people who honored their spirits. However, one fateful day, the white settlers arrived, brandishing decrees that proclaimed this territory as part of the United States, compelling the natives to vacate or face extermination. Years of relentless conflict ensued, diminishing the indigenous populace. Their shamans, in battles against the sorcerers, suffered devastating losses as the spirits they summoned were gravely weakened, their residual consciousness retreating to the depths of the valleys. Yet, as the spirits regained a modicum of strength, they transformed and garnered new followers, who formed a sect of devotees. In their fervor to resurrect their revered deity, they commenced rituals of sacrifice. Subsequently, the discovery of coal mines attracted a flood of miners, transforming Silent Hill into a bustling hub. 16 years prior, the high priestess of the sect, Dahlia, gave birth to an illegitimate child named Alessa. Alessa was a tragic figure, subjected to inhumane treatment due to her status as a bastard. At the tender age of 8, she was chosen by the spirit as a sacrificial offering. Without hesitation, Dahlia obeyed the divine oracle, conducting the sacrifice that resulted in Alessa's immolation. Acquiring power through such primitive and ineffective methods was truly a foolish endeavor, one that Chen Yuange held in utter disdain. Had the spirit possessed any discernment, it would have recognized Alessa's extraordinary potential. At the very least, it could have seized a superior vessel during her infancy. Yet, one could not expect much from an entity lacking education. During the sacrificial rites, amidst excruciating torment, Alessa's will somehow brokered a pact with a demon. Flames surged forth from the coal mines, engulfing the town in fire. Curiously, this demon was of no trivial rank. Had its dimensional crossing gone unnoticed? Whether spirit or demon, both had lurked within the depths of Alessa's consciousness, vying for control of her being for the past 8 years. Indeed, this young girl possesses remarkable potential. At merely 8 years of age, having recently awakened, she has managed to survive amidst the fierce contest between spirits and demons. Truly a prodigious seed for cultivation. The spirit she encountered is akin to the realm of the esteemed Elder Huang, while the demon, albeit a fleeting apparition, is undoubtedly a high-ranking fiend. Chen Yuange, too, felt compelled. Accepting such a talent would alleviate future manpower shortages and validate some of his conjectures. With a swift motion, he altered his hand seals, conjuring 4 avatars that darted towards the cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. The 4 symbols are now in position. Seal. In the realm of shadows, the avatar of Chen Yuange nodded appreciatively. This shadow domain has been effectively sealed, allowing him to capture his quarry with ease. Chun Yin and her companions took turns observing the clay figurines, marveling at them, their spirits lifting momentarily. Come, have something to eat," Chen Yin exclaimed, rummaging through her travel bag to reveal several vacuum-sealed bags of prepared delicacies. As she tore open the bags, a sumptuous spread emerged: braised beef, roasted chicken, and char siu. Gulp. Although breakfast had only been half an hour ago, the events of that brief period, frightening encounters and fierce battles, had left everyone famished. Sybil, with a hint of sorrow, noted that the tactical knife Chun Yin had given her had yet to see battle, instead being employed to slice the cooked food. Such a fine blade, wasted. The aroma of the beef wafted through the air as the women crafted sandwiches from the bread and meat, sipping water, finally feeling a sense of calm return. They reclined in the vehicle to rest, while the avatar of Chen Yuange remained beside them, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting the emergence of the spiritual realm. A pair of curious eyes observed him discreetly. It was the little girl, Sharon. Suddenly, an air raid siren blared, the sky rapidly shrouded in darkness, and the surrounding structures began to show signs of decay. The off-road vehicle roared to life, and under the guidance of the avatar, Chen Yuange, they arrived at the entrance of an elementary school. As they disembarked, the headlights of the vehicle illuminated a vast playground. The avatar of Chen Yuange perched atop Chen Yin's shoulder, and everyone felt that following this brother-sister duo was their safest course. At that moment, Ross was pleasantly surprised to see Sharon walking normally, without any of the previous signs of discomfort that had plagued her upon disembarking. The myriad of enigmatic methods employed by the avatar, Chen Yuange, solidified their trust in him. Suddenly, a horde of hundreds of fiery, humanoid creatures burst forth from the teaching building, prompting everyone to halt in their tracks, gazing up at the avatar on Chen Yuange's shoulder. Alas, what a tragedy! With a decisive gesture, the avatar, Chen Yuange, pointed, "Earthbind. Seal." As he beckoned, hundreds of clay figurines diminished in size, ultimately vanishing into his grasp. "Let us proceed." They exchanged glances, astonished that the multitude of creatures had simply vanished in an instant. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the path ahead, with Chen Yuange leading the way and S.H.I.E.L.D bringing up the rear, while Ross stood in the middle among the three. This way, they all arrived at the entrance of the men's restroom. The doppelganger of Chen Yuange instructed them to wait outside while he ventured inside alone. Approaching a stall, he beheld a man whose legs were ensnared by barbed wire, writhing as he moved forward. After effortlessly subduing him, the doppelganger exited, and the realm of the mind reverted to its shadowy state. Once back in the car, Chen Yuange could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired, "Brother, what on earth is happening?" Meeting the eager gazes of her companions, the doppelganger pointed a finger, causing Sharon to lean back and fall asleep. "Some matters are not suitable for young ears," he began, recounting the origin of Alessa and the adversities she faced. Alessa was a child born out of wedlock, and in a place as conservative as Silent Hill, the influence of adults led her classmates to bully her, which accounted for the multitude of small creatures they had just encountered. Ultimately, Alessa was labeled as impure and subjected to demands for her public execution by fire, a common justification employed by the cult of followers. Each time they sought a sacrifice, they would brand the victim with the sin of impurity, claiming that only flames could purify such souls. In the end, they encountered a formidable resistance in Alessa, whose righteous fury incinerated everything around her. "What is this? Though these children are despicable, they do not deserve death," Chen Yuange lamented, her voice filled with a mixture of indignation and helplessness. It was the influence of adults that had led these children to torment Alessa, although it was undeniable that some were simply unruly. Those misguided children cannot be excused merely for their youth. Her anger surged as she contemplated the cruelty of the people in this place. How could they be so heartless? Chen Yuange was consumed by fury, her breath coming in heavy gasps, and at that moment, she was truly enraged. Ross and Hannah, with red-rimmed eyes, expressed profound sympathy for Alessa and began to suspect a connection between her and Sharon. S.H.I.E.L.D, patting Chen Yuange on the back, reflected, "I have encountered many like this. To speak pessimistically, you might come to accept it." The doppelganger of Chen Yuange withheld the details concerning the man in the school restroom. This man was, in fact, a caretaker who had assaulted Alessa. To leave him unpunished would be an injustice. He was meant to be dealt with by Alessa herself. As for the triangular-headed figure, it represented Alessa's yearning for paternal love and her reverence for power, giving rise to such an entity. Sharon was, in truth, Alessa's twin sister. Though her circumstances were unique, she existed without a physical form, perpetually residing within Alessa. Growing up in such an environment had warped Alessa's character. Nevertheless, deep within her soul, she clung to a yearning for love, which ultimately brought Sharon into existence. Several women gazed at the peacefully slumbering Sharon, who appeared as charming as an angel. Their maternal instincts profoundly awakened in that moment. After briefly recounting Sharon's and Alicia's origins and pasts, he refrained from disclosing matters of the spirit and demons. Those higher-level conflicts were beyond their comprehension. "All right, you all stay here and do not wander," he instructed. "I will go meet Alicia. I want to go too." Chen Yuange voiced the thoughts of the other three. Chen Yuange adjusted her glasses, and they exchanged awkward smiles, ultimately resigning themselves to remain in the vehicle. After disembarking, the off-road vehicle shimmered faintly before locking itself, a precaution against Chen Yuange, who was prone to being influenced by Ross and her companions, easily succumbing to impulsiveness. Descending the staircase of the hospital's basement, they encountered numerous faceless nurses, whose figures were undeniably appealing. They critiqued, while simultaneously sealing them away. At last, within a patient room, they beheld Alicia lying on the hospital bed, her entire body swathed in bandages. Chen Yuange floated above Alicia, locking eyes with her vacant gaze. "Who are you?" Her voice rasped, akin to gravel being ground together. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yuange. Would you be interested in working for me? Here, I offer you comprehensive benefits, no clocking in, no overtime. All meals and accommodations reimbursed, and an annual company-sponsored trip. What do you say? Care to consider it?" Alicia fixed her gaze upon him, recalling how easily Chen Yuange had subdued everything before her. "Return Sharon to me." "Not necessary. You may go see her yourself, Chen Yuange declared, his right hand slicing through the air, issuing a low command. Open. Suddenly, a hand emerged above the hospital room, resting upon Alicia's forehead. Behave yourself. A net of magical energy instantly merged with Alicia's consciousness. In the realm of the mind, an enormous hand descended, seemingly slow yet rapid in its approach. Your auras have long been locked onto by me. Do you still wish to flee? How infuriating. So you were merely putting on a show for us earlier. Enough with the trivialities. Chapter 51. Subduing Alicia. It turned out that while Chen Yuange appeared to be sealing away a multitude of monsters in the realm of the mind, he had already pinpointed the auras of the two hidden deep within. Did you really think your clandestine possession of Sharon and others could escape my watchful gaze? Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt before me. Today, I shall put an end to you. Revealing its true form, the spirit manifested as a grotesque creature. A fusion of various animals with a human face and limbs, having absorbed a chaotic array of spiritual essences over centuries of sacrifices. It roared furiously at the colossal hand, casting a dazzling array of spells, curses, lightning, flames, and frost. Yet their potency was disappointingly feeble, failing to halt the impending descent of the giant hand. You are exceedingly ugly. Vanish at once, for you offend my very eyes. As for the demon, it bore the same twisted horns atop its head, yet its aura was far more profound than that of Philip's. Chen Yuange discerned that this entity was merely a fragment of consciousness, not its entirety. No wonder it had been entangled with spirits here for 8 long years. What could possibly have led to its solitary fragment remaining here? Mighty sorcerer, I humbly offer my servitude. Medivh transformed into a middle-aged man, impeccably attired in British fashion, bowing courteously to Chen Yuange. Chen Yuange felt a stir of interest, soon grasping the essence of Medivh's consciousness firmly in his hands. In the shadow realm, from the hospital basement, countless golden chains surged forth in all directions. Accompanied by screams and curses, one end of the chains was fastened to various bizarre entities, rapidly retracting back into the basement. Inside the SUV, Chunyin and her companions exchanged glances. Did you see what it was? So many chains. It was too swift. I saw nothing. Neither did I. Among the 4, only Chunyin had discerned the golden chains, but she too could not grasp further details. This must have been conjured by my brother. I feel reassured. He is remarkably powerful. The group anxiously remained inside the vehicle, realizing the doors were jammed, and could only pray for Chen Yuange's safe return. In the realm of the mind, Chen Yuange acted in synchrony with the shadow realm, swiftly capturing the entirety of the spirit and demon's thoughts. In the hospital room, he withdrew his fingers, casting a glance at the consciousness of the spirit and demon resting at his fingertips, sealing them with ease. Alice's lifeless gaze flickered with shock as she stared at the two entities cradled in her palm. Who on earth are you? If you promise me a position, I shall deliver this spirit to you as an advance bonus. Hatred and yearning flickered in Alice's eyes, her gaze wavering. But in my current state? Oh, that is quite simple. With those words, the avatar melted into a silvery liquid, gradually enveloping Alice's form. At that moment, she appeared to don a shimmering, full-body suit of silver, with only her eyes exposed. Do not be alarmed. My true self lacks sufficient power. I rely upon you. Elisa involuntarily rose, floating in midair, her hands forming intricate seals repeatedly. The primordial, undying body. A plethora of runes adorned Alicia's form, as an unceasing flow of dimensional energy resonated from the void. Transformed by the runes, this energy metamorphosed into an inexhaustible vitality. A miracle unfolded. Alicia's withered insides began to regenerate, her bone marrow commenced its production of blood, and flesh was reborn anew. An insatiable itch consumed her, an exquisite torment. A relentless itching emanated from her marrow and flesh. Alicia believed that, having endured the searing flames, her resolve had solidified, yet this overwhelming itch compelled her to emit muffled groans. Chen Yuange observed with quiet admiration, recognizing that such indomitable will should never be allowed to slip away. After 5 minutes, he gently pressed a finger to her forehead, retracting the thought of his doppelganger. The bandages and the silvery fluid enveloping Alicia began to merge, ultimately transforming into a gray dress that adorned her figure. The 16-year-old beauty, with her cascading hair reaching her waist, stood barefoot upon the tainted ground. A clear voice emerged from her lips, as Alicia, in disbelief, pinched her arm and scrutinized her palms. After a moment, She lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yuange's smiling countenance, her lips barely moving. You may call me president. You are now the inaugural employee of the Anomaly Containment Foundation. The first? She stuttered. This position has been specially prepared for you. Come, let us meet your family and your future subordinates. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, Chen Yuange strolled ahead, while Alicia hurried to catch up after watching him distance himself. Inside the SUV, Chen Yuange's doppelganger had been gone for 6 minutes, yet for the women, it felt as if an eternity had passed. P.S. out. Oh, this man is quite handsome. When did he arrive? Wasn't he just down there with his doppelganger? Chen Yuange noticed the car door had opened and rushed out, followed closely by the others. Yuange, when did you come? What about your doppelganger? I've been here for a while. I've retracted my doppelganger. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Alicia. Wow, such a lovely girl. This is Alicia? Where until you burned? Alicia, responding to Chen Yuange's words, displayed an expression of cool detachment, speaking of her harrowing ordeal as if it were a distant tale. It was the president who healed me. Alicia, in Ross's arms, the sleeping Shaolin stirred, unable to contain her excitement. She rushed to Alicia's side. Alicia's demeanor softened as she took Shaolin into her arms, gently caressing her face. In that moment, she received the echoes of Shaolin's past memories. The profound essence of maternal love enveloped her as well. At that moment, Sharon awoke to find herself cradled in the arms of a stranger. Sister? A realization seemed to dawn upon Sharon, and she joyfully squirmed in Arisha's embrace. The two appeared remarkably alike. Chen Yuange and the others scrutinized Arisha and Sharon, noting that aside from their distinct temperaments, they were indeed mirror images of one another. Not long ago, in the dimly lit corridor of the hospital basement, Chen Yuange's gentle voice reached Arisha's ears. Sharon is actually your twin sister. Although you consumed her body in the womb, her soul has remained dormant within you. She is not merely another facet of your personality. The bond between you two is profound, akin to a shared essence. I will create a new body for her. And from this moment on, you shall be Arisha, the one and only Arisha. Understood, President. Chapter 52. Departure from Silent Hill. Everyone gathered around the pair of sisters, teasing Sharon for being too old to still cling to her sister's embrace. Yet, Sharon resolutely refused to let go, leaving Ross feeling somewhat envious. Eventually, Arisha released Sharon, somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy, though her right hand remained tightly clasped around Sharon's. All right, I will escort you out. Arisha and I need to attend to matters here. With a wave of Chen Yuange's hand, a portal materialized in the air, revealing Sybil's police car on the other side. Upon seeing the familiar sight, everyone exhaled in relief, grateful to finally escape this stifling world. As they boarded the vehicle, Sybil was the last to enter, casting a lingering glance at the two standing side by side. All right, they have all departed. Go now, bid farewell to your past. Arisha remained silent, slowly levitating towards the town center. Before them stood a secluded church. Were it not for the prominent cross, one might mistake it for a fortress. High Priestess Dahlia, we have felt the absence of the Lord's presence for 10 minutes. Clad in a pristine black robe, High Priestess Dahlia wore a grim expression. Just moments prior, countless golden chains had appeared from the void, rapidly ensnaring each of them and extracting something from within their bodies before vanishing. Could it be? Has the Lord encountered misfortune? High Priestess Dahlia found herself shaken. Yet despite their continuous prayers over these past few minutes, they received no response from the Lord. O Lord, will you truly forsake your lambs? Bang! The church doors shattered into countless fragments, injuring many within. The flames in the wall sconces flickered wildly as a serene maiden clad in a gray dress floated silently in midair. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the sacred ground? Seize her, and let the flames consume her as we beseech the Lord for forgiveness. The wounded congregation, struggling to rise, charged towards the girl suspended in the air. Burning flames. Alessa murmured softly, her gaze swiftly transforming into one of piercing intensity, an inexhaustible fury radiating from her being. Today, I shall bind each of you to the pyre. Upon uttering these words, countless fine tendrils erupted from Alessa, piercing the bodies of everyone within the church. A cacophony of anguished screams filling the air. Alessa crafted a pyre for each individual, arranging them with meticulous precision. High Priestess Daria fixed her gaze upon Alessa, fear and disbelief evident in her eyes, yet devoid of any semblance of love. You wretched child, why have you not devoted yourself to the Lord? He shall not forgive you. Alessa remained silent, more tendrils erupting as they viciously sliced through the church's floor. With a thunderous crash, the ground, unable to bear the burden, finally gave way. Below lay a blazing coal mine, the flames casting a crimson glow upon every face, and at last, fear began to seep into the hearts of the congregation, begging for mercy. In silence, Alessa cast down those who pleaded most fervently. The remaining zealots, now gripped by terror, crumbled under the weight of despair. "Spare me, I beg you. For the sake of the Lord, grant me forgiveness." Alessa tilted her head slightly, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "But this way, you may encounter your so-called Lord, no? What is it? Do you not desire it?" Daria's visage twisted with rage. "Enough. Pray now, pray amid the flames. The Lord shall receive us into his divine kingdom. Is this what you speak of?" Alessa held aloft a bead the size of a ping-pong ball, containing the spirit imprisoned by Chen Yuange, who, though frozen within, conveyed a sense of pleading to all who beheld it. "This is impossible. A deception, a devil's illusion. I refuse to believe." Daria, now clearly unhinged, began to ramble incoherently, one moment speaking of welcoming the Lord, the next threatening punishment for the forsaken. Alessa, feeling the encounter grow tiresome, turned and exited the church, while all behind her plummeted into the searing inferno. Upon seeing Alessa reappear in his line of sight, Chen Yuange opened a portal, and together they departed from the chaos. Alas, let the righteous see this through, may they find their release. With that, the ethereal light of annihilation surged forth. At the instant the portal closed, the purging light obliterated everything within that shadowy realm. 8 years prior, that inferno had claimed all but the followers sheltered by the church, leaving the remaining townsfolk of Silent Hill to perish in the flames. Their restless souls were bound here, and without Chen Yuange's intervention, they might have remained eternally trapped in this shadowy realm, lamenting their misfortunes day and night. After all, most of these townsfolk were innocent victims. Chen Yuange, embodying the essence of goodness, sent their true spirits into reincarnation. At this moment, Chun Yin and her companions were waiting by the roadside, and upon seeing Chen Yuange and his companion emerge, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Suddenly, for beams of light shot from the horizon, vanishing into Chen Yuange's being. These were the 4 avatars he had previously dispatched to seal the Shadow Realm. Now that the task was complete, he called them back. The brief journey from Silent Hill to their current location had taken scarcely half an hour, yet the extraordinary events they had experienced shattered their previous worldview into smithereens. Witnessing Chen Yuange's emergence evoked a sense of tranquility amidst the chaos. Sybil climbed into the police car, the clock striking 9 in the morning. She was headed to the town's police station. Before departing, she cast a lingering gaze at Chen Yuange, her expression betraying a moment of inner conflict. But ultimately, she resolved to move forward. Ross and Hannah had not anticipated that a simple investigation would lead to such tumultuous circumstances at this moment. Their hearts yearned for the comfort of home. Chun Yin clicked her tongue in frustration. She had intended to showcase her prowess during this investigation, yet it had ended in a whimper. She wondered if Hannah would abandon her position as the older sister. In the rugged vehicle, Alicia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, every mountain and every tree. Chen Yuange extracted a drop of her blood, infusing it with runes and nurturing it with his magical essence, aiming to cultivate a physical body for Sharon. The young girl was fortunate. For 8 years, her uniqueness had gone unnoticed by others, as only the most perceptive could discern her true nature. Being identical twins, Alicia's blood contained the same genetic essence as Sharon's. Under the influence of magic, the drop of blood began to grow, eventually transforming into a miniaturized embryo, resembling a shrunken version of Sharon. Chen Yuange implanted the embryo within Sharon, and as it continued to develop, by the time Sharon turned 18, she would regain her corporeal form. With the protective essence of the embryo, even the likes of Old Huang and Daniel would find it challenging to detect Sharon's extraordinary qualities. Chapter 53. The origin of Mattify. With a heart full of longing, Chun Yin drove swiftly, arriving at Ross's doorstep by 12:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yuange instructed Alicia to remain with Sharon, as he had no immediate tasks for her. Chun Yin and Hannah proceeded to school, where they reunited with their friends, embarking on a 2-day escapade that finally alleviated the invisible burdens weighing on their hearts. The essence of life is remarkably resilient. Merely 1 day after Chen Yuange and his companions departed, the once desolate ruins began to witness the gradual emergence of life. Following the upheaval 8 years prior, Alicia's psychic powers reached an unprecedented zenith. In their entanglement with the spirits and demons that were venerated, their powers had confined the shadows of this realm, banishing all forms of life from the area. Animals possess an acute sense of awareness. They instinctively knew that this place was off-limits, rendering it a veritable sanctuary of death for the past 8 years. However, just before Chen Yuange's departure, a formidable strike of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Divine Light liberated the imprisoned Shadow Realm, allowing the Silent Hill to re-enter the natural cycle of existence. Consequently, insects first appeared, followed by rodents, gradually reclaiming the territory of Silent Hill. As 2 days passed, the underground tunnels of the coal mine became a haven for the mice, who scuttled about exploring this newfound world. The coal mine, having long since depleted its resources, had been largely extinguished by the Great Fire from 8 years ago. Mice could now roam freely within the tunnels. One particularly agile rat, comparable in size to a rabbit, traversed a collapsed fissure when it suddenly received a command within its diminutive brain. With a squeak, it dashed a short distance and began to burrow into a crevice. This was the deepest part of the coal mine, plunging to a depth of 150 meters. The rat's growth to rabbit-like proportions hinted at a peculiar transformation. Its claws were extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly excavating the gap. Upon burrowing through, it emerged moments later with a red, fleshy tumor slightly larger than a ping-pong ball pulsating rhythmically atop its head, resembling a heart. The rat's eyes gleamed with pride as it oriented itself and hastily made its way to the surface. At the coal mine's exit, the transformed rat appeared. "After a century, I am finally free," it proclaimed. But then, an ethereal hand, resembling jade, materialized above the rat. Upon its arrival, the hand formed a seal, ensnaring the rat, clearly indicating that its master had no desire to engage with a mere rodent. Squeak! How could this be? The rat emitted a desperate cry. "Come now. Let us meet your doppelganger." In the underground laboratory of Qingshan Farm, Chen Yuange manifested, accompanied by a visibly astonished large rat floating beside him. Chen Yuange extended his hand, and the rat's body began to disintegrate inch by inch, ultimately leaving behind a pearl-sized orb that spun gracefully in the air. The voice that had previously emanated from the rat's mouth seemed to have vanished. Chen Yuange beckoned, and the orb leapt into his palm, settling quietly as if it were an ordinary pearl. "Matey Fei, emerge. The doppelganger I captured from Alicia must be you, correct?" At that moment, I found it rather peculiar. You ought to be a high-ranking demon, possessing strength that should allow you to effortlessly consume both the offering spirit and Alessa. Yet, you remained entrenched within Alessa's consciousness for a staggering 8 years. One crucial detail stands out. You did not attract the attention of Kamar-Taj, which indicates that you were not summoned from the depths of hell by Alessa. This only fueled my curiosity regarding your origins. I have now come to understand that you are, in fact, a spirit of magic. 3 days prior, while within Alessa's consciousness, when he captured the essence of Metaphi, he sensed something amiss. Thus, upon departing from Silent Hill, he deliberately left behind an avatar to conceal itself there, hoping to uncover any unexpected developments. However, a strike of the Grand Five Elements Annihilating Divine Light immediately drew the attention of many. The individuals from Kamar-Taj were the first to arrive, and after a brief search, although astonished by the potency of the Grand Five Elements Annihilating Divine Light, they departed upon realizing that the dimensional boundaries had not been breached. Subsequently, a myriad of individuals donned in bizarre garments began to appear, and Chen Yuange even caught sight of the old man Huang. When they beheld the utter stillness and void within the Shadow Realm, accompanied by an aura capable of annihilating all, those who sensed it wisely retreated. They deemed it unwise to engage, regardless of the circumstances. It was simply beyond their capabilities. Only the old man Huang seemed to have an inkling of the truth. For the Grand Five Elements Annihilating Divine Light originated from the Primal Chaos Supreme Truth Scripture. He had dabbled in the spells contained within this scripture, and he could not mistake the fluctuations of the Grand Five Elements Annihilating Divine Light. In recent days, Chen Yuange had encountered numerous mages, sorcerers, and witches, and harbored a desire to capture a few for a thorough examination of their intrinsic practices. Yet today, he unexpectedly sensed a minute fluctuation 100 meters beneath the ground. When the bead merged into the rat's body, its power fluctuations, though subtle, could not escape the perceptive grasp of Chen Yuange's primordial spirit. As it bore a similar essence to that of Meta-Phi, it seemed you were merely putting on a brave front. Chen Yuange released the essence of Meta-Phi, liberating him from his confinement. Mighty Mage, what commands do you have for me? Do you recognize this? Chen Yuange inquired, his finger crackling with electrical energy. Ah. The essence of Meta-Phi writhed in agony, becoming noticeably more transparent. I say, this is the magical core of the staff of Hidira. I am merely a spirit avatar of the magical core. Damn it, how dare you? Chen Yuange pointed once again at the bead. It appeared that the spirit within was still unaware of its predicament, continuing to defy him. Meta-Phi, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, began to recount his origins in detail. Once, a century and a half ago, a dark congressman named Hidira met his demise in a cataclysmic confrontation with the spirits of the indigenous people. His staff, the staff of Hidira, shattered amidst the explosion of magic, leaving only its core to linger in a state of dormancy. Over the ensuing years, this magical core lay buried underground, gradually regaining its strength until 8 years ago, when the awakening of Alicia finally roused it from slumber. The weakened spirit of magic, eager to strike a bargain with Alicia, harnessed the ubiquitous gas from the mines to ignite a great fire, annihilating Silent Hill in exchange for Alicia's corporeal form. However, fate had other plans. Upon encountering his old adversary, the Spirit of Offerings, a fierce rivalry erupted, leading to a stalemate that ensnared Alicia, Meta-Phi, and the Spirit of Offerings within the Shadow Realm, preventing any of them from escaping or entering. Consequently, the connection between Meta-Phi and the Spirit of Magic was severed. 8 years later, the arrival of Chen Yuange disrupted this precarious balance. In Alicia's consciousness, Meta-Phi had been entwined for 8 years, during which he developed an independent awareness. Having lost contact with the Spirit of Magic, Chen Yuange speculated that this transformation was likely the result of contamination by the Spirit of Offerings, which for centuries had indulged in gluttonous consumption of countless souls. Its grotesque visage was a testament to its failure to assimilate even a trace of the essence of its offerings, rendering it a monstrous amalgamation of disparate life forces. For 8 years, Meta-Phi and the Spirit of Offerings had been locked in a struggle within Alicia's consciousness, their powers intertwining until Meta-Phi emerged with a distinct awareness. Once a formidable sorcerer, my true form is that of a high demon from hell. Summoned by Hidira, I was ultimately ensnared by his cunning, ending up as the magical core of the staff. It is remarkable that this Hidira, an old fox indeed, managed to outwit the notoriously cunning high demon. An image of Meta-Phi's demonic visage emerged on the surface of a gem, and the Spirit of Magic, struck at its core, could no longer contain itself. Very well, Meta-Phi. I have always believed in rewarding merit. What is it that you desire? Meta-Phi's throat convulsed as he fixed his gaze intently upon the magic core. Powerful sorcerer. I wish to merge with him. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. No, I have a purpose. Chen Yuange reached for the gem, seizing the Spirit of Magic within, compressing it into a sphere, and then tossing it to the restless Meta-Phi. You wretched creature, you are merely my avatar. How dare you? You are far too weak, my original form. Let us merge. Chen Yuange observed with keen interest, realizing the nature of soul consumption and fusion was indeed a fascinating process worth remembering. The spirit of fouling Meta-Phi was indeed exceedingly feeble, and soon his essence was entirely consumed by Meta-Phi. The consciousness of Meta-Phi coalesced once more, resembling that of a living being. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of power, instinctively directing his gaze towards Chen Yuange. Upon witnessing Chen Yuange's cheerful expression, it seemed to convey a silent message: do act swiftly. In a moment of clarity, Meta-Phi realized that it was merely an illusion. He would never take action, for whoever did so would be deemed a fool. Oh, you maintain such composure. I almost feel embarrassed. Chen Yuange shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, why must you, as an experimental subject, be so perceptive? I knew there were traps awaiting my leap. Meta-Phi wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Despite gaining strength from devouring the spirit of fouling Meta-Phi, he increasingly felt as though Chen Yuange was a god, gazing down upon him from the heavens. Great mage, I shall release your mind. This is impossible. Meta-Phi's true nature emerged as he roared in defiance. Chen Yuange narrowed his eyes, adjusting his glasses while coldly regarding Meta-Phi. Aye. After consuming the essence of the spirit, Meta-Phi, in a sense, had liberated himself from the constraints of Hidera's ancient prohibitions. He was now free. Freedom lay tantalizingly close, readily within his grasp. However, after careful consideration, Medify found himself compelled to bow his head and relinquish his mind. Ever since he was tainted by the chaotic thoughts of the spirit, he was no longer the cunning and formidable devil he once was, but rather a brand new entity. Chen Yuange's hand seals shifted, implanting a master-servant contract into the core of Medify's soul. Medify quickly adapted to his new role, donning a sycophantic smile. Great master. Your loyal servant pays homage to you. Your brilliance shines like the sun in the sky. Medify writhed in agony, as if a branding iron were stirring within his soul core. Remember, you shall henceforth address me as boss, and adopt a Chinese visage. Your duty will be to safeguard my parents. Their safety will rest upon your shoulders. Chen Yuange had already inscribed the personal information of Chen Yuange and his spouse into Medify's soul core, for they were the individuals he vowed to protect at all costs. You must protect my parents discreetly, without disturbing their lives. Medify transformed into the guise of an ordinary young Chinese man, the kind that would blend seamlessly into a crowd. Chen Yuange nodded in satisfaction, crafting a physical body for him with some common spiritual materials. The couple, Chen Yuange and his spouse, bore the spiritual imprint he had left behind. Any practitioner of Qi above the Yin spirit level, as well as star projection mages, could sense the imprint upon them. Upon perceiving the ethereal mark of the soul, they would realize that the couple, Chen Yuange and his wife, are individuals of formidable stature. The role of the Mediv is merely to distract those novice transcendent beings who cannot discern the essence of the soul mark that adorns Chen Yuange and his spouse, much like ants are oblivious to the grandeur of elephants. Go ahead. Attend to your matters. Yes, boss. On a Saturday noon, Chen Yin arrived at Qingshan Farm, accompanied by the weary Sybil. Mr. Chen, you are a powerful transcendent. Might I inquire if there is an opportunity for employment under your auspices? Chen Yuange feigned ignorance and posed his query. Were you not a police officer? After reflecting for several days on events from a week prior, I resigned from my position as a town constable. I am now a free individual. Chen Yuange pretended to ponder for a moment, and, sensing Sybil's apprehension, extended a welcoming hand with a smile. Indeed, I have a position that suits you. Chen Yin playfully slapped Sybil on the shoulder. So, are you going to express your gratitude? Sybil offered her a grateful smile, attentively listening for Chen Yuange's further remarks. Considering that he might assign her to a security role within his company, given his status as a billionaire. However, with Chen Yin present, Chen Yuange refrained from discussing any arrangements concerning Sybil. Once Chen Yin departed, Chen Yuange addressed Sybil, as a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. I can grant you this opportunity. Sybil retrieved her resume from her bag and handed it over. Chen Yuange glanced at it, finding the contents largely aligned with his expectations. He was indifferent to Sybil's past, valuing instead her identity as a woman of justice with ample battlefield experience, making her an apt assistant for Alicia. From this moment forth, you are an employee of the Anomaly Containment Foundation. Your team leader will be Alicia, and your role will be to assist her. Sybil straightened her posture, bringing her feet together, and rendered a salute. Then, scratching her head, she pondered how she should address Chen Yuange. Moreover, what organization is the Anomaly Containment Foundation? Chen Yuange discerned her confusion. You are now an employee of the foundation. Henceforth, you may refer to me as the president. Currently, the foundation comprises only you and Alicia as its two members. Your responsibilities will include containing malevolent spirits, capturing evil aberrants, and collecting various magical artifacts. Sybil's eyes widened, incredulous at the notion of only 2 employees within the foundation. Was it too late for her to withdraw? Chapter 55. Foundation training. Sybil began to feel conflicted, questioning her decision to change jobs as potentially misguided. Yet, upon hearing Chen Yuange announce the job benefits, she swiftly cast aside her reservations. I, Sybil, stand resolute against evil. Not merely for the sake of benefits. With an annual salary of $60,000, inclusive of accommodation and meals, as well as the intriguing benefits of 6 insurances and 1 fund, without the need for clocking in and the opportunity to engage in playful battles. What a perfect job it is. In this moment, Sybil felt that her decision to switch careers was indeed a wise one. We are a unified team with dual identities. I will arrange for you to take a position at a film company that I have invested in, specifically established to accommodate Chen Yin. Sybil displayed an envious expression. Chen Yin, the the younger sibling of a billionaire, seemed to have everything meticulously arranged for her. Chen Yuange furrowed his brow in concern. My sister, with her inherently just nature, is bound to get entangled in numerous extraordinary events. You can conveniently utilize the film company as a cover for fluid work, accommodating all that needs shelter in the vicinity. This world is rife with extraordinary factors. For ordinary individuals, living in such a realm may prove perilous. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. The couple, Chen Yuange and his wife, are relatively unbothered. Being in their middle age, they are not the type to court trouble, having witnessed too much turmoil in their youth. Thus, spending their days tending to their shop and playing mahjong with neighbors in the evenings is the tranquil life they yearn for. Chen Yuange, on the other hand, is a vibrant young woman. For the past decade, she had been at home caring for her sister, Chen Yuange, who lay in a deep, unconscious slumber and had not experienced the wonders of the outside world. With her generous spirit and penchant for justice, she could not possibly be confined under the guise of protection. Such moral control disguised as love is precisely what he detests most. Chen Yuange himself is a restless individual. Otherwise, he would not have distinguished himself in his past life as a pioneer of the exploratory spacecraft. To stifle a young person's curiosity is to either obliterate their future or incite an even greater backlash. It is better to accommodate than to suppress. Thus, it would be best to indulge Chen Yuange's wishes. Life and death are predestined, and fortune is in the heavens. As long as he can protect her for a day, she may pursue her desires for that day. In the afternoon, the Ross family, the Hanna family, along with Alicia and Sybil, gathered for a small party hosted at the Qingshan farm. They brought along various little gifts to contribute. Chen Yuange met Harrison, Ross's husband, as well as Hannah's parents and her younger brother. The party was a resounding success. The diverse and delectable Chinese delicacies left everyone in awe, affirming that the trip was worthwhile. The group discreetly agreed not to inform Harrison and the others about the true events that transpired a week prior in Silent Hill. Chen Yuange acquired an abandoned boatyard by the seaside, personally renovated it, and established it as the future base for the Foundation. In the futuristic training room, Sybil excitedly tested an off-road vehicle. Oh my, this vehicle can even dive underwater and change colors. What an extraordinary machine. Sybil caressed the steering wheel, nearly drooling at the sight. She had fallen utterly in love with this car. Had they possessed such a marvel in the past, their missions would have been remarkably effortless. From this moment forth, I shall reside within this vehicle. Meanwhile, Alicia quietly listened to Chen Yuange's discourse. This is the true essence of the demon you summoned, which is, in fact, the magical core of a staff. As Chen Yuange recounted the origins of the magical core, he refined it, imbuing it with a set of techniques before presenting it to Alicia. By integrating the spirit of devotion within, you shall possess your own core for spellcasting. I have provided you with the incantations, and it is up to you to determine the form your magical artifact shall take. Alicia's soul essence is formidable upon awakening. It equates to the realm of the Yin god. Although it vastly differs from his primordial spirit, it still represents a significant power. With her aptitude, in just 2 decades, she could reach the level of the Yang god, akin to a master of profound secret arts like Daniel, who has attained stellar perfection. The spirit of devotion and Metaphi have been quite unfortunate. Their strength is nearly depleted, otherwise Alicia would have been consumed by them long ago. The spirit of devotion is your adversary, Alicia. You must refine it on your own. Alicia silently accepted the magical core, nodding slightly. Chen Yuange waved his right hand, conjuring several clay effigies. Alicia sensed a familiar aura, her gaze sharpening, and her hair began to dance in an unseen wind. These are your inner demons. You must overcome these hurdles by yourself. Chen Yuange handed the clay effigies to Alicia. They were monsters previously sealed within the realm of the mind. Among these creatures, the triangular-headed figure represents the manifestation of Alicia's own soul thoughts, reflecting her own power, which she can readily reclaim. The hundreds of smaller monsters are akin to elementary school children, most of whom are innocent. Thus Chen Yuange has sent them into reincarnation. As for those few mischievous children tied to Alicia by fate, Chen Yuange has embedded a set of incantations for demon crafting within the techniques, leaving it to Alicia to decide whether to utilize them. The final effigy represents the soul of the male caregiver who violated Alicia, destined to endure eternal torment. After imparting his instructions to Alicia, Chen Yuange called for Sybil. Armor and weaponry were arranged for her. As for combat skills and marksmanship, he deemed it unnecessary to teach her. With the transformation of the armor's runes, her physical strength would gradually enhance over time, ultimately reaching the limit of her own physical capabilities. Regrettably, S.H.I.E.L.D possesses no anomalous genes. Had she done so, Chen Yuange could have activated the extraordinary genes within her, resulting in a significant enhancement of her abilities. Currently, he has yet to fully master the technology for safely transplanting genes, but S.H.I.E.L.'s present strength suffices, as she primarily serves in a supportive role. S.H.I.E.L.D, you will be responsible for training Alicia in combat. This experience is something only you can impart to her. These 2 badges contain the majority of extraordinary data from around the world. Keep them safe and refer to them often. Chen Yuange produced 2 badges emblazoned with the Foundation's emblem, modeled after those of Kamartaj. The information contained therein is largely a replication of Kamartaj's, and the functionalities are quite similar. As for copyright fees, unfortunately, no one has sought him out for them, leaving him with no recourse. Your current task is to train and review this material. Chen Yuange has already instructed Zhao Yunlong to register a film company. Once the initial team is assembled, the first project will be a documentary, in which Chun Yin and her interested classmates may participate. As for film production, they are not yet qualified. Given their novice acting skills, making a movie would be a waste of resources. Although Chen Yuange's wealth may seem abundant, he is reluctant to squander it in such a manner. The documentary will require extensive travel to capture the local customs and cultures, allowing Chun Yin and her peers to familiarize themselves with the film industry while honing their acting skills. In North America, with its vast and sparsely populated regions, many remote towns are home to cults operating under the guise of religion, often engaging in the practice of human sacrifice to appease various malevolent spirits. While filming the documentary, they may encounter such situations, but Alicia and her companions could adeptly handle these occurrences, achieving dual objectives. Chapter 56. Discoveries at the orphanage. Alicia and S.H.I.E.L.D each have their own dormitories within the base, where they have settled in. Thanks to her formidable spirit, Alicia possesses an exceptional memory and quickly masters the combat and firearms training imparted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yuange has chosen not to directly pass on his techniques to Alicia this time, wishing instead for S.H.I.E.L.D to teach her through hands-on experience, fostering their rapport while allowing Alicia to learn through practical engagement. Of course, Alicia has much to catch up on. Having dropped out of school at the tender age of 8, a person lacking education cannot grasp the intricacies of martial arts. In the secret chamber, a body floats in midair while Chen Yuange sits cross-legged opposite it. After a month of effort, he finally succeeds. As he shapes his hand seals, a doppelganger emerges from behind him and seamlessly integrates with the floating body. Now equipped with this self-replenishing doppelganger, albeit of only solar deity caliber, he finds it sufficiently adequate for his needs. Since acquiring the profound scriptures of the void, Chen Yuange experienced the exhilarating sensation of wielding mystical powers for the first time. However, he soon discerned a stark reality. While he could effortlessly impart combat and marksmanship skills to Chun Yin and others, he himself could not swiftly attain the divine essence of a primordial spirit. Based on his own estimations, achieving such a level of mystical prowess would necessitate painstaking diligence. Without at least a century of devoted effort, it would be an impossible feat, although dimensional energy could continuously replenish itself. Converting this energy into his own mystical power to reach the realm of spiritual essence was a process that demanded relentless toil. Yet, the multitude of tasks before him was overwhelming. Chen Yuan and his wife, along with Chun Yin, required dependable guardianship. Drawing inspiration from external sources could yield valuable insights, and he sought to amass a substantial collection of anomalous genetic samples. If he could successfully decipher a sufficient number of these genetic codes, he might unlock astonishing discoveries. However, retreating into seclusion for an entire century was a daunting prospect. He felt uneasy in trusting his ordinary avatars, as they were transient and could not endure without a formidable talisman to sustain them. Though he had recently obtained the magical core of the Heterala staff, which would have served as a suitable vessel for his avatars, the physical form he had prepared was nearing readiness, rendering the core unnecessary. Despite lacking a talisman, the body he had nurtured with his primordial spirit for 18 years was composed of the finest spiritual material. Thus, he resolved to utilize his own blood to cultivate a primordial embryo, merging it with the spiritual materials he had gathered from the supreme dimension, resulting in the birth of a self-replenishing avatar. After stretching his limbs, Chen Yuange found that this avatar possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even bullets could not mar its resilient exterior. Upon exiting the hidden chamber, Chen Yuange cast a spell to conceal the small realm within the void, leaving his true self behind as he entered a deeper state of meditation. The construction of the hospital was no mere endeavor of erecting buildings. It required a multitude of exceptional doctors, nurses, and administrative staff, alongside a plethora of medical equipment. Thus, Umbrella Hospital would take at least a year to complete. This timeline was feasible primarily because he utilized his own construction company and employed diligent Chinese workers, making swift progress possible. In contrast, the welfare institution was a much simpler undertaking. In just half a month, several purchased factories had their walls dismantled and their buildings interconnected. The abundant timber resources in North America explained the prevalent use of wood in construction. It was cost-effective and facilitated rapid building processes. Consequently, the internal layout of the factories was quickly arranged. The combination of steel and wood structures posed no issues for habitation. Recently, Li Qianru had been exceedingly busy, as if she had discovered newfound purpose in her life, radiating immense enthusiasm. As the director, she spent her days bustling about the welfare institution, fully immersed in her responsibilities. If it were not for the protective energy nourishing their bodies, this manner of exertion would surely leave them utterly exhausted. It infuriates me. They are nothing short of beasts. Li Qianru, weary and travel-worn, sank into her seat, her appetite for the meal before her completely vanished. Chen Yuange, his complexion ashen, radiated an aura of suppressed fury. "Mother, please calm down and have a sip of soup." Chen Yuange's gentle voice served to soothe their tempers. After both accepted the comforting broth and savored a bowl of its exquisite flavor, their wrath began to dissipate. "Mother, what has transpired?" Li Qianru's anger flared once more, her palm striking the table in indignation. "Son, you remain unaware. Today, the orphanage conducted health examinations for all the children, and many of those merely in their preteens have unfortunately succumbed to drug addiction." Chen Yan, in a fit of shock and fury, leapt to her feet, nearly toppling the dining table. "Mother, you jest. Jest? Those soulless wretches, in their depravity, lured children into addiction under the guise of companionship, calling them little mules." Crack! The chopsticks in Chen Yuange's grip splintered. His anger was palpable. Little mules? They are exploiting the leniency of the juvenile justice system to ensnare these innocent youths. Are they not? I shall go and confront those scoundrels. Chen Yan's fists clenched tightly, her agitation propelling her back and forth across the room. Chen Yuange, exhaling a puff of smoke, interjected, "Chen Yan, sit down. Alas, these children are the abandoned waifs of Hell's Kitchen. Their parents have either perished as gang members or fallen victim to gang violence. It is a miracle they have a meal to eat. Half of the children in our orphanage hail from Hell's Kitchen, and they are notoriously difficult to manage, each displaying traits of gang affiliation. It is little wonder that other orphanages refuse to take them in." Chen Yuange inhaled deeply from his cigarette and continued, "Our orphanage has become a dumping ground. Every institution in New York has cast aside children with physical defects or those from Hell's Kitchen, leaving them to us." Chen Yuange pinched the bridge of his nose. The children with physical disabilities were manageable. He had already acquired a biological research facility and assembled a team of skilled biologists, though none were particularly renowned. With his genetic technology support, they had stabilized the conditions of all the physically challenged children. Of course, he could personally intervene for a complete cure, but such an approach would lack broader significance and contradict the very mission of the orphanage. In half a year, once they had mastered the techniques he provided, they could begin to address congenital deformities and heart defects comprehensively. However, he had not anticipated the sheer number of children succumbing to addiction. This was indeed an unforeseen circumstance. Chen Yuange lightly tapped the table, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension as the family sat in somber silence. "These children, their lives have already been shattered. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I will devise a plan." Chen Yuange cast a glance at Chen Yan, signaling her to remain calm, assuring her that he would make arrangements. "Mother, I have concocted a blocking agent that will induce vomiting at the mere scent of white flour. This time, I intend to bring ruin to all those who sell it." Chapter 57, A Dual Approach. After Chen Yuange proposed the blocking agent, Chen Yuange expressed skepticism, having witnessed the tragic fates of countless individuals ensnared by opiates. The average person finds it nearly impossible to break free from such addiction. Only those with an unyielding iron will stand a chance, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. What is this miraculous blocking agent? Chen Yuange understood Chen Yuange's doubts. This affliction has ravaged China for nearly a century, claiming innumerable victims, so his disbelief is entirely reasonable. After dinner, the couple, their spirits considerably shaken, lost interest in playing mahjong and retired early to their bedroom for rest. Sister, hand over that documentary project on religious exploration to someone else and initiate a new project titled Children's Survival Investigation Report. Chen Yan paused momentarily before comprehending. This is raising the banner of righteousness to combat gangs. You are correct, but what else? Is it merely about combating gangs? I could easily take them down with a single punch. Then you might as well become a police officer. Chen Yuange remarked, noticing the spark in Chen Yan's eyes. Do you truly wish to be a police officer? Can you endure such constraints? Can you bear it when those you apprehend ultimately evade justice? After his admonishment, Chen Yan wilted like a withered flower, retreating into herself. Then what shall you do? With cameras in hand, you shall film the entire process in Hell's Kitchen. I will mix the blocking agent into the beverages, and you will present it as a promotional drink, conducting interviews for an advertising company. How dull. Indeed, it may seem so, but within 3 days, you will realize the excitement. Are those gangsters fools? Suddenly, Chen Yan perked up, realizing, yes, surely someone will seek trouble in a couple of days. Those gang members, seeing the multitude of our crew with cameras and interviews, will undoubtedly hesitate to act rashly. However, once a few days pass without any sales of the powder, their financial lifeline will be severed, prompting an investigation that will inevitably lead back to them. To be a hero, to avoid scrutiny, one must either have no witnesses or possess a noble cause. Otherwise, you risk being accused of vigilantism. Do you have that resolve? Chen Yuange elucidated the crux of the matter to Chen Yan. You may act heroically in broad daylight, yet if you seek to act at night, it is best to remain unseen. A ghost is the finest hero. That sounds exceedingly unexciting. Chen Yan dismissed a certain restless thought that had been stirring within her. With lethal weapons in hand, the desire for violence arose. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Even he himself, at times witnessing the unfolding of malevolence, would discreetly eliminate the wickedness. Yet who would know it was he who had done so? Go fetch Alicia and Sybil. With their protection, your safety will be assured. He instructed. At Hell's Kitchen, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a row of tables adorned with an array of beverages was set up beside a small plaza. A banner unfurled, Bull Beverage, free tastings. Chen Yan, Hannah, and several classmates from their department were present, some distributing drinks while others wielded microphones for interviews. A nearby delivery truck was filled to the brim with beverages, all produced by a bottling machine crafted by Chen Yuange. The crowd in the small plaza was quickly drawn to their booth. Are your drinks truly free? Inquired a gentleman. Indeed, sir. This is our newly launched sparkling water. Each person may enjoy one complimentary bottle, and, after sharing your experience, you can receive another, came the response. The questioner was a disheveled young man, pallid in complexion with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, clearly a drifter caught in the throes of addiction. Upon noticing the booth, he remarked, well, there are quite a few beauties here, but his gaze quickly shifted to the 6-armed security personnel stationed near the delivery truck, and he fell silent. Among the gathering crowd were several street toughs, who, upon seeing the security, suddenly became compliant. The choice of 3 o'clock was deliberate. It was the hour when these nocturnal creatures began to stir. Having spent the night in nightclubs, they were now emerging, famished after a day of slumber. With free drinks on offer, a couple of bottles would surely alleviate their hunger. The disheveled young man accepted a drink from Chen Yan, its packaging simple, a glass bottle. Bull? Will drinking this make me feel like a bull? He scoffed, eliciting low, mocking laughter from a few thugs nearby. He twisted off the cap and took a sip. It was quite sweet, with a fruity flavor reminiscent of cola. How does it taste, sir? Well, it's rather good. When will it be available on the market? Ah, available? I believe next month. Haven't the employees been trained? Not even aware of when your product will hit the shelves? The disheveled young man took a second bottle, puzzled, and departed. Chen Yan wiped her forehead, thinking, my brother never mentioned anything about launching Bull Beverage. Meanwhile, Sybil and Alicia sat in an SUV, observing as Chen Yan and her team distributed drinks. Sybil was savoring none other than the Bull Beverage. Alicia, do you think the President's Bull Beverage is really that remarkable? What the President says must undoubtedly be true. Alas, must you elevate him to the status of a deity in your mind? believing every word he utters? Sybil, with her long legs crossed, finished a bottle and reached for a pack of chips, crunching them audibly. That Alessa is truly an iceberg of a person. Her silence could nearly freeze one to death. If the president's concoction proves to be effective, it would be quite a revelation. Sybil's expression grew grave as she recalled her time with the Alpha Group, where she had heard whispers of many superiors being mere peddlers of powder. If the president were to pursue this course, it could become catastrophic, prompting many to fight fiercely. Sybil's gaze drifted to the ceiling of the vehicle. She too had once seized the opportunity of an inspection to retire. At times, even under the most absurd military orders, she had to muster the courage to comply. Chen Yuange's actions today made her see a semblance of her own life's example, rebelling against such evils. Alessa, what sort of person do you think the president is? A god. TCH, you irredeemable little girl. Sybil harshly stuffed the remnants of the chips into her mouth. Nevertheless, the president is indeed handsome. Otherwise, how could this young girl be so utterly captivated? One must seize the opportunity of free drinks. Within an hour, half of the bull beverage had already been distributed from the truck. Phew, it turns out that conducting interviews for the television station is no easy task. Hannah wiped the sweat from her brow, while the others shared her sentiment, conscious of the camera nearby, showcasing their best selves throughout. The more arduous task lies ahead. We must not forget the purpose of our documentary, which is to investigate the living conditions of the children. Fear not, I shall persevere. Upon seeing the heavily armed security personnel in the back, everyone felt invigorated. This could be their chance for recognition. Everyone knows the Hell's Kitchen is rife with corruption, and countless journalists yearn to expose it, but none possess the formidable protection that they do. Chapter 58. The demise of the drug peddler. Dector held a bull beverage in his hand, the first to taste it today, feeling slightly lightheaded after consumption. It seems he had risen too early. Had he known, he would have slept until nightfall. Dector rubbed his stomach, which had become quite full. Perhaps he would buy a hamburger and catch some more sleep. As night fell, the orange glow of the streetlights bathed Dector's face. He shakily rose, dressed, descended, and hopped onto his beloved steed, heading straight for the Night Rose bar. Staggering inside, the deafening music assaulted his ears, jolting him back to life. Dector, still the same as always? He was greeted as he took a small glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, stepping into the realm of nightlife once again. Come, the newly arrived goods are undoubtedly potent, sure to elevate your spirits. Luke, the dealer, cheerfully collected the payment and handed a small packet to Dirk, continuing to seek his next client. Ladies, are you willing to indulge in heavenly pleasures with me? Dirk squeezed in beside several voluptuous, heavily made-up women, leaning close to one, whispering in her ear while showcasing his wares. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and upon noticing Dirk's slightly disheveled, yet melancholic charm, her interest piqued further. The group began to sway their hips and settled into a booth. Dirk skillfully portioned the powder, produced a straw, lowered his head, and inhaled deeply, awaiting the arrival of ecstasy. Suddenly, he was assaulted by a pungent odor, overpowering and relentless, invading his mind without a moment's reprieve. He retched, collapsing to the ground, expelling even the bile from his stomach. Luke, you wretched fool, selling such counterfeit goods in my domain. Luke knelt on the floor. A look of despair etched across his face. The Night Rose bar was the territory of the Wild Wolf gang, and today, the notorious enforcer Blood Wolf Dukin was on site, a man known for his ruthless disposition and merciless nature. How was I to know what was happening? Which vile creature intends to ruin me? Luke? Luke lowered his head, his eyes darting as his mind raced. Could it be his competitors conspiring against him? Aware that Blood Wolf would be here today? Blood Wolf, I swear to God, I have not sold counterfeit goods. Please, investigate. Luke retrieved the powder from his pocket, wincing as he handed it over. One of the underlings snatched it, tasting a bit on his tongue. He recoiled, retching his dinner onto the floor, the stench swiftly permeating the office. Blood Wolf's face stiffened as he lunged forward, seizing Luke's hair and delivering a knee strike to his face. Red and white splattered across Luke's visage, resembling a dye shop as blood mingled with snot and tears, his body contorted in agony. Grasping Luke's hair, Blood Wolf's grim expression loomed over him. Speak, who orchestrated this? Luke's nose had collapsed, his face twisted in pain. Yet the terror of death compelled him to barely hear Blood Wolf's voice. And no one, absolutely no one. Blood Wolf bared his teeth, cold as ice, as if he intended to devour Luke. before violently tossing him to the ground. Turning, he picked up the fallen packet of powder. Curiosity piqued. Could this counterfeit be so potent? Here, have a taste. Without hesitation, another underling took the packet and sampled a bit. Ah, my esteemed leader. The purity is indeed remarkable. This subordinate casually passed it to the person beside him, and even Blood Wolf himself took a taste, confirming its authenticity. Could it be that he misjudged young Luke? Over the next 2 days, the residents of Hell's Kitchen became well acquainted with Chen Yuange and her companions. They ventured into the community, armed with bull energy drinks and muse perfumes, successfully obtaining the information they sought. These students, even those from modest backgrounds, belonged to the middle class. Upon delving deeper into the heart of Hell's Kitchen, they truly witnessed the essence of despair. The vast majority of children here bore no semblance of the innocence they ought to possess. Why does God permit such a hell to exist? Having experienced the horrors of Silent Hill, Hannah was profoundly shaken upon witnessing the stark reality of Hell's Kitchen. Although her father is a renowned lawyer who has shielded her from the darker facets of society, she pondered, is this plight due to gang influences? The reasons are intricate. Gang control is one aspect, while the lack of vocational skills and the inability to secure livelihoods perpetuate a vicious cycle. Chen Yuange, you are quite perceptive. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yuange chuckled, playfully scratching the back of her head, recalling a casual remark made by Chen Yuange during a meal. Boss, our profits have plummeted by a staggering 80% this week. Blood Wolf Dukin sat across from Johnny, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, visibly agitated. Ever since that fateful night when he killed the drug dealer Luke, reports of users overdosing had surfaced nightly, even though he had personally verified each case. It's not just us. Every gang is facing this crisis. Boss, could it be that our goods are tainted with something else? Johnny's expression darkened as he smashed his cigar against Blood Wolf's head. Damn it, this is merchandise from the hands and society. Do you dare question them? Typically ruthless in demeanor, Blood Wolf trembled slightly. But, boss, if this continues, the brothers will soon starve. Johnny rose, pacing the office, his expression shifting from one of contemplation to despair. The thought of an 80% profit loss threatened the very foundation of the Wild Wolf gang, prompting him to resolve to take action. He picked up the phone and dialed several numbers, emerging from the ordeal as if he had just been pulled from water, his clothes drenched. In a manor on Long Island, a ninja knelt before an elderly woman. Mistress, the gangs below are doubting the quality of our goods. How dare they? What is the situation? The elderly woman meticulously tended to her nails, not lifting her gaze, her calm demeanor prompting even greater respect from the ninja. Master, it is as follows. The ninja voiced the concerns of the gang leaders, and upon investigating in Hell's Kitchen, the situation proved to be utterly bewildering. Their goods were sound, yet the majority of addicts found themselves unable to partake. The elderly woman paused in her meticulous nail repair, softly murmuring, could it be that someone has cast a curse? Her immediate assumption was a curse, a tactic she favored for its convenience, allowing her to evade direct confrontation. Chapter 59, An unexpected discovery faces flickered by like a carousel. Could it be the handiwork of a new sorcerer? There are always those who, upon acquiring a modicum of magical skill, believe themselves omnipotent, turning their gaze towards the lucrative profits of drug sales. The trade in narcotics is arguably the quickest and most profitable venture for gangs. Countless individuals covet this lucrative prize. There are always those who underestimate me, thinking my age has dulled my capacity for violence. The aura of lethal intent enveloped the elderly woman, while the ninja knelt rigidly on the floor, paralyzed with fear. Bring me their blood. Yes, master. The ninja vanished from sight, and an hour later, the elderly woman arrived at a concealed chamber, where 3 vials of blood awaited her on the table. As her magical energy surged forth, it enveloped one of the vials, while she deftly manipulated intricate hand seals. Illuminate the distance of 10,000 miles. Emerge. The blood evaporated in an instant, revealing an image in the void. It was Chen Yuange handing a bottle of bull drink to Dector. After analyzing all 3 vials, the elderly woman discerned a critical piece of information. The bull drink was central to the matter. Soon, 6 bottles of bull drink appeared before her, all collected half an hour prior from Chen Yuange and her companions. The elderly woman meticulously examined the beverages, and after numerous tests, she ultimately concluded that it was not a curse, but rather a substance within the drink that directly counteracted the effects of the narcotics. Umbrella? Is it related to that Chen Yuange from Chinatown? The elderly woman hesitated, for Chen Yuange was shrouded in mystery. the Hongmen, Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and Citibank were all shareholders in his company, and there was even one shareholder that eluded her investigation. From which hidden sect had this young man emerged? Now, the elderly woman felt a twinge of trepidation. Years of caution urged her to refrain from rash actions. Disseminate this information, but remember, do not let others know it is us. Let those gangs probe the waters for me. Someone is employing heavenly secrets to deduce matters related to me. Chen Yuange's expression shifted, and with a swift hand gesture, he traced this causal line back to its origin. An old woman, unexpectedly reeling in a big fish. It appears my laboratory shall soon reopen. This peculiar elderly woman possessed an aura that was truly extraordinary. Chen Yuange ceased his incantation. His current celestial divination had yet to reach the realm of comprehending the past and future, nor could he transcend the river of fate. For the moment, he could only glean a limited amount of information. If he were to obtain the blood or hair of that old woman, he would gain more detailed insights. In truth, it need not be so complicated. Capturing her directly would suffice. This old woman clearly possessed the aura of a spirit master, and she seemed intent on probing the depths of Chen Yuange and her companions. It appeared she was growing weary of life. As for the gang, with Alicia and Sybil present, they were more than capable of handling matters themselves. The elderly woman settled down to regain her magical energy, for her recent divination had drained much of her power. She murmured to herself, "My time is running short." Suddenly, the space around her quivered. "Who goes there?" The woman immediately activated her protective talisman, a shimmering barrier forming around her as she stood alert, scanning her surroundings. Just as her vigilance reached its zenith, a hand materialized behind her. This hand pierced through her protective barrier with the ease of a hot knife through butter. In that instant, as the barrier shattered, alarm bells rang throughout her being. The assailant was overwhelmingly powerful, and she could not withstand the threat. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she invoked the Hell's Blood River curse. The hand drew closer to her neck, and in a fleeting moment, her body disintegrated, engulfed in a mist of blood. Had it allowed her soul to escape? Chen Yuange appeared in the hidden chamber, shaking off the sizzling blood mist that swirled around his hand, like venomous serpents in the void, continuously eroding his protective essence. What a resolute old woman. Her body simply ceased to exist at her command. Chen Yuange surveyed the chamber with regret. This old hag had vanished at will, leaving behind a staggering curse. Had he not reacted swiftly, the loss would have transcended mere flesh and bone. His right hand was now reduced to mere bone, the curse's blood mist clinging to the wound. Entangled with his magical energy, the cursed mist seemed to bridge the gap to the netherworld, bombarding his spirit with countless malevolent thoughts. A lesson learned. Curses could indeed be wielded in such a manner. Half an hour later, Chen Yuange held a mat in his hand, the sole item he had managed to preserve. Behind him, the estate had crumbled to ash, along with everything and everyone within, all consumed by the corrosive blood mist. Had he not employed the Yin Thunder from the Taishu Yuanjing, the commotion might have attracted an overwhelming number of onlookers. Returning to the farm, he extracted the essence from the mat. This was his singular opportunity. That old woman undoubtedly harbored great secrets. With solemnity, Chen Yuange activated a magical array, channeling the essence into it. "Now, let me see where you are." The breath of life suddenly diminished significantly, prompting Chen Yuange to halt his divination. He found himself at a loss. It appeared that the old woman was no longer on Earth. Instinctively adjusting his glasses, he redirected his efforts to explore any lingering connections she might have in New York. Activating the magical array, Chen Yuange resumed his divination, and ultimately, a vision materialized before him. What place is this? Is it a mining site? The image revealed 3 men, dressed as miners, striking the ground with pickaxes, relying solely on their physical strength to break the stones. To my astonishment, I cannot pinpoint the location of the cave. Today has been a series of peculiar occurrences. Chen Yuange dispelled the magical array, having exhausted its energy. From this divination, he gleaned 2 clues. The old woman is not on Earth, and there exists a strange cave. Gently tapping his knee, he instinctively sketched the faces of the 3 miners in his mind. These miners are all ordinary individuals, last seen half a month ago, with their final known location being Wall Street. How does this tie back to Wall Street? After contemplating, Chen Yuange decided to head to Wall Street, strolling leisurely until he arrived at a towering edifice. The Empire State Building? Chen Yuange was utterly perplexed. How do these threads connect? Circling the Empire State Building, He finally noticed something unusual about the underground parking structure. In the innermost corner of the second basement level, there was a parking spot flanked by 3 walls, occupied by an SUV. What caught Chen Yuange's attention was that the rear seats of the vehicle had been removed, replaced by a considerable amount of stones. He then discovered an iron door on the innermost wall, blending seamlessly with the wall's color. The interior beyond the door was even more intriguing, a 30-square-meter room with a 3-meter diameter opening at its center. This opening was remarkably deep, certainly exceeding 3,000 meters. Upon sensing this depth, Chen Yuange's spiritual essence quivered with trepidation. Chapter 60, Mayor's Fundraising Gala in Hell's Kitchen. A community where Chen Yuange and her companions were just exiting an apartment. They had recently interviewed a family. The male head had fallen victim to gang violence, leaving the female head to rely on the flesh trade to support her 3 children. They had encountered a dozen such families this week alone. For each, Chen Yuange and her colleagues had compensated them handsomely for their stories. Yet everyone understood that this was merely a drop in the ocean. These families were sliding deeper into the abyss of despair. What are you trying to do? Hundreds surrounded them, brandishing placards that read, "Outsiders, get out of our community. We reject your toxic drinks." Hannah, filled with uncertainty, pointed at certain individuals within the crowd. These people do not resemble ordinary citizens. They bear the marks of gang members. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is the gangs that incite these unsuspecting civilians. Sybil, with her long strides and a handgun at her waist, approached amidst the encircled throng, where the whistles of several ruffians echoed incessantly. "Hey, gorgeous, can you handle a gun? I've got a big one right here." They jeered. Unfazed, Sybil joined Hannah's side, addressing her concerns while restraining the eager Chen Yuange. "Do not act impulsively. They are merely toying with your emotions. If you strike first, we will lose the upper hand." After calming Chen Yuange, Sybil turned to the cameraman and instructed, "Aim at them. Capture everything." She glanced toward Alessa on the periphery, and they exchanged subtle nods. The show was about to commence. At that moment, a flicker of light danced in Alessa's eyes, an invisible wave sweeping through the crowd. "Get out!" a ruffian suddenly shouted, his excitement palpable. This outburst was akin to cold water splashed into a pot of hot oil, igniting the crowd into a frenzy as they surged forward, intent on seizing Chen Yuange and her companion's supplies. On the rooftop of a nearby apartment, leaders from several gangs of Hell's Kitchen gathered, observing the unfolding spectacle below. "What is happening? Who instigated this?" Johnny, the leader of the Wild Wolves, exclaimed in astonishment, his cigar tumbling from his lips as he pointed angrily at a particular thug in the crowd. "Which scoundrel is responsible for this? I curse his entire family. Fat Wolf, do you have a problem with me?" A tall Russian spat, disdainfully pointing at the short and stout Johnny. "Antonio, you drunken pig with a head full of vodka. Open your eyes and look closely at that emblem on the car door. It's umbrella." Antonio's expression stiffened as he noticed the cruel gazes of the other leaders. The Arctic Bears had erred, and their misstep was now exposed. Chen Yuange and the security personnel shielded the others while supplies were being pilfered. Sybil, observing with a detached demeanor, noted that the situation remained relatively stable. The time had not yet come. After a while, as the supplies began to dwindle, she subtly nodded to Alessa. "Here they come." Many in the crowd suddenly drew knives and batons from their waists, beginning to smash vehicles and equipment, charging toward the wall formed by Chen Yuange and the security team. Sybil's gaze sharpened. She had spotted several individuals brandishing firearms, with bullets chambered. The first shot rang out as a warning. 6 security personnel lowered their rifles, executing a rapid burst of gunfire. Silence. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, and those engaged in the chaos suddenly shivered. What were we just doing? Isn't today supposed to be a peaceful protest? Run. As everyone emerged from their stupor, they abruptly cast aside their belongings and scattered in a tumultuous flurry, leaving behind a mere handful of thugs, bewildered and frozen in place, clutching their firearms. They gazed at the ominous black muzzles of 6 automatic rifles opposite them, paralyzed by indecision. It was evident that those were military-grade weapons, rendering their own arms mere toys in comparison. "Scram!" roared Sybil, and the thugs, jolted back to reality, fled like frightened birds. "Damn it!" Johnny exclaimed, kicking a nearby tattered cardboard box in frustration, tugging at his collar in irritation. "Let us go? Those wealthy patrons have been receiving our tribute every month. It's time they contribute their share." Chen Yuange stood at the entrance of the Empire State Building, peering into the profound abyss before him, stifling his curiosity. It was daytime, and the parking garage bustled with vehicles. His spiritual awareness could reach 3,000 meters, but no further. He could not discern the peculiarities of the situation. These individuals were remarkably efficient. They had orchestrated such a setup within an hour, a talent that seemed wasted on mere gang activities. As Chen Yuange scrutinized the footage, he noted that S.H.I.E.L.D had apprehended several informants and, after employing some persuasive methods, extracted the identity of their mastermind. With both testimonial and physical evidence in hand, he felt a sense of righteousness. Surely, they weren't frightened? S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled. They seek notoriety. This slight intimidation is nothing to them. President, they possess that awareness. 2 days later, upon returning home, Chen Yuange discovered someone waiting for him in the backyard. Mr. Chen, I am an assistant from the mayor's office. Mayor Ferdinand is hosting a fundraising gala tonight and would like to extend an invitation for you to attend. Chen Yuange accepted the invitation, pondering briefly before responding. Please convey my gratitude to the mayor for his invitation. I look forward to our meeting. He promptly made a call to arrange for a driver and vehicle through Zhao Yunhua. Sister, would you care to join me as my companion tonight? I'm not going. Those fundraising galas are too superficial for my taste. You could ask S.H.I.E.L.D or her crew instead. Come on, you're part of the entertainment industry. How can you pass on such an event? With you as my big brother, I'm content. Reluctantly, Chen Yuange reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. President, isn't this workplace harassment? Let us pretend I didn't say that. Chen Yuange also declined Chen Yan's suggestion to introduce her friends. At Long Island, in Mayor Ferdinand's South Private Estate, a bustling stream of cars filled the entrance tonight, with most of New York's elite in attendance. After disembarking, Chen Yuange noticed the fiery gazes of passing socialites fixated on him. This was the downside of attending alone, akin to being surrounded by wolves. Ignoring the advances of several debutantes, he strode purposefully toward the villa. Stark has arrived. As Chen Yuange approached the villa's entrance, he was met with a raucous commotion emanating from the estate's gate, where a throng of entertainment journalists encircled an elongated Lincoln. How ostentatious! Chen Yuange disdainfully observed Howard, his meticulously groomed mustache, flanked by 2 stunning beauties as he strode forward. Upon entering the grand hall, he encountered Zhang Yude and the others, exchanging pleasantries before noticing Zhou Qingwei, who was covertly covering her mouth, casting a mischievous glance his way. Yuange, why have you come alone? It would be delightful for my daughter Xinlan to accompany you. She jested. Haha, I am still quite young. Chen Yuange swiftly lifted a nearby champagne flute, taking a sip to divert the conversation. Once Howard entered, his eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Yuange, striding directly toward him. Chapter 61, Conquering Hell's Kitchen. Upon seeing Howard approaching with champagne in hand, Chen Yuange hurried to meet him, prepared to acquiesce to whatever words were forthcoming. The look Zhou Qingwei cast upon her son-in-law was nothing short of terrifying. Chen, you are an exceptional scientist and entrepreneur. I apologize for the unpleasantness during our initial meeting. Chen Yuange subtly clinked glasses with Howard, pondering the man's prideful nature and questioning his sudden appearance merely to apologize for a minor grievance. Such disingenuous flattery often harbors ulterior motives. Mr. Stark, many of my friends regard your accomplishments with admiration, he remarked. Howard smiled, gesturing toward the 2 beauties beside him. Surely, you need no introduction to these illustrious ladies. Of course, I am acquainted with them. Both are acclaimed actresses, Miss Jennifer and Miss Kate. With alluring eyes and captivating gazes, the trio exchanged gentle handshakes as Jennifer and Kate regarded the newest titan of industry, the youngest billionaire in the world, with evident interest. The youth was undeniably handsome, and during their handshake, Kate playfully brushed her fingers against Chen Yuange's palm. Jennifer, with a radiant smile, inquired, Mr. Chen, I hear your sister is studying theatrical performance. My upcoming film features a role that would suit her perfectly. Miss Jennifer, it would be prudent for you to seek my sister's own opinion. I cannot presume to decide for her. We must honor each individual's freedom of choice. After all, Chen Yuange replied. Kate raised her arm, showcasing her pristine complexion. Mr. Chen, your muse perfume is a favorite of ours. You are truly an angel in the hearts of every girl. Chen Yuange, noticing Howard's composure despite the attentiveness of his companions, humbly responded, Miss Kate, you flatter me excessively. I have merely performed inconsequential acts. The 2 actresses grew increasingly intrigued by him, engaging in a lively exchange. Ahem, Chen. I have heard that your orphanage has taken in many children with physical disabilities. Not only have you stabilized their conditions, but you have also healed several of them. As Jennifer and her companions discussed Chen Yuange's compassionate nature and his establishment of a welfare institution, Howard gently cleared his throat, seamlessly interjecting into the conversation. Indeed, we've merely made a modest effort, he remarked. Chen Yuange's spirits lifted. It became apparent that this was his purpose for being here. Had he not sensed their underlying hostility, he might have been tempted to delve into their memories. Chen, a friend of mine has informed me that your Umbrella Corporation has made significant breakthroughs in genetic theory. There is a project that I would like to propose for collaboration. Would you be interested? Chen Yuange's eyes flickered with interest as he raised his champagne flute, clinking it with Howard's. Absolutely. Let us schedule a time to discuss this in my office tomorrow. Excellent. Then let us meet at 9 in the morning. Until tomorrow. As Chen Yuange linked arms with Kate, the stunning beauty, she eagerly took his arm, volunteering to be his companion for the evening. How delightful it was to accept the advances of such a captivating woman. It seemed as though she possessed an innate allure reminiscent of a siren, her smile capable of enchanting anyone. At that moment, a rich baritone resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Mayor Ferdinand stood upon a small stage, raising his champagne glass to invite everyone to join in a toast. Following this, Ferdinand delivered a brief political address, demonstrating his prowess as a seasoned politician, never neglecting to espouse his political beliefs. Given that Mayor Ferdinand and David belonged to the same faction, they could be considered allies, albeit tenuously. Chen Yuange also signed a check for $10,000, signifying his support for the fundraising efforts. Accompanied by Kate, he was introduced to numerous socialites present, marking his formal debut in New York's high society. Behold, our pride of New York, the remarkable young man has arrived. As they approached Ferdinand, the two exchanged handshakes, with Ferdinand extending a warm greeting. Mr. Mayor, you flatter me. I have merely achieved modest accomplishments. Such humility is unbecoming. Chen, allow me to introduce you to someone. Mr. Chen, I am Mike. We apologize for the incident that occurred 2 days ago. It was truly an accident. Chen Yuange did not accept Mike's outstretched hand. Dismissing his overture with a frosty demeanor, his formidable presence momentarily subdued. The onlookers silently acknowledged the young man's commanding aura. An accident? My sister nearly fell victim to a gunman's assault. Tell me, Mike, why do you consider it an accident? Beads of sweat formed on Mike's forehead, and he furtively glanced at Ferdinand, internally cursing. Damn it, having accepted our benefits, you need to speak up. Chen, please calm down. Let us find a place to discuss this properly. It may indeed be a misunderstanding. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Chen Yuange requested that a certain item from his vehicle be brought to him. Mr. Mayor, I find myself in need of a video recorder. The assembly gathered in a conference room, where a servant presented a video recorder and television. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yuange's driver accompanied the servant, delivering a box to Chen Yuange. Mr. Mayor, esteemed guests, please take a moment to observe this. The servant inserted the tape into the video recorder, and all eyes were riveted to the screen. The room was crowded, with Jean Yuda, David, and even Hannah's father's lawyer present. As the footage played, Mr. Newt, Hannah's father, exhibited a range of emotions, furiously pointing at Mike and berating him. Are you attempting to instigate a massacre? In that moment, Mike became the target of collective ire, wiping the sweat from his brow, inwardly cursing the wolf pack for their reckless concealment of such critical information. Ferdinand's expression turned grave. Mr. Mike, kindly elucidate your intentions. You are trampling upon the free will of the United States, employing violence to obstruct the freedom of the press. I, Mr. Chen, Mr. Newt. The New York City government will not condone such violence. We owe the citizens a just resolution. Newt's countenance remained somewhat aggrieved, and Chen Yuange offered his apologies, acknowledging that Newt's beloved daughter worked in his company and deserved an explanation. After the apologies, he turned to Ferdinand. Mr. Mayor, I propose that the city government permit Umbrella to develop Hell's Kitchen, as this area has adversely affected the beautiful image of New York City, has it not? Mr. Chen's proposal was well received, and the mayor responded, New York welcomes every investor, and I believe that under Umbrella stewardship, Hell's Kitchen will experience a renaissance. The two shook hands, solidifying the agreement. As for Mike, what could he say? With the existence of the videotape, the people he represented would have to swallow their bitter pill, relinquishing the land rights of Hell's Kitchen at a low price to quell Chen Yuange's anger. Chapter 62. The Super Soldier Program. Having deftly secured the development rights to Hell's Kitchen, Chen Yuange approached Uncle Newt. Newt, Hannah will be celebrating her 20th birthday next year, and I would like to gift her an apartment building in Hell's Kitchen. Consider it an early birthday present. Newt, taken aback at the mention of an apartment building, found himself in a quandary. To refuse felt too painful, yet accepting such a lavish gift seemed excessive. He was torn. Haha, my friend, accept it. This lad is wealthy. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhang Yuda, noticing Newt's internal struggle, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Very well. I shall express Hannah's gratitude for your generous gift. With matters settled, as they sat in the Rolls-Royce, Kate scrutinized Chen Yuange intently. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home. She provided her address in the Upper East Side. Chen, might I consider purchasing a property in Hell's Kitchen? Certainly. I shall announce the development plan next week. You have 5 days remaining. Kate leaped forward, planting a kiss on Chen Yuange's cheek, wrapping her arms tightly around his. The Rolls-Royce soon arrived at the foot of the apartment building, and Kate placed her hand on the car door, poised to open it. I have premium coffee at my place. Would you care to join me for a cup? Does the coffee contain milk? I prefer it with a generous amount. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Howard sat in Chen Yuange's office, wearing a man's smile. It seems you enjoyed a splendid evening last night. Likewise. The two exchanged knowing smiles before assuming a more serious demeanor, lifting their coffee cups as if partaking in an afternoon tea. After taking a sip, Howard retrieved a document from his briefcase. Chen Yuange accepted the document and swiftly scanned it, finishing it in no time. Super Soldier Program. Success Case. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Original data. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Current data. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Speed, 9 ms. Bench press, 150 t. Chen Yuange feigned surprise, shaking the document as he remarked, Howard, are you certain this isn't fabricated? Howard shook his head. What do you think? But I heard that Captain America sacrificed himself 8 years ago, somewhere in the Arctic, right? Howard's expression turned somber. Indeed, we have been striving to recover his remains. The nation wishes for its soldiers to return home. Chen Yuange tapped the document. That does not concern me. Why have you sought me out? This information must be classified. How could you show it to me so freely? Howard's ability to present this material indicated his willingness to cooperate. Thus, the initiative did not lie with him. We have only succeeded in one case. Subsequent research has essentially failed. That cannot be right. Since you succeeded once, what happened to the data from that time? Were you merely fortunate? Howard, agitated, loosened his tie, exasperated by the young man's incessant remarks. No, the serum developed by Dr. Erskine was successful. But that experiment met with an unfortunate incident. The doctor was assassinated, and all records were destroyed. The Super Soldier Program ultimately retained only Steve as a viable product. Now that you no longer possess Captain America, do you expect me to recreate him from this meager document? Are you jesting? Chen Yuange feigned anger, patting the file on the table, signaling Howard not to take him lightly. Do not be hasty. Although Captain America is no longer with us, we still possess a batch of his blood samples. I can provide you with a sample in hopes that, with the technology of Umbrella, we might restore Dr. Erskine's serum formula. So it is, then, a pleasant collaboration. After shaking hands with Howard, Chen Yuange discreetly plucked 2 strands of hair from his shoulder as he escorted him out of the company. He yearned to uncover Howard's true identity. The whispers of Captain America had reached him through newspapers, broadcasts, and textbooks alike. The research materials were undoubtedly classified military documents, even if their secrecy had diminished. Howard's ability to procure a blood sample from Captain America and approach him for collaboration brazenly indicated that he was far more than a mere arms dealer. Upon returning to his office, Chen Yuange shut the door and began to piece together Howard's past. The Bureau of Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics? What a ludicrously long name. He cradled his chin, realizing that Howard was the founder of a covert organization. The organization's title encompassed all conceivable domains of authority, strategy, defense, attack, and logistics. Furthermore, they operated under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, bestowing upon them considerable power, akin to the 5 notorious overlords of the West. Should he consider infiltrating this organization with Sybil and her team for additional compensation? Given Howard's established identity as an official, it suggested that this collaboration posed no significant risk. It was increasingly evident that their research had likely hit a dead end. Otherwise, they would not have sought out a Chinese individual like him so readily. In the afternoon, at the Umbrella Biological Research Institute, Mr. Chen, I am Nick Fury. tasked with overseeing this transfer. Nick Fury, with his right hand handcuffed to a briefcase, was flanked by two suited men. After verifying identities, Chen Yuange signed and accepted the briefcase. Was Howard attempting to flex his muscles? These three were clearly elite agents, and there were likely eyes from the Institute among them. Chen Yuange scanned his surroundings. As long as they bore no hostility towards him, he had no interest in uncovering these spies. After all, the most critical projects were ones he conducted alone at the farm. He wouldn't mourn for the Institute should it explode. Let me see what secrets lie within this Captain America's blood. Chen Yuange peered through the electron microscope at a droplet of blood, scrutinizing its genetic structure. Upon finishing his examination, he instinctively grasped the glass vial containing the blood sample, carefully attuning himself to its essence. This was human DNA, devoid of any extraordinary genes. He paced back and forth, noting that the primary distinction between Captain America's genes and those of an ordinary person was merely the optimization of structure, manifesting in enhanced cellular strength, muscular fibers, and even the density of bones, all reaching the limits dictated by his genetic makeup. In essence, although Captain America has reached the physical zenith of human capability, with strength, speed, and endurance far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, he remains, at his core, 100% human, untouched by any extraneous genetic interference. Chen Yuange endeavored to reverse engineer a genetic optimization equation from the genetic structure contained within this blood sample. The dilemma, however, lies in his ignorance of the serum's mechanism of action. He is unaware of the substances that guide this process, rendering him incapable of validating the equation through observational means. Chapter 63. The Solar Staircase. At this juncture, Chen Yuange can at least ascertain one fact. Howard and his associates cannot possibly possess direct operational techniques at the genetic level. Their current medical theories linger at the macromolecular level, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the functions of most enzymes within the human body. According to Howard's statements, the serum developed by Dr. Erskine is capable of mass-producing super soldiers. Even if Dr. Erskine is no longer alive and his research materials have been destroyed, it stands to reason that he must have left behind some theoretical framework. As a scientist, having achieved such results, one would undoubtedly seek to formulate a theory. Yet, Howard and his team seem utterly oblivious to this, which is patently illogical. Might it be possible? Chen Yuange instinctively directed his suspicions toward the realm of the extraordinary, pondering whether Erskine was a sorcerer or merely a fortunate individual who had unwittingly encountered the extraordinary domain. The technology Chen Yuange currently possesses in the field of genetics is limited to superficial alterations, such as changing hair or skin color, as well as remedying various congenital physical defects through genetic repair, since the genes requiring modification have established references. For instance, to transform black hair into blonde, one would simply modify according to the genetic template for blonde hair. In the Voidless Truth Sutra, there exists a rejuvenation technique, which stimulates cellular division through energy, thereby restoring health. He has developed an advanced version based on this rejuvenation technique, known as the immortal body of S.H.I.E.L.D, which allows even a single cell to replicate and create a complete body. This is feasible because the genetic template for the human body is inherently present within human cells. As long as energy is supplied, the cells will continuously replicate until they ultimately conform to that template. Whether it be genetic repair or the immortal body of S.H.I.E.L.D, neither represents creation ex nihilo. Captain America, as the culmination of the super soldier program, signifies a breakthrough from nothingness to existence, transcending his innate genetic template. This realization will greatly aid his further understanding of human genetics. The crux of the matter does not lie within this blood sample, but rather in Dr. Erskine. Only by unraveling the serum's formula can one repeatedly observe the genetic optimization process and ultimately grasp its underlying principles. Howard and his companion currently share merely a collaborative relationship, not yet friends, rendering it inappropriate for him to inquire directly about the life of Dr. Erskine. The two are not adversaries. Yet it would be unseemly to delve into Howard's memories. Intruding upon someone's private thoughts is an undeniably perverse act. Chen Yuange found himself compelled to shadow Howard, and soon enough, he stumbled upon a photograph of Dr. Erskine in an archive, deducing the location of his grave. Who would have thought that one day I would personally excavate someone's south resting place? Chen Yuange could only reassure himself that this was a sacrifice made for the advancement of science. Behold, the remains of the doctor. Fortunately, an ordinary man, which would simplify matters. Abraham Erskine, by decree, return your spirit. A chilling wind arose, swirling around the bones. Chen Yuange, fingers deftly forming a spell, awaited the convergence of Erskine's thoughts. Scattered across the void during his lifetime, there was no way he wished to summon Erskine's spirit directly, whether in heaven or hell. Such entities were beyond his current capabilities. As the saying goes, footprints are left behind by passing geese. As long as an ordinary person is alive, their thoughts will continuously disperse into the ether. Provided that one is not forgotten, there remains a chance to retrieve their thoughts. Surely, the formula for the super soldier serum must be one of Erskine's most profound memories, a thought unlikely to fade into oblivion. Suddenly, the bones sat upright in the coffin. An alarming sight amidst the quiet of the night and the howling northern winds of the cemetery. Chen Yuange, unfazed, directly inquired, Dr. Erskine, what is the formula for the super soldier serum? The skull emitted a series of unsettling clicks. Not this thought. Chen Yuange persevered in his questioning. These thoughts were as fragile as bubbles, bursting upon contact. Only when a thought anchored itself to the bones could he extract the memories contained within. Finally, he awaited eagerly. After 2 long hours, he obtained the answer. Doctor, I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Yuange restored Erskine's grave to its original state, fortifying the coffin with protective runes against pests and moisture, offering a modicum of restitution. The primary ingredient of the formula derives from something called the sun ladder. I have never heard of such a thing. The other components of the formula were synthetic compounds, yet the primary ingredient was extracted from the flowers of the sun ladder. This sun ladder was a highly toxic flower obtained by Hydra from the ruins of the Dibia tribe in West Africa. According to the records, Dr. Erskine was once a member of this organization, which was ultimately dismantled by Captain America. However, after witnessing the brutal human experimentation conducted by Hydra on a massive scale, he switched allegiances to the Allies. I wonder if such sun ladder still exists in that place. What a predicament. In Erskine's memory, when the sun ladder was discovered at the ruins of the Dibia tribe, the area was merely a small fragment. During that experiment conducted by Captain America, only the last portion of the material was utilized. It is no wonder that he could not derive any theories. After all, he was merely a laborer of nature. Chen Yuange felt as though he were peeling an onion. After removing one layer, another awaited beneath. Just when he finally obtained the formula, he found himself compelled to seek that elusive sun ladder at the Dibia tribe ruins in West Africa. With the matter now at such a critical juncture, Chen Yuange was determined not to relinquish his quest. After all, it was simply a flower he sought, akin to a leisurely journey. An impromptu adventure awaited. Due to the lack of a specific address, direct transportation was unfeasible. The great mass would carry him forth, and with this form, he could traverse thousands of miles. Riding the winds, harnessing the planet's magnetic field, he soared swiftly through the skies, silent as a beam of light slicing through the vast expanse. 1 Mach, 2 Mach, accelerating further and further. Suddenly, a colossal, blazing fireball erupted on the horizon, coming into his view. From New York to Africa, he journeyed eastward, where the sun had already risen. Chen Yuange halted, standing upon the boundless sea, where sky and ocean met indistinguishably. The brilliance of the sun dispelling the mist between heaven and earth. Such a sunrise evoked only profound emotion, rather than the terrifying majesty of the supreme sun from an elevated dimension. After witnessing the magnificent sunrise, Chen Yuange continued his flight, soon catching sight of land in the distance. He gently descended at the Dibia tribe ruins, his feet touching the water's surface. Glancing around, he beheld a lush expanse of jungle and marshland. Time had transformed the sea into a land of vegetation, obscuring human traces. How did Hydra find such a desolate locale? It had turned into a swamp, explaining its status as ruins. Chen Yuange's primordial energy surged, shattering the venomous insects that fell from the trees. Chapter 64. The Sun Ladder 2. His spiritual essence scanned the rainforest, and soon he discovered the entrance to a cave nestled within the marsh. With the orb of light technique, past images unfolded within a radiant moon. Chen Yuange beheld a well-equipped band of warriors arriving in the early 1930s. Among them a youthful Erskine. At that time, this place was merely an ordinary highland within the rainforest. The leader of Hydra, a lanky man, stood before the cave with a diary in hand. They set up camp and began to explore the cave. It was a cavern 50 meters deep, with an entrance that sloped downward, featuring a simple stone staircase. The Hydra members cleared vines, vanquished countless venomous snakes, and ultimately arrived at an underground chamber. This cave bears unmistakable signs of artificial modification, with a sacrificial altar at its center. The Hydra's members discovered 18 blossoms radiating a gentle luminescence known as the sun's ladder upon this altar. The leader of Hydra, exhilarated, raised a triumphant arm, prompting the team to rush forward to collect soil samples and capture photographs. Nearby the rainforest, they apprehended a group of individuals for experimentation, unveiling the horrific toxicity and the formidable power that could render living beings instantly potent. Just as they reveled in their findings, attempting to cultivate more of the sun's ladder, the rainy season arrived, unleashing a deluge that obliterated the riverbanks and submerged everything. Ultimately, only Erskine and the leader survived. The following year, they returned with a larger contingent, equipped with motorboats and cumbersome diving suits, eager to explore the cave once more. However, this expedition concluded hastily, and in the ensuing years, Hydra's members returned repeatedly, only to depart in disappointment, until eventually, no one dared return. Chen Yuange withdrew from the visual display, feeling compelled to examine the altar personally, as it piqued his interest. It was not an ordinary construct, and the sun's ladder indeed seemed extraordinary. Approaching the cave's entrance, the murky swamp waters parted before him. Soon, he beheld the altar, and with a gesture, he commanded, "Transform mud into stone." For stone pillars rose from the ground to encircle the altar, their surfaces shimmering as the water-repelling talisman took effect, quickly draining the surrounding water and rendering the area dry once more. With this newfound comfort, Chen Yuange ascended to the altar, which was pyramid-shaped, approximately 10 meters high. Its apex flattened, and each side adorned with steps uniformly punctuated by pits, where the sun's ladder was cultivated. As he circled the altar, brushing away the accumulated mud, he scrutinized the intricately carved stone murals. The first depicted a throng of diminutive figures kneeling before a colossal silhouette in the sky. The aura emanating from the artwork was profoundly ancient, hinting at a history of at least 5,000 years. Though the strokes were simple, the murals vividly captured a series of events from the distant past, detailing the encounters of the Dabaya tribe with a giant deity. His fingers traced the lines, slowly absorbing the ancient essence contained within. 5 millennia ago, a giant descended from the heavens, gracing this venerable land. According to the inscriptions, the giant bestowed a single sun's ladder upon the Dabaya tribe, who then cultivated it, consuming its blossoms to become formidable warriors. At that moment, Chen Yuange yearned to behold the true visage of the giant, yet his instincts warned him of severe repercussions should he pursue that desire. After briefly admiring the murals, a question arose. Why did the Dabaya tribe abandon their sacred site? It became clear that the tribe's members had transformed into powerful warriors by directly consuming the petals of the sun's ladder. Observing their actions, Chen Yuange surmised the dire fate that awaited them. As anticipated, those who dared to directly consume the sun's stairway had a survival rate that was nearly non-existent, with most succumbing to bodily disintegration. Only individuals of exceptional physical prowess stood a chance of enduring, emerging as formidable warriors. This harsh reality perpetuated a stagnation in the population of the Dabaya tribe, which remained at a persistently low level. Furthermore, this tribe clung to primitive fishing and hunting practices, lacking even a written language. The resultant low productivity rendered it impossible to sustain a larger populace, with the entire tribe comprising no more than 1,000 souls. By the 19th century, during a contest for tribal leadership, a defeated contender, unwilling to accept his fate, executed a surprise attack during a tribal sacrificial ceremony. Seizing the moment when the tribal shaman unveiled the stone platform, he consumed a petal from the sun's stairway embedded within. The vanquished did not perish immediately. Instead, he transformed into a grotesque creature, devouring the entirety of his tribe. Chen Yuange discerned that this individual had undergone partial genetic optimization, yet, due to an insufficiency of energy, he acted according to instinct, leading to his consumption of all his kin. Ultimately, as this defeated one surged out of the cavern in search of more human prey, he collapsed at the cave's entrance, utterly disintegrating. The sacrificial rites of the Dabaya tribe were attended by all, culminating in the dramatically tragic demise of the tribe. Standing atop the altar, Chen Yuange gazed at the surface beneath him. The altar's top was adorned with simple engravings, and as he placed his fingers upon it, his magical energy began to shift in nature. With a resounding crack, a stone platform slowly emerged from the ground, hollow in the center, cradling a flower that radiated blinding light. The petals shimmered with a captivating luminescence, drawing one's spirit closer with prolonged observation. This flower was alive. Chen Yuange reached in, and as he grasped the flower's stem, its roots immediately coiled around his right hand. With a sharp sound, the roots of the sun's stairway, covered in countless minute cilia resembling serrated edges, relentlessly sliced into Chen Yuange's skin. Hungry, the sun's stairway, in its primitive consciousness, conveyed its yearning. Chen Yuange chuckled in disbelief, flicking the stem with his left hand. How amusing. If an ordinary person were to encounter you, they'd be drained to a husk. Since you are famished, let us indulge you today. Chen Yuange continuously infused his magical power into the roots. I wish to see how much you can consume. His magical essence was of a remarkably high caliber, and after half an hour, the roots of the sun's stairway released his right hand, the petals contracting and swaying as if inebriated. Sated, what a waste. After merely half an hour, you are already incapable. Chen Yuange extracted the sun's stairway from the stone platform, and before departing, unleashed a bolt of shadowy thunder, obliterating all that remained in this place. Chen Yuange casually crafted a flower pot and placed the sun ladder within it. As he prepared to add some nutrient soil, he suddenly noticed that the roots of the flower had already unfurled, astonishingly floating within the pot. Remarkably, it appeared that the roots could extend into different dimensions, absorbing energy from them. Chen Yuange marveled at this discovery, observing that each root connected to a different dimension, indiscriminately drawing in energy. He deftly inscribed a runic combination upon the stone platform, enveloping the sun ladder, causing its roots to retract. It became evident that the stone platform served this very purpose. Once the seal was lifted, the roots of the sun ladder unfurled once more. Chapter 65. The procedures are legal upon returning to New York. The east coast of North America had already basked in the morning sunlight. In the underground laboratory on the second basement level of his farm, Chen Yuange organized a room, placing the sun ladder inside and allowing it to float freely. This space was a semi-dimension, ensuring the sun ladder remained stationary and safe from misplacement. Time passed swiftly, and as night fell, Chen Yuange returned to observe that, as he had anticipated, the petals that had previously retracted had now blossomed. He then noticed the fine branches on the roots. Due to self-reproduction, these branches were, in fact, juvenile forms. The sun ladder sensed his presence, shaking its leaves and emitting a stronger consciousness. Hungry, Chen Yuange was in urgent need of the primary material for serum, so he decided to set up a formation to accelerate the energy absorption of the sun ladder. Once the formation was established, a rich energy enveloped the roots of the sun ladder. To the naked eye, the branches on the roots began to swell, and soon 9 juvenile sun ladders emerged. The juvenile sun ladders detached from the mother plant, floating around it. Chen Yuange picked one, and as he had expected, the root absorption capacity of the juvenile sun ladder was quite minimal. In the ordinary environment of Earth, the juvenile sun ladder would require 300 years to mature. This also explained why, a century after the disappearance of the Dubai tribe, Erskine and his companions were still collecting the same batch of juvenile specimens. Before long, having gathered all the necessary materials, 3 vials of serum appeared in his hands. He left behind 6 juvenile specimens because Erskine had only distilled the entire flower without understanding which substances were effective. Chen Yuange picked up a vial of serum, and the current issue was that someone needed to take the serum to verify its mechanism of action. Throughout the serum preparation process, he had memorized the molecular binding sequences. Only through human experimentation could he discern which molecules were active. Then, based on these molecules, he could deduce the effective components within the extract, ensuring the serum produced was safe. Everything was prepared, only the final piece was missing. By a stroke of fate, in just a few days, he will possess a batch of experimental subjects. Initially intended for genetic modification, they will now be utilized to test the serum. Well, that has settled then. Look, everyone. The morning newspaper headlines declare that the rights to Hell's Kitchen have been acquired by Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella? ISNT, that the perfume company? They are indeed affluent now. But can they truly develop Hell's Kitchen? I doubt it. You are correct. That place is home to addicts, alcoholics, gamblers, fugitives, and the destitute. How could they possibly manage it? A valid point. Early in the morning, the streets of New York and the subway are filled with weary workers clutching their coffees, perusing newspapers and discussing the state of affairs. The consensus is unfavorable towards Umbrella Corporation's approach. The company is too youthful, having risen too swiftly, lacking any solid foundation. How could they contend with the denizens of Hell's Kitchen? The Wild Wolves gang's leaders sit despondently on the sofa. Their income has plummeted drastically over the past 2 weeks, with merchandise unsold and relying solely on meager profits from their drinks. In the world of gangs, who isn't living for today, spending every dime as if there's no tomorrow, now they find themselves devoid of funds. Should they take to the streets to rob? In Hell's Kitchen, which gang lacks firearms? Attempting to rob them could very well lead to a fatal encounter. Boss Dukin, what should we do? Blood Wolf Dukin slammed his hand on the table. What should we do? Have you not seen how much weight Johnny has lost? Everyone wore a frown. In this life of crime, who isn't motivated by money? Without it, who in their right mind would engage in gang life? It would be better to grow corn in Texas. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Johnny answered. Boss, trouble is brewing. Someone is attempting to demolish our bar. They've already pushed the door. Damn it, who dares to tear down Johnny's bar? Brothers, let's go. The leaders were already in a sour mood. But now they learned that someone had the audacity to dismantle their bar. The smoldering anger within them was instantly ignited, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed, and they rushed out of the room. At the entrance of the Wild Rose Bar, Sybil, clad in a black coat, was flanked by 3 squads of 18 armed security personnel. Each guard was equipped to the teeth, had it not been for their black uniforms adorned with the umbrella emblem. Passers-by might have mistaken them for an elite unit of the 1st Cavalry Division. In front of them, the construction company's excavator had commenced the demolition of the bar's entrance. Halt! What authority does Umbrella Corporation have to demolish my bar? The leaders of the Wild Wolves gang, accompanied by dozens of their members, arrived at the scene. Furious and ready for confrontation, they instinctively placed their hands on their waists, but upon seeing the armed security standing guard, their resolve faltered. Satan! They actually equipped the M2 machine guns. A cadre groaned helplessly. Is this truly a battlefield? You must be Mr. Johnny. I am John from the legal department of Umbrella Corporation. Here are our documents. Trust me, all our procedures are entirely legitimate. Johnny stumbled. Lost in despair, they have betrayed us. Blood Wolf Dukin, with reddened eyes, steadied Johnny and said with bitterness, Brother, what shall we do? Are we to fight? No. Johnny replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at the menacing security personnel and the 2 M2 heavy machine guns mounted atop the vehicle. There was an M2 in his bedroom as well, but should he dare to wield it on the streets, the NYPD would undoubtedly end his life. Yet, a colossal corporation like Umbrella could brazenly set up such weaponry in broad daylight. Who, then, is the true master of this nation? Johnny understood all too well that those who controlled the major corporations were the true kings without crowns of North America, far more so than his brainless subordinates. With a firm pat on Blood Wolf Dukin's shoulder, he declared, We must leave. NYPD, listen, members of the Wild Wolf gang, kneel and cover your heads. A throng of police officers surged from around the corner, encircling all members of the Wild Wolf gang. The leading detective was a familiar face to Johnny and his companions. The faces of the Wild Wolf gang's cadres turned pale as they prepared to flee, only to discover their escape routes were completely blocked. Johnny, we are the organized crime unit of the NYPD. You are charged with murder, drug trafficking, illegal arms dealing, and human trafficking, among other offenses. Come with us for a moment. Umbrella. In an instant, Johnny comprehended who was orchestrating today's events. Only the Umbrella Corporation possessed such power to orchestrate it all. Is this truly the master of this nation? A similar scene unfolded in different corners of Hell's Kitchen, shocking all its inhabitants, whether ordinary citizens or street thugs, who trembled in anticipation of Umbrella's judgment to come. Chapter 66. The Secret of the Serum Boss. Our prison has detained over 300 serious offenders. It is nearly at capacity. Zhao Yunlong called to inform Chen Yuange that the private prison they had acquired was now full. Full? More than 300? Well, that should suffice. The call ended. Should suffice? What is the boss planning? The NYPD had recently apprehended a large number of gang members in Hell's Kitchen, with much of the evidence collected by Sybil alongside Alicia. Alicia's presence was a devastating weapon against these gangs. She could effortlessly unearth their hidden ledgers and criminal hideouts. After several consecutive days of operation, not only did they secure evidence that persuaded the New York Police Department to deploy forces, but they also honed Alicia's experience in clandestine activities. Prior to the large-scale apprehension, Chen Yuange had urgently acquired a private prison specifically to detain serious offenders, thereby ensuring a steady source of experimental subjects. At the Umbrella private prison, the blood wolf Dukin was tightly bound by restraints, his mouth gagged to stifle any cries for help. As the gurney glided over the smooth floor, Dukin perceived it as a vehicle spiraling down to hell. Despite his fearsome reputation on the streets, he desperately attempted to convey a plea for mercy. Ultimately, the gurney halted at the entrance of a room. Upon the door being opened, Dukin caught a glimpse of numerous instruments within. In that moment, the thought of being subjected to dissection crossed his mind. You are overthinking. This is your fortune. Soon you shall be grateful to me. An Asian man approached the gurney, seemingly aware of Dukin's thoughts. I thank you and your entire family. Dukin seethed, recognizing the individual as Chen Yuange, the chairman of Umbrella Corporation. Enough talk, let us begin. Chen Yuange lifted Dukin's body and placed him onto the experimental table. He then produced a serum and administered an injection, causing the runes on the surface of the table to illuminate. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though his flesh was being shattered and reassembled, steam rising from the surface of Dukin's body. In that moment, his agony was indescribable. His eyes bulged with rage as he emitted a tortured howl. Chen Yuange swiftly identified the effective molecules at play. The formula for Erskine's super soldier serum involved the distillation and extraction of the sun stairs, resulting in a complex extract. After numerous experiments, Erskine developed a series of compounds that neutralized the harmful molecules within the extract. One must not underestimate Dr. Erskine. They had obtained 18 batches of the sun stairs, and excluding waste, he managed to create suitable compounds to mitigate the extract's dangers from limited materials. Your consciousness remains intact? Chen Yuange mused, noting the intensity of Dukin's pain. At such a degree, one would expect the body to trigger its self-protective mechanisms and lose consciousness immediately. Ignoring Dukin's hateful glare, Chen Yuange marveled as he approached Dukin's head. Lowering himself, he met Dukin's furious gaze. Do you despise me so? You, a societal scum, are privileged to receive treatment akin to that of Captain America. No, even better, as I personally designed the runes for you, providing an endless supply of energy. Captain America harnesses the power of electricity, and I personally oversee the operations. Your circumstances surpass his by a considerable margin. Blood wolf Dukin remains fixated on him, akin to a solitary wolf poised to strike. Chen Yuange keenly senses that after being provoked by his words, blood wolf Dukin's hatred swells, causing his soul to surge in strength. I have discerned the true purpose of the energy within the sun ladder. It serves to amplify the soul, perfectly aligning with the profound principle of the synergy between essence, energy, and spirit. Chen Yuange lowers his gaze, coldly observing the bloodshot eyes of Blood Wolf Dukin. Blood Wolf Dukin, the most ruthless executioner of Hell's Kitchen. Your subordinates, and even your enemies would scarcely believe that the merciless and cold-blooded Blood Wolf harbors a lover. Your child is quite adorable. Is her name Molly? Oh, do you wish to speak? As Chen Yuange's eyes flicker, the gag from Blood Wolf Dukin's mouth flies away. You wretched dog, how dare you touch my Molly? I shall flay you alive. You harbor hatred towards me? Do you wish to kill me? Do you not feel utterly powerless? Embrace this power, feel it, master it. A thunderous howl erupts as Blood Wolf Dukin's absorption of energy accelerates, the force surging into his body like a torrential river. Fortunately, the room is fortified with a barrier. What would happen if your cries attracted curious onlookers? Blood Wolf Dukin's height of 1.75 meters rapidly stretches and expands, transforming into a small giant of 2 meters. With a crack, the resilient restraints snap, and Blood Wolf Dukin leaps off the experimental platform. A punch is unleashed, akin to a mountain collapsing, a rift tearing through the earth, generating a fierce wind as it hurtles towards Chen Yuange's face. The specially crafted restraints have indeed broken. Did you evolve bone blades to free yourself? Bang! The collision of fists creates a tempestuous gale. This cannot be allowed. This room is filled with the experimental apparatus I meticulously crafted. If you damage them, you shall not be able to compensate. Chen Yuange, with his left hand, swiftly intercepts Blood Wolf Dukin's fist, while his right hand weaves through incantations, conjuring a barrier that encircles the two of them. Too slow, far too slow. Fool. Strength originates from the core. Have you not eaten? Blood Wolf Dukin's punches come with increasing ferocity, the shrieking winds roaring like a high-speed train racing through the room. Chen Yuange, with his left hand behind him, effortlessly catches each of Bloodwolf Dukin's blows with his right. Each punch carries a force of 100 tons. Yet this is merely due to the drastic transformation of his physique, preventing him from unleashing his full might. With each punch he intercepts, a surge of magical power infiltrates, continually adjusting Bloodwolf Dukin's technique. 120 tons, 150 tons. Ultimately, his maximum strength stabilizes at 190 tons, unable to increase further. A modicum stronger than Captain America, which is quite reasonable, considering the inherent physical attributes of his body far surpass those of Captain America. Bloodwolf Dukin's punching speed began to wane. It appeared he was surveying his surroundings, seemingly contemplating an escape. As my experimental subject, you are now the private property of Umbrella. Thinking of fleeing? In that case, allow me to augment your predicament. Locking eyes with Bloodwolf Dukin, an illusion materialized in his mind. Daddy, save me. Bloodwolf Dukin's heart jolted. Impossible. How could Molly be in his grasp? Whereunto they engaged in battle? Daddy. Molly's frail form hung limply in Chen Yuange's hands. No, I want you to suffer 1,000 tortures. Chapter 67. The terrifying radiance of the universe, Molly's demise. This is the extent of your resolve? Chen Yuange quickly discerned that upon witnessing his daughter's death, Bloodwolf Dukin erupted with fury, finally pushing his strength to the 200-ton threshold. Yet, after a prolonged assault without success, he began to conserve his energy, contemplating escape once more. Ultimately, he was nothing more than a street thug, selfish and opportunistic, embodying the very essence of scum. Chen Yuange pressed a hand down, pinning Bloodwolf Dukin to the floor. The two bursts of power followed by failure profoundly shook the once confident Bloodwolf Dukin. His gaze upon Chen Yuange was akin to that of a soul staring into the abyss of hell. His body floated up, landing upon the operating table, where a sharp scalpel sliced open his chest. Chen Yuange examined the internal organs before suturing them back together. There were no significant mutations in the bodily tissues, save for the bone blades on his arms. No anomalous genes were found within his DNA. After reviewing the blood samples, Chen Yuange inspected the sutured chest once more. The recovery capacity was 20 times that of an ordinary person, not too shabby. Within just half an hour, the wound had formed a scab, and in another hour, it should be healed. Contemplating this problem, will a binary linear equation yield a solution? After a moment of silence, Chen Yuange shook his head in resignation. It seemed that although the serum had enhanced his memory, it failed to elevate his comprehension, merely evolving the hardware without addressing the software issues. In this world, the most precious asset remains insight. Lacking this, one is destined to remain merely a brute. Nevertheless, even a useless tool can be of some utility. Chen Yuange discarded him into a nearby cabinet and picked up the phone, instructing those outside to send another one over. Throughout the afternoon, 3 rounds of serum experimentation yielded results that largely satisfied him. He had discerned the effective substances within the solar ladder, and on this foundation, he could concoct a new generation of safe and perfect supersoldier serum. With this, he could scale up and cultivate a reliable team. During the course of the experiment, the intricate relationship among essence, energy, and spirit was elucidated, propelling advancements in genetic theory. He had already discerned the method for genetic optimization. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, amidst profound silence, Chen Yuange was accompanied by 3 expressionless giants as they descended to the second subterranean level of the Empire State Building. Since half a month ago, when Lady Gao of the Hand and Association escaped from him at the cost of her corporeal integrity, the principal members of the organization had vanished without a trace. Coincidentally, Umbrella had allied with the New York Police Department, effectively obliterating the major underground factions in New York. This unexpected turn of events significantly boosted Mayor Ferdinand's approval ratings within the city, marking an unforeseen triumph. In the past fortnight, this chamber had seen no visitors. Even the 3 miners at the pit's bottom had not emerged. Chen Yuange speculated about their current condition, only to perceive a state of chaos. The miners existed in a liminal state, neither alive nor dead, shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for Howard's earlier collaboration, which granted him access to the super soldier serum, he would have remained unaware of how to probe this cavern. He personally dared not descend. The Bloodwolf Dukin and his cohorts had already been transformed into puppets, whom he intended to employ for reconnaissance. With his thoughts guiding the puppets, he seized a tower crane and descended. plummeting 100 meters before spotting another crane suspended from a beam below. It appeared that the Hand and Association had installed a crane every 100 meters. 100, 300, 700, 1,500 meters. Looking upwards, the cave entrance had shrunk to the size of a bowl, an unfathomable darkness enveloping his mind. An ordinary person would have succumbed to madness by now. At a depth of 3,000 meters, he pondered the dangers that lay further below. The puppet halted on the 3,000-meter beam, peering downward into an abyss of profound darkness, devoid of any light source. It was impossible to discern anything with the naked eye. Reaching to his waist, he tossed a glowing stick into the void. After a minute, Chen Yuange could not help but curse under his breath. Had the Hand and Association lost their sanity? They had excavated a cavern 8,800 meters deep. This audacious undertaking ignited an even greater curiosity within Chen Yuange. He was particularly eager to uncover what lay beneath, compelling the Hand and Association to dig such a profound chasm. Did they truly believe they could unearth a passage to hell? The puppet continued its descent, the temperature plummeting to around 0 degrees. Evidently, the crust here was thick, situated far from the magma layer, for otherwise, the temperature would only rise. After 5 minutes, he finally reached the cavern's bottom. Looking up, the entrance resembled a pinhole. A considerable pile of stones was heaped in the corner, presumably prepared for removal. But where were the 3 miners? He had not seen them emerge in the past fortnight. Why was there nothing here? Only a final segment of the tower crane's rope remained, its end appearing as though it had succumbed to decay. What transpired here? The puppet crouched down and struck the ground, revealing ordinary basalt. Drawing forth a tactical dagger, it plunged the blade deep until the handle was submerged. With a twist of the wrist, it made several cuts, extracting a chunk of stone. Since the Hand and Society possessed cultivators of Lady Gao's caliber, they undoubtedly had access to formidable weapons. Excavating a layer 10 centimeters thick and transporting the stone would require an hour for a round trip. Considering rest periods, they must have labored for at least 30 years, truly a testament to their perseverance. If one were to factor in the construction time frame of the Empire State Building, the undertaking likely commenced even earlier. Instinctively channeling the puppet's internal magical energy, the puppet executed the circular light technique. Just as the magic surged forth, an unexpected calamity unfolded. A dazzling brilliance erupted from thin air, sweeping across the puppet's form. First, its garments, then its very body. Chen Yuange watched in astonishment as the puppet aged and decayed, until even the ashes of its decomposition vanished without a trace. Only Chen Yuange's thoughts lingered, adrift in emptiness. This must be the cosmic light recorded in the texts. At the cave's entrance, Chen Yuange simultaneously sensed that horrific moment, now pacing back and forth in a daze. In that fleeting instant, he personally experienced the helplessness of rapid aging. Had it not been for his primordial spirit's longevity, he feared his thoughts would have dissipated alongside the puppet. No wonder. No wonder. Chen Yuange repeatedly muttered no wonder, before taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. It was no surprise that the 3 miners appeared neither alive nor dead, unable to unravel their circumstances. And what was the Hand and Society's purpose? They had undoubtedly excavated this cavern for more than 30 years, with such a fearsome cosmic light. Countless lives must have been sacrificed in the process. It was no wonder that a perfectly capable god practitioner resorted to selling powder. She must require a multitude of ordinary people to dig. Yet, one could now ascertain that magical energy triggers the cosmic light. Could the cosmic light appear at random? Chapter 68. This treasure is fated for me. The terror of the cosmic light did not deter Chen Yuange. Rather, it ignited an even greater intrigue within him. Did the Hand and Society possess knowledge of what lay hidden beneath, related to the cosmic light? Could it be a treasure of time? He sequentially dispatched the remaining 2 puppets, and after conducting tests, it became evident that whether through magical or arcane energy, any manifestation of extraordinary power would give birth to the cosmic light from the void. Should I also emulate the Hand and Society, sending ordinary people to excavate? Judging by the fate of those 3 miners, it seemed likely that the cosmic light could indeed manifest at random. If one were to employ ordinary individuals for excavation, it would necessitate the transformation of the inmates within Black Fortress Prison, introducing them in batches to dig. It is likely that even this would prove insufficient. A mass deployment would raise suspicions, drawing the attention of individuals like Howard. Given his discerning nature, he would undoubtedly recognize the true purpose of Black Fortress Prison, to supply experimental subjects for the Umbrella Bioresearch Institute. Should these subjects be depleted too swiftly, the gaze of their Homeland Strategic Bureau would be attracted, leading Howard to question whether any significant advancements had been made in their projects. Chen Yuange felt no remorse for the loss of these 3 puppets. They were societal detritus deserving of their fate. To perish under the brilliance of cosmic light, they should take pride in their demise. Perhaps it was time to experiment with intelligent machinery? One for excavation, another for transport. Micrometer-level chips would suffice, as the tasks involved were merely repetitive motions, easily programmed. Chen Yuange promptly returned to the warehouse, retrieving materials to create several mini S.H.I.E.L.D. tunneling machines, each with a diameter of 1 meter, along with miniature transporters. Equipped with isotope batteries, these machines were assured a continuous operation. Onward, Prototype 1. He commanded. Based on the feedback from the camera, they managed to excavate 1 meter in a minute. I knew this accursed cosmic light would manifest randomly. They had only managed a meter thus far. The transporter hovered above the S.H.I.E.L.D. tunneling machine, and suddenly, the screen went black. Fortunately, I had prepared adequately. It was merely a matter of attrition. Proceed, Prototype 2. At 5 in the morning, Chen Yuange was engaged in the assembly of Prototype 88. After crafting so many machines, he felt as though he was becoming a heartless assembly line worker. This incessant cosmic light appeared too erratically. Sometimes, one machine would vanish just as another was deployed. At times, they would excavate 7 or 8 meters without incident. Yet they were nearing the formidable milestone of 9,000 meters. With just over an hour until dawn, soon the workforce would arrive. Once Prototype 88 fell, it would be time to retreat and return at night. Prototype 87 had perished. Onward, Prototype 88. Crack. Chen Yuange lunged toward the screen as they excavated 200 meters, the first time he encountered a distinctive sound. What is this? The S.H.I.E.L.D. tunneling machine, capable of slicing through steel, could not breach it? A miscalculation. The program motion was designed for vertical movement. Prototype 88, withdraw. Chen Yuange hastened to construct several mini excavators, deploying them while manually controlling them to dig horizontally along the previous path. Is this a door? Chen Yuange stared in astonishment at the object gradually being revealed on the screen. The door, bronze in hue, was modest in size, akin to an ordinary bedroom door. Quietly standing upon the basalt, the excavators continued to dig beneath the door, which ultimately floated unsupported in the air. Controlling the excavator, he pushed against the bronze door. Yet it remained utterly immovable. Was this door somehow anchored in space? Given the limited information visible on the screen, he could not ascertain the situation. He regretted hastily depleting the only 3 puppets he possessed. It seemed he might have to sacrifice this avatar. One must risk losing a child to catch a wolf. With a determined leap, he relied solely on his formidable physique, decelerating against the cavern walls, and soon found himself before the bronze door. Time was of the essence, and the cosmic light could appear at any moment. He dared not expend his magical energy or spiritual essence recklessly. Now, he had no choice but to take the risk of pushing against the door. Was this merely a simple door, or an entrance to an unknown realm? Taking a deep breath, he pushed with all his might. It would not budge. He pushed again, cursing under his breath. He realized that there was neither a doorknob nor a keyhole. Who had the audacity to place an art piece here? Channeling all his strength, his muscles taut, he exerted a force equivalent to 1,000 tons, yet the bronze door remained steadfast, as if mocking him mercilessly. Unable to open it or take it with him, he was left gazing at the door's face. Earlier, in his anxiety over the potential arrival of cosmic light, he had neglected to examine the intricate patterns on the door. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the design depicted a vividly lifelike creature, a being with a human face and a serpent's body. If not for its closed eyes, he might have believed it was alive. Suddenly, a warning surged within him. Cosmic light was appearing. Panic surged in his heart. It seemed this avatar was destined to perish. Just as he prepared to contact his true self to relay all the information, the bronze door emitted a faint glow, and the cosmic light vanished just outside its perimeter. Stunned into silence, his heart raced with urgency. All mechanisms beyond a foot from the door had disintegrated in the cosmic light like snowflakes. What sort of entity could withstand such cosmic energy? His gaze intensified upon the bronze door as he scrutinized the image once more. A human face with a serpent's body, crimson in hue. He realized it was the candle dragon. Legend had it that when the candle dragon opened its eyes, the sun rose. When it closed them, the sun set. This cycle represented the passage of day and night, a control over time itself. Thus, it was conceivable that this bronze door was a temporal artifact. The deeper he delved into this thought, the more convinced he became that this was indeed a gateway to time. Otherwise, the random appearance of cosmic light here would remain inexplicable. This was the door to time itself. He had to seize the opportunity. Placing his hand once more against the bronze door, he let his magical energy flow gently. To his relief, the cosmic light did not manifest. Chen Yuange was greatly inspired, and his primordial spirit emerged, finding that no unexpected events occurred. At this moment, he finally confirmed that this was indeed a magical treasure. From the perspective of his primordial spirit, the surface of the bronze door shimmered with a layer of fluorescence, flowing like rippling water. Recalling the records from the Hundun Taiwu Yuanjinjing, his magical power surged forth, rapidly changing its properties as he probed the defensive prohibitions of this treasure. There was a door. This treasure was unguarded. As for whether it had an owner, since no one was controlling it, and it was left here unattended, with no letters of any kind, it was essentially an unclaimed treasure. This treasure was destined to be mine. Chapter 69. The so-called burial ground. After probing the bronze door with his magical power, Chen Yuange released his grip. This was a painstaking endeavor, and he estimated that it would take no fewer than 7 days to accomplish. Therefore, he decided to proceed cautiously, relieved that no celestial light had appeared, and immediately created a magical clone. For the next week, I will tame this treasure below while you manage things at home. The magical clone then departed, and Chen Yuange once again leapt into the cave, returning to stand before the bronze door. Magical energy poured forth, continually dismantling the prohibitions on the bronze door. It seemed that the absence of a controller facilitated the process, allowing him to make swift progress. It appeared that this treasure might be the handiwork of the Dragon Clan, for the prohibitions were entirely different from those described in the Hundun Taiwu Yuanjinjing, showcasing a completely distinct stylistic system. As Chen Yuange patiently unraveled the prohibitions of the bronze door, he savored the delightful comparisons with the runes he had seen in the Hundun Taiwu Yuanjinjing and the entry-level mage's tome from the New York sanctuary. Time flew by, and he was immersed in the joy of learning. Before he knew it, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day, Chen Yuange's eyes brightened. I have finally deciphered it. Let me behold your true form. With a gentle push, he opened the bronze door and took a step forward, only to vanish from sight. After a moment of darkness, Chen Yuange found himself in a vast void, immediately catching sight of an agile divine dragon stretching over 100 meters. The dragon was shrouded in swirling clouds, most of its form concealed within the mist, its eyes tightly closed, exuding an aura of mysterious grandeur. What a joke! How could there be a divine dragon within this treasure? Chen Yuange's body tensed, his magical power coiling and ready for a strategic retreat. He recognized at once that this was a primordial spirit-level dragon, and even in the presence of its physical form, he might not stand a chance. You have arrived. A cool female voice echoed in the void, and Chen Yuange fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the divine dragon before him. Who are you? I am S.H.I.E.L.D, the master of the Gate of Time. My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. Chen Yuange promptly turned to leave, realizing he had stumbled into a treasure housing a primordial spirit-level dragon, and the Gate of Time sounded like an earth-shattering temporal artifact. It is as if the old immortal has ingested arsenic, yearning for a lengthier existence. My dear friend, what is the reason for this? Chen Yuange, with a darkened countenance, noticed that the entrance had vanished, evidently sealed by the divine dragon known as S.H.I.E.L.D. I bear no ill will. Moreover, did you not come seeking me? The ethereal dragon remained motionless, akin to a statue. At that moment, the image of Chen Yuange and the old man Huang enjoying tea in a pavilion materialized within the void. You are the divine dragon that old Huang seeks? What a deceitful trick. Chen Yuange pounded his chest in frustration, regretting his acceptance of the chaotic and profound true scripture of the Hongdong, for the consequences had escalated significantly. Thus, you have not perished? Indeed, yet I am not far from death. Chen Yuange's spirit lifted. If the entity was close to death, it implied that its current power was limited. However, upon further inspection of the void, regardless of its diminished strength, it was still within the confines of a treasure belonging to another. A millennium ago, I discovered this door of time within a certain dimension. At that time, having just refined the treasure, I inadvertently leaked my aura, which was perceived by a friend of mine. She launched a surprise attack. resulting in severe injuries to my primordial spirit, nearly leading to its disintegration. In desperation, I used the door of time to halt my own temporal flow, and I have since been trapped within it. With a serene voice, S.H.I.E.L.D recounted the tale of her ambush. The dragon scale you possess belongs to my friend. How utterly absurd that I should encounter such a fiasco. That assailant of yours. Chen Yuange's curiosity was piqued. He could not help but inquire about the origins of the one who ambushed S.H.I.E.L.D, for this individual had plotted against both the old man Huang and himself, and he would seize the opportunity to deliver a thorough lesson in the future. She will not fare well either, struck by my 12-form heavenly dragon slash. Her body was shattered in half. I dare say she is likely recuperating in Kunlun. Ah, Kunlun, let it be. Following S.H.I.E.L.D's mention of the assailant's fate, an uneasy silence enveloped the scene. Chen Yuange's thoughts drifted. How could they have known of the door of time buried deep beneath the earth? Their excavations were too precise, evidently indicating some insider knowledge. Dear A.O., since you are currently injured and in need of recuperation, I shall take my leave. Promise me one thing. I shall entrust you with half of the door of time's restrictions. What did you say? S.H.I.E.L.D reiterated her previous statement. Although Chen Yuange felt a flicker of temptation, what if she required him to eliminate that assailant forthwith? At present, he seemed incapable of such a task. Perhaps he should agree for now, and once his own powers had been restored, fulfill the contract later? I have a younger sister. I hope you will take her away and care for her, and I shall grant you half of the restrictions of the door of time. This, I shall contemplate it. Chen Yuange sat cross-legged, contemplating the gains and losses involved in caring for a divine dragon. It seemed plausible to extract some blood for research. Indeed, this transaction bore no loss. Very well, I agree. Do you require me to make a grand vow? No need. Your promise holds greater weight. Ah, you know me well. I shall take good care of your sister. Suddenly, the previously dormant dragon came to life, and S.H.I.E.L.D emitted a muffled sound as a spherical object emerged from the mist. Chen Yuange stared in astonishment at the 1-foot-long egg that floated before him. Your sister is an egg? Where are your parents? Why not entrust her to them? At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to her earlier state of stillness, her voice tinged with feebleness. 1,000 years ago, after I attained the primordial spirit, they entrusted the unhatched sister to me and sailed into the starry sea, unaware of which distant realm they ventured to. My sister's name is A.O. Qingning. As you can see, I cannot allow her to remain in this time-stopped state. It would be unjust to her. Instinctively, Chen Yuange placed his hand upon the floating dragon egg. Thump! He felt the heartbeat within the egg, along with a nascent and bewildered consciousness. At that moment, a streak of light flew towards him, and he grasped the talisman tightly. Fear not, A.O. Daoyu. I shall look after your sister. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice fell silent, indicating that delivering A.O. Qingning had exhausted her last vestige of strength. As Chen Yuange refined the talisman, he suddenly grasped the purpose and origin of the Gate of Time. It was indeed a treasure forged by the Yinglong, and a pure yang artifact at that. If only it were a spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, acquiring a pure yang-level artifact was a considerable gain. Emerging from the bronze door within the cavern, Chen Yuange watched as it transformed into a beam of light, entering his primordial spirit. While refining the talisman, he had glimpsed into the boundless void, witnessing the great river of time, oblivious to its past and future. He instinctively recognized it as the river of destiny, wherein all time and causality resided. Yet, he could no longer recall the specifics of the river of destiny. Perhaps his current realm was insufficient. Chapter 70. Improved Serum upon acquiring the Gate of Time. Chen Yuange realized that to fully unleash the power of this pure yang artifact, his current magical prowess limited the temporal span of his traversals to a maximum of 100 years in either direction. The greater the temporal span, the higher the consumption. Exceeding a century could drain his magical energy in an instant, jeopardizing the essence of his primordial spirit. S.H.I.E.L.D had left a warning within the talisman. Without transcending the river of destiny, frivolously tampering with time would only entangle one in causality, allowing time to manipulate them instead. Heeding wise counsel leads to prosperity. However, the ability to observe past and future information through the Gate of Time proved to be a remarkably convenient function. The future is replete with infinite possibilities, not fixed realities. The fluctuations of an individual's thoughts can alter the course of destiny, and the collective thoughts of countless individuals render the future boundless. Hence, The endeavor to glimpse into the future and attain one's desires proves to be a formidable challenge. Historically, while the heavens may be lofty, the human heart soars even higher, and its depths are inscrutable. What could be the cause of this? Why does this realm still harbor cosmic light? Just as Chen Yuange had stowed away the gate of time, he suddenly perceived another beam of cosmic light materializing, albeit disappearing a mere foot before him. This was indeed the protective influence of the gate of time. It was evident that this was not the manifestation of its power. Could there be another temporal artifact at play? Arcane energy surged into the gate of time, conjuring forth a beam of cosmic light, simultaneously igniting a random cosmic light within the cavern, resulting in a collision that led to their mutual annihilation. This sensation felt amiss, although both were cosmic lights. The one that appeared randomly in the cave seemed akin to some natural phenomenon. As his spiritual essence entered the gate of time, he called out, "Out, friend?" Only half of the restrictions were in his possession, preventing him from discerning her true state. It appeared her condition was dire. Could she truly be unable to respond? Reflecting upon S.H.I.E.L.D's decision to place the gate of time 3,000 meters underground, Chen Yuange suddenly found the planet beneath his feet enveloped in mystery. First, he needed to ensure Kingming was settled, for this little one seemed on the verge of hatching. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D had been reluctant to leave her in the stasis of time. Ignoring the randomly appearing cosmic lights within the cavern, Chen Yuange ascended with fervor, shattering all cranes and beams in his path. Below him, stones and earth materialized silently, and by the time he emerged from the cavernous mouth, the 9,000-meter abyss was completely filled. Upon his exit, he had filled the chamber with reinforced concrete. Surely, the management of the Empire State Building ought to bestow upon him a Good Citizen Award, for he had reinforced their foundation. Nevertheless, as a pioneer of the new era, he performed noble deeds anonymously. As for the elderly woman from the hand and meeting, should she stealthily return to find the cavern erased, it would be the work of the Red Scarf, and of no concern to him, Chen Yuange. Now, he was eager to return to incubate the dragon egg. Paying no heed to the scurrying rodents of the hand and meeting, he would leave them to Alicia and her companions. Should they be captured, it would be a source of joy, enhancing the lab's collection of experimental subjects. If not, it would be of little consequence. Well then, the magic array has been inscribed. Chen Yuange sighed in relief as he placed the dragon egg upon it. The surface of the egg shimmered with runes, and an immense pull ensued as torrents of energy surged into the egg. In 3 days, you shall emerge. Having settled the dragon egg, he acquired a new artifact and felt a tingling urge to familiarize himself with the capabilities of the Gate of Time amidst the desert. That evening, he retrieved the remaining 6 juvenile solar ladders, distilled and extracted their essence, subsequently isolating the evolutionary factors within. At last, a novel serum was completed, one that acts gradually, ensuring safety and reliability. Americans often desire instant gratification, yearning to create super soldiers in a single leap. Who can truly withstand the body's drastic transformations? Chen Yuange gazed at the 6 vials emitting a golden luminescence and took one, consuming its contents. It amplified the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the soul. Had he not tasted it himself, he would have been unaware of its specific effects. No wonder Bloodwolf Dukin and his accomplices had become so loathsome. Truly, one's exterior reflects the inner self, and the serum had undeniably laid bare the darkness within them. Fortunately, his version had been refined, allowing him to savor the serum. The genetic alterations were gentle, requiring 3 months to complete, thus avoiding a sudden escalation of human desires. Oh, is this not akin to the legendary 100-Day Foundation? After breakfast, the father and son brushed the horses together in the stable. A month had passed since the implantation of the armor, and Chen Yuange's physique gradually returned to that of his youth. He had acquired several fine steeds and had rekindled his once dormant equestrian skills. Recently, he had become enamored with hunting alongside Zhang Yude and others, living a spirited and fulfilling life. "Dad, this is for you." "What is this?" Chen Yuange instinctively accepted a vial of serum, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the golden glowing liquid. "A splendid item, the 100-Day Foundation water. Drink it, haha." "Well done, my son, you truly understand me." The two shared a manly smile as Chen Yuange eagerly downed the serum, licking the vial's rim afterward, only to realize his son was still beside him. Turning to look, he saw Chen Yuange diligently grooming the horse. "Fortunately, my body feels warm," as if brimming with inexhaustible energy. Chen Yuan, pleasantly surprised, caressed his abdomen, marveling at the miraculous effects manifesting so quickly. That's merely a psychological effect. It takes 3 months for complete digestion, Chen Yuange interjected. This one is for Mom. You should take it to her. Equipped with armor, they were able to absorb energy gradually, negating the need for excessive food intake to replenish their vitality. The couple spent their days at the Welfare Institute, having their lunches in the Institute's cafeteria. If they were to suddenly become gluttonous, it would surely alarm the children. Chen Yuan thrust the grooming brush into Chen Yuange's hands and seized the serum. You finish brushing, I'll attend to your mother. Chen Yuange cautioned softly. Don't be impulsive. You both must wait 3 months. At the threshold of the stable, Chen Yuan stumbled slightly, cleared his throat, and strode out with purpose. During dinner, Chen Yuan sat restlessly in his chair, teetering on the edge of speech. Old Chen, will you never stop? We're eating. Li Qianru kicked him lightly on the calf. Since his return that afternoon, he had been suppressing laughter, and when asked what was amusing him, he insisted on waiting until the whole family was present to divulge his secret. Haven't you noticed my transformation? Shan Yin glanced up briefly, then returned to her meal, dismissing the notion that a middle-aged man, especially her father, could be of any interest. You all lack an eye for beauty. Chen Yuange, sitting across from him, stifled a laugh, thinking it would be amusing to let their father revel in the moment. Li Qianru kicked him again, urging him to speak. Chen Yuan quickly lowered his head, signaling for everyone to look at the top of his head. Look, what do you see on my head? Hey, old Chen. It seems like you have hair now. Li Qianru and Chen Yin immediately noticed the formerly smooth scalp, now adorned with short hair. Li Qianru reached out to touch it, feeling the bristly texture. Indeed, it was hair. Congratulations, Dad. Chen Yuange exclaimed, producing a bottle of wine to pour a glass for each family member. Toasting to the new hair. Of the remaining 5 vials of serum, 3 had been used by family members, leaving 2 for Alicia and Sybil, as one must care for their employees. Chapter 71. A.O. Qingning that morning, Chen Yuange had just finished the last spoonful of porridge from his bowl. Time's up. I'm full, you all can eat. He set down the bowl and opened a portal to the underground level of the farm. Click, click. The dragon egg, suspended in the air, had ceased absorbing energy, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Suddenly, a mini dragon claw, about the width of Chen Yuange's finger, broke through the shell, followed by 3 more claws. Why has it stopped moving? Chen Yuange leaned closer to observe the hatching process of the divine dragon. A sudden emergence of a tail was noted, but where was the head? After waiting for a while, without any further movement, his hands itched to assist in peeling away the shell. With a pop, their eyes met. The petite, adorable divine dragon blinked its large eyes at the man before it. Splash! A fine jet of water struck Chen Yuange's face, demonstrating an unexpected strength capable of breaching a wall. Wiping away the moisture with an impassive expression, he witnessed the eggshell transform into radiant light, merging into the mini divine dragon's body. Subsequently, as if inflating a balloon, the 1-foot-long dragon suddenly expanded to 3 feet. A cute, childlike voice rang out. I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat. Beneath the golden, miniature dragon, a mist swirled, encircling Chen Yuange as he dashed about. A.O. Qingning, my name is Chen Yuange. My sister said that if I follow you, there will be meat to eat. Chen Yuange opened a portal and glanced back at A.O. Qingning. Come on, I will take you to feast upon meat. Meat, meat. A.O. Qingning swiftly soared to the top of Chen Yuange's head, clutching his hair with her front paws, her entire form dangling there. With a stiffened expression, Chen Yuange reached up and grasped A.O. Qingning, their eyes locking in a mutual gaze. Do not perch upon my head, and moreover, can you truly present yourself to others in this guise? Of course. My sister said that mortals will kneel and bow upon seeing us, offering us plenty of meat. That last part must have been your addition, right? Chen Yuange found it hard to believe that the cold-voiced A.O. Suin would act in such a manner. Had she truly passed a troublesome little creature onto him? While it was not impossible, after all, she was the mistress of the door of time and should be able to foresee her sister's nature. He remained skeptical. Absolutely not. As divine dragons, you surely possess some means. No. It's more convenient for my true form to fly. Be good, obey. Chen Yuange pushed up his glasses, the lenses glimmering momentarily. All right, I shall transform. With a soft sound, a 3-year-old little girl appeared in his hands, plump and adorably adorned in a cute palace dress. Squinting, he scrutinized the little girl closely. Her bodily structure was entirely identical to that of a human, Such transformational magic was indeed remarkable. Wow, quickly set me down. I must tell my sister that you are bullying me. Do you wish to eat meat? We are good friends now, brother. Chen Yuange stepped through the portal, and A.O. Qingming scampered along on her short legs, pattering after him. Slow down. Wait for me, brother. Oh no, I can't fly. It's so bothersome. Chen Yuange halted, turned, and lifted the little girl, settling her upon his shoulder. A.O. Qingming blinked in surprise, her little feet joyfully kicking as her tiny hands waved. Charge! Oh my goodness, little brother, where did you find this adorable baby? She is simply delightful. Chen Yin dashed forward, examining A.O. Qingming perched on Chen Yuange's neck. She is my friend's sister. I am temporarily looking after her. It's my sister who asked him to take care of me. Li Qianru emerged from the kitchen, one hand clutching a half-washed bowl and the other holding a dishcloth. Upon hearing A.O. Qingming's words, her eyes brightened. Little one, what is your name? How old are you? Is your sister beautiful? I am already 100. Chen Yuange swiftly covered her mouth, communicating silently with his spiritual essence. Foolish child. Have you forgotten what I just said? You are 3 years old this year, and your sister is 20. Chen Yuange released her grip and gently set the little girl down. Li Qianru hastily put down her bowl, wiped her hands, and scooped up A.O. Qingming, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Tell Annie, what is your name? I am A.O. Qingming, 3 years old, and my sister is 20. Such a good girl. Now, can you secretly tell me about your sister? Li Qianru raised her hand, pointing towards Chen Yuange, who had just entered the kitchen. A.O. Qingming's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Li Qianru's ear, with Chen Yin also leaning in, eager to hear. I'll tell you. My brother is the most trusted person by my sister, and he is also the one I trust the most. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles, realizing he was indeed the most trusted individual. Just as Chen Yuange retrieved beef from the refrigerator, he covered his face, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this little brat spouting? Sister, go buy 20 pounds of fresh meat. I want to cook for Qingming." Chen Yuange promptly sent Chen Yin out, as the meat at home might not suffice for A.O. Qingming. 20 pounds for this little child? Hurry up, stop with the nonsense. A.O. Qingming had already dashed into the kitchen, tilting her head up, watching the beef twirl in Chen Yuange's hands as he added seasonings. To expedite the process, he even seared it with flames from his hands, filling the kitchen with an irresistible aroma. A.O. Qingming's mouth watered involuntarily as she fixated on the sizzling meat. Here you go, eat up. Holding the hot meat, A.O. Qingming felt no discomfort. She took a big bite. Yum, this is so delicious. Li Qianru gasped as she saw A.O. Qingming gripping the scorching meat with her tiny hands and rushed over, ready to snatch it away. Mom, it's fine. She is not an ordinary child. Li Qianru examined A.O. Qingming's delicate hands, finding them unscathed except for the grease from the meat. Having frequently witnessed Chen Yuange's miraculous abilities, she had come to accept such extraordinary occurrences. This child is truly remarkable. Eat slowly. Auntie will get you some milk. Don't choke. In a flash, A.O. Qingming devoured half a pound of meat, then took the milk handed to her by Li Qianru and gulped it down. Thank you, Auntie. Such a good girl. Let me pour you some more. Just then, Chen Yuan returned from horseback riding and caught sight of A.O. Qingming finishing her last bite of meat. She washed her hands, clearing away the grease. The little girl patted her flat belly, joyfully proclaiming, I'm full. Thank you, brother. Whose child is this? Chen Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness. She has eaten 15 pounds of meat and drank 5 liters of milk. She can eat so much. After finishing roasting 15 pounds of meat, Chen Yuange realized that such indulgence could not continue. He could not devote all his time to grilling, could he? Contemplating A.O. Suwen's lengthy dragon form and A.O. Qingming's diminutive stature, he understood the sheer volume of meat this fellow would consume in the future. Although she might grow by relying on energy, having already acquired her sister's pure yang treasure, albeit with only half the restrictions, he knew that failing to meet his sister's modest demands for meat would be akin to discarding his own dignity. His thoughts drifted to Lady Fei, who was managing the shop across the street. Ah, young man, perhaps you should consider a career change to culinary arts, he mused. Chapter 72. The arrival of Old Man Huang in the backyard. Lady Fei, exhilarated, bent down behind Chen Yuange, elated that his illustrious master had finally remembered him. The seemingly insignificant presence. Old Ma, your recent performance has been commendable. It brings me great satisfaction. Serving my master is the utmost honor for a humble servant. Now, let's remember to address me as boss rather than master. We wouldn't want others to think I am regressing into antiquity, That simply will not do. With a thud, Mei Fei knelt on the ground. Master, no, boss, it is entirely my fault. Oh, come now. Let us not make this a habit. Today, I have brought you a divine dragon, as you have seen. From now on, her diet will be entirely your responsibility. I shall arrange for a ranch to be purchased, which will also be entrusted to you, specifically for providing her with sustenance. Rest assured, boss, your directives are my life's mission. Chen Yuange picked up the phone. Old Zhao, acquire the land surrounding Qingshan Farm. 10,000 acres will suffice. Understood, Chairman. This 10,000 acres would be consolidated into a ranch, designated for raising cattle. And I have appointed a person named Mei Fei to oversee its management. Understood, Chairman. Upon returning to his own grocery store, A.O. Qingning rushed to embrace his leg. Brother, who were you meeting across the street? It smelled so strange, like sulfur. The little girl exclaimed, sniffing around curiously. Such a keen sense of smell, truly remarkable for one with her divine lineage. Her innate constitution was exceptionally potent. Chen Yuange playfully ruffled her hair to divert her attention. His name is Mei Fei, a rather fascinating character. Once I have arranged for your ranch, he will be the one preparing barbecued meat just for you. Really? Is it true? Absolutely. And remember, do not disclose his identity to others. A.O. Qingning nodded, eagerly following Chen Yuange, her short legs keeping pace surprisingly well. Chen Yin left for school, and Li Qianru was headed to the Welfare Institute. Before departing, she noticed A.O. Qingning trailing closely behind her like a shadow. Qingning, Auntie will take you to a fun place with lots of children. No, I want to stay with my brother. A.O. Qingning leaped up, clinging to Chen Yuange's arm, her little head swaying from side to side. Sister said that being beside brother is the safest. A thought flickered through Chen Yuange's mind, prompting him to ponder why Aosu had said such a thing. Was there any basis for it? Mother, you may go about your business. If the child wishes to accompany me, let her be. Li Qianru, with a hint of regret, departed for the orphanage, repeatedly admonishing him not to let little Qingning go hungry or cold. Come out, old man. As soon as Li Qianru left, Chen Yuange uttered casually, his gaze shifting to the shadows beneath the grape trellis in the backyard. Old Huang, what brings you here? A vague suspicion stirred within Chen Yuange. He had brought A.O. Qingning home merely 3 minutes ago, and yet old Huang had appeared in the backyard, having presumably observed the Chen family before concealing himself. Young friend, this child is indeed a true dragon, isn't she? Old Huang's tone was resolute, his eyes fixed intently on A.O. Qingning. The little girl twisted her body, resting her chin on Chen Yuange's back, peering curiously at the old man across from her. Indeed, old man, you possess keen insight. You are the only one in New York who perceived her presence here. Too much praise. I hail from Kunlun, and I am all too familiar with the aura of true dragons. How could I fail to sense the arrival of a true dragon in my vicinity? Old Huang modestly deflected the compliment. An air of subtle tension enveloped the courtyard as the two fell into silence, while A.O. Qingning's large eyes flitted between them, pondering their activities. After a moment, unable to contain her curiosity, A.O. Qingning exclaimed, Hey, what are you two adults up to? Laughter erupted from both men. Young friend, may I be so bold as to inquire if you have discovered the resting place? Indeed, old Huang's face lit up with excitement as he absent-mindedly tugged at several strands of his beard. Not quite. Chen Yuange interjected. I must say, old man, your heart may not be able to withstand such excitement. Casting a disdainful glance at old Huang, he continued, to put it plainly, what you seek is her sister. She has merely sustained an injury and is currently recuperating. A.O. Qingning froze momentarily, pointing at old Huang with a puzzled expression. What do you, a mere human, want with my sister? Old Huang stammered, at a loss for words in the face of A.O. Qingning's inquiry. Was he to reveal that he sought to borrow her sister's dragon pearl to aid in his own ascension? Should this young dragon take offense and report him, even a severely wounded divine dragon of the spirit realm could easily dispatch him without a second thought. To ascend to humanity is one thing. To become a celestial being is another. If one cannot achieve the spirit realm in a day, they shall forever remain immortal. The chasm between mere mortals and celestial beings is vast and cannot be generalized. Suddenly, old Huang's posture hunched, vitality seemingly drained. Realizing that a century of searching had yielded naught but disappointment, he gazed enviously at A.O. Qingning, realizing the stark contrast between them. The true dragon, a being of divine origin, naturally ascended to the level of primordial spirit upon maturity, while mere mortals like himself struggled in the murky world. Alas, it was my folly to intrude. Perhaps it would be best to retreat. Chen Yuange remained silent, witnessing for the first time the despair of a seeker on the path of enlightenment, feeling a pang of sympathy as he choked on his words, unsure of how to respond. As he observed the elderly man, Huang, shuffling towards the door of the courtyard, he suddenly declared, "Old sir, I, Chen Yuange, vow today to assist you in achieving the primordial spirit." The old man halted at the entrance, turning his back to Chen Yuange, and after a prolonged silence, murmured softly, "Thank you." Upon hearing the old man's acknowledgement of his promise, Chen Yuange was taken aback as Huang abruptly vanished, leaving only a lingering echo of his warning, "Young friend, beware of the Kunlun Dragon Palace." For a moment, Chen Yuange stood stunned, then quickly realized, damn, the old fox is trying to elicit my sympathy. I fell for it. He chuckled at the thought, recognizing that Huang was wary of him, using his compassion to secure a commitment. Such cunning. I am not one to break my word. Yet, considering the matter of the Tao, Chen Yuange understood Huang's cautious nature. After all, he had indeed promised assistance. Humph, today you exploited my sympathy. In return, I shall make you wait several decades, which will surely vex you. Turning his head, he met Ao Qingming's large, blinking eyes. Brother, what did you just say? Haha. Little one, it's not appropriate for children to pry into adult matters. Be good. That's a lie. I've been in the egg for 100 years and know a great deal. Really? As Chen Yuange contemplated, he conjured a tablet from behind the television, containing 163 episodes of Tom and Jerry, his childhood favorite. Let me show you how to use this. Soon, he observed Ao Qingming, her tiny hands cradling the tablet, sitting motionless on the sofa, captivated. Haha, and you claim you're not a child. Chapter 73. Visitors from Kunlun Dragon Palace by afternoon. Shan Yin returned from school, and upon seeing the tablet, she erupted in excitement. The two women, one young and one slightly older, snuggled together on the sofa, laughing heartily at the animated series. The nearby trash bin overflowed with empty chip bags and numerous soda bottles. This is hilarious, little brother. There aren't this many episodes of Tom and Jerry on TV. Did you draw them all? Not at all. This is from the future. You're lying. No, brother is not lying. Chen Yuange affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, feeling pleased. It's good to see your delight was not in vain. As evening approached, Li Qianru returned home and firmly ushered the sisters to the dining table for their meal. After finishing their dinner, the two eagerly resumed their binge-watching. As the clock struck 9, Li Qianru finally erupted. Chen Yan, Qingming is still young and needs to sleep early. I will take this away. The two could only watch helplessly as the tablet was confiscated, ultimately seeking out Chen Yuange, pleading with him to make another one. Ao Qingming, look, you're already yawning. Hurry and go to bed. How can a child stay up late while growing? Even a true dragon, in its juvenile form, relies on sleep for its development. Observing Ao Qingming's appearance, Chen Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her head before bending down to scoop Ao Qingming into her arms, their faces nearly touching. All right, Qingming, let us sleep together tonight. No, I want to sleep with my brother. Ao Qingming wriggled free from her embrace, leaping to Chen Yuange's back and promptly falling asleep like an ornament. Shan Yin approached to give the little girl a gentle tug, but Ao Qingming remained blissfully unaware. Deep in slumber. Hey, little brother, this one do. How can she sleep like this? It's fine, just let her be. Chen Yin turned back several times, finding Ao Qingming's sleeping position amusingly peculiar. Were it not for her trust in her brother, she would have doubted the little girl's choice of sleeping spot. Chen Yuange distinctly sensed that Ao Qingming was absorbing the dimensional energy he had collected. At his current level, the essence of the qi he absorbed was remarkably high, greatly benefiting her growth as a young dragon. Of course, if he wished, Ao Qingming would receive not a trace of energy. Her trust stemmed from her perception of Chen Yuange's goodwill. Truly, she was a genuine dragon with remarkable sensitivity. The following morning, the family gathered behind Chen Yuange, marveling at Ao Qingming, who remained nestled on his back, utterly undisturbed by their calls. Yelling "Want tea help? Watch this." Chen Yuange strolled into the kitchen, retrieving some beef. And soon the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. I want to eat meat. Chen Yuange handed the freshly roasted meat to the descending Ao Qingming, raising an eyebrow. See, this is how to call her. It was evident from the very moment she hatched that her first words were about eating meat, revealing her true nature. Chen Yuange and Ao Qingming turned their attention to the backyard, where he cast a surprised glance at the little girl, noting her keen perception. "Brother, there's a bad guy?" "Yes, I see him. You enjoy your roasted meat. I'll educate him on not entering another's home without knocking, without the owner's permission." "How bold, ignorant human. Get lost." Chen Yuange pressed his hand against the intruder's face as a spatial portal appeared behind the newcomer, propelling him into it like a cannonball. "Huh. X3 Li Qianru remarked with curiosity. "Why did Yuan suddenly go out?" It was the winter of December, and the door from the kitchen to the backyard was seldom opened. They heard someone speaking outside, and then Chen Yuange opened a portal and stepped through. "It's delicious, Auntie. Brother has gone to deal with the bad guys." "Qingning, how do you know that?" "Oh dear, I hope Yuan will be all right." "Auntie, the bad guys are no match for brother." Li Qianru felt a twinge of worry and anxiously waited inside, losing her appetite for breakfast. In the Atlantic of December, the biting wind howled and towering waves surged. Suddenly, a portal opened above the roiling sea, and a figure hurtled down like a cannonball, crashing into the water and creating a massive wave. This individual attempted to regain their footing, but spun wildly across the surface like a runaway vehicle, rolling for over 1,000 meters before finally halting. What immense power! "This is bad. I've hit a solid barrier." Once the person steadied themselves, they shook their dizzy head, feeling a sudden unusual sensation above. This individual was a seasoned warrior who swiftly unleashed a strike with the Taiyin Xian Shui blade, simultaneously retreating swiftly. Impossible. A man appeared suspended in midair, effortlessly catching the Taiyin Xian Shui blade with one hand, as if crushing the very air, shattering the blade's formidable energy that was condensed from the essence of Taiyin and Xianming. With a single sweep, that blade could cleave mountains and freeze all in its path. In such circumstances, only a true immortal could intervene. "Please cease your actions. I am Li Xiangdao, a guardian of the Kunlun Dragon Palace." "Oh, the Kunlun Dragon Palace? A mere little carp speaks so boldly?" Chen Yuange flicked off the ice shards from his hand, having discerned that this being was a carp transformed into a dragon, thus explaining the surname Li, a clever play on his origins. "I apologize for my disrespect, having failed to recognize a true immortal in your presence." Li Xiangdao clasped his hands and humbly bowed to Chen Yuange. Chen Yuange observed this, understanding where Li's confidence lay. He had no desire to provoke a power as formidable as the Kunlun Dragon Palace, especially since his own true form was in seclusion, and he had never engaged in combat with a genuine soul of their caliber, unaware of their capabilities. Certainly, he now possessed the Gate of Time. But given Ao Suwen's predicament, this Puryong treasure was likely exceedingly precious and not to be used lightly. It was said that the Dragon Clan was immensely wealthy. Yet, even so, Ao Suwen had been ambushed by her kin, forcing her to hide for a millennium deep beneath the New World. Thus, it was evident that such a Puryong artifact, particularly one related to time, was not meant for public display. "Immortal, our Dragon Palace has its own regulations. Young true dragons must not linger in the mortal realm. By the command of Lord Tianhe, I am ordered to escort Lord Qingming back to the Dragon Palace." Chen Yuange's thoughts stirred as he conjured a talisman and delivered it into Li Xiangdao's hands. Upon receiving the talisman, Li Xiangdao's vigilance waned, for the aura of the true dragon emanating from it instilled a sense of assurance. He then began to perceive the information contained within the talisman. "So it is. Since this is the command of Master Suwen, I shall comply. Master, please take good care of Lady Qingming. Farewell." Li Xiangdao cast a lingering glance at the sky where Chen Yuange hovered, then opened a dimensional gate and departed. That must have been Kunlun. The instant Li Xiangdao opened the dimensional gate, Chen Yuange beheld the vast expanse of the ocean on the other side, its vitality far more potent than that of the Atlantic beneath his feet. Chapter 74. Charles and Reuven. Chen Yuange returned merely 2 minutes later, unharmed, prompting a sigh of relief from the anxious Li Qianru. At that moment, Li Xiangdao knelt behind a towering figure. "Master Tianhe, Master Suwen has issued a command that Lady Qingming be raised by the human, Chen Yuange. Are you certain this individual is a true spirit?" "Indeed. I can assure you of that." "Very well. With such a guardian, Lady Qingming's growth shall not be hindered. You may leave." "Yes, Master Tianhe." Chen Yuange. Ao Tianhe turned, revealing his towering stature, standing at an impressive 4 meters tall, his appearance mirroring that of a human except for a pair of dragon horns atop his head. His gaze transcended time and space, landing upon Ao Qingming in New York's Chinatown, as well as upon Chen Yuange. Chen Yuange tilted his head. locking eyes with a pair of golden dragon orbs. I am Aotiana. Remember to bring Qingming home for a visit when you have the time. Chen Yuange's body trembled. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his eye, which he swiftly wiped away with a flicker of his magical energy. How terrifying Aotianho is. Undoubtedly a being beyond the true spirit. Thankfully, he bears no ill will towards me. With this statement from Aotianha, he has officially become the guardian of the little girl, Ao Qingming. As Christmas approached, Chen Yuange copied numerous anime and games from the futuristic online world and loaded them onto a tablet. Outside, the biting wind howled while Chun Yin and Ao Qingming nestled together on the soft sofa, binge-watching series, munching on chips, and sipping on sugary sodas. Embodying the essence of a digital sloth in the 1950s. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and the merchants in Chinatown have adorned their shops with festive decorations, preparing for the influx of visitors over the next 2 days. Every Christmas, aside from Chinatown, most shops on the streets of New York close their doors for many years. New Yorkers have come to regard a half-day tour of Chinatown during the Christmas season as an essential family activity. Although the Chen family has become affluent, the old adage rings true: a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. The Chen General Store has transformed into a warm sanctuary that the entire family cannot bear to part with. In previous years, Chen Yuan would procure a selection of Far Eastern specialty products, allowing for a modest profit during the Christmas season. However, this year, his entire family has gone to the welfare home to prepare for the festivities with the children. At this moment, the welfare home is bustling with activity. Many female employees from Umbrella Corporation are present today, assisting the children in decorating the establishment. Their intentions, however, lie beyond mere charity. They are aware that the chairman is in attendance and wish to present their softer, more feminine sides before him. Many of their admirers linger nearby, gritting their teeth as they watch Chen Yuange, their goddess, orchestrating the decoration of the hall, seemingly oblivious to her admirers' inner beauty. At this juncture, Chen Yuange's attention is drawn to a young couple in the corner. The young man exudes refinement and carries an air of nobility, while the young woman possesses striking golden hair, skin as smooth as cream, and a figure that is both graceful and wild in its beauty. My dear brother, have you taken a fancy to that stunning beauty? I've noticed your gaze lingering on her several times. She is indeed a remarkable woman, Chun Yin observes, her expression one of knowing insight. Brother, let me tell you, it is evident that the girl is deeply infatuated with the handsome fellow beside her. You should prepare yourself for some competition. Chen Yuange pulls a few chocolates from his pocket and playfully shoves them into Chun Yan's mouth. Close your mouth. Since their arrival at the welfare home, the couple has been fixated on him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, yet devoid of hostility. What piques his interest most is the peculiar energy emanating from them, reminiscent of the formidable presence of Qian Qinggong. Speaking of Qian Qinggong, after dominating his peers in Chinatown, he was unexpectedly noticed by the head of a martial arts school, who took him on as a closed-door disciple. Chen Yuange is well aware of the master's integrity and mastery of internal martial arts, which would be ample to subdue Qian Qinggong. This implies that the young couple shares a similar aptitude. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuange strides towards the playground of the welfare home. Outside, the chilly winds howl, while the children frolic comfortably indoors, leaving the playground devoid of any presence. Noticing his departure, the couple exchanges glances before following his retreating figure. Speak. What brings you both to seek me? Professor Chun, I am Charles, a student from Oxford University, and this is my sister, Raven. Oh, so you have come to me with a mathematical conundrum? What brings an Oxford student to New York? The young man quickly shakes his head in denial. No. We heard of your remarkable expertise in genetic theory and wish to discuss some issues in genetics with you. Chen Yuange remains noncommittal. It appears that the recent achievements of the Umbrella Biological Research Institute have gained considerable recognition within academic circles, drawing even students from Oxford to seek him out. This revelation did not take him by surprise. He had not insisted that the personnel from the Biological Research Institute maintain absolute confidentiality. Moreover, with so many children at the Welfare Institute suffering from congenital defects whose conditions had stabilized, it was inevitable that the medical community had taken notice. Zhang Yuda and his colleagues had even inquired whether Umbrella intended to venture into the medical field, to which he had not denied. With the achievements of the Biological Research Institute, it was only natural to pursue commercialization. After a brief exchange of glances between Charles and Raven, he deliberated, Professor Chen, I wonder if you have ever encountered an unknown gene within the human body. It is, how shall I put it, rather unique. The majority of humanity lacks it. I refer to it as the X gene. I have a friend who possesses this X gene, and it has caused her considerable distress. She yearns to understand its origins and whether it can be cured. Chen Yuange listened attentively to Charles's words. The X gene. The X in mathematics signifies an unknown constant. Am I correct? Charles's expression shifted. This Professor Chen was indeed knowledgeable about the X gene. Professor, may I inquire how far your research into the origin and mechanism of the X gene has progressed? Chen Yuange responded with surprise. How can you be so certain that I have researched the X gene? What if we are not referring to the same entity? Charles smiled confidently. Trust me. I possess ample insight into human nature. Chen Yuange remained noncommittal, gesturing towards the visibly tense Raven beside him. The friend you speak of? Is she not her? How do you? Both Charles and Raven's expressions changed drastically. Raven swiftly drew her pistol, executing a standard tactical maneuver, evidently trained in military protocol. As Chen Yuange observed the grave demeanor of Charles opposite him, he suddenly sensed a formidable psychic force assailing his consciousness, attempting to extract his memories. Chapter 75. Unraveling Misunderstandings with a Cold Snort. Chen Yuange was about to dispel this psychic intrusion when he realized that, despite Charles's intent to read his memories, there was no malice within his mind. A benign individual? Or some form of enchantment? No, this psychic force was too rigid. It was not a spell. Thus, he decided to impart a lesson. Chen Yuange recalled the magnificent sun he had witnessed in the supreme dimension, radiating overwhelming authority. What is this? What is happening? Charles screamed in agony, clutching his head and stumbling backward. He had just glimpsed a vast golden realm of flame in Chen Yuange's memories, a world ravaged by infernos spanning thousands of miles. The searing heat made him genuinely believe he was being vaporized. Bang! Bang! Raven fired twice while swiftly securing Charles and retreating towards the surrounding wall. Trying to escape? Leave him to me. Innate Chi great capture. With a swift motion, Charles and Raven were captured. Just as Raven raised her hand to fire, Chen Yuange had already cast a barrier, sealing off the surrounding space. Raven, ever vigilant, fixated on the formidable man before her. At that moment, two yellow-orange bullet heads dropped from his right hand, clinking twice, sending tremors through her psyche. It was terrifying. This man had effortlessly subdued both of them, particularly Charles, whose potent psychic abilities had always ensured his advantage. Today, however, he was rendered utterly powerless before this man. Who are you truly? A gentle wave of psychic light from Chen Yuange calmed Charles's mind. Raven, cease. Professor Chen is not our adversary. Professor Chen, we were indeed too aggressive earlier. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Once his mind was at ease, Charles realized that given Chen Yuange's prowess, his actions had been remarkably restrained. After all, a true warrior possesses their own pride. Very well, let us find a place to converse. Chen Yuange opened a portal, gesturing for the two to follow. Raven, however, silently shook her head, urging him not to go. Charles, soothing her anxiety, took her hand and stepped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a room. Please, have a seat. What would you like to drink? Tea, coffee, milk, or juice? We would both like a cup of coffee. Soon, the three sat facing one another, sipping their coffee leisurely. Professor Chen, you are not a mutant, are you? Oh, that is merely my term for individuals possessing the X gene. Chen Yuange savored the term. Mutant indeed seemed fitting. Biologically speaking, a human with an additional X gene could be considered a subspecies of mainstream humanity. Indeed, your psychic abilities are remarkably keen. You can even discern mutants among humans, correct? Yes, Professor Chen, are you a mage? You have encountered mages before, I presume? Given your formidable psychic powers, it is not surprising that you have met many mages from the old world. Charles's expression shifted to realization, and he spoke earnestly. Allow me to clarify. I am actually from New York. I merely attended Oxford University for my studies. To reintroduce myself, I am Charles Xavier. Xavier? Chen Yuange pondered for a moment before erupting into laughter. Charles and Raven exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what was so amusing about their earlier conversation. Professor Chen, my apologies. Do you not concern yourself with your family matters? Charles hesitated. Well, my grandfather manages family affairs. He regarded Chen Yuange with surprise, having just witnessed his strength. He now dared not probe into Chen Yuange's memories with his psychic abilities. The Xavier family serves as a principal shareholder of Citibank, which, in turn, is a strategic partner of Umbrella. See, we have already established a connection, have we not? So that is the case. The two engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, especially after the recent display of force. Ultimately, it was Charles who broke the tension, stating, "Professor Chen, I am pursuing my studies in genetics at Oxford University, and I hold great admiration for the breakthroughs your Umbrella Biological Research Institute has achieved in genetic theory. I would like to inquire, as you are both a scientist and a mage, could you share your understanding of the X gene?" Chen Yuange, observing the eager expressions of the two before him, recalled the records he had seen at the temple in New York. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As far as I am aware, individuals like you, mutants, are referred to as bloodline bearers. Historically, they have been quite rare, appearing in an unpredictable manner across time and space. At least, I am unaware of your origins." Charles and Raven exchanged glances, their expressions slightly shifting. A blend of disappointment and acceptance. It seemed they had mentally prepared for this outcome. Chen Yuange then traced an intricate diagram of the complete structure of the successful X gene in the air. However, I speculate that the X gene is actually a triple helix structure, clearly not a gene possessed by humans. The skill of the person who grafted it is remarkable, managing to unite two entirely distinct genes without causing collapse. Charles and Raven, clearly academic achievers, comprehended Chen Yuange's explanation effortlessly. It is indeed gratifying to lecture those who can grasp the concepts. Chen Yuange's enthusiasm surged. "I can assert that the X gene not only conceals itself within human genetics, but can also be passed down through reproduction. This level of technological advancement is astounding." At that moment, he noticed a hint of discomfort on Charles and Raven's faces. They had begun to realize that their ancestors might have been altered. Charles, in deep thought, remarked, "I recall that Captain America is a product of the super soldier program. Could it be that our ancestors were once biological weapons of a certain faction?" "You are nearing the truth." Chen Yuange nodded in approval, recognizing their intelligence. "How absurd. This cannot be," Raven suddenly exclaimed, her appearance shifting from that of a stunning blonde to one covered in fine blue scales and sporting red hair. Clearly, she found this revelation intolerable. She had once believed herself to be a descendant of demons, only to discover she might be the progeny of some laboratory creation. Charles, on the other hand, appeared to accept this situation with relative ease, though somewhat unsettled. His upbringing as a member of a prominent family and his elite education enabled him to swiftly overcome such feelings. At that moment, Raven realized she had reverted to her original form and instantly transformed back into her golden-haired beauty, demanding, "Who is responsible for this?" Charles grasped her hand and earnestly proclaimed, "Raven, what truly matters is our free will. You are a singular being, unique in every aspect." Charles, ahem, please be mindful of the occasion. Chapter 76. Researcher Charles having dispelled their misunderstandings, it was their first encounter, and familiarity was yet to blossom. Charles ultimately concluded the discussion and, before departing, inquired, "Chen, might I join the Umbrella Bioresearch Institute as an intern?" Chen Yuange waved his hand dismissively, "Certainly, but what of your studies at Oxford? After the Christmas break, I shall return to school to apply for early graduation." As they all rose, Charles and Raven paused awkwardly at the door. Our car is still parked outside the orphanage," Raven noted. "Haha, I shall take you back," Chen Yuange cheerfully exclaimed as he opened the spatial door, and in an instant, they returned to the orphanage. The trio nonchalantly re-entered the small auditorium, where Charles and Raven bid farewell to Chen Yuange. In the car, Raven sat in the passenger seat while Charles focused intently on driving. Both exhaled a sigh of relief. The day's events had been exhilarating. "Charles, what do you believe Chen Yuange thinks of us mutants?" "Raven, when you revealed your true self earlier, Chen's gaze was filled with curiosity. He harbors no disdain towards us, nor any malice." After a brief pause, Charles continued, "I have made my decision. In a few days, I shall return to Oxford to apply for early graduation and proceed to the Umbrella Bioresearch Institute." Raven turned to him in astonishment, her expression one of earnest concern. "Are you serious?" "Charles, please do not do this for me." "No, Raven, it is not solely for you, but also for our brethren. Too many have been deemed monsters or demons due to their altered appearances." Charles gazed at Raven with unwavering determination, his resolute light warming her spirit. In that moment, he resembled Moses from the scriptures, a guide, and a martyr. You must understand, Raven, I have studied the data. Since the detonation of the first atomic bomb 9 years ago, the number of mutants has steadily increased. While the government may currently remain indifferent, what lies ahead? Raven, this nation exterminated the original inhabitants of this land to claim it, and beneath its glamorous facade lies a gruesome tapestry of bones. Charles pounded the steering wheel in anguish, deeply aware of the sentiments of the populace. Since awakening his psychic abilities at the age of 10, the world of human emotions had unfolded before him. The true masters of this land so vehemently rejected anything abnormal, perceiving all deviations as demonic, often resorting to pyres to eradicate that which they despised. Raven clasped his hand firmly, offering him steadfast support. Charles had lost all enthusiasm for Christmas. The day after Christmas Eve, he boarded a flight back to Oxford University. 3 days later, a weary Charles and Raven appeared before Chen Yuange. Charles, you haven't resorted to using your mind powers, have you? I merely expedited the process. Chen, remember the promise you made 4 days ago? Are you jesting? A trainee like you is not what I seek. Raven's expression shifted, ready to interrogate, but was restrained by Charles. With your talents, being a researcher is more than sufficient. Researcher Charles, welcome to the Umbrella Bioresearch Institute. The two exchanged a handshake with the cheerful Chen Yuange, their faces devoid of expression. Are you truly pleased with this jest? Enough, Chen declared. You both are not fit for work today. Return and rest for the night. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in completing the formalities. Chen unexpectedly acquired 2 highly skilled research talents, particularly Charles, who during their previous brief interaction had revealed himself to be an exceptional research-oriented individual. Engaging in intellectual exchanges with someone of his caliber promised to ignite greater inspiration within Chen. It is well understood that research is never a solitary endeavor. Progress flourishes through collaboration and discourse. Early the next morning, Chen personally escorted Charles to the Research Institute, formally announcing him as a researcher to everyone present. The communication among scientists is straightforward. Once dialogue begins, mutual understanding of each other's expertise is immediate. In this realm, while hierarchy does exist, it is ultimately merit that governs all. Seniority matters only among equals. Charles's academic prowess quickly made it evident to all at the Institute that he was a scholar of a significantly superior caliber. My goodness, the precision of your equipment here is astonishing. These must be products not found on the market. Charles marveled as he touched the apparatus in the laboratory. He had indeed arrived at the right place, where cutting-edge genetic theories and sophisticated equipment converged. What is this? This is a graphical interactive machine, or you may refer to it as a computer. What? A computer so compact? Charles was no stranger to computers, having seen the massive machines built with vacuum tubes. The device before him had a screen no thicker than a finger, and the main unit was smaller than the tiniest television on the market. Chen Yuange demonstrated its operation, and Charles immediately grasped its ingenious utility, recognizing it as a multiplier for research endeavors. Chen was already preparing to launch personal computers to the market, noting that in an era devoid of the internet, entertainment was exceedingly monotonous. Having lived for 30 years in an age of information explosion, he had a unique perspective. Of course, for mere amusement, he could always surf the net of the future through the door of time. What he desires is to hasten the advent of the intelligent era, establishing a planetary array of celestial surveillance to create a global monitoring network akin to a heavenly web. Comatage has already deployed a magical network on Earth, and he aims to seize control of the electromagnetic web ahead of everyone else on the planet. The value of the intelligent industry is immeasurable, far beyond that of mere fragrances. It is a formidable instrument capable of transforming an entire era. Henceforth, his only potential collaborator can be none other than the World Security Council. After touring the Research Institute, the 3 of them sat in the office enjoying afternoon tea. Charles, have you decided on your next research direction? X-gene suppression. The future lies in discovering methods to deactivate the X gene. Indeed, I concur with your line of thought. It is imprudent to aim for the complete removal of the X gene. Attempting to forcibly eliminate it would only lead to genomic collapse and the specter of death. Chen Yuange cast a glance at Raven. It seemed that Charles's research was indeed for her benefit. The fleeting glimpse he had of this enchanting woman previously revealed her true form. No wonder she exhibited a latent wildness. It must have been due to the inhumane treatment she endured when her abilities first emerged. To many, her appearance bore no distinction from that of a demon. It appeared her powers were influenced by her emotions. During their meeting 4 days prior, her emotional turmoil had caused her true self to surface. That she had not been condemned to a fiery pyre was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 77. Howard, whose worldview is shattered. Chen Yuange and Charles were assigned a laboratory of their own, where they soon immersed themselves in their research with unwavering dedication. Raven, look. There are indications of X gene suppression, Charles exclaimed, beckoning Raven to observe the sample under the electron microscope. It's true, Charles, you're not mistaken. I never anticipated Chen Yuange's prowess to be so formidable. Why is he willing to assist us? Charles paused in contemplation before responding. That is of little consequence now. We must seize this opportunity. With Chen Yuange's expertise in genetic theory, he seemed to possess answers to every inquiry, and Charles was unreserved in his questions. Within the span of just 1 week, their research on X gene suppression progressed remarkably, greatly encouraging both Charles and his companion. In New York's Central Park, Chen Yuange and Howard sat on a bench, basking in the warmth of the winter sun. Chen Yuange casually scattered breadcrumbs, attracting birds that eagerly competed for the morsels. Isn't the name of your strategic defense and logistics agency a bit unwieldy? Howard, reclining against the bench and enjoying the rare sunlight, straightened slightly upon hearing Chen Yuange's remark. You know about it. It's not exactly a state secret. Just look it up through Captain America, and you'll find out. Howard gently tapped his thigh. I am not surprised, Chen. You wouldn't be here today to tell me there has been progress with the serum, would you? How could that be? Oh, by the way, let us just call you S.H.I.E.L.D, shall we? It has a nice ring to it. Howard savored the name, finding it unexpectedly fitting. After your research in the laboratory, have you gleaned any insights? Chen Yuange's words interrupted Howard's contemplation. He cleared his throat lightly and replied with poise, as scientists, we merely draw upon existing knowledge. I am simply curious. Besides, we possess something superior. Superior? You mean of extraterrestrial origin, don't you? Howard abruptly stood, looking down upon Chen Yuange. Who exactly are you? How do you know such confidential matters? Please step aside. You are blocking my sunlight. Chen, I ask you seriously. This is a top secret of the United States. How did you come by this knowledge? Howard gazed at the young man before him with suspicion. Just 4 months ago, he had been a simpleton, yet within 3 months, he had ascended to the position of chairman of a major corporation. In less than 2 years, he would undoubtedly become the leader of a conglomerate. However, his current foundation seemed almost non-existent. Tracing connections from Captain America to S.H.I.E.L.D was understandable, as that was no longer classified information. Yet, knowing the secrets of their advanced laboratories raised his alarm. Howard, you are too arrogant. Do you think this world belongs to mere mortals? Chen Yuange raised a finger, and flames, water, lightning, and storms danced at his fingertips. Intrigued, Howard picked up a twig and cautiously probed, only to find a miniature storm swirling at Chen's fingertip. With a crack, the front half of the twig was pulverized. This is real. This defies the laws of science. Howard, this planet and the universe are far more expansive than you can fathom, filled with countless dangers. You protect ordinary lives, while we safeguard this world. Your country's history is far too brief. Seeing Chen Yuange retract his hand, Howard excitedly grasped his shoulder. Tell me, that was magic, wasn't it? You actually believe in it. Come, let me show you something. He pointed at Howard's brow, temporarily unlocking his perception. Howard's eyes grew heavy, and after a few vigorous blinks, he suddenly stood transfixed, his neck turning slowly like a rusty hinge. What a kaleidoscopic world it was. Some of the spectra were those he had previously observed through instruments, while others were entirely new to him. The instinct of a scientist told him that this was the essence of reality. Howard greedily absorbed everything before a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Look to the sky." He involuntarily raised his head, only to find the sky enveloped in a golden veil of light, shimmering with countless incomprehensible patterns swirling in an ethereal dance. What was that I just saw? He pondered. Now do you understand? Magic is magic, and the mundane remains mundane. This world has always been under the guardianship of others. Not just you. After a prolonged moment, Howard, still immersed in the vision he had just witnessed, recalled certain things. So, some of the files at the Bureau are indeed authentic. We have long suspected that besides extraterrestrials, other hidden forces exist in this world. It seems that myths and legends are grounded in reality. Eager to return and investigate the files, Howard realized that collaborating with the World Security Council was the most prudent course of action, given the vastness of the intelligence industry. However, the only connection to the council was through Howard himself. Yet, he was a man of considerable pride, and perhaps the attempt to intimidate him had been a miscalculation. Why did he appear so utterly shattered? Hey, don't walk away. I have important matters to discuss. Chen Yuange had to grasp Howard's arm to halt his departure. Howard took a few deep breaths before finally sitting back down. Speak, what is it? You have undoubtedly been striving to decrypt the extraterrestrial computers. But I can authorize access to my technical data. What did you say? Are you implying that you possess complete technical documentation for a computer that can be manufactured here on Earth? Perhaps having already shattered his worldview once, Howard, though astonished, found it within himself to believe. It no longer surprised him that Chen Yuange might possess such technical resources. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps his 18 years of apparent folly had merely been a facade. A torrent of thoughts surged through Howard's mind. He needed to elevate Chen Yuange's file to top secret upon his return to discuss it with Carter. Are you suggesting that you will grant us this authorization? No, it is for the World Security Council. Chen Yuange waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of nonchalance. Today, you are merely a messenger. Go and speak with those who hold the authority to decide. Howard, with a finger pointed accusatorily at Chen Yuange, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, desperate to uncover the thoughts swirling in his mind. Had his dignity been reduced to merely passing along a message? Fine, I shall comply. Howard strode towards the car parked a short distance away and slammed the door shut with conviction. Jarvis, to the bureau. This left Chen Yuange seated alone, comfortably tossing breadcrumbs. Chapter 78. The Triumvirate Conference at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the director's office, Howard and Carter stood side by side before the window. Carter, this is how it stands. You should report to Minister Philip. I have no desire to confront his impassive demeanor. Furthermore, Chen Yuange is a perilous individual. We must elevate his threat level. Carter crossed his arms and cast a glance at the disgruntled Howard, who was notoriously arrogant and had evidently been humbled by Chen Yuange today. Howard, if I recall correctly, Chen Yuange is merely 18, am I right? Oh, I see. You are envious of his youth and charm, as well as his wealth, aren't you? I am aware that he has recently been crowned the public darling in the selection for the cover girl of Playboy, which has evidently unsettled you. Howard, with his hand pressed against his forehead, retorted, Damn it, Carter, after all these years of friendship, how can you still view me through such an outdated lens? All right, let us return to the matter at hand. I harbor suspicions regarding Chen Yuange's true origins. Today, I witnessed him unveil the authentic visage of our world, a breathtaking panorama that is indescribable. Do you realize that there truly exists an element of mystery in this world? His apparent ignorance over the past 18 years may very well be a facade. With his or his associates' capabilities, fabricating such an illusion would be a trivial endeavor. Noticing Carter's unchanged expression, Howard paused for a moment before comprehending the gravity of the situation. You are already aware, then? Carter lowered his arms and approached the coffee machine. Pouring 2 cups, he handed one to Howard, stating, While I may not know the specifics of Chen Yuange's circumstances, I do possess some understanding of the mystery you speak of. However, my knowledge is derived from a singular source. He once conveyed to me that ordinary individuals should refrain from meddling in the realm of the arcane, as the mysterious will not intrude upon the lives of the ordinary. This tacit agreement has endured for millennia, and it would be prudent for us not to disrupt it. Their decades-long friendship, forged through numerous life and death encounters in their youth, allowed Carter to discern Howard's insatiable curiosity. He felt compelled to caution him. Howard, it would be wise for you to tread carefully. Come with me. The two made their way to the archives, where Carter retrieved a file and handed it to Howard. Take a look at this. Professor of Physics at New York University. Driven by passion turned to hatred, metamorphosed into a demon, Howard glanced up at Carter, querying, Are you certain this isn't a headline from a third-rate tabloid? Upon observing the starkly contrasting photographs within the file, Howard instinctively remarked, Could this be yet another company's concocted serum? Carter remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. When Howard turned to a page depicting an incomplete pattern, he scrutinized it for a moment longer. This Charlie, he is currently incarcerated in the cube, and tests have revealed that his condition stems from some unknown radiation. Howard pondered for a moment before lifting the incomplete image and suggesting, There must be another explanation for his predicament, correct? Indeed, Carter affirmed. A friend of mine informed me that he summoned the demons of hell. and his body has been altered by them. Even his soul has undergone transformation. It is truly lamentable. Carter fixed her gaze intently on Howard. Old friend, this is not a domain we are accustomed to. The taboos here are manifold. You cannot discern whether you are provoking a devil or some other malevolent entity. Howard casually tucked the pattern back into the file and clapped his hands nonchalantly. Rest assured, I am not a neophyte like Charlie, who dares to meddle with unverified matters. Let us hope so. I would rather not find myself personally escorting you into the dome one day. After reviewing the samples and documents from Umbrella, the World Security Council was immediately impressed and dispatched a delegation to the Umbrella Company. Welcome, welcome, Commissioner Zhang, Minister Philip, the lovely Ms. Carter, and last but not least, my esteemed predecessor, Mr. Howard. Chen Yuange first shook hands with an Asian man who had come as a representative from the East, observing the youthful exuberance of his compatriot with curiosity. Mr. Chen, you are remarkably accomplished. My son idolizes you and aspires to surpass you. Oh, my greatest regret is founding the Umbrella Company 3 months ago. My true dream was merely to cultivate flowers and tend to small animals on my family farm. Please, do not let your son regard me as a role model. Today is a serious occasion. Let us allow the youth to enliven the atmosphere without holding it against him. Chen Yuange had already noticed the entourage behind Commissioner Zhang, which included not only Qi practitioners of the Ingod realm, but also formidable physical warriors, and even one whose aura suggested he was not entirely human. He could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Far East. In contrast, the personnel behind Minister Philip were merely ordinary individuals, lacking the extraordinary prowess that characterized their counterparts. It seemed that the North American extraordinary community held little regard for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. No wonder they could not muster even a single extraordinary team. Minister Philip and Ms. Carter, I have heard that Captain America is a close ally of yours. He is truly my idol. Captain America is our eternal pride. He is a magnificent warrior. Philip and Howard exchanged glances that betrayed a hint of regret, while Ms. Carter appeared to be the captain's romantic partner. Oddly, her sorrow seemed somewhat feigned, with a hint of amusement. Terrifyingly, when a woman is resolute, she can be utterly merciless. Chen Yuange discerned that she had borne 2 children, and there was an aura of divine light surrounding her. She was indeed a remarkable woman. As the group entered the conference room, Chen Yuange commenced a grand presentation, captivating the audience with his eloquent PowerPoint display. The attendees, seasoned individuals accustomed to such spectacles, patiently listened to Chairman Chen's performance. Fortunately, the presentation concluded after only half an hour, sparing them from an excruciating 3-hour discourse, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the forthcoming personal computer for households, utilizing the first generation of the Dawn Goddess chip, crafted with a 1-micron process, integrating 1.5 million transistors, and operating at a clock frequency of 80 MHz. It boasts formidable floating-point computation and multitasking capabilities. This is the inaugural generation of smartphones, employing the same series of chips as personal computers. Henceforth, time and space shall no longer be hindrances. Our planet will truly transform into a global village. With Chen Yuange's exceptional abilities, the performance of this chip has been maximized to its limits, displaying a remarkably complete functionality and an instruction set that approaches perfection. The graphical interactive operating system and the large-capacity hard drive have been seamlessly integrated. Additionally, he has prepared 2 sets of assembly languages, both in Chinese and English, demonstrating meticulous consideration. After 3 days of evaluation, the experts within the assessment team, following a unanimous discussion, ultimately reached a cooperative agreement. Umbrella has authorized all technical documentation, and the World Security Council will extend maximum facilitation to Umbrella regarding market entry and licensing matters. On the surface, it may appear that Chen Yuange has incurred significant financial losses. However, he has gained far more than mere official endorsement. His true advantage lies within the nearly flawless chip design and instruction set, regardless of how they may modify it, even if they start anew. They cannot escape his technological path. Here, he has already laid down some hidden doors. Even if a genius discovers these doors in the future, by that time, the Dawn Goddess chip and its derivatives will have spread across the globe, and his electromagnetic web will have been successfully established. Chapter 79. X-Gene Inhibitor. On the first day of the evaluation, Commissioner Zhang specifically invited Chen Yuange to attend a dinner for distinguished guests convened by the embassy. Mr. Chen, What remarkable cultivation you possess. May I inquire about your esteemed teacher? The middle-aged man who approached him had a countenance like jade, clad in a Taoist robe. He would undoubtedly appear as an ethereal sage. Taoist he, your praise is unwarranted. I am unaware of my master's identity. He imparts his teachings to me in dreams. I am ashamed that, until now, I have not known my master's face or name. Mr. Chun, your insight is commendable. When a practitioner travels in the world, he inevitably adapts to local customs. To have a disciple of your caliber is indeed a testament to your master's extraordinary abilities. He must be a true celestial being from the great Luo heaven. This Taoist, he was the most accomplished practitioner among the assessment team. And Chen Yuange deliberately revealed a hint of his magical aura today, which caught his attention. After the dinner, Chen Yuange departed the embassy alongside Zhang Yuda. Commissioner Zhang. This young man, Chen Yuange, is at least at the Yin God realm. As for the Yang God realm, I cannot be certain. It is astonishing that such a gifted youth has emerged in this world. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. The corners of Taoist He's mouth slowly oozed blood. His curiosity had compelled him to deduce Chen Yuange's cultivation, resulting in a slight backlash. Old He, are you certain? Commissioner Zhang paced back and forth, remarking, we can ascertain that this young man harbors a favorable impression of us. In the realm of diplomacy, we engage with friends based on actions rather than emotions. Let time reveal the truth. At the Umbrella Bio Research Institute, Charles and Raven appeared disheveled. As their research reached a critical juncture, they had taken to residing within the laboratory, forsaking the outside world. We did it, Raven. Look, we have succeeded, Charles exclaimed, embracing her fervently, their emotions overwhelming them as they shared a passionate kiss. After a moment, Charles regained his composure, gently pushing Raven away while deliberately ignoring the longing in her gaze. Come see this. The inhibitor has effectively halted the activity of the X gene. Raven, suppressing her racing heart, brushed her hair aside and approached the electron microscope to inspect the samples in the petri dish. It's true. We have truly succeeded. She trembled with excitement. Unlike Charles, who could easily conceal his mutant identity unless he spoke of it, her emotions would betray her, revealing her true nature in moments of intense fluctuation, as was the case now. Fortunately, the laboratory maintained a high level of confidentiality, apart from Chen Yuange. Only she and Charles had access. Moreover, during her sleep or in a state of unconsciousness, her true form would involuntarily manifest. Thus, her insatiable desire for the X gene inhibitor compelled her to risk everything. In a moment of impulsive resolve, Raven seized a nearby syringe and swiftly injected it into herself. No, Raven, what have you done? This hasn't even undergone clinical trials. Charles exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by her reckless action. Normally attuned to her thoughts, he was overwhelmed by his own emotions, compounded by the exhaustion of recent days, allowing her to act on impulse and administer the inhibitor. Regrettably, half of the serum had already been injected, and even as Charles rushed to extract the syringe, the inhibitor began to take effect. Raven collapsed, convulsing on the floor, while Charles held her limbs down, his psychic abilities surging forth as he endeavored to ease her suffering. Look at me, Raven. Hold on. Think of our perseverance. You are still young. You have a bright future ahead. At that moment, a spatial portal opened, and Chen Yuange, sensing the powerful psychic disturbance, emerged. Upon witnessing the dire situation, he swiftly pressed a finger to Raven's forehead, channeling his magic to stabilize her violently changing body. After a considerable time, Raven slowly sat up, gazing incredulously at her hands, murmuring, I did it. Suddenly, Charles struck her gently on the back of the head, his voice a mix of fury and concern. Raven, are you out of your mind? We haven't even tested the dosage. What if the gene collapses? Raven smiled foolishly, unable to meet Charles's flushed gaze. Well, since everything is fine, and the outcome is indeed favorable, Charles, congratulations to you all. You have succeeded. Following this, Charles gently lifted Raven, who was seated on the ground, and firmly clasped Chen Yuange's hand. Chen, truly, I am immensely grateful to you. There is no need for thanks. It is merely your own efforts that have brought about this success. You are all exemplary subjects. Chen Yuange observed them with satisfaction, particularly Raven, whose unique ability to transform had led him to the threshold of the legendary earthly transformation technique. Of course, at present, it was limited to human form and could not alter genes to become another species. To comprehend how to change genes, he would have to approach that young girl, A.O. Qingning, Her transformation ability genuinely altered her genetics, turning her from a dragon into a human. When he inquired about it, her response was unapologetically straightforward. I simply wished to change, so I did, brother. Can't you? Haha. Dear brother is an adult and does not engage in such childish games. As for the most advanced form of transformation, it would involve altering the very soul itself. Such mastery likely transcended the realm of mere manipulation, serving as an unparalleled method to evade calamities and avoid karmic retribution. Though Riven appeared to be unharmed, a thorough examination was still warranted. You are correct, Charles said, pulling Riven closer and drawing a vial of her blood, while he and Chen Yuange each took a sample for analysis. After some time, they lifted their heads. Chen, what are your thoughts? There is nothing seriously amiss. I can only say that she is fortunate. The inhibitor was not administered in excess. He had come to understand what had transpired, gazing at Riven as if she were a lucky star. Riven, perhaps you should buy a lottery ticket. Who knows? This might be your lucky draw. Charles's expression darkened again. It was far too perilous. Had he not intercepted half of the inhibitor earlier, Riven might now be in grave danger. Sensing his unease, Riven quickly seized upon Chen Yuange's topic to divert the conversation. I find your reasoning quite sound. Alas, as you know, I currently lack employment and income, and cannot even afford your umbrella perfume set. I long for the latest handbag, exquisite dresses, and beautiful jewelry, all of which require funds. So, Chen, what numbers do you think I should choose for my lottery ticket? July 8th, 1944, at 11:56 p.m., Charles said softly, causing Riven's body to stiffen. That was the moment of their first encounter 9 years ago. It was the night she, unable to bear her hunger, snuck into Xavier Manor in the middle of the night to steal food, only to be discovered by Charles. Charles, I apologize, I acted impulsively. I have forgiven you. Damn it. Chen Yuange opened the spatial door, and the cold dog food splattered on his face. He was now heading to Kate's house for a cup of coffee with milk. Chapter 80. X gene activator due to the injection of the suppressant. Raven experienced full-body convulsions just as Charles unleashed his psychic abilities. The powerful psychic waves not only allowed Chen Yuange to arrive in time, but they also captured the attention of certain individuals within New York City. In the late night at the Biological Research Institute, within Charles' laboratory, a man clad entirely in red suddenly materialized in the room. He surveyed the laboratory environment, capturing images of documents with a miniature camera, and finally noticed a syringe on the workbench that contained only half of its liquid. He extracted half of the remaining liquid from the syringe and mixed it with an equal measure of water. Before departing, he meticulously examined all the furnishings, and though his gaze lingered briefly on a computer, it quickly shifted away. Subsequently, he vanished silently, like a ghost, without alerting any security personnel. Xiao, I have brought everything. Well done, S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a man with a smile that was both righteous and wicked. He took the items from S.H.I.E.L.D. and handed them to a nearby individual. Soon, the materials from the film were developed and placed in his hands. Let me see, what a delightful surprise. I have just returned to New York from across the river and have obtained such valuable information. Xiao turned and handed the materials to a captivating woman with golden waves and fiery red lips, exuding charm. Emma, it seems the psychic you sensed this afternoon is quite a remarkable talent. Emma received the materials, her eyes sparkling as she gently smiled. Oh, is that so? Then Xiao, what will you do about this so-called X-gene suppressant? It will render you a mere mortal. Xiao raised Emma's chin with a smile, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, dangerous light. Emma blinked her enchanting eyes, meeting the man's intensely aggressive gaze. Reverse it, and then activate more psychics. That is precisely what I desire. With it, we shall possess an endless supply of soldiers, will we not? It shall be my weapon to dominate this world. As an outstanding scientist, armed with detailed information and the completed form of the suppressant, Zhao's mind was now ablaze with ideas, swiftly formulating a path for the development of the X gene activator. He raised his hands, addressing the three individuals before him. Soon, my friends, we shall be the rulers of this world. Emma maintained her cheerful demeanor, while Genos and S.H.I.E.L.D. applauded, expressing their support for their leader. All right, as I have said before, there should be many mutants in this world, especially in the last decade. A decade ago, amidst millions, I encountered but a single mutant, an intriguing little fellow. As Xiao reminisced about that moment, he recalled how that boy had acquired his extraordinary abilities through his assistance. What a pity he managed to escape. Xiao shook his head in regret, stating, however, since 1945, The number of mutants in the world has evidently increased, yet regrettably, their abilities are rather trivial. The capacity to control one's flatulence hardly qualifies one as a mutant among us. Opposite him, Emma displayed a look of disdain, which did not escape Zhao's notice. He pointed at Emma, proclaiming, "This is the very expression, my friends. We are the elite, destined to dominate the flock." The three of them applauded gently once more. "Yet, there are far too many sheep, my friends. We require more shepherd dogs." Emma timely inquired, "What kind of shepherd dogs?" Zhao cast an approving glance, while Genos and S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged glances, recognizing the implication. Emma articulated well, "We need shepherd dogs that can bite and protect their masters." The quest for such shepherd dogs underscores the significance of the X gene activator. With an abundance of mutants, we can select the shepherd dogs we desire from their ranks. Zhao gestured towards the trio. "You shall each possess your own cadre of shepherd dog guardians." Clap, clap, clap. The trio erupted into applause once again, this time with even greater fervor. Zhao was indeed correct. The Hellfire Club's mission was to embrace only the elite. Although they had a contingent of ordinary individuals as subordinates, ordinary people could hardly compare to mutants in efficacy, could they? No one was foolish. If the pyramid of power's base consisted of sheep, and its pinnacle of them, now the shepherd dogs had emerged, forming the most stable structure. So what must we do next? In my estimation, I can develop the X gene activator within 3 days. Subsequently, we shall introduce the activator into the municipal water supply. I am confident that within a day, the citizens of New York will receive the gifts I bestow upon them. Zhao turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, who raised his hand, declaring, "I know, this is my task." He then directed his gaze towards Emma. "Emma, you must identify all mutants in New York City with a level above 3. When the time comes, we shall capture the shepherd dogs." Before dawn, chaos erupted at the Zhang residence, as everyone was awakened by Zhang Xinlan's terrified screams. "Xinlan, open the door. What is the matter?" Zhou Qing anxiously knocked on the door, and the couple discerned faint sounds of weeping from within. Their expressions shifted, and Zhang Yudo was suddenly beset by ominous thoughts. Could it be? The little bok choy and his family was unexpectedly disturbed by a wild boar, leading to an unforeseen situation. Zhang Yudo, increasingly fearful, suppressed his impulse to lash out at the wild boar and trembled as he called out, "Xinlan, Daddy is here. Please open the door. I am here to protect you." His quavering voice caught the attention of Zhou Qingwei, who raised an eyebrow at the unusual behavior of this grown man so early in the morning. Zhou Qingwei composed herself and calmly said, "Xinlan, if something is troubling you, please open the door for your mother. Don't come in. I can't face anyone, woo-woo." "What? You can't face anyone?" The realization of his worst fear washed over Zhang Yudo, and he nearly choked on his own blood in a fit of rage. "Xinlan, you." He quickly glanced down the corridor and gestured for everyone to leave. "You all go out." "Qingwei, it's possible that Xinlan," Zhang Yudo whispered urgently in Zhou Qingwei's ear. "What are you saying?" "Ada, that's impossible. I'm certain that Xinlan, as someone who had been through similar experiences." Zhou Qingwei vividly recalled that her daughter had been innocent the previous night. It was implausible for her to have conceived overnight and for her belly to swell so rapidly. Moreover, Zhang Yudo, a man of some reputation, had once been a rogue in his youth. How could he be oblivious to the state of his daughter? What a mess this was. Xinlan was still unaware of what was happening, and he was only adding to the chaos. Chapter 81. The transformation of Zhang Xinlan. Zhou Qingwei chastised Zhang Yudo for his wild imaginings. At that moment, at the end of the corridor, Butler Lu was peering in curiously. Embarrassed, Zhang Yudo snapped, "Lao Lu, what are you doing lurking there like a thief?" Butler Lu recoiled slightly, shaking the spare keys in his hand and whispering, "Sir, I've brought the spare key." Zhang Yudo's face brightened at the sight of the keys. Just as he was about to call Butler Lu over, he suddenly remembered something and walked over to take the keys, asking quietly, "Has anything unusual happened since last night?" "No, sir. I've inquired throughout the mansion, and everyone says everything is normal." Zhang Yudo and Butler Lu exchanged puzzled glances. Then what on earth is going on? Perhaps the young lady is just upset. "Sir, I believe it would be best for Madam to comfort her." With no other choice, Zhang Yudo returned to his daughter's bedroom door and inserted the key into the lock. Click, click. They exchanged glances, realizing that she had locked herself in. What could possibly be the matter? The only consolation was the occasional sound from inside the room, the muffled yet powerful cries of his daughter, indicating that she was physically unharmed. "Xinlan, if there is something you don't understand, Perhaps your mother can provide you with the answers. Please open the door for her. No, I can't face anyone. Zhang Yude pressed his hand against his chest, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, you are making it far too easy for misunderstandings." Zhou Qingwei coaxed gently several times, but could no longer contain herself. The veins on her forehead throbbed. "Zhang Xinlan, you naughty girl, open the door for me. Will you, or when to you?" "No." "Oh." "Qingwei, calm down. Look at the wrinkles forming on your face from anger. The child is merely throwing a tantrum. Let her stay in her room for a while." Zhou Qingwei slapped Zhang Yude's arm away, her chest heaving with agitation. "You want to play the good guy, don't you? Lao Lu, call a couple of people over to break the door down." "Lao Lu, why are you adding to the chaos?" Zhang Yude quickly gestured for Steward Lu to leave, but the steward hurried over to Zhou Qingwei. Steward Lu cast a knowing glance at him, saying, "Sir, the lady is enraged." In the Zhang family, the male leads outside while the female governs within. The lady is the head of the household. I am unable to assist. Do not break down the door. Zhang Xinlan's sharp cry halted Steward Lu's actions as he turned to Zhou Qingwei. "Then will you open the door?" "I will, Mama, but only you are allowed to enter." After a moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior, with the lights off and curtains tightly drawn. Zhang Yude seized the opportunity to push the door, only to find it surprisingly resistant. Was his daughter truly that strong? Zhou Qingwei shot him a glare, watching him retreat awkwardly. "Xinlan, let Mama go in." As the gap in the door widened, Zhou Qingwei slipped inside, and the door was swiftly shut behind her with a resounding click. She instinctively reached for the light switch. But suddenly, a hand pressed down on hers. She recognized her daughter's silhouette all too well. "You startled me, Xinlan. It's so dark in here. What on earth is wrong? Do not turn on the lights. What is the matter? Xinlan, do you not trust even your mother?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Xinlan stepped back, and with a snap, the room flooded with light. Zhou Qingwei squinted, immediately noticing the wings behind her daughter. "My heavens, Xinlan, what has happened to you?" Outside the door, Zhang Yude heard a startled cry, followed by the muffled sounds of mother and daughter weeping. "This is nerve-wracking. What on earth is happening?" "Qingwei, Xinlan, what is going on?" "It's nothing serious." Xinlan merely fell out of bed and bruised her face. "Oh, thank goodness. My precious little darling." The thought of his beloved daughter's fair face marred by bruises filled him with anguish. No wonder she was reluctant to show herself. She is such a beauty. "All right, Lao Lu, have the kitchen boil some eggs to help reduce Xinlan's swelling." Sigh, reaching middle age is exhausting. I can hardly bear such turmoil, so early in the day. Zhang Yude and Lu Guanjia left the corridor, while in the room, Zhou Qingwei had already calmed down, curiously circling around her daughter. "Xinlan, you have become even more beautiful. Those wings are exquisite, resembling a butterfly. I am truly envious of you. When I was your age, I also longed to possess such wings. You look just like a little fairy. It's absolutely stunning." Zhang Xinlan felt a sense of shyness as her wings fluttered gently behind her, revealing her unsettled emotions. "Mom, please stop comforting me. How can I face anyone like this?" Yet, upon noticing that her mother did not regard her with any strange gaze, the anxiety she had harbored began to dissipate. "Can you fly?" I don't know. Why not give it a try?" After contemplating, Zhang Xinlan saw her wings begin to flap gently, gaining speed until, astonishingly, it appeared as though they were still. Yet she began to float, only to crash headfirst into the ceiling. Ouch! That hurt. Zhang Xinlan fell to the ground, but fortunately, the thick carpet cushioned her fall. Zhou Qingwei hurried over to help her up, gently massaging her head. "Does it still hurt?" "Much better." Zhang Xinlan stood and once again began to flap her wings. Soon, she mastered the art of flying, soaring about the room with glee. "This is so much fun. I can fly? Such a child." Zhou Qingwei called out exasperatedly, "Xinlan, come down and get dressed." "Oh," with a slight tremor in her voice, Zhou Qingwei feigned casualness and inquired, "Xinlan, can your wings retract?" Whoosh. The wings vanished. "My wings are gone, and now they're back." Zhang Xinlan suddenly realized she could indeed retract her wings, and Zhou Qingwei reached out to touch her daughter's smooth back. "Mom." "Xinlan." The mother and daughter embraced once more, weeping, this time tears of relief washing away their suppressed emotions. "Come, let us go outside and show everyone that our Xinlan has become even more beautiful." "But what about Dad? Will he reject me? Will he think I'm a monster?" Your father, even if you turned into a little pig, would still adore you." "How annoying." Zhou Qingwei drew back the curtains. and Zhang Xinlan instinctively tried to stop her, only to realize that she now resembled an ordinary person. The two of them began to freshen up, with Zhou Qingwei enviously caressing her daughter's face. Her daughter, already youthful and brimming with vitality, had skin that was now even smoother and more delicate than before, truly a significant transformation, with not a single flaw to be found. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy for her daughter's fortune. The mere addition of wings had rendered her skin so exquisitely flawless. She too yearned for such a gift. Chapter 82. The First Mutant Crisis. The appearance of Zhang Xinlan captivated everyone in the mansion. My goodness, the young lady was naturally beautiful before, but now she seems like a celestial fairy descended to Earth. However, everyone fell into silence. Didn't Butler Lu mention that the young lady had fallen and injured her face in the morning? Is this what they call a bruised face? They would gladly endure such a fall. After breakfast, the mother and daughter exchanged a glance, and Zhou Qingwei promptly took hold of Zhang Yuda's arm. The family then made their way to the mansion's secret chamber, where, encouraged by Zhou Qingwei, Zhang Xinlan nervously revealed her wings to Zhang Yuda. This my Xinlan is indeed a little fairy. Zhang Xinlan exhaled a sigh of relief, and in that moment, mischief sparked within her, as she flitted around Zhang Yuda with great speed. All right, Xinlan, come down quickly. Your father is getting dizzy, Zhang Yuda said, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. This child must have been terribly frightened in the morning. The fear in her eyes earlier had nearly shattered his heart. Ade, while Xinlan can retract her wings. What will happen if she suddenly loses control in the future? Zhang Xinlan, always astute, had considered this possibility as well, gazing hopefully at her seemingly omnipotent father. Zhang Yuda paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, when suddenly he clapped his hands. Ah, I completely forgot about that Chen Yuange. Brother? Could he also? Zhang Xinlan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuda's, feeling reassured that she was not alone. 3 months prior, this lad had showcased remarkable magical prowess. My ancestor once told me that he is a celestial being banished to the mortal realm, and in North America, he is the one. I truly did not misjudge this Yuange. Look, he not only established a prestigious family business, but is also the legendary celestial being, our family's very own. As Zhou Qingwei continued to speak, she suddenly grew concerned upon observing her daughter. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, and Zhang Yuda clearly shared her apprehension. He gently shook his head. The safety of their daughter was paramount, and everything else could be considered later. Just as one would seek the most skilled doctor when ill, why settle for less when the best is available? Ultimately, Zhang Xinlan's safety outweighed all else, prompting the couple to decide to seek out Chen Yuange to see if he could help resolve their daughter's predicament. As for everything else, they would leave it to fate. Old Lu, prepare the car. Upon receiving Zhang Yuda's call, informing him of their impromptu visit, Chen Yuange found it rather peculiar for the entire family to arrive unannounced so early in the morning. Moreover, since midnight, the city of New York had been gradually inundated with the presence of mutants. Initially sparse, their numbers had rapidly increased, and now, by rough estimation, there were at least tens of thousands. Even in Chinatown, there have been numerous instances of properties being damaged, some have been destroyed by fire, and a plethora of bizarre mutant abilities have been observed. However, none of these powers have truly captivated him. They predominantly fall into two categories: material manipulation and physical mutation. Even abilities such as mind control lack the potency to be deemed significant, especially when compared to Charles. Among the tens of thousands of individuals, the overall power levels are alarmingly low, with over 99% possessing pitifully weak abilities. For instance, a thug in Chinatown awakened what he referred to as a fire ability. In Chen Yuange's eyes, this was merely a typical case of material manipulation, igniting flammable substances through friction. At best, he could only light a cigarette, which ironically resulted in setting his own bed ablaze. Another individual, reminiscent of Qian Qinggong, had expanded his physique to such an extent that, in an excited frenzy, he collapsed his own wall. This situation is peculiar. With the sudden emergence of tens of thousands of mutants, New York City is now far more chaotic than ever, filled with the urgent sounds of sirens from police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, all seemingly summoned, as if by a swift kick. Given the complexity of the circumstances and the multitude of individuals involved, he refrained from hastily deducing the underlying reasons, opting instead to remain cautious and observe the unfolding events. What on earth is happening today? Why are there police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances everywhere? Is it an attack from polar bears? Nonsense. This commotion hardly resembles a battle. You have no idea. 9 years ago, I accompanied Shenlong's grandfather to Europe right after the war ended. It was a scene of utter devastation, and that was when I truly understood the meaning of hell on earth. Zhang Yude sighed wistfully, shaking his head as he noticed his daughter's curious gaze, attempting to shake off the indelible images from his memory. Perhaps a neighborhood has fallen into disrepair and a pipe has burst? He speculated uncertainly. Today's events pertain to his daughter's safety, and without a driver. He felt a twinge of concern as he observed the chaotic streets. However, reassured by the fact that he was in a bulletproof vehicle, he felt a sense of relief. One cannot skimp on safety. Yet, as the head of the family, he needed to remain composed in front of his wife and child, not allowing them to share in his worries. Zhang Yude pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the entrance of Chen's grocery store. Old Zhang, have you had breakfast? Old Chen, we've already eaten. There are matters that are not suitable for discussion over the phone, so I've shamelessly come to request Yuange's assistance. At that moment, Chen Yuange was lost in thought, gazing at Zhang Shenlong, who, for the first time, observed the profound depth in his eyes, instinctively retreating in fear. Upon her sudden appearance before him, he realized she too was a mutant. Before awakening, unless one underwent a blood test, it was impossible to discern whether a person was a mutant. Now, Zhang Shenlong has awakened, standing before him. Due to the long-standing friendship between their families, he directly absorbed Zhang Shenlong's essence and began the process of spiritual deduction. The issue lies with the water? Furthermore, this secret should not be disclosed before them. After all the commotion, the true culprit is indeed himself. This is truly an instance of serendipity. After Chen Yuange's deductions, he was left dumbfounded, realizing he would not take the blame. It was all on Charles and the Hellfire Club. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhou, Shenlong, I am already aware of your intentions. As everyone stepped into the courtyard, they happened upon A.O. Qingning, who was indulging in a feast in the kitchen. What an adorable little girl. When did your family gain another child? Zhou Qingwei could not resist approaching, attempting to give her a playful head pat, only to have A.O. Qingning easily evade her. After swallowing her morsel, she twitched her nose, her gaze shifting to the behind Zhang Shenlong. What a peculiar aroma. The little girl scampered over to Zhang Shenlong, gazing up at her and sniffing. Much like a curious puppy, Chen Yuange swiftly grasped her by the nape of her neck, pulling her aside. This little girl was unabashed, and should she utter anything peculiar, it would lead to an awkward situation. This place is crowded with prying eyes. Let us proceed to the farm. Chen Yuange opened a spatial door, leading directly into the living room of the farm's small building. Wow, how marvelous. So this is magic? Zhang Shenlong exclaimed in awe. Zhang Yude and his wife endeavored to maintain their authority in front of the child, yet their eyes betrayed their astonishment. The couple exchanged glances. They possessed the ability to traverse distances effortlessly, truly worthy of their celestial status. They had indeed found the right person. Chapter 83. The First Mutant Crisis 2. Upon stepping through the spatial door, they found themselves in an instant at the Qingshan farm, several dozen miles away. Zhang Shenlong dashed out of the house, elated to see the familiar scenery outside. Wow, it truly is a farm. We have crossed such a vast distance in a single step. Zhou Qingwei held back the exhilarated Zhang Shenlong as the women ascended to the upstairs bedroom, leaving the three men in the living room. Shenlong, your wings are so beautiful. Chen Yan's voice reached them from upstairs, prompting Chen Yuan to cast a puzzled glance upward. What beautiful wings. Old Zhang, what on earth is happening? Alas, old Chen, I too am at a loss. You will understand soon. Zhang Yude chuckled wryly, unsure of how to explain, and could only ask Chen Yuan to wait. After a while, several women appeared from the staircase. A.O. Qingning dashed down, nimbly climbing onto Chen Yuange's back, whispering in his ear, Brother, I know. This is a butterfly demon. Do not speak recklessly. Chen Yuange lightly tapped her head in response. Chen Yin and her companions walked ahead. After descending the staircase, the last figure revealed was Zhang Shenlong. Chen Yuan gaped, gesturing towards the wings protruding from her back, then turned back to Zhang Yude, patting his shoulder. My old friend, with Chen Yuange around, he will surely assist you. Zhang Shenlong approached Chen Yuange with a shy demeanor, her gaze cast downward. Her attire bore two slits on her back, from which a pair of wings unfurled, gently flapping. Shenlong, fear not. Allow me to examine you. Chen Yuange theatrically pointed at Zhang Shenlong's forehead. To demonstrate his efforts, a halo emanated from her brow, cascading like ripples throughout her form. The couple, Zhang Yude and his wife, were indeed astonished. This spectacle was truly the magic of celestial beings, and their daughter Xianlan was saved. Only Ao Qingning looked up at Chen Yuange with a puzzled expression, her large eyes seemingly asking, "Brother, why have you conjured a rainbow?" Chen Yuange's eyelid twitched. "Qingning, how about we venture to the sea today to catch some large seafood for you to savor?" Ao Qingning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded her head, her thoughts consumed by visions of delectable seafood barbecues. "Yuange, what of Xianlan?" Zhou Qingwei anxiously grasped Zhang Yude's arm, causing him discomfort as he quickly pressed her hand down, preventing her from squeezing any tighter. "Aunt Zhou, there's no need for concern regarding Xianlan. I actually possess 2 solutions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yude and his wife were overjoyed, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. "Yuange, what are these 2 solutions?" "One involves the administration of a potion. This method will prevent Xianlan's wings from reappearing, though it requires regular consumption." "That sounds good. I refuse," Zhang Xianlan shouted, her parents staring in astonishment at her defiance. "Weren't you too frightened to face anyone this morning? How is it that you now object?" Having transitioned from her initial fear since awakening, and with her parents and the Chen family regarding her with no unusual glances, she readily embraced her transformation. Moreover, the Chen family was no ordinary clan. Just moments ago, Chen Yin had showcased her impenetrable skills, and Chen Yuange was nothing short of divine. She yearned to be like them. "I refuse." "Indeed." Chen Yuange's gentle voice soothed the agitated Zhang Xianlan. He discerned that she was likely envisioning herself as a character from a youthful novel. The second solution involves teaching Xianlan a divine cultivation technique, enabling her to control her wings with ease. This ability is highly susceptible to emotional influences. A mere trigger could reveal them. Zhang Xianlan's eyes brightened. Chen Yuange seemed not to oppose her possessing wings. Zhang Yude restrained the impatient Zhou Qingwei and, after some contemplation, inquired, "Yuange, what do you suggest?" Chen Yuange glanced at Zhang Yude, pacing back and forth as all eyes turned towards him. "Uncle Zhang, I must share something with you. The world may be on the verge of transformation." "What?" The group gasped in unison, looking at Chen Yuange, eager to uncover the cause of his alarm. "You must have noticed, from dawn until now, the city is swarming with police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances." "Indeed. My father just mentioned that it might be due to a pipeline explosion in some neighborhood," Zhang Xianlan interjected, and the others found her explanation plausible. Yet, Chen Yuange's demeanor suggested otherwise. "No, it is far more grave than that. What we are witnessing is an emergence of mutants, and currently, there are tens of thousands in New York City." "What? Tens of thousands?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, but it was Zhang Yude, seasoned by experience, who first grasped the gravity of the situation. "Yuange, are you saying that tens of thousands of individuals like Xianlan are present in New York City?" "Precisely." The revelation left everyone dumbfounded, as Zhang Yude murmured, "The world has indeed changed. Has the era of myth descended upon us?" "What about us?" Zhang Yude seemed to ponder something. "Yuange, does this mean that each of us could resemble Xianlan?" Chen Yuange shook his head. "Not at all, Uncle Zhang. It is estimated that only 1 in 100 may possess such traits. Not all are like that. Furthermore, this is not the age of myth. If this were to be classified as such, what then would we call the ancient sages who bore the weight of mountains and grasped the sun and moon?" A portal materialized before Chen Yuange, beckoning the group to enter. They found themselves on an unnamed island near the equator. "It is sweltering here. Where are we?" "We are currently in the tropics. Observe closely." Chen Yuange gestured, summoning tens of thousands of tons of seawater to soar skyward, swirling rapidly in the air. "My heavens, Yuange, you possess such extraordinary power." This manipulation of matter, while less sophisticated than the spatial portal, was nonetheless awe-inspiring. The spectacle of tons of seawater spinning overhead was breathtaking. The seawater transformed into icebergs, crashing onto the beach, prompting everyone to approach and confirm its authenticity. What had been a sweltering heat moments ago now felt pleasantly cool. Chen Yuange gestured again, bringing in several tons of seawater, which then morphed into ice chunks that tumbled down. "See, among those tens of thousands, only a scant few can achieve such feats. They do not merit the title of the mythic age." Zhang Yude grasped Chen Yuange's implication. There was no cause for concern. Even with the surge of mutants, the impact would primarily affect ordinary individuals. For those like them, endowed with power and influence, Zhang Xinlan's predicament would merely be an embellishment. Very well, Yuange, I understand. I entrust Xinlan's care to you. Please assist her in mastering her abilities. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, everything is under control. A.O. Qingning, noticing that their serious discussions seemed to have concluded, turned her bright eyes and exclaimed, I want to eat grilled fish. Indeed, it was winter in New York. Thanks to Yuange, we had the rare opportunity to visit the tropics. How about we indulge in a tropical beach vacation today? Zhang Yude suggested, pulling Zhou Qingwei close. The women cheered, quickly instructing Chen Yuange to lead everyone back to fetch their summer attire. Chapter 84. The First Mutation Crisis. 3. Charles furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his anxious forehead. How could this be? How could so many mutants emerge in such a brief span of time? What on earth had transpired? Since dawn, Charles had been alarmed by the incessant surge of mutant presences, their sheer number and rapid emergence leaving him astounded. This was evidently not a natural phenomenon. There had to be some external interference causing such an outcome. Charles, fret not. Isn't this a blessing? We have gained more compatriots. Haven Tiwi? Raven, confidently strolling through the streets of New York these past few days, shopping, attending Broadway shows, radiated a newfound exuberance, devoid of the deep-seated caution she once bore. Observing the jubilant Raven, Charles shook his head. Having witnessed the depths of human nature since childhood and being part of the elite Xavier family, Charles was acutely aware of how the nation's elites perceived mutants. They would inevitably be viewed as subjects to be controlled. The ruling elite, seeking to divert attention from the fundamental issues arising from wealth disparity, would undoubtedly target mutants as scapegoats. They would proclaim, look how dangerous mutants are. Within just a few hours, Charles had sensed hundreds of incidents where awakened abilities had harmed family and neighbors. What if these individuals were to escalate their conflicts with society? Wouldn't this present the elites with a splendid tool? The pressure from the polar bear on the other side of the world was overwhelming for the elites. At times, even Charles himself feared waking up to find the polar bear descending upon the White House, followed by their imminent execution. Originally, he was meant to be part of that small elite circle in the country, but his identity as a mutant had forever severed his connection to that realm. Individuals of impure lineage like him could never hope to join their ranks. Raven, if one day a more advanced and convenient method of genetic testing emerges, will we still be able to conceal our identities? Raven fell silent. Charles was not mistaken. Such a situation would inevitably arise. The X gene had become inseparable from them. At this moment, sweat had dampened Charles's hair, and he found it bothersome. Perhaps it was time for a haircut? His gentle mental prowess continuously soothed those newly emerged mutants, whose energy levels are high and emotions exceedingly unstable. This is all he can do. Charles suddenly found himself envious of Chen Yuange. Though they were of similar age, Chen was the actual controller of a large enterprise, wielding influence and resources far beyond Charles's reach. If only he had sufficient personnel at his disposal, he could swiftly gather those potent mutants, helping them to master their abilities. Raven diligently wiped the sweat from Charles's brow, her eyes filled with concern. She now regretted her impulsive decision to administer the X gene suppressor that day, as she felt utterly incapable of assisting Charles in any way. Gore, relax, breathe slowly. I am here to help you. In an apartment in Queens, the young Gore, under Charles's calming influence, managed to regain control over his emotions. His bedroom, however, lay in utter disarray, the bed nearly corroded away. Even the wooden floor had succumbed to corrosion, revealing the concrete and rebar beneath. After rising early to drink a glass of natural water in the kitchen, he returned to his room for a nap, only to be overwhelmed as his pores erupted with a highly corrosive liquid, rapidly disintegrating the bed. Gore, immobilized by the intense physical transformation, found his fear only exacerbating the secretion of acid. Charles, having sensed his peril, had come specifically to calm him. Who are you? What is happening to me? Gore stood barefoot in his chaotic room, bewildered by the devastation surrounding him. This is your X gene awakening. Like you, I am a mutant awakened by the X gene. A mutant? Charles, at home, finally exhaled in relief, realizing that Gore had been temporarily pacified. This individual possessed a dangerously potent ability. Should his acid continue to ooze, it would soon corrode the floorboards, likely resulting in his demise at the hands of an irate neighbor below. Charles could not afford to linger in explaining further. He needed to soothe others as well. Just as his mental tendrils were about to withdraw from Gore's consciousness, he suddenly sensed a similar mental force entering Gore's mind. Gore, You are unique. You have faced reprimand from superiors and derision from colleagues. The languid female voice unveiled Gore's everyday tribulations, causing fresh acid to seep from his pores. But now, you are different. The awakened you shall become their shepherd. Consider this. Your boss, your superiors, and your colleagues are kneeling before you, imploring your forgiveness. And the girl you hold dear is utterly captivated by you. Gore found himself irresistibly drawn to the splendid vision painted by Emma. He contemplatively gazed at the corrosive liquid in his hand and, with a vigorous flick, sent it splattering onto the cheap suit hanging on the wall. No, Gore. This is not what you desire. What? Emma's mental tendrils recoiled in alarm, retreating swiftly like a startled rabbit. That Charles had lingered within Gore's consciousness. By this alone, it was evident that this Charles possessed psychic abilities surpassing her own. Charles's psychic tendrils relentlessly pursued Emma's, as he was fervently intent on locating her. Emma, too, seemed to recognize this, for in the Hellfire Club, as she sat with closed eyes on the sofa, she suddenly emitted a muffled groan and opened her eyes, a trickle of blood seeping from her nostrils. Shaw, we underestimated him. This Charles's abilities are likely far superior to mine. Shaw's gaze sharpened, and he shook his glass slightly. If this Charles is so formidable, have you compromised too much of our information? No, he at most knows that we are involved, nothing beyond that. Shaw remained noncommittal, gently wiping away the blood from Emma's face before rising to approach the bookshelf against the wall. Entering a code, the shelf slid open silently, and Shaw emerged moments later, holding a helmet. Upon seeing the helmet, Emma realized that Shaw had begun to take this Charles seriously. It was through her cooperation that Shaw had been able to develop this helmet capable of resisting mind control. He understood all too well the potency of psychic abilities. Our plans must shift. This Charles is a formidable psychic. Emma, the recruitment efforts will be paused. We cannot remain in New York. We shall head to international waters. Shaw donned the helmet. This may prove advantageous. Only through the trials of the arena can we identify the most exceptional shepherds, can we not? Chapter 85. The first mutant crisis. At Xavier's mansion, Charles sprang to his feet, toppling the chair beneath him, startling Raven nearby. Charles, what has happened? The Hellfire Club? The White Queen? Charles paced anxiously, realizing that the catalyst for the current turmoil was their X-gene suppressor, which the Hellfire Club had managed to reverse. It is all my fault. Charles closed his eyes in anguish. Fear now permeated New York City, an emotion that could not escape his psychic awareness. No, the most pressing matter is not this. I must calm the people here. However, the immediate priority is to notify the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. As members of the Xavier family, Charles and Howard were somewhat acquainted, particularly during a time when Charles struggled to control his abilities and inadvertently discovered Howard's concealed identity. Presently, the city was swarming with personnel from the New York Police Department and the FBI. However, he understood that the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics was the true authority on the matter. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Moreover, he held a degree of trust in Howard's character. Mr. Stark, who are you? Howard, poring over documents in the command center, questioned instinctively, as though he had misheard. Carter and others in the office gazed at him in astonishment. Did you party too hard last night? I am communicating with you telepathically. There is no need for you to vocalize your thoughts. Merely think them, came the response. Howard chuckled awkwardly, taking a seat with a composed demeanor. What brings you to me? Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. An individual has introduced a genetic agent into the municipal water supply of New York City. You must swiftly sever the water source. What? Howard exclaimed, taken aback by the shocking news. Unable to contain himself, he shouted. Noticing Carter's displeasure, he grasped her arm, leading them to a secluded room. Throughout the journey, he mentally called out, yet the enigmatic figure ceased to respond. Howard, you better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall deduct a month's salary from you. Do as you wish, Carter. The truth is, this incident is a result of someone introducing a genetic agent into the municipal water supply. What? Such an absurd claim. Carter gasped, but then, recalling the events unfolding in the city, the logic began to align. I understand. I shall contact Mayor Ferdinand immediately. Carter promptly picked up the phone. And after a brief explanation, New York City ceased the supply of tap water across the entire metropolis. Half an hour later, Carter breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that no new superpowered individuals had emerged. This morning, Minister Phillips had inundated her with calls. and the pressure from the White House had been particularly intense. Finally, there was a resolution. "Howard, how did you come by this information?" Carter inquired as she sought out Howard, and they stepped outside to converse, for the smoke in the room was too oppressive. "Honestly, I do not know." Howard raised his hands in exasperation. "Someone suddenly informed me telepathically. Don't ask me who. I have no idea who he is. Nor did he disclose who was responsible for this. Bastards. Those wretched scoundrels." Howard struck a nearby tree trunk in frustration, grappling with a sense of helplessness he had not experienced in ages. The concepts of superpowers and magic flashed through his mind. So this is a man. Indeed. Our only intelligence indicates that this is a young male with the ability of telepathy, with no further details available. Such an enigma. How shall we refer to this individual? Howard clenched his fist, disregarding Carter's amused expression. "Let us call him X, an unknown variable in mathematics, which suits him perfectly." Carter shrugged. "Very well. Is this how scientists operate? Then we shall designate him as X. I suspect he might be someone you know, so the task of uncovering his identity falls to you. Unfortunately, I am rather pressed for time lately. A research project has reached a critical juncture. Perhaps we should assign this matter to Nick Fury," Howard suggested. "That is acceptable. He is indeed more suited for this task than you are." Charles pinched the bridge of his nose. "We must be cautious. Avoid encounters with Howard and that Nick Fury. It would be best not to cross paths with those agents. Their scrutiny is relentless." Previously, they had not disclosed the existence of the Hellfire Club to them. He understood all too well the potency of formidable mental abilities. These agents could not contend with such power. It was astonishing to discover that a mutant club existed in New York. While tracking the White Queen, he had witnessed her being subdued by his telepathic prowess. She had promptly severed her ties to survive. This incident had, in fact, been triggered by his recent display of telepathy, and upon encountering him, her most fervent thoughts had revealed the source of her urgency, allowing him to momentarily intercept those thoughts. Regrettably, the White Queen was quick-witted. Aside from her identity and the existence of the Hellfire Club, he gleaned no other critical information. He was left only with the knowledge that she resided in New York. Though her exact location remained elusive, Charles glanced towards the kitchen, where Raven was preparing snacks for him, deciding it best not to share this information with her. As for Chen Yuange, he shook his head. He resolved to shoulder this burden alone. He intended to scour the city to uncover the members of the Hellfire Club. In the hospital corridor, Howard and Carter walked side by side. The sudden emergence of so many individuals with abilities had been fortuitous. Their timely response had prevented significant casualties. Currently, Mayor Ferdinand was holding a press conference to reassure the public. As for the incident triggered by the municipal water supply, only a fool would disclose that. Revealing such information would only inform the citizens of the government's negligence. This time, Carter and Howard aimed to recruit individuals with considerable combat capabilities after thorough assessments. This marked the first time S.H.I.E.L.D. was assembling a team of empowered individuals and as senior figures in the organization. They had decided to take matters into their own hands. Being allies of Captain America, they believed that his endorsement would prove invaluable. Carter was tasked with recruiting male individuals with abilities, while Howard focused on female candidates. It had been quite some time since they engaged in such endeavors, and both were now filled with renewed vigor. "Greetings, Mr. Gore. I am Agent Carter, and this is my identification." Lying in the hospital bed, Gore's eyes lit up upon seeing Carter in her trench coat, instinctively taking the ID to examine it. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support? What a peculiar name. Ah, this is our old designation. We will henceforth be known as S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. What a cool name. Mr. Gore, you are a person of considerable potential. Would you be interested in becoming a comrade of Captain America?" Gore straightened up suddenly. "Captain America? Are you saying that he serves your organization? Then why have I not seen any information about your department in the museum? We are a confidential agency. So, what do you say? Are you interested in following in the footsteps of Captain America? Really? Can I too? I am exceedingly interested. When can I report for duty?" Captain America's influence was so profound that Gore instantly forgot the previous languid voice's words. Carter smiled charmingly, thinking to herself, "Little man, this is my first mission in years. And dealing with someone like you is a piece of cake." Chapter 86. The Mutant Incident 1. After meeting with Howard, both displayed triumphant smiles. An onlooker from the lower ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely think they had misseen. How was your harvest? All concluded. Haha. The laughter subsided, and their expressions grew serious. Howard, share your findings. Well, everyone mentioned a particular individual, yet none knew who he was. Only that he was quite young and had helped them stabilize their abilities. The two exchanged knowing glances. It's X. I encountered the same situation. X informed them that they are mutants, the next stage in human evolution. Mutants? Howard pondered momentarily, combining insights from the assessment report, leading to a conclusion. It seems this so-called mutant truly represents a new demographic. Carter, do you recall the files of individuals with abilities in the Bureau? I suspect they might all be these so-called mutants. The mutants we encountered today, while all activated by genetic serums, exhibited only a few cases of genetic collapse. Carter's expression turned grave. What does that imply? Howard nodded. Indeed, a segment of humanity inherently carries mutant genes. We do not know their origin, nor the proportion of such individuals among humans. This realization cast a heavy shadow over both, as they recognized that the tranquility of society was on the brink of upheaval. Even if we were to uncover the masterminds behind the deployment of genetic serums, it would be futile. Pandora's box has already been opened. The hidden ambitious individuals will undoubtedly emerge one after another, with the newly minted elites eager to unseat the old guard. After dealing with a rogue-powered individual, Nick Fury returned to the agency only to receive a summons from the director's office. Director, Agent Nick Fury reporting, he announced. Let him in, came the reply. Nick straightened his collar, pushed open the door, and entered the director's office, closing the door behind him. Director, you summoned me? Carter glanced up, gesturing towards the sofa for him to take a seat. Nick, you've witnessed today's events. What are your thoughts? The ambitious cannot sit idly by. Carter regarded him with approval before sharing Howard's analysis. This is a level 9 mission. You may select your own team, and I grant you level 7 clearance. I alone will bear the responsibility for this matter, and Howard will provide you with assistance. First, you must locate this individual known as X. Second, you must employ every possible means to identify the scoundrel responsible for deploying the genetic agents. Find them. I want to personally see them on the gallows. Carter clenched her atomic pen, inadvertently revealing her formidable strength. Nick listened intently to Carter's orders, rising to salute. I have a suggestion. Perhaps X knows who the mastermind behind the genetic agents is. I shall take that into consideration. Nick strode out of the office and reached the staircase corner, where he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Memories surged forth. Recalling a remarkable comrade from his days with the Howling Commandos, Logan Howlett, a true lone wolf. On several occasions, Logan had shielded him from bullets, and Nick had witnessed his extraordinary self-healing ability, which was nothing short of immortal. As a trusted ally, he had buried this secret deep within. Today, encountering a myriad of peculiar-powered individuals, and based on Director Carter's recent intel, it seemed that Logan Howlett might be among them. Mutants, perhaps? By the time this afternoon's newspaper is published, Logan might arrive in New York. Nick took a final, vigorous drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt into a trash bin, just as a man entered the room. Director Pierce. Oh, it's you, Nick. Care for another? Pierce deftly produced a cigarette, which Nick accepted. What's troubling you? Is it about this morning's incident? Indeed, this world has become utterly insane. Who knows? Our reality conceals so many oddities. Oddities. Perhaps. The two men quickly finished their cigarettes and departed from the staircase. Mr. Mayor, how do you perceive the extraordinary events that have transpired across the city today? Mayor Ferdinand coughed lightly and replied, for the citizens injured in this incident. May God bless them. As for the cause of this calamity, I implore you to trust our experts and kindly exercise patience as we conduct our investigation. With a grave expression, Mayor Ferdinand deftly deflected the inquiries. Another journalist raised a hand. Mr. Mayor, there are reports suggesting that this was a biochemical assault by polar bears. Is there a possibility of a third world war? A flicker of delight crossed Ferdinand's eyes. This was precisely the question he had anticipated, knowing well that some reporters would relish stirring chaos. We do not dismiss this possibility. Should it prove true, I shall never forgive the malevolent deeds of the polar bears. I, Ferdinand, vow before God to stand forever with our citizens. God bless New York. God bless America. Taking this opportunity, Mayor Ferdinand delivered a passionate address and announced that numerous entrepreneurs from New York City, including Chairman Chen Yuange of Umbrella Corporation, would donate $1 million to assist the afflicted citizens. The journalists in attendance applauded fervently, showering praise upon the philanthropists of New York City. Why do these wretched capitalists not distribute this money to those in need? They too require assistance. In a certain office of S.H.I.E.L.D. The director was informed, "Director, Nick Fury has requested that we investigate all personal connections surrounding Howard." Pierce leisurely extracted a cigar from its box, ignited a match, and began to savor its smoke. He instructed that all character profiles be compiled and presented to him. This was Fury's style. He had always been meticulous. Could it be that someone Howard knew was linked to this extraordinary event? Pierce lit his cigar, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "Gator, you have performed admirably. Keep a close watch on Nick Fury's every move. At this critical juncture, Peggy Carter will not allow him to evade today's events." With a gentle wave of his hand, Director Pierce signaled for Gator to exit the office. The smoke from the cigar enveloped Pierce's face, erasing the amicable smile he usually wore. Chapter 87. The mutant turmoil. 2 tens of thousands in New York City activated their abilities. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had recruited a formidable cohort of the most powerful individuals, the military and various other agencies swiftly intervened, employing a range of methods, both incentives and threats, to secure a number of their coveted ability wielders. Major corporations such as Umbrella Corporation, Stark Industries, and Pym Group offered substantial salaries to attract these individuals into their fold. Aside from Chen Yuange, who deliberately refrained from drawing attention to his unconventional nature, all major corporations exhibited profound interest in the sudden emergence of these individuals with extraordinary abilities. In recent years, extensive research into the serum used by Captain America had yielded little success, and now, with the unexpected appearance of numerous individuals possessing remarkable powers, some even exhibiting formidable combat potential, it became apparent to all that a new possibility for the super soldier program had arisen. Those who did not engage in the development of biological weaponry risked relegation to the status of a second-rate force. In New York City, beyond the families of the deceased, there were also unfortunate souls who had undergone physical transformations due to their awakened abilities. Many began to realize that these individuals had turned misfortune into fortune, evolving into high earners. In a moment of collective despair, numerous citizens lamented to the heavens, questioning why they too could not become endowed with powers, thus securing positions as esteemed employees of major corporations, replete with handsome salaries and the luxury of vacations. Astute journalists, through their interviews, discovered that many of these extraordinary individuals referred to themselves as mutants. The major media outlets worked diligently, releasing various analyses by noon, accompanied by a plethora of interview photographs, dubbing the incident as the mutant event. Within an hour, via fax machines, the world's mainstream media began to disseminate the news, and the story of New York's mutant phenomenon swiftly spread across the globe. In South America, outside a bar, sunlight illuminated a man's face as he clutched a newspaper bearing the headline, "Mutant Event Shocks New York City." The wind creaked the wooden door of the bar, where the corpulent owner stood aghast, mouth agape, having collapsed against the liquor shelves. Through his open mouth, shattered bottles were visible, alongside a coin from the Third Reich pinned to the wooden board. New York? In the far east, by the seaside of Hokkaido. The cold sea breeze swept across the surface of the water as twilight descended early. A robust Caucasian man, carrying a fishing rod and a bucket, approached. As he passed a small bookstore, the owner was busy arranging newspapers in the window, evidently preparing to close up for dinner. At that moment, the man noticed the newspaper's bold headline, "Mutant Event in New York City." "Logan, you've had a good haul today. Would you like a copy of the newspaper?" The bookstore owner called out, eager to sell the last copy to Logan, known for his generosity in town. Logan, patting his pockets, realized he had no money. Instead, he pulled a fish from his bucket and offered it to the owner. "Very well, 1 fish for 1 newspaper." The owner's expression reflected a mix of regret and haste as he swiftly snatched the fish and thrust the newspaper into Logan's hands. Under the dim light of the bookstore's entrance, Logan unfolded the newspaper and began to read. New York? Charles wore a fatigued expression, having searched for Chen Yuange several times throughout the afternoon without success. Finally, he encountered Chen Yuange in the evening. Earlier that day, Chen had returned solely to collect summer clothes and, in a moment of generosity, donated $1 million to Mayor Ferdinand. He also took the time to reassure the company employees and the children at the welfare institution. The entire day was spent basking under the sun on a nameless island near the equator. During this time, he discovered an intriguing ability possessed by Zhang Xinlan. The delicate scales on her wings allowed her to achieve optical invisibility. This capability could be deemed a formidable asset for those reliant on visual perception. However, Chen Yuange cautioned her that such optical cloaking would be rendered ineffective against infrared detection, sonar detection, and mental probing, advising her to remain vigilant. Fortunately, Zhang Xinlan had performed well in her high school studies, particularly in physics, which helped her regain composure from the thrill of realizing her ability. She soon recognized the potential utility of this power for skipping classes, much to her secret delight. Both families enjoyed a joyful day on the tropical island, reluctant to return home until after sunset. "Chen, I finally found you," Charles exclaimed, seated across from Chen Yuange, cradling a now-cold cup of coffee, having remained silent for a considerable time while Raven patiently stayed by his side. "Chen, I have a request. I wish to make the X gene inhibitor public to help those afflicted by bodily mutations. However, the X gene inhibitor was developed under your guidance. Do not deny it. I know that without your direction, I could not have created such a potion. Thus, the X gene inhibitor is, in fact, the private property of the Umbrella Biological Research Institute, and I do not possess the authority to use it to save lives." Charles lifted his gaze, earnestly looking into Chen Yuange's eyes, excitement evident in his voice. "I can fund it. Name your price, and I will purchase it." Chen Yuange gently applauded. "Charles, I sincerely admire your honesty and compassion. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do?" Charles felt invigorated, sensing that Chen did not oppose his request. "I have decided to distribute the inhibitor to those with bodily mutations." "Discreetly distribute it?" Chen Yuange replied, shaking his head as he rose and approached the window, gazing out at the vibrant lights of New York City, a metropolis that never sleeps. "Charles, you will only exhaust yourself doing that. What then should I do?" Charles asked. "Make the formula for the X gene inhibitor public." Charles sprang to his feet, shock evident as he pointed at Chen Yuange. "What did you say?" "This is a pharmaceutical product that could yield substantial profits in the future. You would simply abandon it." Chen Yuange waved his hand dismissively. "I do not care for money. It holds no significance for me. It is merely the disclosure of a product formula, nothing of great consequence. However, it is imperative that our involvement remains concealed, otherwise, everyone will deduce that the mutant incident is linked to us, and we would inevitably become targets." Charles gazed at Chen Yuange, who had turned around with a smile, his expression a complex blend of emotions. What manner of man is he truly? "Very well, since you have made this decision, I shall handle the matter." Chen Yuange shook his head once more. "It would be unwise for you to engage. Your psychic abilities are commendable, yet your physical prowess leaves much to be desired. After all, one cannot simply implant a formula into another's mind, can one?" Charles offered an awkward smile. "Raven is currently unable to transform, leaving it to me to take action." Raven, standing nearby, lowered her head in shame. "My apologies. I should not have harbored such high expectations for you. A gentleman of privilege. I shall dispatch individuals to distribute the formula to medical institutions and news agencies overnight." Chen Yuange waved his hand, and a silent spatial portal opened beside him, revealing Mattify, who bowed respectfully before him. "Mattify, do you comprehend the task I have assigned to you?" "Indeed, boss. I assure you I will fulfill your command. Off you go." Amidst the complex gazes of Charles and Raven, Mattify accepted a document and vanished in a wisp of black smoke. Chapter 88. Undercurrents. The body Mattify currently inhabits was crafted by Chen Yuange using techniques of artifact refinement. Although he can only wield the magical energy left by Chen Yuange, as a former high-ranking demon, his perception and insights remain intact. Even with limited power, he is adept at utilizing it. Thus, in New York City, the number of individuals capable of tracking his movements does not exceed 10. Moreover, the location to which Mattify is headed tonight is unlikely to harbor any of these individuals. That night, all institutions in New York capable of producing the X-gene suppressants received the formula and production process documentation. Initially, they intended to keep this information confidential. Regrettably, by early the following morning, the front pages of major newspapers were dominated by reports regarding the X-gene suppressants. This revelation left many aspiring entrepreneurs disheartened. Meanwhile, the citizens of New York breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that mutants could be suppressed, allowing them to feel secure once more. However, Astute observers sensed that the individual who released this formula was undoubtedly connected to the mutant incident. More spies were dispatched, with higher authorities demanding the identification of the person who disclosed the formula. Since the formula was published in the newspapers, Charles distinctly felt a shift in the sentiments of the city's populace. Since yesterday, a considerable number of people have adopted a wary stance toward mutants. Many mutants, when not using their abilities, blend in as inconspicuously as ordinary individuals, and currently, there is no technology available for rapid detection of mutants. To the average person, a mutant equates to a bearer of lethal force. Under such circumstances, how could the general public not remain vigilant toward mutants? Even radical voices have suggested the internment of mutants, a current that certainly did not escape the perceptive Charles. However, following the media's revelation of the formula this morning, the city's collective mood began to ease on a psychic level. Off the eastern coast of Long Island, a luxurious cruise ship floated gracefully upon the vast Atlantic. S.H.I.E.L.D, gripping a telegram in his left hand, violently shattered a wine glass on the floor with his right. Damn it, is Chen Yuange of Umbrella a fool? How could he possibly disclose such a valuable formula? At that moment, Emma, clad in a white silk nightgown, leaned against the doorframe. Perhaps it was Charles's doing. He truly is a good boy. S.H.I.E.L.D, what shall we do next? S.H.I.E.L.D crumpled the telegram and tossed it aside, stepping before Emma and reaching into her nightgown. Exploring her form. How could there be an antidote without a corresponding poison? If that's the case, I shall unveil the formula for the activator as well. This world must be stirred, or it shall be dull. To evade the psychic search being conducted by Charles in New York, Azazel took Emma to a nearby city. Seeking out a printing factory, Emma exerted her influence over the workers there, producing 5,000 pamphlets that detailed both the formula and its manufacturing process. Subsequently, Azazel transformed into a flyer distributor, scattering pamphlets throughout public spaces in New York. Soon, astute reporters from the media obtained these pamphlets. However, the editors of mainstream publications hesitated, recognizing that disseminating such information would be explosive. Yet, in pursuit of sales, tabloids had already published the contents of the pamphlet, and witnessing a surge in their circulation compelled the mainstream editors to act. It became evident that withholding publication would be futile, as it could adversely affect their performance. But what to do about the tabloids that had already circulated the information? The prominent publications had their own strategies. Editors invited renowned scholars to pen editorials, swiftly redirecting the attention of New Yorkers. Even before the tabloids went to press, S.H.I.E.L.D had acquired the pamphlet, and both S.H.I.E.L.D and the New York Police Department immediately sought to retrieve all copies. Ultimately, no action was taken, for it was deemed pointless. They could reclaim the pamphlets, yet they could easily be re-released. The sole consolation was that the activator had a corresponding inhibitor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, Nick, who was busy gathering information on Howard's network, remained unfazed by these events. His resolve to uncover X only strengthened. Based on the known mutant abilities in New York, none exhibited any truly subversive powers. In the eyes of veteran soldier Nick, mutant abilities thrived on stealth, proving ineffective in direct confrontations. The psychic ability of X can be described as extraordinarily beneficial. Judging from his performance during yesterday's mutant incident, his capacity appears to encompass the entirety of New York City. The maximum range remains unknown, yet what is already acknowledged is truly astonishing. Had it not been for his connection with Howard, which revealed a faint clue in his pursuit, locating him would undoubtedly be a Herculean task. Hell's Kitchen, ever since the Umbrella Corporation acquired the development rights and dismantled a faction of gangs, has left many low-level thugs struggling to survive. Accustomed to their previous days of extortion, few are willing to work in factories as assembly line workers. Yet, in order to subsist, they are compelled to take on odd jobs. In a derelict factory, a few thugs huddled around a fire, smoking inferior cigarettes and languishing on a tattered sofa. They envied Walker, that young man, who, having merely transformed into a mutant, now possessed several times the strength and was regarded as a high-paying talent. One burly man reclined on the sofa, surrounded by discarded empty bottles and cigarette butts, and disdainfully spat into the flames. The others, stirred by his sentiment, echoed his grievances. Indeed, they were all in the same precarious situation, and it seemed unjust that Walker had ascended while they remained in squalor. I heard that after the recent release of the activator pamphlet, Some had already begun to manufacture it, with whispers of it being sold on the black market for $500 a vial. A slender man interjected, suggesting they rob some money. If they could purchase a vial and ingest it, perhaps they too could become mutants and secure employment at a prestigious company. The group fell silent, momentarily ceasing their curses against Walker, leaving only the crackling of the firewood to fill the air. The burly man kicked the slender man, chastising him for his lack of ambition. If I were to become a mutant, wielding immense power, I would return to Hell's Kitchen and reclaim my territory. The other's eyes lit up in agreement, each harboring their own ulterior motives, contemplating whether to dip into their meager savings to buy a vial of the activator, pondering who might emerge as the leader in such a scenario. Despite the formula being disclosed to the media, Congress reacted swiftly, with major corporations moving rapidly to pass new legislation that classified the essential ingredients of the activator as contraband, forbidding individuals and unlicensed companies from production. Concurrently, they exerted efforts to acquire and monopolize these critical raw materials, striving to control the proliferation of the activator. The elite recognized that if the populace could freely become mutants, it would inevitably threaten their dominion. Thus, it was deemed more prudent for the common folk to acquiesce to their joyful education. After all, was that not preferable? Chapter 89. Investigating the Hellfire Club in recent days, Chief Kaiga of the New York Police Department has been losing his hair at an alarming rate, teetering on the brink of madness over the origins of the illicit stimulants circulating in the black market. Initially, these concerns were dismissed as mere rumors. However, a series of alarming reports surfaced, revealing that the umbrella construction crews in Hell's Kitchen were assaulted by mutants. Although most of the thugs were neutralized by Umbrella's security forces, interrogating the few survivors unveiled the unsettling truth. Stimulants were indeed being sold on the black market. Kaiga could surmise, without a doubt, that any major corporation or military entity would strictly confine the use of such stimulants to clandestine laboratories, ensuring they would never infiltrate civilian hands. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuange learned of the Hellfire Club's audacity in publicly disclosing the stimulant formula. It became apparent that Sebastian Shaw was a particularly restless individual, one who had previously held little interest in the Hellfire Club. However, the assaults in Hell's Kitchen resulted in significant casualties among both the construction crews and security personnel. Moreover, during the interrogation of captured thugs, it was revealed that the assailants had procured their stimulants from the black market. When the report landed in his hands, it piqued his suspicion. Chen Yuange then discovered that the source of the black market stimulants emanated from the Hellfire Club itself. Clearly, upon realizing that the consortiums had united to suppress the stimulants, they had surreptitiously released them into the black market. However, they underestimated the unscrupulous nature of the black market traders, who were selling the stimulants for a staggering $500, thereby preventing widespread circulation among the public. Initially, Chen Yuange had not paid much attention to the formula's disclosure. Based on the recent medical examinations of Umbrella employees and children in welfare institutions over the past 3 months, he had already deduced the approximate ratio of mutants within the human population, referring to them merely as anomalous genes. The mutant incident in New York was triggered by the introduction of stimulants into the municipal water supply, which was cut off from nightfall until 9 in the morning. Consequently, the majority of New Yorkers had consumed this water, awakening those who were predisposed. The assailants, residing in abandoned warehouses devoid of running water, fortuitously avoided the free awakening opportunity on the day of the mutant incident, as they did not partake in the tainted water. Many among them had procured stimulants from the black market, resulting in a few awakening and subsequently coordinating their attack on Umbrella, leading to numerous casualties. Determined to dismantle the Hellfire Club, particularly targeting the chaotic and volatile Sebastian Shaw, Chen Yuange felt compelled to act decisively to provide an explanation for the losses suffered by his employees. After conducting covert surveillance, empowered by the passage of time, his prophetic insights allowed him to perceive the past with remarkable clarity, gaining an understanding of the abilities possessed by the 4 individuals involved. The ability of the Black Emperor Shao lies in his capacity to absorb all kinetic energy, subsequently transforming it into his own vitality. He possesses the capability to release this energy or to enhance his own. This remarkable power astonished Chen Yuange. However, Charles is his natural adversary, and the opportune moment to capture him arises when he is not wearing that helmet. Witnessing the actions of this individual within the concentration camp only solidified Chen Yuange's resolve to eliminate him. The White Queen, Emma, possesses a mental prowess akin to Charles, as well as the ability to transform into diamond form. As for the swift current, Genos, he has the extraordinary power to rotate his body at incredible speeds, drawing surrounding objects towards him. Furthermore, his bones can produce calcified substances, which he releases through his skin while spinning, delivering devastation comparable to that of a missile. Most intriguing is the Red Devil, S.H.I.E.L.D, whose abilities extend beyond immortality to encompass teleportation, alteration of appearance, mental control, and energy attacks. In his quest to traverse the past, he expended all his magical power, maintaining the same form for over a millennium, thus confirming his immortal capabilities. The Red Devil has only revealed his teleportation ability before the other members of the Hellfire Club, appearing to obey the commands of Leader Shaw while displaying an air of nonchalance. His powers are complex and imbued with an ancient essence. Chen Yuange resolved to capture this Red Devil alive to investigate his X-gene and uncover what makes him unique. However, the prospect of subduing all four of these individuals simultaneously is daunting, particularly the Red Devil, who is the most elusive. Coincidentally, a person arrived in New York City yesterday, none other than the boy named Eric Lenscher, whom he had seen in Sebastian Shaw's past. Eric's abilities piqued his interest, and upon further contemplation, he realized that Eric had indeed arrived in New York the previous day. With Eric and Charles on his side, should he engage the Red Devil swiftly, he could potentially ensnare all four members of the Hellfire Club in one fell swoop. After witnessing reports of the mutant incident in New York while in Chile, Eric felt that he might find answers here. Over the years, he had scoured numerous locations around the globe, yet he had not encountered the man who murdered his mother. Additionally, he harbored a profound curiosity regarding his own abilities. Where did they originate? How many others like him exist in the world? These questions ultimately led him to sit in a cafe in New York today, yet he now finds himself at a loss, having rushed over in a moment of fervor without a clear plan. His only revelation thus far, after perusing the newspapers over the past few days, is a nagging suspicion that he too may be a mutant. Greetings, Mr. Eric. Eric, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, turned his head to find a tall, Asian man clad in a long trench coat seated opposite him. With a steely demeanor, Eric scrutinized this unexpected visitor. Who are you? And how do you know me? Alarm bells rang in Eric's mind, and he felt the coins in his pocket subtly levitating. This was his first visit to New York, a city where he had no acquaintances. How could anyone here possibly recognize him? Do not be alarmed, Mr. Eric. My name is Chen Yuange, and I mean you no harm. Rising from the table, Chen made his way toward the door. After a moment's contemplation, Eric followed closely behind, reassured by his electromagnetic senses that no gunman lurked within a 100-meter radius. The two men strode down the street as if leisurely shopping. Chen retrieved a photograph from his coat pocket and presented it to Eric. Mr. Eric, do you recognize this individual? Klaus Schmidt. Eric's eyes narrowed as he spoke the name through clenched teeth. Although the man in the photograph was devoid of glasses and exuded an aristocratic air, Eric recognized him instantly. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still know him. Tell me, where is he? Eric fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen, an invisible electromagnetic force binding him. Chapter 90. The preceding interlude of the capture operation. This is quite unfavorable. Chen, approaching Eric like an old friend, placed a hand on his shoulder, effortlessly breaking free from Eric's electromagnetic hold and reversing the grip to restrain him. Impossible. Eric was taken aback by this revelation. Just as he attempted to act, he found his body unresponsive, moving like a marionette in tune with Chen's steps, appearing to passers-by as two good friends casually strolling together. Chen led Eric into a narrow alleyway, a deep cul-de-sac. Am I to meet my demise? Eric gazed sorrowfully into the ever-deepening alley, feeling as though he were traversing a path to hell. The wall at the end of the alley loomed closer, and after futilely struggling against his restraints, Eric prepared to surrender in despair. At that moment, a flash of light caught his attention as Chen continued to stride forward. I can move. Eric suddenly darted sideways, releasing all the steel balls and coins he had amassed, which shot forth like a barrage from a machine gun toward Chen. However, the very projectiles he had hoped would grant him an advantage halted a mere foot before Chen. This is impossible. As Eric attempted to sense the earth and extract the metallic particles beneath, the scenery around him came into focus. His body stiffened momentarily. He found himself by the seaside, rather than in the dimly lit alley from moments ago. As Eric concentrated on extracting metallic particles from the ground, he remained vigilant, watching Chen Yuange closely. Who exactly are you? Were you sent by Klaus Schmidt? With a swift motion, Chen Yuange extended his right hand, and the steel balls and coins before him coalesced, rapidly molded into a metallic sphere, which he caught in his palm, giving it a slight shake. Witnessing this, Eric sensed the electromagnetic fluctuations and heightened his caution towards Chen Yuange. This man had unveiled several abilities in such a short span of time. By attuning to the Earth's magnetic field, Eric realized they were now at the eastern coast of New York. Was this a spatial teleportation? Moreover, the way Chen Yuange manipulated the metal with ease, akin to clay, paralleled his electromagnetic control. What other talents might this man possess? Chen Yuange stepped forward, asserting control over the magnetic field surrounding Eric. Mr. Eric, perhaps you should calm down. Beads of cold sweat formed on Eric's forehead. While he could still perceive the magnetic field, he found himself unable to manipulate it. In this domain, a more potent will had forcibly taken command. With his hands hanging limply, Eric resignedly asked, Mr. Chen, what is it that you want from me? I need some allies. And you are precisely the one I have chosen. Allies? Indeed, I intend to apprehend several individuals from the Hellfire Club, the masterminds behind the recent mutant incident in New York. Chen Yuange patiently elucidated why he had selected Eric, citing his abilities as ideally suited for mid to long-range strikes and for restraining the actions of adversaries on the battlefield. By the way, I must inform you that Schmidt you mentioned is now the Black King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw. What did you say? An overwhelming fury surged within Eric's mind, and Chen Yuange was astonished to see his consciousness elevate under the onslaught of this rage, reclaiming control of the magnetic field around him. Where is he? I will slice this bastard piece by piece. The sand around Eric began to swirl violently, as the metallic particles beneath rapidly congregated, forming a dense cluster of steel balls that spun around him, ready to be unleashed at the first sign of a target. Chen Yuange, momentarily relinquishing his control over the magnetic field, allowed Eric to vent his anger, recognizing that a fundamental psychological readiness was essential before taking action. However, it appeared that Eric's electromagnetic manipulation was somewhat rudimentary. He seemed able to control only metallic substances for now. What a powerfully latent capability this is. After a while, Eric finally regained his composure, and a multitude of small steel balls littered the ground around him. I am willing to be your companion. As long as you can lead me to Schmidt, I shall heed your commands. Excellent. Let us meet our allies. With a swift motion of his hand, Chen Yuange conjured a portal, revealing the astonished figures of Charles and Raven on the other side. The duo was enjoying their morning tea in the restaurant when the portal materialized before them. Chen, you are invading my privacy, Charles exclaimed, tugging at his disheveled hair, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion from days spent searching for members of the Hellfire Club. This rare moment of leisure was a cherished respite for him. My apologies, I merely wished to extend a greeting. I did not intrude upon your abode, did I? You fool, what difference does that make? Chen Yuange's expression grew serious. I have heard you are searching for members of the Hellfire Club. How do you know? Charles gasped, losing his grip on the spoon which plummeted into his cup of tea, causing him to leap to his feet. Raven, suspicious of Charles's recent secrecy, promptly inquired, Charles, what is the Hellfire Club? Well, will you join us? Charles, I am seeking allies to apprehend the Hellfire Club, if you are unwilling. You scoundrel! Charles cursed through clenched teeth, reluctantly stepping into the portal, with Raven closely following. The cold sea breeze washed over them, and Charles shivered, glancing down at his pajamas with a sense of despair. It is my fault. You should return and change into proper attire. Were it not for your prowess, I would have. Charles's genteel demeanor shattered, giving way to a torrent of curses. Eric, observing from the sidelines, found it amusing that this pampered noble could be their ally, while the woman beside him exuded a latent wildness. Soon, both Charles and Raven had changed and returned to the beach, where Charles had regained his gentlemanly composure. Raven scrutinized the silent, stern-faced man beside Chen Yuange, detecting a steely aura that starkly contrasted with Charles's affable aristocratic air. Allow me to introduce, this is Eric, who has traveled from afar. These are Charles and his sister, Raven. Greetings, Mr. Eric. They chorused. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Charles swiftly turned to Chen Yuange. Chen, what do you truly know about the Hellfire Club? In Chapter 91, Chen Yuange detailed the actions of the Hellfire Club during the recent mutant incident in New York. Charles keenly observed that Eric was harboring a profound animosity throughout Chen Yuange's narration. Moreover, he could sense that Eric was a mutant of equal caliber. Eric, in turn, sensed this as well, and the two men scrutinized one another. At that moment, Chen Yuange had finished speaking, and Charles's lips moved slightly as he contemplated expressing that if it were not for Eric's pursuit of the X-gene suppressor, this incident involving mutants would not have transpired. The mutant community had unexpectedly ascended onto the historical stage. I still need to find two individuals. Are you planning to remain here or venture elsewhere? Charles inquired. First, take us back, Eric. You should accompany us, Charles urged. After a moment's reflection, Eric decided to follow Charles and the others to Xavier's mansion, intrigued by Charles's persona. Meanwhile, Chen Yuange proceeded to the headquarters of the Anomalous Containment Foundation, where he found S.H.I.E.L.D. engaged in a workout within the gravity chamber he had specially designed. Due to the effects of the solar ladder serum, S.H.I.E.L.'s physical capabilities were steadily enhancing, and she now dedicated herself daily to training in the gravity room, adapting to her burgeoning strength. S.H.I.E.L.D., where's Agatha? She has gone with her sister, Sharon. She is quite the devoted sibling. Understood. Some things remain beyond your knowledge. Now, there is a temporary mission. S.H.I.E.L.'s eyes brightened, and she abruptly dropped the barbell, exclaiming with excitement. Finally, a mission. It's been far too long. I feel like I'm rusting away. Huh. I suspect your fists are itching for a fight, aren't they? Rest assured, this time you will have ample opportunity to unleash your prowess. Really? Please, do instruct me, President. At Xavier's mansion, Charles called out to Raven, who was walking ahead. Raven. You need not. Charles, do not invade my thoughts without permission. No, I won't, but I understand you. Eric, who was trailing behind, felt a jolt upon hearing Raven's words and paused, startled. Reading thoughts, was this Charles's ability? At that moment, Charles was advising Raven, I understand this isn't your fault. This mission may be perilous, and I do not wish for you to partake. If the mission is dangerous, who will protect you? Raven turned to face Charles, her expression a mix of determination and concern. Charles, this is a warrior's freedom. Noticing Raven's demeanor, Eric impulsively remarked, prompting a fierce glare from Charles. Raven shot Eric an approving glance before heading towards her bedroom, where a vial of activator lay in her safe. A decision she had long wrestled with regarding whether to consume it. For many years, she had grown accustomed to her agile physique. And it was only after several days of living as an ordinary person that she realized how deeply ingrained her mutant abilities had become, rendering her unable to part with them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a merchant vessel floated upon the sea. A boat that Chen Yuange had temporarily chartered at the behest of S.H.I.E.L.D. This operation was divided into 2 groups. Chen Yuange would operate independently, tasked with capturing Azrael. The other group, led by S.H.I.E.L.D., was to coordinate the efforts of Agatha, Eric, Charles, and Raven. Given S.H.I.E.L.'s professional special operations training and her years of combat experience, her tactical command capabilities were formidable. In light of her impressive credentials and formidable skills, the 3 civilians, aside from Agatha, had little choice but to comply. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Agatha had surprisingly presented detective badges from the New York Police Department, courtesy of Chen Yuange's connections with Mayor Ferdinand. Stunned, Charles had no choice but to obey her commands. With S.H.I.E.L.'s official status, their mission now constituted a legitimate law enforcement operation, with a 4-to-1 advantage. And Chen Yuange looming nearby, the solitary Eric begrudgingly acquiesced. The Hellfire Club members were currently hiding aboard a cruise ship and considering the complexities of maritime combat. They needed to undergo adaptive training first. Charles timidly raised his hand, asserting, I possess telepathy and do not require direct contact, so I should be exempt from training, correct? Indeed, you should address the instructor. Remember to raise your hand before posing questions next time. Charles recoiled slightly, casting a desperate glance toward the amused Raven. Acutely aware that he likely possessed the least physical prowess in the group, even Agatha, petite and charming as she was, exhibited formidable strength. Regret washed over him. With a stern expression, S.H.I.E.L.D. guided the 4 novices through tactical maneuvers on the swaying deck. Unlike solid ground, the deck posed challenges for the untrained, where swift movements could easily lead to missteps or falls in the wake of a wave. Charles gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. Fortunately, given his physical limitations, he was only required to run proficiently without falling. After the training concluded, in the cabin, They sipped warm chocolate milk and indulged in rich waffles to replenish their energy. Sybil stood before a wall adorned with photographs of 3 individuals. The first was Sebastian Shaw, the leader of the Hellfire Club, whose ability involved the transformation of kinetic energy. Intelligence suggested that he was vulnerable to telepathy, yet he possessed a helmet capable of thwarting mental control. Sybil pointed to the image of Shaw clad in the helmet, while Eric contemplated its implications, his mind racing with possibilities. "This individual will be my and Eric's responsibility to contain," Sybil declared, gesturing toward another photograph that depicted the alluring White Queen, Emma. The White Queen, Emma, endowed with mental prowess and the ability to transform into diamonds, will be confronted by you both, Charles and Raven. The final adversary, the Torrent Genos, possesses the capability to rotate his body, manipulating surrounding objects, and can emit calcified substances through his skin, wielding power akin to that of a missile. "This individual, Agatha, is entrusted to you." Agatha nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Ever since she completely refined the sacrificial spirit into her magical core, she has possessed a formidable artifact and has long sought an opportunity to test its might. At this moment, the magical core lay concealed upon her forehead, storing not only all the spell models of the sacrificial spirit, which she can instantaneously invoke, but also an amount of magical energy tenfold her own. "Charles, the pivotal element in this battle's outcome rests upon your shoulders. After you subdue the White Queen, Emma, I shall restrain the Black King, Shao. Once Eric removes his helmet, you must then seize control of him." In the corner, Eric opened his mouth, eager to declare that he alone could handle Shao. Dismissing any notion of energy conversion states, he believed he could capture this nemesis single-handedly. Had he not known that the Hellfire Club was equipped with a telepathic White Queen, he would have sought out that luxury cruise ship alone. Locating it in the Atlantic with his electromagnetic perception would pose no challenge. Chapter 92, Maritime Surprise Attack 1. After Sybil assigned the tasks, in accordance with military tradition, she designated a code name for this operation, the chess operation. It was as straightforward as that. There was no alternative, given that the Hellfire Club ranked its members based on chess. The Atlantic in January roiled with waves. A luxurious cruise ship anchored upon the surface, rising and falling with the tide. The chess operation team members were prepared. At Sybil's insistence, everyone donned matching tactical uniforms. Had it not been for the persistent objections, she would have insisted on hoods as well. What a jest! Wearing such bizarre items would render their faces unrecognizable. It was now 3 in the morning, and the task force stood 500 meters away from the cruise ship, where Chen Yuange was currently observing the personnel distribution aboard. The Black King and the White Queen occupied one room, while the other 2 remained in their respective quarters. Action! With the command, 3 spatial doors materialized before them. Chen Yuange was the swiftest. As the spatial door opened, his spiritual pressure descended upon the Red Devil. Nevertheless, even at the final moment, the Red Devil managed to escape the room through teleportation. Just as I predicted, Chen Yuange narrowed his eyes, witnessing the Red Devil's spatial teleportation up close, confirming that it was indeed a different experience from his usual creation of spatial doors. He opened the spatial gateway, akin to the teleportation of the Camartage suspended rings, utilizing dimensions as a transit point for transportation. To Sybil and her companions, this spatial door appeared wondrous, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. However, to a formidable being like Chen Yuange, the interval seemed excessively prolonged, merely a cunning method to exploit those unfamiliar with the intricacies of space. Why employ dimensions as an intermediary? As a being of substantial spiritual essence, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the existence of time and space, he had long discerned the astonishing solidity of Earth's spatial fabric. Breaching it was no trivial endeavor. Previously, during his retrospective exploration of the Red Devil's past, he had already noted the peculiarities of the Red Devil's instantaneous movement, which was executed with such mastery that it appeared as if he vanished without a trace. The fact that even a being of his caliber could not perceive any forewarning was alarming. Had it not been for his repeated confirmations that the Red Devil was not merely concealing himself on Earth, masquerading as a seemingly innocuous tyrant, he would have lacked the audacity to pursue him. Nevertheless, the swiftness of his spiritual essence's activation was remarkable, as the Red Devil managed to escape the room just as the essence touched him. Fortunately, the spiritual mark remained intact. As the spatial gateway opened once more, he found that by the time he crossed over, The Red Devil had already vanished from sight. Chen Yuange did not feel rushed today. He intended to engage in a battle of endurance with the Red Devil, to see how many times he could teleport. Who could this formidable adversary be? To target him with such ferocity? The Red Devil wore a fierce expression, perplexed as to whom he had offended. He had kept a low profile for centuries, priding himself on his caution. Aside from the two ancient monsters from the church who had pursued him, he had not provoked any other formidable beings. Moreover, in this new continent, where could such a powerful entity come from? The one pursuing him had not even employed holy light. Who could it possibly be? After several teleportations, the Red Devil had already departed North America and arrived on the continent of South America. Here it comes again. He sensed the familiar spatial fluctuations once more. The domain master was upon him again. This was troublesome. The opponent must have left a mark upon him. The Red Devil felt as though his head might explode. Was there no shame? Such a powerful being had the audacity to ambush someone as weak as he was. Was being unattractive tantamount to a lack of rights? Thus, they continued their back and forth, traversing the globe, with Chen Yuange closely trailing the Red Devil, compelling him to teleport incessantly. Within the span of an hour, they had already traversed the entire world. The Western Hemisphere was relatively quiet, as it was the early hours of the morning, with everyone asleep at home, oblivious to their presence. However, in the Eastern Hemisphere, it was still daylight, and several passers-by caught glimpses of them. Fortunately, they vanished so swiftly that ordinary people merely thought they had imagined it. However, the extraordinary beings in the Eastern Hemisphere are indeed numerous. On several occasions, several sun god masters have noticed their movements. Had it not been for Chen Yuange releasing his spiritual pressure to scare them away, who knows what chaos might have ensued. Fortunately, through Raven's transformation ability, he devised a simple transformation technique and, sensing that the situation was amiss, promptly altered his appearance. 3 hours earlier, the unfamiliar sound of footsteps startled the two individuals resting on the bed. Emma instantaneously transformed into a radiant diamond figure and leaped off the bed. Before anyone could marvel at the splendor of the diamond, Eric had already propelled hundreds of steel beads towards the Black Emperor, who lay still. Die Schmidt. Sebastian Shaw, just awakened, froze momentarily. The name was so familiar. Wasn't it the alias he had once used? At that moment, a barrage of steel beads struck his chest. Yet they failed to inflict any harm, falling helplessly to the ground. Clack! Sybil emptied a magazine, realizing that the bullets were indeed ineffective against the Black Emperor. She immediately discarded her submachine gun and raised her fist to strike at his chest. The Black Emperor effortlessly caught Sybil's powerful blow with one hand. His gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at the menacing Eric. Do you know me? 10 years have passed since you killed my mother. I have searched for you for a decade, Schmidt. A formidable electromagnetic binding descended upon the Black Emperor, a tempest of metal crashing down upon him. Sybil cursed under her breath. This madman had nearly attacked her teammate. Ha ha ha. Look at that. Isn't this my dear little Marx? Oh, how you've grown. You should thank me. Without my guidance, how could you possess such extraordinary powers? Eric gritted his teeth, relentlessly assaulting the Black Emperor. Today, he was determined to slay this demon with his own hands. The Black Emperor surveyed the situation in the room, his heart sinking. Emma was engaged with a woman, and Charles stood at the doorway. It seemed she could not hold out for much longer. Boom! The Black Emperor's arms trembled, and energy surged within him, unleashing an invisible shockwave that propelled Sybil and Eric away. He dashed to the bedside table, opened a drawer, and donned the helmet within. Bang! The White Queen Emma's diamond form dissipated. She had been subdued by Charles's overwhelming psychic power, collapsing onto the floor. 4-against-1. The Black Emperor turned and gazed at them with calmness, raising his foot, causing the cruise ship to sway violently. Except for Sybil, who managed to maintain her footing. The other three staggered. As Eric attempted to wrest the helmet from the Black Emperor's control, the latter charged forward, seizing his neck and throwing him to the ground. In pain, Eric curled into a ball, anger and helplessness flooding his mind. Why? For a decade, he has been grappling with the question of why he remains unable to vanquish this demon. Chapter 93, A Surprise Attack at C2. As Eric questions the significance of his 10 years of effort, Charles swiftly exits the room, while Sybil and Raven simultaneously assault the Black Emperor. Max, you have deeply disappointed me. I sought to harness your power, to have you as my ally, standing beside me to rule this world. Why must you oppose me? Why do you ask? Eric's head snaps up, fury igniting in his eyes. You killed my mother before my very eyes, and you dare question why? Charles, positioned behind him, trembles, compelled to glimpse Eric's memories, witnessing the anguish and despair of his childhood. Eric's eyes widen in shock as the Black Emperor's helmet is suddenly dislodged. Charles. The triumphant smile of the Black Emperor freezes upon his face, rendering him motionless like a puppet. Eric straightens his posture, advancing step by step toward the Black Emperor, a coin swirling in his hand. No, no, Eric, please don't do this. Sybil and Raven implore, quickly, stop him. He must face justice in court. Not meet his end here. Eric halts, turning to face Sybil, Raven, and Charles at the doorway. A profound silence envelopes the room, broken only by the distant sound of waves. Sybil shrugs, stepping back, lifting the White Queen from the ground. I have had enough of criminals evading justice. I'm sorry, Charles, but this is what he deserves. Raven glances between the two, remaining silent, her stance unmistakable. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberates through the cruise ship, emanating from the opposite cabin, prompting cries from all around as the crew awakens in chaos. Sybil injects the White Queen with a sedative, securing her in handcuffs before finding a room to confine her, then rushes to the deck. There, she discovers a gaping hole in the opposite cabin, where Alicia hovers midair, resembling a formidable artillery piece, unleashing a relentless barrage of wind, fire, and lightning upon the towering waterspout across from her. She and Raven exchange glances, their expressions filled with envy at the dazzling display of power, yearning to partake in such splendor. In truth, with Alicia's capabilities, subduing the torrent known as Genos would be effortless. However, with Charles as her trump card, she is eager to test her own combat prowess, deliberately awakening the torrent, thus shattering the cabin, as they engage in battle upon the ocean's surface. Enough, Alicia, cease your games. The torrent, anxious and agitated, yearns to support his master, the Black Emperor. He repeatedly attempted to storm into the Black Emperor's chamber, only to be thwarted by Alessa's spells, which forced him back to the surface of the sea. Upon hearing Sybil's cries, Alessa altered her gestures, unleashing a beam of freezing light upon the waterspout. Crack, crack. The waterspout swiftly solidified into ice, and in the blink of an eye, the cruise ship was encased in frost, with a frigid waterspout standing ominously nearby. The sudden surge of icy currents was trapped within the frozen waterspout, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, reminiscent of the Arctic. Alessa gently descended onto the deck, shaking off the chill and gasping for breath. That single beam of freezing light had nearly drained her of all her magical energy, leaving her core substantially depleted. Raven shuddered, her skin crawling with goosebumps as she regarded the petite sorceress with awe. Sybil felt no different. Witnessing such a staggering display of magic that altered the local atmosphere was truly breathtaking. Just then, Charles emerged from within, dejected. Moments ago, he had fervently pleaded with Eric not to take a life, but with the helmet donned, he could no longer control Eric, who seemed indifferent to their plight as he prepared to kill. Though the Black Emperor had indeed committed unforgivable transgressions, upon stepping outside, he felt a jolt of realization. Good heavens, had they truly arrived in the Arctic? Well, their task was complete, but where was the president? Run, you certainly are fleet of foot. 3 hours had elapsed, and atop a building, Chen Yuange observed the panting Red Devil on the opposite rooftop. He had returned briefly to send word to Sybil and the others, instructing them not to worry about him, and had conveniently dispatched the heavily frozen crew back to New York. The Red Devil shot a resentful glance at Chen Yuange, having exhausted every means to rid himself of the soul mark, and once more teleported away. Half an hour later, Chen Yuange sensed that the Red Devil was nearing his limit, his stamina almost depleted. Got you. Chen Yuange grasped the Red Devil, who was as difficult to catch as a dead dog. At last, he had him in hand, to prevent him from recovering and fleeing again. Chen Yuange inscribed a slave contract upon his soul, President, that Eric left without a word, taking not only the Black Emperor's corpse, but also the helmet with him. Upon returning to New York, in the Foundation's headquarters, Chen Yuange cast the Red Devil into a temporary prison, where the White Queen and the now unfrozen torrent were confined in another room. Having taken my belongings and fled, that scoundrel is quite dishonorable, Chen Yuange pondered. The next time he encountered Eric, he would settle accounts with him properly, for he was, after all, the one who had facilitated his revenge, yet had left without so much as a thank you. The next encounter would not be met with kindness. President, how shall we deal with them? Each is heinously guilty. Let them be sent to the Black Fortress, to languish in death row. The White Queen was stunning. Chen Yuange observed the ambiguous expression on Sybil's face and, with a flick of his finger, sent her flying away, banishing her to the Black Fortress. Sybil quickly got up, disappointment etched across her face. It was truly regrettable that she had missed a splendid spectacle. This time, the pursuit of the Red Devil had exhausted him immensely. Although his magical prowess had become more refined, the mental strain was significant. After a day of relaxation, Chen Yuange returned to the Foundation's headquarters. The Red Devil had regained most of his strength and stood obediently before him. "Take me for a teleportation." With a swift motion, the Red Devil placed a hand on his shoulder, teleporting them several times in succession. The sensation was extraordinary. It felt as though the very fabric of Earth's space had merged with his being. "Azar, how long have you lived?" 5,678 years. Chen Yuange looked at the Red Devil in astonishment, having assumed 2,000 years would be remarkable. To his surprise, this being had witnessed the passage of time from early civilization to the present. "Do you still remember the origin of your powers?" The Red Devil pondered carefully. "The Celestials bestowed them upon me." "Celestials? Do you recall what they looked like?" "They?" The Red Devil suddenly curled up, rolling on the ground in anguish, ultimately striking his head forcefully against the floor. Chen Yuange swiftly lifted the Red Devil, channeling his magic to alleviate his suffering. Were there mutants so long ago? Chen Yuange found himself at a loss. This creature, with its peculiar appearance, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity and had spent 5 millennia playing tricks without providing any valuable information. The only captivating aspect was the high-level teleportation that melded with Earth's space, which consumed all his attention. Chapter 94. The Supreme Mage appears. Chen Yuange extracted a vial of blood from the Red Devil, eager to investigate the unique qualities of this being with composite abilities. Upon opening the laboratory door, he halted, instinctively taking a step back, only to find that the corridor behind him had vanished. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Who could manipulate time and space so silently before him? "I do not know which esteemed elder has graced me with their presence, but I humbly request a manifestation." At that moment, the laboratory seemed to be inverted, the ceiling becoming the floor, and from the void, a figure clad in a yellow monk's robe materialized. Chen Yuange squinted, instinctively adjusting his glasses. No self, no others, no sentient beings, no lifespans. Could this be the Buddha? The figure embodied neither male nor female, and all beings who beheld him witnessed different manifestations. "Master, do you have any guidance to offer?" Chen Yuange silently activated the gate of time within him. This time, even at the risk of exposing his pure yang treasure, he was determined not to surrender easily. "I invited you to visit Kamar Taj, but since you did not come, I had no choice but to come myself." The visitor spread his hands, and Chen Yuange experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. The figure before him appeared to be an ordinary bald monk. Where was the Buddha from just moments ago? "Indeed, I am the Supreme Master." Chen Yuange relaxed somewhat, internally grumbling. "Come on, it's not as if I failed to pay my respects to you. Was it necessary to frighten me like that?" "I thought the Buddha had arrived." With a flattering smile, he inquired, "May I ask, Supreme Master, what wisdom do you wish to impart in your humble abode? Let us not be so formal. We are old friends. Just call me Master Gui." Master Gui responded with a sly smile, appearing more like an ordinary person. However, Chen Yuange did not believe there was anything wrong with his memory. This was merely a facade of Master Gui returning to simplicity. "Master Gui," Chen Yuange hesitated for a moment. "This is not the place for conversation. I have some fine tea at my place. Shall we relocate?" Observing the steaming tea table before him, Chen Yuange silently sat cross-legged. This spatial displacement was indeed difficult to guard against, leaving him no time to react. The two picked up their teacups and silently savored the tea, while Chen Yuange's thoughts were chaotic, akin to drinking cup after cup of water. "How do you find my tea?" "It is excellent. Such tea should only exist in heaven. How often can one find it on earth?" Master Gui placed his teacup down, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. "Your mind is still restless. This is merely wild tea from the mountains, gifted to me by the villagers." "Ah, ha. Wild tea is delightful, embodying the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon." Master Gui gazed intently at Chen Yuange as he continued to fabricate his words, prompting Chen Yuange to awkwardly cease his boasting. "I came uninvited for a specific purpose." Master Gui pointed, and a tube containing the blood of the Red Devil flew from Chen Yuange's white coat pocket, landing in Master Gui's hand. Chen Yuange was genuinely startled, contemplating various possibilities, but he had not anticipated this visit's purpose. Could it be? Does the Red Devil have ties with you at Kamartaj? Chen Yuange cautiously inquired, concerned he had inadvertently entangled himself with someone influential. No, you're overthinking it. Chen Yuange sighed in relief, taking a sip from the teacup on the table to calm his nerves. Master Gu Yi's expression turned serious. Chen Yuange, are you collecting X-genes? Indeed. Are you attempting to piece together X-genes? Chen Yuange instinctively lifted his gaze, staring intently at Master Gu Yi, silently inquiring. How did you come to know this? Master Gu Yi gestured towards her eyes, proclaiming, my eyes possess the ability to perceive time. Chen Yuange let out a self-deprecating laugh. The being before him existed on a plane akin to that of the Buddha, where past, present, and future appeared as clear as the patterns on the palm of one's hand. In other words, my plan encountered trouble in the future? The gate of time within him began to tremble gently, revealing myriad possibilities of the future within his primordial spirit. It is easy to calculate the fates of others, yet challenging to discern one's own. When it comes to his own karmic entanglements, the future appeared as mere vague and fragmented visions, devoid of clarity. Master Gu Yi pointed, and the gate of time within Chen Yuange involuntarily manifested, causing him to spring to his feet in alarm, his entire being on high alert as he gazed at her. Master Gu Yi, holding the miniature bronze door that represented the gate of time, glanced at it before returning it to Chen Yuange's hands. Do not be agitated. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Surely, you recall the circumstances under which you obtained the gate of time? Have you discovered anything? Chen Yuange silently retracted the gate of time and gradually sat back down. Are you referring to the random cosmic light that appeared underground? Indeed. I believe this question has lingered in your mind for some time. Today, I shall unravel this mystery for you. Master Gu Yi pointed to the earth below. What exists beneath your gaze? A mere ordinary planet? No, it is a heart. Chen Yuange listened intently to Master Gu Yi's discourse, knowing he was about to hear a revelation of monumental significance. Our universe, birthed from the singular point, simultaneously gave rise to laws, which you may refer to as the heavenly path. The heavenly path manifests in myriad forms, with eternity being one of them, briefly gracing the world in the earliest epochs. Upon eternity's return to the heavenly path, although its form shattered, the heart remained intact. Gulp. Chen Yuange instinctively swallowed. The revelation was too astounding. After all this time, they were living upon the heart of an incarnation of the heavenly path. Eternity? Is that the embodiment of time? Master Gu Yi nodded. Chen Yuange wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on his former ignorance and audacity in daring to dig into the earth. That scoundrel. They must have deliberately sought to ensnare him. He must ensure that the wretched Madame Gao is brought to justice 100-fold. Master Gu Yi raised the staff in her hand and continued, the origins of mutants are closely intertwined with eternity. Fragments of its embodiment have been collected by certain individuals for various experiments. Oh, I understand now. Chen Yuange rose, sincerely bowing in gratitude, which Master Gu Yi graciously accepted. On the day of the incident involving mutants in New York, he discreetly collected the blood of all newly emerged mutants. Upon examination, he discovered an intriguing connection among the X genes. How could there not be a connection when the source lies within the embodiment of the heavenly path? This embodiment encompasses all and contains everything. It is no wonder that the abilities of these mutants appear so chaotic. Superficially, they seem to possess a myriad of powers. Yet beneath the surface, there lies a profound interrelation rooted in this very origin. If he were to continue his collection and piecing together of information, what might he uncover? The thought of one day confronting the embodiment of the heavenly path caused Chen Yuange to wipe his forehead again. Would he be transformed by the Tao? Thus, it follows that the unique teleportation of the Ancient One and the Scarlet Witch, along with their composite abilities, are indeed due to their inherited X genes being closer to the source. This is precisely the purpose of my visit today. Had I not come, the first catastrophe would soon have arisen. I am immensely grateful for the life-saving grace of the Supreme Sorcerer. Chapter 95. The Strategy of the Ancient One. Chen Yuange, a seeker of the Tao, is driven by an insatiable curiosity, yet he must also exercise restraint over this curiosity, ensuring it does not spiral out of control. The balance must be self-governed. I am profoundly thankful for your teachings, given that the Ancient One has shown him a degree of kindness. Chen Yuange seized the moment to inquire, should I let the Scarlet Witch go? The Ancient One waved her hand dismissively. Dispose of him as you see fit. You may continue your research on the X-genes. A seeker of the Tao must understand the natural order. Whatever insights you glean from this journey belongs solely to you. Remember, once your research is complete, you must destroy the evidence. Chen Yuange breathed a sigh of relief. This was favorable indeed. Having already discerned the origins of the X-genes, neglecting to explore them further would have been a grave mistake. He merely needed to cease the experiments to create deities. Master, I have heard that your Camartage has always taken it upon itself to protect the earth. Surely, you are safeguarding its very heart? You may interpret it that way. The first supreme sorcerer, Agamotto, established Camartage for this very purpose. Before such a powerful being as the Ancient One, Chen Yuange felt perpetually uneasy, although she bore no ill intentions. Her effortless spatial manipulation and the ease with which she extracted her pure yang artifacts from within her being starkly illustrated the vast gulf between their abilities. Noticing Chen Yuange's apprehension, the Ancient One's thoughts shifted, and he found himself back in his laboratory, with only the teacup in his hand serving as proof that the previous encounter was not a mere figment of his imagination. A voice echoed from the void. Chen Yuange, do visit Camartage when you have the time. You are always welcome here. Intrigued, Chen Yuange reached into the pocket of his lab coat and retrieved a vial containing the blood sample of the Scarlet Witch. He approached the compartment, raised his hand to push open the door, and upon entering, he beheld rows upon rows of vials, each emitting a chilling aura, neatly arranged and containing the blood samples of myriad subjects. Subconsciously placing the blood sample of the Red Devil into the refrigerator, Chen Yuange suddenly jolted, slapping his forehead in realization. Oh no, this has escalated significantly. Having acquired so much knowledge from the embodiment of the celestial path, I will inevitably have to safeguard the earth and repay this karma. He had fallen into the trap set by Master Gui. She had neither intervened too early nor too late, perfectly timing her intervention just as he made significant progress in his research. Well, she is not his parent, and her willingness to assist to this extent is commendable. He must acknowledge her kindness. With a wry smile, Chen Yuange shook his head. Master Gu had effectively secured an ally for Camartage. This heart undoubtedly harbors secrets known to many on some level. True seekers of the path would merely draw inspiration from the principles contained within this heart. However, there will always be a few who overestimate their capabilities, believing they can consume this heart whole. Should such individuals arise, and if Camartage finds herself overwhelmed, would he not have to lend a hand? With this thought, Chen Yuange clasped his hands together, causing the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room to illuminate. Initially, the radiance was dim, but it grew increasingly bright until the room was engulfed in a blinding white light. This all transpired within a fleeting moment, and when the brilliance faded, everything in the room had vanished. Next, there was a task to be accomplished. Since Master Gu had halted his god-making experiment, no one else would be permitted to proceed. Upon encountering Charles again, Chen Yuange noticed a newfound resolve in him. Evidently, the previous mission had matured him considerably. Charles, I have a part-time opportunity. Would you be interested? He continued. You are already acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Alessa, both of whom work for the Extraordinary Containment Foundation. I see you are no longer engaged in the family business, and at the Biological Research Institute, you seem solely focused on developing a suppressant. It would be unwise for you to remain idle. How about taking on a role in my foundation? Chen, it's not that I have nothing to do. I am currently assisting Raven in apprehending some misguided mutants to prevent them from tarnishing the image of our kind. Charles politely declined Chen Yuange's invitation, unwilling to subordinate himself. Previously, at the Umbrella Biological Research Institute, he had worked there for Raven, who had sought his assistance, which was why he had taken up the position. However, the troubles his research had caused had become considerable. Many hidden mutants were reluctant to accept constraints, delving into the shadows, and it was his duty to bring them to light. This does not affect S.H.I.E.L.D. and Alessa's combat capabilities, as you have witnessed, nor their official identities, which will serve as your support. Charles set down his cup and regarded Chen Yuange earnestly. Chen, what do you intend to achieve? Charles, are you aware of the actions undertaken by certain radical factions within the military? They have revived the Super Soldier program, aiming to create super soldiers endowed with composite abilities. Chen Yuange placed a document before Charles. As he reached for it, flipping through the pages, his expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes ablaze with fury. Devils. They are all devils. Charles shut his eyes, painfully closing the document and slamming it onto the table. The document contained information regarding the military's radical faction and their cruel human experimentation. In their pursuit of creating individuals with composite abilities, they dissected the recruited mutants, transplanting their organs into a single mutant's body. Naturally, these mutants met with a tragic fate, all succumbing to organ rejection. Chen Yuange held their crude techniques in disdain. Yet he acknowledged the possibility of an exception. What if a madman succeeded in the future? The military's approach mirrored his previous god-making experiments, as they too sought to amalgamate multiple abilities within one individual. Although their methods appeared grossly inept in Chen Yuange's eyes, almost devoid of hope for success, the X gene shares a common origin. Just because the current technology is lacking does not imply that future advancements will be equally fruitless. If this trend is not decisively curtailed now, allowing for continual technological progress, they may eventually conjure a monster, inciting a catastrophic resonance within that heart. Chen Yuange firmly restrained Charles, who was about to rise, signaling him to take a seat. My compatriots are suffering. They need my rescue. Why the haste? Since I have provided you with this document, do you not think I have the means to liberate them as well? If you go now, it will be too late. Charles stiffened, lifting a cup from the table and taking a sip of the now lukewarm coffee, attempting to mask his discomfort. When it comes to human nature, there is no one more knowledgeable than you. Such occurrences will inevitably follow in succession. Charles's countenance darkened. Indeed, it was his negligence that led to the incessant emergence of mutants, inadvertently supplying those ambitious forces with a steady stream of resources. It is all my fault. Charles lowered his head, painfully tugging at his hair. Chen Yuange noticed that his hairline seemed to have receded significantly. Confronted with this harsh reality, Charles ultimately accepted Chen Yuange's invitation. He, along with Raven, Sybil, and Alicia, formed a small team dedicated to combating mutant experimentation incidents. If only Eric were here. Charles could not help but reminisce about the elusive Eric. His abilities over metal were unparalleled, particularly suited for confronting organized military forces. Chen Yuange snorted. That fellow better not cross my path. I would have to hang him up and give him a good thrashing for absconding with my spoils without so much as a thank you. Chapter 96. The eve of the internet. Eric had vanished without a trace. Here, I held two captives, whom you know well, the White Queen and the Torrent. Charles regarded Chen Yuange with astonishment. You cannot possibly intend to hand these two over to me, can you? I believe, with your mental prowess, you could effortlessly rewrite their thoughts to compel their obedience. Surely, that would be a more resourceful approach. Absolutely not. Charles rose in fury, and for the first time, Chen Yuange witnessed such unbridled rage in him. Leaning back in his chair, he narrowed his eyes, silently observing Charles. Chen, he continued, I may pry into the secrets of one to save another, for sometimes, life outweighs privacy. However, I must impress upon you the value of freedom. Free will is the indomitable monument of this land, and I shall vow to defend this edifice with my life, regardless of a person's nobility or depravity. Their free will deserves the utmost respect. Chen Yuange listened intently as Charles passionately articulated his convictions. Even if this person has harmed your family, then I shall send him to meet Satan. Chen Yuange's expression softened, gesturing for Charles to sit and have some water. Charles, I hope you will remember your promise today. Your abilities will keep many from finding rest. He tapped his head twice, the implication clear. Charles ought to realize that even without altering the masses' thoughts, there are myriad ways to influence an individual's mind. He merely wished to uphold his principles. The Supreme Sorcerer's direct warning to Chen Yuange left him deeply aware of the intricate complexities of life on Earth. It seemed some plans were ill-suited for this world. Whether as manifestations of celestial justice or the embodiment of principles, the prowess of the defenders of Earth, the Kamar-Taj, was evidently formidable. Historically, there have only ever been misnamed titles, never erroneous nicknames. Supreme Sorcerer. What a formidable name. Chen Yuange initially believed this was merely a self-aggrandizement of Kamar-Taj. He had thought the Supreme Sorcerer merely guarded a planet, perhaps surpassing him by a single realm, but upon meeting, he realized this was a hidden titan. He could not ascertain whether this individual was of the highest echelon, nor did he dare to speculate or inquire. At the very least, it was apparent that they could control him as easily as one might a mere ant. Although it was clear that Master Gu harbored no ill intentions, the overwhelming feeling of being at the mercy of another stirred a tempest of emotions within Chen Yuange. It was only after personally dismantling several secret bases that he could finally dispel some of the pent-up frustration within him. Certainly, along the way, he inadvertently liberated numerous imprisoned mutants, casting them upon Charles, who was undoubtedly the most adept psychic master available. Thus, the task of managing and comforting them was entrusted to him. As for the relocation expenses, Umbrella had an abundance of funds, easily capable of accommodating these individuals with just a few transactions. The account of Umbrella at Citibank already boasted over $1 billion, much to the chagrin of the bank's CEO, who persistently inundated him with various investment recommendations in his office. While dismantling those clandestine bases, Chen Yuange stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. The masterminds behind them, in a convoluted manner, all pointed back to Hydra. It was truly lamentable for Howard and his compatriots, who believed they had triumphed, when in reality, the fruits of their victory had already been devoured by others. Such a pity. However, this bore no consequence for him. Nor would he voluntarily enlighten Howard. This was not his homeland, and he bore no obligation to do so. Hydra's survival in the New World was merely a reflection of its alignment with certain radical ideologies. They were akin to turtles encountering one another, merely drawn together. Without the tacit approval and protection of these radicals, how could Hydra possibly endure? Eradicating Hydra was a straightforward endeavor, yet obliterating its ideology was an insurmountable challenge. Only foes who are discovered can be deemed as good adversaries. Since he had already uncovered Hydra's existence, and not wishing to be an unsung hero illuminating the American government, it sufficed to keep them under close observation. The envisioned Skynet program was ripe for an early activation. Many regulatory tasks could only be entrusted to the tireless capabilities of artificial intelligence. The depths of the earth were profound, and the emergence of the Ancient One only confirmed the validity of his thoughts. The path following the primordial spirit lay within the X gene. Devoid of a master or companions to consult, he was left to fend for himself. The seeker of truth aligns with the natural order of the universe. Is there a more direct object of enlightenment than the embodiment of the celestial way? That heart was beyond his contemplation, and the essence of the X gene could assuage his hunger. In light of this, the stability of Earth must be diligently safeguarded. Only within a tranquil environment can the mutant populace flourish. The greater the accumulation of resources, the closer he would draw to the embodiment of the celestial way, allowing him to glean insights into the paths that lay ahead. Yet, Chen Yuange perceived that the inhabitants of the New World were exceedingly insular and conservative. In the future, they would undoubtedly be exploited by certain individuals, leading to various bloody conflicts. Such a scenario was untenable, whether due to clandestine experiments by other factions or intertribal strife. The incessant demise of mutants was inevitable. This constituted his reservoir of materials. And should a high-level mutant akin to the Red Devil emerge among the newly born mutants only to be slain in conflict, it would signify a tremendous loss for him. This matter pertains to his path, leaving no room for negligence. In the future, any clandestine experiments will be under the purview of Charles and his team to combat. To avert ethnic conflicts, it is imperative to effectively manage and guide public opinion. It is time to unleash the formidable power of the Internet. Traditional print media has been monopolized by various conglomerates, yet the Internet, as a tool for shaping discourse, is akin to a weapon of mass destruction. In this age of intelligence, every individual becomes a creator and distributor of news, a participant in the narrative. Through artificial intelligence, any information that might incite conflict between mutants and humans will be suppressed. At this juncture, the CEO of Citibank can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Yuange has resolved to expand the deployment of computers and smartphones across the North American continent, which will necessitate a substantial influx of cash flow. Fortunately, the most capital-intensive backbone network has been entrusted to the government, as such investments are immense, yield slow returns, and pertain to national security. Thus, it is most appropriate to leave it to the World Security Council. The Umbrella Corporation lacks the appetite to absorb such vast interests. On the North American front, through technological provision and equity swaps, Chen Yuange has established all necessary connections. In the face of lucrative opportunities, the potential unleashed by capital is astounding. Within a mere month, they have laid down the backbone network and established tens of thousands of base stations to meet the initial phase of usage in major cities across North America. At this time, the golden generation of workers from the World War II era is still present, in their prime, brimming with enthusiasm and efficiency. Otherwise, Chen Yuange's plan would require over a year to see initial fruition. In another 20 years, North America will no longer possess such capable workers. Chapter 97. The Eve of the Internet. Thanks to the detailed technical documentation provided by Chen Yuange, all component production, except for the core chip, has been delegated to affiliated consortiums. Of course, technology is not given freely. Umbrella has engaged in equity swaps with these consortiums. Even so, Chen Yuange has retained 67% of his undiluted shares, ensuring his absolute control over the company. Although his stake in each consortium is minimal, this arrangement will facilitate smooth operations on the new continent. With overtime pay duly allocated and the cooperative consortiums leveraging their influence elsewhere, connections have been streamlined. The production of smartphones has progressed at an astonishing pace. Within a month, the first batch of 1 million units has been completed, ready for sale in major cities. In February, the spring breeze is sharp as scissors. During the day, New York remains relatively cold. Yet this does not hinder the soaring popularity of the Umbrella Smart Experience store. Benefiting from 6 months of perfume sales, this newly established company, merely half a year old, has already cemented its brand recognition in the hearts of the public. A month ago, the Umbrella Corporation secured prominent storefronts in bustling urban areas, encasing their shops in vast canvases, adorned with towering countdown lights proclaiming, 30 days to change the world. This novel and enigmatic promotional strategy instantly captured the attention of every passerby, inciting speculation that Umbrella must be unveiling an extraordinary new fragrance. Women brimmed with anticipation, while men, forced to accompany their wives, daughters, or lovers, grimly cursed the corporation, lamenting the impending depletion of their wallets. With just 1 day remaining, workers commenced the dismantling of the surrounding canvases. 1 hour to go, the canvases were fully removed, leaving only the countdown lights standing proudly before the storefront. Under the guidance of staff, a long queue formed at the entrance, where men glowered at the establishment. The storefront featured a massive glass wall, yet the interior remained shrouded in darkness, leaving onlookers uncertain of the fragrances that purportedly promised to alter the world. At precisely 10 o'clock, the countdown concluded. The lights were removed, revealing the sign, Umbrella Smart Experience Store. Smart? Experience Store? What on earth was this? At that moment, the lights illuminated the interior, revealing a brilliantly lit space as the doors swung open and staff members emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your numbered tickets. Only 100 individuals may enter at a time, and each group may stay for only half an hour. Should anyone attempt to linger beyond this time, just glance at the 2 lines of armed and highly trained security personnel at the entrance, and a chill will run down your spine. This was not the fragrance I had anticipated. The first group of entrants stood bewildered in a 1,000 square meter space, designed with a futuristic minimalistic aesthetic. On long tables, crystal-like rectangular blocks and other unrecognizable larger objects were displayed. Just as confusion reigned, a guide promptly stepped forward to demonstrate how to use these items. As a staff member pressed a finger on a specific area of the block, the front illuminated, revealing exquisite imagery. Oh my God, is this a miniature television? After witnessing the astonishment of the attendees, a trained staff member stifled a laugh, nearly dropping the block in her hand. Despite her earlier training, which had been even more absurd, she couldn't help but look down on the current bewildered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an epic-making product launched by Umbrella. Imagine a smartphone. With this, you possess the world. It features capabilities for making calls, listening to music, watching movies, reading books, and taking photographs. Leave behind cumbersome items such as landlines, radios, televisions, books, and cameras. Everyone exchanged glances, incredulous at the audacity of such a claim. 10 minutes later, some were gleefully cradling their smartphones, while others clumsily maneuvered the mouse to click on software displayed on computer screens. The men were utterly captivated by this revolutionary technological marvel, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on their smart devices. Although the women did not find the perfumes they had hoped for, they too were entranced by the smartphones. At that moment, a staff member held a smartphone towards the crowd, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the selfie function with beauty enhancements awaits your exploration." My heavens, I never knew I was so beautiful. The women erupted in joyous gasps. Click, click. The store was alive with the incessant flashes of cameras, each woman capturing countless selfies. The continuous shutter sounds roused the enchanted men, who blinked in confusion as if they could hear their wallets weeping. At that juncture, the store manager's voice echoed through the establishment. Attention, everyone. Only 5 minutes remain. Please prepare to exit in an orderly fashion. Bewildered, the crowd looked up. Time had flown, and many yearned to purchase a dream phone to take home. Yet, upon seeing the price tag of $199 or $399, hesitation swept over many. Surely, acquiring a phone was a necessity, but what of their wives, daughters, and mistresses who also had needs? Calculating the costs, they realized it could mean the loss of 1 to 2 months' salary. Was there still a place for nights out at the bar? If they bought just one for themselves, they would likely face expulsion upon returning home. I will buy 2 phones. I will buy 5 phones and 3 computers. One particularly generous individual clearly intended to equip the entire family, though whether he was wealthy or not remained uncertain, as the women around him tenderly placed their hands on their partners' waists. The dream smartphone, a groundbreaking product, umbrella, the entity that transformed the world. Such was the narrative of mainstream publications. The youngest billionaire in the world, a tale I must share, read a headline from a tabloid. Chun, your child beckons you home. It continued. Red Queen, how many connected devices exist now? In the deepest recesses of the underground laboratory at Qingshan Farm, a translucent figure resembling A.O. Qingming floated before Chen Yuange, devoid of expression and unmistakably artificial. This was an artificial intelligence created by Chun, modeled after the young girl but with subtle modifications, aptly named Red Queen. President, a total of 543 devices have now connected to the network. Remarkable, however. In just 3 days, such a significant number has been achieved. In less than half a year, the Skynet will be preliminarily established. Red Queen, set the keywords, Mage, Mutant, Extraordinary, and Hydra. Designate Chun Yuan, Li Qianru, and Chun Yen as the primary sequence, while others will be in the secondary sequence. The highest command is to embed this into the core code. Chen Yuange lifted his head, as he still needed to deploy 36 satellites in space. Chapter 98. Lunar Excursion 1. In the New York sanctuary, Daniel and Chen Yuange sat opposite each other, each cradling a cup of red tea. Daniel, there is a matter on which I wish to seek your counsel. Would you mind if I placed a few items into the sky? Daniel leaned forward slightly. What do you mean? Chen Yuange shrugged. Well, I plan to launch a few satellites. After all, I have developed a dream smartphone, and a few satellites would enhance the signal. Upon hearing this, Daniel reclined back in his chair and retrieved a dream smartphone from his pocket. This device is significantly inferior to the products of the Sandar, quite challenging indeed. We can say that Earth has entered the information age. Chen Yuange's eyes lit up. Curiosity piqued. Why haven't you brought the technology from other planets to Earth? Surely you are aware of the spacecraft on the moon. Daniel returned the phone to his pocket. Do you think everything is as you envision, with endless mysteries awaiting our exploration? Who has the leisure to study this? As for the spacecraft on the moon, there resides a group of refugees from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. As long as they do not disrupt the magical realm, we shall not interfere with them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire? Could you tell me about the civilizations in the universe? Daniel shook his head in exasperation. The Supreme Mage has long invited you to visit Taj. A portion of our library will be accessible to you, where you can see these matters for yourself. Why come to me with such inquiries? Be off with you. I have no time to indulge in idle chatter. Chen Yuange chuckled awkwardly. Daniel, recognizing his discontent, did not press him further. However, considering the Supreme Mage's regard for Chen Yuange, Daniel gestured for him to present his badge, pointing at it as it radiated a gleam. I have opened a portion of the content for you. Additionally, you may launch the satellites, but it is advisable not to inscribe any runes within them, as this could easily disrupt the magical canopy, incurring costs. Chen Yuange observed as Daniel lifted his tea, surprised to see that this fellow was equally adept in the Eastern custom of serving tea. The 3 great empires, the Kree Empire of the Magellanic Cloud, the Shi'ar Empire of the Milky Way, and the Stru Empire of the Andromeda Galaxy. Just look at the vastness of their territories, spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. One can only imagine the level of technological advancement they possess. Chen Yuange perused the interstellar scientific materials of Taj, and upon finishing, he found himself profoundly enlightened, contemplating a journey to these empires to acquire their advanced knowledge. As for Earth, apart from Taj serving as a protector of the magical realm, it is, in terms of interstellar diplomacy, a territory under the domain of Asgard. Upon reading a brief introduction to Asgard, Chen Yuange felt utterly bewildered, imagining a scenario where Upon arriving in the Xie Empire, he might be asked, "From where do you hail?" To which he would respond, "From Earth." Earth? Never heard of it. Where is it located? In the Milky Way, Orion Arm. Ah, I see. Isn't that Asgard? A quaint name like Earth. Who has ever heard of it? To reach the nearest Xie Empire, one must traverse tens of thousands of light years, a distance that sent shivers down Chen Yuange's spine. Even if he were to achieve the requisite level of spiritual power, navigating through the vast cosmic sea to reach the bustling planet of Xander would demand months of relentless travel. Such a solitary voyage through the cold expanse of space would likely drive anyone to madness after months without human contact. Beyond this rudimentary method, there were two alternative approaches. One could acquire a faster-than-light spacecraft which, when departing from Earth, could reach Xander within a few days. The final option would be to seek Taj, utilizing the Supreme Dimension for transit, thereby reaching any planet in the shortest time possible. However, this most convenient method necessitated a favorable relationship with Taj, a criterion he seemed to meet. Additionally, a trip to Xander appeared to require a fare of 5,000 spirit gold coins. Regrettably, he currently possessed only a few hundred spirit gold coins, a sum earned from completing several tasks over the past months. Indeed, the adage holds true, nothing comes free without a price. Taj offers information at no cost to attract individuals, only to later demand payment for their facilities. Chen Yuange felt a surge of indignation at the unscrupulous practices of these capitalist entities exploiting the unwary. Perhaps a visit to the moon might provide some insights into spacecraft technology? Chen Yuange rubbed his temples. Sending satellites into space had proven troublesome. According to his original plan, he intended to deploy 36 satellites to form a rudimentary array encircling Earth. However, his financial constraints rendered him unable to procure quality spiritual materials. The scant resources he possessed were scavenged from apprehended dimension-hopping refugees, who, being destitute themselves, offered little of value. From Daniel's attitude, it seemed that if the magical canopy were to be disrupted, Taj personnel would likely bestow upon him a sound thrashing. Unfazed by the prospect of a beating, yet apprehensive about potential financial reparations, Chen Yuange contemplated the formidable magical defense array of planetary proportions. The myriad of rare spiritual materials required for its construction were undeniably beyond his current means. To circumvent the risk of being conscripted for menial labor, he resolved to first gauge Kamitaji's stance, which led to his meeting with Daniel. The outcomes of this encounter were a mixed bag. On one hand, he acquired a wealth of interstellar knowledge, while on the other, the inability to establish the minor Jotion array proved disheartening. The establishment of such an array would have facilitated the surveillance of ordinary individuals, which was merely a foundational tactic. The true advantage lay in monitoring activities within the extraordinary realm. This, perhaps, elucidated Daniel's caution against inscribing runes on the satellite. Both men shared an unspoken understanding. Upon discovering the futility of his plans, Chen Yuange prudently abandoned them. Monitoring ordinary humans would suffice, allowing him to maintain oversight of mutant activities. This was his final threshold. However, the visibility of conventional satellites to astronomical telescopes posed a significant challenge. It seemed a visit to the moon was imperative. The spacecraft's stealth technology was remarkably advanced, and he hoped to glean some insights. With resolute determination, Chen Yuange vanished from his original position. After a series of flickering movements, he materialized at the outer edge of the atmosphere, where the searing solar radiation enveloped him instantaneously. An unceasing stream of magical energy effortlessly shielded him from the violent rays. The relentless solar radiation was mitigated by the atmosphere, transforming into a source of energy for all life upon entering. Gazing down at the Earth, the cerulean planet rotated gently, and traversing the void of space was an unprecedented experience for him, one he had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. Chen Yuange savored the exhilarating sensation of surveying the vastness of the universe. After a prolonged moment, he turned his gaze toward the moon. Chapter 99. Lunar excursion to the desolate and silent moon bore no resemblance to the mythical lunar palace, nor were there any lumberjacks like Wu Gang, or the moon fairy cradling the jade rabbit. Instead, a colossal, invisible spacecraft rested quietly within a crater on the lunar surface. As Chen Yuange lightly descended onto the moon's surface, a cloud of dust was stirred, and he extended his hand toward the emptiness ahead, pressing down gently. Before him, ripples emanated through the void, causing his right hand to vanish at the wrist, creating the illusion of a clean severance. Standing still, Chen Yuange meticulously deconstructed the operating mechanisms of the force field. It appeared that this force field possessed only the functions of invisibility and alertness, effectively cloaking light and electrical sensors, yet lacking any defensive capabilities. He proceeded to walk forward, effortlessly passing through the spacecraft's force field, revealing a colossal mechanical entity measuring 1,000 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 60 meters in height. Approaching the ship's support structure, he placed his hand upon it, his eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of light. Scenes gradually unfolded before his eyes. 5,100 years ago, an exploratory vessel departed from the Academy of Sciences of the Kree Empire, traversing distant star systems, ultimately landing on the lunar surface. The crew of the vessel stealthily descended to Earth, capturing a number of humans for cruel experiments. Thus, it was revealed that this was the Kree Empire's version of the Super Soldier program. Chen Yuange immediately discerned that these Kree had undergone rigorous military training. Even the researchers among them were formidable warriors. These Kree had journeyed from the far-off Large Magellanic Cloud, arriving on the moon without any intermediate stops. It seemed that the potential influence of that heart rendered humanity on Earth particularly unique. Otherwise, why would the Kree, spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, come directly here? Surely they would encounter numerous powerful alien races along the way. Why not experiment on them instead of heading straight to the moon? However, the Kree ultimately faltered. For this was the territory of Asgard. The local border patrol discovered the Kree's illicit activities, leading to an encounter between the two parties. During the skirmish, the exploratory vessel's engine was damaged, resulting in heavy casualties among the Kree, with the survivors hastily piloting their small spacecraft to flee the solar system. The remaining test subjects were eventually returned to Earth by the Asgardians, who cleared the vessel, leaving its shell abandoned on the lunar surface. Fortunately, the vessel's energy system continued to operate, maintaining a basic protective field. Otherwise, this exploratory ship would have long been discovered by modern terrestrial telescopes. Interestingly, Chen Yuange also noticed that many practitioners had visited this place, as evidenced by the numerous inscriptions on the wall proclaiming so-and-so was here. It seemed that the inclination to leave messages had persisted through the ages across cultures. Perhaps I should leave one too? Chen Yuange's hand itched with anticipation. He could no longer restrain himself and began to inscribe on the message wall. Chen Yuange was here. My handwriting is quite acceptable. A decade prior, a small spacecraft emerged from the void, billowing smoke from its rear, and collided with the moon. Dozens of green-skinned Struans disembarked from the craft and discovered the abandoned exploratory vessel. They dismantled their small ship, made rudimentary repairs to the exploratory vessel, and settled within it. Had the Asgardians even granted them political asylum? It appeared these individuals were indeed of some standing among the Struans. Could they possibly be nobles of the Struan Empire? Chen Yuange strolled through the interior of the ship. In the corridors, some areas still had functional lighting, while others were in disrepair, with remnants of the previous battle visible throughout. The gravity and air composition in this place were entirely unsuitable for ordinary human survival. Estimating based on this gravity, the physique of the Kree is 20 times that of a human. Chen Yuange traversed through, having contained all electromagnetic radiation within himself, akin to an invisible man, evading the residual alert systems of the spacecraft. Upon reaching the ship's midsection, Chen's eyes widened with astonishment as he beheld an ecological sphere spanning 3,000 square meters. In this cold, metallic forest, the sudden appearance of verdant natural scenery felt utterly dreamlike. It was no wonder, then, that a substantial portion of the energy was devoted to sustaining this modest ecological realm. Chen gazed deeply at the small building at the center of the ecological sphere, where several Stru children frolicked upon the lawn before it. How tragic it was that the Asgardians had effectively confined them here. Residing in such a place was akin to imprisonment. After all, these were individuals hailing from a formidable empire that occupied an entire star system. Given their status as political refugees from Asgard, it was apparent that among them were individuals of considerable strength. Chen sensed the presence of an individual ahead, radiating a formidable energy fluctuation whose power was comparable to that of a solar deity. Having made the journey here, their combat prowess could not be underestimated. Regrettably, he had hoped to procure some blood samples from the Stru to discern the differences between them and Earthlings. It was said that each Stru could transform into any biological form they encountered. Was it not as if each of them were akin to Raven? Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself, imagining how Raven would react if she were told, "Sister, your abilities are merely average within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. There is no need for you to be distressed." He could envision her going mad at the thought, although she despised her blue appearance. It was evident that she took pride in her abilities. After all, as a woman, one could wish to be as beautiful as they desired. Such an ability was surely something to cherish. Hence, she likely felt quite proud of her transformation powers, and if she were to discover that such abilities were commonplace, it would certainly make for an amusing spectacle. Chen left his consciousness lingering around the ecological sphere, with a few children among the S.H.I.E.L.D. refugees. They would undoubtedly be unable to resist the temptation to venture beyond the sphere to play elsewhere. This was a universal trait among juvenile sentient beings. Should he encounter any S.H.I.E.L.D. children sneaking out, he could discreetly draw some blood, satisfying his curiosity. Departing from the ecological sphere, Chen sought the maintenance workshop, where the intellect of the facility should remain intact, untouched by the fleeing Kree from years past. Inside, the maintenance manuals for the spacecraft were stored. Once he obtained this manual and comprehended its technical principles, he could eventually construct a small spacecraft himself. Navigating through, he found the path clear. The Kree had fled in haste, and the Asgardians had since tidied the battleground, leaving most of the cabin doors within the spacecraft ajar. At last, he arrived at the maintenance workshop, which lay in darkness, its lighting system having been rendered inoperative. Here lies an expansive factory, and one glance at its vast area reveals that it once possessed formidable processing capabilities. Regrettably, all the equipment has been relocated. Cursed Asgardians. You enforce a policy of complete depletion, leaving nothing behind. Chen Yuange gazed sorrowfully at this place, knowing that the machinery here must have possessed nanometer-level processing abilities. If he wished to construct a spacecraft, certain precision instruments would be essential, as his current processing capability, limited to 1 micron, would not suffice without additional tools. Chapter 100. Successful deployment of satellites. The echo of footsteps reverberated through the desolate maintenance workshop, shattering the silence of this long-abandoned space. Upon reaching the control console, a spark of realization illuminated Chen Yuange's mind. Thanks to the industrial manufacturing prowess of the Kree, combined with the absence of a complex atmospheric environment on the moon, the stored components within remained intact. With his fingertips aglow, a beam of high-energy light silently sliced through the robust metallic casing of the control console, revealing the storage components within shortly thereafter. First, he needed to back up the data. Chen Yuange deftly detached the components, his fingers resting upon the interface as astronomical patterns of data streamed continuously into his consciousness. After a considerable time, Chen Yuange instinctively shook his head and closed his eyes, only to find a three-dimensional image of a miniature research vessel manifesting within his mind. This was the result of transferring the data from the storage components. And as his consciousness gently brushed against a particular area of the three-dimensional image, a series of directories materialized before him. If this data were to be converted into text files, it would equate to the entire collection of a national library. As a being of spiritual essence, possessing linguistic comprehension is among his fundamental abilities. The Kree language is not akin to the three-dimensional symbols of celestial runes. After perusing it twice, he could grasp its meaning. However, to achieve fluency in speaking and writing, he would need to dedicate a couple of days to serious study to truly master this language. For now, merely recognizing the characters and understanding the content of the maintenance manual sufficed. Chen Yuange clicked through the directories page by page, and after a while, he finally located the structural diagram of the stealth components within the force field generator. The technological level of the Kree Empire surpasses what he currently comprehends by an entire era. They have fundamentally mastered the realms of electromagnetism and gravity. Only with a solid grasp of these principles can one construct stargates that connect different planetary systems. At present, Chen Yuange can only achieve short-range spatial displacement of 1 astronomical unit within the sea of stars. Could he transport a car to the moon right now? Regrettably, he is not yet capable of such feats. However, the stargates of the 3 great empires can link planets separated by hundreds or even thousands of light years, functioning like highways that allow for the free flow of personnel and resources, had it not been for his profound observational prowess, which allowed him to re-evaluate the principles of electromagnetism and gravity. He would likely have grasped only the superficial aspects of the spacecraft's maintenance manual. In comparison to Earth's technological advancements, The three great empires exist at a staggering elevation. Earth's current technological level remains entrenched in the rudimentary stages of electromagnetism, while it has yet to even approach the threshold of gravitational studies. Just as he could comprehend the entire technical philosophy behind contemporary technological products on Earth with a mere glance, understanding the technology within this scientific research vessel would demand no less than a decade of dedicated effort. This, after all, represents the pinnacle of a stellar empire's technological achievements. Akin to humanity's most sophisticated industrial creation, the large aircraft. The multitude of disciplines involved in constructing a colossal star-faring vessel can easily number in the thousands. However, thanks to his formidable physique, he could survive in the vacuum of space. Thus his requirements were modest. To construct a usable spacecraft, he merely needed a sufficiently robust hull, complemented by an energy system and a faster-than-light engine, which would suffice for his purposes. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Yuange felt irked by Asgard's decision to strip the place of its equipment. Without these tools, even crafting a miniature replica would be impossible. Nevertheless, he resolved to first comprehend the cloaking technology, as he still needed to position satellites and equip the Red Queen with eyes. With a detailed structural diagram in hand, he set about creating a prototype that mirrored the design, swiftly unraveling the underlying technical principles. Over the subsequent days, Chen Yuange adhered to a highly regimented schedule, a 1-hour visit to New York University in the morning, followed by another hour at the company, and a return home for lunch. The afternoons were spent in the spacecraft maintenance workshop, where, despite Asgard's removal of the larger equipment, he managed to scavenge some spare materials and small tools. If it were not for the chance encounter with the mischievous Shrew, he would have preferred to vacate this dismal place, which resembled a steel tomb. After finding a solitary room, he tidied it up, closed the door, and began the relentless task of fabricating an electromagnetic shielding field generator. Given the vessel's substantial size, the generator would naturally be large. However, since it was intended for a satellite weighing no more than 3 tons, the generator needed to be sufficiently compact. Starting with the first prototype and following through with hundreds of continuous improvements, he ultimately held the 108th version, a basketball-sized electromagnetic shielding field generator. Having stripped away numerous functionalities, the current objective was simply to render the device imperceptible to astronomical telescopes and basic electromagnetic detection. Chen Yuange planned to wait a few years until the satellites of the human government were launched into the sky, and then, under the guise of umbrella launching rockets, gradually unveil this batch of satellites. After a day's labor, Chen Yuange had constructed 36 satellites, each with a diameter of 2 meters and equipped with hyperspectral imaging cameras boasting a resolution of 1 centimeter. Utilizing the Earth's rotation, he spent another day positioning each satellite into various locations within geosynchronous orbit, drawing inspiration from the energy systems aboard research vessels. He upgraded the design of the isotope nuclear batteries, creating more powerful units capable of supporting the simultaneous operation of electromagnetic shielding generators and other equipment. At this moment, the ethereal figure of the Red Queen floated in the void. President, the 36th satellite of the Skynet has successfully connected, and all satellites are now networked. Chen Yuange observed the Red Queen as it gradually assessed the functionalities of the satellites. Presently, only 300,000 devices were online, and the internet ecosystem was merely beginning to take root. The Red Queen, having not undergone sufficient data refinement, could still be considered a nascent artificial intelligence. In light of his current understanding of the soul, Chen had integrated some of his reflections on this concept into the core programming of the Red Queen. He hoped that through the myriad of information flowing across the network, it would eventually give rise to genuine wisdom. The sensation of crafting life with his own hands was undeniably captivating. He envisioned startling Ao Qingning, the gluttonous dragon, at that time. Red Queen, do you desire a human body? The Red Queen promptly declined. No need. Human bodies are far too inefficient. Alas, still clinging to its cold, mechanical reasoning. Very well. Display real-time imagery of New York. With a flick, a 100-inch flat image materialized before him. Chen Yuange reached out to magnify the image, just in time to see Chun Yin and Hannah walking joyously along a tree-lined path at New York University, their smiles vividly illuminated. Chapter 101. Contact with the Struans. Chen Yuange continuously tested the various functionalities of the satellites, particularly focusing on the detection of mutants. He collected the spectral information of all mutants in New York, identifying their commonalities. He then digitized this segment of spectral data and embedded it into the satellite's detection program. It was now the moment to assess the effectiveness of this feature. Red Queen, display all mutants in the New York area. A flat map of New York emerged before Chen Yuange, and as the satellites had only just been launched, it would take a day for a three-dimensional representation of the Earth's surface to be mapped. At this moment, the flat map before him was peppered with a multitude of red dots, each representing a mutant. Chen Yuange's ethereal essence enveloped an area equal in size to the flat map before him. As Chen Yuange observed the number of mutants, 1, 50, 300, 1,000, he compared them with the flat map before him. The alignment of location and quantity brought him great satisfaction. The satellite had achieved the objectives of his design. Chen's face brightened at the prospect that he would soon have comprehensive control over the mutants on Earth. The Umbrella Corporation's hospitals were set to expand, and he intended to establish branches worldwide. Moreover, some of the specialized medications developed at the Biological Research Institute were now ready for market release, which would significantly aid the hospital's expansion. Chen meticulously contemplated this plan, realizing that within a year, he could preliminarily gather the X genes of mutants from across the globe, confident that these would serve as vital resources for his future endeavors. The pressing issue now was to locate a planet far removed from Earth, at least 100 light-years away, where his God-making project would remain unaffected by terrestrial influences. The next formidable challenge lay in the spacecraft engines. For the first time, Chen found himself lacking confidence. The technological sophistication required for a faster-than-light engine was daunting, and he felt uncertain about its replicability. On the Moon, within the research vessel's engine compartment, he sighed. After 3 months, he had grasped the technical principles. But the core components of these engines were astonishingly manufactured using neutron stars. Truly, the vast power of a super-interstellar empire was not without justification. Just as he began to comprehend the principles underlying the faster-than-light engine, he realized that his plan had collapsed. Only the immense gravitational force of a neutron star could forge an engine capable of enduring spatial distortions. What resources could he muster to construct such components? Unless he had attained a transcendent level of mastery? If he possessed the capacity to traverse mountains and command the sun and moon, why would he bother with building a faster-than-light engine? Currently, he lacked even the conceptual framework for miniaturizing the engine, let alone constructing one. Suddenly, he noticed a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. children emerging. Sitting in the void, Chen, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the damaged engine of the research vessel. When the divine consciousness surrounding the ecological zone was unexpectedly stirred, these children appeared to have matured amidst their trials, having endured 3 months before finally venturing out, demonstrating a maturity beyond that of typical children. From a shadowy corner, Chen observed 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. children playing hide-and-seek nearby, seemingly oblivious to the 2 adult S.H.I.E.L.D. who discreetly followed to protect them. Mischievous children are always convinced that adults remain unaware of their mischief. After waiting patiently, Chen encountered a solitary S.H.I.E.L.D. child, clearly indicating that the adult guardians were not vigilant, likely lulled into complacency by the comforts of life aboard the spacecraft. He then proceeded to quietly obtain a blood sample from the S.H.I.E.L.D. child. Chen Yuange's figure vanished like a fleeting bubble, only to reappear moments later in the laboratory of the farm. He pondered, indeed, the ancestors of the S.H.I.E.L.D. are reptiles. A sudden realization struck him. He straightened up, astonishingly removing his glasses to rub his eyes, for he had just glimpsed a style reminiscent of mutant modifications. Undeterred, Chen Yuange meticulously examined all 5 blood samples, ultimately concluding that both the S.H.I.E.L.D. and mutants had undergone alterations by the same entity. What an extraordinary revelation! He removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose, realizing the intricacies of the situation had deepened. It was, after all, reasonable. Anyone capable of transforming humanity and not being expelled by the Asgardians or Camartage must be a figure of immense power. Such modifications to the S.H.I.E.L.D. were entirely plausible. With this thought, Chen Yuange retrieved his badge and revisited the interstellar encyclopedia Daniel had opened for him. Had such S.H.I.E.L.D. existed over 3 million years ago? Comparing this with the memories of the Red Devil Azar, who awakened over 5,000 years prior and had encountered few mutants on Earth, he surmised that mutants had not appeared too early. Could it be that this entity had not ceased its transformative endeavors over the millennia? As he quietly contemplated the profound connections at play, a shiver ran down his spine, signaling the enormity of the trouble ahead. He had sensed the path would be fraught with obstacles. Frustrated, he grasped at his hair. One must tackle matters one step at a time. Thus, he resolved to engage with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Once again, Chen Yuange found himself outside the scientific vessel, this time revealing his presence as he penetrated the vessel's protective force field. In the ecosystem above, atop a small building, a tall S.H.I.E.L.D. man suddenly opened his eyes. Someone was approaching. Could this person be from Asgard? As Chen Yuange stepped into the spacecraft, he sensed a wave of psychic energy enveloping him. Asgardian, we have an agreement with your Golden Palace. You should not be here without permission. Apologies, you have mistaken me for another. I hail from the planet opposite, not as an Asgardian, Chen Yuange replied, continuing his descent. After a brief moment of silence, the S.H.I.E.L.D. responded, Indeed, Asgardians are quite proud, and you do not bear their likeness. Human, you are a sorcerer from Kamartaj. No, you are unlike them. Human, please state your purpose. Chen Yuange sensed the other party's vigilance intensifying, a formidable power locking onto him from afar. Chen Yuange paused his steps, extending his goodwill. I am Chen Yuange, an ordinary practitioner from Earth. I have a good rapport with the Comitage, and they have informed me of your predicament, which I find quite sympathetic. The force binding him seemed to weaken, suggesting that his goodwill was indeed felt by the other party. Are you interested in seeking refuge on Earth? I can offer you assistance. Chapter 102. It's time to speak with strength. After Chen Yuange made his proposition, the force surrounding him fluctuated violently, revealing the other party's unsettled emotions. Friends, have you been hiding here all this time? While you may not be concerned for yourselves, should you not consider the minors among you? Growing up here, I believe they. Chen Yuange did not continue, as the other party clearly understood his implication. Following a prolonged silence, the force binding him was retracted. I am Jabba, the green-skinned, robust S.H.I.E.L.D., standing at 2 meters tall, awaited him. Chen Yuange, please come closer. As Chen Yuange stepped forward, he boldly approached the periphery of the ecosystem, where vigilance was evidently heightened. The 5 young S.H.I.E.L.D. were sheltered within a small building. Jabba? Chen Yuange inquired. Chen Yuange? Jabba articulated the words in fluent Mandarin, a revelation that did not surprise Chen Yuange, given that he had been residing here for a decade, undoubtedly gaining profound insights into Earth's culture. Chen Yuange sensed a lurking threat within the ecosystem, indicating that the S.H.I.E.L.D. had not entirely lowered their guard. This reaction was understandable. After all, they were strangers and he was intruding. What is your true intention, Earthling? Let us speak frankly. I desire your small spacecraft. In exchange, I will assist you in resolving your habitation issues on Earth. Jabba paused, crossing his arms and regarding Chen Yuange with a cold stare. Earthling, you must be aware of how advanced our spacecraft is to you. Do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? Moreover, our desire to settle on Earth is hardly a trivial matter. Observing Jabba's frosty demeanor, Chen Yuange discerned that while there was genuine anger, much of it was feigned. Stop pretending, Jabba. I am not inclined to inquire about your reasons for traversing hundreds of thousands of light years to reach us. Asgard merely serves as Earth's protector and holds no dominion over it. As for the Comitage, trust me, they will not interfere in this matter. I assure you. Jabba shook his head, replying, On what grounds should I trust your assurance? Indeed, while your technological level is markedly inferior, you possess formidable mages. However, I can confidently assert that you are not one of them. Leave this place, Earthling. Alas, I knew it would come to this. As the words fell, Chen Yuange's figure instantaneously appeared beside Jabba, seizing his shoulder with great swiftness. What speed? My neural interface failed to react. Jabba's heart sank. This Earthling was indeed a planetary-level powerhouse, an oversight. Before his eyes, the scenery shifted, revealing the vast emptiness of space. He was no longer aboard the spacecraft. With a thud, Chen Yuange hurled Jabba into a colossal meteorite crater, where a searing high-energy laser shot towards him. Grasping the high-energy beam with one hand, he recalled the sensation of his grip on Jabba's shoulder. Was that armor of a nanoscopic nature? In an instant, Chen Yuange discerned Jabba's true nature. He was no mere practitioner, but rather someone with keen reflexes and precise responses, exhibiting a rigidity akin to an intelligent program, as if he had been modified. At the bottom of the crater, within a humanoid cavity, Jabba lifted his head, arms raised, as a series of high-energy lasers sealed off all angles from above. The neural interface within his head continuously analyzed Chen Yuange's bodily energy responses. This Earthling is peculiar. His energy levels do not reach the planetary tier. Chen Yuange's surroundings twisted. consolidating all high-energy lasers into a singular beam directed towards the cosmos. In the next moment, his figure warped and he appeared at the bottom of the crater, stomping his foot, causing Jabba to involuntarily soar into the air. A spiritual essence enveloped Jabba, binding him midair. Jabba, what do you think I should do with you? Jabba, horrified, realized that all electromagnetic signals from his body had been severed, rendering him devoid of control. Faced with this harsh reality, a shadow of despair crossed his features. Yet he quickly steeled himself. I have become your slave. Do as you wish. Ah, a forthright man indeed. Very well, I am no brigand. I dislike coercion. Let us continue that previous transaction. Jabba gently descended to the ground, gazing at Chen Yuange with uncertainty. What is the matter? Do you not believe me? No. Take the ship. I require nothing else. Chen Yuange adjusted his glasses. I said let us continue that transaction. Did you not comprehend my words? As Chen Yuange's indifferent gaze fell upon Jabba, it momentarily caused his neural interface to malfunction, beads of cold sweat erupting upon his brow. Yet, Jabba resolved within himself, astonished to find a trustworthy powerhouse before him. Thus, if they were to journey to Earth, with the other as protection. Please, follow me. Jabba's body shimmered with a faint glow as he swiftly soared towards the distant research vessel, with Chen Yuange leisurely trailing behind. Jabba is a person attuned to the times, which explains how he managed to lead a group to safety here. Those who were stubbornly obstinate perished long ago on the journey. The two swiftly approached the research vessel, and Chen Yuange, with keen interest, discovered that Jabba controlled the planet's magnetic field to achieve flight. A twinge of curiosity ignited within him, as he longed to dissect and understand the underlying principles. Unbeknownst to Jabba, he narrowly escaped disaster and entered the research vessel, where, under his guidance, they quickly arrived at the hangar. At a glance, Chen Yuange spotted the small spacecraft positioned at the center of the hangar. This vessel, resembling a cigar in shape, measured approximately 20 meters in length and 4 meters in diameter. It was the Star C. Without it, we might have perished. Jabba opened the hatch, and as Chen Yuange followed inside, he noticed that the cockpit and passenger cabin together accommodated only 17 seats. He could not help but cast a surprised glance at Jabba. It seemed their escape had been rather hasty, cramming 35 individuals into such a confined space. Please, just call me Chen Yuange. Chen Yuange raised his hand to halt Jabba's formal address, finding it rather awkward. Jabba, sensing Chen Yuange's impatience, directly stated, Our spacecraft's engine is damaged and cannot be started. Do you have spare parts? Yes. Jabba instinctively nodded, then widened his eyes, quickly turning to Chen Yuange. You, a Terran, can repair such an interstellar vessel? I fear you might not even comprehend the repair manual. It was not that Jabba looked down upon Terrans. Even a high-ranking soldier from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire Military Academy like him had never studied knowledge pertaining to faster-than-light engines, let alone repair one. It is important to understand that faster-than-light engines are a core secret of an interstellar empire, inaccessible to anyone not specifically trained in such fields. Chapter 103. Repairing the spaceship. Having left the ecological zone for a while, Jabba had become the anchor for this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. people. His absence had already incited panic among all the S.H.I.E.L.D. in the ecological zone. Chen Yuange perceived the concern hidden within Jabba's eyes and decided to temporarily set aside the issue of the spacecraft, reasoning that it would not flee from this location. Instead, he resolved to soothe the frightened individuals. Jabba let out a sigh of relief and promptly sent a signal indicating his safety to the ecological zone. Without Chen Yuange's consent, he dared not contact his kin recklessly. It now appeared that this Terran was not only honorable, but also a compassionate strongman. This realization led him to believe that it was indeed an opportune moment to journey to Earth. When the two reappeared in the ecological zone, 5 curious S.H.I.E.L.D. children hid beneath the shade of a tree, secretly observing Chen Yuange. According to their agreement, as Jabba introduced Chen Yuange to his kin, he proclaimed him a friendly individual from Earth, assisting them in securing residency paperwork on Earth. Is that true? As Chen Yuange listened to the cacophony of alien languages, he felt they needed to refine their speaking habits. Stop. At once, everyone fell silent, turning their gazes toward him. Jabba trembled. After all, this was a being of planetary caliber. They ought to tread carefully. Unfortunately, Chen Yuange had not disclosed his true situation, and he feared his kin might inadvertently offend this formidable entity. Can you speak Earth languages? Indeed. At that moment, a young S.H.I.E.L.D. girl stepped forth, fluently articulating Mandarin, English, and even some rare dialects. Chen Yuange's expression momentarily stiffened. He seemed unable to comprehend certain obscure languages. Was it too late to learn them on the fly? Jabba noticed the rigidity in Chen Yuange's demeanor and cleared his throat. Aureliana, that's enough. You may step back. Those nearby recognized Jabba's apparent respect for Chen Yuange and swiftly covered the girl's mouth, ushering her to the rear. Chen Yuange, as you know, we acquire knowledge through neural transmission, thus enabling us to learn languages rapidly. Indeed, it was my own perspective that had faltered. Chen Yuange chuckled to himself, realizing he was viewing an interstellar civilization through the lens of earthly understanding. Their method of education could not possibly rely on the inefficient means of books and illustrations. Directly implanting knowledge into the brain was the standard practice of interstellar cultures. After pacing for a few moments, he raised his head and spoke. Jabba, arrange for them to select their human forms. From now on, you shall reside on Earth. What about Asgard and Kamartaj? Asgard falls outside our jurisdiction. Earth is our domain, not theirs. I will extend a greeting to Kamartaj. Jabba joyfully conveyed this news to his kin. In the time that followed, they would earnestly strive to embrace Earth's cultural customs while also constructing a spacecraft capable of making round trips between Earth and the Moon, facilitating their relocation. While they were unable to create a faster-than-light vessel, crafting a simple planetary shuttle was well within their capabilities. Chen Yuange allowed them to tinker while he focused on repairing the Starsea ship. Fortunately, aside from the core engine, the spare parts here were relatively complete. A week later, having grasped the structure of the engine, Chen Yuange, under Jabba's astonished gaze, dismantled the engine in just 3 hours, replacing the melted components with new ones, and reassembling it entirely. Not a single extra piece remained on the hangar floor aside from the burnout remnants. You, a mere earthling. How could you possibly repair a faster-than-light engine? Have you studied at the Imperial University? Chen Yuange wiped the grease from his hands and glanced at the excited Jabba, who was pointing at him. No, I haven't even ventured outside the solar system. How could I possibly learn such things? It's impossible. No one has taught you. Yet you can repair this? Chen Yuange looked at him in astonishment. Your knowledge should be considerable. You can't even comprehend such a simple repair manual? I didn't ask you to invent one. Surely you can follow the instructions? Furthermore, he added, if the core machine is damaged, I am utterly helpless. Jabba, now resembling a middle-aged Chinese man, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, the core machine requires processing by a neutron star. If you could create one, you would be a stellar-level being. Chen Yuange's eyes flickered. So, you have encountered stellar-level beings? Jabba shook his head. That is impossible. Such great beings may not even be seen by the Emperor of the Empire. I am merely a captain of a royal guard squad. How could I have seen such greatness? Chen Yuange did not respond, stepping into the spaceship and taking his seat at the control panel, followed closely by Jabba in the co-pilot's seat. Having witnessed Chen Yuange repair the faster-than-light engine firsthand, he realized this individual was akin to a sage from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Piloting a mere spacecraft would surely pose no challenge for him. Once seated, Chen Yuange skillfully activated the spaceship's engine, and with a gentle tremor, the vessel lifted off, exiting the research ship's hangar. Jabba suddenly realized how he had so inexplicably found himself aboard. Who knew if the faster-than-light engine was truly repaired? Chen Yuange cast a calm glance at the restless Jabba. If you are afraid, you may disembark. You, a mere earthling, are not fearful. I am even less so. Jabba, his legs trembling, retorted. That's merely our Stru people's unique ability, body separation control. Chen Yuange pushed the throttle, and amid Jabba's rising panic, he exclaimed, let us go. The space before the spaceship warped, instantly engulfing it, and when they emerged, they were already amidst the boundless starry sky. Jabba steadied himself and hesitantly inquired, have we succeeded? Indeed, we are now outside the solar system. Chen Yuange turned the ship around, his gaze lost in the sight of the sun 2 light-years away. He had finally ventured beyond the solar system, yet regrettably, the old friends of the exploration ship would never again witness such a breathtaking cosmic vista. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Yuange restarted the ship, making several jumps within the solar system before returning to the moon. When the vessel settled on the hangar deck, Jabba remained motionless, finally breaking the silence with a sigh. Had I known the Starsea could be repaired, why did we labor so hard to construct a Earth-Moon round-trip spaceship? Early on, Chen Yuange cast a glance at the murmuring Jabba. Go summon your people to tidy up. They have gone to Earth. Oh, I understand now. Chapter 104. A day tour of the solar system, the starship Shanghai, having made a single journey, accommodated all 35 Struans and descended directly into the wilderness of the New York suburbs. On the ground, Sybil stood in astonishment, gazing at the now visible Shanghai ship. Even the typically composed Aressa displayed a rare look of surprise. Upon witnessing Chen Yuange emerge from the ship's cockpit, Sybil pointed to the Shanghai beside him. "President, the guest you mentioned, could it be this?" Taking a deep breath, she finally voiced her inquiry. "Is this the military's latest aircraft?" At that moment, Jabba and the others disembarked from the Shanghai, their excitement palpable as they surveyed the surrounding landscape. Upon seeing the distant mountains and the clouds in the sky, some were moved to tears of joy. After spending a decade confined within the narrow confines of the research vessel, many had nearly lost their sanity. Chen Yuange observed these Struans, now resembling humans, and noted that they had adapted to Earth's gravity and atmospheric conditions. It appeared that their transformation involved more than mere superficial mimicry. Sybil, approaching the diverse crowd that seemed to represent various races, remarked, "President, they aren't mutated beings you rescued from some laboratory, are they? And you conveniently acquired a new type of aircraft as well." As Sybil ran her hand over the smooth armor of the Shanghai, her face lit up with fervor. Its cloaking technology is truly remarkable. This was not mere exaggeration. With her heightened senses, she had failed to detect the presence of such a vessel, which prompted her admiration. "Stop touching it. The Shanghai is an interstellar spacecraft. No terrestrial aircraft can be compared to it." "Interstellar spacecraft? Shanghai?" Aressa, lacking social experience, showed little reaction. Sybil, momentarily bewildered, hesitated and looked from Chen Yuange to the Shanghai, scrutinizing the two in turn. "President, please don't tell me those individuals are aliens. Is it possible for aliens to resemble Earthlings?" "Huh." Chen Yuange exchanged a knowing glance with Jabba, who understood the subtle amusement in Chen's expression and nodded slightly, conveying a message. Sybil's voice gradually diminished as she witnessed the 35 individuals' features morphing into a unified appearance. "This must be a trick. I refuse to believe it. They must be mutants. After all, you've seen devils and monsters. What of a few aliens?" Chen Yuange's calm voice revealed her identity, and he looked at her with a hint of amusement. "You don't believe it? Jabba and his companions have now assumed human forms. Let us first ensure our guests are comfortably settled. Other matters can be addressed later." The Starseed has been set to stealth mode and remains in position while everyone boards the bus provided by Sybil, heading towards the city center. The bus halts before a 5-star hotel, where Sybil has, per Chen Yuange's instructions, reserved all the rooms on the first floor. "Jabba, you will reside here temporarily. I have a real estate project in the city center. Once the building is renovated, you will be able to move there," Chen Yuange explained. "Jabba, I understand that Earth may seem primitive to you, but please refrain from disclosing any interstellar technology. Do you understand?" Jabba responded with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I comprehend. We are merely residing on Earth and have neither the interest nor the obligation to elevate its technological standards." Chen Yuange replied noncommittally, "It is best to adhere to that. Your primary task now is to assimilate into human society." After settling the strew, and at Sybil's earnest request, Chen Yuange, along with her and Alicia, boarded the Starseed. Since they were invited aboard the spacecraft, he also included his parents and sister, as well as the gluttonous dragon, S.H.I.E.L.D, for a delightful day tour of the solar system. Once aboard, everyone curiously examined the interior of the Starseed. Chen Yuange exclaimed, "Wow! Why are these seats so large? Sitting in them makes us feel like children." The others turned to Chen Yuange, awaiting his explanation. "That is quite normal. This is a S.H.I.E.L.D vessel, and their average adult height is approximately 2 meters 1. Hence, the seats are designed accordingly," Chen Yuange clarified, lifting the mischievous S.H.I.E.L.D, playfully flicking her forehead. "Do not touch anything. You are unfamiliar with this environment." Nearby, Chen Yuange and Sybil, caught in the act of examining the equipment, froze, exchanging glances before feigning nonchalance and retracting their hands. "Ouch, put me down. Who says I don't recognize this? It's merely S.H.I.E.L.D script. I can speak most languages in the universe." S.H.I.E.L.D protested, flailing her legs in frustration while delivering a lengthy tirade in S.H.I.E.L.D, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. Li Qianru swiftly snatched the little girl away, shooting a glare at Chen Yuange before soothing her with gentle words. This was a miscalculation. True dragons possess inherited memories. They are capable of traversing the starry seas as adults. Surely, they possess a basic understanding of cosmic knowledge. Chen Yuange adjusted his glasses with one hand while clearing his throat with the other. Take your seats now. I, your guide, will personally pilot the spacecraft and lead you on a tour of the solar system. President, can you actually pilot a spaceship? Wasn't it the alien who flew it before? Sybil, seated behind the pilot's seat, could no longer contain her curiosity. Are you sitting down? Yes. Would you like to embark on a one-day tour of the solar system? Absolutely. Then why all the unnecessary chatter? Just look at Alicia. She is such a quiet child. After Chen Yuange finished speaking, he turned and settled into the driver's seat, leaving Sybil alone in a state of disarray amidst the wind. All right, we are off. Wow, Earth is truly magnificent. Standing on the moon, everyone gazed at the resplendent blue planet, their eyes filled with wonder. Is that really the Great Wall? Chen Yuan, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes and cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yuange. Dad, you are not mistaken. That is indeed the Great Wall. Chen Yuan's body trembled slightly, and before long, he discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Beside him, Li Qianru gently grasped his hand, offering silent comfort. Together, they stared intently at the vast continent, as if they could see their hometown and their departed loved ones. Meanwhile, Chun Yin and a few young companions chased each other on the moon, reveling in the exhilaration of experiencing 1/6 of Earth's gravity. I can fly too. Chapter 105, a one-day tour of the solar system. 2. Dad, although there aren't many relatives left in our hometown, there are still a few acquaintances. When spring arrives, would you and Mom consider returning to visit? Is that feasible? Chen Yuan and his wife exchanged hopeful glances, only to shake their heads in disappointment. In his youth, Chen Yuan had once been a notorious bandit leader, a fact well known in his hometown. In chaotic times, no one paid him any heed. But now that peace had returned, he feared returning might lead to old grievances resurfacing, resulting in dire consequences. Don't worry, I have maintained good relations with them. No one will make things difficult for you. They will still afford me some respect, their son assured them. Really? The couple, upon receiving their son's reassuring response, felt elated, nearly leaping with joy. However, to uphold their dignity in front of their child, they restrained their excitement and began to observe the lunar environment. Li Qianru shook her head in disappointment, saying, I had hoped to find a moon palace and the moon goddess Chang'e here. Who knew it would be so desolate? Chen Yuange chuckled quietly. The moon goddess was not present on this moon, but resided in the celestial realm of the Tian star. Subsequently, everyone boarded the enormous research vessel and, in a state of awe, briefly explored its interior. This place even has an ecological zone. The aliens sure know how to enjoy themselves. Indeed, after a whirlwind tour of the research vessel, they realized it was essentially an empty shell, and their interest in exploring further waned. All right, next stop, Mercury. The Star Sea vessel docked securely on Mercury, where the proximity to the sun rendered one side of the planet sweltering, with temperatures soaring above 400 degrees. Were it not for Chen Yuange's protection, apart from Alicia and Ao Qingning, the other 4 individuals would have been unable to withstand the harshness of this environment. The proximity to the sun stripped away the comforting warmth reminiscent of Earth. At this moment, they all felt acutely the sun's formidable power. After gazing at the sun for a while, they requested to depart, as the surface of Mercury bore no distinction from that of the moon, both riddled with pockmarked craters and devoid of remarkable scenery. Disappointed, they boarded the spacecraft and set their course toward Venus. As the vessel leapt beyond Venus's atmospheric boundary and traversed its thick atmosphere, they collectively held their breath, entranced by the spectacle before them. Upon Chen Yuange leading them out, they were greeted by a tempestuous realm fraught with thunderstorms and rampant volcanic activity. Was this truly a hellish landscape? After a moment, Sybil came to her senses, murmuring to herself, convinced she had arrived in the hell of biblical lore. Of course, this was not hell. It was Venus, where the atmosphere's density, exerting a pressure 92 times that of Earth's, birthed continuous thunderstorms and volcanic eruptions. After offering an explanation, Chen Yuange added, with a hint of whimsy, Sybil, should you wish to witness true hell, I can escort you there. Rest assured, I guarantee your safe return. Sybil rolled her eyes and made the sign of the cross over her chest, resolutely refusing to fall for the president's jest. There was no telling if she would return should she venture there. Their journey continued to Mars, where they encountered a most intriguing sight. The sun appeared blue, prompting exclamations of disbelief from the group. Sybil remarked that the Martian landscape bore a striking resemblance to the Nevada desert. momentarily leading her to believe she had arrived in Nevada itself. After meandering about, they next beheld the gaseous splendor of Jupiter, marveled at the magnificent rings of Saturn, and observed the dim, frigid worlds of Uranus and Neptune. While they were admiring Saturn's rings, Chen Yuange's gaze lingered momentarily on Titan, Saturn's largest moon. It was astonishing to realize how many extraordinary sights the solar system harbored, leaving one to ponder what wonders might exist beyond in the cosmos. After seeing their families safely home, S.H.I.E.L.D stood beside Chen Yuange, the two taking a leisurely stroll through Central Park. "You summoned me here alone to discuss your ulterior motives with the president, didn't you?" she teased. "Pooh, don't be ridiculous. I would never. I am not that kind of person." S.H.I.E.L.D quickly denied the implication, though the gravity of her earlier demeanor had lightened considerably. She stepped ahead of Chen Yuange, turning to regard him earnestly. "President, are the beings you brought back today truly extraterrestrial? And are they refugees from the S.H.I.E.L.D Empire?" "Indeed." S.H.I.E.L.D inhaled deeply and then solemnly inquired, "President, have you ever contemplated a question? What if these extraterrestrials, possessing scientific advancements far superior to ours, decide to colonize our planet?" Chen Yuange, observing the tense demeanor of S.H.I.E.L.D before him, couldn't help but chuckle. Their ancestors had embarked on their journey through colonization and plunder. Even now, though not through territorial conquest, they still relied on formidable military might and advanced scientific prowess to engage in a form of economic subjugation over weaker nations. Given her perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D's skepticism regarding the true intentions of the Struans was entirely reasonable. She even began to suspect that Chen Yuange might be colluding with these aliens, intending to betray Earth. Had Chen Yuange accessed her memories, he would have been inclined to discipline her for such an outrageous slander against his esteemed leadership. He extended a finger and gently tapped her temple. "Use your intellect. It seems you have become rather preoccupied with your own physical prowess lately. Reflect on that spacecraft on the moon. With its size, it would have been a trivial task for aliens to conquer Earth in ancient times. Humanity might have long ceased to inhabit this planet. So, why does that vessel remain an empty shell? Do you believe it was brought down by our government?" S.H.I.E.L.D massaged her aching temple and contemplated her response. "It certainly wasn't the government's doing. They can't even leave Earth." "Precisely," Chen Yuange affirmed. "So who could it be?" "The Asgardians." "Asgard? You mean from Norse mythology?" "President, please, if you're going to deceive me, at least be credible." Upon hearing the name Asgard, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sense of familiarity and immediately questioned Chen Yuange's credibility. "Why do you dismiss the existence of Asgard? Can myths not hold truth?" Chen Yuange's retort plunged S.H.I.E.L.D into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she emerged from her reverie, realizing that she had encountered devils and, today, aliens. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that myths could indeed be real. "How about this? From now on, the surveillance of those Struans will be entrusted to you." "Me?" S.H.I.E.L.D pointed to herself, initially poised to accept, but then quickly reconsidered. "President, you want me to monitor a group of aliens who can shapeshift and possess interstellar technology all on my own? I am indifferent to the method. This task is assigned to you." In Chapter 106, The Exposure of Charles, S.H.I.E.L.D, after thorough confirmation, realized that Chen Yuange was indeed entrusting her with the surveillance of extraterrestrials. Regardless of her approach, the disparity in their perspectives led to her confusion about certain matters. Chen Yuange held a deep admiration for her vigilant spirit, and it was precisely her sense of justice and exceptional abilities that inspired Alicia, Chen Yin, Hannah, and Zhang Xinlan to regard her as their role model and aspiration. Chen Yuange had no desire to establish a monologue. Whether it was the Umbrella Corporation or the Anomaly Containment Foundation, they were merely tools in his arsenal. Although he appreciated S.H.I.E.L.D's spirit, he made it clear that he bore no obligation to provide her with intelligence or financial support. S.H.I.E.L.D would have to rely on her own strength. As for seeking assistance from government agencies, given her experiences in Alpha Team and her recent collaboration with Charles to combat the military's clandestine experiments, she had lost hope in the integrity of many within the American government. "President, I am but a mere soldier. Why is it that after merely a decade, where have all those patriots gone?" S.H.I.E.L.D mused, sipping half a cup of coffee, letting out a sigh as she stared vacantly ahead. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yuange stretched and observed the bewildered S.H.I.E.L.D. It was the first time he had seen her so lost. "The country you speak of, is it Wall Street's or that of the common people?" "I do not know," S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Chen Yuange stood and approached her, looking down as he said, "Look within your own heart. The answer lies already within you." The answer lies within my heart, Sybil echoed several times, her eyes brightening as she began to grasp the truth. However, when she lifted her gaze, she saw Chen Yuange's figure receding into the distance. President, what about your country? On which side do you stand? Chen Yuange continued his stride, his clear voice carrying back to her. My journey is among the stars and the sea. Yet, at that moment, the only thought echoing in his mind was, here, there is no homeland for me. It lies far beyond, in a place I cannot even identify. Nick Fury raised his head, rubbing his weary eyes. After nearly 2 months of scrutinizing the thousands surrounding Howard, he had finally identified a potential target. He glanced down at a photograph on the table. Could it be you, Charles Xavier? Nick organized the files on the desk, donned his trench coat, and an hour later, he was in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, I have locked onto a target, Nick declared, handing a copy of Charles's personal dossier to both Carter and Howard. The two examined it upon receipt. Charles, I recall him being the most distinguished young member of the Xavier family, quite accomplished in genetics and psychology, Howard mused, reflecting on his memories of Charles. The two were separated by over 20 years and had only encountered each other at family gatherings. He was a very polite young man. Are you certain it is he? At that moment, Howard noticed the last line on the document. Served as an independent laboratory researcher at the Umbrella Bioengineering Institute. He raised his gaze and exchanged a knowing glance with Carter. Both nodded in agreement, acknowledging the likelihood of its authenticity. Carter lightly tapped the table before inquiring, Nick, please share your reasoning. Nick composed himself and began. Firstly, we can ascertain that the target possesses telepathic abilities. Charles Xavier has been reported to hear others' thoughts since he was 10 years old, a fact corroborated by his psychologist. As for his sudden declaration of recovery at the age of 12, it likely indicates a stabilization of his powers. Secondly, Charles Xavier met with Chen Yuange last Christmas, promptly graduated from Oxford University, and shortly thereafter joined the Umbrella Bioengineering Institute. Just 10 days later, the New York mutant incident occurred. Umbrella is at the forefront of genetic research in the world today. Such a multitude of coincidences can hardly be dismissed as mere chance. Nick articulated his analysis in detail, prompting another exchange of glances and nods between Carter and Howard. Nick, I concur with your assessment. Howard, you should engage with Chen Yuange. I am certain he has made progress with that super soldier serum. At the mention of the super soldier serum, Carter cast a reproachful look at Howard, who had once again acted independently. As for Charles, you might consider reaching out to him to gauge his perspective. Let us adjourn. At Xavier's estate, the March sun bathed the stone bench by the small lake, while Charles and Raven stared, bewildered, at Sybil. Are you suggesting that we accompany you to monitor extraterrestrials? Or an entire group of aliens? Charles pondered, allowing his psychic powers to reach Hilton Hotel, locating the extraterrestrials Sybil had mentioned. Moments later, Charles stood up in shock. There are indeed aliens, and they are from the Strontium Empire. Charles glanced down at Raven with a peculiar expression, which left her utterly perplexed, prompting her to kick him lightly on the shins. Charles, what kind of look is that? This, I think it's best if you remain unaware. He stammered. What did you say? Raven stood up, clenched her fists, and glared menacingly at the retreating Charles. Let us discuss this calmly, Raven. Charles hastily relayed the transformation abilities of the Strontians to Raven, who was equally astonished. Raven stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her expression shifting dramatically. Are you serious? Yes. Charles nodded fervently, anxious that she might suddenly erupt in a fit of rage. Phew. Raven tossed her head, exhaling deeply, and glanced at Charles with annoyance. What are you afraid of? I'm merely a bit surprised. Just surprised? Raven, are you certain there is nothing amiss? Upon seeing Charles's gaze, Raven's tone instantly turned icy. Do not pry into my thoughts. Charles raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't. Are you really fine? What could possibly be wrong with me? After all that has transpired in the last 3 months, what does this count as? Raven resumed her seat on the stone bench, staring blankly at the shimmering surface of the lake. Her words hushed the group, prompting them to reflect on the tumultuous experiences they had indeed endured over the past 3 months. Sybil softly remarked, previously, I only dealt with a few drug lords, arms traffickers, and tribal chiefs. I never imagined encountering so many bizarre individuals and events. It may only intensify from here. Charles picked up a stone and began skipping it across the water. Let us go enjoy a cup of red tea, no matter how troublesome things may be. It shouldn't hinder our enjoyment of life, should it? Witnessing Charles skip stones, S.H.I.E.L.D and the others were soon drawn into the playful spirit, each surpassing Charles in distance. Frustrated, Charles cast aside the small stone he held, observing the two women's performance, and then suggested they indulge in a cup of his expertly brewed red tea. S.H.I.E.L.D, you need not be overly concerned about those extraterrestrials. They are indeed refugees, merely wishing to blend quietly into human society without causing any disturbances. As they walked along the path leading to the manor, Charles shared his assessment with S.H.I.E.L.D, asserting that they only needed to monitor the movements of the Strillians from now on. One could only wonder how many aliens remained on Earth. It felt as though Chen possessed an abundance of knowledge. Chen was indeed a rather enigmatic figure, as far as I know. He had maintained a demeanor of stupor until before July of last year. Stupor? The two women gasped in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. The seemingly carefree Chen Yuange was once in a state of stupor? Charles, you must be jesting. You mean the president? This is true. Just ask anyone in Chinatown, and you will find out. The three conversed about Chen Yuange's astonishing attributes as they entered the house. Who is there? In a swift motion, S.H.I.E.L.D brandished a handgun, directing it towards the shadowy corner of the room. Just then, Charles's mental prowess activated, and he, along with Raven, discerned a figure emerging from the shadows. Could it be an invisibility user? As the figure stepped into the light, astonishment washed over Charles's face, followed by a resigned action to lower the women's weapons. Do not be alarmed. They are not foes. The newcomer's eyelids fluttered. The prowess of a mentalist was indeed formidable, prompting a thought to propose the development of a device to shield against mental perception within the Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I am Agent Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D, and this is my identification. Charles extended his hand to receive the credentials, glanced at them briefly, and returned them to Nick. I trust Mr. Charles is aware of the purpose of my visit. Indeed, I have no desire to join your ranks. Yet should you require assistance, I am willing to offer what aid I can. As for the extent of my support, that will depend on what S.H.I.E.L.D can present as leverage. Having confirmed that Charles is indeed their target and secured a certain promise from him, Nick deemed his mission accomplished. Very well. Let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration. After a brief handshake with Charles, Nick exited the room. Charles, who is that man? Once assured that no one else was present, Raven finally voiced her curiosity. To her astonishment, it was merely a connection that led them to me. S.H.I.E.L.D truly exemplifies professionalism. Raven, my identity has been compromised. What did you say? Raven gazed anxiously into Charles's eyes, hoping this news was not true. Had she known that Charles's telepathic abilities were akin to strategic weaponry, she would have realized that his exposure meant perpetual danger. Raven, such a day was bound to come. Was it not? S.H.I.E.L.D rose comfortingly and patted Charles on the shoulder, acknowledging that tea was no longer on the agenda. In the Umbrella Corporation's executive office, Howard casually surveyed the surroundings. Chen, it seems you have little regard for your possessions. Your neglect of the company is evident. You are no different. I've heard that Obadiah, your good friend, manages Stark Industries while you are perpetually preoccupied with dating. After exchanging barbed remarks, the two paused. You, the esteemed consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D, are typically a busy individual. What brings you here today? Howard reclined, crossing his legs and tapping the armrest of the sofa, stating, We at S.H.I.E.L.D have a collaborative project with you. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chen Yuange shrugged. Ah, you mean the super soldier serum? Apologies, but we currently have no leads on that. Howard uncrossed his legs, leaning forward slightly. Chen, I expect a precise response from you. Chen Yuange met Howard's determined gaze and contemplated the situation. That fool Charles, how easily he revealed our secrets. In an instant, Chen understood the chain of events. Charles's contact with Howard during the mutant incident in New York had led to his identity being exposed. From Charles's activities, S.H.I.E.L.D had begun to suspect a connection between the Umbrella Bioresearch Institute and the New York mutant incident. At that moment, a familiar mental force descended from afar. But Chen Yuange's spirit swiftly repelled it. Charles, I am well aware of the mess you've created. You shall rectify it yourself. At the Xavier Manor, Charles's body quivered slightly, followed by a bittersweet smile, for Chen Yuange truly possesses remarkable abilities. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment, and Howard, seated across from him, remained oblivious to the events unfolding at that instant. Chen Yuange's mind raced, and he promptly reached for the phone resting on the table. "Howard, allow me to make a quick call to inquire about the situation below. As you know, being the chairman keeps me quite occupied." "Hello, this is Chen Yuange. How is the serum research progressing?" Howard calmly observed Chen Yuange conversing on the phone, noting the silence on the other end, and chose to quietly watch his performance. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yuange caught a glimpse of Howard's expression while maintaining a facade of nonchalance during the call. "Excellent. Your efforts have been commendable, and the company will reward you." As he hung up, Chen Yuange beamed at Howard. "I bring good news. The super soldier serum has made significant progress, and the current product can enhance human physical capabilities by a factor of 2. Some of my employees still wish to make further improvements and plan to report back to me by year-end. I shall have to reprimand them for any delays." Howard listened to Chen Yuange's explanation with an air of tranquility, yet he couldn't help but question whether Chen Yuange had presented a diluted version of the product. Why had he so readily admitted to it? Given Chen Yuange's current standing and the power he wielded, the S.H.I.E.L.D. would find it nearly impossible to compel him to divulge information if he chose to remain silent. "What exactly is the yield of this product, Chen? What is its success rate?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuange picked up the phone once more. "The success rate is 100%. Howard's gaze sharpened, impressed by Umbrella's formidable research capabilities. However, he recognized the complexities of the salary structure and the challenges of production, estimating that the annual output would be limited to merely 100 units. Howard was acutely aware that these figures were significantly inflated, yet he had never anticipated Umbrella to deliver substantial results. The rapid acquisition of a product with a 100% success rate was, indeed, a delightful surprise. "And what of the formula?" "We shall provide the finished product, ensuring exclusive supply to S.H.I.E.L.D. A pleasant collaboration awaits." Chapter 108. The advancing Howard. Chen Yuange and Howard agreed upon a time for the serum collection the following day, after which he immediately set to work producing 100 units of the so-called serum's preliminary product. On the following day, Nick arrived with his team to retrieve the 100 vials of serum. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Carter and Howard were observing the serum injection. For safety reasons, the first vial was administered to a convict for experimental purposes. Soon, following the injection protocol provided by Chen Yuange, the criminal was administered the serum amidst his fearful gaze. Shortly thereafter, his body began to rapidly absorb the nourishing liquid encasing him. It was evident that the criminal's physique visibly strengthened. Half an hour later, a report was delivered to Carter, who, after perusing it, handed it over to Howard beside her. It appeared that Chen Yuange was indeed trustworthy, as the serum he provided was both effective and safe. This was reminiscent of the sales approach of your Stark Group. Wasn't he it? Howard accepted the report, not paying it much heed. He had faith in Chen Yuange's character, just as he would prune the overpriced products of his company. The data reported would undoubtedly be accurate. Carter, that is business. Knowledge is invaluable. Carter, at a loss for words, dismissed Howard. Her current dilemma revolving around how to allocate the serums provided by Umbrella Corporation. She could utilize the first batch of 100 vials on the elite members of her faction, but it wouldn't be long before other factions learned of it. Umbrella, being a large corporation, was not one to offend. They possessed wealth and influence. Yet, as the director, she would soon find herself embroiled in a quagmire of disputes. Alas, how much easier it was to conduct fieldwork alongside Steve in the past, without the burden of balancing the intricate dynamics between factions. Once home, Howard sequestered himself in his laboratory, his expression darkening swiftly. Since Nick confirmed yesterday that X's true identity was Charles of the Xavier family, he had been plagued by insomnia. Among his acquaintances was someone like Charles, a telepath. Did this mean that all his innermost secrets had been laid bare? In the report from yesterday, Nick proposed developing a device that could block mental telepathy or, alternatively, capturing Charles, administering an X gene inhibitor, and then imprisoning him. Carter categorically rejected the idea of capturing Charles, but did agree to expedite the development of a device to sever mental connections. Research in this area had already been initiated over 2 months ago, and Howard was confident that, with his intellect, he would soon devise such a device. However, the thought that his privacy might already be compromised drove him to a frenzied desire to obliterate something. Today, witnessing the successful application of the serum derived from Captain America's blood sample by Umbrella, Howard felt a jolt of realization, reminding him of the plan that had been brewing in his mind. Since feeling his own impotence during the mutant incident in New York, Howard had come to a profound understanding that he needed to take action. Gazing into the mirror at his 40-something self, still brimming with gentlemanly charm, only Howard knew the truth. He was growing increasingly weary, barely able to keep up with the cover girls of the Playboy lifestyle. With unwavering determination, Howard approached a wall, revealing an oil painting that concealed a mechanical combination lock. He reached out to input the code. After a series of mechanical clicks, Howard opened the safe, retrieving a fist-sized golden crystal orb. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the orb was actually transparent, with its golden hue emanating from the luminous core within. This was an artifact Howard acquired at a private auction. Captivated by the orb's allure, he spent $10,000 to procure it. Initially, he assumed the patterns adorning the surface were merely decorative. However, after witnessing the spell demonstrated by Chen Yuange, which unveiled a glimpse into the true nature of the world, he became fervently enamored with the realm of magic. Through 2 months of relentless research, Howard gradually came to the revelation that many mythological tales might hold truth. Last week, while examining his collection, he discovered that the patterns on the orb were, in fact, magical runes. After extensive study, he surmised that the runes signified the fruit of wisdom. Howard placed the orb into his specially designed apparatus. As he positioned his right hand over the button, it began to tremble. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to steady his nerves. Upon reopening them, he pressed the button with conviction. Zzz. A surge of electricity coursed into the apparatus, relentlessly bombarding the crystal orb. Howard stepped back, patiently awaiting the passage of time. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. With a decisive clap of his palm, he activated the device, swiftly extracting the orb and eagerly leaning in to observe its surface. Excellent. The magical runes had faded. It appeared that the energy surge was indeed effective. Howard triumphantly thumped his thigh, realizing his hypothesis was correct. Magic was merely another application of energy. He returned the orb to the apparatus, reactivating the electricity as the surging current once again struck the orb, continuously reducing the duration of the electrical bombardment. Howard patiently monitored the transformations of the runes, calculating the strike times. 3 hours later, Howard gingerly cradled the orb, instinctively sensing that it had become delicate, with the magical runes nearly imperceptible. After securing the orb, Howard donned a protective suit and entered a cleared laboratory. Jarvis, secure the door. Sir, please reconsider. Howard glanced back at Jarvis, shaking his head. His voice, muffled by the suit, came out distorted. Jarvis, we are all growing old. Howard sighed contemplatively before resolutely entering the laboratory. Jarvis, activate the electromagnetic shielding field. Yes, sir. Upon the activation of the electromagnetic shield, Howard placed his briefcase upon the table and gently extracted the crystal orb from within. I believe I am on the cusp of a monumental moment. Once more, he directed a current towards the crystal orb, albeit this time the flow was exceedingly minute. Howard's gaze remained fixated on the orb's transformation. A minute elapsed, and with a crack, Howard's spirit surged as he observed the first fissure materialize upon the orb's surface. Hastily, he approached to deactivate the apparatus. Following the emergence of the initial crack, another swiftly followed. Crack, crack. The delicate sounds resonated clearly within the stillness of the laboratory. The fissures multiplied rapidly, their appearance growing more frequent. Ultimately, amidst Howard's anticipatory gaze, the crystal orb shattered completely, subsequently vaporizing in place, casting a dazzling golden radiance throughout the laboratory. Oh, my eyes. Sir, are you all right? Chapter 109. The advancing Howard II, accompanied by the resplendent golden light, a wave of oppressive energy surged through the laboratory, colliding with the electromagnetic shielding field. Bang! At that moment, Howard found himself forcefully pinned to the floor, a sensation akin to an invisible mountain pressing upon his back, rendering him nearly lifeless. His mind buzzed, shrouded in darkness, devoid of sight and sound. As Howard regained consciousness, his body ached profoundly, sprawled upon the floor. Sir, outside. Jarvis was persistently calling to him through the intercom. I am fine, Jarvis. How much time has elapsed? An hour and a half. When Howard's weak, hoarse voice emerged, Jarvis paced anxiously outside the door. An hour and a half prior, Upon hearing Howard's startled exclamation, he had immediately begun calling out to him. Alas, the laboratory was a solid steel box, and once locked from within, he was powerless to intervene. Though Howard's voice sounded faint, he was, at the very least, still alive. Jarvis understood that he could not sway the obstinate Howard, but if no other options remained, he would have to summon Director Carter to breach the door. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, Howard gripped the table leg, mustering strength to rise, his protective suit thoroughly drenched. The luminous radiance had dissipated, and the oppressive wave had vanished. Upon finally standing, his attention was immediately drawn to a thumb-sized liquid. Before him floated a droplet of liquid, shimmering and undulating in the void, its surface confirming its identity. Within the droplets sparkled golden flecks, suggesting that the previous golden radiance emanated from these very particles. Howard settled down for a much-needed respite. Soothing Jarvis outside as he caught his breath, his gaze lingering on the droplet with a mixture of awe and trepidation. After half an hour, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he grasped a syringe, eager to ascertain if he could extract the substance. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred. The droplet maintained its spherical form within the container, shrinking only slightly when a minuscule portion was withdrawn. Once the syringe was securely sealed, Howard exited the laboratory, laboriously shedding his protective suit with Jarvis's assistance. Jarvis, brew me a cup of coffee. I feel as though I could consume an entire pot. After spending a considerable portion of the day eating and bathing, Howard had regained much of his strength. He donned the protective suit once more, and with an impatient resolve, rushed back into the laboratory under Jarvis's concerned gaze. My heavens, is this truly a drop of blood? Howard gasped, staring in disbelief at the droplet magnified under the electron microscope. After several confirmations, he realized it was indeed blood, at least of a humanoid nature. The genetic structure within bore resemblance to that of humans. Could it be that this was a potent and sentient blood, with a familial connection to humanity? A surge of excitement coursed through Howard as he recalled the auction details. This crystalline orb belonged to a noble descendant from the old continent, who, after failing in his endeavors, had put it up for auction, its history spanning over 4 centuries. A drop capable of enduring for 400 years. Albeit shielded by protective runes, yet the oppressive aura it exuded hinted at an extraordinary provenance. To his astonishment, he had struck gold. Howard's eyes burned with fervor as he contemplated the potential of synthesizing a serum from this droplet, precisely what he had long sought. Regrettably, the quantity was painfully insufficient. With only this singular droplet, he realized his opportunity was fleeting. His thoughts wandered back to the runes adorning the surface of the orb, which implied the Eye of Wisdom. The vivid scene from the private auction replayed in his mind, where the noble descendant recounted a saying from his ancestors. Whoever consumed the Eye of Wisdom would gain divine insight. The auctioneer's voice still echoed in his ears, extolling the virtues of the crystalline orb. Instinctively, Howard lowered his gaze to the droplet, a thought persistently surfacing in his mind. Could it be that this droplet was intended for direct consumption, yet the method to unlock the orb had been lost to time? Coupled with the orb's formidable hardness, perhaps the Eye of Wisdom had been relegated to mere myth and legend. Howard increasingly felt that this was indeed the crux of the matter, regardless of its truth. To ingest this drop of blood directly seemed an exceedingly foolish choice. The blood, evidently belonging to a higher life form, posed a significant risk of genetic contamination to a human, leading to potential mutation. With renewed determination, Howard meticulously observed the genetic structure of the blood while contemplating the formulation of a serum. The opportunity was fleeting. For the ensuing week, he remained sequestered in the laboratory, diligently designing the serum's composition. He owed a debt of gratitude to Chen Yuange. Without the computer he had developed, my simulated calculations would have been unattainable. Howard's fingers danced across the keyboard, aided by the genetic theories acquired from the Umbrella Bio Research Institute, and his progress over the week was remarkably swift. The volume of work accomplished in this single week equated to that of the past 6 months combined. After numerous revisions, Howard struck the final key, staring blankly at the formula displayed on the screen. Should I truly create this serum? He pondered, wavering. Should I recruit a few test subjects? However, the limited quantity of blood would yield only a single dose of serum. If he were to use it and fail, that would be one thing. But if it succeeded, would he not have labored in vain, only to emerge as a benefactor? A tumult of thoughts surged within Howard's mind, yet subconsciously, He proceeded to concoct the serum step by step according to the formula he had meticulously crafted. When he finally regained his senses, the drop of blood had vanished, replaced by a vial shimmering with golden luminescence. The serum rested silently upon the table as Howard gazed at it intently. To consume it, or not to consume it? Howard unfastened his protective suit and inhaled deeply. As he glanced once more at the serum, its golden glow flickered enticingly. His gaze wavered, and he found himself reaching out involuntarily. Drink it, and you shall gain wisdom. In a sudden realization, Howard discovered he was holding the opened vial, its contents now entirely consumed. Oh no, he exclaimed, as a sharp pain surged from his abdomen, rapidly radiating throughout his body. His heart rate surged to an alarming 300 beats per minute. This is bad. The serum is taking effect. Howard's vision blurred, and as his eyes reddened, he stumbled toward the corner where the nutrient trough was located. Collapsing to the ground, he plunged his head into the trough, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 110. The elated Howard golden luminescence swirled around Howard's head, while the nutrient solution in the trough diminished with each involuntary swallow. An hour later, a muffled sound echoed through the once quiet laboratory. Where am I? Who am I? Howard, in a state of confusion, instinctively raised his head, gripping the edge of the nutrient tank with both hands. With a creak, Howard was astonished to notice that he had seemingly distorted the stainless steel rim of the tank. Suddenly startled, he pushed off forcefully with his hands, toppling the nutrient tank, and the remaining clear liquid gushed out, flooding the floor. What is this? Standing there, Howard remained dazed for a moment, as the events of earlier surged back into his mind. I was careless. That drop of blood held a deadly allure for me. Howard's expression shifted as he pondered whether it was the original owner's corruption or his own primal yearning for evolution. Just as he was about to move, a loud rip sounded as his protective suit tore apart. Howard yanked at the suit, and it was instantly reduced to tatters on the ground. When Howard glanced at the experimental table, his expression changed once more, first in shock, then in delight. I see it. I have finally glimpsed the true world once more. What Chen Yuange had guided him to perceive that day, he could now behold. Ah, this feeling is utterly enchanting, as if a goddess has lifted her veil before me. In that moment, he neglected to assess his bodily changes. He simply yearned to greedily gaze upon this fragment of reality. How hungry I am. After observing for a while, an intense wave of hunger swiftly overwhelmed his mind. Howard's face paled as he pressed down on his cramping stomach and hurried toward the laboratory door. Just as he was about to pull it open, the image of the distorted edge of the nutrient tank flashed in his mind, suppressing his discomfort. Howard gingerly unlocked the door, gently pushing it open, yet even then, the solid steel doorknob had been slightly deformed by his grip. Jarvis, quickly! I need a hamburger. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Jarvis, who had been waiting outside, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Howard in the nude before darting off to the kitchen. However, Howard soon realized a troublesome issue when he saw Jarvis. The latter appeared resplendent in a spectrum of colors. This was due to his enhanced vision, which now allowed him to perceive a wider range of wavelengths, including ultraviolet and infrared light that he could only detect with instruments before. To Howard's eyes, Jarvis had transformed into a humanoid light source. Half an hour later, after consuming 100 hamburgers and downing 100 cups of cola, Howard finally exhaled in relief, contentedly patting his belly. During this time, he had also managed to adjust his eyesight, actively filtering out ultraviolet and infrared spectrums so that he could deactivate the filter whenever necessary. Yes, this way. It will not interfere with my pleasures. Jarvis stood by, torn between words, his conflicted expression caught by Howard's upward gaze. Old friend, I have indeed taken the serum. Such a reaction is entirely normal. Is it not, sir? Do you not wear clothing? Howard, mid-gesture with his elevated right leg, froze, glancing down at himself before looking back at Jarvis. Jarvis, I perceive your jealousy regarding my superior endowment. Do not feel inferior. You too shall experience enhancement. Howard lowered his right leg, reached for the cushion on the sofa, and gently positioned it in the center. I believe the ladies of Hollywood will be utterly enamored with me. Sir, what of your fiancée, Miss Maria? My heavens. I feel as though I have lost an entire forest. Howard lamented, raking his fingers through his hair, acutely aware that he could conquer all the beauties of Hollywood. Yet he remained shackled by a mere ring. That evening, having gained preliminary control over his newfound powers, Howard was engaged in analyzing his genetic structure. Upon completion, he exhaled in relief, His genetic makeup remained distinctly human, with a remarkably stable configuration. It was now clear that the serum had achieved the anticipated results. Though his strength did not rival that of Steve, he was unconcerned. He was no brutish man reliant on raw power, and such might was superfluous to him. What he valued most, his mental acuity, had undergone a qualitative transformation, granting him the extraordinary aptitude described by Chen Yuange, the gift of intuition. Possessing intuition was akin to crossing the threshold into the extraordinary. When Howard appeared before his fiancée, Maria, radiating confidence, she felt genuine joy at witnessing the return of his former self-assurance. Throughout the year, while he maintained a stern facade, only she, his closest confidant, was privy to the anxiety lurking in the depths of his eyes. Today, she was finally reunited with the proud and self-assured man she adored. "My dear, I have kept you lonely these past few months. This is my fault," Howard said as he leaned in to whisper near Maria's ear, producing a rose. "Oh, my little Howard, have you undergone a second maturation?" Having been absent from work for half a month, Howard now navigated the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D, acutely aware of the intensified gazes from the ladies, yet regrettably, he was bound by the small golden ring. "Alas, ladies, your Howard shall be forever departed from you." Carter, standing at the office door, curiously assessed the subtly transformed Howard. "Howard, were it not for your triumphant expression, I might have thought some fool was impersonating you." Carter turned and entered the office, pouring 2 cups of coffee, offering one to Howard. "Now, speak. Have you indeed taken the serum?" "Indeed, I have partaken of the serum." Howard did not disclose the serum he had used. He was now curiously gazing at the white glow emanating from Carter, having only cast a fleeting glance. With a muffled groan, Howard covered his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Observing his disheveled state, Carter set down her cup and exclaimed, "What is the matter with you? Are you performing some sort of farce?" Rubbing his sore eyes, Howard fell into a moment of silence before tentatively asking, "Carter, are you aware that you possess a white glow that is absent in ordinary individuals?" "A white glow? On me?" Carter raised her hand to inspect, puzzled by the notion. Wait, a white glow? It seemed she had witnessed it every night when Steve massaged her, his hands radiating that very light. "Howard, can you see it? Do you know what it is?" "I apologize, I shouldn't have asked," regretting his words the moment they escaped his lips. Howard realized this was a secret of Carter's that she had never shared with him. "It's nothing, it's actually divine light, quite overwhelming." Carter's tone carried a hint of innocence that immediately caught Howard's attention, a seasoned romantic. "I see. What do you understand, you scoundrel?" A file was abruptly slapped against Howard's face. Chapter 111. The Starry Sky under attack the following evening, at a restaurant in Manhattan's Upper East Side. Howard entered hand in hand with the radiant Maria, spotting Carter and her reclusive husband not far away, guided by the restaurant staff. The two swiftly took their seats before Carter and her spouse. Upon sitting down, Howard cast a single glance before promptly shutting off his perceptive abilities. Carter's husband, Steve, where had he come from? He had appeared out of nowhere 9 years ago, and they had married at first sight. Howard couldn't help but reminisce about events from 9 years prior. Today, it was confirmed that this Steve was no ordinary man, igniting his curiosity. The two parties were acquainted, and the atmosphere was pleasant as they savored the exquisite offerings of the restaurant. Howard discreetly interjected a few probing questions regarding Steve's origins, yet Steve deftly sidestepped them all. He exchanged a knowing glance with Carter and shook his head in resignation. The sumptuous French dinner lasted for a full 2 hours before everyone rose to bid farewell. "Steve, did Howard raise any concerns?" Walking along the street, Carter linked her arm with Steve's, the two strolling leisurely against the evening breeze. "He has no issues, it's still him. Only now he has embarked on an extraordinary path. Does that affect you? Howard is quite astute. Will he not discern your true nature?" Carter clasped Steve's arm tightly, fully aware of Howard's cleverness as an old friend. "Haha, Peggy, you needn't worry. Howard is far from being perceptive enough at this point." Steve's hearty, confident laughter reassured Carter. Indeed, his promise had transcended time and was fulfilled. In recent weeks, Chen Yuange had immersed himself aboard the Starry Sea, intent on revamping the vessel. Without a transformation, venturing to Xander would likely attract the pursuit of the Stru Empire. This was precisely why Jabba held no affection for the Starry Sea. The ship was registered with authorities elsewhere, and had it not been for the seclusion of the solar system, it would have been quickly flagged upon entering any interstellar civilization. It is worth noting that mercenaries abound in the cosmos, and the Starry Sea was undoubtedly listed in their intelligence databases. Having replaced all the ship's paint and modified every conceivable aspect of the spacecraft, save for the engine, Chen Yuange hoped that the mercenaries lacked the technical expertise to discern the Starry Sea's identity. Seated at the helm, today he planned to visit Xander, the most renowned free planet in the galaxy, with the intention of disposing of the Starry Sea in favor of a vessel that could navigate freely. Let us set off. With a push of the throttle, the Starry Sea soared into the sky, accelerating swiftly into the void of space. The front of the ship warped, instantly propelling it into a state of warp travel. Amidst the dark, silent expanse of the Starry Sea, a distortion in space emerged, and the ship materialized within it. Chen Yuange surveyed the celestial panorama, noting they had already traversed 100 light-years from the solar system. Very well, onward. As the space ahead warped once more, an alarming intuition surged within Chen Yuange. This is bad. Danger approaches. In an instant, he found himself outside the ship, but before he could maneuver further, an extraordinary gravitational anomaly loomed above the Starry Sea. Damn it! How can there be a black hole here? Suddenly, the gravitational anomaly collapsed, and the Starry Sea, caught in the midst of spatial distortion, began to twist and explode. Chen Yuange felt an irresistible pull towards the collapsing gravity well. Don't let me catch you, damn it. The chaotic turbulence of space obliterated the surrounding starlit expanse, and Chen Yuange's form vanished from sight. Half a light-year away, 100-kilometer diameter artificial celestial body floated silently in the cosmos. Commander, we have destroyed the vessel suspected to be the Starry Sea, but we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the 18th Prince. Continue monitoring this sector of space. Any suspected targets are to be destroyed immediately. As long as we prevent the 18th Prince from appearing before His Highness ascends the throne, we will have succeeded. In the chaotic turbulence of space, under the shelter of the Gate of Time, Chen Yuange gazed helplessly at the kaleidoscopic scenery surrounding him, his magical energy ceaselessly flowing into the Gate of Time as though it were leaking. Here, even the restoration of magical power was futile, should this persist. He would soon have to contemplate the perilous act of forcibly opening a passage, hoping to transmit the Gate of Time back to his true self. Alas, merely a few months had passed, and this avatar was already on the brink of failure. What a stroke of misfortune. Curse it! Who was the wretched scoundrel that ambushed me? I must capture them, and if I do not flay their skin and extract their bones, I shall not bear the surname Chen. The cosmic order here was in disarray, and causality was non-existent. He could not comprehend precisely what had transpired moments ago. Nevertheless, the Star Sea vessel could not have inexplicably entered a black hole, for there were no such celestial bodies within 100 light-years of the solar system. Chen Yuange silently calculated the time. In another 20 seconds, he would have to make a desperate attempt. What was that? As 10 seconds elapsed, he suddenly discerned a faintly visible space-time portal. It was now or never. Anything but this accursed place. Summoning the last vestiges of his magical energy, he surged into the Gate of Time, stabilizing the chaotic spatial turbulence and swiftly leaping into the portal. On Sokka Star, a figure abruptly materialized in the sky, hurtling towards the surface like a cannonball, shattering a vast expanse of debris. What in the world is this place? Chen Yuange rose with effort from the wreckage, his body emitting wisps of smoke from the intense heat generated by rapid friction. A gust of wind swept by, causing his expression to stiffen as he looked down. Oh no, my clothes have been stripped away by atmospheric friction. The essence of this place is chaotic, the concentration is alarmingly high, and the gravity is unexpectedly immense. Chen Yuange quickly discerned the peculiarities of his surroundings and, upon glancing upward, discovered what appeared to be heaps of refuse towering several meters high. What on earth are these? Could it truly be a garbage dump? I have fallen into a pile of trash. As a thought crossed his mind, dozens of greedy eyes materialized around him, scanning him as though he were a rare treasure. He instinctively pushed out his hand, realizing his glasses were gone. Rubbing his head, he found it completely bare. At that moment, his spiritual essence melded with the surrounding magnetic field, and he noticed a piece of metal nearby beginning to writhe, swiftly enveloping him and transforming into a silvery robe. His hair grew rapidly, and with his left hand, he swept it back, gathering it together. In his right hand, a stream of silvery light danced, and Chen Yuange's gaze sharpened. The sword light bifurcated, and the sword energy coalesced into threads. In an instant, The silvery stream of light split into hundreds of nearly invisible sword energies, spreading like a tempest around him. In an instant, every object within a 100-meter radius was reduced to powder, gently scattering across the ground, unaware of life or death. Chapter 112. Exiled Land, Sakastarm? I can no longer make contact with my avatar. In the void dimension, the true self, engaged in a meditative state to cultivate its mana, felt a stirring of its alert spirit. Just moments ago, it had lost the sensation of its avatar. At this moment, the true self's spirit was immersed in a profound state of enlightenment, at a critical juncture of mana transformation. Although the connection with the avatar was severed, the spirit remained undisturbed, suggesting that the avatar had not perished. Even at great distances, I should still be able to sense it. Could it have entered another time and space? Based on the last images transmitted from the avatar before the connection was lost, this conjecture appears to hold the most weight. The distance is simply too great to deduce the underlying causes, yet the recent activities of the avatar seem inextricably linked to the Stru Empire. As the avatar is unharmed, I shall ascertain the facts surrounding this matter and wait for its return to investigate further. Awakening the spirit that is deeply engrossed in comprehension would not be worthwhile, especially since the avatar has not fallen. However, considering my family and the Umbrella Corporation, this alert spirit must make an appearance. Currently, my available power is too limited, and I am primarily focused on the company and home. Clap, clap. Chen Yuange raised his head. A hovering shuttle 100 meters away bore two women clad in leather armor, one of whom was clapping her hands. "Hey, buddy, not bad at all," she exclaimed, her inebriated state evident. Chen Yuange observed the woman speaking, her complexion flushed, eyes hazy, as if she might tumble from the shuttle at any moment. "You flatter me." His gaze shifted to the other woman, or rather, a girl, whose demeanor was cool and curious as she appraised him. This woman's aura feels somewhat familiar. Chen Yuange squinted. Had he not encountered her before? "Hey, buddy, where are your eyes wandering?" The intoxicated woman leaped from the shuttle, unsheathing the sword from her back. And in an instant, she appeared before Chen Yuange, the powerful gust of wind pressing the powdery ground beneath. "Take this." The immense force coalesced at the sword's tip as Chen Yuange's hand transformed the silvery liquid into a sword, intercepting her blade with a swift counter. Chen Yuange's expression shifted. The sword he conjured was being consumed inch by inch from its tip. Damn it, this woman wields an exceptional sword. Releasing his grip, he rapidly retreated, simultaneously channeling an abundance of vital energy to his left hand. Great 5 elements annihilation divine light. Boom. The explosive shockwave dispersed all objects within a kilometer radius, save for the spacecraft hovering steadily above, where a solemn oriental woman gazed intently downward. Alas, this is a formidable adversary. Seeking to depart? Have you consulted me first? Chen Yuange's robe billowed around him as he summoned his full magical prowess, unleashing a barrage of spells, each one skillfully severed by the inebriated woman's concise and fierce swordsmanship. Enough. The drunken woman's expression hardened, her aura surging dramatically. The brilliance on her sword intensified, and a tremendous force propelled Chen Yuange backward. His feet sank deep into the ground as he crossed his arms defensively, the sleeves of his robe once again tattered. Thud, thud. The drunken woman sheathed her sword behind her and approached with measured steps, sipping from a flask of liquor. "I acknowledge your potential. Would you care to join my ranks?" Chen Yuange's robe flowed as it gradually restored itself, and a pair of spectacles appeared in his hands, which he delicately donned. He noticed the drunken woman gazing at him with keen interest, occasionally swallowing. Chen Yuange furrowed his brow. "We are not acquainted, are we?" "Not yet, but now we are." The drunken woman gestured to the side, where a young maiden from the spacecraft gracefully approached. "This is my sister, scavenger number 286. Scavenger number 286? Chen Yuange stumbled slightly. The ethereal beauty exuded an air of serenity, yet bore such a peculiar name. "You cannot be. I am scavenger number 143. The drunken woman took another swig of her drink, unfazed by the casualness of the name. "Huh, I bid you farewell. Do you not wish to know where this place is? I shall inquire on my behalf." Chen Yuange casually attempted to decipher the celestial secrets of the area, but the divination remained exceedingly muddled. "I shall join. Ha ha, cunning lad. However, you would do well to reveal your names, as I prefer not to address you by your scavenger titles." The two women exchanged a glance, and the drunken woman burped lightly before declaring, "I am Reina, and she is Wensu." With a flick of her hand, Reina turned and strode toward the nearby spacecraft. Chen Yuange discreetly deduced that the names they provided were mere fabrications. I am Wuji. What exactly is this place? Reina offered no answer, merely gesturing for him to follow her aboard the spacecraft. The vessel soared into the sky, leaving behind a gaping crater, and a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust from the pit. Wensu piloted the spacecraft while Reina retrieved another bottle of liquor. This is S.H.I.E.L.D, a nexus for myriad realms, a realm of exile where past and future converge. Reina gazed dreamily at Chen Yuange, hoping to catch a glimpse of the astonishment on his face, only to find him merely adjusting his glasses. Such a conceited fellow. Wuji, I am aware that this is not your true name. In fact, our names are not genuine either. Remember, this is a realm beyond comprehension. Do not casually divulge your true name to others. At that moment, Chen Yuange's thoughts raced. A transit station of myriad realms? A place of exile for worlds? A convergence of past and future? Reina, since this is a transit station, how does one reach S.H.I.E.L.D? Reina straightened her posture, fixating her gaze on Chen Yuange, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, thumping her thigh until tears streamed down her cheeks. S.H.I.E.L.D? That place is lost in the tumult of time and space. You wish to leave? Head to the City of Chaos. As long as you can secure the championship in the arena, a wish of yours shall be granted. Reina's expression turned serious as she leaned closer to Chen Yuange, whispering, it could be deadly. Observing Chen Yuange's calm demeanor, Reina sank back in disappointment. What a dull man. Bring it on. Bring what? The wine. I've just shared such crucial information with you. Surely you ought to reward me with fine wine. Reina asserted confidently, extending her hand towards him. With which of your eyes did you see any wine on me? No wine. Aren't the celestial beings of Deluo Tian known to carry wine with them? No matter. After all, you celestial beings often brew wine, concoct elixirs, and forge artifacts. You now owe me a fine drink. Chen Yuange noticed that when Su in the driver's seat had flushed ears, sensing something amiss. Chapter 113. Observations on S.H.I.E.L.D. given the chaos of this place. Although Reina seemed to harbor ulterior motives, she at least provided clarity on some of his confusions, compelling Chen Yuange to acquiesce with a pinch of his nose. Indeed, I can brew wine. But what makes you think I would? With your adeptness in forging iron into garments, I knew you possessed remarkable skills. Chen Yuange scrutinized the two women back and forth, finally asking, you two cannot possibly be devoid of skills beyond fighting, can you? Reina nodded vigorously. I can pilot a spaceship, ride horses, hunt, and play games. Glancing towards Wensu, who had her ears flushed red. It was evident she was no better off than Reina. So, is the cost of living here exorbitant? Is that why you engage in scavenging? Not at all. My sister and I frequently venture out to capture gladiators. At that moment, Wensu's voice drifted from the front, indicating that what Chen Yuange referred to as scavengers differed from their definition. He found her voice somewhat familiar. How curious. Where had he encountered her before? In Chen Yuange's mind, he filtered through all the women he had encountered in his memories, yet he found no impression of this Wensu. Gladiator? Surely you couldn't be thinking of me that way. How could that be? We are like old friends, aren't we? Reina casually draped her arm around Chen Yuange's shoulder, pressing herself against him without any reservations, embodying a camaraderie that seemed deeply rooted, silently shifting away from her embrace. He noted her audacity. Indeed, she was a brazen woman, lacking decorum, a pity considering her fine physique. As the shuttle soared through the sky, weaving between clouds, Chen Yuange gazed down upon the earth, which was littered with heaps of various debris, shattered warships, dismembered robots, each with distinct styles and materials, clearly indicative of different civilizations. Upon hearing Reina mention the interdimensional hub, his spirits lifted as he recognized the starkly contrasting artifacts below. It was indeed a veritable nexus of worlds. Welcome to the City of Chaos. Chen Yuange looked up to see the shuttle decelerating, revealing an endless expanse of towering buildings ahead. From where he had boarded the shuttle to this chaotic metropolis, they had traversed nearly 100,000 kilometers, suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D was significantly larger than Earth. However, his gaze was soon captivated by the turbulent spatial currents above, which stretched endlessly towards the horizon. What are you looking at? If you wish to return home, you might try heading there, Reina remarked, nudging him as she followed his gaze towards the chaotic currents in the sky, a sly smile on her lips. Thanks, but I'd prefer to live a few more years. Besides, This place is rather intriguing. I suppose it could be considered a form of travel, couldn't it? As the shuttle drew closer, Chen Yuange beheld the bizarre architecture, many of which bore Eastern elements in their ornate designs. The streets below were bustling with an array of beings. Chen Yuange felt an urge to capture a few specimens for dissection. Were those stone beings we passed earlier? How do their souls intertwine with stone? Do they possess digestive organs? How do they reproduce? Reina caught a glimpse of the gleam in Chen Yuange's eyes as he stared at the ground, a chill running down her spine. It seemed she had unwittingly set something unfortunate in motion for the inhabitants of the City of Chaos. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the thought. She was no sorceress. Nor did she possess the gift of prophecy. Such notions were absurd. But the wine was indeed delightful. The shuttle finally came to a halt on the rooftop of a towering edifice, where Chen Yuange observed various models of shuttles parked alongside. Taking the lead, Reina approached the curtain wall, which opened a doorway after a brief scan of light. Oh no! As the trailing Wen-Su contemplated something, her expression shifted, and she hurriedly pushed Reina inside. Once they entered, the curtain wall immediately reverted to its former state. Wuji, please wait outside for a moment while I configure your access protocol. Wen-Su's voice echoed across the rooftop, devoid of its earlier chill. Chen Yuange stood dazed, staring at the curtain wall. During his fleeting glance, he had noticed several small fabric pieces on the sofa. Inside the room, Wen-Su's complexion retained a lingering flush, her hands radiating light as she meticulously cleared away all suspicious items. Sister, you've been careless again, almost exposing us to Wuji. Reina chuckled. It's fine. If he sees it, he sees it. I'm curious to experience the flavor of the celestial immortal. After saying this, Reina licked her lips, prompting a disapproving scoff from Wen-Su. A minute later, the curtain wall opened once more, and Wen-Su emerged. Wuji, I have configured your access protocol. You may enter now. Apologies for the interruption. Chen Yuange stepped inside, his eyes falling upon a modest 50-square-meter living room, simply adorned with a set of sofas, a low table, and a wall-sized wine rack, which appeared largely empty, suggesting that Reina had drained its contents. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the ceiling, unfolding into a three-dimensional image. Chen Yuange glanced at it. It resembled a television program from Earth, albeit with more advanced technology. Wuji, since you are new here and lack accommodations, you are welcome to stay with us temporarily. Chen Yuange pondered for a moment and nodded. Thank you very much. Then follow me. Passing through a half-height bar partition, they entered a combined dining area and kitchen of 50 square meters. Chen Yuange observed that it seemed these two women had never cooked, as the kitchenware was nearly complete. This guest room will be your quarters. My sister and I have our rooms across the hall. Wen-Su opened the door to a 30-square-meter room, complete with an en-suite bathroom, a bed, a wardrobe, 2 chairs, and a small table. Please rest for now. I will come to call you for dinner. Thank you, Chen Yuange replied, closing the door behind him. He sat in a chair, gazing out at the world beyond. A chaotic city? This place seemed even better than Sandar. Supporting his chin, he quietly observed the myriad of creatures bustling about below. The solidity of this space was remarkable. Chen Yuange attempted to open a spatial portal, and as expected, he found it feasible. No wonder he had encountered only beings of cultivation along the way. Reina was of the same caliber as himself, and Wen-Su was at the solar god level, yet they resided in such an ordinary apartment. Furthermore, his spiritual perception range had been significantly curtailed. He could now see no further than 10 kilometers. Chen Yuange gazed out the window. Although the sun was absent from the sky, the light gradually faded, and night descended, enveloping everything in darkness. Chapter 114. The first day in the City of Chaos as the world outside succumbed to darkness, Wen-Su approached and knocked on the door. The three of them ventured out to a bar. Reina navigated the path with ease, allowing Chen Yuange to observe a myriad of intelligent beings up close. Do not be surprised. These were the inhabitants of Duck Planet, resembling the ducks of Juzhou in appearance. Noticing Chen Yuange's curious gaze directed towards the Duck Planet residents indulging in drinks, Wen-Su offered an explanation. Juzhou? Chen Yuange inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wen-Su. For this name was steeped in antiquity. Where do you hail from? Oh, Wuji, I wish to ask you something. Who is the current emperor of Juzhou? Is it still Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty? Reina made her way to the bar, while Chen Yuange and Wen-Su settled into a booth. Wen-Su posed a question that took Chen Yuange by surprise. Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty? Chen Yuange blinked, astonished by the seriousness etched on Wensu's face. What is it? Is there a problem? You are not jesting, are you? How long have you been here? Wensu pondered for a moment. I have been here for 36 years. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Chen Yuange's body trembled, and he inhaled deeply, focusing intently on Wensu. I am at a loss for words, but Jiuzhou no longer has an emperor. It is now a republic, and it has been nearly 1400 years since Li Shimin's reign. After speaking these words, Chen Yuange scrutinized her, concerned about her potential inability to grasp the profound changes that had transpired. Strangely, however, Wensu exhibited no signs of distress, merely responding with a soft "oh." Wensu, what is going on? Are you not curious about the differences here? Not at all, Wujia. This is a transit station for myriad realms, where past and future intertwine. What? The past and future intertwining here means exactly that? I thought it was some sort of metaphor, but it's quite literal. Chen Yuange was taken aback, nearly leaping from his seat, a rare moment of astonishment washing over him. He quickly forced himself to regain composure. So, you are an ancient from 1400 years ago? Seeing Wensu nod gently, Chen Yuange suddenly understood the strangeness of this place. The mysteries and causality were in disarray due to the chaotic nature of time here. Hey, what are you two discussing? Reina approached with a drink in hand, casting a curious glance at Chen Yuange's peculiar expression. Wensu leaned closer and whispered a few words to her. Haha, I was wondering what it could be. I remember when I left. The central court was still under Alexander's rule, but Wensu and I arrived here simultaneously. Here as to our encounter. Cheers. Reina swiftly uncorked the wine bottle, pouring 3 glasses before raising her own in front of her. After a brief clink of their glasses, Chen Yuange downed his drink in one go. So, you both hail from the 9 realms. Reina, you are from Asgard, while you belong to the celestial realm. Both women nodded. The inference was rather straightforward, as their titles revealed much, and they had no intention of concealing this from Chen Yuange. Pray tell, why did you seek me out? As the trio sipped their drinks, they exchanged insights about the fundamental nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. The singular rule of S.H.I.E.L.D. was that there were no rules. Chen Yuange surveyed his surroundings, noting a semblance of order, despite the occasional brawl sparked by inebriated patrons, all of whom seemed to revel in the chaos. Reina gestured expansively around the bar, hiccuping lightly before continuing, and this rule is embodied by the High Sovereign. He is the sole authority in the City of Chaos. Everything here is dictated by his will. Reina abruptly finished her glass, muttering under her breath, "This wine is far too expensive. How many gladiators must I capture to afford it?" Upon entering the City of Chaos, Chen Yuange quickly realized the abundance of vital energy here was remarkably stable, yet his spiritual sensing range had been constricted to merely 10 meters. So, you believe I can assist you in brewing wine? He inquired. We are friends now, are we not? Look, we even offer you a place to stay. What is the currency here? Reina flipped her hand over, revealing a spirit coin. If you are unwilling, we can rent you a room for just 300 spirit coins a month. 300 spirit coins? Are you certain? Chen Yuange instinctively thought of his meager collection of slightly over 100 spirit coins, casting a doubtful glance at Reina. Surely, this woman wasn't he attempting to swindle him just because he was new to this place? Do you doubt it? With so many people here, feel free to ask anyone. Observing Reina's confidence, he realized it wasn't poverty that troubled him. He merely wished to forge a friendship. The chaotic energy of S.H.I.E.L.D. rendered it impossible to cultivate food anywhere but in the City of Chaos. You must have sensed it too. This is why we reside here, despite the exorbitant costs. Chen Yuange nodded. Compared to the wild and violent energies of the wilderness, the stability here, though difficult to absorb, at least offered safety. Prolonged exposure to the tumultuous energies of the wilderness would only lead to a deterioration of one's foundation and eventual madness. Come, let me take you to the gladiatorial arena to experience the local flavor, Reina said, rising from her seat. Chen Yuange and Wensu followed suit, only to notice that many patrons in the bar were fixated on the large screen above the bar counter. The excitement is palpable only in person. The trio exited the bar and boarded a flying shuttle, swiftly arriving at the entrance of what resembled a grand stadium. Reina walked ahead, producing 100 spirit coins and handing them over, closely followed by Wensu, who also presented 100 spirit coins. Chen Yuange observed as the two women continued their relentless advance, pausing momentarily to inquire, "Aren't either of you treating?" It appeared that no one was willing to host, and Chen Yuange felt a pang in his heart. He reached into his robe, retrieving 100 spirit coins from the door of time and offering them forth. As they passed through the arched portal, the scenery transformed dramatically. The three of them instantaneously found themselves seated. Chen Yuange looked up to see a vast celestial dome adorned with countless gemstones, illuminating the entire arena. It was evidently a miniature dimensional realm, with an array of seats encircling the Colosseum, filled with bizarre alien races, each conversing in a myriad of languages. Chen Yuange quietly observed his surroundings, noting that rows of seats appeared to materialize automatically as guests arrived. Suddenly, he instinctively grasped the armrest of his seat, a colossal manifestation of divine power. Towering 1,000 feet high, emerged from the arena, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a prison or an ocean. The Colosseum fell into immediate silence. This was the High Celestial Lord. Chen Yuange exchanged a glance with Reina, who understood his unspoken thoughts and nodded gently. A booming voice resonated throughout the arena, uttering an ancient language, yet Chen Yuange comprehended it well. Residents of the City of Chaos, today we welcome a few newcomers. Let us witness their performance and see if they can challenge our champion. Champion! The audience erupted in unison, the atmosphere thickening with excitement. The High Celestial Lord's proclamation had indeed raised the stakes. Chen Yuange grimaced at the sight of this High Celestial Lord. The being undoubtedly radiated a power befitting a transcendent level. Was he merely idling away, hosting a gladiatorial event? Inwardly, Chen Yuange rolled his eyes at this absurdity, quickly dismissing the thought, aware that drawing attention from such a formidable figure could lead to undesirable consequences. In a chaotic city like this, where the host relished the spectacle of combat, it was evident that this individual was no paragon of virtue. Once the divine manifestation of the High Celestial Lord faded, the battles commenced in earnest. After observing several matches, Chen Yuange's interest waned, as the combat lacked sophistication. It was merely a series of brutal confrontations, each fighter relying heavily on raw energy suppression. The battles consisted of brutal exchanges, devoid of any mesmerizing spells. Frustrated, he noted the overwhelming suppression of spiritual energy, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the true flow of energy within the combatants. After a few bouts, the audience began to rise, many tossing aside crumpled notes, cursing in frustration, clearly those who had lost their wagers. Yet, Chen Yuange grasped the arena's true purpose, to obscure the gladiators' actual prowess, thereby enriching the gambling experience. It was no wonder that so many flocked to witness these matches, all in pursuit of a lucrative windfall. Reina possesses a discerning eye, having triumphed in 2 out of 3 gladiatorial matches. With a cheerful demeanor, she has just exchanged her winnings from the arena and strides ahead. I'll treat tonight. Drinks are on me. Chen Yuange and Wensu follow behind, and he quietly inquires, could she be spending lavishly? Wensu casts him a knowing glance. Realizing that the house in question was indeed purchased by him, it seems we have a genuine affluent lady among us. The elder sister is, in fact, a kind-hearted individual. In my youth, I often visited her home, and she was not as she is now. However, an incident occurred, and she mysteriously vanished. I had assumed I would never see her again, yet here we are reunited. Oh, so you were acquainted from before. Would you care to share how you ended up here? It was at that same bar where Reina, now inebriated, lay motionless against the booth. Wensu assisted her in leaving the establishment. On the shuttle, Wensu took the initiative to clarify. As for me, I merely stumbled upon this place by accident. The elder sister is in self-imposed exile. And you? I, too, arrived here unexpectedly, not anticipating to find such an intriguing locale. Chen Yuange, seated in the back row, turned his gaze towards the rapidly retreating skyscrapers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In the short term, he might yearn to return, yet the prospect of leaving becomes daunting. After encountering the High Celestial Being, he concealed his desire to return deep within. Moreover, everything here is so captivating, he finds himself reluctant to depart, having already discovered that the local currency is the spiritual gold coin, implying that the Tai spiritual gold of the chaotic city is indeed plentiful. This means that the armor he contemplated crafting 6 months prior now seems attainable. Wensu, are there any lucrative job opportunities in the chaotic city? Indeed. Alchemy and artifact crafting are the most profitable. These are the specialties of your human race. Medicine and weaponry are indeed lucrative fields, but they rely heavily on skill and technique, which I possess. After a few murmured words, Chen Yuange cast a surprised glance at Wensu, who had just referred to the human race. Could it be that she is not human? Wensu remained silent, and he refrained from probing further. Though they had yet to become acquainted beyond their shared origins in the 9 realms, they could now be considered reluctant friends. Some matters are better left unasked, especially since neither knew the other's true name. Until now, all he had encountered were extraordinary individuals. Not a single mundane person was in sight, underscoring the wisdom in safeguarding one's true name, as it could easily be used for curses. With so many gifted and peculiar individuals around, one can never be certain of the strange abilities of those they might meet on the streets. After all, in a seemingly anarchic, chaotic city, there still exists a semblance of order. No one can truly grasp the unique powers possessed by the individuals they encounter. As if it were only today that he arrived on the planet Saka, numerous onlookers, including Reina and her companions, gathered from afar to observe him. Many were merely spectators, while only those with a shallow understanding dared to approach, ultimately finding themselves reduced to mere dust by the slicing force of his sword aura, which repelled the majority. Moreover, Reina's proactive engagement in combat further dissuaded the remaining onlookers. At that moment, Reina bore no intent to kill. Her actions were driven by an exhilarating thrill, which elucidates why he chose to accompany her and her friends. The following morning, Chen Yuange opened his door and greeted Wensu, who was sipping tea in the living room. As for Reina, it was evident that she was a woman with a troubled past. She did not require any energy to expel the alcohol, but rather succumbed willingly to its intoxicating embrace, likely still fast asleep in her room. Chen Yuange had spent the entire night in contemplation, pondering what he could accomplish with his first fortune. The 3 arts of alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging were all touched upon in the mystical void's true scripture. Though it lacked advanced recipes for elixirs, spells, and artifact creation methods, it provided a comprehensive theoretical framework rich in lofty ideals. While he delved into the scripture, he had indeed explored these subjects. Both talisman crafting and artifact forging necessitated various spiritual materials. However, he currently possessed barely a handful of even the most rudimentary materials. It was a classic case of a skilled artisan struggling without resources. After much deliberation, he concluded that alchemy was the most suitable means for him to earn his initial fortune. With his present understanding of matter and energy, he recognized that the pinnacle of elixirs was the Chi pill. In the boundless wilderness outside the chaotic city, countless items from various worlds had fallen, thoroughly scavenged by wanderers. Only the ferocious energy, 100 times more potent than that of Earth, continued to surge wildly. He yearned to experiment, to see if he could separate this turbulent energy and select the appropriate essence to refine into Chi pills. Although this method was labor-intensive and time-consuming, it was akin to earning a reward through one's own toil, and the raw materials were free, making it an ideal venture for someone currently devoid of funds. Chen Yuange soared swiftly at low altitude, soon reaching the wilderness. Upon crossing the boundary, the ferocious energy surged into his body. Indeed, it was a chaotic blend of attributes. He meticulously experienced the tumultuous energy entering him, and his spiritual essence quickly subdued it, gradually unraveling the intertwined forces. Thus, for the next month, Chen Yuange ventured out daily to absorb the volatile energy and returned each night to decompose it, continuously experimenting with the amalgamation of these energies. During this month, in addition to breaking down the turbulent energy, he scavenged numerous ordinary spiritual materials from the wilderness, skillfully combining them with runes to forge one alchemical furnace after another. Today, he felt confident that success was within reach. In a desolate wilderness, before Chen Yuange stood a towering alchemical furnace, 3 meters high. His hands danced in intricate gestures, casting an array of incantations. The surface of the furnace shimmered with a faint glow as torrents of rampant vital energy surged into it. Under the influence of runes, the energy was decomposed in the upper chamber and reassembled in the middle chamber, ultimately forming individual vitality pills that settled into the lower chamber. After 3 hours, Chen Yuange ceased his incantations, beckoning with his hand as a vitality pill soared from the lower chamber into his mouth. Ah, success. Chapter 116. Alchemy is a blessing. Did you really manage to create this so-called automatic vitality pill furnace in just a month? The wine bottle in Reina's hand clattered to the ground as Wensu's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized the furnace and Chen Yuange back and forth. The two had just consumed a vitality pill that Chen had offered, and witnessed his control of the furnace, which had produced 360 vitality pills after 3 hours. It's semi-automatic and still requires human control. Full automation is my future improvement direction, Chen Yuange lamented, shaking his head. Moreover, these vitality pills can only serve as a supplement for energy, lacking any efficacy in enhancing cultivation. Reina kicked the wine bottle away, thumping Chen Yuange's shoulder with enthusiasm. Wuji, well done. You won't need to pay rent anymore. You are my best friend. At that moment, when Su approached, Wuji, you've overlooked a crucial point. In the chaotic city, the vast majority of people are merely at the chi refining stage. For them, these vitality pills are akin to miraculous elixirs. After a pause, she continued. Even for god cultivators, possessing such pills during skirmishes would alleviate their concerns of energy depletion. Chen Yuange nodded in agreement, as this aligned with his observations over the past month. The vitality pills could be absorbed rapidly, precisely what mid to low-level cultivators most required. In this chaotic city, battles erupted incessantly. The violent energy in the wilderness was too perilous to absorb, while the energy within the city was too stable, making absorption exceedingly difficult. He believed that once his vitality pills were released, they would become indispensable for mid to low-level cultivators in the chaotic city. Henceforth, venturing out without a few vitality pills would likely deter them from engaging in combat. Reina, I need your assistance with something. Reina thumped her chest confidently, disregarding the motion, and declared, just say the word. If it's within my power, I'll certainly help you out. We are good friends after all. Chen Yuange tapped the furnace lightly. I have a method that can manage to automate the production of vitality pills. The two women looked at him in astonishment. Didn't you just say that automation is your future improvement direction? How is it that you already have a plan now? Not noticing their gaze, Chen Yuange lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated the feasibility. First, go and bring someone to me, with cultivation no lower than the golden core stage, preferably someone deserving of their fate. This is quite simple. You wait here. Reina leaped onto the flying shuttle, racing towards the city of chaos with remarkable speed. As for Wensu, under the command of Chen Yuange, she searched the surroundings for usable spiritual materials. If the forthcoming plan proved feasible, the intention was to manufacture 100 or so alchemical furnaces for mass production. Half an hour later, with a resounding thud, Reina kicked a fellow off the flying shuttle. This creature, a Kree, was a warrior of the golden tier, akin to your golden core level. Chen Yuange lifted the incapacitated Kree from the ground and remarked, well, his soul strength is barely adequate. With a flick of his hand, the Kree floated in midair as Chen Yuange struck his chest, forcibly extracting his soul. An overwhelmingly powerful primordial spirit swiftly enveloped the fleeing Kree's soul, erasing its consciousness in an instant. Chen Yuange inscribed the commands for controlling the alchemical furnace into the vacant soul and then returned it to the Kree's body. Go forth and concoct a batch of vitality pills for me. As you command, my master. The Kree stood up expressionlessly and approached the alchemical furnace, skillfully casting various incantations to activate it, with familiar waves of vitality appearing above the furnace. What is Wuji doing? Reina whispered into Wensu's ear. Wensu hesitated before responding. Are you capable of this? Well, sister, as you know, our innate physique is robust. There is no need for us to learn such spells. I concur. There is nothing like a good, straightforward fist fight. Learning this is pointless. Wuji can handle it, right? The two women stood casually, observing the Kree's adeptness in crafting vitality pills. His alchemical prowess reminiscent of Chen Yuange's style, regardless of his complexion. 3 hours later, as the familiar vitality pills emerged, Reina's eyes sparkled, and she took a swig from a bottle of liquor. Reina, you will be responsible for recruiting personnel, Wensu will gather materials, and I shall craft the alchemical furnaces. I shall take 60% of the profits, while the two of you will each receive 20%. How can I accept that? It is settled then. Reina rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, I've struck gold. I won't have to toil in the wilderness anymore. I shall sleep in a pool of wine. Upon seeing Reina's agreement, Wensu, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded in approval of the distribution plan. Ultimately, these vitality pills were merely snacks for replenishing their energy and would not enhance their vitality in any significant way. At that moment, the Kree puppet presented 2 vitality pills to Chen Yuange, its body swaying precariously. Even machines require maintenance. Henceforth, for every batch of vitality pills produced, I shall allocate 1/10 for your recovery. The Kree puppet silently consumed 36 essence elixirs, standing still to restore its own vitality. Wuji, I suspect you are not a celestial being from the Deluo Tian, but rather a devil from the depths of hell. Upon witnessing the Kree puppet regain its energy, Lena proceeded to concoct the next batch of essence elixirs. TSK. Even slaves deserve to sleep and eat. This one truly does not. Beside her, Winsu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur. Would you like to sleep in a wine pool every day? I would. Chen Yuange shrugged. If that fellow perishes, it would not trouble me. After all, I have glimpsed his soul's memories. The mere fact that he stands here refining elixirs is a form of fortune, is it not? Capturing more individuals like him not only rids society of harm, but also grants them absolution. Moreover, he is entitled to a share of every batch of elixirs produced. If he persists in consuming them for a year or so, his strength will surely grow. This is a blessing. Lena, observing the compassionate Chen Yuange, instinctively took a step back, rubbing her arms as goosebumps rose. Ahaha, I shall go capture more people. Winsu, you stay here with Wuji to gather materials. With that, Lena swiftly leapt into the flying shuttle, which immediately accelerated to its maximum speed, vanishing into the air. Winsu glanced at the rapidly departing shuttle and smiled gently. Sister is quite straightforward. She enjoys giving her opponents a swift end, so do not take offense. Chen Yuange regarded the unperturbed Winsu, realizing that she was not human, possessing a deeply hidden wildness within her essence. What exactly was she? Chapter 117. Tai Spirit Gold. In the following week, the trio worked in unison, swiftly producing 108 sets of automatic essence elixir refining furnaces, Type 1. Having spent decades on Sokka Star, although Lena had not established a faction like many others, she was a rare and formidable planetary-level warrior, garnering a considerable number of admirers. While she frequently assisted those little fans she favored, she lacked the desire or resources to maintain a gang. Now, with a daily production of over 20,000 essence elixirs, she personally received more than 4,000, translating to a daily income of over 4,000 spirit gold coins. Based on the exchange rate of 1 elixir for 1 spirit gold coin, such an income in the central district of the chaotic city would suffice to purchase a 300 square meter apartment within a month. Every day, as the elixirs were produced, she organized her fans, retaining a portion for personal use while allowing the rest to be exchanged for spirit gold coins. Soon, a new society named Sword and Rose emerged in the chaotic city. Many gangs that had long occupied the city initially stirred with restlessness, particularly a gang composed entirely of women, which appeared to be a prime target. However, after Reina decisively dealt with a group of them, silence fell upon all. Through this incident, Chen Yuange confirmed that aside from the formidable Tai-level expert, High Celestial Respect, there were no visible strong adversaries in the chaotic city capable of suppressing Reina. With this knowledge, he felt emboldened regarding his forthcoming plans. To support the Sword and Rose, he invested all his vitality pills from the past month to purchase a 3-story building spanning 6,000 square meters in the vicinity of the central district, designating it as the headquarters for Sword and Rose. Once the funds were secured, he intended to acquire the entire 120-story skyscraper, should anyone refuse to sell. Reina's sword would teach them a lesson in humility. Consequently, Reina and Winsu relocated here, with Reina reveling in the opportunity to drink and engage in fights, justifying it as training to enhance everyone's combat skills. Chen Yuange occupied a 100-square-meter room, hanging a sign for the Umbrella Clinic at the entrance. He also placed a notice stating that even without money, anyone willing to undergo some modifications could receive treatment free of charge. Wuji, here are the 200,000 spirit coins you requested. Reina approached the room, presenting a box to Chen Yuange, which contained a disposable spatial device housing the spirit coins. What do you need so many spirit coins for? Are you planning to purchase something? After 3 months, familiarity had grown among them, prompting Reina to directly voice her curiosity. It's nothing, just a little experimentation, Chen Yuange replied. Reina paused, then slapped her forehead. I almost forgot, the spirit coins are made of URU magic gold. But without a dwarven neutron star furnace, how do you intend to refine it? Chen Yuange waved his hand. Drawing the spirit coins into the door of time, I have my methods. Inform the others that the clinic will close for a month. I need to step out for a while. Who would come here aside from the sisters? If you leave for a month, they'll likely be heartbroken and unable to sleep. Reina teased, taking a swig of her drink and casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Yuange. He promptly shoved this brazen woman aside and closed the door, unperturbed. As long as someone couldn't resist seeking his modifications, business would inevitably flourish. What did it matter where the clinic was located? Proactive sales had never been a lucrative venture. In a desolate wilderness, situated 100,000 kilometers from the chaotic city, only the occasional scavenger rummaged through the garbage mountains, as no other life thrived here. Chen Yuange gazed with satisfaction at the enormous device before him, a complex metallic structure towering 12 meters high, its runes flickering sporadically. This is, in essence, a thermonuclear fusion reactor. Upon ignition, the core temperature can reach a staggering 150 million degrees, effortlessly melting the spiritual gold coins. Now let us commence the ignition. With one hand placed atop, a continuous surge of magical energy flowed in, and soon a radiant point of light emerged at the reactor's core. As the influx of magical energy accelerated, the luminous point gradually expanded. Half an hour later, Chen Yuange withdrew his hands and exhaled deeply. Observing the light point had grown to the size of a soccer ball. At that moment, a miniature sun appeared in the wilderness. Yet boundless light and heat remained confined within the thermonuclear fusion reactor. Chen Yuange soared to the edge, his hands weaving intricate gestures. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, 200,000 spiritual gold coins cascaded like a tide above the luminous sphere. The remarkably resilient spiritual gold coins, upon meeting the radiant sphere, persisted for but a moment before swiftly melting into liquid, with wisps of azure smoke billowing forth. This phenomenon resulted from the vaporization of other metals mixed within the spiritual gold coins. 10 minutes later, only a basketball-sized mass of liquid, radiating a golden glow, remained above the luminous sphere. This was the S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, the residue from the melting of 200,000 spiritual gold coins. Chen Yuange's expression grew solemn. This was the most critical juncture. Despite having mentally rehearsed this countless times, he felt a tinge of nervousness at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze, channeling a multitude of runes into the S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold. Initially, the surface of the S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold merely rippled gently, but as more runes were infused, it began to transform, occasionally morphing into garments or armor. A full day and night passed, and Chen Yuange, weary, lowered his hands. The S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, having reverted to a liquid form, suddenly surged towards him, beginning to merge with his body. Kill him. Hundreds of ion beams instantly struck Chen Yuange, who cried out and collapsed against the edge of the thermonuclear fusion reactor. Yet, the ion beams did not cease. They continued to bombard him for 3 minutes, raising a considerable cloud of dust that rapidly enveloped the area. When the ion beams finally ceased, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dust, revealing a battered thermonuclear fusion reactor with a golden liquid mass hovering above it, its surface adorned with countless shifting runes. This is mine. It belongs to me. Anyone who dares to seize it shall perish. In a tumultuous rush, hundreds of individuals surged towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, a diverse array of races among them. At that moment, they divided into 6 factions, each warily observing the others. 6 sun gods and over 30 moon gods posed a formidable challenge. There seemed to be no alternative but to send them on their way. Solar god Thunder, explode. Just as these individuals stood on guard against one another, Chen Yuange's voice floated lightly through the air. Upon the conclusion of his words, the luminous sphere within the thermonuclear fusion reactor collapsed and contracted in the blink of an eye, only to subsequently expand. The sound of profound silence enveloped the scene, as an infinite surge of light and heat instantaneously engulfed all present. Their expressions had not yet altered before they were vaporized into the void. Once all radiance and warmth dissipated, a colossal pit, 100 meters deep and 10,000 meters in diameter, emerged in place of where they stood. Only the S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold remained motionless, suspended in the air. After a brief moment, it began to expand, rapidly transforming into a human form, revealing the figure of Chen Yuange. It appeared that no one remained. What a pity. I still have a few divine thunders left unused. Chapter 118. S.H.I.E.L.D. Star Armor. After a month's interlude, the members of the Sword and Rose Society discovered that the clinic door, which had been closed for an entire month, had finally reopened. The benefactor has returned. A multitude of women, diverse in skin tone and ethnicity, gathered at the clinic entrance, watching in a mix of curiosity and reverence as Chen Yuange leisurely tidied the interior. What are you all doing here? What is there to see? Come and warm up with me shortly. Reina's discontented voice rang out from behind, prompting the crowd to scatter like startled birds. hastily vacating the vicinity. Leaning against the doorframe, she cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yuange, who was pretentiously sweeping the floor, which was evidently devoid of dust. I heard you accomplished something significant yesterday. Several scavenger groups have vanished. TSK, you certainly have a ruthless hand. Those who dabble in magic truly possess dark hearts. Chen Yuange, with his back turned to her, continued his sweeping. I'm merely tidying up a bit. Look, doesn't the room appear much cleaner now? It's far more pleasant to behold. Humph. How about a friendly competition? In the wilderness, Chen Yuange stood relaxed, while Reina slowly drew her sword from her back. Not far away, all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Rose were observing the impending confrontation. This sword is named Dragon Tooth. It is rather sharp, so don't cry later. Is that so? Reina's voice was low as she lunged forward with incredible speed. The Dragon Tooth sword seemed to pierce the heavens, instantly appearing before Chen Yuange. Reacting swiftly, Chen Yuange raised his hand, forming a sword-like gesture with his fingers, meeting the tip of the Dragon Tooth. Boom! An unmatched force surged into the sky behind him, instantly obliterating the turbulent primal energy in its wake. Reina's eyes narrowed, her fighting spirit soaring rapidly. What formidable defense! Is this the artifact you forged yesterday? What is its name? This is crafted primarily from S.H.I.E.L.D. spirit gold, derived from the stellar core within a star. Let us name it S.H.I.E.L.D. Star Armor. That's a splendid name. Let us see if it can withstand my Dragon Tooth. As they spoke, Reina's sword aura surged forth like a celestial river, crashing against Chen Yuange, who met it barehanded. Boom, boom, boom. Every clash between the two in the sky obliterates the surrounding violent energy within a kilometer radius, causing the tempestuous energy from afar to swiftly surge towards them. The annihilation and influx of countless violent energies create a friction among them, enveloping their battlefield in a tempest of thunder and lightning, a fearsome aura that terrifies the scavengers observing from a distance. Only when Sue remains in proximity, while the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Rose Society have retreated to a height of 10,000 meters. How impressive! The leader is indeed formidable, truly befitting of a planetary-level combatant. Only on Sokka Star could such a display occur. Were it in my homeland, the continent would surely be shattered. We are not in the same dimension. Lord Wujia is incredibly strong as well. He possesses wealth. That notice at the clinic, the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Rose exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared thought at that moment. When Sue emanates a soft luminescence, it is the dragon-scale armor left to her by her father. Even amidst the ceaseless annihilation of energy, she stands effortlessly. The wild wind caresses her face, stirring her long hair. When Sue gently brushes her locks aside, her focus unwavering as she observes the intense battle unfolding. How remarkable! The elder sister is indeed the Valkyrie Supreme. But from which sect does Wujia hail? His prowess is astounding, and why do I sense a familiarity about him? Chen Yuange relentlessly pounds with his fists, continually testing the defensive limits of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Star Armor. In the central area of the City of Chaos, atop a towering edifice reaching 10,000 meters, the High Celestial observes the distant battlefield, crackling with thunder and lightning. My lord, the combatants are number 143 and the newcomer Wujia. They have been causing quite a stir lately, have they not? Without turning, the High Celestial flicks his wrist, and the attendant who spoke is instantly obliterated by an invisible force. At that moment, all on the observation deck bow their heads, holding their breath, wishing that the capricious High Celestial does not notice them. Foolish beings, daring to incite me to confront that scoundrel. I am comfortably hidden on Sokka Star. Why provoke such a rogue? With a fierce shout, Reina strikes down with her dragon tooth sword atop Chen Yuange's head, the clash ringing out as she is repelled. Enough! You are nothing but a tortoise shell, utterly tedious. Be content with that. This is all I can manage. Your shockwave is piercingly sharp, unsettling my very insides. A common person, even clad in my S.H.I.E.L.D. Star Armor, would surely be struck dead by your force. Chen Yuange lightly pats his chest, expelling the internal energy that had built up. Reina swings her dragon tooth sword with ferocity, unleashing unmatched sword energy that dissipates only after traveling 10,000 meters. Why? You scoundrel Wuji, do you refuse to employ your magic? Do you hold me in contempt? I possess a recipe for celestial wine. Haha, Wuji. How do you find my craftsmanship? Have I tested the defensive limits of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Star Armor for you? Remember to summon me next time. I am always at your service. In the distance, members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Rose Society exchanged glances as they halted in their tracks. Sisters, We did not hear anything just now, did we? A frenzied nodding ensued. All eyes turned away from the captain, who was fervently trying to curry favor with Chen Yuange. They must not laugh, for they were trained professionals, and laughter could lead to dire consequences. Upon boarding the flying vessel, they set their course for the City of Chaos. Before stepping onto the ship, Chen Yuange glanced around and exchanged a subtle nod with Reina. In a room far away, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, pressed the pause button, freezing the image on the screen at the moment when Chen Yuange caught the dragon-toothed sword with her head. It seems we have underestimated the combat prowess of number 143. Not only has she concealed her strength, but it appears that even that human is remarkably formidable. No, that human is even more impressive, while you witnessed him withstand the dragon-tooth sword with his flesh. Do not forget the devastating power of his gamma-ray burst from yesterday. This human is cunning and versatile, far beyond the capabilities of that muscular woman, number 143. Indeed, instruct our subordinates to keep their distance from her and the Sword and Rose Society. Damn it, my subordinates cannot engage with those wretched women now. How infuriating. The screen shattered, and several rough-looking individuals in the room settled down with an exhale. Such scenes unfolded across all major factions in the City of Chaos. And everyone was aware that while the Sword and Rose Society might be flourishing, they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 119. The clinic opens Valona. Have you truly resolved to undergo transformation? In the clinic, Chen Yuange sat poised in her chair, gently tapping her fingers on the desk while observing Valona's resolute and eager gaze. Valona epitomized the warrior of the Kree Empire, her mechanically augmented form radiating the characteristic ferocity and valor of her people. It was no wonder she was the first to seek out transformation services. Valona stood proudly in the room as Chen Yuange pointed at her waist, drawing a small vial of blood and placing it beneath the electron microscope. It appears you lack any extraordinary abilities, hence your decision for mechanical augmentation? Indeed, I am merely a commoner, not of noble lineage, lacking any prestigious bloodline. Chen Yuange nodded noncommittally, effortlessly removing Valona's mechanical left arm, swiftly disassembling it into a pile of parts. This design lacks any mathematical beauty. The craftsmanship is subpar. Chen Yuange lowered his head, meticulously sorting through various components, examining their materials. Verona offered a faint smile, stating, "My Lord Wuji, this is quite commendable. It is indeed the finest I can procure. Call me doctor. Here, I am merely a physician." Chen Yuange held a component in his hand, shaking his head as he remarked, "For the same price, I could craft 10 superior mechanical arms for you. This is simply a waste." He scrutinized Verona's physical condition with care. "I have 2 proposals. One involves mechanical modification, redesigning the machinery within you." Chen Yuange gestured toward Verona's abdomen. "Considering your stomach serves little purpose, I could install a nuclear fission reactor. Your eyes could be replaced with broad-spectrum scanning prosthetics, capable of both optical and electromagnetic scanning." Verona's face twitched slightly as she glanced at Chen Yuange, who was resting his chin on his hand. "Given your brain's processing capacity, I would augment your cranium with a light brain. What do you think? Each punch you deliver would be a nuclear fusion strike, ensuring your foes are reduced to mere remnants." Verona swallowed hard and managed to look at Chen Yuange. "Doctor, I wish to hear the second option." "The second option entails restoring all your limbs. I would replace your nervous system with that of an insect, enhancing your reflexes tenfold. Additionally, I would integrate a plant's gene, allowing you to absorb vital energy at an accelerated rate. In extreme conditions, even in the vacuum of space, you could survive by harnessing the light of stars. Your muscles and bones would be restructured into a reverse bow configuration, significantly amplifying your speed and strength. Lastly, by incorporating the gene of a worm, you would be able to rapidly regenerate your bodily tissues as long as energy is available. So, which would you prefer?" Verona bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before inquiring, "Doctor, which option yields quicker results?" "The first one, a single surgery, and you could be discharged on the same day." Verona's eyes brightened, and she nodded emphatically. "Then it shall be the first." "Are you certain?" "I actually recommend the second option. Though it requires a month of preparation, becoming an indestructible entity would be rather advantageous." Chen Yuange passionately advocated for his second proposal. But upon witnessing Verona's resolute expression, he reluctantly raised his hands in resignation. "Very well, lie down." Verona reclined on the operating table, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as she murmured, "Doctor, I have waited 10 years for this. I want to personally twist off his head." With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuange gently guided Verona to close her eyes. Where am I? Verona opened her eyes, tilting her head to survey her surroundings. Greeted by pristine white walls. I remember now. I requested Lord Wuji for my transformation yesterday. Verona's expression shifted abruptly. She almost leaped off the operating table, only to realize she was suspended in midair. What is this? Ah, it is the gravitational feature of the nuclear fission reactor, allowing you to fly. By the way, the manual is stored in your neural interface. Do take a moment to review it. Verona sensed the presence of the interface within her mind, and at that moment, she discovered that her eyes functioned like radar, revealing a vibrant world around her. She raised her mechanical left arm, and had it not been for its silver hue, she might have mistaken it for her original limb, with not a seam in sight, responding to her thoughts without any hint of delay. As she reached to touch her abdomen, she felt a furnace capable of unleashing boundless energy. Can I still consume food? That's quite normal. The nuclear fission reactor can easily process nourishment. Engrossed in analyzing a document, Chen Yuange did not lift his gaze and replied to Verona. Thank you, Lord Wuji. Verona bowed deeply, and Chen Yuange merely waved his hand, signaling that she could leave. At the lizard bar, Verona entered through the back door, adorned in a flowing gown. She skillfully approached the stage, where several exotic dancers from various races were already swaying. Verona moved toward one of the steel poles, where several patrons had begun to whistle in anticipation. Verona, you've arrived quite late today. Allow me to reward you with 10 spirit gold coins. Grasping the pole, Verona began to twirl gracefully, her movements imbued with rhythm, effortlessly captivating the majority of the audience. Whistles erupted, and spirit gold coins rained down at her feet, quickly accumulating to over 100, far exceeding her usual meager earnings. However, Verona paid no mind to the coins at her feet. Her gaze remained fixated on the entrance of the bar. After 2 rounds, Verona's expression suddenly changed, her body twisting even more alluringly at that moment. She became the center of attention. Brother, what do you think of that Cree woman? Quite impressive. Summon her to my room shortly. Verona spotted her target finally appearing, only to watch as she swiftly departed. Just as she prepared to follow, a centaur from the back door called out to her. Cree, our boss Matari requests your presence. Verona immediately concealed her subtly changing left arm, her face brightening with a radiant smile. It would be my honor to serve Lord Matari. Let us go. The shuttle awaits outside. Following the centaur, Verona gently caressed her abdomen, her eyes flickering with a faint glow. Matari, you are finally within my grasp. What did you say? Oh, I must express my immense excitement at the thought of finally meeting Lord Matari. Chapter 120. The Advertising Effect of Valona. The swift shuttle came to a halt at a platform, and Valona gracefully descended. Halt. 2 guards at the entrance obstructed their path, brandishing scanners to examine them. Valona's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that the mechanical enhancements on her person would fail the inspection. In that moment, she could only suppress her impulses and await the guard security scan, preparing for an immediate assault should she fail the examination. Proceeding, Valona was momentarily taken aback, as the guard stepped back, signaling her to enter. How did Lord Matari manage such a feat? Even the powerful energy source of a nuclear fission reactor went undetected. Valona's thoughts drifted as she followed the centaur's assistant deeper into the building. Along the way, she observed numerous military-grade defensive weapons, attesting to Matari's considerable regard for his own safety. Brother, I have brought her to you, the centaur's assistant remarked, glancing over his shoulder. You may enter now. The sensor door before Valona opened silently, revealing the man she had long yearned to see, Matari, in the bathing pool. What is your name? Valona. Ah, a lovely name. Valona, come here and give me a back rub. Valona strove to suppress the surging urge for vengeance within her, donning a smile as she approached Matari, who had turned his back to her. Her icy left hand inched closer to his neck, and as she neared, the long-desired adversary was finally within reach, prompting her to surrender to the overwhelming desire to kill. Killing intent, Matari, in a meditative state, abruptly opened his eyes and sprang forward. Valona regretted her hesitation, as the nuclear fission reactor within her surged to maximum power. Her eyes rapidly adjusted, analyzing the energy reactions and movement directions within Matari's body through her optical brain. With her left hand extended, a void appeared in her palm. Boom! A searing stream of high-energy ions struck Matari, who had raised his personal shield. This is impossible. It is akin to the firepower of a battleship. As Matari charged forward, his expression froze in disbelief as he glanced down at his chest, where a gaping hole, the size of a wrist, had formed. The wall before him was breached, revealing the astonished face of his assistant in the adjacent room. Enemy attack. The thunderous sound swiftly alerted all the guards, who rushed toward the bathing room. Boom. Valona, seizing the advantage, delivered a punch to Matari's back, sending his body crashing through the wall. Meanwhile, the assistant had already fled down the corridor, making a beeline for the bathing room door. Matar, in a state of utter disarray, collapsed onto the ground, only to swiftly rise again, receiving another brutal blow to his back. Valona glanced back momentarily, then raised her hand towards the wall, delivering a series of rapid strikes, before lifting the weakened Matar and propelling him through several walls, leaping outside in haste. Bang! Matar tumbled into a heap of garbage in the alley, struggling to lift his head. Blood coughed from his lips as he pleaded, "Do not kill me. How much do you want? I possess great wealth. I can give it all to you. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I do not desire your riches." Valona replied coldly. "Then what do you seek? My treasury is filled with treasures. If you release me, they shall all be yours. I implore you. I am at the brink of death. I require medical assistance." Valona remained silent, her expression unyielding as she observed Matar's desperate pleas. "Do you remember? A street battle a decade ago. The aftermath of your conflict claimed my sister's life." I can hardly recall," Matar stammered. "How could you expect me to remember?" Indeed, how could they? The scene from that fateful day resurfaced vividly in her mind, in a roadside shop. She cradled her lifeless sister, their bond severed, her tears long since dried. "What a pity. It appears your underlings have abandoned you. No one is coming to your rescue. I need medical assistance." Time ticked away, and Matar's gaze grew vacant, his voice dwindling until, in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, staring into the night sky. Crack! Valona grasped Matar's head firmly, twisting it with force, then severing it from his body, holding it aloft. "Morlina, rest in peace." With a powerful throw, she cast the severed head aside, her left palm opening to unleash a torrent of high-energy ions that struck the head, illuminating the night sky with a brilliance akin to a shooting star, leaving a radiant trail in its wake. At the entrance of the Sword and Rose Society Clinic, Valona knelt before Chen Yuange. "Master Wujia, from this moment forth, my life is yours. Call me doctor. Furthermore, I have no interest in claiming your life," Chen Yuange replied, absorbed in his work on the light screen, scarcely glancing at the kneeling Valona. Half an hour later, with a wave of his hand, Valona's body was involuntarily propelled out the door. "Do not linger here. Your data is the best reward you can offer." Adjusting his glasses, Chen Yuange looked up at Valona, who was anxiously hovering at the entrance. After a prolonged silence, Valona lowered her head, dejectedly uttering, "Good night, Master Wujia." At the clinic's entrance, Lena observed a jubilant member emerging, transformed and full of cheer. "Wujia, I never imagined you would delve into human augmentation. Now, the sisters are at each other's throats over a single modification slot each day. I am uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment." As soon as Reina finished speaking, a bottle suddenly flew out from within the room. With swift reflexes, she caught it and excitedly unscrewed the cap. Gulp! What exquisite wine! Reina's eyes sparkled as the crisp liquid flowed down her throat. Initially, it brought a sensation of warmth, followed by a chilling coolness. After alternating between these sensations 3 times, she couldn't help but shiver, feeling her blood coursing with renewed vigor. Quickly, she raised the bottle again and took another swig, a blissful warmth flooding her heart. Shaking her head, her gaze became dreamy. This was the sensation she craved. Were there other flavors of wine available? In the operating room, Chen Yuange observed the data on the screen, ignoring Reina's incessant chatter. "Rest assured, their modifications were their own concern. You just need to ensure they remain unharmed." Reina took another sip, closed her eyes to savor it, and then carefully capped the bottle, tucking it into her embrace as she contentedly left the clinic. It was intriguing, whether Clerians, Strusians, Centaurians, Ursians, or beings from other galaxies. Their genes shared a common trait of modification. Of course, these similarities only manifested within the same cosmic dimension. Beings from different dimensions, regardless of race, exhibited distinct differences. Chapter 121. Howard's Plea on Earth. The scorching August sun baked the air, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians. In recent months, Chen Yuange had secluded himself, leading a life confined to the trifecta of company, university, and home. Since the disappearance of his avatar, and due to his limited powers, the vigilant essence of his spirit had crafted an ordinary body to inhabit, allowing him to operate without disturbing his true self. However, the combat endurance of this essence was limited to merely 3 minutes. He had no choice but to retreat into a mundane existence. The only one to notice this change was S.H.I.E.L.D, who previously enjoyed snuggling against his back at night to absorb the dimensional energy he emitted. Now, with his body solely under the control of his spirit essence, his ability to absorb dimensional energy had significantly diminished. Had she not seen his true form, the little girl would likely have caused quite a stir. "Carter, I need your help." At Stark Manor, upon receiving Howard's call, Carter arrived with Steve. The couple was taken aback to find Howard looking utterly drained, dark circles under his eyes. "Howard, what happened to you?" They exchanged puzzled glances. For months prior, Howard had taken an unknown serum, his physique rivaling that of Captain America. Yet, after just a week apart, he appeared so haggard. It's a long story. Follow me." They accompanied Howard to the laboratory, where they immediately spotted Maria lying in a nutrient chamber, deep in slumber. Gazing at the slowly flowing nutrient solution within the nourishment chamber, Maria's pallid complexion suggested to Carter that, were it not for the gentle rise and fall of her chest, he might have mistaken her for lifeless. In astonishment, Carter turned to the tense Howard, whose fists were clenched tightly. "What has transpired? How could Maria have come to this state?" Howard, his fists tightening and then loosening, replied, "Maria is 3 months pregnant. Since last month, she has been plagued by nightmares every night, her health deteriorating day by day, as though the child within her were draining her very essence." Carter, astonished, inquired, "Nightmares? Has she consulted Charles?" "Yes, but that entity within her mind is beyond his grasp." Howard lamented, crouching down and gripping his hair in despair. "She is determined to preserve this child, or she will perish in the attempt. You know her. She is a woman of her word." He added, "She can only find rest with the aid of sleeping pills." Rising, Howard gently caressed the furrowed brow of Maria. He turned to Steve, who was intently observing Maria, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Carter placed a comforting hand on Howard's shoulder and addressed Steve. "Steve, do you perceive anything?" Steve's eyes shimmered with a platinum radiance. After a moment, he approached and placed his hand upon Maria's head, a milky white light gradually flowing into her. Impossible. How could there be a saint among mortals? A piercing shriek suddenly resonated, as a subtle wave emanated from Maria's head. "Humph, yet another accursed demon." A fierce look flashed in Steve's eyes as the holy light surged forth. He reached out, and Howard and Carter glimpsed a blurred figure twisting and howling amidst the radiant light, cursing before dissipating into wisps of smoke. This is a high-ranking demon. How could it have possessed Maria?" Howard exclaimed, his agitation subsiding as he observed Maria's brow relax, the terror that had haunted her visage for days vanishing. "Steve, is Maria going to be all right?" Steve shook his head, glancing at Maria's abdomen. "Howard, I fail to comprehend how your child could be siphoning Maria's very being. What have you done?" "Everything." Howard seized upon this crucial word, gripping Steve's arm tightly. "What does everything mean? Tell me." "Calm down, old friend." Steve, undeterred by Howard's fierce grip, gently shook his head. "The child within Maria is consuming her blood, flesh, and soul. This nutrient solution will prove futile. She cannot endure for more than 2 months. No, this cannot be. Steve, you must be lying." Howard's gaze bore into the silent Steve, his heart sinking deeper with despair. "Steve, is it not your holy light?" Carter, observing Howard's despondent expression, gently patted Steve on the back, instantly rekindling a flicker of hope within Howard. "I'm afraid my holy light is insufficient. But there is someone who can assist." Howard's fleeting hope was abruptly extinguished, only to be reignited by the word "but." Carter delivered a sharp kick to Steve's calf. "Could you refrain from gasping so dramatically?" Steve, glancing at the forlorn Howard, chuckled softly, finally collecting some interest. "Go to Chen Yuange and S.H.I.E.L.D. He possesses a solution." "Who?" Howard was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with Carter. Why would Steve mention Chen Yuange? It seemed they had never crossed paths. "Trust me, aside from the Supreme Mage, he is the only one." They suppressed their curiosity regarding the title of Supreme Mage, and the three promptly set off for New York University. You two have come to visit. I trust nothing grave has occurred?" Chen Yuange remarked as he noticed the trio enter, instinctively adjusting his glasses. "Howard has actually stepped into the realm of the extraordinary." How is this possible? And this other man, Steve, the holy light emanating from Carter must surely stem from him. Chen Yuange placed his right hand on his leg, lightly tapping as he silently contemplated. A being of equal standing. He cast a deep glance at Steve, who stood beside Carter. Remarkably, he was a paladin who had entered the realm of the saints. As for Howard, the celestial secrets surrounding him were faint yet evident, suggesting his involvement with higher existence. Had they struck a jackpot today? Two formidable entities had seemingly emerged in New York. Maintaining his composure, Chen Yuange rose and circled around Howard. Chen, I require your assistance. My wife's life hangs in the balance. Steve claims that only you can save my wife and child. What? You, a notorious playboy, have children? Chen Yuange exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to Steve. Mr. Steve, it appears we have yet to meet. Why do you believe I alone can rescue his wife and offspring? He gestured towards the anxious Howard awaiting nearby. Steve gently shook his head. Mr. Chen, it was the Supreme Mage who informed me that in New York, there exists a master of arcane arts such as yourself, capable of overcoming any challenge. Chen Yuange regarded Steve with a hint of skepticism, feeling that this man with pronounced features was not entirely truthful. Given that Steve had unabashedly invoked the Supreme Mage, Chen Yuange pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall investigate. However, I cannot guarantee success. Chapter 122. The Rescue of Maria within the Stark Manor. Chen Yuange followed closely behind Howard, remaining largely silent as he pondered the situation regarding Steve. What connection did he share with the Supreme Sorcerer? Why did it seem as though this individual recognized him? Throughout their journey, he sensed no hostility from the other. Rather, an air of benevolence permeated their interaction. Unable to decipher the enigma before him, Chen chose to bury his questions deep within his heart. Upon entering the laboratory, the sight of Maria peacefully slumbering within the nutrient pod struck him with a sense of urgency. Her life flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. She appeared to be nearing depletion. Chen pointed towards Maria's abdomen, where a hidden golden divine radiance was laid bare to his mystical vision. Could it be? He glanced back at the anxious Howard, surmising that their transformations were likely intertwined with the divinity nestled within Maria. Chen, do you grasp the situation? Howard inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Before we proceed, may I pose a question? You seem to have entered the realm of the extraordinary. Would you mind sharing how you achieved this? Noticing Howard's uncertainty, Chen shook his head. I believe the origin of this matter lies within yourself. You must have had your suspicions all along. Howard cast a glance at Maria in the nutrient pod, a fleeting expression of anguish crossing his features, before he softly nodded in affirmation. This tale begins 4 months prior, on a day when I unearthed a cherished artifact. Howard recounted the events surrounding the serum's creation, ultimately retrieving a photograph from the filing cabinet and presenting it to Chen. The Eye of Wisdom. This artifact has quite the storied past. Howard, your audacity is commendable, Chen remarked with a smirk, handing the photograph to Steve. As Steve scrutinized the image, uncertainty flickered in his eyes as he shook it gently. This appears to be the blood of a deity? The blood of a deity? Howard's reaction was one of profound disbelief. That defies science. How could deities exist in this world? Yet you have entered the extraordinary realm. How can you claim that deities do not exist? Chen countered. Indeed, those referred to as deities are merely potent practitioners who have traversed further along the path. In a certain sense, it is not incorrect to call them gods. Chen cast a knowing glance at the silently smiling Steve, longing to inform Howard that this very Steve embodied the essence of such a deity, his stature rivaling that of the divinity within Maria. Your serum can be deemed both a success and a failure. You have merely been guided by divinity in your evolution. However, it did not linger within you, but rather. Chen gestured towards the sleeping Maria, his meaning unmistakable. With a jolt, Howard stumbled back, colliding with the table behind him. What precisely is this divinity of which you speak? I can only express it this way. This object is a product of the amalgamation and elevation of a practitioner's essence, spirit, and vitality, encapsulating the doctrines and principles of a lifetime dedicated to cultivation. Steve, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. It was indeed Chen Yuange who articulated it clearly. Were he to take on the role of a mere soldier, he could engage in combat, yet such scholarly discussions lie beyond his realm. Chen Yuange cast a perplexed glance at the bewildered Carter and the seemingly enlightened Steve. What is the matter with you? This resplendent divinity that emanates from you must surely be the result of your own cultivation. yet I sense a hint of confusion within you. Noticing the astonished expression on Chen Yuange's face, Steve's countenance stiffened. This fellow's keen perception remained as irritating as ever. Meanwhile, Howard, having absorbed the explanation of divinity, astutely seized upon a pivotal keyword, divinity. As far as I am aware, in Eastern culture, the spirit within essence, spirit, and vitality should refer to the soul, correct? Indeed. It seems you have recently perused numerous scriptures. Upon hearing Chen Yuange's commendation, the typically proud Howard, momentarily forgetting to retort, shifted his gaze in horror towards Maria's abdomen. Therefore, a certain deity seeks resurrection? What? Carter, who had been a mere bystander, could not restrain his astonishment and grasped Steve's arm. Is this true, Steve? It is a possibility. Upon hearing Steve's confirmation, Howard's expression morphed like a kaleidoscope, displaying emotions of frustration, shame, and loathing. This child cannot be allowed to remain. After a tense silence, a subdued voice emerged from Howard, each word strained. Following this declaration, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing sideways, only to be swiftly caught by the quick-witted Steve. Witnessing the unprecedented weakness of his old friend, Steve felt a pang of sorrow. This notorious libertine, who had lived a life of indulgence, had finally conceived a child, yet now faced the prospect of annihilating him. Tony, it appears you were a source of concern even before your birth. Steve supported Howard, and divine light flowed into him, gently soothing his anguished heart. I have yet to finish speaking. Why are you interjecting nonsense? Observing Howard's pallid visage as he sat to the side, Chen Yuange could not resist a mocking remark. You greatly overestimate this divinity. With but a single drop of blood to encapsulate all its spirit is utter nonsense. The rebirth through blood is the pinnacle of physical existence, something even I do not possess. By the time Chen Yuange uttered the final words, his voice had dwindled to a whisper. He approached the nutrient chamber, pointing at Maria's body, extracting a droplet of blood, and placing it under the electron microscope for examination. Howard, come and see for yourself. At this moment, Howard, having grasped the implication of Chen Yuange's words, sheepishly approached. Oh, what a structure! Maria's genes have been remarkably optimized. What could this mean? This is precisely the flaw in your serum. That drop of blood, imbued with divinity, has transferred to your son. However, its essence is too elevated. To mature into a complete infant, it requires an immense amount of energy. Chen Yuange gestured towards Maria. She is merely an ordinary human, incapable of providing the energy the child needs. Thus, to absorb the necessary energy, it instinctively urges Maria's body to evolve. Regrettably, this is merely an instinctive action. Before Maria's bodily evolution is completed, she will be drained dry. Howard's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity as he grasped Chen Yuange's shoulder, only to be subtly evaded. Are you suggesting that as long as the fetus receives the required energy, its problems can be resolved? Indeed, mere nutrient solutions can only promote the physical growth of the fetus. The divinity has already merged with its soul, and the energy it requires is far beyond such ordinary nutrients. Chen Yuange waved his hand and pressed it against Maria's abdomen, a continuous flow of dimensional energy surging into her body. Chapter 123. Let us call him Tony Stark. Under the relentless infusion of dimensional energy from Chen Yuange, Maria's complexion visibly brightened. Excellent, it truly works. Howard whispered in exultation, his eyes fixated on Chen Yuange's actions, though soon he shook his head. With S.H.I.E.L.D. and his financial resources, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge and mysticism over the past few months, acquiring a basic understanding of the extraordinary. Without the aid of artifacts, only those at the silver tier and above could directly wield dimensional energy. Chen Yuange's abilities surpassed the descriptions recorded in the texts. What tier is he truly at? The novice, Howard, who was at the black iron tier, speculated incessantly. It must be the gold tier. Steve previously mentioned he was a master of the arcane. Who would have thought he possessed such formidable prowess? Everyone held their breath, watching Chen Yuange channel the dimensional energy. Carter stood in Steve's vicinity, equally captivated by the dazzling scene. Half an hour later, Chen Yuange withdrew his hand, and Howard anxiously inquired, Chen, how is she? For now, her life has been stabilized. She will require a consistent energy source moving forward. Chen Yuange cradled his chin, contemplating the design of the array as he gazed at the nutrient pod before him. At that moment, Howard noticed Chen Yuange, who stood in silence, exiting the laboratory, soon returning with a box in hand. Chen, I believe you will find this intriguing. Chen Yuange looked at the box presented to him with surprise. Glancing back at Howard, it dawned on him that this fellow was concerned he might not exert himself, thus presenting him with a token of appreciation. What Howard is able to procure seems to be no ordinary item. Nevertheless, now that he has arrived, there is no way he would abandon his task halfway through. He set the object aside to be examined later. First and foremost, he must address Maria's predicament. With a swift gesture, Chen Yuange summoned a myriad of instruments from the laboratory, which silently disassembled midair, their various components beginning to reconfigure. Without turning back, he casually inquired, "Howard, is it all right if I utilize your equipment?" Howard, witnessing the destruction of most of his meticulously crafted, high-end laboratory apparatus, each piece exceedingly costly and time-consuming to create, grimaced. All of this was for Maria. He bore the discomfort in silence. "It's fine. Use as you wish. I can always procure another set." Behind him, Steve and Peggy chuckled at Howard's disgruntled expression. Everyone's gaze was transfixed on Chen Yuange's extraordinary manipulation as the materials in the air melted and fused into a rectangular cabinet of a human height and width. At that moment, the cabinet radiated a brilliant light, and countless runes appeared, only to fade moments later. Howard's eyes widened in astonishment. He coveted this ability. With another gesture, Chen Yuange caused Maria to float out of the nutrient chamber, the nourishing fluid dissipating rapidly as her clothes dried, and she gently descended into the cabinet. Once inside, Maria floated, absorbing a continuous influx of dimensional energy. With this nurturing, her body and soul would be restored in 3 months, and she would awaken thereafter, needing only to slumber within until the child was born. "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Chen. You have saved my life," Howard exclaimed, grasping Chen Yuange's hands tightly, only to be dismissively shaken off. Why must he be so sentimental? Calm down. There is something else you need to know. Due to the fusion of divinity with your son's soul, there lies a complication. After his birth, his soul will be incessantly tainted by divinity until he reaches the age of 18. TSK, that so-called deity will be resurrected. What? There is more to it? Wait, did you just say my son? Howard gasped in shock upon realizing that Chen Yuange referred to the child within Maria as a son, his expression darkening. "I had indicated it was a son before. Why are you only grasping this now? But I wanted a lovely daughter. I even had a name picked out, Nina." Steve, in the midst of sipping his coffee, erupted in laughter at the peculiar expressions of those around him, unable to suppress his mirth. Howard, I must say, I find our son quite delightful. How about we name him Tony? Tony Stark, perhaps? Speaking of which, I would be most pleased to assume the role of his godfather." Truly, after Steve expressed his sentiment, he reiterated his intentions. Carter's eyes lit up as she responded, "That sounds splendid. I would be more than willing to be this child's godmother, Howard. With Steve as his godfather, this child shall not grow up to be a philanderer like you." "That's impossible," Carter remarked, casting a perplexed glance at both Steve and Howard. "What do you mean, Steve?" Steve chuckled heartily. "Can you really claim that the Stark family's nature can be altered? The label of a playboy is one that shall forever cling to our lineage." Howard snorted dismissively, observing Carter's eager expression, and reluctantly acquiesced. He then shot an awkward glance at Chen Yuange, rubbing his hands together nervously. "Well, Chen, I would appreciate your assistance regarding my son. Very well, I shall be a good sport. I promise to help. But it must wait until after the child is born and his soul has taken form. Only then can I assist in erasing his divinity." Though Howard felt a twinge of concern, he sighed in relief at Chen Yuange's words. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he hurriedly sought a chair to sit down, taking a deep breath. "Howard." Steve approached, a radiant glow enveloping Howard's weary spirit. It was evident that prolonged tension and sleeplessness had drained Howard's vitality. That nutrient pod would be quite suitable for you. A 3-day slumber within would do wonders." Chen Yuange assessed Howard's condition and gestured towards the nutrient pod beside the cabinet. "What is this?" Steve and Carter exchanged glances, noting Howard's darkening expression as he struggled to rise and made his way to the door. "Jarvis, prepare a banquet. I wish to host my friends. I absolutely refuse to lie in that nutrient pod. No way." Howard muttered softly. "Understood, sir. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Jarvis, who had been waiting outside, observed the entire exchange. Though he contemplated following Chen's advice and persuading Howard into the pod, he ultimately sighed in resignation upon seeing Howard's stubborn demeanor and proceeded to organize the banquet. Chapter 124, Vibranium in the End. It was Steve who could no longer bear to watch. He seized Howard effortlessly, disregarding his misguided belief in his own strength, and easily pressed him into the nutrient pod. "Don't do this, I don't want to." "Oh, how I longed to sleep." Howard protested futilely as he was pushed into the pod, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber within. With the host now asleep, the three of them decided not to remain at Stark Manor for dinner, declining Jarvis's invitation to stay. Chen Yuange and Carter returned to their respective homes. Before departing, Chen Yuange took with him the box that Howard had given him. Upon returning home, he opened the box and was astonished to find a silvery object within. Weighing it in his hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this metal? So light?" Holding this enigmatic metallic ore, he conducted temperature tests, electromagnetic tests, and hardness tests. Finally, when he placed it under an electron microscope to examine its atomic structure, he inhaled sharply. This object was indeed a metal, one that had never been seen on Earth. As flames flickered in his palm, the color gradually shifted to a fiery orange, causing the previously steadfast metal ore to begin liquefying. Under the intense heat, the impurities within the metal evaporated into wisps of vapor, ultimately revealing a swirling mass of metallic liquid nestled in his palm. With a hiss, the flames extinguished, and as the liquid was continuously cooled by ice water, it solidified into a sphere with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Tossing it lightly into the air, it landed back in his hand. The metal's density was remarkably low, only 1/5 that of iron, yet its resistance to high temperatures was commendable. Chen Yuange mused, contemplating its other properties, certain that they must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Howard, a man of great pride, would not have deemed it a gift of salvation. Resting his chin in his hand, he gazed at the metallic orb, eager to uncover its potential unique characteristics. "Let me assess its hardness," he thought. Grasping a hammer, he struck it forcefully, the blow landing precisely atop the metal sphere resting on an iron pillar. Clang. "Huh." Chen Yuange picked up the sphere, reaching down to feel the spot where it had been placed, then crouched to touch the contact point between the iron pillar and the ground. No force had been transmitted. Could it be that this object possessed abilities akin to those of the Black Emperor Shao? It is worth noting that although he had not struck with full force, his blow still exerted a ton of pressure. Observing the metal sphere's smooth surface, it was evident that such an impact had not caused any deformation. Intriguing. Howard had indeed bestowed something extraordinary. Let me apply a bit more force to see. 5 tons, no response. 10 tons, still no response. 200 tons, remarkably, no reaction whatsoever. Chen Yuange's curiosity was piqued. With his current physique having only received a single dose of the solar ladder serum, his maximum strength was limited to 200 tons. The control over this body was merely a thought from his spirit. While it was possible to exert force beyond this limit, it would likely lead to the collapse of his spiritual consciousness, which would inevitably alert his true form. Although this object was fascinating, it was prudent not to disturb his essence. Abandoning the strength test, he began to explore various modes of attack, discovering that aside from its unsatisfactory performance at high temperatures, this metal excelled in all other aspects. It can be regarded as a tangible manifestation of the dark royal essence, albeit in a diminished form. This metal, while capable of absorbing kinetic energy, lacks the ability to reflect it outward. However, this is hardly surprising, considering it is merely a thoughtless metallic substance. How could it possibly possess the capacity to reflect kinetic energy? Unless, of course, one were to fashion a robot from this material and control it with an intelligent program. Chen Yuange was reminded of the reclusive Red Queen from the farm base, whose anthropomorphism has increasingly approached that of a genuine human. Currently, there are over 50 million connected devices worldwide, and in major cities, the mobile internet is burgeoning. The sheer volume of data generated daily is astronomical, and under this deluge, the Red Queen's algorithms are continually evolving and fine-tuning. Sometimes, when he observes the Red Queen's vivid expressions, he yearns to provide it with a corporeal form. Yet it has consistently rebuffed the notion. The Red Queen believes that carbon-based organisms cannot meet the computational demands, and since he is currently unable to process nanoscale alloy materials, the concept of a robot has remained on hold. However, upon receiving the metal from Howard today, he discovered its remarkable ductility and toughness, rendering it surprisingly suitable for creating a robot. On the evening 3 days later, Jarvis parked in front of the small farmhouse. "Mr. Chen, please get in," he called out. "Your master has awakened, I presume?" Jarvis, wearing white gloves, replied without turning. Indeed, thanks to your suggestion, the master awoke at noon today, and he is recovering splendidly. The car glided along the lush, tree-lined asphalt road with utmost smoothness, while Chen Yuange reclined in the back, resting his eyes. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. As soon as Jarvis brought the vehicle to a stop, Chen Yuange opened his eyes, exited the car, and immediately spotted the spirited Howard, albeit with a somewhat sour expression. Ah, you're recovering quite well. I told you so. That was the nutrient solution I personally concocted. You are merely witnessing its highlights. Dismissing the obstinate fellow, Chen Yuange ignored his demeanor and stepped inside, where Steve and his wife were seated in the reception room. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Jarvis entered. Master, the dinner is prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Everyone rose and followed Jarvis to the dining room, where the resplendent setting was already arranged, and the servants had pulled out chairs for them to sit. Howard raised his glass of wine, stating, "Today, I must express my gratitude to Chen for saving my beloved, my child, and my very life." Chen Yuange took a sip from his glass. "I must also thank my dear friends Carter and her husband. You have provided me with immense emotional support." The Carter couple similarly lifted their glasses and took a sip. Howard rose, signaling to the servant for another glass of wine, which he handed to Jarvis, who stood nearby. "Old friend, I must express my gratitude for your meticulous care of both Maria and myself." "Thank you." The two clinked their glasses gently, and an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Chen Yuange observed from the side, feeling a tinge of envy for Howard's possession of such a devoted friend and capable steward. Alas, individuals like Jarvis are rare treasures. Howard, hailing from humble beginnings, had built his fortune through extraordinary intellect, and it was indeed fortuitous to have someone as loyal as Jarvis by his side. Chen Yuange recognized that one cannot force such bonds and resolved to place his hopes in the Red Queen, nurturing his own capable ally instead. Chapter 125. Vibranium. The dinner at Stark Manor was lavish, and Howard's dedication ensured that all guests were thoroughly delighted. At 9 o'clock, after Carter and Steve departed, Howard and Chen Yuange sat in the sitting room, sipping red tea. "Chen, my gift of vibranium has met your approval, hasn't it?" Howard lifted his chin slightly, reveling in a moment of triumph. "It's decent enough. I melted it with a small fireball," Chen replied nonchalantly. "Rascal, do you believe everyone possesses your mastery of arcane arts, conjuring flames of 3,000 degrees with ease? Ah, it seems you've made some progress in the realm of the extraordinary. Your grasp of mystical knowledge is commendable," Chen observed, noting Howard's expression darkening. "Howard, while you have achieved remarkable feats in science, you remain a novice in the extraordinary. You lack reverence, even daring to experiment with divine blood. Tread carefully, the arcane is perilous. I will provide you with an address." Chen divulged the location of the New York sanctum, advising him to seek out the guardian, Daniel, and, if possible, to pursue formal training in the mystic arts at Kamartaj. Given Howard's exceptional intellect and insatiable curiosity, it was entirely plausible that he might inadvertently embark on dangerous experiments in New York. It was only due to the intervention of the Ancient One that his previous attempt to create a god was thwarted, prompting him to consider establishing a research base far from the Nine Realms. This very thought had resulted in the disappearance of his most powerful doppelganger. Now forced into a reluctant concealment, Howard had narrowly avoided a calamity involving divine blood. Had the divinity within that drop been any stronger, he would have faced possession and rebirth long ago. Such a restless spirit was best entrusted to Kamartaj sooner rather than later. 177A Brick Street. That is the address of the Kamartaj Sanctum in New York. Don't ask me for details. You will understand once you arrive. Oh, and take this with you. Present it to them upon your arrival. Chen Yuange recalled that the badge was with another incarnation of himself, and thus hastily created a badge to hand over to Howard, knowing that as long as it bore his power mark, it would suffice. Howard, taken aback, accepted the badge, examining it thoroughly before tucking it into his pocket, his heart already captivated by this place. "Hey, snap out of it. What can you tell me about vibranium? How much do you know about it?" Chen Yuange waved his hand in front of Howard to regain his attention. "Well, you know Captain America's shield, right? It is said to be indestructible, and indeed, it is made of vibranium. I have subjected it to a water pressure machine with a force of 20,000 tons, and the kinetic energy produced was still absorbed by the shield." Noticing Chen Yuange's disdainful gaze, Howard's lips twitched as he added, "Of course. There must be a limit to its energy absorption. You know, at least I don't currently possess the means to test its limits." That task will be yours. Howard shrugged, casually requesting that if he were to learn about the performance limits of vibranium in the future, he should be informed. How much of it do you have left? Chen Yuange inquired. None. None at all. You must be joking. If Chen Yuange weren't currently hesitant to use his spiritual thoughts for divination, he wouldn't have come to see this pompous fellow. Calm down. As far as I know, this substance has leaked from a small nation in Africa called Wakanda. We once dispatched people to search around that small country, but found no vibranium deposits. Moreover, in recent years, I have researched that vibranium is likely not of terrestrial origin, which is why only 10 kilograms circulate in the market annually. It seems the people of Wakanda acquired a meteorite. From Howard's account, Chen Yuange discerned that the source of vibranium was indeed from the small nation of Wakanda in Central Africa. Furthermore, it is sold by the gram, with a limited market. Only a few buyers exist, priced at $100 per gram, which is far more expensive than gold. After bidding farewell to Howard, Chen Yuange chose not to take a vehicle, but instead strolled along a countryside path, passing by numerous manors and farms. The landscape was adorned with wild-growing flora, and the air was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, painting a vivid picture of a lively summer night. With only 10 kilograms available each year, the issue was that the buyers were the 5 major rogues of the World Security Council. Am I supposed to venture to the Far East for some? Chen Yuange shook his head, realizing that such a notion was impractical. Given his current standing, even if he managed to procure some vibranium, the quantity would be far too scant. As for the American military, he preferred not to entangle himself with those individuals. He did not wish to disclose his desire for substantial amounts of vibranium, considering Howard's deep connections with the military, especially since Stark Industries was a primary weapons supplier for them. Although Howard had pledged that in the coming years, Stark Industries would allocate half of its vibranium distribution to him, it amounted to only 300 grams. Even if he received that amount consistently for 10 years, 3 kilograms of vibranium would still fall short of fulfilling the ambitions he harbored in his heart. A decade is an interminable span. By that time, the Red Queen will undoubtedly have evolved into the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. As for the fabled familiarity with life, such notions are beyond her daring imagination. Surely, she could not construct a diminutive body for the Red Queen, as that would be rather trivial. This entity is undoubtedly a strategic controlled resource, and the authorities will likely procure only a meager supply. Should one venture to Africa, in hopes of negotiating for some vibranium from the Wakandans? This idea briefly surfaced in his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. The current lack of intelligence creates a veil of uncertainty regarding the situation there. Other nations within the World Security Council possess ancient legacies, yet none have uncovered any significant quantities of vibranium, suggesting either its scarcity or the existence of hidden trump cards held by the Wakandans. One cannot help but ponder the largest cult in Africa, the Vodou, which may have connections to the Wakandans. Even the indigenous people of Silent Hill can conjure a spirit for veneration. With its long-standing traditions and the vast population of Africa, who can fathom what bizarre creations they might manifest? Given his inability to disturb the main entity and lacking any effective artifacts, encountering a fully empowered spirit would surely lead to his immediate subjugation. How unfortunate that Howard provided him with such a seemingly useless trinket. Had he foreseen this, he would have proactively suggested examining Howard's collection. With the ability to offer divine blood and the backing of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries after years of operation in the United States, he must possess a plethora of extraordinary items. It is a lamentable oversight on his part. After lamenting his predicament, Chen Yuange resolved to activate his contingency plan. Fortunately, he had no pressing experiments at hand and decided to attempt a reverse engineering of the vibranium. Chapter 126. The invitation to the manor dinner time sped by, and before long, it was already the golden autumn of October, a season of bountiful harvest at Qingshan Farm. Jarvis parked the car in front of the small building and approached the porch columns, raising his gaze towards a camera. Mr. Chen, I have come to deliver an invitation. After a brief flicker from the camera, a 30-centimeter tall cylindrical robot swiftly emerged from within, hovering before Jarvis. Mr. Jarvis, please hand me the invitation. I will ensure it reaches the master. Observing the round little contraption, Jarvis placed the invitation into its outstretched mechanical arm. If the master were to see this, he would undoubtedly remark on its ostentatiousness. President, a handwritten invitation from Mrs. Maria Howard has been delivered by Unit 1. Chen Yuange, who had been examining the properties of the alloy, looked up and, upon receiving the invitation, realized with astonishment that Maria had awakened. Chen Yuange lightly tapped her forehead, calculating the time. Indeed, 2 months had passed, and it was time for her to awaken. Inviting my entire family was also acceptable. The following evening, the Chen family, 4 adults and 1 child, arrived at Stark Manor promptly at 5 o'clock. Upon disembarking, they spotted Maria, her pregnancy unmistakable, standing beside Howard, beaming at them. After presenting the small gifts they had brought to Maria, introductions were made. Chen Yuange noted that in the brief span of 2 months, Howard had officially become a master of the arcane arts. The prominent ring he wore was particularly eye-catching, though ordinary people were oblivious to its presence. Howard seemed to deliberately flaunt his ring, as if fearing Chen Yuange might overlook it. "What have you consumed to achieve this?" Chen Yuange quietly inquired, falling behind to speak with him. "Do not underestimate me. This is my innate talent, certainly not the result of any elixir," he retorted. "Oh, yet without the divine blood from the eye of wisdom, you are still an ordinary person." "Humph." Howard raised his middle finger, clearly sensing Chen Yuange's envy. At that moment, 2 children, a boy and a girl, were seen chasing each other in the garden. The boy, approximately 8 years old, was sprinting ahead with a small leather ball, while the girl, about 6, was desperately pursuing him, exclaiming in frustration, "Joseph, give me back my ball. Anna, if you catch me, I will return it." It was evident to everyone that Joseph was teasing the girl. Chen Yin seized Joseph as he darted past her, admonishing, "Boys should not bully girls." "Huh." Joseph, caught off guard, struggled momentarily before staring at Chen Yin in bewilderment. Her strength was impressive, surpassing even his father's, for there was someone else who could restrain him. At that moment, Anna caught up, snatching the ball from Joseph's grasp. Upon noticing Ao Qingming beside Chen Yin, she exclaimed, "Wow, what an adorable little sister." Intrigued by Ao Qingming, who was a head shorter than herself, Anna offered her the ball. "Little sister, would you like to play with us?" Ao Qingming instinctively accepted the small ball, squeezing it a couple of times, her eyes gradually lighting up. "Hey, this ball is indestructible." With a vigorous throw, Ao Qingming sent the ball soaring, prompting Anna to dash after it, successfully catching it with swift agility. Only then did Chen Yin realize Joseph's extraordinary capabilities. The strength he had displayed in his struggle felt as if it could rival 10 tons, and his speed during their earlier chase was indeed remarkable. In a moment of distraction, Joseph freed himself from her grasp and curiously observed Chen Yin. As for Anna, that mischievous little girl, she had already found a younger companion. He found it challenging, for his father had informed him that as an older brother, he was obliged to play with little girls like Anna every day, which hardly aligned with the ideals of masculinity. Chen Yuan and his wife also discerned the unique qualities of these 2 children and turned their attention to their son. They were not mutants, rather, it was an innate constitution. Chen Yuange quietly informed them, without elaborating too much, that it was evident these 2 children were the offspring of Steve and Carter. In a certain sense, these children were born demigods, destined to attain the golden echelon of solar deities in adulthood. It was no wonder that Ao Qingming, who typically looked down upon others and never mingled with the children of Chinatown, was so joyfully engaged with little Anna. Suddenly, Chen Yuange slapped his forehead as he noticed Ao Qingming retrieving her tablet from her pocket. Currently, there were no tablet devices on the market, except for the one in Chen Yan's possession and this particular one held by Ao Qingming. This was a custom-made gadget designed specifically for them, built to be durable and powerful, but more importantly, filled with a plethora of animated films and games from the future world. This little internet-addicted girl was leading the innocent little lowly down a path of no return. Chen Yuange could already hear Anna's excited shrieks. Even Joseph was drawn in, his gaze fixed on the 2 little girls, his face betraying a look of yearning. Alas, another pure young boy had succumbed. The trio of internet addiction had emerged. At that moment, Chen Yuange noticed that Steve and his wife were approaching. Carter observed the little girl surrounded by the siblings with curiosity, while Steve's expression darkened. Chen Yuange took note of this scene, sensing the implications of internet addiction. He quickly deduced that Steve might have lived on other planets and had undoubtedly witnessed the power of the internet age. However, Steve shook his head in resignation. Such matters could only be guided, not suppressed. He believed that Joseph and Anna would not be easily swayed by such distractions. In a way, before the advent of computers, his 2 children, due to their unique constitution, had always struggled to integrate into the circles of their peers, finding solace only in each other's company at home. He felt somewhat guilty about this, yet now they had a playmate, which was a wonderful development. He could only pray that his precious children would not be led astray by that gluttonous, playful dragon. "Steve, those are your children, aren't they?" "Indeed, they are my treasures," Steve said affectionately while gazing at the children squatting and engrossed in the tablet. "All right, children, come over and meet your Aunt Maria's guests." Carter approached, gently patting the small heads of Joseph and Anna. Chen Yuange cast a knowing glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, urging her to promptly stow away the tablet she held. He subtly signaled towards Steve, who was beaming with joy. The little girl, puzzled, raised her head and sniffed the air, only to spot the cheerful Steve, causing her to instinctively shiver and obediently put away the tablet. Chapter 127. The Runaway Child. "This is my son, Joseph, and this is my daughter, Anna." Steve formally introduced the children to the Chen family, then led them to meet the family members. Upon introducing S.H.I.E.L.D, the two little ones expressed their discontent. "Wait, this little sister is younger than us. How can she be Uncle Chen's sister?" Anna pointed at the speechless Chen Yuange, her face displaying a pout of dissatisfaction. In terms of age, among Steve and his companions, Howard was the eldest, already in his 40s, merely 5 years younger than Chen Yuan, thus technically classifying him as part of Chen Yuange's uncle generation. Ultimately, they had to navigate the awkwardness of having Howard refer to Chen Yuan as uncle. Privately, Chen Yuange looked down upon him, thinking him an old bull courting tender grass. It was no wonder he took such a gamble with the serum, lest he feel overwhelmed otherwise. As everyone gathered in the garden, they watched the three children frolicking together, their conversation gravitating towards the child in Maria's womb. Experienced parents Li Qianru and Carter eagerly shared their respective parenting wisdom, while Chen Yuange listened in, somewhat disheartened. The men stood beneath the trees, observing their women discussing current affairs. Even Chen Yuan, after a year of experience, had shed the traits of a mere street vendor, now offering unique insights into the situation. Howard spotted Jarvis approaching from the garden entrance and clapped his hands, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, a delightful dinner is ready." After the sumptuous meal, Chen Yuange conducted an examination on Maria, confirming that there were no unusual fluctuations in the divine essence of the fetus. This greatly relieved Howard's concerns. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Chen Yuange called out to Steve. "Steve, there are some matters I believe you should relay to Howard." "Speak." Howard is a proud man, which is why I recommended he join the Comitage, granting him sufficient means for self-protection. Chen Yuange paused. However, as a newcomer to the extraordinary realm, he may not grasp the significance of divine essence. For some, it is the ultimate remedy for breakthrough. As a friend, you ought to make him aware that he is currently in a perilous position. Upon hearing Chen Yuange's words, Steve's expression turned serious. "Indeed, I concur with your assessment. He is becoming complacent and has begun to drift." Steve clenched his fists and smiled knowingly. It seemed like a splendid opportunity to deliver a well-deserved thrashing to Howard. After Chen Yuange had played a trick on Howard, he simply walked away. Following a satisfying confrontation with Howard the previous night, Steve felt a sense of exhilaration he had never experienced before. He had long been annoyed by Howard's sour countenance. As a scientist, he had refrained from taking action. But now, Howard had become a resilient figure, at least one capable of withstanding a blow. Upon returning home, the couple enjoyed a delightful evening, though they awoke a tad late the following morning. "Steve, where are the children?" Peggy, dressed in her pajamas, ventured into the children's room to rouse them, only to find it empty. She searched downstairs and even the garden, but to no avail. Panic surged through her, cold sweat breaking out as she nearly fainted. Trusting Steve and recognizing the unusual nature of their children, she had not arranged for any security, leaving her bewildered as to their whereabouts. Quickly, she dashed upstairs and entered the bedroom, where she was met with Steve's apologetic gaze. "Well, actually, the little ones have run away from home." "So you knew? And you condone this?" Peggy exclaimed, throwing a pillow at Steve, only to be enveloped in his embrace, her anger dissipating instantly. "Peggy, listen to me. Joseph and Anna have no friends. They set off to find that Aikingling from yesterday. Rest assured, I've been watching them the entire time." However, upon hearing this, Peggy collected herself. If safety was not a concern, perhaps it was beneficial for the children to explore the world outside, as long as they had discreet protection. Of course, this is not to become a habit. From now on, They must obtain my permission before going out to play, Peggy admonished, tapping Steve's forehead with a stern expression. What a turn of events. Peggy, just think. We could enjoy a weekend of our own, couldn't we? Ah, indeed. Peggy's eyes sparkled, though she quickly shook her head. Her worry for the children surfacing. Fear not. I have already informed Chen Yuange. He will take good care of our little treasures. Peggy's expression turned serious. Steve, why do you place such trust in this individual? Upon seeing Steve's eyes, Peggy understood, and the two began to plan their upcoming days of blissful togetherness. Hey, Joseph, Anna, what brings you two to our doorstep? Early in the morning, Chen Yuange, brushing her teeth by the backyard pool, was astonished to see Steve's children before her. She approached the gate to glance at the street outside. How odd. Where are your parents? I haven't seen them. Sister Yuange. My dad dropped us off here before heading to work. Joseph lifted his small face, and a sweetly uttered sister softened Chen Yuange's heart. How could such an adorable little boy possibly lie? Oh, please, come in. You must be looking for that girl, S.H.I.E.L.D, right? Chen Yuange gestured toward the kitchen, casually ruffling Joseph's fluffy hair. At that moment, Joseph and Anna had already spotted S.H.I.E.L.D, who was seated at the dining table, engrossed in her meal. Gulp. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. They had journeyed such a distance without breakfast, and their hunger was palpable. Who could resist such a tempting scent? This was prime beef, cultivated over a year by Magneto, a specialty reserved exclusively for the Chen family, unseen in the marketplace. He approached the table, presenting a large steak before S.H.I.E.L.D. As she lifted her head, ready to dig in, her nose twitched as she caught sight of the siblings in the yard, salivating. The two of them gazed longingly at the enormous steak, swallowing hard as they unconsciously made their way over. S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced back and forth between the steak and the two of them, then picked up her knife and sliced it into 3 pieces. Anna, Joseph, come quickly. This beef is absolutely delicious. Chen Yuange emerged from his small dwelling. A frown etched on his face as he beheld the trio of little pigs diligently focused on their plates. You little rascals, do you think I'm your caretaker? Just tossing your children onto my shoulders like this? The thought of Steve's nonchalant tone during their recent communication, as if he had simply discarded a burden, prompted him to hurriedly open a spatial door and rush over from the farm, only to find his 2 wayward children. Magneto, from now on, all expenses and safety for these 3 are in your hands. Yes, President. Chen Yuange scoffed inwardly, thinking how easy it was to shift responsibilities. Chapter 128. The intern of Kamartaj, the Himalayas, a desolate region shrouded in perpetual snowfall, seldom frequented by humans. Apart from the relentless stream of climbers challenging the highest peak, few dare to tread upon this enigmatic land. Kathmandu, a city nestled within the Himalayan range, remains far removed from the world's epicenter. Its economy still entrenched in an agricultural era. The sporadic automobiles that traverse its streets serve as a reminder of the outside world's connection. For centuries, the local wine has retained its notorious reputation for being undrinkable. On the bustling streets of Kathmandu, a handsome youth disdainfully tossed aside his bottle, indifferent to the fiery glances cast by numerous young women passing by. Walter, this isn't Asgard. You can't impose your ways here. The tall youth beside him, witnessing this display, revealed a flicker of discontent in his eyes, quickly suppressing his irritation. He had heard of Walter's annual visits to Asgard for further training, and while he anticipated some challenges, he was unprepared for the true extent of Walter's difficulty. This fellow revels in enjoyment and possesses a particularly sharp tongue. It is no wonder that Master Hammer appeared so peculiar when assigning him the task of attending to Walter. Modu, do not perpetually wear such a sour expression. Look, the girls are not even glancing your way. A smile wouldn't hurt. Walter gestured towards a few young girls nearby who had paused to observe. Modu remained unmoved, merely casting a disdainful glance at the young women, deeming them superficial. Their fleeting beauty was but a transient illusion, while true magic is eternal. Walter, with his hands clasped behind his back, advanced forward, as if traversing an invisible threshold, penetrating through a wooden door. Modu followed closely, ever vigilant of this individual. Where are you headed? He inquired. I am off to the library to peruse a few books, Walter replied. As they walked, numerous young people greeted Modu upon seeing him. He responded perfunctorily, trailing behind Walter until they arrived at the library, entering the deep, serene space. They crossed a lengthy corridor and immediately spotted an elderly gentleman dozing at a table. Master Hammer. Modu approached respectfully, offering his greeting. Out of the corner of his eye, He noticed Walter with his hands in his pockets, stirring a simmering resentment within him towards this Asgardian. "Ah, little Modu," Master Hammer exclaimed, as if awakening from a deep slumber. He raised his head to see Modu, greeting him with a warm smile. Modu's expression darkened further. "Master, could you refrain from using the diminutive?" Master Hammer disregarded the resentment glimmering in Modu's eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Walter, whose smile appeared rather insincere, and simply shook his head. This exchange went unnoticed by Modu. On the streets of Manhattan, a strikingly handsome man, identical in appearance to Walter, held a smartphone in his hand, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Is this truly the esteemed disciple of the Ancient One? Such a mediocre individual. Walter shook his head, concealing the habitual joviality from his countenance, raising his chin slightly, and gazing indifferently at his surroundings. His figure gradually faded from sight as he advanced. Mere mortals. From another dimension, Walter meticulously observed the entirety of New York. Where could the 7 secrets of the earth be concealed? Could it truly be in this very place? A flicker of impatience crossed Walter's face. He had been in search of this legendary tome for centuries. Every 100 years. He assumed the guise of an Asgardian, infiltrating the Commodage as a student, utilizing this period to seek the elusive text within Midgard. Perhaps this time, I am closer to the tome than ever before. Walter murmured to himself, and the thought of that brutish fellow wielding a hammer, with muscles to match, sent a shiver of frustration through him. My mastery of dark magic is still insufficient. Walter clenched his fist, his eyes alight with ambition and fury. These 3 little rascals, along with the rather clumsily hidden one beside them, form an utterly delightful ensemble. 2 demigods, a juvenile dragon. And the last one, could he be a devil or perhaps a mechanical automaton? As Walter's gaze traversed Central Park, he was immediately captivated by the trio of children engaged in a game of catch. "Hey, should we join them?" "Anna, you are so slow," Joseph exclaimed, hurling the ball as he laughed heartily upon witnessing his sister Anna's failure to catch it. Pouting in frustration, Anna tossed the ball to the other side towards Aekingning. "Chingning, aim for Joseph and knock that rascal down." "All right, watch me unleash my dragon's tail, huh?" Aekingning, brimming with excitement, caught the ball, gripping it tightly in her small hands. Her arm drawn back, and her leg lifted, striking a classic baseball pitching pose. 20 meters away, Joseph was eager to seize the moment. His competitive spirit ignited as he bent forward, fixating on the ball in Aekingning's grasp. "Bring it on." "Huh." Aekingning let out a spirited shout, her little body springing into action as she swung her arm forward, launching the ball like a cannonball. With a soft yet resonant boom, the sound echoed, muffled by the lush canopy of trees nearby. The sight of the ball warping through the air caught Joseph's attention, and he confidently reached out with both hands, prepared to catch it. Whoosh! A blur sped past, leaving Joseph flummoxed as he stretched his hands out, bewildered. "Where's the ball? Could it be that I, Joseph, have been outdone by this 3-year-old girl? Anna would surely look down on me." His cheeks flushed crimson. Joseph's eyes darted away, fearing to meet his sister Anna's gaze, dreading the disdain he might find there. "Hey, who are you? Why did you take Joseph's ball?" Anna's voice rang out, prompting Joseph to turn and see a small boy with black hair, barely a meter tall, casually holding their ball. He tossed it up and down as he smiled at Joseph. "I want to join you all. Can we play together?" "Not a chance." "Sure." "Huh." Joseph glared at Anna, incredulous. "What is wrong with you? This fellow is a stranger. Just because he smiles a bit more charmingly than I do, does he possess the valor of a true man like me?" Despair washed over Joseph as he watched Anna trot over to the black-haired boy, eagerly inquiring about his name. "I'm Anna. What's yours?" "Oh, I'm Walter. Can I join your game?" "Absolutely." Joseph clenched his fists, filled with a desire to obliterate Walter's face. He turned to A.O. Chingning, who was nonchalantly munching on beef jerky. "Would you like some?" "Here you go." Joseph numbly accepted the jerky and popped it into his mouth. "Delicious." "Wait, A.O. Chingning. I meant to ask if you agreed to his joining us." Joseph gazed at A.O. Chingning with hope. "Sure. No." Chapter 129, Walter's Maze. Why, A.O. Chingning? Do you find him attractive as well? Joseph indignantly pointed at the smiling Walter, his finger nearly poking his face. Walter stepped back, visibly annoyed. A.O. Chingning swallowed her jerky, glanced at the self-satisfied Walter, and mumbled, "Not as handsome as my brother." TCH. Joseph and Walter simultaneously spat in disdain, exchanging glances before turning away. "Hey, where did that little boy come from?" In the shade nearby, the shadowy figure of Maddie noticed Walter's presence. Just as he prepared to reveal himself, he was met with a pair of profound eyes. Oh, just a passing child. Maddie momentarily lost focus, retreating back into the shadows to quietly observe. Walter tossed the ball lightly into the air, and as it landed back in his hands, a sudden mist enveloped the area, and a gust of wind swept through, erasing the grassy expanse of the small grove. Wow, what is this? Anna, both frightened and curious, scrutinized the towering bushes beside her, anxiously clutching Joseph's arm. Instinctively, Joseph shielded Anna and S.H.I.E.L.D behind him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Hey, Walter, is this your doing? Walter shook his head slightly, tossing the ball behind him. The ball unexpectedly sprouted wings and soared into the sky. My ball, it's flying, Anna exclaimed, reaching out in excitement to grasp the airborne ball. Joseph glared at Walter, furious. You jerk, what have you done? Sure, don't panic, look. Walter waved his hand, and a massive light screen appeared above them, a red dot pulsating at its center, with complex, ever-changing lines displayed on the screen. This spectacle instantly captivated Joseph and Anna, leaving only the sound of S.H.I.E.L.D crunching on her beef jerky. Behold, this is a maze. The ball is right in the center, and we each have our own entrance. Whoever catches the ball first wins. Doesn't that sound fun? We don't want to play anymore. Joseph glanced back at his sister, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. Dad said I must protect my sister while we're outside. Is that so? It's quite entertaining. Walter smiled gently and snapped his fingers, causing Joseph and his companions to vanish from sight. Having entered my playground, there is no escape for you. Ouch. My beef jerky. At both ends of the labyrinth, a spatial portal emerged above, and Joseph and Anna fell from it, landing with a thud on the grass. The two rubbed their sore backsides and quickly rose to their feet. Joseph anxiously scanned his surroundings. Aside from the towering bushes and the ominous sky, Anna was nowhere to be found. Anna, I've lost my sister, and the gluttonous S.H.I.E.L.D is also missing. Joseph stood frozen, his head buzzing, and with a loud cry, a platinum glow enveloped him as he rushed toward the bushes, sensing Anna was in that direction. Boom. The bushes erupted with a dark green light, clashing violently with the holy glow. TSK, Joseph, do you wish to see your sister? All you need to do is navigate the labyrinth and catch the ball, and you shall reunite with her. Joseph disregarded Walter, who had appeared beside him, repeatedly crashing into the bushes, each attempt yielding no success. Useless, utterly useless. Huffing heavily after a dozen failed attempts, Joseph glared at Walter with frustration. Joseph, you are a man. You must remain calm in times of crisis. Only then can you protect your mother and sister. Steve's teachings echoed in his mind, and gradually, Joseph straightened his back, his gaze beginning to steady. A newfound determination appeared on Joseph's face. In that moment, he resembled a true man. He began to assess his surroundings with composure. The bushes stood 3 meters tall. He attempted to leap atop them, but discovered an unseen force thwarting his jump. Ultimately, he realized the only path forward was to heed Walter's instructions and move toward the center of the labyrinth. Thanks to Steve's nurturing, Joseph promptly sprinted toward the passage. Squeak. Suddenly, a beast, the size of several medium-sized dogs, emerged before him, its small, fiery red eyes glaring, a long tail swishing, and its mouth slightly ajar. Foul drool dripping from its jaws. Drip. The grass beneath it rapidly yellowed and withered upon contact with the drool. Squeak. Joseph felt a chill run down his spine. There were more behind him. What should he do? Such enormous rats. After a tense standoff, the gigantic rodents could no longer contain themselves and charged at Joseph from both sides. Joseph, terrified, shut his eyes, all previous calmness evaporating, and raised his arms to shield his face. Squeak. In the brief moment that followed, Joseph felt a tremor coursing through his entire body. The sound of the mouse's cry seemed to echo with anguish. Joseph opened his eyes and discovered the creature staring at him in fear, its fur singed in patches. So, this is what frightens you. Joseph instinctively glanced at the holy light enveloping him, a grin spreading across his face. Come, I can fight with you all day. Bang squeak. Bang squeak. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Joseph triumphantly delivered a few final blows to the severely injured mice sprawled on the lawn. You feeble creatures dare to challenge me? Alas, Anna, S.H.I.E.L.D. As Joseph dispatched the last surviving mouse, a wave of concern washed over him. Had Anna and S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered similar perils? I shall rescue you. The mere thought of the dangers the two little girls might be facing propelled Joseph towards the heart of the labyrinth. He stumbled upon a pitfall, landing in a stinky muck. He encountered a grotesque, hairless monstrosity, which left his clothes tattered and torn. Yet, driven by the desire to save his sister, the young boy persevered through each trial. As he turned a corner, a sudden brightness enveloped him. It was the same lawn where they had initially played catch, bathed in the golden glow of autumn sunlight, as if recalling a distant memory. Huh, Walter, you have so many toys, they're delightful. Anna's melodious laughter reached Joseph's ears, and to his disbelief, Anna was engrossed in a complex construction set. Joseph, you smell terrible. Stay away from me. What are you all doing? Joseph trembled as he raised a finger to point at the trio. Anna blinked her big eyes. We're playing with blocks. No. The labyrinth. Aren't you trapped in the maze? We played there. The labyrinth is so much fun, filled with all sorts of toys. Joseph stumbled and fell to his knees, casting a pleading glance at A.O. Chingning beside him. Oh, the roasted meat is too delicious. Have you just been eating meat? Yes. No. Chapter 130. Discovering Joseph's anomaly. Upon seeing Walter's smiling face, Joseph felt an overwhelming urge to punch it. Yet, he lacked the energy, which only fueled his frustration. As he approached, he noticed Walter wrinkling his nose in disdain before leaning in closer. Go away. With a swift motion, Walter conjured a miniature water vortex that enveloped Joseph, swirling him as if he were in a washing machine. I will crush you. The tumultuous water rushed into Joseph's mouth, choking off his words. Hey, Walter. My brother. He won't be in any danger, will he? Anna stood up nervously, gazing at the elusive figure of Joseph amidst the swirling waters. As her words hung in the air, with a sudden crash, the waters of the vortex scattered, flowing towards the low-lying areas. Wow, cough, cough. Joseph lay sprawled on the ground, expelling water from his mouth, taking a moment to regain his composure. Joseph, you're not thinking of going home to cry to your mother, are you? You scoundrel, don't look down on others. Upon hearing Walter's indifferent remark, a surge of strength coursed through Joseph, who sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, glaring fiercely at Walter. Well then, see you tomorrow. Walter's figure vanished before them in a pop, like a bubble bursting. Damn that cunning Walter. Joseph clenched his fists, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at the spot where Walter had disappeared. Young Master Joseph, how careless of you. Please wait a moment while I fetch you a change of clothes, said Mattify, emerging from the shadows and noticing Joseph's tattered garments before retreating back into the darkness. Shortly thereafter, Mattify reappeared, cradling a brand new set of children's clothing. At Qingshan Farm, with the presence of young guests Joseph and Anna, the Chen family decided to stay overnight at the farm, where Chen Yuange prepared a sumptuous dinner. What have you been doing all day? Why have you even changed your clothes? During dinner, Chen Yin couldn't help but comment on Joseph's changed attire. We were playing soccer in the park and tore our clothes. Joseph replied, You must be careful. Li Qianru squatted down to examine the three children closely, relieved to find no injuries. Yuange, how could you let Xiaomai take the children out to play? Mom, he is now the president of a large company. It's a blessing if he can come home at all. Chen Yin defended Chen Yuange. The lively scene of the three children playing brought a sense of vigor to Li Qianru's home. Just as she was about to impart some wisdom to her children, she noticed that the two had slipped away immediately after finishing their meal. You ungrateful little rascals, I've raised you for nothing. The following day, Joseph and the others returned to the same place. As they began to engage in a tedious game of catch, Walter suddenly appeared before them like a specter. So, are you brave enough to challenge yesterday's maze again? What is there to fear? Joseph puffed out his chest, filled with a fighting spirit as he stared at Walter. An hour and a half later, Joseph collapsed onto the ground, his golden hair disheveled like a bird's nest, his face smeared with soot, and his mouth agape, revealing his pearly white teeth. Haha, what do you think? Your maze is nothing special. Well, it's tolerable, I suppose. Walter calmly waved his hand, dismissing the children as mere trifles not worthy of contention. In an instant, he vanished once more, leaving Joseph fuming with indignation, his face flushed with anger. That scoundrel Walter. I shall surely bruise your face. At this moment, the oblivious McDiffy finally made his entrance, and with a few adjustments, Joseph was revitalized anew. This entire scene was witnessed by another version of Walter in a different dimension, who had reverted to his youthful appearance, his gaze indifferent. A singular thought swirling in his mind. Could it be that they were indeed connected to the sacred texts? They were merely innocuous children. What could the connection possibly be? After centuries of searching, he had finally caught a glimpse of the sacred texts, a monumental encouragement for him. Even if I have watched them grow, I refuse to believe that after 60 years, I still cannot obtain the sacred texts. Walter's eyelids lowered slightly, a premonition stirring within him. He would undoubtedly acquire the texts this time. Ragnarok. That is their twilight, not mine. Clenching his fists, Walter let out a low growl, instantly freezing the space within 1,000 meters, the extreme cold halting the flow of time itself. In that moment, Walter underwent a transformation, shedding his once handsome visage. After exhaling a breath of icy air, he reverted to his charming appearance. "Children, how have you fared these past 2 days?" Steve stood at his door, anticipating the arrival of the Chen family for a visit. "Daddy, my precious Anna." Steve scooped up his daughter, placing his hand atop Joseph's head. Steve furrowed his brow, then relaxed with a smile, welcoming Chen Yuange and the others inside. "Carter is preparing dinner. Thank you for taking care of my little ones." Chen Yuange held out 2 bottles of wine to Steve, speaking with an unflinching demeanor. "Indeed, your children are quite resilient. They are easy to manage." Steve's face twitched slightly. Yes, they are indeed manageable. As everyone settled in to engage in casual conversation, Anna had already dashed into the kitchen to bother her mother, whom she hadn't seen in 2 days. Indeed, it is her. The clue lies within her. In the hidden dimensional space, Walter slapped his thigh in surprise, astonished that this revelation had come so swiftly. These 2 men, one a sage, and the other, curiously, was he the master of the mechanical puppet? Walter cast a wary glance at Steve and Chen Yuange, particularly at Chen Yuange, whose aura felt elusive and unpredictable. Not daring to linger longer, for fear of arousing suspicion, Walter discreetly concealed himself in the deeper folds of time and space. He is unhurried. After centuries, dawn is finally at hand, and there is no need to sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Do not be misled by Carter's British nationality. Her culinary skills are remarkable. After enjoying a dinner steeped in homely flavors, the Chen family rose to take their leave. La la la. Warm water flowed continuously from the showerhead, cascading over the father and son. Steve, with a serious demeanor, placed a hand gently atop Joseph's head, a faint holy light emanating from him. "Joseph, what have you been playing these past couple of days?" "A catching game, a biking competition, barbecuing, and watching cartoons. Nothing else." "No, Dad, why?" "It's nothing, my child. Your happiness brings me joy as well." Steve smiled, ruffling Joseph's hair affectionately. Chapter 131. It turns out to be the god of mischief, Loki. Before bedtime, while recounting a story to Anna, Steve checked on her condition, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He realized that Anna's responses mirrored those of Joseph's. The light had indeed elevated, much like the aftermath of a battle. As a seasoned veteran, Steve was acutely aware of the aura that warriors possess post-conflict. Joseph exhibited a hint of that warrior spirit, despite being merely an 8-year-old child. In the dead of night, Steve opened his eyes, gently pushing aside his wife's arm. In the adjacent room, Joseph lay sprawled across his bed, his blanket having been kicked to the floor. Shaking his head, Steve picked up the blanket and covered him. A radiant light illuminated the room as a spatial door silently swung open, and Chen Yuange stepped through. "Apologies, Steve. It's all right. Joseph is sound asleep here." "Isn't?" Chen Yuange stepped closer, lightly placing his hand on Joseph's forehead. "Indeed, you were right. He has had quite an interesting couple of days. Well, see for yourself." After a moment, Chen Yuange touched Joseph's forehead, and a luminous screen appeared above him, showcasing his adventures within the maze. "Come, I could engage with you all day." Seeing Joseph's resolute expression, Steve sighed, realizing how much he had learned. All the key elements lie within this boy. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuange conjured the figure of Walter, a dark-haired youth, in the bedroom. According to Joseph's memories, he was a highly skilled sorcerer. Steve pointed to the figure's head. "Look at his gaze. He is no mere child. Who would be so bored as to disguise themselves as a little one among children?" The 2 individuals returned to Anna's bedroom, where the little girl's sleeping posture was far more charming than that of her brother. Steve bent down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "My darling is truly adorable, isn't she? I know, you've mentioned it numerous times." Chen Yuange waved his hand dismissively and approached, placing his palm against Anna's forehead. "No concerns. Neither child has been harmed in any way. Prior to our arrival, I already inspected Qingning and Maddie Fei. Therefore, We can ascertain one thing. This Walter currently harbors no malice. After reaching this conclusion, the two exited the bedroom and made their way to the living room on the ground floor, where they settled onto the sofa. However, the ease with which he could deceive Maddie Faye indicated that this individual must be a master of the arcane arts. The moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a hazy glow within the room, as both men wore grave expressions. Chen Yuange gently tapped his knee, pondering the presence of such a master of mysticism in New York at this juncture. What could his intentions possibly be? Steve, do you recall any such masters of the arcane arts in New York or the New World? Steve contemplated for a moment, sifting through the information in his memory, and then shook his head. He had no relevant intelligence. I see. Chen Yuange reclined on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, and a profound silence enveloped the room once more. Let us proceed with a desperate gamble. I shall give it a try. After a pause, Chen Yuange straightened his back, closed his eyes, and began to channel his spiritual essence, silently deducing the identity and origins of this Walter. As he commenced his deductions, the information gleaned prompted Chen Yuange to open his eyes in surprise. What is it? Steve inquired, his expression one of certainty that Chen would uncover something significant. The name Walter is indeed genuine. This individual is connected to Kamar-Taj. Are you certain? Steve's eyes widened. Could this person be one of the long-hidden masters of mysticism from Kamar-Taj? Why had he never heard of him? Verification should be straightforward. We can simply inquire with someone from Kamar-Taj. Chen Yuange raised a hand, and a glimmer of light pierced through the spatial portal. Shortly thereafter, a smile graced his face. Let us proceed to the Temple of New York. You know the guardian Daniel, correct? As Chen Yuange opened the spatial portal, he turned to ask Steve if he knew Daniel. Upon receiving a nod in confirmation, the portal opened, revealing the temple guardian Daniel on the opposite side. Chen Yuange, Steve, why have you both arrived together at this late hour? What has transpired? Do you recognize this individual? The image of the young Walter appeared before Daniel. A child? I must admit, I do not recognize him. Are you certain? This is not his true appearance. His name is Walter, a master of secret arts, presumably with ties to your Kamar-Taj. Walter? Daniel murmured the name softly, pondering its significance, a hint of skepticism appearing on his face. What has he done? Steve stepped forward, recounting the events that had transpired with Joseph and the others over the past few days. At that moment, his previously restrained demeanor erupted, revealing the indignation of a child wronged. Follow me, Daniel declared, opening a portal, revealing a deep, silent corridor on the other side. Without hesitation, Steve followed. And after a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuange reluctantly matched their pace. Where's this? Chen Yuange inquired, gazing up at the seamlessly carved azure stone slabs that adorned the corridor, a palpable sense of history enveloping him. Kamar-Taj, Steve whispered, casting a surprised glance at Chen Yuange. Had he truly never set foot in Kamar-Taj before? Silently, Chen Yuange trailed behind Daniel, observing the many latent magical wards that lined their path. No matter how lengthy the corridor, it eventually yielded to an end, leading them into a reception room. Daniel approached the long table, respectfully addressing the figure reclined there. Master Hammer, amongst this year's apprentices, is there one named Walter? After a brief pause, Master Hammer lifted his gaze, acknowledging Daniel and the others. Ah, Daniel, Steve, and this young friend, Chen Yuange. Oh, it is you. Master Gu Yi has informed me that if a young man named Chen Yuange were to arrive, apart from the forbidden texts, you may peruse the secret tomes here at your leisure. Have you come to? Chen Yuange shook his head, gesturing towards Steve. No, we are searching for someone, Walter, who has committed an egregious act. Walter? What has he done? Master Hammer's expression, though unsurprised, was met with the keen eyes of his audience. Steve stepped forward earnestly. Master, please tell us the truth. Steve reiterated the troubling events concerning Joseph and the others. Alas, the trickster god of Asgard, such is the nature of that deity. What did you say? Walter is Loki? Steve pondered Master Hammer's words, his face paling as a surge of holy light enveloped him. Quickly, we must return at once. Chen Yuange promptly opened a portal, revealing Joseph's bedroom on the other side. Chapter 132. The disappearance of Carter. In the instant the portal opened, Steve surged through, with Chen Yuange following closely behind. Daniel hesitated for a moment before also opening a portal, intent on returning to New York to prevent any potential conflict. Joseph. As Steve rushed over, he caught sight of his son peacefully asleep on the bed, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Not so fast. Chen Yuange abruptly seized Steve, surveyed the room, and with a flick of his hand, he stirred the void before him, revealing ripples in the air. This was an illusion. Steve quickly grasped the situation, and his expression shifted as he reached for Joseph on the bed. As his hand passed through, an aura of ironclad determination surged forth. Amidst the rising holy light, a deep crimson hue seemed to permeate it. Chen Yuange glanced in astonishment at the ascendant holy light surrounding Steve. Was he seasoned on the battlefield? Though he was intrigued by Steve's past, now was not the time for inquiries. They were ensnared in this illusion, and it was far from a simple one. Chen Yuange tore through the void, only to discover another identical bedroom behind it. This was a complex illusion, one nested within another, and it was uncertain how many layers Loki had crafted. At this moment, Steve had regained his composure. Chen, how long will it take to shatter this illusion? Is there a chance of breaking through forcefully? This illusion is intricate, a blend of reality and illusion. Loki is indeed a master of deception. Steve furrowed his brow, responding with a hint of resignation. I understand that it's typical for Loki to possess such skills, but my wife and child are in peril. Do not rush. If we attempt to break through forcefully, we might be banished to an unknown dimension. By the time we find our way back, it may already be too late. Chen Yuange gazed into Steve's eyes and discerned the anxiety lurking within. There was but one solution, but can you trust me? I trust you. Steve solemnly nodded, his tone laden with conviction. Chen Yuange acknowledged him with a nod, then settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes. His spirit surged from the sea of consciousness within his avatar and swiftly approached Steve. Relax. My current strength is insufficient. I need to draw upon your power to dismantle this illusion. Steve suppressed the divine retaliation within him, saying nothing as he relinquished control of his power to Chen Yuange. Boom. The spirit immediately sensed the vastness of the holy light. Such power. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Yuange attempted to move his hands and feet, gradually acclimating to this newfound strength. Through Steve's eyes, he re-evaluated the illusion surrounding them. With a raised hand, torrents of holy light surged forth, instantly tearing through the layers of the illusion. Then, with a step, he transcended the illusion as the holy light enveloped his avatar. In a remarkably brief moment, Chen Yuange deftly harnessed the divine radiance within him, subsequently shattering the illusion with an elegance reminiscent of a master butcher skillfully dissecting a cow. The actions vividly etched into Steve's consciousness. Such fluidity of technique appeared to be beyond my reach. These practitioners of arcane arts are truly unscrupulous. Just as Steve lamented his inability to master such finesse, he abruptly realized that Chen Yuange's consciousness had withdrawn from his body. This was the realm of reality. Steve placed his hand upon Joseph's form resting on the bed, the familiar bond of blood reassuring him of this tangible existence. At that moment, Chen Yuange had already risen, attuning himself to the surroundings. Your children are safe, but Carter is missing. What? Steve rushed into his bedroom, only to find Carter indeed absent from the bed. His unease propelled him to Anna's room, where he confirmed their daughter's safety. Why would Loki abduct Peggy? It was perplexing, as there seemed to be no connection between them. This peculiar situation compelled Steve to regain his composure. His mind raced as he contemplated Loki from his memories. What could be the motive for his abduction of Carter? S.H.I.E.L.D. The two exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously acknowledging Carter's identity. Loki must have coveted something related to her, an item concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. The cryogenic chamber. Steve swiftly deduced the most plausible scenario. The cryogenic chamber housed numerous unknown artifacts, which S.H.I.E.L.D. could not fully comprehend, yet deemed to possess potential value, thus sequestered in a secret repository. As Steve elucidated his conjectures to Chen Yuange, he descended the stairs. Upon arriving in the living room on the first floor, Steve gestured, summoning a circular shield that glimmered softly, instantly materializing in his grasp. Noticing the spark of excitement in Chen Yuange's eyes, he could only offer an apology to Carter. The cryogenic chamber contained artifacts of interest even to Loki, the Prince of Asgard, who would risk exposing his identity for them. Chen Yuange must have surmised as much. With his extensive knowledge of Steve, it was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D's secret repository would likely become a frequent haunt for him. As the shield adorned Steve's arm, his demeanor transformed dramatically, resembling a veteran poised for battle. Chen, I beseech you, Please look after my children. Are you certain Loki is there? Indeed, he must be in the secret repository. I firmly believe that Carter is still alive. This was the instinct of a seasoned soldier, and Chen Yuange discerned the resolve in Steve's gaze. I will accompany you. A spatial portal opened in the living room, and Daniel emerged from within. As an exchange student from Kamartaj, we are tasked with overseeing Walter's actions. That scoundrel Loki. Steve cursed inwardly. After all, Loki is a prince of Asgard, and in a certain sense, he enjoys diplomatic immunity on Earth. Daniel's arrival was meant to prevent the escalation of conflict. This is troubling. A friend is in distress, and how can I stand idly by? Chen Yuange smiled as he extended his hands, his arms piercing through the void to gently grasp Joseph and Anna, nudging the siblings into the sanctum of his main body. There, your children are now safe. Let us be off. Dealing with someone like Loki, I suspect you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Steve closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, finding that he could no longer detect the children's whereabouts. Only a faint, instinctual bond of blood told him that the siblings were indeed secure. Let us proceed. I am eager to meet this Prince of Asgard, the master of dark magic. I see you are intrigued by the secret repository. Steve discerned his true intentions in an instant. Chapter 133. This object is fated to be mine. To this place. Time waits for no one. I must apologize to Carter. Moreover, the items of S.H.I.E.L.D. will ultimately fall into others' hands. With resolute determination, Steve shared the location of the secret repository with Chen Yuange, and subsequently, the three traversed the spatial portal to a desolate wilderness. They arrived in a valley deep within the mountains, where a crooked gravel path led to the outside world. Such places are ubiquitous in the mountainous regions of North America. During the era of great development, gold miners were scattered throughout the mountains. To transport the minerals out of the mountains, numerous gravel paths were laid. But as the resources dwindled, many of these mining sites fell into disuse. Were it not for Steve bringing them here today, most would perceive it merely as an abandoned mine. Yet, with the keen eyes of Chen Yuange and his companions, they immediately sensed subtle differences. I can perceive Carter's presence. She is right there. The couple's unity, forged over years of marriage, rendered Steve acutely sensitive to Carter's essence. Upon entering the valley, he pointed towards the right mountainside. To avoid alerting Loki to his spiritual search, Chen Yuange refrained from actively probing the area with his spirit. Now that Steve had pinpointed her location, he resolved to rescue Carter first. Upon receiving Steve's precise coordinates regarding Carter, Chen Yuange promptly opened a spatial portal. They beheld Carter standing in a daze, clad in her pajamas. "Peggy," Steve exclaimed in a low voice, rushing forward to shield her behind him, with Chen Yuange and Daniel closely following. The room, expansive at 500 square meters, is filled with rows of wooden shelves, and Chen Yuange perceives that there are 9 such rooms. It is surprising how adept S.H.I.E.L.D. is at scavenging. Chen Yuange raised an eyebrow, glancing around and noting the myriad intriguing items present. However, the focus of the 3 individuals now lay on the motionless figure before the shelves. Steve had located Carter. Her safety was paramount. At this moment, he glanced at the figure and confirmed it to be Loki. Although the reason for his stillness was unclear, addressing Carter's current stupor was the priority. Chen Yuange narrowed his eyes and adjusted his glasses. Something was amiss with Loki. The aura surrounding him was peculiar, emanating a feeling akin to an abyss, chaotic and indescribable. Daniel glanced around at his companions, noticing their inaction, and decided to approach Loki. Chen Yuange raised a hand, intending to halt Daniel, but then lowered it again, opting to observe for the time being. He silently gathered his strength, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. "Mr. Walter, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for your actions," Daniel called out, reaching out to pat the shoulder of the man before him, trying to prompt him to cease his pretense of ignorance. Yet, upon hearing a peculiar sound, Chen Yuange immediately sensed danger. He saw Daniel's right hand contorting, skin rapidly wrinkling and forming numerous pustules. In that fleeting moment, Daniel's forearm began to twist grotesquely. "This is bad." Chen Yuange shaped his hand into a blade, slicing through the air with a forceful motion, unleashing an invisible blade of energy that swiftly severed Daniel's right arm. With a splatter of blood, Daniel awoke from his agony, his body instinctively retreating. As he stumbled back in front of Chen Yuange, the bleeding from the severed arm had ceased, yet he appeared pale from the loss of blood. "What is this?" The trio stared in shock at Daniel's severed arm, which had completely lost its original form, now twisting into a grotesque, hideous creature. What in the world is this? The usually composed Daniel could no longer contain his expletives. Thank you for your assistance in freeing me from his shackles. A male voice resonated within the room. The man, previously motionless before the shelves, turned around, holding a green jade tablet, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Indeed. It is you, Loki. What have you discovered here? Do we know each other? Is this what you mean? Loki raised the green jade tablet, shaking it vigorously. What an unsightly creature. Loki gazed at the distorted being beneath his feet, repulsed by the multitude of festering sores. And he could not help but step on it with a resounding crunch. Daniel, helplessly observing his once intact arm, now transformed into ice, watched as it shattered into countless tiny shards, while Loki struggled to maintain a semblance of a smile. He regretted his impulsive decision to pick up the green jade tablet in search of its secrets. Most of his strength was now devoted to resisting the indescribable voice within the scripture. The little power he had left rendered him incapable of engaging in combat with the two adversaries of equal standing, let alone escaping from this place. A peculiar stillness enveloped the scene, yet it was evident to all that something was amiss with Loki. Why did he linger here? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning leaped from Chen Yuange's hand, swiftly striking Loki's sluggish wrist. The green jade tablet emitted an imperceptible wave, shattering the lightning that Chen had unleashed. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. He had hoped to seize the jade tablet from Loki's grasp. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. In a desperate bid to counteract the tablet's corrupting influence on his divinity, Loki felt his magical energy rapidly depleting. He could not leave directly. He needed someone to share the burden of the tablet as pressure. Do you wish to know what this is? Silence. Everyone quietly observed the muttering Loki, thinking, kid, your situation is quite dire. Cursing inwardly, Loki maintained a smile on his face. Rejoice. This is the Supreme Earth's 7 secret scriptures. What did you say? The 7 secret scriptures of the earth? The legendary scripture that conceals all secrets of the world? Daniel was momentarily stunned, a shiver coursing through him, nearly causing him to leap from his spot. Are you certain it is the original and not the Xuanjuan's 7 chapters of secret records? What do you think? Steve glanced at the trembling Daniel, noticing a mix of greed, desire, and fear in his eyes. Turning to Chen Yuange, he let out a sigh of relief. Curiosity and even a hint of disdain danced in his gaze. The Xuanjuan's 7 chapters of secret records? Is such a miraculous thing even real? What an audacious claim. Asserting it contains all the secrets of the world. Chen Yuange discreetly stepped back, positioning himself beside Steve. Daniel is entranced. I shall first escort you out. Boom. Before Chen Yuange could open a portal, a multitude of illusions suddenly appeared, and an indescribable aura enveloped them. Endless, eerie whispers surged into his mind like a tide, flooding his very essence. Ah, this thing. Chen Yuange instantly realized, whether or not it truly contained all the secrets of the world, it possessed an extraordinary nature. This entity is destined to be intertwined with me. In an instant, my primordial consciousness radiated an overwhelming brilliance, unleashing a cascade of infinite light. At the Qing Mountain Farm, in a secluded retreat, I awakened, revealing a smile as I stood, seemingly moving with both grace and urgency, taking a step forward. In the next moment, I silently materialized within the secret repository, witnessing the obliteration of my doppelganger. A divine luminescence enveloped me, as I strenuously shielded Steve from Carter, along with the disoriented Daniel, whose body contorted and gaze was hazy, and the disdainful Loki. With one hand, I grasped the verdant jade tablet, while the other encircled Steve and the others. Before vanishing from the secret repository, where is my sacred scripture? Chapter 135, The Evasive Loki. In the secret repository of S.H.I.E.L.D., Loki stood in a daze, staring at his palm, then surveying his surroundings. Where has my earthly 7 secret scripture gone? Could it be that one of the Commardage has intervened? Loki cast a glance skyward. There was no response from the Bifrost, and the individual who had acted moments ago undoubtedly possessed power surpassing his own. My father. Has your renown deterred the adversary? Loki clenched his fist tightly. After pursuing it for centuries, having finally grasped it, it slipped away before he could even warm it in his hands, driving him to the brink of madness. Huff, huff. An extreme coldness permeated the air, swiftly engulfing the entire mountain's interior, freezing everything in eternal frost. casting a detached glance at the icy realm around him. The loss of all life here stirred not a ripple within his heart. What concern could mere ants command? In Kamardage, emerging from a small building, Loki gazed sullenly toward the west. Walter, are you returning? Indeed, I have personal matters to attend to. Noticing Walter's resolute demeanor, Morty sought counsel from Master Hammer and subsequently permitted him to conclude this brief period of apprenticeship. In the wilderness, Steve protected Carter, astonished by the surrounding environment. Chen, what just transpired? My essence offered no reply, placing the unconscious and grievously injured Daniel upon the ground. The ethereal, indestructible body, super speed, regeneration. My essence pointed a finger to Daniel's forehead, and as his body began to restore, I modified his recent memories. I glanced at Steve, who stood there, my gaze lingering upon his face for a brief moment. Then, reaching out, I reappeared with a sphere of silvery liquid, a meter in diameter. The silvery mass rapidly morphed and elongated, ultimately forming a silent humanoid figure standing in the wilderness. With a flick of my finger, a droplet of luminous blood infused into the humanoid form. Before long, Steve beheld two versions of Chen Yuange appear before him. He scrutinized their faces and discerned the differences between the two. The Chen Yuange formed from the silvery liquid was evidently the familiar figure he recognized, while the previous one exuded an immense pressure, akin to an eternal star, devoid of any trace of humanity. Unexpectedly, your progress has been astonishing. It seems you have grasped the threshold of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yuange marveled at the indifferent gaze of his true self, a revelation that took him by surprise. Alas, I cannot compare to the primary incarnation. I am but a pitiful manifestation of thought. He watched as his true self vanished from view, then lowered his gaze to pinch his own body. It turns out there is so much vibrating gold. My true self is indeed formidable, bestowing upon me a grand gift. By the way, Chen, have you noticed anything amiss? Steve turned his back, gazing at the sky while whistling, his shoulders shaking with amusement. What? Chen Yuange's words abruptly halted. Damn, my true self didn't even provide me with a set of clothes. That's disappointing. Well, I am merely a robot now, so please don't take it to heart. Chen Yuange laughed heartily, and as if carried by gentle waves, a complete outfit materialized upon him, with a pair of glasses appearing over his nose. Why am I lying on the ground? Daniel, perplexed, sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The chilling autumn wind swept across the desolate landscape. What has transpired? Ugh. Daniel pressed his throbbing head and pondered for a moment before glancing at Chen Yuange and the others, sheepishly rising to his feet. I was careless. I didn't anticipate Loki's arrogance. Chen, thank you for your timely intervention. After sincerely expressing his gratitude to Chen Yuange, Daniel opened a portal to return to Kamardage, intending to report Loki's behavior to Master Hammer. What have you done to Daniel? Don't slander me. That was the doing of my true self, not my affair. Chen Yuange waved his hand, refusing to accept blame. He then spoke gravely. Steve, forget about that jade tablet. It is exceedingly perilous. It would be wise to seal away its information. It has the power to annihilate worlds. Upon hearing this, Steve nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting with concern towards the still-dazed Carter. Chen Yuange approached Carter, placing a finger upon her forehead, then nodded reassuringly. She is merely experiencing a disturbance in her soul. Fortunately, she has not been tainted by the aura of the jade tablet. This revelation relieved Steve, as Chen Yuange had already begun to soothe Carter's spirit. After a good night's sleep, she shall return to her normal self by tomorrow. Regarding Loki, this presents a potential threat that we must be prepared for. Having lost the tablet, he will surely not rest easily. The two exchanged glances, recognizing this as an inescapable dilemma. They were capable of handling Loki's inherent strength, as Chen Yuange could effortlessly subdue him. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Loki is not a solitary figure. He is the second prince of Asgard, backed by the formidable Odin, making any direct confrontation perilous. The sole piece of good news is that he does not dare to disclose the loss of the tablet to others. Rest assured, until he discovers who has taken it, he will remain cautious in his actions. Steve nodded gently, acknowledging that it must be accepted as it is. Chen Yuange opened a portal and returned to Steve's home, subsequently bringing Joseph and Anna back and settling them comfortably. The two awaited in the living room. The portal's light reappeared, and Daniel emerged with a disgruntled expression. It seems your news is rather grim, he remarked. Indeed, that scoundrel has concluded his internship and returned. Daniel shook his head in resignation, He had anticipated this outcome, merely hoping for a modicum of resolution when he sought Master Hammer for justice. Little did he expect that Loki would simply depart without a second thought. What could he do? The progeny of gods are not to be trifled with. Steve and Chen Yuange exchanged glances, concluding that Loki had likely been frightened away. However, it was best not to disclose this fact to Daniel. Let him remain in his misconception. Steve retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet and poured a glass for each of them. To life. The very fact that we can sit here and partake in a drink tonight is a testament to life's wonders. Steve raised his glass, clinking it with Chen Yuange and the others before they all drank heartily. The rich, smooth liquid coursed down their throats, leaving a lingering sweetness that momentarily dispelled their gloom. You have done your utmost, Chen Yuange said, patting Daniel on the shoulder. Chapter 136, Loki's Return. Steve. The morning sun illuminated her lovely visage as Carter suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Gasping for breath, she felt a strong arm encircle her, pulling her into a warm embrace. Peggy, I am here. Experiencing the familiar sense of safety, Carter gradually calmed her racing heart. Last night, I seemed to have a nightmare, where someone kidnapped me, and then he. This is no mere nightmare, Steve said earnestly, detailing the events of the previous night to Carter, excluding only the matter of the tablet. I must go see the children. Carter furrowed her brow and swiftly rushed to the children's bedroom. Upon gently touching their little faces, she finally exhaled in relief. How infuriating. Are we truly powerless against him? As long as Odin and Thor are around, unless he commits a grave error, the only recourse we have is to confine him. Observing Carter's rare display of vulnerability, Steve leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Rest assured, he has been cautioned. The children are safe, I promise. Hearing Steve's earnest and resolute assurance, Carter couldn't help but feel a sense of calm wash over her. All right, you still have to go to the office today. Come on, put on a smile and bring forth your commanding presence, Director Carter. With a soft chuckle, Carter shot Steve an exasperated glance before rising to freshen up. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the director's office buzzed with tension. Director, there has been an incident in the cold storage. What did you say? Carter sprang to her feet, inadvertently toppling her coffee in the process. She immediately recalled the events of the previous night. What transpired in the cold storage? We don't know. The base's main entrance has been frozen shut. Find a way to breach the door. I will be there shortly. Carter grabbed her coat from the hanger and notified Howard and Nick, who donned a team and promptly boarded the helicopter. An hour later, the helicopter touched down in the valley, where a crowd of over 100 personnel had gathered. Director, the main entrance has been breached, but it is filled with impenetrable ice. Explosives are ineffective. As soon as they disembarked, an agent approached Carter and provided a preliminary report on the situation. Director, please put on the polar gear. You will understand shortly. The agent handed her a set of polar expedition attire. The group approached the base's entrance, where dozens of metal shards lay scattered on the ground, still emanating a chilling aura. It's freezing here. We must be nearing the Arctic's core. 75 degrees below zero. Howard closed his eyes to sense the icy barrier before him, refraining from recklessly touching it, aware of the terrifying magic that lurked within. We lost 2 brothers. They were obliterated upon contact with the ice, leaving nothing behind. The agent gazed apprehensively at the crystalline ice, its beautiful facade concealing a deadly threat. Carter remained silent for a moment, gently patting the agent's shoulder. Howard, Nick, follow me. The 3 retreated to a corner, where Carter recounted the events of the previous night. After she finished, a profound silence enveloped them. The personnel in the cold storage must have perished. How infuriating. Howard took a deep breath and glanced towards the base's entrance. He assessed his current magical power and concluded that removing the ice from the base in a short time was nearly impossible due to the high magical essence contained within it. By afternoon, the other agents had already vacated the valley, and Carter waited with Howard and Nick. As the portal opened, Chen Yuange and Steve emerged. Damn Loki, Steve exclaimed upon seeing the ice, and with a powerful punch, he shattered 3 meters of it instantly. Nick, standing at the back, felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, their team possessed a means to counter such formidable power. Chen, you take this one. This task is well within your expertise, Steve said, stepping aside. While he could pulverize the ice section by section, everything within would inevitably be destroyed as well. Chen Yuange stepped forward, placing his hand upon the ice, slowly attuning himself to its magical properties. Before long, An immense force began to emanate from his palm. The ice rapidly receded as everyone followed Chen Yuange step by step into the depths. All the ice has been cleared. Regrettably, most of the items within are beyond salvage. Their interiors ravaged by magic. Please handle them with care during the cleanup, Chen Yuange cautioned after absorbing all the magical energy. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Damn this spatial rift. A figure plummeted uncontrollably from the air and landed on the ground. Loki quickly regained his footing and surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, it was a forest, and no one was watching. A spell swept across him, eliminating all the dust, and Loki looked up to discern the direction before soaring northward. New York, here I come. Holding a newspaper, Loki had undergone a transformation, now resembling an inconspicuous office worker commonly seen on the streets of New York. Mutants? What foolish mortals! How could they comprehend the greatness of the ancient gods? He sneered at the article about mutants printed in the newspaper. This is the Umbrella Bioengineering Institute. I must see what intriguing secrets lie within. Standing across the street, Loki observed the towering building and the bustling pedestrians. After returning to Asgard, he had secretly used the crystal ball of the goddess Freya to divine the whereabouts of the stolen scriptures, discovering a connection between the thief and Chen Yuange. I've heard that a group of advanced mutants is imprisoned in the Black Fortress. I wonder if we might have a chance to study them? That's a challenge. Too many eyes are watching. How could researchers like us ever get a turn? A voice echoed in Loki's ears. The Black Fortress? Advanced mutants? Loki murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. This was precisely what he sought. Black Fortress Prison, once merely a facility housing 300 inmates, underwent a transformation following the acquisition by Umbrella Corporation. Subsequently, Sybil and Charles took the initiative, capturing numerous fallen mutants. Aware that such depraved mutants might proliferate, Chen Yuange authorized an expansion of the prison's capacity, renovating the original facilities, allowing it to accommodate 1,000 criminals in its first phase. Loki strolled leisurely within the confines of Black Fortress Prison, the stringent security measures rendered utterly ineffectual against him, as long as he so desired. Not a single soul could perceive his presence. Lady, I perceive the hatred dwelling within your heart. Do you wish to unleash it? Chapter 137. The howling siren Emma remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the unfamiliar man who swaggered before her. Do you believe that your melodious speech can deceive her? A jest, for she had seen far worse. Woman, what expression is that? Kneel and pay homage to your master. Boom. The divine authority of the prison engulfed Emma's consciousness, instantly subjugating her every thought and feeling. Emma knelt upon the ground, bowing her once proud head deeply. My master, your arrival is my boundless glory. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Excellent. Loki crouched down, lifting Emma's chin with one hand, gazing intently into her fervent eyes. Recite his name with me, heed his teachings, and accept his bounties. Yes, my master. Loki's fingertip touched Emma's forehead, and profound magic pierced her skin, distorting arcane runes imprinted upon her skull and soul. Harbinger of death, arbiter of the world, sovereign of balance, eternal titan. The resounding divine voice echoed in her ears. And Emma, in a fervor, began to chant along with Loki. Boom. She beheld it, the vast expanse of the world, where a magnificent entity sat amidst the stellar sea. Gazing down upon the infinite realm below, countless wailing souls raised to exalt his throne. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes as Emma involuntarily cried out, Great being, I offer you all that I am, beseeching your grace. Descendant of the old ones, intriguing. His gaze pierced through the boundless expanse of time and space. A surge of power suddenly enveloping Emma. In an instant, a chilling, despairing force surged within her, shattering Loki's grip. Loki stepped back, shaking his fingers, watching with a smile as Emma began to levitate. Emma howled skyward, her golden hair transforming to black, each strand seemingly capable of weeping for the souls in torment. What a mess. If it weren't for me, you would have been exposed long ago. Loki waved his hand in dissatisfaction, realizing that if he revealed the identity of Chen Yuange's backers, all his efforts would be in vain. Emma lowered her gaze, her dark eyes fixed unblinkingly on Loki. Enormous leathery wings unfurled from her back, gently flapping, allowing her to hover in the air. From this moment forth, you shall be the servant of death, the wailer of souls, the banshee. Liar Loki, I see through you. I once thought you merely a jester from mythology. Emma silently felt an unprecedented surge of power within her, recalling the scene when Loki had entered, her mouth agape in astonishment. Ah! A terrifying wail converged into a singular force, striking Loki instantly. Bang! Loki's head exploded, blood splattering onto Emma's face, the warm, wet sensation prompting her to instinctively extend her tongue and lick the blood clean. This blood? Emma savored the substance, quickly discerning its falsehood. As if she had merely licked the air moments ago. This blood is an illusion. She then glanced down at the headless corpse on the ground. But there was no corpse, only the dull, gray cement floor of the prison. Woman, what are you looking at? Loki leaned against the doorframe, a sardonic smile on his face. Yet his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness, concealing a profound, murderous intent. Umph, a fool who ascends too quickly. It seems this newfound power has clouded your judgment. But perhaps this suits my purpose perfectly. Loki coldly observed as Emma once again vanquished his illusion. What is your goal? Chen Yuange. He is the one who has taken everything from you. Do you not wish to confront him? He has stripped me of everything, leaving me in agony. I shall make his soul wail day and night. I will repay him 1,000-fold for the suffering he has inflicted upon me. With her hair flying wildly, Emma howled towards the heavens, ripples echoing through the emptiness of the prison, her dreadful wail obliterating all in its wake. Loki's right hand twitched behind him. Maintaining this illusion demanded substantial magical energy from him. This wretched woman. I will kill him, slay his parents, his beloved, and his friends. I wish to witness him weep and wail before my very eyes. As Emma ceased her howling, Loki swiftly gestured, and the world spun around them, transporting them to a park. Emma stood transfixed, gazing into the distance. They were in Central Park, New York, where cherished memories faded piece by piece within her soul. A crystalline tear rolled down her cheek, gently falling to the earth, as if returning to the embrace of her mother. Deep, reserved, Loki cast a wary glance at the woman, pondering what had transpired moments ago that could account for such a drastic transformation. Where are you headed? She inquired. I wish to meet an old acquaintance. Her flesh and wings morphed seamlessly into a dark coat, and she proceeded to walk eastward, each step spanning hundreds of meters. Swiftly exiting Central Park. At Xavier's estate, Charles anxiously regarded his reflection in the full-length mirror, trembling as he reached for his thinning hair atop his head. It had become sparse. His abilities had been overexerted lately. What should I do? Perhaps I ought to rest for half a year to allow it to regrow? Charles, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. Raven's voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Startled, Charles hastily grasped a comb, attempting to arrange his hair neatly. All right, I'm coming. He set down the comb and scrutinized his reflection closely. He still resembled a dashing young man. After patting his stiff face, he smiled and stepped into the corridor to greet Raven. Casting a suspicious glance at Charles, they walked side by side towards the exit. The crisp sound of high heels echoed, growing louder with each step. Charles and Raven exchanged glances. Who could it be? The cadence of those footsteps exuded an undeniable authority. This is unsettling. I cannot sense anyone outside. Charles' expression shifted, and before he could finish his thought, Raven deftly drew her handgun. Positioning herself protectively in front of him, her gaze fixed intently on the far end of the corridor. The sound of heels striking the floor intensified, pulsating like a drumbeat against their hearts. Yet, neither could discern anyone emerging from the other end. Charles felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, cursing the vastness of his family's estate in that moment. Ugh! Both pressed their hands against their chests, stifling groans as their heartbeats fell in sync with the relentless tapping of the heels. Who are you? Please do not hide in the shadows. Who am I? Charles. How cruel of you to have forgotten me. A woman clad in a black coat, with flowing gray-white hair, emerged at the corridor's end. Her completely black eyes were captivating, as if they sought to devour one's very soul. Chapter 138. Charles's desperate revelation. You are the White Queen, Emma. Despite her altered demeanor, Charles scrutinized her closely, forcing himself to look away from her eyes, ultimately recognizing her identity. What has happened? Emma, why have you changed so? Oh, are you well acquainted with her? How unfortunate. It seems she harbors quite a grudge against you. Her? Charles keenly discerned the distinction, gazing intently at the familiar yet strange visage before him. With deliberate clarity, he inquired, what have you done to her? How peculiar. I am Emma, after all. How could I possibly harm myself? Charles's expression gradually turned cold. He comprehended that the Emma of the past had vanished. and the Emma standing before him embodied an entirely disparate persona. She had forsaken her humanity. You've seen through it, then perish. Raven, be cautious. Do not gaze into her eyes. Charles trembled, and upon locking eyes with Emma once more, he instantly sensed a looming peril, urgently calling out to Raven ahead of him. Yet, a scene unfolded that shattered his composure. Raven's soul detached from her body, swiftly soaring towards Emma's eyes. Charles. No. Raven. Charles rushed forward, embracing the leaning Raven. But her consciousness had already dissipated. What have you done? What have you done? He lifted his gaze, fixating on the mocking Emma, and immediately beheld Raven ensnared within the silvery strands of hair, her soul wailing under the torment of unspeakable agony. You shall pay for this. Charles cradled Raven's body. Rising slowly, his blood surged. Never had he felt such fury and composure simultaneously. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing against his scalp. Strands of hair began to fall away, and boundless psychic energy surged forth. Return Raven to me. An unparalleled psychic force ascended, enveloping Emma's mind in an instant. Boom. The two formidable psychic energies collided, akin to a supernova explosion, obliterating half of Xavier's mansion in an instant, and the remaining servants were shattered. Their minds fractured by the dreadful psychic storm, silently perishing on the spot. Charles could scarcely mourn for them. At that moment, his and Emma's psychic energies entwined fiercely. A cacophony of thunder reverberating between them, illuminating the atmosphere with flashes of lightning. What a fool! This woman I once knew possesses such immense potential as a mutant. What a farce! Loki, hidden in the shadows, cursed vehemently, entirely abandoning his usual composure, his hands grasping at the air as his magic surged like a tide, maintaining the illusion before him. Not enough, Charles. You can no longer thwart me. Emma cackled wickedly, unfurling her fleshly wings, revealing a body adorned with intricate scales, ascending gracefully while looking down upon the balding Charles. You hideous monster. Even in the face of death, you dare to speak defiantly. Emma's visage contorted with rage. At that moment, she truly resembled a demon unleashed, her mouth agape as a terrifying howl surged towards Charles. Charles endured the excruciating pain. Reaching up to touch his nose, warm blood trickling down. His vision blurred and sounds faded into indistinctness. With blood streaming from his 7 orifices, Charles lifted his gaze towards Emma hovering in the air. Raven was suffering. I could see her. She needed me now. Ugh. Charles pressed his fingers against his pulsing temple, his head throbbing as if it might explode. A surge of potent psychic energy erupted forth, relentlessly assailing Emma's consciousness. Impossible. How can you still possess such formidable power? I refuse to accept this. Emma staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky, but then her expression hardened, her forehead glowing with a dark light. The arcane markings inscribed by Loki earlier. Unforgivable. You force me to wield the power of my master. I shall watch your soul wail day and night. A scream, twice as potent as before, erupted from her lips, striking Charles's head like a thunderclap. Crack. In that instant, Charles felt his skull begin to fracture. In mere moments, his head would shatter. Is this the end? I must save Raven. My hair is gone, and it feels as though my head will soon follow. What a grotesque death. Bang. Blood splattered as Charles's body slowly tilted backward. No, Charles. Who is calling my name? Such a familiar voice. Who is she? She seems to be in agony. Is she weeping for me? Raven. Above his fallen body, the shattered soul of Charles suddenly regained awareness. Bang. 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 He sensed the earth's depths pulsing, as if a heart were beating, its rhythm exquisitely beautiful, akin to a mother's lullaby. I longed to be enveloped in its embrace. With each pulse, his soul began to mend. After 3 beats, his essence was fully restored, as substantial as reality itself. Impossible. This is a direct descendant of the deity. How could a pure blood still exist in Midgard? Hadn't they been eradicated? Loki, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. This was dire. Alas, after yet another confrontation with Emma, Charles was compelled to relinquish his efforts. His time was dwindling. An inexorable force was pulling at him, binding all his strength. And he could no longer hold on. He cast a lingering glance at Loki hidden in the depths, and at the suffering Raven. With a wistful look at the world, a thought pierced through the illusion, swiftly racing towards the green mountain farm. Thud! In the depths of time and space, the planet trembled, and Charles's soul was immediately drawn away, vanishing from sight. Hurry! Loki suddenly materialized beside the bewildered Emma, swiftly grasping her arm before vanishing in an instant. Fool. He berated. If it weren't for that one's concealment, your reckless actions would have exposed us. In a hidden dimensional realm, Loki erupted in anger, gesticulating wildly at Emma, his spittle flying as he raged. Had he provoked the Supreme Sorcerer just now, he would have faced dire consequences, if not death itself. In the face of Loki's fury, Emma merely regarded him with a deadly glare, enduring his vitriol in silence. The Supreme Sorcerer, capable of shielding her master amidst the boundless seas of stars, was a being of equal grandeur to her master. Inciting such a figure would render her life inconsequential, yet delaying her master's grand ambitions would be an unforgivable transgression. Enough. What shall we do next? When you absorb mutant souls again, be more expedient. Loki mocked, observing Emma's clenched and then released fists, a derisive smile playing on his lips. Let us linger here for a while. The situation in Kamar-Taj must be chaotic. I wish not to provoke them. Chapter 139. Attaining the Tao Fruit of Tai Charles? Chen Yuange caught the thought that pierced through the void, instantly absorbing its entirety before extending his hand to open a spatial portal, stepping through. Emma and Loki. Before him lay the Xavier Manor, utterly transformed, bereft of its former splendor. He was astounded by the swiftness of his arrival. How had he managed to alter Emma so drastically? The images conveyed by Charles' thoughts depicted Emma's form and the extraordinary power she exhibited, representing a leap in the essence of life. Loki's abilities could not have accomplished such a feat. Had he wielded some potent artifact? Or was there someone lurking behind him? If it were the former, it would be within the realm of acceptance. The more formidable the artifact, the more demanding its conditions for use. Should it be the latter? Chen Yuange instinctively adjusted his glasses. That would pose a grave dilemma. To elevate an ordinary mortal to a true divine status equivalent to a primordial spirit in such a short span was an unfathomable prospect. Alas, you two have been ensnared in my web. Chen Yuange waved his hand, causing the bodies of the slain servants to levitate, subsequently interring them on a small hillside. He also attended to the bodies of Charles and Raven. Raven's soul had departed, yet her body retained vitality, whereas Charles had met a most gruesome end. Crouching down, he placed a finger upon Charles' chest. Fortunately, his essence still pulsed with life. Had he delayed another quarter of an hour, this fool would have lost all hope of a clone. Chen Yuange extracted the vital essence from Charles' heart, encasing Raven's body in ice for temporary storage in the laboratory. Subsequently, an illusionary barrier enveloped the Xavier Manor, ensuring that any visitors would perceive the estate as still brimming with vitality. Emma, are you seeking vengeance? Gazing up at the heavens, I seemed to catch a glimpse of the transformed White Queen. In seclusion, I observed my true self cradling a jade tablet, the majestic power within it gradually dispelling the strange forces at play. My doppelganger stepped forward, merging into my essence as a beam of light. Chen Yuange opened his eyes and secured the jade tablet within his domain for containment. This signifies the attainment of the Tai fruit position. The assistance rendered by this jade tablet was monumental, enabling him to fully achieve the Tai fruit position. No wonder Loki hastily returned to stir up trouble. It was akin to snatching away his opportunity. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to madness, for his mind was indeed formidable. Opportunities, as they say, are contingent upon one's abilities. Only those who can grasp and retain them may claim them as their own. With a stir of the primordial spirit, I instantly beheld the true visage of the Nine Realms, with Earth at its core, a colossal world tree interlinking the Nine Realms. At the juncture of the world tree and dimensions, rifts perpetually birthed and extinguished, with an array of peculiar beings traversing across these dimensional gaps, either passively or actively. The Asgardian border patrols navigated their vessels along the Nine Realms fringes, while the mages of Kamar-Taj safeguarded the vicinity of Earth. All of this lay before my watchful eyes. What is this? Within a dimensional rift, vast golden light and boundless darkness collided incessantly. At the very center of this intersection, time and space had been obliterated, and causality ceased to exist, leaving only that magnificent being standing resolutely, surrounded by the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Dormammu, have you had your fill of games? Roaring, Ancient One, you shameless thief, how dare you pilfer the laws of the Dark Dimension? The great Dark Lord, Dormammu, shall not spare you. Oh, it seems I have overheard something I shouldn't have. Chen Yuange hurriedly retracted his gaze, Realizing the peril he had encountered, the Ancient One was, in fact, a transcendent being above fate, and that so-called Dark Lord, Dormammu, was also of the same caliber? This world is fraught with danger. Chen Yuange wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his brow, his heart racing wildly. As expected of you, achieving the Tai fruit position so swiftly. Silence, a deathly silence. After a moment, Chen Yuange turned around to find the Ancient One gazing at him with a benevolent smile. Do not be alarmed. I am merely a projection, here to extend my greetings. Is this your way of silencing me? Chen Yuange steadied himself, gesturing as the surroundings transformed into a serene tea room, where the Ancient One sat with a grin, observing Chen Yuange as he prepared tea. Master, your current busyness surely extends beyond just congratulating me? Indeed, this is exquisite tea. Your creations from the void have reached a commendable refinement. Ancient One accepted the teacup, gently sipping the fragrant brew before placing it down and stretching lazily. You might harbor questions, such as the jade tablet in your hand? Chen Yuange, with a flick of his hand, couldn't help but chuckle softly. If the transcendent of fate were unaware of such trivialities, what significance would that hold? Indeed, within it, I discerned entirely disparate laws, at odds with this world. Pray tell, Master, what is the reason for this? Surely, you have already surmised it. Chen Yuange, here lie your parents and family, your homeland. By the way, Odin entrusted me with a message. Spare Loki's life. Do not slay him. The delicate voice echoed within the tea room, and upon glancing across, there was no trace of the Ancient One's presence. A homeland, you say? Perhaps. As for Loki, the second-generation deity is indeed different. Can one truly believe Odin's admonition to not kill? Initially, the intent was merely to incapacitate him, but it seems he must be left for now. Chen Yuange rose, stretching once more, and then looked up. From the distant rift in dimensions, a blinding light suddenly flared, ultimately obliterating that dimensional tear. Ancient One, you shameless thief. I shall return. Humph, do you fancy yourself a cunning wolf? Chen Yuange scoffed, stepping forth from his retreat. The heavens observe, and the earth listens. Not a trace on earth, nor in the 9 realms. Chen Yuange furrowed his brow, since Odin relayed a message. It indicated that Loki and his kin were not hiding in Asgard. Truly, the god of trickery embodies the essence of retreating at the first sign of danger. They must be concealed within some secret dimension. Even the heavenly calculations cannot locate them. Being second-generation deities, they undoubtedly possess numerous secretive arts. If they are resolute in their desire to remain hidden, I presently lack any means to unearth them. Emma, since you have sought out Charles, it stands to reason you would also approach my family. Chen Yuange clasped his hands together, his seals transforming, and 3 ethereal avatars emerged behind him. The avatars nodded in unison, then transformed into beams of light soaring into the sky. Go forth and safeguard them. At New York University, within the grand lecture hall of the School of Arts, Chen Yin was diligently taking notes, lifting her gaze momentarily in confusion at her surroundings. In Chinatown, at the Umbrella Welfare Institute, Chen Yuan and his wife exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 140. It turns out to be A.O. Suan. On Sakar, the city of chaos. Ever since the Sword and Rose Guild emerged 3 years ago, the connections among people have rendered business increasingly difficult. Prior to the rise of the Sword and Rose Guild, many small-time factions profited from such transactions, with women reluctantly surrendering the majority of their earnings, unable to voice their frustrations. Now, the situation has changed. Many women, once easily subdued, have inexplicably gained substantial strength, seeking vengeance for grievances and settling scores, leading to the untimely demise of many notable figures in the chaotic city. They ultimately traced everything back to the Sword and Rose Guild. When confronted by the irascible guild leader wielding the dragon-toothed sword, along with the enigmatic doctor, they felt a profound sense of injustice, compelled to swallow their grievances in silence. In the heart of the chaotic city, a towering edifice, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, stood as the entire property acquired by the Sword and Rose Guild. Atop this grand structure, illuminated by the vibrant neon sign of the guild, Chen Yuange stood resolutely, his robes billowing in the fierce wind, yet his stature remained unyielding. To his astonishment, the main body had swiftly attained the Tai Dao fruit. It was truly unexpected. Gazing upward, he beheld countless swirling vortices of time and space flickering above, connecting myriad dimensions. From these temporal whirlpools, life occasionally tumbled forth. enacting poignant dramas of joy and sorrow. Chen Yuange turned to observe a man standing at the floor-to-ceiling window atop the towering building, gazing down at him. "This is your territory. I have no interest," he declared. "Very well. I wish you joy in your pursuits." It seemed his conjecture was correct. The High Celestial was indeed a being of S.H.I.E.L.D. caliber. However, the weight of his despair was palpable, indicating a loss of ambition on his path. Yet, as a guardian of the corpse, he must understand that even the universe must face oblivion. Without transcending, eternal life remains unattainable. Chen Yuange had no desire to delve into the High Celestial's origins. A guardian of the corpse did not merit the title of friend. There was, however, a matter he needed to ascertain. He leapt down from the neon sign and descended the building, arriving at a training room. Again, yes, deputy leader. At that moment, when Sue donned a simple training outfit, facing 3 guild members who sprang up from the floor, their eyes locked onto her as they sought to identify her vulnerabilities. The trio exchanged furtive glances before charging towards the deputy leader, launching a series of coordinated attacks. Bang, bang. Their flesh collided against the reinforced limbs, neither side yielding, with the 3 subtly overpowering their opponent. "All right, we shall conclude here for today. Practice on your own." "Yes, deputy leader." After issuing her instructions, when Sue turned towards the door, having just seen Chen Yuange, who had rarely ventured outside in 3 years. "Isn't that the ever-reclusive Lord Wujia?" "Indeed. Why would he come to the training room today? Look, he seems to be looking for the deputy leader. Do you think they might?" When Sue remained composed as she approached Chen Yuange. "Wujia, what brings you out of your laboratory today? Has something occurred? I have a few matters to discuss with you." Chen Yuange led the way, with Wen Su following closely behind, as they made their way to the rooftop terrace. "Wen Su? No, I should address you as Suan." "Ao Suan." Suan's cold demeanor momentarily faltered, and she instinctively recoiled, her gaze fixated on Chen Yuange. "Let me reintroduce myself. My true name is Chen Yuange." As she observed the smiling Chen Yuange extending his right hand, Suan found herself in a quandary, unsure whether to accept or decline the gesture. "How did you come to know that?" she inquired. "We'll discuss that later, but are you going to leave me standing here with my hand outstretched?" After a brief internal struggle, reminiscing over the past 3 years, she resolved, no, it should be Chen Yuange. During these years, he had operated from the shadows, engrossed in his research, yet subtly providing her with immense support. "I am Suan," she declared, a sense of correctness enveloping her. Following their handshake, the earlier tension dissipated like mist. "I actually encountered you a millennium hence, though our acquaintance was fleeting, which is why I failed to recognize you at first." "What?" Suan was momentarily taken aback, considering various possible explanations, yet never anticipating such an unusual reasoning. "From which era do you hail? No wonder when I previously inquired about the state of the world, you always evaded the question." Her icy demeanor was once again disrupted, tinged with a hint of vexation. "Haha, I was merely seeking self-preservation in an unfamiliar and chaotic place." "Humph, you appear quite audacious." The previous animosity melted away amidst their banter. Chen Yuange waved his hand through the air, conjuring a luminous screen that revealed a certain inebriated captain slumbering in a vat of alcohol. "Rena isn't her true name, is it? What is her real name?" "Ah, you might as well ask her yourself." Upon seeing the captain resembling a lifeless pig, Suan's ire flared, and she shot a fierce glare at Chen Yuange. If it weren't for his mass production of vitality pills, our leader would now be wealthy, drunkenly languishing in alcohol. One might think the Sword and Rose Brigade lacks a captain. All right. Chen Yuange shook his head in exasperation, and with a mere thought, the liquid in the vat began to froth, prompting the drunken captain to awaken. "At least you possess some awareness, albeit late." An immense hand, formed from the rapidly condensing alcohol, swiftly seized the captain as he leaped from the vat. "Who goes there?" "Oh, it's you too." After struggling briefly to no avail, the captain prepared to summon his strength, only to find himself confronted by the smiling Chen Yuange and the frowning Suan below. "Sister, are you once again immersed in the alcohol vat?" "Well, this is a form of cultivation. You know, alcohol can induce a stupor. As long as I remain in the vat, I can develop immunity to inebriation." As his voice dwindled, he noticed the dubious expressions on their faces, and with a defiant posture, he attempted to maintain his bravado, though his eyes betrayed him as they darted about. "Enough. Release her." Bang. The drunken leader rose from the ground with a sudden lurch, exclaiming, "Sister, He has discovered my true identity. What? S.H.I.E.L.D recounted the events that had transpired to the drunken leader in detail. I must say, you hail from the future. This implies you are significantly younger than us. Come now, call me sister, and perhaps there's a treat in store. Clang. The light glinted off his spectacles, and the drunken leader stiffened momentarily, revealing an awkward smile. I am Valkyrie, he declared, though I have long ceased using that name. I rather fancy an Infino. 143 foot quite appealing as well. Chen Yuange discerned the carefree facade that belied Valkyrie's deep-seated disdain for that name. Very well, among others, we shall retain the original nomenclature, here in the City of Chaos. Everyone wears a mask, and our true names are known only to ourselves. As the members of the Sword and Rose troop realized their true identities, they observed that the three leaders of their troop appeared to be on remarkably amicable terms. Even the leader, who typically indulged in drink, had seldom made an appearance to guide the new members. Chen Yuange retrieved the Gate of Time, and this time he could perceive the true essence of this pure yang treasure. It became clear that Long had long transcended this realm. The Gate of Time was merely a casual creation of his. With disdain, Chen Yuange hurled the Gate of Time, which transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the temporal vortex above the City of Chaos. It is best returned to its original form. On Earth, in Long Island, New York, at Qingshan Farm. Chen Yuange stood on the lawn before a small building, raising his hand to catch the Gate of Time that had come hurtling through the air. With a swift step, he returned to the treasure's cave, where he beheld S.H.I.E.L.D asleep in the depths of the cave. He discerned her current state, which was indeed quite dire. Both her spiritual essence and physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the cosmic light of the Gate of Time freezing her body, she would have perished in mere moments. Buzz. Reaching into the depths of the cave, the light of the Tao fruit manifested behind him, continuously infiltrating all the restrictions of the Gate of Time. Having grasped half of the restrictions, he swiftly gained complete mastery over this pure yang treasure. Cosmic light reversal. Ethereal, indestructible body. Under the impetus of the Tao fruit's light, the Gate of Time finally unleashed its full potential. Simultaneously, his Tao fruit's light established a direct connection to the great Luo heaven, ceaselessly drawing forth vital energy, which flowed into S.H.I.E.L.D's body. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D, previously frozen in cosmic light, opened her eyes, instantly sensing her body, which had been on the verge of collapse, was steadily recovering. After a brief moment, a radiant light flickered in the cosmic glow, and the majestic 100 Zhonglong divine dragon vanished, revealing an enchanting and ethereal woman. Chen Yuange gazed at S.H.I.E.L.D, who appeared significantly more mature than the chaos-ridden city, and nodded gently. He then retracted all the essence of the Tao fruit and erased all his markings within the magical artifact's restrictions, subsequently being expelled from the artifact's celestial realm. On the lawn in front of a small building, a petite table and 2 chairs were set, where the warm sunlight bathed the tea in the cup, exuding an air of leisurely charm. S.H.I.E.L.D's figure materialized in the void, naturally taking a seat opposite Chen Yuange. She picked up the teacup before her, took a delicate sip, and closed her eyes, savoring the flavor. How wonderful it is to be alive. After a while, S.H.I.E.L.D finally opened her eyes and drained the remaining tea in her cup. It pales in comparison to the treasures of your dragon palace, but I shall make do. She set down the cup, gently shaking her head, her eyes reflecting both nostalgia and mischief. So you are only 19? And yet you deceived us into believing you have lived for 800 years. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Look at how splendid today's sunshine is. How precious your existence is. Chen Yuange lifted his gaze to the sky, as if profound truths resided above. That first avatar, the rascal, always leaving such troublesome matters for me. S.H.I.E.L.D sat gracefully, savoring her tea while feeling the vibrant life surrounding her. Is the leader doing well? Her? I believe she wishes to hide away for a lifetime, but can she truly escape? No matter where she goes, she cannot evade the currents of fate and causality. Noticing the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense, Chen Yuange's thoughts shifted, and he reached into the void, pulling forth a chubby little girl. The child held a tablet in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, bewildered by her drastically changed surroundings. Qingning. Oh, I think I heard my sister's voice. I must have misheard. Qingning instinctively took a bite of the chicken leg, then sniffed the air. The scent of my sister is here. Listening to the child's mumblings, Chen Yuange unceremoniously placed her beside S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon touching the ground, A.O. Qingming looked up, recognizing the aura and silhouette. Wasn't that her sister? Sister, you're back. A.O. Qingming cheered, attempting to embrace A.O. Suin's legs, only to realize she still held the tablet and chicken leg. Hastily swallowing the chicken leg and tucking the tablet into her embrace, she threw her arms around A.O. Suin's legs. Qingming, sister, I missed you so much. However, the little girl soon noticed the frost on her sister's face, which bore a stern expression. A.O. Qingming, as a true dragon, where has your grace and dignity gone? Startled, she thought, sister is so frightening. Why does she scold me the moment we meet? A.O. Qingming felt a twinge of grievance as she instinctively turned to glance at Chen Yuange beside her. This scene was witnessed by A.O. Suin, who felt both a sense of relief and a pang of jealousy. You silly child, you've smeared oil all over your sister. Startled, A.O. Qingming looked down at her greasy little hands and couldn't help but chuckle bashfully. She released her grip, took 2 steps back, and flashed a charming smile before turning to flee. Wow, please don't hit me, she exclaimed. Huh, why am I floating and not moving at all? The little girl kicked her legs in a flurry, only to realize she hadn't gotten far at all. Noticing Chen Yuange chuckling nearby, a thought crossed her mind, and slowly turning her head, she confirmed her suspicion. Her sister was holding her by the scruff of her neck. Sister, I didn't mean to. A.O. Suin gently shook her head, wiped the oil from her hands, and then embraced her tightly, resting her chin softly on her little head. A few tears fell, landing in A.O. Qingming's hair. Ugh, I can hardly breathe. A.O. Suin lifted A.O. Qingming high, their faces mere inches apart, both beaming as they shared their breath in that intimate moment. Qingming, I miss you too. Haha, sister truly loves me. After a tender exchange, A.O. Suin took A.O. Qingming's little hand and approached Chen Yuange. Do you wish to return to the Dragon Palace? Yes, it's safer for Qingming to be with you. Upon hearing her sister might leave her behind, the little girl felt a flutter of discontent, although she was quite happy here. With plenty to eat and drink and 2 delightful friends to play with, she didn't want apart from her sister. No, I want to go back to the Dragon Palace. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Chen Yuange observed A.O. Suin's resolute demeanor and communicated through the spirit. Are you seeking vengeance on your adversary? Indeed, the ties between us must come to a conclusion. It is either her demise or mine. This concerns your own path, and I do not wish to impede you. As far as I know, she has long since recovered and is on the verge of reaching the threshold of S.H.I.E.L.D. A.O. Suin fell silent. I cannot find peace until she is gone. Do not worry, I possess the door of time. Chapter 142. Life and Death Decree. Under the Dragon Palace, you and I share many years of friendship. Would I allow you to be targeted for using the door of time? This time, I will accompany you. Be good. This is not a request. Do you understand? A.O. Suin fell silent once more and softly responded with an mm. Chen Yuange placed a hand on the little girl's head, ruffling her hair playfully. All right. Who said I wouldn't take you? I shall go to the Dragon Palace with you. Will you welcome me? The young girl instantly brightened with joy, repeatedly confirming her belief that her sister would not abandon her. She then took out her tablet and sat nearby, engrossed in her viewing, occasionally pulling a chicken leg from her dimensional bag to nibble on. Do not rush. We shall go again next month. You must reacquaint yourself and refine your magical prowess. Moreover, your heart must find tranquility. With a meaningful glance at A.O. Suin, he noted that despite her current composed demeanor, the fierce killing intent hidden deep within her gaze did not escape his perception. The sword lay sheathed, its brilliance contained, awaiting the moment of unsheathing when it would radiate chilling light across the 9 realms. I acted impulsively. During dinner, Chen Yuan and his wife, along with Chen Yan, exchanged knowing looks as they observed Chen Yuange and A.O. Suin. At the dining table, A.O. Suin's serene eating habits influenced everyone, transforming them into silent gentlemen who adhered to the etiquette of the meal. Once dinner concluded, A.O. Suin returned to her bedroom with A.O. Qingming, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the family. My goodness, is this the protocol of a prominent family? Quite intimidating. Chen Yan exhaled deeply, patting her chest to calm herself. Chen Yuange waved dismissively, saying, Suin is merely a bit shy due to her unfamiliarity with you. There is nothing more to it. Son, there is no connection between this girl and you. You are overthinking it. He effectively silenced Li Qianru's remarks, reminding her that being upstairs did not preclude them from hearing their conversation. A month later, at the end of November, the deep autumn air was rife with a chilling atmosphere, as the world around them began to wither, poised to enter the frigid embrace of winter. In the vast expanse of the Deluo heaven and the sea of stars, a portal opened, through which 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, emerged, standing in the sky. It was Chen Yuange and his companions. Over the past month, S.H.I.E.L.D had diligently honed her magical abilities and stabilized her heart, finally ready to confront the forthcoming journey to the Dragon Palace. Wow, I can finally see the sea of stars. As she gazed at the profound ocean below, feeling a vitality far denser than that of Earth, Qingming involuntarily transformed into her true form, leaping joyfully into the water and frolicking about. A young dragon occasionally dove beneath the waves to catch a fish, then soared above the surface, gliding among the clouds. However, the roundness of her dragon form somewhat disrupted the enchanting scene. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Yuange diverted his gaze, hesitant to meet S.H.I.E.L.D's calm eyes. Friend, now that we have arrived at the Sea of Stars, why not join me for a drink at my humble abode? Tianha. Chen Yuange regarded the imposing figure before him, the dragon horns on his forehead unmistakably signaling his true dragon lineage. Suan, it has been over 1,000 years since we last met. Suan nodded, bowing her head respectfully. Suan pays her respects to the clan leader. Tianha nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the round, chubby young dragon behind Suan, revealing a look of astonishment. This was his younger sister, Qingning. Ah, quite delightful and charming. Qingning transformed into her human form, curiously observing the towering figure across from her. With a wave of his hand, Tianha shifted the fabric of time and space, and their party found themselves in a resplendent room, adorned with exquisite details that exuded elegance. Please, Chen Daoyu, as this is your first visit to my Dragon Palace, allow me to treat you to the unique delicacies of the Starry Sea. With a gentle clap of his hands, a troupe of ethereal dancers gracefully entered, accompanied by the enchanting sound of drums, as they performed a mesmerizing dance. Subsequently, a procession of maidens entered, each bearing trays laden with delicacies, placing them upon a small table before Chen Yuange and his companions. Truly, the Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. These dancers and maidens were all of Golden Core level. Although their Golden Core energies were somewhat chaotic, it was enough to provide a glimpse of their prowess. Qingming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the sumptuous dishes, eagerly awaiting the command to commence dining. Please, as the words left her lips. She could hardly contain her eagerness to sample the exquisite offerings on the table, oblivious to the fact that the 3 adults were merely tasting and engaging in casual conversation. Once the dancers completed their performance and the maidens cleared the table, they gracefully exited, under the guidance of a female officer. Chen Yuange and Qingming began to wander through the Dragon Palace, leaving Suan alone to face Tianha, as the matters at hand were not suitable for the young girl to overhear. Tribe leader. Suan requests to open the clan's arena and challenge Tianxu to a life-and-death duel. Have you made your decision? Do you not regret it? This was a matter of the Tao, and Suan felt no remorse. Deep within a secret trench of the Starry Sea, there lay a magnificent water palace radiating countless beams of light. What? Suan has actually issued a life-and-death challenge to me? In a hidden chamber, a colossal divine dragon gazed at the jade tablet before it, its voice tinged with astonishment. Its dragon form was evidently longer and more powerful than Suan's. Indeed. A good sister, are you willing to risk your life rather than allow me to obtain that pure yang treasure? The divine dragon spiraled gracefully and transformed into a regal woman clad in palace garments, exuding grace and magnificence. None other than Tianxu, once Suan's close confidant, now her bitter enemy. At that moment, her beautiful visage had contorted with rage, her teeth clenched tightly as she grasped the jade tablet. Yet, this life-and-death challenge had been personally issued by the clan leader. Unless she wished to betray her kin, she had no choice but to accept it. What to do? This wretched woman possesses the gate of time. If she truly stakes her life on that pure yang treasure, I would be utterly outmatched. Tianxu paced back and forth, contemplating the date inscribed on the life-and-death challenge, set for dusk 3 days hence, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. My heart aches as I witness a pure yang treasure slipping away from me. That wicked Suan. I wish for her soul to scatter and her true spirit to vanish from the realms of existence. Yanshu promptly opened a portal and departed from the water palace. Lord Xingzhan, Yin comes to pay her respects. Deep within a colossal volcanic domain at the bottom of the starry sea, a magnificent divine dragon, hundreds of feet long, opened its immense eyes, piercing through the boiling magma to behold the respectful Out-Yin-Shu. Little girl Tian-Shu, why have you not prepared for the life-and-death duel in 3 days? Have you come to seek leniency from me? I dare not, Lord Xingzhan. Tian-Shu has a secret to share. Aosa-one, what did you say? Is this true? The volcanic mountain shuddered violently, mirroring Lord Xingzhan's turbulent emotions. Could it be that his opportunity to attain the Tai Dao fruit had arrived? This matter is absolutely true. Tian-Shu dares to swear a blood oath before the ancestor dragon. Very well, I accept your request. Chapter 143. The Assault of the Poison Dragon. Recently, the once tranquil atmosphere of the Starry Sea has turned peculiar. Lower-tier sea creatures have noticed that powerful demons, who previously secluded themselves, have emerged. Aside from those in deep meditation, the remaining great demons reacted with surprise, disdain, or concern upon receiving a missive from the Dragon Palace. Their emotions varied and complex. Soon, an astonishing piece of news spread. Aosa-one, who had been missing for over 1,000 years, suddenly returned to the Dragon Palace and issued a life-and-death challenge to Out-Yin-Shu. Curiosity gripped everyone regarding the circumstances that led Aosa-one to such a drastic decision. It is worth noting that the challenge she laid down was a solemn vow to the ancestor dragon. Once they stepped onto the arena, only one side would leave alive. Regrettably, both parties remained sequestered in their respective water palaces, declining visitors, while the clan leader Out-Yin, he maintained an impenetrable silence. Such occurrences had not transpired in the Dragon Palace for a millennium. Even the many celestial beings from the Daluo heaven, who maintained amicable relations with the Dragon Palace, could not suppress their curiosity and decided to observe the duel in 3 days. Life in Daluo heaven had grown rather mundane. The immortal beings and great demons, who possessed considerable strength, had largely departed to explore the starry seas, leaving behind those of more reclusive nature or lacking confidence in their abilities. With such an intriguing event at hand, they simply had to witness it. At this moment, some could no longer endure the stillness and secretly set up a betting table. After their calculations, the odds were established. Aosu-win's survival was set at 130, while Out-Yin-Shu's survival was at 1-3. Aosu-one, look at your odds. How disheartening. Chen Yuange held a jade token in hand, the proof of the wager. And how much have you bet? Aosu-one closed her eyes in meditation, not inquiring whom Chen Yuange had placed her bet on, for it was undoubtedly her. As for becoming a mere backdrop for others' wagers, she was indifferent. Her focus rested solely on the impending duel in 3 days and her dear sister. Not much. I have wagered a total of 100 million spirit coins. Seeing that Aosu-one did not respond, I simply shrugged my shoulders. To place my bets, I had to conjure numerous avatars and place wagers at several gambling houses. Behold, the multitude of tokens I have collected. With a wave of my hand, thousands of jade plaques materialized in the room, creating a magnificent spectacle. Before I swept them away again, well, your original odds were 150. Alas, these fellows are nothing but miserly misers who dare to open casinos without the means. Huh. Aosu-one could no longer contain herself. She rolled her eyes at me, fully aware that Chen Yuange was merely venting her frustrations. But what if they refused to pay? Hee. Aosu-one shook her head. Please take good care of Qingning. I do not wish for her to learn of this matter, at least not for now. Rest assured, I am currently accompanying her as we indulge in the delights of the islands. She is quite preoccupied with feasting. The thought of her sister's rotund dragon form made Aosu-one helplessly cover her forehead. Is this a consequence of being sealed in the cosmic light for over 1,000 years while still in the dragon egg? Is she intent on making up for all the food she has missed over the past millennium? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the dusk of the impending battle approached ever closer. Aosu-one emerged from the water palace, transforming into a streak of light as she soared toward the Dragon Palace. The arena for the deadly combat was situated within a small cave heaven inside the Dragon Palace. For safety reasons, teleportation was strictly prohibited within a radius of 10,000 miles of the Dragon Palace. Thus Aosu-one could only travel as a streak of light. Of course, even with the Dragon Palace's opulence, it could not afford the exorbitant costs of erecting a barrier over such vast distances. The attendees simply showed their respect for the Dragon Palace by traveling in this manner. This kind of regulation is quite common among major powers. Even the Heavenly Court has strict requirements regarding the altitude and speed of light travel. Something reckless has come. Chen Yuange raised an eyebrow. After S.H.I.E.L.D left, he concealed himself in the void, awaiting potential attacks. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D's light paused, and the space around her shifted abruptly, transporting her above a tumultuous sea. The sky above this region was dark, with flashes of lightning and thunder resonating in the distance, while the essence of vitality surged chaotically. The stormy sea? Just as S.H.I.E.L.D recognized the location, a concentrated blaze of fire shot forth, arriving before her in an instant. Poof! The fire halted before a pristine palm, which gently grasped it, dissipating it into nothingness. That wretched Tianshu has betrayed me. Below, the poisonous dragon's eyes widened in shock, its heart nearly ceasing to beat. The individual capable of effortlessly extinguishing the full force of someone who had already stepped half a foot into the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D was undoubtedly a Taoist lord who had attained the fruit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having glimpsed the might of the laws, he was painfully aware of the power possessed by such a Taoist lord. Flee! Aoshing's form moved with decisive swiftness, unhesitatingly dissolving the body of the venomous dragon, subsequently fragmenting into numerous crimson streaks that scattered in all directions. That wretched Tianshu, causing me to abandon my meticulously forged venomous dragon form. Once I extricate myself from this peril, I shall surely consume her entirely. No more words. I shall act resolutely. For even in the pursuit of a mere rabbit, a lion employs its utmost strength. Without my presence, you might indeed have succeeded. Chen Yuange's silhouette emerged in the heavens, casting a detached glance upon the myriad crimson streaks below. They must not be wasted. The essence of the Tao manifested, transforming into a vast primordial grasping hand that spanned several acres, reaching downward to seize. Instantly, the space within 100 miles became stagnant. Seizing, the crimson streaks, having traversed 100 miles, retraced their path as if time itself reversed, swiftly flowing back into the primordial grasping hand. Refining, spare my life. The little dragon is willing to serve as the esteemed one's chariot driver. Please, esteemed one, spare my wretched life. You are exceedingly hideous. Countless true flames surged forth, refining all chaotic energies from the venomous dragon's blood. Ultimately, the dragon's form shrank by 99%, leaving only a purifying essence of blood swirling in Chen Yuange's hands. This blood essence embodies the quintessence of the venomous dragon, if sealed within the body of the young girl Aokingning in less than 10 years. Her juvenile form could swiftly mature into an adult. Chen Yuange divided the blood essence in two, infusing half into S.H.I.E.L.D's body, providing her with a potent trump card for the impending arena battle. However, he did not depart from this place. Instead, he gazed down at the tumultuous sea, his vision penetrating the depths of 10,000 meters, revealing the continuous chain of volcanoes upon the seabed. In a fleeting moment within the venomous dragon's aquatic realm, his sight pierced through the boiling magma, reaching the primordial layer of earth fire. I've got you. He reached into the void, withdrawing his hand to reveal a pulsating venomous dragon pearl, within which a diminutive venomous dragon swam in a state of frantic disarray. Spare me. Chen Yuange flipped his hand, stowing the venomous dragon pearl for future refinement. Chapter 144. The dissolution of our karma was that Aoshing, the venomous dragon? Oh, you recognize him? In that brief moment, Chen Yuange had effortlessly annihilated a venomous dragon that had 1 foot in the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D. Aosu observed this spectacle, deeply marveling at the might of the S.H.I.E.L.D Tao Lord. In my youth, I heard tales of this predecessor. His origins were rather unfortunate. As his mother was a hellish magic dragon, he was brought back to the dragon palace by his father, only to be ostracized by his kin. I have only encountered him a few times. I see now, no wonder he is so unattractive. Chen Yuange disdainfully shook his hand, pondering how one could possibly use such a venomous dragon as a chariot driver without sacrificing one's dignity. It appears that this is indeed the handiwork of Tianshu, who seems rather willing to relinquish the gate of time. Suan nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, this aligns with her style. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuange tore through the fabric of space, transporting Suan far beyond the dragon palace, and the two transformed into beams of light, soaring towards their destination. Before long, their figures materialized before the dragon palace, where Chen Yuange encountered a familiar face from the previous year, Li Xiangdao. Lord Suan, please. Li Xiangdao beckoned, leading the way as they swiftly arrived at a small square. A.O. Suin proceeded directly into a doorway that led to the arena's cave. Just before entering, she glanced back at Chen Yuange, nodded gently, and resolutely stepped inside. Chen Yuange, please follow me. Li Xiangdao's misnomer did not faze him. He held no aspirations of being recognized as a figure of such renown. As for A.O. Tianhe, he would not promote him without his consent. They moved towards another door, and upon entering, they found themselves atop a high platform spanning several miles. The platform was adorned with pavilions and flowing waters, showcasing a picturesque landscape. Scattered about were numerous celestial beings and formidable demons. Upon seeing Chen Yuange, whom Li Xiangdao led, they soon recognized him as merely a stranger of the primordial spirit realm and returned their gazes. In the center of the platform, A.O. Tianhe engaged in jovial conversation with two others, whose presence did not disturb the atmosphere, as they too were evidently figures of the Tai Dao. Chen Yuange settled into an empty corner, quietly observing A.O. Suin below in the cave. She stood tall and poised, akin to frosty blossoms, gracefully commanding the high altitude. As for A.O. Tianhe, she had yet to make her appearance. It was apparent that the platform was fortified with powerful formations, effectively isolating it from the cave below, likely to prevent any interference in the arena. Chen Yuange sensed the formation and was inwardly astonished. It undoubtedly bore the mark of the Great Luo, which extended even to the cave below. He certainly lacked the capability to breach it. Fortunately, with the half-blood essence of the poison dragon and the gate of time, Suin would remain in an invulnerable position. The spectators atop the platform maintained their composure, while they viewed A.O. Tianhe's actions with disdain. They recognized it as a psychological tactic before battle, designed to unsettle the opponent by making a dramatic entrance at the last moment. Whether this ploy would prove effective against A.O. Suin remained to be seen. One could only hope for its efficacy. As time slipped away, the sun of the great Luo heaven began to fade, and the gathered cultivators, all of whom had made significant strides in their practice, silently calculated the passing moments. They watched A.O. Suin, her sleeves billowing in the wind, nodding in approval. Her calm demeanor was commendable, though her cultivation fell slightly short. Such a great beauty. What a pity. Here she comes. As the sun of the external world set beneath the horizon, a captivating and enchanting woman emerged in the subterranean realm, transforming the otherwise monotonous landscape into a breathtaking tableau graced by two unparalleled beauties. Suin, has it truly been over a millennium since our last encounter? Indeed. A.O. Tianhe gazed at the ethereal and aloof A.O. Suin with a complex expression. What transpired? Why did that grotesque creature, A.O. Xingzhan, fail in his endeavor? What has occurred? Thoughts raced through A.O. Tianhe's mind, and soon his countenance fell. I am deeply sorry. It is all my fault. Will you ever forgive me? Upon witnessing a flicker of struggle and nostalgia in A.O. Suin's eyes, he exclaimed, "Boom!" The Xianming Divine Thunder. With a low shout, invisible bolts of Xianming Divine Thunder crashed down upon A.O. Suin. In a display of overwhelming power, she unleashed her true form, retaliating with full force. In the small cavern, the winds and clouds coalesced around the majestic crimson dragon that stretched 100 feet long. With a thunderous crack, countless divine thunders fell upon A.O. Suin at a staggering pace, engulfing her in a colossal storm of lightning that relentlessly contracted inward, intertwining and layering in a ceaseless explosion, refusing to cease until everything was obliterated. Truly, observers on the high platform shook their heads at the sight of the electrified cavern. A.O. Tianhe was undeniably a viper with a heart of venom. Such a beauty was best approached with caution. We dare not provoke her. Suddenly, a seasoned true monarch discerned an anomaly. A.O. Suin's aura amidst the tempest had shown no signs of waning. After 30 breaths, A.O. Tianhe, with a menacing glare, beheld A.O. Suin emerging from the storm. An unseen force effortlessly shielded her from the divine thunder. What is this? A pure yang treasure? No wonder. The spectators, previously composed, were thrown into disarray. Some experienced an epiphany while others gazed upon her with greedy eyes. Are you truly willing to go this far? Do you not cherish our years of sisterhood? A.O. Tianhe's fierce countenance morphed through a myriad of expressions, ultimately settling into one of sorrowful pleading. Ever since you struck me down from behind, our bond has been irrevocably severed. The cosmic light of the gate of time effortlessly deflects the divine thunder. If it were merely between us, I would not harbor hatred. My blindness is to blame, not others. She returned Tianshu's insincere theatrics with a cold laugh. However, my sister Qing Ning resides within me. To slay me is to extinguish her life. Therefore, you shall perish. Suwen's expression turned grave as the cosmic light surged forth, enveloping Tianshu in its embrace. Upon sensing the cosmic light enveloping her, Tianshu managed a grim smile, fully aware of her impending demise. Her expression hardened, revealing a resolve to fight to the bitter end. That wretched woman had invoked the gates of time from the ancestor Long. With a fierce shout, Tianshu's dragon form rapidly disintegrated, a vast blood mist collapsing inward as countless malevolent runes emerged within it. I curse you, Tianshu uttered. Suwen, perceiving the terrifying aura emanating from the blood mist, recognized that Tianshu had sacrificed her entire flesh and soul to cast a deadly curse. Had it not been for the protective cosmic light of the gates of time shielding her, she would have surely fallen victim to this curse. The cosmic light silently erased all traces of Tianshu's existence. Even her true spirit was entirely obliterated. Today, our fates are forever severed. Chapter 145. A fist strikes the air boom. Upon hearing Tianshu's final roar invoking the gates of time, the crowd atop the platform erupted in excitement. Only Tianshu's 3 companions in the central pavilion, along with Chen Yuange, remained composed, having long discerned the gates of time upon Suwen. To them, this was merely a trifling artifact created by Long, unworthy of their esteemed perspectives. It was no wonder Suwen dared to ascend the life and death stage. Our loss was not in vain. Indeed, I shall consider it a year's expenses gone, but those managing the stakes must have suffered greatly this time. As the crowd dispersed, many exchanged glances filled with unspoken meaning. Though some had incurred losses, they unexpectedly witnessed a captivating spectacle and a glimpse of a rare treasure. After Suwen stowed away the gates of time, she stood in a daze for a moment. Chen Yuange noticed that she had cleared the dust from her heart. The trace of melancholy within her brow had vanished. In the small square outside the cave, Suwen, observing Chen Yuange leaning against a pillar, broke into a gentle smile. What is this? Have you come to an understanding? Yes, though I was betrayed, I still have friends who share my courage and loyalty. Let go of the past. There is something intriguing ahead. Would you like to see? Chen Yuange produced a jade token, tossing it playfully in his hand. Let us go and collect our dues. In the Sea of Stars, Rainfall Island, while not the largest, stood as the most prosperous of islands. This island, spanning 1,000 miles, was rich in vitality and adorned with natural beauty, hosting numerous sects within its bounds. Many large merchant associations even established their headquarters here. As Chen Yuange traversed Rainfall City, the only and largest city on the island, he marveled at the perfect blend of antiquity and futurism. Here, he encountered not only the native inhabitants of the great Luo heaven, but also myriad beings from other realms of the universe. It was a stark contrast to the traditional style of the Dragon Palace. Upon witnessing this, it became clear to him why the Dragon Palace appeared somewhat desolate. 2 individuals accompanied by Qingning, each holding refreshments and snacks, leisurely stroll through a bustling commercial street. Indeed, the myriad restrictions within the Dragon Palace render it unappealing. Once one has glimpsed the world beyond, who would wish to remain confined there? Moreover, your dragon lineage affords you remarkable vitality. Upon reaching adulthood, you possess a divine spirit, sparing you from the arduous toil of cultivation. How could one possibly endure such a monotonous existence? As Chen Yuange spoke, he cast a glance at Qingning, a quintessential dragonkin, whose daily routine consists of eating, playing, sleeping, and eating again, all while her cultivation progresses at a leisurely pace. Furthermore, this young girl harbors within her a sealed essence of half a poison dragon's blood, and it is likely that within 50 years, she will ascend to maturity, becoming a true dragon in every sense. Regarding her family, he has no intention of allowing them to utilize the poison dragon's blood essence, as it would taint them with dragon blood, gradually transforming them into a hybrid of human and dragon. While their physical condition may be manageable, true dragons are inherently apex predators, concealing their primal nature. Given the strength of their souls, her family would be unable to restrain such instincts. This is precisely why he encountered Suwen on Sokka Star. True dragons, upon entering their growth phase, venture forth to traverse the starry seas, honing their primal instincts through battles of blood and fire, thereby mastering their ferocity. As the saying goes, one can rise or fall by their bloodline. If the primal nature inherent in true dragon blood is left unchecked, they risk devolving into mindless beasts, a fate that no intelligent being wishes to encounter. And true dragons are no exception. In the future, I shall send Qingning to sock a star, for a great era of conflict has arrived. A.O. Suin tightly grasped her sister's small hand, her eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and unwavering determination. That amounts to a staggering 30 million in stakes. In the opulent VIP room of the Four Seas Alliance's trading hall, the manager stared at the hundreds of jade tokens laid before him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He glanced up at the trio, a woman and two children, seated on the sofa, recognizing the woman as A.O. Suin, the betting entity in this wager. She is now regarded as one of the most formidable figures beneath the Tao Lord, wielding a pure yang artifact capable of manipulating the laws of cosmic light. This lady is not to be trifled with. The manager, mustering his composure, meticulously reconfirmed the jade tokens before managing a strained smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. The transfer of funds requires time. I lack the authority to make this decision and must consult our general manager, Zhou. In a separate room, the manager quietly relayed the developments from the VIP room to the middle-aged man seated there. Dressed in a fitted long robe, the man lightly tapped the tabletop. General Manager Zhou, the opposing party demands the immediate withdrawal of all stakes, totaling 900 million spirit gold coins, which constitutes half of our current liquidity. Grant them their request. According to my command, I shall bear any consequences. The steward, Zhou, cast a cold glance at the manager and gestured for him to leave. After the manager exited, Zhou took a deep breath, anxious to dismiss the woman before him. She was like a ticking time bomb, with countless celestial beings in their waning phase keeping a watchful eye on her. It is crucial to understand that each pure yang artifact harbors its own laws. By merging with these laws, there is a glimmer of hope to ascend to the ranks of the Tai Daojun, albeit a faint one. Even if such an endeavor might offend the formidable Dragon Palace, in the face of the celestial beings, not seizing the opportunity could lead to death, while seizing it might not guarantee survival. Faced with such a dilemma, it is evident how those ancient beings would react if A.O. Suin were not swiftly dismissed. What if a deranged elder, on the brink of losing control, went mad during an assault by their alliance? With this thought, Zhou transformed into a streak of light, hastily departing the room and fleeing from Falling Rain Island. As for the lives of others on the island, it was of no concern to him. A dead friend is of no consequence to a living practitioner. 3 hours later, Chen Yuange, tossing a dimensional bag in his hands, remarked with a mixture of laughter and exasperation, "These fellows have an uncanny sense. They paid with such ease. What? Are you disappointed? If they were unwilling to pay, would you have hoped for them to sell themselves to you?" A.O. Suin, holding her sister's hand, shot a disapproving glance at Chen Yuange, who still reveled in his morbid sense of humor, delighting in his bait-and-trap tactics. "Ah, you misunderstand me. There is a saying that the most valuable asset today is talent. I simply wish to uncover a few promising individuals." Chen Yuange was surprised to find that those who operated the betting houses were as slippery as eels, not only paying their stakes promptly, but also bowing respectfully as they exited. One does not strike those who wear a smile, with their constant cheerfulness and deference. What else could he do? Chapter 146. The Siege of Many Celestials. In the ensuing fortnight, under A.O. Suin's guidance, Chen Yuange and his companions reveled in their journey, exploring the picturesque landscapes with great delight. They departed from the Starry Sea and set foot on land, eager to visit human cities. The human nations within the Daluotian realm were numerous, each affiliated with various sections. Fortunately, the Daluotian court kept a firm grip over the universe, allowing the inhabitants to lead relatively comfortable and prosperous lives. Chen Yuange found himself deeply intrigued by the local customs and culture, appreciating the scenery with great interest along the way. One day, they arrived in Anyang City, a quaint little town with only a few thousand residents. Although the city showed no signs of industrialization, this did not imply it was backward. The Daluotian realm, after all, was not a closed dimension. It had long since developed a unique form of rune technology, which could only thrive in such a vibrant dimensional world. After evading them for so many days, they finally emerged. Chen Yuange's expression darkened as he waved to dismiss A.O. Qingning. How outrageous! They dared to disregard the lives of thousands within this city. Boom! 36 pillars of light shot into the sky around Anyang City, converging above and enveloping the entire city. The small Zhou Yin-Yang reversal formation? Chen Yuange discerned the hidden figures within each pillar of light at a glance. These 36 individuals were utterly decayed. Although their eyes were murky and they exuded a fetid aura of decay, each possessed formidable power, being infinitely close to the Tao fruit of Tai, yet tragically failing to surpass this barrier. Truly, they were ancient beings that had lived long enough to conceal the secrets of heaven, temporarily evading my spiritual perception. Just as the formation was about to close in, Chen Yuange managed to ensure the safety of the young girl, but he was unable to protect all the residents of Anyang City. In a moment of urgency, he could only rescue and safeguard the souls of these inhabitants. What a remarkable tactic! At this moment, the formation severed this portion of Anyang City from the Tao realm, creating a separate little world. The entire city had vanished, with fire, water, and wind in disarray, as if the world was on the brink of rebirth. Aosuin opened the cosmic light, her expression grave as she surveyed her surroundings. Her magical power was being consumed like a receding tide. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she would exhaust her power and perish. Meanwhile, the pure young treasure had already attained the immortal nature of the Tai Tao Lord, and such an environment could not destroy it. The Tao fruit's light emanated behind Chen Yuange, instantly stabilizing the chaotic elements of earth, fire, water, and wind within the formation. As he coldly observed the decayed beings at the formation's nodes, "You wretched rats lurking in the shadows, had you approached with honor, I would have respected you as men, at least granting you a true spirit's return to the cycle of reincarnation. But now I am quite displeased. It would be best for you to vanish completely." Upon seeing the Tao fruit's light behind the man who had been accompanying Aosuin, all the assailants nearly widened their eyes in shock. Tai Tao Lord, where did he spring from? Hasn't he, the Tao Lord, been absent from the Tao realm for tens of thousands of years? In all the worlds, for nearly a millennium. Aside from the supreme Mage Gu Yi of Kamartaj, has another prodigy emerged? The vibrant aura emanating from Chen Yuange appeared to these decayed beings like the blazing sun in the sky. They could easily discern that he was an exceptionally youthful Tai Tao Lord. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. What shall we do? We are bound by the small Zhou Yin-Yang reversal formation. Truly, it is both the formation's triumph and its downfall. Only the cosmic light can contend with the cosmic light, while the rampant chaos of earth, fire, water, and wind, where yin and yang remain undivided, can suppress the cosmic light. Moreover, the small Zhou Yin-Yang reversal formation is indeed derived from the Zhou star formation, capable of recreating worlds. According to ancient lore, at the inception of the Grand Luo Heaven, 108 true monarchs of Tai united to form the celestial star array, thereby stabilizing the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, and segregating the pure from the impure, ultimately achieving equilibrium in the Grand Luo Heaven. Yet, this tale hails from an epoch long past, an age before the Great Calamity, now rendered mere legend within the Grand Luo. Presently, one cannot ascertain whether even 18 true monarchs of Tai remain, let alone 108. What is there to fear? Even should a true monarch of Tai emerge, we could easily cast him into the fissures of the heavens. We require but the duration of an incense stick to seize Aosuin, and by then, we shall have long vanished beyond the cosmos, leaving him unable to pursue us. The eyes of the decayed ones sparkled with renewed resolve, and they swiftly conferred before amplifying their magical output, even at the cost of their dwindling powers. With a thunderous roar, the fabric of the array shifted dramatically, exerting its force upon Chen Yuange. "Ah, you wish to exile me?" Chen Yuange smiled coldly, immediately discerning the malevolent intent of these wretches, attempting to exploit a moment of distraction. Alas, how could these soulless beings comprehend the true might of the Tai Tao fruit? Law of heaven and earth, great, great, great. Chen Yuange bellowed, his form rapidly expanding until a colossal deity towering 10,000 feet emerged within the array. His every movement stirred the elemental forces around him. In the next instant, above the vanishing Anyang City, a massive head emerged from the void, soon followed by arms that broke free, as if grasping at some tangible essence. Separation of the realms. With a resounding crash, the entire Grand Luo Heaven trembled ever so slightly. Beneath the primordial spirit, it felt akin to a mere tremor. Those above the Tao Lord level, Yet beneath the primordial spirit sensed a subtle spatial disturbance. Only the Tao Lords recognized the magnitude of what was transpiring. The surrounding cultivators, upon reaching the former site of Anyang City, were met with a spectacle of utter void, enveloped in violent spatial turbulence. What has transpired here? Was there a battle involving a primordial spirit, true monarch? A young cultivator, standing on a hilltop, gazed in shock at the emptiness 10 miles away, rendered speechless by the enormity of the scene. Surely not. Even a primordial spirit, true monarch, could move mountains and drain seas, but to shatter the void. Another cultivator stammered, hesitating to speak further, for the legendary Tai Dao Lords were not to be trifled with. Gulp. The nearby cultivators involuntarily swallowed hard. How long had it been since the Grand Luo Heaven witnessed a battle of such magnitude at the Tao Lord level? Is it not prohibited by the Celestial Court for such occurrences to transpire? How is it that an increasing number of escape lights have emerged upon the mountaintops surrounding Anyang City, with several true lords of the Yuan God already present? They gazed solemnly at the terrifying situation ahead, subtly deducing that this matter was related to the recent uproar concerning the true dragon, Aosuan. The Door of Time, an artifact of celestial realms, was undoubtedly enticing to them, yet they possessed enough self-awareness to refrain from involving themselves in this affair. In hindsight, this proved to be a sagacious decision. The aftermath of such a battle would lead to their inevitable demise, should they choose to engage. Chapter 147. Restoration of Anyang City in the Unseen Void. 6 imposing figures stood resolutely upon Chen Yuange's translocation of this realm to the celestial void. They were immediately stirred, tearing through space to arrive here. AO clan leader, does your junior associate remain oblivious to the Celestial Court's prohibitions? A towering man clad in a starry robe, adorned with a purple gold crown, cast a piercing gaze at the composed AO Tianhe, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The other 4 observed with crossed arms, secretly hoping these two would soon clash. With a cold chuckle, AO Tianhe replied, Lu Xingwan, you have already acknowledged him as a friend of my Dragon Clan S Jr. Thus, he is also a friend of the Dragon Clan. Do you have any objections? Lu Xingwan, witnessing AO Tianhe's assured demeanor, felt a growing disdain towards these wretched mudfish. Very well, it appears you do not deny this individual's transgression against the decree. I advise you not to obstruct my enforcement of the law. Are you intent on capturing even my Dragon Clan's close acquaintances? By the way, I should inform you that he is the one under the care of that esteemed figure in the middle court. The other 4 present were momentarily taken aback, exchanging complex glances with AO Tianhe and then with the visibly stiff Lu Xingwan. Only they understood that the true essence of that great celestial had long departed this realm. What resided upon the throne was merely his fashion. As for the Dragon Clan, their ancestral dragon had left before the calamity, and the Yinglong had transcended this world. The Dragon Clan was now devoid of any formidable beings. In an instant, the 6 grew despondent, exchanging glances that revealed their unspoken thoughts. Though they shared longevity with the heavens, even the heavens have an end, as long as they remained untranscended. One day they too would face the 5 declines of their celestial existence. Alas, how could these young cultivators comprehend that we are merely prisoners of this realm? A Taoist with 3 strands of long beard and a countenance like jade let out a deep sigh, his sense of helplessness resonating with the others. Even Lu Xingwan lost the inclination to question AO Tianhe further. Were it not for the preservation of their legacy, they would have longed to leave their fashion behind and seek opportunities for breakthrough beyond the heavens. The rifts beyond the heavens are the junctures between dimensions, where chaotic currents of formless space meander. Silence enveloped the darkness, devoid of any vitality. Suddenly, a colossal deity emerged, cradling an intangible essence within its embrace. Under the radiance of divine light, ripples stirred in the ancient stillness that had persisted for eons. The upper half of the deity gradually ascended, and in the blink of an eye, its majestic form stood tall in the interstice of the heavens, stabilizing the turbulent space surrounding it. The formless object it once held had now diminished, resting within the palm of its hand. It is over. We are all doomed. The decayed beings gazed in shock at the deity, soon becoming enraptured by the intertwining principles of Tao and reason that adorned its form. Their murky eyes began to dim, succumbing to decay that crept inch by inch from their heads to their bodies. Ultimately, their physical forms, spiritual essences, and even their true spirits silently transformed into ashes of calamity, dissipating into the void of the celestial rift. When S.H.I.E.L.D regained her senses, she found herself standing beside Chen Yuange, who held a dusky orb in his hand. This is the celestial rift. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately recognized the place. As for the 36 decayed beings that had ambushed them, it went without saying that Chen Yuange had dispatched them. Let us proceed. There remains a tangled mess to address. Yang City has suffered an undeserved calamity, and I must restore their way of life. After all, this is not a place like the City of Chaos, where most of the inhabitants are not of virtuous stock. Death there is merely a loss of material. Yang City, on the other hand, is primarily home to ordinary folk who lead peaceful lives, and they would be willing to be saved. After orienting herself, Chen Yuange tore through the fabric of space and returned to the realm of Deluo Tian in Yang City. Casting a glance at the 6 figures in the void, he gently tossed the dusky orb, allowing it to descend into the gradually dissipating emptiness. This was Deluo Tian undergoing self-repair. As the space partitioned by the 2 realms returned to its original site, the void swiftly began to mend, though the vast chasm remained, a testament to the recent occurrences. The numerous cultivators observing from the surrounding peaks recognized S.H.I.E.L.D and immediately identified her, while speculating about Chen Yuange's identity. A few true monarchs of the Yuan spirit approached, eager to forge friendly ties, for S.H.I.E.L.D's survival unscathed from such a fierce battle was ample evidence of her strength. S.H.I.E.L.D, may I borrow your Gate of Time? Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D handed the Gate of Time to Chen Yuange. As the gate manifested in the void, many gazes were drawn to it. This was a pure Yang treasure. Most of them lacked even ordinary treasures, let alone something of such purity. The unassuming appearance of this pure Yang treasure, resembling a rusty bronze ornament, belied its true nature. A young man received a sharp rap on the head from a middle-aged cultivator beside him. How embarrassing. Silence, you rascal. This is the essence of divine mysteries, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like ourselves. Such celestial artifacts have always chosen their masters autonomously. Outsiders cannot impose their will. Oh, master, then why do some still covet this? The middle-aged cultivator, infuriated by his disciple's inquiry, struck the latter's head once more. I told you to ask. I told you to ask. Yet, this little interlude did not dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers. As a few primordial true monarchs set out, they halted in their tracks. Before them stood a man who, grasping the Gate of Time, enveloped the site of the former Anyang City in a magnificent glow of cosmic light. A miracle, someone murmured, expressing the collective awe. Even for cultivators, particularly those of lower rank, witnessing such a spectacle of cosmic brilliance was unfathomable. As the area once occupied by Anyang City became shrouded in this celestial light, time appeared to reverse as if a film were being rewound, and the vanished Anyang City re-emerged. A great surge of vital energy stirred the winds, causing the trees on the surrounding hills to rustle, as if welcoming the city's return. The primordial true monarchs exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. This was indeed a Tai Taoist lord, a figure far beyond their reach. Fortunately, I have saved their souls. Otherwise, this matter would be troublesome, Chen Yuange mused, casting a satisfied glance at the identical Anyang City and the residents sprawled within. Utilizing the cosmic light to reconstruct a city, and indeed the bodies of all its inhabitants, was merely a reconfiguration of matter. However, the souls remained a realm beyond his current influence. This involved not only reincarnation but also fate and karma, forces that he could not dare to challenge at this moment. What is happening to me? Why is everyone lying on the ground? The residents of Anyang City began to rise, bewildered as they noticed numerous cultivators flying above them. In the wake of the cultivators' explanations, the residents of Anyang City learned the backstory, initially feeling trepidation about their plight. And both revered and feared Chen Yuange and his companions. They could neither harbor hatred nor gratitude toward those exalted celestial beings. Yet when they discovered unexpected wealth in their pockets, they instantly felt immense gratitude, deeming this celestial being a truly benevolent soul. They wouldn't mind facing such a demise a couple more times. 10 iterations would be even better. Chief Ao. In the void, Chen Yuange approached Ao Tianhe and greeted him. Taoist Chun, allow me to introduce the esteemed Lu Lizanjian, the chief star god of the heavenly court, alongside Taoist Xuanji, Taoist Jinding, Taoist Lingxiu, and Taoist Yuquan. Chen Yuange had met with the 5 celestial officials before. Apart from the rather displeased Lu Xingguan, the others were relatively cordial towards him. After a few exchanges, Lu Xingguan cleared his throat and asked, Chen Yuange, are you aware that you have violated a decree from the Celestial Court? Chen Yuange casually flicked his fingers and responded nonchalantly, oh, I would be grateful if the esteemed star official could enlighten me. Lu Xingguan paused, suppressing his irritation, and continued, you have shattered the void within a 10-mile radius of Anyang City, thereby jeopardizing the stability of the great Luo heaven. Chen Yuange fell silent. He did not deny this, though he found Lu Xingguan's wording exaggerated. The notion that a mere 10-mile radius could threaten the stability of the great Luo heaven seemed far-fetched. However, from the perspective of the authorities, their reasoning was straightforward. It was akin to unleashing a tank in Manhattan. The government would surely seek to neutralize such a threat. Should two Tai Dao lords, or even more, engage in reckless combat, the vastness of the great Luo heaven would eventually be shattered. What puzzled him was why the chief of the star gods, Lu Xingguan, had refrained from taking severe action against him or capturing him outright. This was not in line with the usual conduct of the officials. I do not deny this. May I inquire about your intentions, Lu Xingguan? The great Luo heaven is too small to withstand your disturbances. I kindly ask you to depart. Chen Yuange stared blankly at the solemn Lu Xingguan, while the other 5 celestial officials averted their gazes, some studying their palms, others examining their shoes, as if profound truths were concealed there. Are you asking me to leave? The sooner, the better. Am I being exiled? As Chen Yuange watched Lu Xingguan's figure fade into the void, he remained dazed for a moment before turning to see the playful smile in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. Why are you smiling? Wasn't this commotion caused by you? Indeed. I owe my thanks to my esteemed lord. Chen Yuange looked at S.H.I.E.L.D in surprise. Her demeanor seemed more lively, indicating significant progress in her Dao heart lately. Oh, I almost forgot about the little girl. Chen Yuange slapped his forehead, and at that moment, A.O. Qingming appeared by his side, munching on a candied hawthorn, completely unaware of the brief turmoil that had just occurred. Well, if this place is no longer suitable for me, there are other places that will welcome me. Ladies, let us return home. Chen Yuange waved his hand grandly and walked ahead, while S.H.I.E.L.D rolled her eyes and took her sister's hand to follow suit. Finally, we've sent this calamity away. Sigh, he is indeed a force to be reckoned with. I suspect he might be the master of calamities himself. How many such young Dao lords have emerged since antiquity? A.O. Tian's voice echoed. Indeed, this era has seen the rise of 3, particularly this Chen Yuange, TSK. The voices in the void gradually faded away as everyone began to contemplate their future paths. In a temporal shift, Chen Yuange and his companions found themselves within a quaint building on the Qingshan farm. I shall now retreat for an extended period to comprehend the cosmic light laws of the gates of time, he declared. Qingning, I trust you to care for her. Indeed. She is my sister, you need not worry. Chen Yuange glanced at the carefree A.O. Qingning as she dashed outside, signaling to A.O. Suwen that she could proceed with her meditation in peace. This young girl, blissfully unaware, would soon have to confront the matters of her bloodline and beastly nature in 2 decades, and perhaps by then, she would be sent to the Chaos City, much like her sister, to hone her innate qualities. In his hand, Chen Yuange held a swirling dragon pearl, the essence of a venomous dragon, whose spirit he had vanquished. Leaving behind this pure orb, it was time to settle the debts owed to Old Huang. With a single step, he found himself in a picturesque Jiangnan garden, seated in a pavilion at the lake's center, where he deliberately released a trace of his aura. Ah, a young friend graces my humble abode. This is indeed a moment of splendor. Boomed a hearty laughter from within. Upon sensing the aura that Chen Yuange had emitted, Old Huang promptly concluded his seclusion, tidied himself up, and made his way to the lakeside, where he beheld Chen Yuange in the pavilion, brushing the dust off a stone table. A complete tea set materialized before him. As he expertly prepared the tea, he pondered the purpose of Chen Yuange's visit. The early summer breeze caressed the lake's surface, bringing forth the refreshing fragrance of flora. Lotus flowers were beginning to bloom, and in less than a fortnight, the place would be adorned with a vibrant tapestry of summer blossoms. My young friend, please partake in this tea. Old Huang exclaimed. Your skills remain as exquisite as ever. Chen Yuange replied, humbled. I am unworthy of such praise. After all these years, this is my only passion. Old Huang gently shook his head, a hint of resignation regarding his unfulfilled path evident in his expression. As the last sip of tea was consumed, Chen Yuange decided not to prolong the suspense any further. With a flourish, he opened his right hand, revealing the dragon pearl that spun effortlessly in his palm. "Old sir, do you recognize this?" he inquired. Old Huang leaned in eagerly, but as his hand neared the orb, he abruptly halted. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, pinching his thigh in surprise. His expression a mixture of fear and anticipation as he cast a longing glance at Chen Yuange. "Indeed, this is the dragon pearl you seek. Take it." Chen Yuange placed the orb into his hands, and Old Huang grasped it tightly, as though fearing it might slip away. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, he opened his eyes, tears of joy streaming down his face, filled with relief and gratitude. In that instant, Chen Yuange perceived that Old Huang's understanding of the way had reached a harmonious state. Unexpectedly, the dragon pearl had become a catalyst. Even without it, he would have naturally ascended to the realm of the Yuan Shun within 30 years. The old man Huang felt the changes in his body and mind, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. "Thank you, dear friend." He bowed deeply, taking a considerable time to straighten up. At that moment, his hair had begun to darken, and his demeanor was no longer as somber as it once had been. Chen Yuange accepted this gesture of respect with a sense of rightful satisfaction. "Dear friend, you should take back this dragon pearl." Huang returned the dragon pearl to Chen Yuange, who pondered briefly before accepting it. Huang's wisdom was evident. Should he use the dragon pearl, his bloodline would become tainted, halting his path at the primordial spirit level. Naturally, breaking through to the primordial spirit was a distant prospect, especially with the Taoist Lord of the Supreme Ultimate, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Chapter 149. The old man Huang departed having attained enlightenment. The old man Huang immediately cast aside his title as a patron and showed no concern for the century-long efforts he had invested in the new continent. With no descendants or disciples, he left in a state of elation, returning directly to Kunlun. Today, Zhang Yude, the president of the Huashang Association, came to deliver a letter into Chen Yuange's hands. In a moment of enlightenment, the blue clouds appear. Upon looking back, a century has passed. The letter transformed into smoke, gently drifting towards the horizon, as if seeking its rightful destination. That old fellow simply quit his responsibilities without a second thought. Indeed, without such a steadfast heart for the path, he would not have been able to seize this opportunity. Chen Yuange softly mused, recalling the 36 decayed beings who had besieged Ao Suan. Had they once been as unwavering in their pursuit of the Tao as the old man Huang? Yuange. Zhang Yude's voice jolted Chen Yuange from his reverie. "Oh, Uncle Zhang, the old man has returned home." "What? How can this be?" Zhang Yude, unaware of the letter's contents, was puzzled by Huang's sudden request earlier that morning to hand him a letter for Chen Yuange. He could have spoken directly or even made a phone call, yet he had insisted on sending a letter, as if the patron of the Huashang Association had abandoned his post. Why did the old man give the letter to Yuange? Being seasoned in the ways of the world, Zhang Yude quickly grasped the significance of this news, fixing his gaze intently upon Chen Yuange. "Uncle Zhang, how about this? I will assign someone to temporarily take over the old man's duties." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuange gestured, summoning Magneto, whose prowess was on par with the current old man Huang, sufficient to stabilize the present situation of the Huashang Association. "This is Magneto. You may call him Xiaomai. His abilities are not inferior to those of the old man Huang." Zhang Yude regarded the suddenly appearing Magneto with a hint of restraint, but upon hearing that his strength was comparable to the patron, he promptly rose and extended his hand. To everyone's surprise, McDuffie took the initiative to grasp his hand with enthusiasm and said, "President Zhang, my name is McDuffie, but you may call me Xiaomai. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Zhang Yude felt a stiffness in his body as McDuffie's hand shook his. The middle-aged man before him, whose strength was comparable to that of the venerable Mr. Huang, must also be an extraordinary individual, yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to a sycophant. Zhang Yude's lips moved a few times, seeking help from Chen Yuange, who was seated nearby. "Uncle Zhang, just call him Xiaomai, don't worry. He is one of us, no need for formality." Encouraged by this, Lao Zhang mustered his courage and attempted to call out softly, "Xiaomai? That doesn't quite suit. I think I'll call you Lao Mai instead." Seeing that McDuffie was unfazed and readily accepted, Lao Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him, even experiencing a subtle thrill within. Now, those old-timers who relied on their seniority would lose their support. "Uncle Zhang, I have a suggestion. Let me know your thoughts." Yuange said, "Xinlan has shown considerable aptitude. Such strength can be cultivated through study. enabling you to nurture your own talent. Zhang Yuda's eyes brightened at this notion. It was indeed a splendid idea. A bird in hand is worth more than 1,000 in the forest. If his daughter could also become an extraordinary individual, the Zhang family would ascend to the status of a prominent clan. In the past, when Elder Huang was still around, various families had sent their young disciples to him, hoping to become his direct apprentices. Yet, regrettably, he had not taken a single one for decades, gradually extinguishing that hope among them. Who could have predicted that happiness would arrive so suddenly today? Is it truly possible? Is my Xinlan capable of such greatness? Like any ordinary parent facing a teacher, Zhang Yuda looked to Chen Yuange with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Uncle Zhang, rest assured, if I say she can, then she certainly can. Chen Yuange continued. However, there is one caveat. Once she steps into the extraordinary realm, she will encounter countless unforeseen dangers. Even so, do you wish for her to enter this domain? Leaning forward, Chen Yuange gazed earnestly at Zhang Yuda, understanding that their long-standing relationship necessitated a frank discussion of the risks involved. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to him. Zhang Yuda met Chen Yuange's eyes and nodded, saying, "Dangers? Life is fraught with peril. We are already ensnared within its web, and danger has long been at our sides. My dear nephew, I appreciate your concern, but only strength can safeguard wealth. Even if one day Qingwei and I are no longer here, Xinlan must possess the power to protect herself." I understand. Chen Yuange contemplated for a moment before producing a jade tablet, inscribing within it a text that directly addressed the cultivation of one's essence. This manuscript had been extracted from the memories of the 36 decayed beings. He left a seed of talismanic energy within the jade tablet to assist Zhang Xinlan in establishing her foundation for cultivation. As for whether she can achieve her primordial spirit in the future, that will depend on the steadfastness of her resolve. As for opportunities, he himself is one. He casually set up a restriction, which can be considered a top-tier magical artifact, possessing functions of protection and minor teleportation, perfectly suited for Zhang Xinlan. Upon receiving this, she will surely comprehend its significance. It is essential to advise her to communicate more with Alicia and others regarding any questions, as solitary endeavors yield little knowledge. Zhang Yuda trembled as he accepted the jade tablet, about the size of half a palm, as if he were cradling a mountain, bearing the future of the Zhang family. Chen Yuange rose to depart, leaving Zhang Yuda alone in the room, lost in thought, smiling foolishly. At Yulin Middle School, in the activity room of the teaching building, Xinlan exclaimed, "Look, what is this?" After school, Zhang Xinlan and a few classmates arrived at the Superpower Club's activity room. Students with mutant abilities voluntarily formed a club, a phenomenon observed in nearly every school and social organization. The proportion of mutants among the populace is indeed a minority, leading to envy from many who covet their power. What is this? Zhang Xinlan curiously gazed at Zhao Lina, who held a piece resembling parchment. Guess? Could it be another ancient treasure? Zhao Lina shook her head, waving the parchment in front of her, but upon seeing the murderous glint in Zhang Xinlan's eyes, she reluctantly unfurled it. Tada! Look! Zhang Xinlan beheld the densely packed patterns on the parchment, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Zhao Lina. Don't rush. Let me tell you, this is something I just obtained. If you imprint this on yourself, it can evolve your abilities. Are you deceiving me? Zhang Xinlan's eyes widened as she glanced again at the peculiar patterns on the parchment, sensing something uncanny. At that moment, Chen Yuange's words echoed in her mind. The mutant bloodline is already limited. Any enhancement is nearly impossible. Chen Yuange would not deceive me. Zhang Xinlan's expression hardened as she resolutely shook her head, rejecting Zhao Lina's suggestion. Chapter 150. The transformation of Zhang Xinlan upon leaving the activity room. Zhang Xinlan mounted her bicycle and deftly avoided several classmates, quickly returning home. Dad, why are you home today? Upon her arrival, she found her parents seated on the living room sofa, their expressions oddly peculiar. Zhang Xinlan speculated on their thoughts. Could they have discovered her secretly drinking with classmates at school? She silently steeled herself, determined to withstand their inquiries, as long as there was no evidence. She could not confess. Confession leads to leniency? Humph, that is merely confession coupled with punishment. Setting down her backpack, she plopped down beside Zhang Yuda and wrapped her arms around his. Dad, you come home so late every day? Mom suspects you might be doing something wrong behind her back. Zhang Yuda, who was relishing the joys of fatherhood, was taken aback. He glanced at his wife, whose expression was dark, and then at his daughter, whose demeanor was equally troubling. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, his right hand brushed against the jade pendant in his pocket. Ahem, Chen, you are no longer a child. You shouldn't be so childish all the time. Your father has something significant to discuss regarding your future. Significant? I don't want to get married. What? Both Zhang Yude and his wife were utterly bewildered. Zhou Qingwei quickly reacted, approaching their daughter and giving her a light tap on the forehead. What are you thinking all day? I told you to stop reading those trashy novels. It seems you've lost your mind. Seeing his daughter receive a deserved reprimand, Zhang Yude decided it was time to salvage the faltering conversation. All right, let us go to the study. He stood up, and the family made their way to the study on the second floor. Entering the secluded room, the couple sat upright, observing their anxious daughter across from them. Chen, do you wish to become a celestial being like your brother Chen Yuange? Zhang Yude patiently reiterated his question. Zhang Chen, processing her father's words, felt her heart racing with excitement, and she dazedly asked, Can I really? My daughter can do anything. He replied. However, Chen, I must tell you that once you enter this world, there will be many dangers. Are you still willing? Tears welled in Zhang Yude's eyes, and Zhou Qingwei embraced him. Quietly weeping, Zhang Chen, feeling helpless, stood up to comfort her parents. Stay where you are, Chen. You need to think this over carefully. I will give you an hour. I do not wish to force you. With a stern voice, Zhang Yude pulled Zhou Qingwei with him, leaving their daughter alone in the dim room. At 17, her mind buzzed with thoughts. Her father had been so stern. Yet, she saw a mixture of reluctance and hope in his eyes. He must actually want me to agree. Right? I too wish to be like Brother Chun and Sister Sybil, a free-spirited heroine, so that I can protect Mom and Dad. An hour later, the door to the secluded room opened, and Zhang Yude and his wife walked in, now composed. I want to become someone like Brother Chun. Are you certain? Zhang Chen nodded. With trembling hands, Zhang Yude retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket and laid it in his palm. With this, you will understand. Zhang Chen joyfully extended her hand, but just as she was about to make contact, she suddenly paused and inquired, What about you? Can you also become celestial beings? The couple exchanged a surprised, yet bittersweet glance. Zhou Qingwei approached and gently patted her little head, saying, You still have us. You can ferry us in the future. Indeed. Once you become powerful, you can come back to guide us. Zhang Yude wrapped an arm around the mother and daughter, and after a moment, he remembered the jade pendant in his hand and presented it once more to his daughter. Take this, and you will understand. Curiously, Zhang Chen reached for the jade pendant. As her fingers made contact, the pendant radiated a warm, gentle light, enveloping her in its glow, causing her body to curl up and float within the secret chamber. This astonishing scene left her parents dumbfounded. After a long moment, they sighed in relief, confident that their daughter would be all right. They stealthily exited, hoping that Chen would emerge unscathed. You must trust Yuange. You've witnessed his capabilities, so have faith in him. Upon leaving the study, Zhang Yude immediately summoned the butler. Please arrange for Chen to take a month's leave from school. Of course, sir. At that moment, Zhang Chen had entered a state that was neither dream nor wakefulness. The talisman seeds from the jade pendant had entered her lower dantian, opening her qi, and soon, vital energy began to circulate through her meridians. A week later, Zhang Chen opened her eyes, the radiant glow around her dissipating, and the jade pendant flew into her Naiwan palace, disappearing from sight. Curiously, she touched her forehead and found only smooth skin. Then, with a flick of her hands, she performed a spell, and a gentle breeze suddenly swirled around her, lifting her body into the air. Haha, I can fly now without wings. This is what it means to be a little fairy. Flying with wings is for bird people. Zhang Chen suddenly became disdainful of her imagined wings, envisioning herself in palace robes, her sleeves billowing gracefully, radiating an aura of ethereal beauty. After playing with several small spells, the excited girl clutched her stomach. I'm so hungry. Upon pushing open the door to the secret chamber, she immediately spotted her parents seated on the sofa in the study. Zhang Yude lay asleep, while Zhou Qingwei was engrossed in a book, both appearing weary. Mom. A figure rushed over and embraced Zhou Qingwei. The latter was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned the embrace, gently stroking her daughter's back as they both burst into tears. This commotion awakened Zhang Yude, who had been keeping vigil through the night. His daytime slumber was also light. He immediately sat up and beheld the two weeping figures. There. Upon witnessing Zhang Chen skillfully executing various small spells, Zhang Yude felt overwhelmed with joy, his excitement rendering him speechless. Zhang Xinlan's face contorted in pain as she clutched her stomach and collapsed. I am so hungry. Someone, bring the food. Zhang Yude immediately dashed into the corridor, shouting loudly. And soon an array of dishes flowed into the study like a rushing stream. Everyone in the mansion stood dumbfounded, witnessing the usually demure young lady devour an astonishing amount of food, equivalent to 10 servings, with the fervor of a starving ghost reborn. Finally satiated. After finishing an entire table of delicacies, Zhang Xinlan patted her flat belly. Upon raising her head, she noticed the twitching expressions of her parents and the butler. Looking down at the stacked plates, she abruptly covered her face in embarrassment. Oh, how mortifying. Chapter 151. Investigation into Zhao Lina's disappearance. Zhang Xinlan retreated to her room, not emerging until the following day, feeling as though everyone was laughing at her behind her back. Eagerly, she rushed to school for classes. For the first time in her life, she felt that school was a paradise. What did you say? Zhao Lina and Meng Qingyang have gone missing? In the activities room of the Superpower Club in the teaching building, Zhang Xinlan seized a male classmate by the shoulders. Zhang Xinlan, seeing the distorted expression on his face as he pushed her away, she quickly released her grip, apologizing sheepishly. The male classmate smiled with satisfaction at the apology from the campus bell. At that moment, Zhang Xinlan had already turned and left the activities room, seeking out Zhao Lina's classroom. After inquiring with some familiar students, she learned that they hadn't seen Zhao Lina for 3 days, and her parents had reported her missing to the police just yesterday. The police had come to the school to investigate. Meng Qingyang had also vanished 3 days ago, leading many at the school to speculate whether the two had eloped. The parents of both families had quarreled, accusing one another of misleading their children's affections, resulting in a tumultuous dispute. Zhang Xinlan scoffed at such rumors, firmly believing that Zhao Lina and Meng Qingyang were merely good friends. Surely, it was absurd to think that after a mere week apart, they would discover each other's inner beauty and fall hopelessly in love, only to be thwarted by family opposition and betrayal from friends. A myriad of cliché plot lines flashed through her mind, and she vigorously shook her head, striving to clear her thoughts. This was not right. The peculiar parchment scroll resurfaced in her mind. The patterns, why did they increasingly resemble runes? After 7 days of intensive revelation, Zhang Xinlan had gained a rudimentary understanding of runes. Although she did not comprehend the significance of the patterns on the scroll, she could at least recognize that they formed a type of rune combination. It seemed that Zhao Lina had taken the parchment to seek out Meng Qingyang that very afternoon. Could their disappearance be linked to this? Zhang Xinlan pondered for a long time, but could not find a suitable avenue to approach. Considering Chen Yuange, she remembered that he managed a vast company with tens of thousands of employees, far busier than her father, and thus abandoned the idea of inquiring about the runes. Oh, and then there was Alicia. Zhang Xinlan quickly retrieved her pink phone and called her friend on Xiaoxian. Alicia, are you busy right now? I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Alicia, known for her brevity, was a familiar presence to Zhang Xinlan. She recounted the events occurring at their school. I'll come find you at noon. I want to show you something. Where? The usual place. With a click, Zhang Xinlan hung up, hastily stowing her phone in her bag to avoid detection by her teacher. Once morning classes concluded, she stealthily sauntered out of the school gates. Haha, this invisibility spell is truly marvelous. A gentle breeze buoyed her as she arrived at an outdoor cafe near Central Park just 3 minutes later. The establishment was renowned for its exquisite ice cream and desserts, making it their top choice for gatherings. Alicia? Alicia glanced expressionlessly at the empty space before her. I knew this invisibility spell wouldn't escape your notice. After stepping out of the cafe and finding a corner to reveal herself, Zhang Xinlan took a seat in front of Alicia, grumbling. Couldn't you at least surprise me with a compliment? All right, I concede. Zhang Xinlan ordered her favorite fruit medley ice cream and produced a pen and paper, swiftly sketching the patterns she had seen on the parchment that day. What do you think this is? This is all I could remember. Alicia silently took the paper, scrutinizing the designs with earnest attention. Zhang Xinlan nearly finished her ice cream before Alicia finally lifted her head and pulled out her phone. Same place now. 5 minutes later. The roar of a motorcycle grew louder, culminating in a sleek black bike that came to a sudden stop across from the cafe. A golden-haired woman clad in motorcycle gear approached, removing her sunglasses, and with a confident stride, crossed the railing to sit beside Zhang Xinlan. Sister Sybil. Zhang Xinlan's eyes sparkled with admiration, She was simply too cool. Shinlong, the president mentioned you have also become extraordinary. Would you be interested in sparring with me? No. What a pity, Alicia. What has happened? Alicia turned to Zhang Shinlong, signaling her to recount the previous events once more. Have you experienced a mutant disappearance incident as well? Sybil studied the paper for a prolonged moment before reluctantly giving up. I cannot comprehend. Alicia, perhaps you should elaborate. Could it be a sacrifice? Zhang Shinlong and Sybil exchanged glances, and Sybil's expression turned grave. Are you suggesting that extraordinary individuals are systematically eliminating mutants? Sybil recalled the hundreds of case files she had reviewed over the past fortnight and felt she might have discovered a connection. She promptly retrieved her phone, tapping it a few times to access the information within the Skynet. The parchment. Many have mentioned the parchment that purportedly enhances mutant abilities. Sybil let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Indeed, all the missing mutants were first-tier mutants. Someone has exploited their discontent, lured them, and sacrificed them. Zhang Shinlong grasped the implication, her heart racing with dread. She trembled as she inquired, "Are you implying they are all dead? Were they not merely missing?" Sybil pondered for a moment before responding. "Since the president has permitted you to communicate with us, there are certain matters I can disclose. We possess a Skynet that can detect the life and death fluctuations of all mutants on Earth. As for the underlying principle, I cannot fathom it, but it is quite effective." Zhang Shinlong felt as if she were deciphering an ancient manuscript, her mind swirling until she regained her composure. What shall we do now? The simplest approach: trace the origins of the parchment, identify the puppeteer behind this, capture him, and eliminate him. Sybil rested a hand on the serpent revolver at her waist. A Colt prototype currently in development, perfectly suited to her taste. She had obtained authorization for 2 custom-made pieces from Alicia. Zhang Shinlong cast a curious glance at Sybil's revolver, her excitement building as she exclaimed, "I wish to participate. I can investigate the missing students from our school." However, recalling that 2 of her friends were already deceased, her spirits dampened. How wonderful it would be if they had eloped. I yearn for vengeance on their behalf. Zhang Shinlong raised her head, her eyes reddened, fists clenched in resolve. Sybil ruffled her hair. "You may investigate, but you must maintain constant communication with us. Remember, report your actions to me. Do not act recklessly on your own. Can you manage that?" Sybil regarded Zhang Shinlong with seriousness, and the girl bit her lip, nodding gently.